I have traversed realms, and astonishingly, I have found myself in the long-desired world of Dragon Ball. Vegeta, are you not going to save Gran? He is a superior scion, yet he was ambushed by a mere native and had his tail severed. Why should we bother saving such trash? But, if you continue to prattle, you might as well stay here. Soon, 7 or 8 small spacecraft ignited and ascended, swiftly vanishing into the cosmos. On the surface of this planet lay a child, approximately 6 years of age, with a round face and a stout, diminutive frame. However, he was now covered in wounds, with his tail severed at the base, clearly bearing the marks of grievous injury. Hiss! Gran suddenly awakened from his unconscious state, an overwhelming torrent of information bombarding his mind. The excruciating pain in his head drew a muffled groan from him, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet, just before he completely faded away, a singular thought flashed through Gran's mind. I have traversed realms. The day turned from dark to bright, then back to dark again. During this interval, Gran's former soul incessantly consumed the essence of the original host's soul, while his very dimension underwent a peculiar transformation. Unbeknownst to Gran, 3 days passed before he finally regained consciousness. Ha! I have traversed realms. Gran lay on the ground, finally untangling the memories in his mind, his laughter filled with joy. Dragon Ball was his most beloved anime, and he never imagined awakening in such a world. In his journey, he found no apparent system or divine advantage. Yet he had become a scion. The identity of a scion, coupled with his memories from his past life, constituted his greatest boon. It is well known that the bloodline of a scion is extraordinarily potent upon transforming into Super Saiyan form. One's power can increase 50-fold. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 could amplify strength 100-fold. What if one could achieve Super Saiyan 5, 6, or even 10? Though the highest form depicted in the anime is Super Saiyan 4, who can say with certainty that it represents the limit of Saiyan potential? Limits are meant to be transcended, and Gran does not believe that Super Saiyan 4 is the apex for Saiyans. Moreover, there exists the path to divinity. The combination of Saiyan transformations and ascension to godhood could pave the way for him to punch deities of destruction and kick the Omni King. Perhaps it is not merely a dream. Just as Gran indulged in visions of his future glory, he overlooked a crucial matter. It hurts. The searing pain from his injuries jolted Gran back to reality. It is now the year 737 of the age, shortly after the explosion of Planet Vegeta, and Vegeta's squad remains intact under Frieza's command. Gran is also a member of Vegeta's squad. However, during a mission 3 days prior, he was ambushed by a native of this planet and had his tail severed. As a member of Vegeta's squad, Gran is undeniably a superior scion. Yet, the humiliation of being successfully ambushed and having his tail severed by a mere native is a grave insult in Vegeta's eyes. Thus, Vegeta showed no mercy directly, obliterating Gran's spacecraft, leaving him to fend for himself on this desolate planet. How painful. Vegeta truly is ruthless in the early stages of the story. Gran lay on the ground, his face pale from the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He was not at all surprised that Vegeta could be so merciless to his own kind. After all, in the story's early chapters, Vegeta was nothing short of a little demon. For instance, during the invasion of Earth alongside Nappa, when Nappa was grievously injured by Goku and begged for Vegeta's aid, Vegeta deemed a companion that had lost its value. To be a burden and personally ended Nappa's life. Damn that millennium-old second rate. I will surely make you kneel and beg for mercy. Gran's complexion grew increasingly grim. In addition to his severe injuries, he felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Having been unconscious for 3 days, with no sustenance during that time, in his current incapacitated state, he could scarcely endure another hour, let alone seek revenge on Vegeta. The situation was dire. Was he truly destined to perish shortly after his arrival here? Enduring the agony, Gran engaged in a mental struggle. The indigenous inhabitants of this planet had been completely eradicated. There was no one left who could save him. With his spacecraft destroyed, escape was impossible. Using Dragon Balls? Senzu beans? Such hopes were utterly unrealistic. Damn it. Gran could barely move any part of his body except for his mouth, blood continuously spilling from his lips. In such dire circumstances, what means remained for survival? Wait, it was the year 737 of the age, and planet Vegeta had just recently been obliterated. A flash of inspiration struck Gran. Indeed, if there was anyone who could ensure his survival, it would be him. Whis. Gran weakly cried out the name of Whis into the sky. Yes, only the Angel of Universe 7 could rescue him in this predicament. According to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to search for the universe's finest pillow for him. However, King Vegeta kept the best pillow for himself and offered the second best to Beerus, which incited the wrath of the god of destruction, eventually leading to the annihilation of planet Vegeta, a task given by Beerus himself. Gran was aware that Beerus harbored disdain for science during this time. But since it was the year 737, shortly after the explosion of planet Vegeta, it meant Beerus had only recently entered his slumber. Thus, Gran had no reason to fear summoning Beerus. As for whether he could summon Whis, it should be possible, right? Mr. Whis, I possess the most delectable food in the entire universe. Would you care to sample it? Gran called out weakly. From what he knew of Whis, he would surely not pass up such a culinary delight. Whis, you must come. Chapter 2. Whis and the prophetic fish. In an exceedingly distant realm, there exists a world shaped like an inverted pyramid, imbued with an aura of destruction in every corner. By the lakeside stands an elegant man, possessing a tall stature, azure-hued skin, and cascading white locks. A divine halo floats gracefully around his neck, bestowing upon him an appearance both radiant and sacred. Nearby, a cup hovers, within which swims a fish resembling a loach. This loach is, in fact, an angel, and together they gaze towards a distant palace. The prophetic fish leans against the edge of the cup, muttering in silence. With so few planets destroyed, Lord Beerus has once again succumbed to slumber. Truly, he is a slothful creature. As a member of the realm of destruction, the prophetic fish is acutely aware of Beerus's immense power. Years ago, during the king's hide-and-seek incident, the 12 gods of destruction had once engaged in battle. Yet, to call it a battle would be a misnomer. It was rather a scenario where Beerus was besieged by the other 11 gods, only to emerge victorious, effortlessly subduing them all. Ultimately, the only ones to exit with dignity were Beerus's own brother Champa and the mouse named Quitella. That battle earned Beerus the title of the strongest god of destruction. Regrettably, such a formidable deity is relegated to the penultimate position in his universe due to his laziness. This truly leaves the prophetic fish feeling embarrassed. Oh ho ho! Whis, holding a long staff in his right hand, chuckles. If Lord Beerus were to hear you call him a sloth, you would be in grave trouble. At his laughter, his angelic visage momentarily shatters, transforming into a comical spectacle. Fear not. Lord Beerus is sound asleep and cannot hear a word. And how do you know that I 1T relay this to Lord Beerus upon his awakening? Whis, with a hand over his mouth, stifles a laugh. Well, that depends on your discretion. The prophetic fish's expression darkens. This master and servant duo is truly remarkable. One revels in slumber, while the other delights in gourmet cuisine. To describe them disparagingly would be to say they are gluttonous and lazy. In truth, the angel before him is even more formidable. Though Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction, he cannot withstand even a casual strike from Whis. For all of Beerus's abilities are taught by Whis, who is, in fact, Beerus's master. As for Whis' true strength, that remains a mystery to all. Very well, I shall bestow upon you my long-cherished delicacies, but you must not disclose this to Lord Beerus. The prophetic fish appears pained at the prospect. Whis licks his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for delectable treats to savor. Suddenly, a feeble voice calls out Whis. As an angel of the universe, Whis, with his elevated awareness, naturally perceives the call of his name, yet he chooses to ignore it. He and Beerus have left many legends in the 7th universe. It is not unusual for someone to cry out for him. Habitually, he would disregard such calls. However, in the next moment, the voice persists. Mr. Whis, I have the finest delicacies from across the universe. Would you care to sample them? The words that echoed from behind ignited a fervor in Whis's gaze. Whis, what is the matter with you? The prophetic fish, having unearthed its long-hidden delicacies from an alternate dimension, suddenly noticed Whis's unusual demeanor. Why does Whis wear such an exhilarated expression? No, this expression surely signifies that he has stumbled upon something delectable. The prophetic fish quickly grasped the situation. And just as it was about to speak, was transformed into a radiant streak of colors, soaring into the sky. He left behind a parting remark. My outing offsets your earlier reprimand of Lord Beerus, so let us keep this between ourselves. How infuriating. Off to indulge in delicacies without me. The prophetic fish grumbled towards the heavens. However, mere moments after its outburst, it inexplicably drifted into slumber. Had Whis remained, he would have been astonished, for this was the state that heralded the prophetic fish's predictions. Meanwhile, Gran lay on the ground. 2 minutes having elapsed since his initial cry for help, yet Whis had yet to arrive. Could it be that Whis truly did not hear him? Gran spat out another mouthful of blood. According to the tales recounted in the anime, Whis would typically require 26 minutes to transport Lord Beerus from the realm of destruction to King Kai's planet, but under Beerus's insistence, Whis managed to accomplish the journey in a mere 3 minutes. Likewise, given Whis's insatiable appetite, he should not have taken more than 3 minutes to reach this place. As time dragged on, another 10 minutes slipped by, and Gran's breath grew increasingly feeble. How infuriating. Am I truly destined to die? I am so unwilling. I have yet to land a punch on Beerus or deliver a kick. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Gran's ears. Punch Lord Beerus? Kick who? His pupils constricted. Could it be him? Lying on the ground, Gran attempted to turn his head, but his body was already beyond his control. Soon, a figure approached and came into view. With pale blue skin, white hair, and a staff in hand, it was an angel. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Whis. Whis had heard his words and had personally descended here. In that moment, Gran forgot his pain, his heart swelling with joy. Whis gazed down at the child on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. A scion? That can't be right. Wasn't the scion race annihilated alongside planet Vegeta by Frieza? How could there still be a surviving scion? Could it be that Frieza defied Lord Beerus's will? Whis shook his head. Regardless of whether Frieza had violated Beerus's decree, it was of no concern to him. As an angel, his duty was to serve and guide the god of destruction. He must maintain neutrality and refrain from engaging in any cosmic conflicts. Thus, even if he were aware of Frieza's defiance, Whis would remain unperturbed. Yet, what was that you just said about punching Lord Beerus and kicking someone? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Whis's eyes. Without a doubt, the little fellow must be speaking of striking Beerus with his fists and kicking the Omni King. How audacious of him, a mere Karami, to utter such words. Gran yearned to plead for rescue. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength to voice his thoughts. Alas, I had forgotten that you are on the brink of death. Although Whis articulated his words in such a manner, he exhibited no intention of healing Gran. A sense of urgency engulfed Gran. It shouldn't be this way. Whis had arrived, and given his fondness for delectable cuisine, why would he not come to his aid? It remained a mystery how this little fellow had survived Frieza's grasp, and how he had inferred Gran's affinity for gourmet food. With his staff in hand, Whis seemed to discern Gran's unspoken thoughts. Looking down upon him with an air of superiority, you summoned me here, presumably hoping I would save you, but you have miscalculated. Why would an angel inexplicably rescue an unfamiliar individual for the sake of culinary delights? Angels maintain neutrality, serving only the god of destruction, and they seldom intervene in the affairs of the universe. To save a stranger? Don't be foolish. If it were someone he knew, it might be a different matter. But this child on the ground is unknown to him, and is, moreover, a scion loathed by Beerus. Whis indeed relishes fine food, which is why he found himself here. Yet he would never extend his hand to save Gran merely for the sake of a meal. Unaware of Whis's contemplations, Gran would have certainly remarked, "You are not like this in Dragon Ball Super. Bulma merely mentioned the delectable offerings of Earth, and you hurried over to assist. Why, when I mention fine cuisine, can you not even spare a moment to save me?" Upon hearing Whis's words, Gran's emotions shifted from excitement to despair. He had hoped for salvation upon Whis's arrival. Yet it had turned out otherwise. Was it the fate of the naive to perish? Gran's life force waned to a critical low, and he slowly closed his eyes, marking the prelude to death. Whis gazed down at him, acknowledging the boy's cleverness. Despite being gravely injured, he had managed to devise a means to entice Whis. What a pity. Angels cannot intervene in the cosmos at will. He could not save this little one. Just as Whis prepared to turn away, a powerful aura erupted from Gran, accompanied by fluctuations of the dimensions. Ah, this little fellow seems to be rather unusual. Whis's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he observed Gran. Chapter 3. The realm of the King of Worlds. Gran originally belonged to the world of the Dragon Ball creator, and his dimension mirrored that of the creator himself. At this moment, on the brink of death, Gran's original soul finally crumbled, and he completely consumed it. A faint yet potent dimensional pressure emanated from Gran, and his strength surged to an astonishing 200 times its original capacity. How could this be? Whis's eyes widened in disbelief. His astonishment did not stem from the sheer increase in Gran's power. Such a surge was still feeble in his eyes, but rather from the fact that Gran's dimension had transcended to the realm of the King of Worlds. In the realm of the Omni-King universe, the dimensions are classified into mortals, celestial deities, the King of Hell, the King of Realms, divine beings, angels, priests, and the state of the Omni-King, regardless of who one may be. Ascending to a higher dimensional tier depends on the individual's innate talent and demands a significant investment of time. Particularly at elevated dimensions, the time required increases substantially. For instance, to reach the dimension of the King of Realms, one would need no less than 1,000,000 years. Yet today, Whis astonishingly witnessed a child transcend from the mortal realm to the level of the King of Realms, a leap spanning 2 major dimensions. Years of cultivation had rendered Whis's temperament like a tranquil well, but at this moment, he was genuinely astounded. Alas, the child seemed to be on the brink of death. At that instant, Gran's life flickered like a candle in the wind, prompting Whis to act. He waved his staff, and a silver beam of light enveloped Gran's body, instantly mending his injuries and restoring his vitality to its prime state. With the revival of Gran's life force, his dimensional status surged once more, propelling him to the pinnacle of the King of Realms. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? How could he ascend again? Whis's breath quickened. This little fellow was exceedingly peculiar. Just moments ago, he appeared to be on the verge of death, yet before succumbing, he managed to break through to the King of Realms level. Furthermore, upon recovery, he ascended yet again to the zenith of that dimension. At the apex of the King of Realms dimension, the next tier is that of divine beings, including the god of destruction. Could it be that he is capable of transcending to the divine realm? Whis's mind was in disarray as he fixated on Gran. He observed no miraculous powers of the super dragon within Gran, indicating that the child's ascent to this level was entirely reliant on his own merits. How had he accomplished this? Whis scrutinized Gran for over 10 minutes, during which Gran's dimensional fluctuations ceased. With a sigh of relief, Whis marveled at the bizarre situation. As an angel, he had never anticipated being so profoundly astonished. Thankfully, Gran's dimension stabilized. Had a mere 6-year-old child advanced to the divine realm and been seen by those gods of destruction who had toiled for millions of years, it would have been nothing short of a farce. The surrounding environment fell into a profound silence, with Gran still lying unconscious on the ground. Although Gran's dimensional state remained unchanged, a dimensional seed unexpectedly emerged deep within his soul. Unaware of this development, Gran remained in his stupor, while Whis stood nearby, contemplating. After half an hour, Whis's expression remained grave. Ultimately, he lifted Gran from the ground and transformed into a radiant arc of colors, departing the planet. Gran remained unconscious for 3 additional days before suddenly awakening, sitting up abruptly. Where am I? Gran gasped for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself beside a tranquil lake, with crystalline trees adorning the opposite bank and luminous creatures floating in the air above. I must be dead. This must be hell, Gran muttered to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice emanated from the distance. Welcome to the realm of destruction. The realm of destruction? Gran paused momentarily, as the surrounding environment indeed resembled that of the animated depiction of the realm of destruction. In the next instant, realization struck him. I am not dead? Do you wish for death? Whis approached, staff in hand, regarding the young boy before him with a heart still unsettled. This little one had returned from the brink of death, his power magnified 200-fold, transcending from mere mortal to the pinnacle of the god of destruction. It was truly hard to fathom. No. Gran hastily shook his head, finally recognizing the individual beside him. It was the refined Whis, who had evidently rescued him once more. Yet, why did his tone seem peculiar? I sincerely apologize, Mr. Whis. In that dire situation, you were the only one I could think of. Gran stood and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your timely intervention. To think of me in such a critical moment is rather clever. But tell me, how did you come to know my name? Whis paused abruptly, realizing that this young lad not only acknowledged his existence, but also his fondness for culinary delights. You possess quite a bit of knowledge for someone so young, he remarked enigmatically. Gran's heart raced, and he quickly devised an explanation. Though gods of destruction and angels seldom traverse the cosmos, the legends surrounding you are plentiful. As a member of the Scion race, I naturally know some tales about you. His youthful voice echoed by the lakeside, yet Whis remained silent. He indeed understood this. For not long ago, he had accompanied Beerus to planet Vegeta. Thus, it was quite reasonable for the Scions to be aware of the existence of gods of destruction and angels. However, one detail struck him as peculiar. This lad had previously mentioned striking the god of destruction and kicking the Omni King. He was even aware of the Omni King's title. How did you come to know of the Omni King? Whis scrutinized him closely. Legends of gods of destruction and angels were commonplace throughout the universe. But knowledge of the Omni King was not so easily acquired. Gran felt a chill run down his spine. How could he explain this? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Lowering his head, he murmured, I read about it in the Scion historical texts. Those texts claim that the most powerful and great being in this world is the Omni King. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, he doubted Whis would pursue the matter further. The Scion race? Historical texts? Whis gazed skyward, a flicker of recollection crossing his features. As if he had unearthed a memory. Gran was taken aback. Whis exhibited such an expression. Could it be that the Scion race truly possessed historical records? Enough, Whis interjected, no longer probing. What are the most delectable food in the entire universe? The abrupt shift in topic left Gran momentarily bewildered. Was he not going to inquire further? Or could it be that the Scion race held some significant importance? Whis regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Young one, I am asking you a question. You wouldn't dare to evade it, would you? Whis was indeed a cultured angel. He must maintain neutrality. And it was certainly not his place to instigate conflict with beings of the cosmos. However, should anyone deceive him, particularly regarding culinary matters, he would indeed be incensed. Although he could not take matters into his own hands, he would certainly awaken the still, slumbering Beerus. Gran came to his senses, momentarily rendered speechless. In that instant, when you appeared utterly indifferent to the universe's most delectable cuisine, I thought I was doomed. Yet now, it seems you still yearn for exquisite food? Gran's shifting expressions did not escape Wiss's notice, who surmised the other's thoughts. Am I truly so devoid of principles? Were it not for the peculiar fluctuations in your dimension, would you even acknowledge my presence? Whis silently mused, though he refrained from inquiring about Gran's dimensional predicament. It was evident that the young lad remained unaware that his own dimension had ascended to the pinnacle of the king of all realms. Clearly, he was oblivious to the secrets he harbored within. Even if he were to ask, he would not receive the answers he sought. It would be more prudent to return him to the realm of destruction, allowing for a closer observation. This was the true motive behind Wiss's decision to take Gran along. It was certainly not to indulge in the so-called most delicious food in the universe. Absolutely not. Mr. Whis, do you have any ingredients? Gran inquired cautiously. Whis frowned. You don't mean to suggest you wish to prepare a meal for me, do you? Gran nodded vigorously. Yes, I will cook for you. The daily fare consisted predominantly of sushi and sashimi, which, while palatable on occasion, would be insufferable if consumed daily. Having been a wealthy heir in his past life, Gran was particularly passionate about gourmet cuisine and was well versed in various Chinese culinary traditions. He had even studied diverse cooking methods under renowned chefs. This time, he was determined to allow Whis to savor the rich flavors of Gran Chinese cuisine. This was his way of expressing gratitude. He was by no means attempting to tantalize Wiss's appetite in exchange for training. Absolutely not. Very well. I shall provide you with the ingredients and see what you can create, Whis declared, waving his staff, causing an unknown large fish to tumble from the dimensional space. Fish. The moment Gran beheld the fish, his mind swiftly devised a plan for its preparation. A grand feast featuring the whole fish would be splendid. Surely, if Whis enjoyed it, he would be in a good mood, and perhaps impart the secrets of the Ultra Instinct technique to me? If not that, then perhaps he could teach me how to condense destructive energy. He chuckled gleefully, staring at the large fish on the ground. Hey, what are you grinning about? Aren't you going to show me the universe's most delectable cuisine you mentioned? Indeed. Chapter 4. Consulting Whis, what had once been a serene and solemn realm of destruction was soon filled with the clattering sounds of kitchen utensils. Upon witnessing this, Whis felt a twinge of guilt. If Lord Beerus were to discover he had brought a child into the realm of destruction, creating such a commotion, he would undoubtedly be reprimanded. Glancing back at the distant destruction temple, where Lord Beerus remained in slumber, Whis felt a sense of relief wash over him. As the prospect of a delightful meal loomed, He relished the thought of savoring it in solitude. Meanwhile, Gran meticulously prepared the grand feast, skillfully dissecting a large fish while simultaneously attuning himself to the essence of his newfound power. However, a fleeting thought struck him, according to his recollections. He was merely an elite scion with a combat prowess of 800 points. Yet, an inexplicable sensation led him to believe that this seemingly modest power held extraordinary potential. With culinary tools in hand, and having only traversed into this realm for half a day, Gran was still grappling with the concept of his strength. Nevertheless, an exhilarating notion surged within him. He felt capable of obliterating a planet. Should he dare to test this hypothesis? Casting a glance towards the lakeside, he noticed Whis reclining on a beach chair, half-closed eyes basking in the sun. Resolute, Gran pivoted, directing his hand towards the distant mountains, and began to concentrate his energy in a manner reminiscent of his memories. A resonant hum filled the air as Gran sensed a surge of power coursing through his body, akin to a water pump. However, in a moment of distraction, he miscalibrated his focus, feeling an uncomfortable swelling within him, as a ki blast materialized in his palm. Could this truly be the ki blast from the anime he had idolized in his youth? Overwhelmed with excitement, he realized that his childhood dream had finally come to fruition. With determination, Gran wielded his culinary tool in one hand while forcefully propelling the ki blast towards the mountains. In an instant, the blast soared forth. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated across the landscape. As the dust settled, Gran was astonished to find the mountains unscathed. It was rather unsurprising, considering this was the fabled realm of the god of destruction. Yet, a perplexing thought lingered. Did his power truly exceed the anticipated 800 points? In his moment of bewilderment, Whis, perched on the beach chair by the lake, opened his eyes slightly. He had observed Gran's earlier actions, yet chose not to intervene. This young one's power had escalated to an astonishing 200 times its original capacity, a result of the benefits bestowed by his dimensional ascension. Additionally, the scion physiology played a significant role, as their innate potential was triggered when teetering on the brink of death. Whis had discerned this potential while witnessing Gran's recovery from his injuries. The revelation of such latent abilities within the scion race left Whis contemplating the folly of Beerus's decision to have Frisia annihilate them. Nonetheless, he would not interfere with Beerus's choices, for he was merely an angel, bound to remain aloof from the affairs of the universe. Observing Gran's bewildered expression, Whis concluded that the young scion remained oblivious to the secrets he harbored. Thus, he decided to continue his observation, closing his eyes once more. Curiously, could 800 points of combat power truly be that formidable? Meanwhile, Gran regained his composure and glanced at Whis, relieved to find that he was not perturbed by the earlier display of the ki blast. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he hastily resumed his culinary endeavors, preparing the grand feast with an array of techniques, sought ing, frying, and grilling, showcasing his remarkable culinary prowess. Despite being merely 6 years of age, Gran's small stature did not hinder his dexterity in the kitchen. As time progressed, an enticing aroma gradually permeated the realm of the gods. This scent, Whis, seated upon his beach chair, jolted upright, his nostrils flaring as they detected the heavenly fragrance. How delightful! Whis swallowed hard. This aroma was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had encountered in all his years. If it smelled this divine, how delectable would it be to savor it? To his astonishment, that little fellow had not lied. He truly possessed the most delectable food in the entire universe. No, the scent was becoming increasingly intoxicating. Whis had initially aspired to maintain his composure in the face of adversity, but at that moment, he could no longer contain himself. With a flash of vibrant light, he instantly appeared beside Gran. Before Gran stood a makeshift stove, laden with an array of culinary delights. There were steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, and spicy boiled fish, alongside various preparations of fish entrails, bones, and skin. Each dish on the stove was unique, yet all exemplified the trifecta of color, aroma, and flavor. Gulp. Whis continued to swallow, utterly captivated by the aroma. He was on the verge of losing control. Only one final dish remained, and Gran was diligently preparing it, transforming the last ingredients into sashimi. Once completed, Gran placed the sashimi at the end of the spread. This dish bore no fundamental difference from the one served by Xiao Ri, yet it belonged to the grand feast of fish, which warranted its creation. Indeed, the moment Gran finished his statement, Whis sprang into action. As the food graced his palate, an unparalleled burst of flavor assaulted his taste buds. Whis trembled in delight. The knife skills were impeccable, the cooking time expertly managed, and the taste was nothing short of explosive. How could it be that, despite using the same ingredients, his dish was so much more delectable? My heavens, the genius behind these culinary methods is truly remarkable. What will I do? Having tasted this, I can never return. The food I once consumed pales in comparison to this. Whis was utterly immersed in the realm of gastronomy, sampling nearly every dish, save for the fish sashimi, which he had frequently enjoyed before. At present, he couldn't even bear to glance at it. Gran nodded with satisfaction, believing he had successfully captured Whis's culinary admiration, thus enhancing the hope of securing Whis's instruction in the art of free-spirited mastery. Observing Whis relish the meal, Gran could no longer restrain himself. With the physique of a scion and having fasted for 3 days, he felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Gran joined the gastronomic battle, the clattering of bowls and plates echoing around them. 2 hours passed. At last, Whis sat back, satiated. He retrieved a napkin, delicately wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, and in that moment, his previous elegance was restored. Gran, however, had only consumed about 60% of his fill. The fish Whis provided was rather small, and for a scion, 2 more of such fish would be just right. Mr. Whis, how was it? Does my culinary creation deserve the title of the most delicious in the universe? Gran inquired, his round eyes sparkling, his tone reminiscent of a miniature adult. Whis lowered his gaze upon the small child, suddenly at a loss for words. He had never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Indeed, these culinary delights truly deserve the title of the most delectable in the universe. However, witnessing the child's haughty demeanor, he felt a reluctance to concede. Ultimately, Whis nodded, "It is indeed worthy." Gran was taken aback, not expecting this fellow to acknowledge it. Perceiving the subtle expression on his face, Whis retorted with a hint of irritation, "What? Do you think I would be stubborn?" Gran scratched his head and chuckled, refraining from retorting, as he still wished for Whis to guide him in his training. Whis offered a faint smile. "What you have prepared is something I have never tasted before. The flavor is indeed exceptional, and I do not regret saving your life." Gran once again bowed deeply, for this was his savior, and no gesture of gratitude was too great. Whis waved his hand, signaling that it was enough. The two fell into a comfortable silence, relishing the tranquility that enveloped the lakeside after the grand feast. Gran sensed that the moment was ripe. He was not a destroyer of realms, and if he remained silent any longer, he might soon be sent away from the realm of destruction. Observing the child's hesitance, Whis seemed to anticipate his unspoken words, choosing to remain silent while casting a sidelong glance at him. Gran bowed respectfully and asked, "Mr. Whis, may I request your guidance in my training?" Chapter 5. Frisia. Across the vast landscape of anime, Dragon Ball undoubtedly stands as the most exuberant and powerful, a claim I shall not entertain any dispute against. Arriving in this world as a scion, Gran yearned not to fade into obscurity within this fervent realm, nor did he wish to perish inexplicably under the aftermath of a powerful being's battle like an insignificant insect. He craved the thrill of fervent combat, sought the exhilaration of surpassing limits, and aspired to stand atop the pyramid, gazing down upon all. Most importantly, he had to settle the score with that rascal Vegeta, who nearly caused his demise upon his arrival. He was determined to deliver a resounding defeat to Vegeta. Naturally, all of this required him to possess formidable strength. Now, he had an opportunity. Whis, the son of the Grand Minister, served as Beerus' attendant and simultaneously as his mentor. The might of Beerus, beyond his innate talent, was largely attributed to Whis' guidance. Whis was a natural instructor, his power shrouded in mystery. If there existed anyone in this world suited to be Gran's master, it could only be Whis. Noticing Whis' silence, Gran pressed on, "I assure you, I will not seek your teachings for naught. From now on, I shall take responsibility for your meals. This shall be my recompense. What do you think?" Gran humbly lowered himself, dismissing any notion of embarrassment. What shame could there be? Even the protagonists, Goku and Vegeta, had humbly implored Whis and Beerus for strength. If they could stoop to such depths, how could Gran not do the same? This was Whis, after all. He would gladly prepare culinary delights for Whis, and if he could truly receive training from him, he would even run naked if necessary. As Whis remained silent, Gran's heart began to flutter with trepidation. Could it be that he has yet to conquer his appetite? That seems unlikely. Just as Gran was feeling a tinge of despair, Whis gently nodded in affirmation. Gran was momentarily taken aback, and then it dawned on him. It's done. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Gran exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Observing the fervor of the young lad, a faint smile graced Wiss's lips. Had he not intended to keep Gran in the realm of destruction, he would not have brought him here. The dimensional fluctuations surrounding Gran were indeed peculiar, piquing Wiss's curiosity. He was eager to uncover the secrets this little one harbored. Naturally, the reward the boy spoke of should not be overlooked. I have agreed to guide your training, but your time in the realm of destruction may not be extensive, Whis suddenly remarked. Gran's excitement instantly waned, his small brows knitting together in confusion. What did Whis mean? Since you have perused the historical texts of your scion lineage, you must be aware that the master of the realm of destruction is the god of destruction. Whis glanced back at the slumbering palace of Beerus. Gran quickly grasped the implication. You mean if Lord Beerus awakens, I will be expelled, correct? Expelled? Whis shook his head, a serene smile gracing his features. Given Lord Beerus's disdain for the scion race, he might even obliterate you. At the mention of destruction, Gran shivered involuntarily. Destruction was the god of destruction's signature technique, capable of annihilating anything weaker than itself. Once obliterated, even the eternal dragon could not restore it. Of course, the super dragon was an exception. Gran's mind drifted to the impressive stance Beerus took when executing destruction, and he instantly forgot his fear, becoming fervently excited. Since Whis had agreed to teach him, he was determined to master the art of destruction. No, he should learn every skill Whis possessed. As Gran's expressions shifted continuously, Whis raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What could this young lad possibly be contemplating? At this moment, he should be terrified of Lord Beerus's potential awakening. Why did it seem as though he was brimming with excitement? I am not afraid. To my knowledge, Lord Beerus seems to have a fondness for fine cuisine. Gran suddenly interjected, his voice youthful and innocent. Even you, Mr. Whis, have been captivated by my culinary creations, so I refuse to believe that Lord Beerus could resist. A jolt of realization struck Whis. The boy was correct. Considering Beerus's fervor for delicacies, he might indeed spare Gran. Oh no, that would mean others could also partake in those exquisite dishes. Mr. Whis, what troubles you? Gran inquired, stifling a chuckle, fully aware of Wiss's thoughts. Whis gazed at him with a mix of exasperation and affection. You certainly know us well. Gran fell silent, daring not to speak further. Well, for today, focus on regaining your composure. I shall guide your training tomorrow. And do not forget the reward you mentioned. Understood. Gran sighed with relief, grateful that Whis did not press further. Under the enchantment of Whis, a quaint cottage materialized by the lakeside, and Gran officially took residence in the realm of destruction. At Frisia's headquarters, the planet was saturated with a sense of technological industrialism, housing a grand palace. Within its walls, the malevolent Frisia, having received word that Vegeta had completed the planet-cleansing mission, was approached by a strikingly handsome man named Zabo. Do not allow him any time for training. Continue to assign him new tasks, Frisia, seated in his infant spacecraft, intoned slowly. His body was encased in a hard shell. His blood-red eyes and purplish-black lips accentuated by two tear-like lines beneath his gaze, rendering him exceedingly sinister. Yes, Zabo hesitated momentarily. Frisia narrowed his eyes, his voice gravelly. What is it? Lord Frisia, Vegeta's team is one scion short. Zabo continued his report. According to recordings transmitted by our scanners, this scion, named Gran, was ambushed by the natives and severely injured, ultimately abandoned by Vegeta. Oh ho ho! Frisia suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Zabo trembled involuntarily, fearing that the tyrant might turn his ire upon him. Despite the dwindling numbers of the scion race, Vegeta, the prince, had forsaken his own kin. Such cold-bloodedness was both shocking and foolish. Frisia's laughter was so intense that tears streamed down his face as he shifted his gaze. Mr. Zabo, do you not agree? Cold-blooded? Who possesses such cold-heartedness as you, Frisia? Zabo, wary of voicing dissent, offered a sardonic smile. Indeed, it is quite foolish. How could such a dim-witted race ever hope to produce a legendary Super Saiyan? Hearing this, Frisia nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, how could such a foolish race ever possess a Super Saiyan? Mr. Zabo, your intellect is unparalleled. You may take your leave. Yes. Zabo bowed and swiftly exited the palace, eager to distance himself from the capricious tyrant. As he stepped through the grand doors, Frisia's sinister laughter echoed once more within the palace. Zabo shuddered. not daring to look back as he hastily departed. Meanwhile, 5-year-old Vegeta had just returned to Frisia's headquarters. Having barely disembarked from the spacecraft, he unexpectedly received a new mission via his communication device. His small face contorted in anger. Damn it, does Frisia truly think of me as mere free labor? Raditz cautiously inquired, what's wrong? Silence. Get on the ship. Vegeta leaped into the spacecraft, turning to add, you had better not slow me down, or Gran will be your fate. Uninfluenced by Bulma's guidance, the young Vegeta still harbored a malevolent nature, his words causing his team members to shudder in trepidation. Yes. Several small ships ignited and soared into the sky, soon vanishing from Frisia's headquarters. Chapter 6. 3 years? No, 1 month. In the realm of destruction, with Whis' approval, Gran settled into his new abode. The following morning, Whis once again provided the ingredients, and Gran prepared breakfast for both Whis and himself. The meal consisted of 2 bowls of beef noodles, 1 large and 1 small. The smaller bowl was comparable to a standard noodle bowl, while the larger one was as immense as a water tank. Upon seeing the exaggeratedly large bowl of beef noodles on the table, Whis could not help but twitch his lips. However, having witnessed Gran's appetite the previous day, he refrained from making any remarks. As Whis savored the beef noodles, his eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed that allowing this little fellow to remain in the realm of destruction was indeed an exceedingly wise decision. Suddenly, Whis recalled Beerus and instinctively shielded his bowl. At the dining table, Gran slurped up a mouthful of noodles and looked up with a curious expression. Mr. Whis. What's wrong? Nothing, Whis replied with an awkward smile. Having grown accustomed to competing for food with Beerus, he instinctively felt cautious whenever indulging in delicacies. Gran nodded his small head, suddenly recalling something. Isn't there a prophetic fish in the realm of destruction? Why haven't I seen it? It has fallen into slumber. Whis replied, glancing at the little one, who seemed surprisingly knowledgeable. All right, let us refrain from conversation while we eat. Hurry up, for we shall commence your training shortly. Gran was tempted to retort, wondering who had made peculiar noises of enjoyment with every bite of fish the previous day. However, upon hearing about his training, he hastened to finish his breakfast. A little over 10 minutes later, Whis magically tidied up the bowls and chopsticks at the lakeside table, and the two stood by the water's edge. Whis fixated his gaze on Gran. The energy was tumultuous, the aura unstable. Every movement exhibited unnecessary gestures, and he failed to contain his presence. His mental state lagged behind his dimensionality, rendering his dimensional realm unsteady. Under Whis' peculiar scrutiny, Gran could not help but swallow hard. Mr. Whis, what is it? Whis, holding his staff, mused. Do you know how vast the realm of destruction is? What was the purpose of this question? Gran shook his head, bewildered. Your shortcomings could circle the realm of destruction 10 times, Whis stated earnestly. Gran replied, truly, you are the brother of Beerus. Your tongue is as sharp as a poisoned dagger. Nevertheless, Gran respectfully inquired, Mr. Whis, how should I train? At this stage, you are not yet ready to cultivate power. Why? Whis continued, a few days ago, you recovered from a near-death state, causing your power to surge to 200 times its original capacity. Are you aware of this? Whis spoke with a profound implication. What? Gran's eyes widened as he touched his body. It was true that scions could unleash their potential upon recovering from near death. As a high-tier warrior with an initial battle power of 800, a 200-fold increase would equate to 160,000 battle power, greater than even Jinyu. Can I possess 160,000 battle power at the age of 6? Gran was exhilarated, astonished by the strength of his own talent. Whis secretly shook his head. Gran was still merely 6 years old, and his potential had yet to reach its explosive peak. If it were solely due to his injuries that his potential was triggered, achieving a 10-fold increase in power would be a remarkable feat. Attaining a 200-fold elevation was simply unattainable. Gran will enhance his strength by 200-fold, which is akin to a dimensional elevation. Although the sudden surge of power emanating from you is indeed your own, it remains unmastered and can be argued that it is not entirely yours. Whis remarked with a faint smile, do you not perceive the ethereal nature of your current aura? Gran shook his head. Discounting the time spent in unconsciousness, he had only traversed into this realm for less than 2 days. In such a brief span, not only was he unable to grasp the overwhelming power, but he also found himself incapable of fully controlling the original strength of this body, which was a mere 800 points. Currently, Gran could only unleash a handful of energy orbs using the memories stored in his brain. Deeper mastery over his aura remained beyond his reach. Naturally, he was also incapable of sensing the aura itself. With determination glimmering in his wide, round eyes, Gran asked, "Mr. Whis, what must I do now?" At this juncture, you are laying the groundwork. Only by solidifying your foundation can you aspire to greater heights in the future, Whis teased. Your initial task is to master every strand of your power, though the process may be somewhat painful. Are you prepared to endure pain? Gran shook his head, his resolute gaze unwavering. I am not afraid. This world of Dragon Ball is rife with formidable beings. A single attack from any of them could obliterate a planet. Without immense strength, attaining a place atop the cosmic hierarchy is a distant dream, let alone the question of survival. When faced with the choice between suffering and death, I would choose to endure the former. Very well, those are your words. Follow me, Whis said with a mischievous grin as he walked toward the God of Destruction's palace. Gran hurriedly followed, only to realize that they were headed toward the Palace of Destruction. A chill ran down his spine. Surely, he was not about to enter the lair of the sleeping God of Destruction, Beerus. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the God of Destruction's palace. The colossal door stood 5 meters tall, adorned in a grayish-white hue, intricately engraved with ancient patterns. The gaps between the doors occasionally exuded wisps of destructive energy. Standing before the imposing entrance, Gran felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, fearing that he might be disassembled by the emerging aura at any moment. Could this truly be the agony of mastering power? Come in, Whis called, disregarding Glan's trepidation as he pushed open the doors. The moment the doors creaked apart, an overwhelming aura surged forth, instantly pinning Gran to the ground, his very soul trembling. What manner of aura is this? It is terrifying. Whis glanced back at Gran, a slight smile playing on his lips. This is the snoring of Beerus in slumber, laced with a hint of destructive energy. Any ordinary individual enveloped in this aura would surely be reduced to nothingness. However, Gran, your dimension has ascended to the pinnacle of the King Realm. The next stage will align you with the divine dimension, equivalent to Beerus. With such dimensional support, it is no surprise that you have not been obliterated. Continue to follow me, Whis assured, confident in Glan's resilience as he entered the grand hall of the palace. The hall was flanked by long corridors, and he turned right to proceed. Gran struggled to rise from the ground, unaware of any injuries to his body, for it was not yet the moment for him to grasp his true power. He hurriedly followed behind. The corridor was lined with numerous windows, through which glimpses of the ravaged divine realm could be seen. Young Gran also discovered that the corridor formed a circular shape, seemingly encircling something of significance. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he cautiously addressed Whis' retreating figure. Mr. Whis, could this be the very place where Lord Beerus slumbers? Gran pointed towards the inner wall of the corridor. Whis turned with a smile and replied, Indeed, within lies the realm of Lord Beerus's slumber. If you wish to avoid awakening him, it would be prudent to keep your voice down. Awaken Beerus? Gran recalled the scenes from the movie Gods and Gods, where even a time bomb alarm had nearly failed to rouse him. How could a mere whisper disturb such a being? Whis was indeed a mischievous character. Gran internally cursed, but dared not make a sound. Better safe than sorry. Observing Glan's cautious demeanor, Whis mistakenly believed the little fellow was frightened and couldn't help but smirk. Step inside. After 3 years, you should be able to master your own power, he said as he reached the end of the corridor and opened a door. 3 years. Before Gran could fully process this, he felt a sudden kick to his behind, propelling his small frame into the room. Outside, Whis' mischievous laughter echoed, imparting an ominous feeling to Gran. Just as he regained his footing and surveyed the room, he realized it was not merely a room, but a vast world. It was immense. Deserts, glaciers, storms. Its environment was harsh, and monstrous creatures roamed, battling and roaring. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended upon him. Gravity. Gran found himself pinned to the ground, each cell in his body feeling as though it were shackled. As if that were not enough, numerous beasts, upon noticing his presence, charged in his direction. Fighting amidst such an environment and against these colossal creatures? So this was the method to mastering his own power. Ah, Whis, I detest you. Next time, I shall ensure you eat nothing but dumpling skins. Time swiftly passed, and a month slipped by. By the lakeside, a set of tables and chairs stood, where Whis sat looking rather lackluster. He sighed and mused to himself, calculating the time. It will be over 2 years before that little rascal emerges. Cooking without him is truly a trial. Suddenly, a small, robust figure emerged from the palace, looking utterly disheveled. Blood stained his lips, his clothes were tattered into mere rags, and his body bore numerous scars. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have fully mastered his power. Chapter 7. Complete mastery of power. How could this be possible? Whis' eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang to his feet from the chair. The individual emerging from within was none other than Gran. Yet, according to his estimations, it would take Gran at least 3 years to fully master the power of his body. How could he have emerged after just a month? As he approached the lakeside, Gran exhibited no trace of power, demonstrating an absolute command over it. "Mr. Whis, I have returned," Gran announced upon reaching the lake. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with a profound melancholy. "It appears you have indeed mastered your power fully," Whis remarked, having been transfixed by the depths of Gran's eyes. "A month, you say? How on earth did this young lad accomplish such a feat? Is he not merely a prodigy in the realm of dimensions, but also in martial prowess?" Hearing Whis' words, Gran's expression darkened further. "Mr. Whis, do you have any idea how I spent this past month?" "I know a little," Whis replied. "That place is truly uninhabitable," Gran lamented, recounting his harrowing experiences in that mysterious realm. The environment was exceedingly harsh, with daytime temperatures soaring above 60 degrees, plummeting below zero at night. Alongside the temperature fluctuations, he faced sandstorms, tornadoes, hail, and torrential rain. Even more terrifying were the countless colossal beasts, each possessing strength surpassing his own. From the moment Gran entered, he was besieged by these monstrous entities, perpetually fleeing for his life. Throughout this escape, he endured a gravitational force many times his own. The relentless challenges of temperature, beasts, gravity, hunger, and fatigue plagued him at every turn. Without absolute mastery over his powers, those beasts would have been able to sense his every movement. Fortunately, the oppressive weight of death compelled him to gain complete control over his chi, as well as every facet of his physical strength. "Mr. Whis, how could you be so cruel as to withhold such crucial information? You have left me in utter disarray," Gran exclaimed indignantly. "Nay, even had I informed you, with your previous level of control over your power, you would have still found yourself in a similar predicament," Whis replied, reclaiming his seat and suppressing his astonishment. "Moreover, is it not true that this month of trials has enabled you to master your power completely?" Gran gazed down at his hands, pondering the reason behind his newfound sense of mastery, as if wielding the full extent of his bodily power was not so daunting after all. "Allow me to share another revelation. Lord Beerus once ventured into that very chamber as well." "Is that so?" Gran was taken aback. Whis nodded. "In his youth, Lord Beerus was much like you, struggling to grasp his own strength. It was only after enduring the harrowing escape in that chamber that he ultimately mastered every facet of his power." Curiosity ignited within Gran. How long did Lord Beerus remain there? The enigmatic world was peculiar. Its environment, beasts, and gravitational pull seemed to shift in accordance with an individual's strength. The stronger one became, the more oppressive the world became in its demands. In such circumstances, utilizing every ounce of one's power to flee was the only conceivable method of survival. Gran was also eager to ascertain how long Beerus had remained inside, as this would allow him to gauge the disparity between himself and the god of destruction. "I believe it would be best for you to inquire directly with Lord Beerus," Whis suggested, shaking his head. He surmised that Gran would require at least 3 years to fully master his own power. Given that Beerus had spent a year in seclusion to achieve mastery, it was evident that Gran might not measure up to Beerus after all. Who would have thought? "What? Is my gap with Lord Beerus truly so vast?" Gran pondered, noticing Whis' silence. "What do you mean?" Whis frowned, perplexed by the child's musings. With a sigh, Gran lamented. "It's clear that Mr. Whis doesn't want to discourage me by revealing how long Lord Beerus was inside. After all, he is a god of destruction. Surely, he must have emerged in less than half a month. Indeed, I am still far from his level." With this, Gran gazed skyward, his expression tinged with disappointment. Whis reassured him, "Beerus is not as superior as you might think. I simply refrained from mentioning it to prevent you from becoming overconfident. However, through this trial, I have discovered that young Gran possesses remarkable talent in martial arts, dimensional prowess, and martial arts. A dual genius, perhaps? This is becoming increasingly intriguing." At that moment, Gran sat cross-legged on the grass and spoke again. "Mr. Whis, Haven T, I already mastered my power? Yet, Why does it still feel so unruly? As he spoke, he released a surge of energy. Boom. The aura Gran emitted was as ferocious as ever, akin to that of a primordial beast. Mastery of power and the chaos of that power are two separate matters. The latter signifies a deeper layer of martial mastery. Whis regarded Gran with an odd expression, surprised that the boy recognized the peril of chaotic energy. However, he understood that such turbulence was linked to one's state of mind. His intent in placing Gran in that space was not for meditation, but to engage in life and death battles under extreme conditions, thereby enabling him to gain complete control over every ounce of his power. From Gran's demeanor, it was evident that he had indeed mastered the energy within his body. How can I calm my power? Gran inquired. Patience is key. One must balance effort with rest, Whis advised, gesturing towards a distant cooking area with a smile. First, go and make up for the meals you've missed this past month. In reality, Gran's entry into that mysterious space wasn't true training. It was merely preparatory groundwork. Only by mastering his own power could he adequately prepare for the upcoming challenges of mental state, dimensional control, and the essence of rules. Whis promised to guide Gran in his training and would do so with diligence. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Every endeavor must be approached step by step without haste. Of course, the extent of Gran's learning would depend on his innate talent. If he could master all that he could, Whis would not hesitate to share his knowledge. Gran glanced at his bloodied figure, feeling utterly speechless. After a month of fleeing, I haven't had a moment to rest, and now you want me to prepare food for you? Can't I catch my breath first? Humph. In a moment, I shall prepare a feast of dumplings, leaving you with nothing but the skins. The small figure of Gran was shrouded in a melancholic aura, its intensity almost palpable. Suddenly, a radiant beam of magic enveloped Gran's entire being, and he instantly felt a warm sensation spreading through him as his strength and wounds began to mend rapidly. What bliss! Thank you, Mr. Whis. I will hasten to prepare your meal. The sorrowful glint in Gran's eyes vanished in an instant as he darted towards the distant stove. With a chuckle, Whis found himself amused by Gran's theatrical antics. A comical child in the God of Destruction realm seemed rather delightful. Gran made good on his promise to prepare dumplings, and considering Whis's role in his recovery, he decided to share half of the dumpling skins with him. Chapter 8. State of mind at Frisia's headquarters, within a grand palace. King Frisia awaited the return of Vegeta from his latest mission. Dodoria bowed towards the upper chamber of the palace. Hovering above was a floating infant carriage, upon which Frisia reclined, casually inquiring, "Have any messages from the surveillance equipment come through? Your Majesty, Vegeta's team has lost another scion. They now have only 6 members remaining. Is that so? Furthermore, according to Vegeta, many scions are scattered across various locations." Dodoria smirked. Among them is Raditz' brother, reportedly exiled to a desolate planet known as Earth. Earth? I have not heard of it. How powerful is he? Dodoria's face suddenly flushed. Frisia's expression darkened. Dodoria quickly apologized. Forgive me, Your Majesty. But Raditz' brother possesses a combat power so comical that it is merely 2 points. 2 points of combat power. Frisia's pupils dilated sharply, and his eye twitched uncontrollably. A scion with only 2 points of combat power. Is that even a figure achievable by a human? Surely a mere dog would surpass such feeble strength. Frisia's face turned crimson as he could no longer contain his laughter. Oh ho ho! Dodoria always thought his king's laughter resembled that of a fool, but he dared not voice his thoughts. Your Majesty, since there are still numerous scions at large, should we not send someone to eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Do you truly believe that a waste with only 2 points of combat power warrants our concern? Let us not squander our time. Frisia's mirth faded as he waved dismissively. Continue allowing Vegeta to execute the planetary cleansing task. My business in planetary trading cannot do without them. Understood. Though his king was somewhat capricious, Dodoria respected him greatly. For following such a ruler promised feasts and fortune. After performing a bow, Dodoria exited the palace, and soon after, the palace echoed once more with the foolish laughter of Frisia. Oh ho ho! If one can be born with merely 2 points of combat power. What audacity does this inferior race have to claim they are a warrior nation? Meanwhile, on another front, little Vegeta had scarcely returned to Frisia's headquarters when he received a new assignment, causing his expression to darken profoundly. At his side, Raditz inquired, "Vegeta, what troubles you?" Turning his head, little Vegeta's voice dripped with malice as he replied, "That scoundrel Frisia has sent us out on another mission." "What?" Babidi roared in fury. Does he truly regard us as mere beasts of burden? Silence. Little Vegeta seethed, suppressing the anger that bubbled within him. Ever since Planet Vegeta's destruction, the treatment of his squad had plummeted. We must depart. Disobeying Frieza's orders? Although little Vegeta was young, he was not foolish. Without Planet Vegeta as his backing, if he dared to defy Frieza, it was likely that the next moment he would be eliminated by the Ginyu Force. He insists we undertake missions, does he? Very well. We shall execute the task, but this time, we shall return after 3 years. Indeed. Raditz and the others' eyes brightened. Soon, 7 small spacecraft departed from Frieza's headquarters. Destruction God Realm. A week had passed, and Gran had been in the realm of the gods of destruction for over a month. Huh. A spirited little fellow hovered in the void, unleashing an energy blast ahead of him. He then transformed into a streak of light to pursue it. Arriving in front of the energy blast, he thrust his hands forward, generating another energy orb in his palms. Boom. The sky erupted with a deafening explosion. He has truly mastered every fiber of his power. This child is remarkable. Whis observed from the lakeside, nodding at the spectacle above. As the smoke cleared, Gran reappeared in view, unscathed by the clash of energy blasts. Still too reckless, Gran spiraled in the air, examining his hands. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world over a month ago, he first entered the realm of destruction, followed by a harrowing escape in a mysterious world. As for his power increase, according to Whis, his combat strength had reached 320,000. Some may argue that having been guided by an angel for over a month to achieve such a modest increase in combat prowess seems rather insufficient. In truth, that is not the case. Strictly speaking, Whis had barely instructed Gran in cultivation. He had merely allowed him to experience that mysterious world. Moreover, Gran was only 6 years old, still in the foundational stage of his development. Considering that his potential had only recently been awakened, his rise from 160,000 to 320,000 combat power was largely due to the numerous escapes in that mysterious realm. Mr. Whis, Gran descended from the sky, expressing his frustration. I feel my power is still too unruly. It constantly leads me to erroneous judgments in battle. Oh ho ho, Whis chuckled. It is quite commendable that you can recognize this. What must I do to temper my power? First, prepare for me a complete feast of dumplings. Whis smirked. A week prior, this little fellow had inadvertently mixed half of the dumplings without filling while preparing them. Half filled with stuffing, half made solely of skin. Is this something a human can accomplish? Gran grinned broadly, revealing his large teeth. Who told you not to warn me about the horrors of that room beforehand? Since you are unwilling to do it, I shall not teach you either. Cursed Whis, fine, I will do it. Grans, fuming, dashed over to the stove and began his work. Whis observed his petite figure and chuckled. Competing with me? You are still too inexperienced. Half an hour later, Whis finally indulged in a delightful feast of dumplings, devoid of the skin, and how exquisite they were. Once Whis finished and tidied up, Gran stood by the lake. His gaze fervent. All right, it is time to teach me how to calm my power, isn't it? Whis shot him a glance, but did not tease him further. You can already control your power to a certain extent, but do you know what power truly is? Power? Isn't it merely power? Gran's feigned confusion. He had a hunch that Whis was about to enlighten him on the essence of energy. Sure enough, it was energy. Whis stated calmly. All things possess energy. It is the root of a person's strength. The greater the energy, the greater your power. Grans contemplated. So my power is violent because my energy is in turmoil? Precisely. Whis regarded Grans with an expression that indicated he was a foolish yet teachable student. You are a scion. You must have battled across the universe. Thus you are familiar with those extraterrestrial beings, correct? Indeed. Whis continued. You scions, along with those aliens, are fundamentally the same. The constant state of warfare has left your energy in disarray. Whis sighed. When the energy is chaotic, how can the power not be violent? Then how can I calm my energy? Gran suddenly recalled something Whis had mentioned a week prior and tentatively inquired. Could it be that the state of mind you referred to earlier is the solution to this violent energy? Chapter 9. Stirring Beerus regarding the issue of energy, Grans had already delved into it in that enigmatic realm. Initially, he struggled to sense energy, let alone utilize it. In truth, sensing and employing energy is not difficult. During that month of desperate escape, he had pushed every ounce of his strength to its limits. It was in that extreme predicament that he finally mastered every thread of his strength. As Whis put it, energy is the source of power. and Gran's had achieved absolute control over it. However, he still lacked the ability to calm it down. Your memory serves you well. It is indeed the state of mind I previously mentioned. Whis nodded and continued. In simpler terms, the state of mind refers to one's inner self. Remain unaffected by emotions, unperturbed by external distractions, achieve unity within and without, and allow your inner self to find peace. Only then will your energy settle, and you will not be swayed by violent power. Upon hearing this, Gran instinctively remarked, "Is it akin to being as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning?" This phrase echoed that of the Earth's divine servant, but as soon as it left his lips, boom, Whis seemed struck by lightning, his entire being trembling. "Where did you hear that?" Whis fixed a penetrating gaze on Gran's. Gran was startled by Whis' reaction. Was there something amiss with this statement? Or was it Bobo who had issues? "I came across it in the Scion Chronicles." The Scion Chronicles again? Whis fell silent, pondering in that moment. After more than 10 minutes, the true essence of this phrase became clear. One must cultivate a mindset as tranquil as the sky and strike with the swiftness of lightning. Whis gazed at the young boy beside him and finally spoke again. This encompasses 2 stages, namely the mind and the instinct of the body, and their union forms a state known as untrammeled ultimate intent. This is also what I intended to teach you later. I never expected you to have knowledge of it beforehand. I had no idea, I merely read it from the chronicles. Little Gran blinked his round eyes, feigning ignorance. It turns out that what Bobo taught Goku was indeed the mindset of untrammeled ultimate intent. No wonder Goku was able to enter that state during the subsequent power tournament. Everything has its traces. It seems that Bobo must possess considerable significance. Who exactly is he? Whis' lips twitched. Fine, if you don't know, then you don't. The mindset is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is self-forgetfulness, which means to forget who you are, where you are, and what you wish to accomplish. Forget everything. The second stage is no self, which entails acting without intention, going with the flow, shedding the weaknesses of humanity, and entrusting the battle to the body's instincts. Let us begin. You may sit by the lake and meditate. Throughout your meditation, you must continually remember the words self-forgetfulness. Once you comprehend these 2 words, you will achieve the first stage. At your current level, it is already remarkable if you can attain the first stage. Whis turned back to recline on his beach chair. Gran scratched his head, wondering if he could truly reach the first layer of the mindset through meditation. Could it be that simple? Fortunately, Whis was unaware of Gran's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have rolled his eyes. Many gods of destruction have failed to reach the second stage. How could it be easy? Gran approached the lakeside, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Do I really need to remember the word self-forgetfulness? It doesn't seem too difficult. Gran quickly entered a meditative state. Whis also closed his eyes on the beach chair, no longer paying attention to Gran. If he were to guide an ordinary person, Whis would first have them master their own power, then train their strength, and finally hone their combat skills. However, Gran was different. His martial arts talent was exceptional, necessitating a tailored approach to his instruction. For Gran, the stage of power training should be postponed. At his age, it is more suitable for him to cultivate the mindset. One can imagine that if a 6 or 7-year-old child can comprehend and successfully cultivate the first stage of the mindset, he will undoubtedly be able to reach the state of untrammeled ultimate intent in the future. Whis recalled that it took Beerus 2 years to master the first layer of the mindset and 10 years to grasp the second layer. Fully mastering bodily instincts to attain the state of untrammeled ultimate intent seemed to take over 100 years. Whis speculated that given Gran's talent, he should not need 2 years to reach the first layer of the mindset. As time flowed by day, during this period, apart from his 3 daily meals, Gran remained by the lakeside in a state of meditation. Whis indulged in his sustenance without disturbing the young lad. The realm of destruction had grown eerily quiet. As a month elapsed, Whis' demeanor suddenly shifted to one of gravity. To his astonishment, he observed that Gran's tempestuous aura had begun to subside. By the second month, Whis' expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he realized that Gran's once tumultuous energy had completely calmed. This indicated that Gran had attained the first layer of tranquility. Could it be that this boy had achieved such a profound state of being in merely 2 months? What extraordinary talent did he possess? Whis was both exhilarated and astonished. He stood at a distance, reluctant to approach Gran, fearing that even the slightest movement might disrupt the boy's concentration. Wait, he was still in slumber, still immersed in his training. Whis' breath quickened. From that day forth, Gran maintained his meditative state, abstaining from food and drink. Another month passed, and Gran had engaged in 3 months of cultivation, yet showed no signs of awakening. Whis recognized that Gran was now striving for the second layer of tranquility. The boy's talent was indeed extraordinary, and his anticipation for Gran's awakening grew ever stronger. Half a year passed. A year went by. Buzz. An ethereal aura erupted from Gran. How could this be? Within just a year, he had cultivated to the second layer of tranquility? Whis's previous composure and grace had long since vanished, replaced by a visage etched with astonishment. A year prior, he had been shaken by Gran's dimensional fluctuations, and now, once again, he found himself in awe of the boy. Suddenly, a silver radiance enveloped the 7-year-old Gran, expanding at an astonishing pace from his center. It reached the Palace of Destruction. It reached the resting place of Beerus. Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. The god of destruction awakened, and the 7th universe trembled momentarily, as if all deities sensed a disturbance. King Kai's realm. Goodness, hadn't he, that esteemed figure, just recently entered slumber? Why was he awakening again? A short, stout figure ambled across the grass, his face laden with concern. King Kai's domain. What is this sensation? Could it be that Majin Buu has awakened? A diminutive figure with a chicken-like hairstyle wore an expression of sheer terror as he hastily departed the King Kai's realm alongside Jebbet. Chapter 10. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for God of Destruction? All deities in the 7th universe who were aware of the existence of the God of Destruction fell into a state of panic. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, an aura of supreme liberation emerged, yet it was not Whis. Who, then, had entered the realm of destruction? Beerus arose from his slumber, his gaze cold and profound, as if meeting it would draw one's very soul into an unfathomable abyss. Were there other gods of destruction? No, aside from myself. No other god of destruction could wield such a liberated essence. The aura is so weak. Who could it possibly be? Beerus's gaze suddenly turned exceedingly perilous, as a rich purple radiance erupted from his being. Wherever the violet light traversed, the time bomb clocks were obliterated. With a thunderous roar, a gaping hole was blasted into the slumbering space above, and Beerus soared into the air, swiftly spotting 2 figures by the lake. Has even Lord Beerus been stirred? At the lake's edge, Whis too observed the gaunt figure suspended in the air. He waved his staff, casting a silvery glow that enveloped Gran, who was seated on the ground. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as a beam of purple light descended from the heavens, shattering the entire lake in an instant. Whis had foreseen such an outcome and had wisely shielded Gran with a protective barrier beforehand. Upon witnessing the lake's destruction, he employed a time reversal technique to restore it to its original state. Whis, who is this little fellow? How did he come to be here? Beerus approached step by step, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Gran. Whis replied gently, Lord Beerus, this is Gran, a scion, and I brought him here. A scion? Shouldn't the scion race have been annihilated by Frisia? Has Frisia defied my orders? A potent purple aura erupted from Beerus, and as it mingled with the air, it caused the very fabric of space to collapse. Then the matter of Frisia remains uncertain. What is the nature of this little one's dimension? The murderous intent emanating from Beerus abruptly dissipated, his expression shifting. Well, it seems Lord Beerus has made an interesting discovery. The pinnacle dimension of the King of Worlds. How could that be at his tender age? Beerus's eyes widened, his countenance brimming with disbelief. It is no wonder that Beerus was so astonished. In this realm, the only way to give birth to a natural deity is through the union of divine beings or through arduous cultivation. Of course, perhaps the eternal dragon could achieve such a feat, yet no one has ever attempted it. If one were to rely on cultivation, reaching the King of Worlds dimension would require no less than 1,000,000 years of time, an impossible feat without such a span. Yet, the lad appears to be merely 7 years old, and he has somehow attained the pinnacle dimension of the King of Worlds. No, that ethereal aura just now emanated from this little fellow. Beerus's eyes widened once more. Indeed, it was he who had unleashed it. His mental state had ascended to the 2nd tier. Whis was quite pleased with Beerus's reaction, as he too had been profoundly astonished by Gran on numerous occasions. Beerus swallowed hard. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. This was the 2nd tier of the state of selflessness, a level that, among all the gods of destruction, only he had truly achieved. Others merely grazed the surface. To genuinely reach the realm of selflessness, one would require extraordinary talent. Even with ample time, it would remain unattainable for the rest. Beerus shifted his gaze. Whis, did you instruct him in this? Indeed, Whis replied, puffing up with pride. Pride? You say? How could you possibly teach a scion such skills? What transpired during my slumber? Indeed, Whis did not conceal anything. He recounted the events of the past year. Beerus listened intently, but with each passing moment, his astonishment grew. It had taken him an entire year to fully master his own power. Yet this young lad had achieved such heights in merely a month. However, the most astonishing aspect remained Gran's pinnacle of the Kai realm and his second stage of enlightenment. What are your thoughts on him, Lord Beerus? Whis asked, stifling a chuckle. His talent is indeed formidable, and his origins are equally remarkable. Beerus articulated his assessment. Gran's talent was visibly terrifying, that was undeniable, but his mysterious lineage was equally perplexing. From what Beerus understood, the scion race was merely a tribe of savage fighters, with their strengths at an abysmally low level and their tempers notoriously volatile. How could such a race give rise to a genius like Gran? He also seemed to know of their fondness for gourmet delicacies. This was not entirely surprising, as they had left many legends throughout the universe. However, he even knew of the Gran Zeno. Beerus pondered, gazing gravely at Gran seated upon the grass. Could it be that the scion race possesses some ancient texts? Perhaps they indeed held historical records. Whis fell into contemplation after speaking. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. What did Whis mean by that? Could the scion race truly have a significant legacy? Unlikely. When he ascended to the role of destroyer, he had never even heard of the scions. His awareness of their existence was solely due to Frisia. Beerus mused aloud. Yet, Whis remained silent, his brow furrowed, seemingly recalling something, though uncertain. As for Gran, he felt an inexplicable sense that his innate talent and understanding were rather exceptional. He did not find the concept of selflessness particularly challenging. Akin to when he mastered his power a year prior, he soon fully embraced the state of selflessness. According to Whis, achieving the first stage of enlightenment at his current level was quite impressive. Yet, he felt that the second stage also seemed within reach. Thus, he endeavored to comprehend and cultivate the second stage of enlightenment. To his surprise, it was indeed not difficult. Gran opened his eyes, and a surge of silvery radiance enveloped him, his hair taking on a faint silver hue. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Is this the state of selflessness? Gran mused, gazing at his small hands. Suddenly, a violet orb of light surged toward him from behind. Gran's expression remained unchanged. He merely shifted his body slightly, instinctively evading the ambush with ease. Crack! The lake before him was instantly obliterated, transforming into twinkling stardust that scattered into the void. This was destruction. Gran's silvery glow vanished in an instant, and he turned in terror. Indeed, the figure behind him was none other than Beerus. However, if calculated by time, he should still be in a state of slumber. How had he suddenly awakened? Gran remained oblivious to the commotion he had stirred, his body tense with apprehension, fearing that Beerus might obliterate him on the spot. On Beerus's side, he exchanged a glance with Whis. Their mutual thoughts echoed. Gran had not yet attained a true state of egolessness. From their observations, it was evident that Glan's hair shimmered with a pale silver hue. Furthermore, after Beerus had stealthily attacked Gran, it appeared that Gran had instinctively evaded the blow. However, upon closer examination, it became apparent that Gran still harbored subjective awareness. He had yet to shed the frailties of humanity and fully surrender to his primal instincts in battle. In essence, Gran had not reached a genuine state of egolessness. At best, he could be considered to have achieved a semi-egoless state. Nevertheless, even so, Glan's talent remained astonishingly formidable. Even Beerus conceded that he could not rival him. An increasingly fervent light ignited in Beerus's gaze. This lad was astonishingly peculiar. Whis noticed the intensity in Beerus's eyes, and a slight smirk graced his lips. He seemed to comprehend Beerus's intentions. Ah, you must be Gran. Beerus approached him. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Gran bowed deeply, striving to maintain an air of composure. Do not be nervous. Glan's lips twitched. How could he possibly relax in the presence of the mightiest god of destruction? I have heard you are a scion. Tell me, how did you survive the clutches of Frisia? Your question leaves me quite anxious. Glan's heart raced uncontrollably. That damned King Vegeta. Why did he have to provoke him? Having traversed into this realm without any extraordinary advantages, Gran realized that if Beerus wished to annihilate him, he was utterly defenseless. However, He still possessed the culinary skills that might save his life, and this thought brought him a measure of relief. Lord Beerus, it was Frisia who voluntarily spared me and Prince Vegeta, Gran replied candidly. So Vegeta is still alive, is he? How intriguing. Beerus glanced at Whis, who nodded in affirmation. With this revelation, Glan's origins were now clearer. Lord Beerus, I am aware that our Scion King has offended you. I shall prepare a plethora of exquisite dishes. Could you, Gran, terrified of incurring Beerus' wrath, could not finish his plea. Beerus's voice resonated. Your talent is commendable. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7? Chapter 11, a gamble? Dare not. A great question mark flickered in Glan's eyes. To be named the candidate for the God of Destruction of Earth's universe meant he would become Beerus's disciple. Gasp. Gran inhaled sharply. This was utterly unexpected. He understood that his unparalleled culinary skills would likely ensure his survival. Yet, who could have anticipated that Beerus would deviate from convention and suddenly propose that he become a candidate for the God of Destruction? Whis had no objections to Beerus's suggestion. In fact, he wholeheartedly endorsed it. Over the past year of guidance, he had witnessed the true extent of Glan's remarkable potential. If one were to compare the talents of Beerus with those of Gran, it would be rather unflattering to say that Beerus can only look up to Gran. The presence of such a candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe would indeed be a momentous occasion. My young friend, did you not mention that your Scion clan possesses a chronicle? Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Given your extensive knowledge, you must also comprehend what I imply by a candidate for the God of Destruction. Gran, of course, understood the implications of such a designation. Should he ascend to the role of the candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe, he would find himself in a position of unparalleled authority. Moreover, if Beerus were to perish or abdicate, Gran would naturally become the next God of Destruction. However, the lives of the gods of destruction and the Kais are intertwined. Gran was certainly unwilling to entertain such a vulnerability. I beg your pardon, Lord Beerus, but my power remains insufficient for such a responsibility. You should seek another. Gran resolutely declined. Gran's assertion was not unfounded. During his time in the realm of destruction, he had either been honing his power or cultivating his mental state. He had never formally trained to enhance his strength. It had only ever increased naturally. When measured in terms of combat power, he currently stood at a mere 500,000. Such a figure was indeed feeble in comparison to Beerus. Weak? Beerus's lips twitched. You are merely 7 years old. Your current strength is comparable to that of a restrained Frisia. Do you still consider it weak? The form of Frisia seen in a baby carriage was not his true state. He adopted that appearance primarily to better control his own power. Frisia's true form is that of a diminutive figure with a round head and body. When he unlocks his transformations to reveal his true form, his ultimate power can reach 1.2 billion. Gran fell into silence. Noticing Gran's lack of response, Beerus teased. Perhaps you are still unaware of the profundity of your own understanding. My early awakening was entirely provoked by your realizations. So that is the reason behind Beerus's sudden awakening. It was indeed stirred by my own insights. Gran finally grasped the situation. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you reach my level, or perhaps even surpass me. Beerus stated this without a hint of embarrassment. While Whis merely rolled his eyes. At the age of 7, others have already reached the pinnacle of the Kai dimension, fully mastering their own powers, and have cultivated their mental state to a semi-ego-less realm. Once he delves deeper into the innate capabilities of his body, he will fully grasp the ultimate mastery. Did you, Beerus, achieve such heights at that age? Whis found it somewhat amusing, yet he refrained from exposing Beerus's exaggeration. After more than a year of companionship, he too wished for this enigmatic young fellow to become the candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe. Your talent is so prodigious. You are entirely worthy of becoming the candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe. Beerus regarded Gran with a suddenly serious expression. What say you? Within the 7th universe, Beerus had never engaged in such courteous discussions with anyone, which underscores the immense significance he placed on Gran. What more could be said? Surely, he was reluctant. Gran felt 1,000 hesitations within, yet he dared not voice his objections, shaking his head as he uttered, I apologize, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing the words I apologize, Beerus's gaze turned frigid. Young man, I have never been so polite in deliberating matters with others. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. This was the demeanor befitting a God of destruction, Whatever Beerus intended to accomplish, no one would dare defy him. Should someone be foolish enough to try, their grave would surely be overgrown with half-meter-high grass. Just ask King Vegeta. The atmosphere bristled with malice. Gran felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling aura of menace causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He anticipated that his refusal would incite Beerus's wrath, and he had devised a contingency plan. If Beerus sought to obliterate him, he would resort to his ultimate defense, instant noodles. He would then invoke the average human intelligence quotient as a pretext, ensuring that his demise would be a significant loss to the seventh universe. A dual approach, he reasoned, would surely compel Beerus to relent. But could he truly gamble? After all, he was dealing with a capricious god of destruction, the most formidable among them. Did he dare to take that risk? Lord Beerus, I consent. Ultimately, Gran could not afford to gamble. His countenance fell, as he found himself utterly bereft of alternatives. Ha ha ha, you've shown some sense, young man. Beerus rejoiced, casting a glance at Whis, who smiled in return and waved his staff. In an instant, Gran was adorned in an ancient Egyptian-style ensemble, sleeveless robe, golden armlets, and a sapphire necklace. This attire mirrored that of Beerus, marking the day when the seventh universe gained a prospective god of destruction, a cause for universal celebration. The melodious sound of reverence resonated throughout the seventh universe. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Shin and Kibito had returned. With a grave demeanor, Shin remarked, "Strange. Not long ago, I distinctly sensed a potent aura of destruction, yet it has vanished without a trace." Kibito shook his head. "I too am perplexed. I thought Majin Buu had broken free from his seal." Suddenly, a celestial melody echoed through the Supreme Kai realm. "What is happening?" Their expressions shifted dramatically. In the central stone pillar of the lake, the Supreme Kai sword trembled, and the Elder Supreme Kai, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Could it be a candidate for God of Destruction? How extraordinary! Given that scrawny fellow's lazy disposition, how could he possibly take on a disciple?" On North Kai's planet, North Kai trembled within his humble abode, having sensed the earlier commotion caused by Beerus. He feared Beerus might descend upon his domain once more. Yet, in the next moment, a celestial melody reached his ears. "What is the meaning of this?" North Kai gasped, rushing outside to gaze at the sky. The sacred music persisted, but unlike the Elder Supreme Kai, North Kai lacked the wisdom to comprehend its significance. In the palace of the Omni King, in the midst of playing the game of eliminating stars, the esteemed one briefly lifted his gaze before quickly returning it to the task at hand. Beside him, the high priest squinted his eyes, his attention directed towards the seventh universe. Chapter 12, Awaiting the Breaking of the Rules. The Realm of Destruction. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he found himself receiving such a disciple. Beerus laughed heartily by the lakeside. The thought of having someone as extraordinary as Gran as a candidate for the role of God of Destruction filled him with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Whis rolled his eyes, observing Beerus's elation, thinking that others willingly chose to become his disciples, when in fact, it was under coercion. However, Whis soon burst into laughter as well. With Gran becoming a candidate for God of Destruction, he would now be a part of the realm of destruction. This meant he would continue to indulge in Gran's culinary creations, a prospect that was simply delightful. In stark contrast to Whis, the diminutive Gran bore a visage of deep sorrow. He gazed at his small form adorned in the attire of the god of destruction, lamenting his miscalculation. He had merely intended to seek training from Whis, never anticipating that Beerus would awaken due to the commotion of his training. Who could have foreseen that Beerus would take notice of his talent? What was he to do now, if Beerus were to inadvertently perish? Or if the Supreme Kai met his demise, he would be compelled to assume the mantle of the new god of destruction. This would inexorably bind his life to that of the new Supreme Kai, which was indeed a troubling predicament. Little brat, can you not feel joy in becoming the candidate for the god of destruction of the seventh universe? Beerus exclaimed, lifting Gran by the scruff of his neck to bring him closer. Gran looked up at him with a pained expression. "Lord Beerus, is there a way to resolve the issue of our lives as gods of destruction?" "What do you mean?" Beerus was taken aback, which suddenly realized. "Are you referring to the connection between the lives of the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai?" "What? You know about this?" Beerus was astonished. Whis, unfazed, noted that the boy seemed to be privy to many secrets. It was only natural that he would be aware of this particular secret. "Yes," Gran nodded, his appearance radiating an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Beerus dropped him back to the ground, belatedly realizing, So your earlier refusal was due to this concern. Of course, if it weren't for this weakness of ours as gods of destruction, I would be more than eager to become your disciple. The once timid Gran, now a candidate for god of destruction, found his courage and spoke without the previous deference. You little rascal. Beerus, unfazed by Gran's tone, sat down on the grass. Chuckling, I'm not certain how you came to know of this, but you needn't worry about the peril to our lives as gods of destruction. Perhaps you are unaware, but as long as one Supreme Kai remains alive, we gods of destruction cannot perish. Gran's lips twitched. He was well aware of this. He also knew that Beerus, out of fear of death, had directly sealed the old Supreme Kai. Indeed, as long as one of the numerous Supreme Kais was sealed away, the gods of destruction would remain immortal. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Beerus's eyes. He pondered the fate of that old fellow, wondering how he fared now. Gran anticipated that Beerus would utter such words, and with a touch of resignation, he remarked, "But what if the Supreme Kai you have sealed away perishes? How could that be possible? My seal is unbreakable." Unbreakable? You remain oblivious to the fragility of your seal. Before long, when Gohan and his son reach the realm of destruction, the old Supreme Kai will be released. Naturally, Gran refrained from voicing this concern. Instead, he lifted his round little head, gazing at the sky. I mean, if someone were to break your seal, then our lives would be at the mercy of fate. Beerus's expression darkened significantly. This was the Achilles heel of a destroyer. Even the mightiest among them could not alter this fact. Contemplating this, a sudden pang of guilt washed over Beerus. With Glan's innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed his master. Yet, he had unwittingly bestowed upon him such a vulnerability. Is there truly no way? Gran expressed his discontent. There is, Whis interjected unexpectedly. Both Beerus and Gran were instantly filled with elation, exclaiming in unison, "What is the solution?" Whis smiled. Rules are meant to be broken. When you become sufficiently powerful, you will naturally shatter this binding regulation. Beerus retorted, "Your words are no more than empty rhetoric. Besides, even you, an angel, cannot breach that neutral rule. How could we, mere destroyers, possibly achieve it?" Suddenly, Gran stood up, his expression gravely serious. "I have made my decision." Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both sensing the uncertainty in each other's eyes. Lord Beerus has bestowed upon me this weakness, and since it is a reality, Gran paused momentarily, his gaze growing resolute. Then it shall be my duty to break this rule in the future. The rule was established by the Omni King, and Glan's ultimate goal in the Dragon Ball universe was to strike Beerus with his fists and kick the Omni King. Thus, breaking the rule and kicking the Omni King were not mutually exclusive. With a thunderous declaration, the 7-year-old Gran, though small in stature, instilled a tremor of determination within Beerus and Whis. "I shall continue my training." Without looking back, Gran returned to his previous position. Still unfamiliar with the state of no self, he resumed his practice of this state. Observing Glan's petite figure, Whis felt a tightness in his throat. "Lord Beerus, it seems we have taken on a truly remarkable disciple." Beerus clenched his fists. This little one, with Gran becoming the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. Beerus no longer indulged in slumber. Particularly, as he had granted Gran a vulnerability, he felt a sense of responsibility towards him and took on the role of guiding Gran. Time passed, and 6 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Beerus and Whis diligently instructed Gran, who finally mastered the semi-no-self state. Although it was merely a semi-state, it allowed Gran to grasp the essence of ultimate ease. What Gran now lacked were foundational strength, combat techniques, and a deeper combat awareness. He needed to undergo various battles to develop a more formidable instinct, enabling his strikes to be as swift as lightning. Then, by uniting with the semi-selfless state of mind, Gran will be able to step into the realm of ultimate freedom, which is the first stage of this liberated state. As for the completion of ultimate freedom, that will require Gran to fully immerse himself in the selfless state and elevate his combat instincts to a more profound level. Throughout the past 6 months, Beerus has also bonded with Gran. It turns out that Whis was indeed correct. This little fellow's culinary skills are equally unparalleled. The dishes he prepares are worthy of the title of the most delectable in the entire universe, which only endears Gran to Beerus even more. Given their current relationship, even if Gran were to stand atop him and relieve himself, Beerus would likely remain unperturbed. "You little rascal, do you truly wish to stand on me and do that?" Chapter 13. The time to cultivate power has finally arrived one day. As Beerus reclined on his beach chair, he suddenly sensed an energy wave approaching his head. He abruptly opened his eyes. Crack! Just as the energy wave drew near, it was disintegrated by the destructive aura emanating from Beerus. Does Lord Beerus only wield destructive power? If you have the ability, confront me head-on. Gran instantly appeared beside Beerus and shattered his beach chair with a kick. Naturally, Beerus evaded Gran's strike. And as he gazed at the wreckage of his chair, his mouth twitched in irritation. I mustn't be angry. This is a disciple of my own choosing. And with such high talent, I cannot afford to be upset. Lord Beerus, let us engage in battle. Gran beckoned to Beerus, unabashedly stepping on the remnants of the chair with his small foot. Feeling a bit itchy, are we? Then I shall oblige. Unable to contain himself any longer, Beerus suppressed his power to match Gran's level and, in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! The air reverberated with the sound of intense collisions, and the shockwaves from their clashes rapidly spread outwards. I am truly exasperated with these two. On the other side, Whis, enjoying his afternoon tea, instantaneously formed a transparent protective shield with a diameter of 10 meters around himself. Lord Beerus, take this kick. Gran propelled himself with the rebound force, delivering a kick to Beerus in a counterclockwise direction. Having been in the God of Destruction realm for a year and a half, his combat power has naturally escalated to 700,000, and this kick encapsulated all his strength. You are still too inexperienced. Beerus raised a hand and gently pushed to the side. Despite utilizing equal power, his movement was exceedingly peculiar. There was no violent clash. Gran's force was inexplicably neutralized by an unseen power. This is the essence of battle technique. This is combat experience. Without enduring countless battles, one cannot comprehend such intricacies. Beerus stepped back a short distance, placing one hand behind his back as if to handle Gran with just one hand. He chuckled. Now, why don't you demonstrate the fruits of your year and a half of training? In Beerus's eyes, Gran had already cultivated a semi-selfless state of mind. Although Gran has strength, combat reflexes, techniques, and awareness remained rather underdeveloped. Yet, relying on his semi-ego state, he could still connect with his current physical instincts and retain the essence of the Ultra Instinct's initial form. Cursed Lord Beerus. It seems that Beerus intends for him to utilize the Ultra Instinct state independently, while he himself employs pure strength. Gran gritted his teeth, his expression suddenly transforming into an unparalleled calm. A shimmering silver light enveloped him, his hair turning a delicate silver, an ethereal aura sweeping across the sky. On the ground, Whis placed down his teacup, his demeanor growing serious. Be cautious, Lord Beerus. In the heavens, Gran made his move. The silver light cleaved through the sky as Gran initiated the assault. Each action, punching, swinging his arms, clapping, sweeping his legs, was imbued with a natural essence. In the face of Gran's tempestuous onslaught, Beerus did not enhance his state nor employ any rules. He merely responded with an equal measure of pure strength. Rather than a response, it was more akin to feeding Gran with techniques. Otherwise, even with equal strength, Gran would still find himself overwhelmed. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Gran's physical instincts were still too feeble, not befitting his semi-ego state. Within mere seconds, the two collided over 100 times, visible shockwaves radiating outward. Fortunately, they were in the realm of the destroyers, where Gran's limited power posed no significant threat. After 20 seconds, Gran's speed began to wane. It appeared that, with his current strength, he could only sustain this state for that duration. Whis shook his head. Ultimately, Gran had merely grasped his own power and reached a semi-ego state. In the year and a half since his arrival in the Destroyer realm, he had not trained his strength. Thus, he remained too weak. To maintain this state for 20 seconds was already quite remarkable. Let it end here. Go down. In the sky, Beerus seized Gran's small fist with one hand and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! Gran crashed down by the lakeside, instantly stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Gran, clutching his stomach, stood up and, upon seeing Beerus descend, lamented, I'm clearly so powerful, yet you don't even give me a break. Beerus, with an expression of exasperation, retorted, You're both inexperienced and overly playful. I'm not talking about anyone else. I'm speaking of you. Good evening. You shall not dine tonight. How dare you? Beerus's forehead throbbed. This lad possessed considerable talent and culinary skills, yet was equally infuriating. All right, can you two stop bickering all the time? Whis approached. Humph, humph. The duo, one large and one small, crossed their arms, and turned their heads away. Whis observed. It's rather peculiar. Despite their fierce clashes, one could even say they are inseparable. It's strange that they continue to argue. Is this truly their way of interacting? Quite odd indeed. Gran, after this battle, what have you felt? Whis inquired, gazing at the young one before him. Gran cast a glance at Beerus and remarked, although I have mastered my power, I still engage in far too many unnecessary movements during battle, which leads to a significant waste of my stamina. Whis nodded and inquired, what else? Ultimately, I still lack sufficient combat experience. Compared to Lord Beerus, my awareness, technique, and experience in battle are dreadfully inadequate. At least you possess self-awareness. Beerus interjected suddenly. Gran retorted irritably, could you please refrain from speaking, Lord Beerus? Whis rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, enough of your bickering. Is there anything more? Indeed, my strength is still woefully insufficient to sustain prolonged combat. Gran fell into contemplation. 6 months prior, he had asked Whis whether he should cultivate his power. However, Whis had responded that he was not yet familiar enough with the second level of his mental state and needed to continue refining it. Remarkable. I never expected that after merely a brief skirmish with Lord Beerus, you would recognize your own myriad shortcomings. Whis exclaimed with astonishment. Beerus nodded slightly, acknowledging the boy's exceptional insight. Whis continued, while your strength is indeed lacking, the mental state holds greater importance, which is why I advised you to refine it for an additional 6 months. Your mental state has now reached a bottleneck. It will be challenging for you to make further progress in the near term. It is high time you began cultivating your strength. This had been Whis's plan all along. He first wanted Gran to master his own power, followed by refining his mental state. After that would come strength, combat skills, combat awareness, and instinct, with the final stages involving dimensions and rules. Of course, there were deeper levels of cultivation, but those would only be attainable once Gran reached Beerus's level. How should I go about cultivating my strength? Gran asked eagerly. Although his current power was commendable, with a battle power measured at 700,000, it was still insufficient to even contend with Frisia. After all, Frisia was merely the first significant adversary in the Dragon Ball narrative. Quite simple, Whis declared. Chapter 14. This is the 634th planet you are to destroy. With that, Whis waved his staff, and a cumbersome outfit materialized on Gran. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the weight of the attire, recognizing it immediately. This was the very outfit that Whis had donned on Goku and Vegeta during their training in the God of Destruction realm in Dragon Ball Super. So heavy, Gran grimaced, feeling as though every cell in his body was shackled by gravitational restraints. Simultaneously, his power was suppressed, and the unexpected weight made it a Herculean task to rise from the ground. Ha! Witnessing Glan's predicament, Beerus found immense amusement, saying, now you understand the consequences of provoking me. Curse it. When I have the opportunity, I shall certainly prepare a plate of stinky tofu for you, Lord Beerus. Gran muttered through gritted teeth while lying on the ground. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, puzzled by the mention of this peculiar delicacy. Since it pertains to cuisine, why is there a word associated with foulness? Suddenly, Beerus was overcome by an ominous premonition. All right, Whis interjected, shifting the topic for the time being. You shall remain in this attire. I shall devise a training regimen for you, with the gravitational intensity automatically adjusting according to your escalating strength. You need not worry. Gran suddenly sensed an unusual tone in Whis's speech. It felt reminiscent of farewells. What are you planning to do? Oh, you've noticed, have you? Whis glanced at Beerus, signaling him to speak. Beerus cleared his throat and remarked, you should be aware of the responsibilities of a destroyer god. Responsibilities of a destroyer god? In the cosmos, the destroyer gods and the supreme Kais exist in opposition, not as enemies, but as counterparts collaborating to maintain universal balance, one governing destruction, the other creation. The role of the destroyer god is to obliterate unworthy planets and eradicate extreme malevolence within the universe. Gran, who had been prostrate on the ground, furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the implication. Lord Beerus, are you saying you intend to destroy those worthless planets? Indeed, Beerus replied, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. The duty of a destroyer god is to uphold the equilibrium of the universe. Should the number of superfluous planets become excessive, it necessitates our intervention. Wait. Gran suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I remember, Lord Beerus, that you visited planet Vegeta not long ago. Did you not routinely cleanse the universe of useless planets then? Why must you go again so soon? Beerus's countenance darkened, while Whis stifled a laugh beside him. He found amusement in the fact that Beerus had been preoccupied with seeking delectable cuisine and the finest pillow in the universe, neglecting his cleansing duties entirely. Observing the expressions of Beerus and Whis, Glenn quickly caught on and taunted, "No way, Lord Beerus. According to Whis, you are the mightiest destroyer god. How can you be so indolent?" Typically, Beerus would retort to such jibes, but his reaction was peculiar. He displayed no anger, merely a look of playful mockery. "Mock me, will you?" Beerus smirked. "It seems that someone has now become the candidate destroyer god of the seventh universe, which means you shall also bear responsibility for future cleansing tasks." Glenn gasped in disbelief. It was indeed true. Before he could unleash a torrent of curses, Beerus and Whis transformed into a vibrant streak of light, soaring into the sky, leaving behind an echoing laughter. "Once you master the rules of destruction, the cosmic duties shall be entrusted to you." "Ha ha, how infuriating," Glenn groaned, striking the ground with his arm. Encountering such a lazy destroyer god was truly unfortunate. After a moment, he sighed, realizing he had little choice but to continue his training. In truth, he was more captivated by strength than the tranquility of the mind. In other words, he is a scion, a race often referred to as the warrior nation, with an insatiable thirst for power deeply ingrained in their very essence. Gran eagerly anticipates the day when his power will surpass 3 million battle units. According to the original tale, Son Goku's battle power upon first transforming into a Super Saiyan was precisely 3 million. Should Gran's strength also reach that echelon, perhaps he too could undergo the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, it is said that achieving this transformation requires not only extreme rage, but also a sufficient quantity of cells. Gran remains uncertain about the extent of the cells within his body, as it seems such cells can only proliferate in times of peace. Setting aside these thoughts, he resolves to focus on honing his power first. Gran mutters to himself and then begins to rise from the ground. One cannot help but remark on the terrifying nature of the outfit Vados procured for him. Although it does not envelop his head, his cranium is still subject to the effects of gravity. Furthermore, Gran senses that this attire possesses healing properties. The dual influence of gravity and healing alleviates any concerns of overexertion, making it far superior to the gravity chamber. "Vegeta, await my return once I have achieved mastery." Gran recalls vividly the near-fatal moments he experienced upon his arrival in this realm. Dismissing further contemplation, he embarks on his training. Utilizing the gravitational force bestowed by the attire, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 10,000 punches, and 10,000 kicks. This was the regimen Vados had set for him, albeit he needed to approach it in segments. As the first day elapsed, the gravity of the suit initially set at 100-fold was not insurmountable given Gran's battle power of 700,000. However, this marked his first encounter with such elevated gravity, and his internal organs struggled to acclimate. Throughout this day, he focused solely on adapting to the gravitational intensity, failing to complete even half of his training plan. On the second day, the healing properties of the suit restored Gran completely overnight, allowing him to finally adjust to the 100-fold gravity. He also compensated for the training he had missed the previous day. By the third day, the gravity of the suit escalated to 200-fold. On the fourth day, it reached a staggering 400-fold, the utmost limit he could endure. Under such conditions, he began to feel his strength augmenting. Time swiftly passed, and half a year slipped away. Amidst the starry cosmos, two figures hovered near a desolate planet. "Lord Beerus, this is the 27,634th planet you intend to destroy." Chapter 15. Supreme Kai Shin. Who has destroyed my planet? Very well. Beerus raised a solitary finger, a violet luminescence blossoming at its tip. Crack. This surge of power permeated the cosmos, even inducing a localized collapse of the starlit expanse, illustrating the sheer might of its wielder. "Go." Beerus gestured with his finger, sending the violet radiance cascading onto the barren planet nearby. Buzz. Without any earth-shattering explosions, only the faint glimmers of purple starlight remained as this desolate planet vanished from existence. Taking a deep breath, Beerus turned his head and inquired, "Are there any more planets to destroy?" Although a considerable number of planets teetered on the brink of failure, it appeared that all those that needed obliteration had already been dealt with. "That is good," Beerus replied, stretching his neck. After a half-year of relentless travel, he felt somewhat fatigued. "Oh ho ho," Whis chuckled. "I have never seen Lord Beerus so earnest." What has sparked this sudden diligence? Mind your own business. Beerus retorted grumpily. Haha, I know the reason even without you saying. Whis continued with a mischievous grin. Oh, do enlighten me, Beerus replied. It must be because of that lad Gran, right? Whis stifled a laugh behind his hand. Beerus clenched his fists and replied coolly. Whis, sometimes you can be quite bothersome. Ignoring the glare from Beerus, Whis remarked. Oh ho ho. If I am not mistaken, Lord Beerus's newfound diligence stems from the fear of being erased by the Omni King. Should you perish, Gran would inherit your position, and with Gran as a destroyer, he would undoubtedly have his weaknesses. Who would have thought that even Lord Beerus could have such sentimental moments? Beerus opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately said nothing. However, Whis glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the starry expanse, continuing, Gran's talent is indeed remarkable, and his character is quite amiable, unlike those scions who are merely bloodthirsty. Most importantly, he is an excellent cook. His culinary creations are truly the most delectable in the universe. He is both charming and articulate. Spending time with such a little fellow is rather enjoyable. At that moment, Whis turned back to Beerus and remarked with a grin, It seems you and Gran are becoming quite the pair. It's no wonder you are considering him. Beerus appeared to ignore Whis's comment, pursing his lips. Let us go. Are we returning now, Lord Beerus? Whis asked, chuckling for a moment before refraining from further teasing. No, we shall pay a visit to Frisia. As you wish. Whis did not question the rationale behind this decision. With a flick of his staff, he transformed alongside Beerus into a streak of light, disappearing from their location. Meanwhile, in the far-off realm of the Supreme Kai, a furious Kaioshin sensed the destruction of yet another planet, his face flushed with rage. Damn it, who could have done this? Beside him, Jebbet anxiously asked, Supreme Kai, should we pursue that individual? Pursue? How can we? Every time we arrive, they have vanished. The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. In just half a year, over 20,000 planets have been destroyed. What madness and cruelty is this? 20,000 planets. How long would it take to recreate them? That fiend truly deserves to be punished. At that moment, Beerus, en route to Frisia's headquarters, suddenly sneezed. Could it be Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai speculated. It is not him. Although Majin Buu possesses formidable and wicked power, should we detect his presence, he cannot possibly be swifter than us. Lord Kaioshin, what shall we do now? What can we do but recreate those missing planets? The Kaioshin bellowed in a fit of hysteria. As soon as he finished speaking, the two vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Whis swiftly traversed the cosmos with Beerus, who remained blissfully unaware of the matters concerning the Kaioshin realm. Had he known that those seemingly useless planets he had painstakingly destroyed were to be recreated, his expression would surely have been quite remarkable. 20 seconds later, Whis and Beerus entered the northern galaxy. At the very moment they crossed into this domain, the northern Kaioshin broke into a sweat. However, noticing that the two deities did not seem intent on visiting northern Kaioshin's planet, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, in the next instant, his countenance shifted dramatically. Lord Beerus was headed to Frisia's headquarters. Meanwhile, within a palace at Frisia's headquarters, Frisia reclined in a baby carriage, his eyelid twitching ominously as if foreboding misfortune. Am I not well rested? He muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the palace. Who dares utter my name so boldly? Frisia, accustomed to his exalted status, instinctively responded. Emperor? Universal Emperor? Beerus and Whis stood at the center of the hall, coldly remarking. Frisia, you possess quite the audacity. That voice. So familiar. Frisia slowly glanced downward. A shiver coursed through his very soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He hastily leaped from the carriage, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. I was unaware that the universe's most esteemed god of destruction had graced us with his presence. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Cursed be it. Hadn't Beerus been in slumber? Why had he awakened? Beerus remained silent, steadily advancing toward the throne of the palace, with Whis closely in tow. Frisia naturally observed Beerus's intentions. He was aiming for his throne. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, for the true ruler of the universe stood before him. Beerus settled into the throne, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and stated, Have you annihilated all the scions as I commanded? Whis cast a glance at Beerus, surprised to discover that this was the purpose of their visit. Frisia remained bowed, his complexion paling drastically. How could those scion apes warrant such attention from the universe's mightiest? Answer me. Beerus's voice deepened ominously, his murderous intent surging forth, causing the entire palace to tremble. I have not accomplished it. Frisia raised his gaze, attempting to explain. Suddenly, a tremendous force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Ugh! Frisia coughed up blood, clenching his fists tightly. Hidden within his eyes was an abyss of hatred. Damn you, Beerus. Frisia, I have heard that you spared many scions. Is it true that Vegeta still lives? Yes. Frisia lay prostrate on the ground, gritting his teeth in defiance. The figure of Beerus, seated upon his throne, vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Frisia, his foot pressing firmly upon Frisia's head. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Dare to defy my command. Have you grown weary of life?" With a sharp crack, the divine pressure from such proximity shattered Frisia's bones, causing him to spit blood. I was wrong. Please, Lord Beerus, spare my life. Chapter 16. Has Gran entered the mysterious realm once more? The weight upon Frisia's head intensified, and just as he feared his skull might burst beneath the pressure, Beerus suddenly lifted his foot. In a heartbeat, he returned to his throne, his expression devoid of emotion. This is the punishment for your disobedience. However, your decision to spare the remaining scions was indeed wise, Whis. As the words left his lips, Whis waved his staff, enveloping Frisia in a silvery light, instantly healing his wounds. I am not dead, Frisia gasped, relief washing over him. Yet confusion lingered regarding Beerus's actions. Just moments ago, he had intended to kill me. Why then did he spare me? Noticing the perplexity etched on Frisia's face, Whis smirked slightly. Beerus chose to spare you because you had preserved Gran's life. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for granting me a second chance. Despite his bewilderment, Frisia rose from the ground to express his gratitude, hastily adding, Lord Beerus, my intention in sparing some scions was merely to extract their value before extinguishing them entirely. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus, for defying your command. I shall eradicate all remaining scions at once. Enough. Beerus's countenance darkened. Damn it. Does this fool not comprehend human speech? Did I not state that sparing the remaining scions was the correct course of action? At Beerus's reprimand, Frisia trembled involuntarily. I warn you, do not lay a hand on the remaining scions. Should you do so, you shall meet your demise. Beerus's tone was frigid. Yes. Frisia, startled, quickly bowed his head. Whis, let us depart. As Beerus and Whis vanished, only Frisia remained within the palace. Half an hour later, Frisia realized that Beerus and his companion had indeed left. In an instant, he unlocked his transformation. How dare they treat me, the king, in such a manner? Frisia unleashed his ultimate form. A staggering battle power of 1.2 billion emanating from him. With a crackle, countless bolts of lightning entwined around his figure. The terrifying energy he released causing the entire palace to collapse. Boom, boom. The planet trembled as countless members of the Frisia force prostrated themselves in fear. What unfathomable power is this? The mighty Frisia is truly terrifying. In the heart of the palace ruins, having vented his rage, Frisia reverted to his smaller, two-horned form. Cursing Beerus silently, he hesitated, knowing that a being of such divine caliber might hear him, and thus sealed his lips. Damn it. He should be asleep according to his usual habits. Why is this happening? Disobeying his command is wrong, yet sparing the remaining scions is deemed right? Could it be that some surviving scions encountered him and alleviated the fury within him? Who might that be? Frisia clenched his fists, his mind whirling with thoughts. After another half hour, he remained perplexed. Someone, investigate the whereabouts of the remaining scions. He was about to command, but then he hesitated. He had only just faced retribution for defying Beerus's orders, who had instructed him not to touch the remaining scions. Should he defy again, the consequences could very well lead to his demise. Damn it. Someone, rebuild my palace. Yes. Dodoria and his men hurried to clear the ruins of the palace. Observing their king's disheveled state, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking that all his king wanted was to be a cosmic real estate mogul. What was wrong with that? Why did anyone treat him so harshly? That individual truly deserved to perish. In the realm of destruction, a streak of light descended from the heavens, as Beerus and his companion finally returned to their domain. I'm finally back. This past half year has drained me. As soon as Beerus arrived, he collapsed onto a beach chair by the lake. Ho ho ho, Whis chuckled from the side. If Gran were to learn of Lord Beerus's endeavors over the past 6 months, he would undoubtedly be moved. Whis, do you not realize how bothersome you can be at times? Beerus turned his head and shot him a glare. I warn you, do not divulge this to that brat, or I shall be furious. Lord Beerus, you still cannot defeat me. I am not afraid, Whis teased. You. Beerus straightened up, but ultimately succumbed to despair. Reclining back onto the beach chair. What could he do? Whis was also his master, and indeed, he could not overpower this fellow. Seeing the despair on Beerus's face, Whis ceased his teasing and remarked, I shall dutifully adhere to Lord Beerus's commands. After all, he was still their deity of destruction. It was necessary to placate him. Humph. At least you understand. Beerus's gloomy mood lightened, his expression transforming like that of a child, prompting both amusement and exasperation from Whis. How could such a child become the mightiest god of destruction? After working for half a year, I am weary. Do not disturb me while I sleep. Just as Beerus was about to close his eyes, a thought struck him. Wait, since returning to the realm of destruction, why have I not seen that brat Gran? Beerus sprang from the beach chair, his expression suddenly grave. Ah, indeed. Whis realized as well, closing his eyes. Noting that Gran's small figure was absent from the surface of the realm of destruction. He opened his eyes and said, Lord Beerus, I have not found him. Damn it, where could that brat have gone? Beerus's expression turned frantic. That was his hard-fought successor. Surely nothing has happened to him. Fortunately, Whis was unaware of Beerus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely retort that it was he who had found him. Do not worry, Lord Beerus. Allow me to search once more. Whis' expression turned grave as he wielded his staff. Buzz. A luminous orb above the staff instantly projected an image, a diminutive 8-year-old clad in bulky attire, engaging in combat with a colossal saber-toothed tiger towering 20 meters high. What? Beerus widened his eyes in recognition of the location depicted. Indeed, it was the world of Shumi. This realm was where Beerus had originally harnessed his powers, characterized by its harsh environment and countless monstrous beasts. To master his abilities, Beerus had to endure a year of relentless evasion in the world of Shumi. Yet, according to Whis, when Gran arrived in the realm of the destroyers, he had only spent a month within it before mastering his own power. But how did he end up back there? Damn it, has that little fellow lost his mind? Does he not realize that the dangers of that world escalate in accordance with one's strength? As Beerus gazed at the image within the crystal ball, his chest felt as though it might explode with fury, especially upon noticing that Gran was still donning that gravity suit, which would severely suppress his abilities. How could he possibly escape in such a perilous environment? Lord Beerus, enough talk. We must enter and rescue him. Whis declared, and in an instant, he and Beerus vanished from their location. Chapter 17. Half a year, 1 billion battle power, terrifying talent within the world of Shumi. Crossing a vast desert leads to a primordial forest. Within this forest lurked a 20-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger, locked in fierce combat with a child garbed in cumbersome clothing. The beast's jaws snapped, its tail swept, and its paws struck with a force that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. Yet the child's counterattacks were equally unyielding. Amidst the chaos, the child engaged in close combat. The collision of his small fists against the tiger's powerful paws embodying a clash of raw strength. It was unfathomable that a child of such diminutive stature could hold his ground in this brutal melee. Get down. Gran, leveraging the force of the tiger's strike, launched himself into the air, hands converging at his waist as he unleashed a wave of energy. However, the saber-toothed tiger retreated a few steps and evaded the attack. Roar. The colossal beast let out a thunderous roar, releasing a massive energy projectile from its maw. Boom. The unleashed ferocity swept through the entire forest, obliterating the trees in an instant. Faced with the impending energy blast, the small Gran remained unfazed, a silvery glow suddenly enveloping him. Swish. In a display of agility, Gran's expression was eerily calm. The gravity of the Shumi world and his cumbersome attire seemed to bear no influence on him as he deftly maneuvered past the oncoming energy blast. His speed was extraordinary, and the saber-toothed tiger had yet to react before Gran appeared behind it. 1,000-year kill. A mischievous grin curled at the corners of Gran's mouth as he hurled an energy blast towards the tiger's rear. Boom. The attack struck true, landing squarely on the saber-toothed tiger's posterior. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a heart-wrenching roar. If it possessed the ability to speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Are you the devil?" This pain is unbearable. Its eyes turned a deep crimson, and it became frenzied, doubling its strength and speed. Concurrently, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the primordial forest. That little rascal has grown increasingly audacious, daring to enter this realm clad in that gravity suit. Once I capture him, he shall face the consequences, Beerus muttered, But as soon as he entered this world, he was struck by the sight of the saber-toothed tiger in a state of rage. Both he and his companion froze. What is the source of this saber-toothed tiger's power? Beerus swallowed hard. Whis wore a particularly serious expression. If we were to gauge this saber-toothed tiger's strength using the combat power index of the universe, it would now stand at 1 billion. What does this mean? For Beerus and Whis, 1 billion in combat strength was trivial. They could extinguish such weaklings with a mere breath. However, the one confronting this saber-toothed beast was Gran. How could Gran, having only trained for a short time, possibly contend with such a creature? Wait. Beerus recalled the peculiar nature of the Shumi world and exclaimed, "The Shumi world adjusts the danger level according to the strength of those who enter." This implies, Whis, suppressing his excitement, interjected, "It means Gran now possesses the power to confront a beast with 1 billion in combat strength." How is this possible? The two exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, akin to that of the saber-toothed tiger, emanated from below. Beerus and Whis quickly shifted their gaze downward, witnessing Gran shedding his gravity suit. Boom! A surge of 10 in combat power erupted from Gran. The diminutive Gran had removed the gravity suit, and at that moment, he had also shed the initial form of his ultimate state. Yet, his speed remained lightning fast. Even though the saber-toothed tiger's strength was on par with his, it stood no chance against his assault. 3 seconds later, the saber-toothed tiger's limbs and spine were shattered, culminating in Gran forcefully inserting an energy orb into its mouth. Boom! Amid the thunderous explosion, the saber-toothed tiger was obliterated. Gran stood amidst the carnage, the air thick with the scent of blood. In this gruesome tableau, he resembled a harbinger of death. Gulp! Beerus, high in the sky, swallowed again, rendered speechless by the spectacle of this little one. Whis appeared calm on the surface. Yet he gripped his staff with increasing intensity, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Their astonishment was justified. Gran had only been in the realm of the destroyer for 2 years, and a year and a half prior, he had never undergone any training in power. To date, Gran had merely trained for 6 months. In that brief span, he had elevated his strength to 1 billion in combat power. This is indeed the formidable power of 1 billion. Whis, how much time did I spend cultivating to reach this level of strength? Beerus' voice was somewhat hoarse. Lord Beerus, if we account for your time spent napping, I recall it took you a decade. Whis inhaled deeply. Among all the gods of destruction, Beerus possessed the most extraordinary talent. Yet, despite his prowess, his gifts paled in comparison to Gran's. Some might question, if Beerus' talent is so exceptional, why did it take him 10 years to cultivate to a fighting power of 1 billion? After all, Goku only trained for 2 to 3 decades before suddenly breaking through to hundreds of billions of power. This is because Goku is the protagonist and has the ability to transform. In a typical scenario, Goku and his companions would also possess merely over 10 billion in fighting power. For instance, Gran's current standard fighting power stands at 1 billion. But upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it could surge to 400 billion. Suddenly, boom, the primitive forest ruins below quaked violently, the air thickening due to the excessive energy leaking out. This is not good. Countless colossal beasts of equal power surged toward Gran. Beerus finally regained his composure amidst the shockwaves. Such is the nature of this world. Once one reveals their strength, they become prey to countless monstrous entities. Unless they can completely master their power and prevent any energy from leaking. Whis, take Gran away. Yes. Whis waved his staff. The ground beneath Gran stirred as he prepared to engage the incoming horde of beasts, but suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself back by the familiar lakeside. Gran's round eyes sparkled with confusion. How did I return outside? Wait. The only one capable of extracting him from that mystical realm was Whis. This means Lord Beerus and the others have returned? Hiss. Gran gasped in realization. This is bad. He thought he could quickly enhance his strength, so he secretly ventured into that realm, and now he had been discovered. Gran, with a determined pout, attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 18. The Instincts of the First Stage. Beerus's chilling voice echoed. Gran's small frame trembled involuntarily, and he instinctively covered his backside. Whis smirked. This little fellow seemed aware that he was about to face consequences. Oh, Lord Beerus and Whis have returned. Gran turned around. Bowing obsequiously, welcome back, the most esteemed god of destruction and angel of the universe. Beerus, Whis, You don't think that putting on this sycophantic facade will spare you from a beating, do you? To celebrate your return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Gran wasted no time. If he didn't run now, when would he? With a whoosh, he soared toward the outer realms of the god of destruction, expending every ounce of strength he had. He was uncertain of his next destination. Yet he was acutely aware that he could no longer remain in the realm of destruction. However, an unexpected sensation gripped him. His body began to retreat. As Gran ascended into the air, he was alarmed to find himself inexplicably drawn back, and his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he found himself 10 meters away from Beerus, who stood with one hand raised, his immense gravitational pull abruptly ceasing. Beerus twisted his neck and coldly remarked, "Young man, do you possess the audacity to don that gravity suit in the world of Shumi?" Gran felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "Lord Beerus, please allow me to explain enough with the explanations. Come forth and demonstrate the results of your training in that gravity suit within the world of Shumi. You had better pray that your training can withstand my assault. Otherwise, your fate is sealed." Before Gran could utter another word, an earth-shattering crash echoed. Beerus stomped his foot, creating a massive pit in the ground, and transformed into a humanoid projectile, hurtling toward Gran with incredible speed, causing the very fabric of space to collapse in his wake. Witnessing this, Whis wore a pained expression. It was evident that Beerus was genuinely furious, and Gran was in grave peril. "Damn it, Lord Beerus. Do not presume that I fear you," Gran thought as he observed the shattering space. Could this be the true power of the mightiest destroyer? However, surrendering to a beating was out of the question. With a fierce cry, Gran harnessed absolute control over his power. His body did not ignite in flames. Yet the billion units of combat power surged within him. Here it comes. The space fragmented inch by inch before Gran as Beerus materialized before him. Boom. The collision of their fists created a tremendous shockwave, instantly vaporizing the water from the nearby lake. Gran discerned that Beerus had tempered his force, yet he still felt as if his fist had struck the hardest stone in the universe. The pain was excruciating as an unparalleled force gnawed at him, twisting the muscles in his arm. "Is this all you are capable of?" Beerus expressed his disappointment. Gran's ability to elevate his combat power to 1 billion in just 6 months was indeed remarkable and terrifying. Even in his youth, he had not matched such prowess. However, the combat skills of this young man suddenly, the look of disappointment on Beerus' face transformed into one of exhilaration. He sensed Gran was absorbing the impact. This lad had actually learned to fight. "You little rascal," Beerus bellowed with laughter, exerting more force. Boom. Gran managed to dissipate a significant portion of the power directed at him, yet he was still propelled backward. "Where do you think you're going?" Beerus pursued him. Gran, despite his diminutive stature, wore a smile. He felt his blood begin to boil with exhilaration. "Lord Beerus, bring it on." Boom, boom. In an instant, 2 rays of light erupted in the void, intertwining and colliding, each impact unleashing terrifying shockwaves. The searing gust of energy swept across the battlefield, reducing the vegetation below to mere powder. Gazing at the tumultuous clashes in the sky, Whis gripped his staff tightly. Initially, it seemed formidable that he had amplified his combat power by a staggering 1 billion within just 6 months. But who could have anticipated that he had also mastered the art of combat? Though his combat techniques, experience, and awareness were still in their infancy, they had nevertheless coalesced into a nascent instinctual prowess. I merely equipped him with a set of gravity-enhancing attire. And yet, how had he achieved such progress? Was he truly cultivating within the realm of Shumi? In merely half a year, my heavens, if this enlightenment was solely his own. This fellow, upon witnessing the unfolding events, was stirred with excitement. Even Whis, who remained unflinching in the face of calamity, could not conceal his thrill. What a delight! The diminutive Gran was thrust back 10 meters, yet he showed no signs of surrender, brandishing his little fists and charging forward once more. Boom, boom. The fluctuations of battle began to expand, stretching from 100 miles to 1,000, and the skirmish between Gran and his opponent escalated to a fever pitch. Beerus maneuvered to Gran's rear, his fists clenched, and struck down with tremendous force. Unbeknownst to him, Gran's burgeoning instinctual prowess allowed him to anticipate Beerus's assault, and within him, 1 billion units of combat power erupted forth. This time, his strength repelled Beerus, successfully defending against the blow. "Take another punch from me, kid." Beerus retreated a step, raising his fist anew towards the young fighter. Gran pivoted, crossing his arms defensively before his chest, successfully blocking the strike, albeit through a peculiar maneuver that dissipated much of its force. Nevertheless, the impact left him grievously wounded. He had not fully withstood the blow. Gushing blood, Gran gasped. Beerus, undeterred, pressed on, eager to ascertain the limits of this young warrior. Boom. They once again became entangled in combat, with Gran initiating the form of his utmost potential. Ultimately, however, Gran found himself bereft of options. He ceased engaging Beerus in physical confrontation, resorting instead to the tactics of a prince. Boom. A tempest of chaotic energy cascaded down. In this fierce confrontation, Gran exerted nearly all of his capabilities. Were he facing a typical combatant with 1 billion units of power, even the likes of Lightning Cell would be no match, as Gran could easily surpass them and send them reeling. Yet, he stood against the mightiest of destroyer gods. Even if the latter suppressed his power to the same level, the outcome of this battle would remain unchanged. After merely 6 months of training, Gran ultimately faced defeat. Yet, the battle was far from over. Clap, clap, clap. Soon, the realm of destruction echoed with the sound of spankings. Ah, my behind hurts. Lord Beerus, spare me. What have you done wrong? What did I do wrong? Care to repeat that? Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong in every way. Humph. Still pretending to be oblivious, are we? With your meager strength, do you think donning that gravity attire and entering the realm of Shumi is a wise choice? Seeking your own demise? I apologize. I won't dare again. Is there to be a next time? No, there will be no next time. The anguished cries of Gran reverberated throughout the realm of destruction. Chapter 19, Is that your full effort? Whis paid no heed to Gran's plight. During their time of destruction in the divine realm, this young man had truly been reckless. The Shumi world also exerted gravitational influence. Although its gravity was not as formidable as that of the gravity suit, the combined pressure could indeed be suffocating. Half an hour later, Gran lay sprawled upon a beach chair, his garments behind him utterly tattered. Whis, could you assist me with some healing? Gran pleaded pitifully. Whis feigned ignorance. As if he had heard nothing, Gran gritted his teeth and implored, I will prepare a different delicacy for you, one that I want to share with Lord Beerus. Please, help me out. Nearby, Beerus interjected with irritation. Could you refrain from speaking behind my back while I'm still present? Who told you to spank me? Gran retorted. Do you not understand why I did it? Beerus countered. I merely thought you were progressing too slowly in your training, hence my desire to venture into the Shumi world. Gran attempted to rise, but the pain in his body and behind forced him to abandon the effort. He huffed indignantly. Besides, I'm all right, aren't I? As soon as he uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the lakeside. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, each perceiving an oddity in the other's expression. Indeed, the gravity suit automatically adjusted to the limit of the wearer's physical capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for others to even run while donning it. Yet this boy, not only vibrant and full of life, had boldly ventured into the Shumi world without fear. He had even cultivated his power to a staggering 1 billion combat strength, effortlessly dispatching a saber-toothed tiger of the same formidable strength. More importantly, Whis had not yet had the opportunity to teach him how to cultivate his physical instincts. This young lad had, through sheer combat with those irrational beasts, inadvertently developed his first tier of physical instinct. Was this truly something a mere human could achieve? Whis, my body and behind ache terribly. Have some pity on me. Gran lamented. Endure the pain for now, Beerus admonished. Let me ask you this. Did you develop that first tier of physical instinct while battling those beasts? First tier of physical instinct? Gran, still reclined on the beach chair, furrowed his brow. When did I ever cultivate physical instinct? He had heard of physical instinct from Whis, but had yet to receive any instruction on its cultivation. Upon hearing this, Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances, realizing that this young man was indeed quite oblivious. Whis suppressed his astonishment and clarified. Physical instinct refers to your body's ability to react in the purest, most natural, and correct manner without the need for conscious thought. The fastest way to cultivate this ability is through combat. After Whis finished his explanation, Beerus continued with his inquiries. I must ask you again. When did you first don that gravity suit to enter the Shumi world? Gran shrank his neck, hesitant to speak for fear of another spanking. Speak. Beerus glared at him. It was a month after you left the divine realm, Gran answered weakly. In other words, this fellow has been clad in that outfit within the realm of Sumeru for 5 months? What audacity he possesses. They are not in the realm of destruction. Yet he remains unfazed by the peril of being crushed by the gravity of Sumeru and his gravity suit. Furthermore, in just 5 months, he has developed the first tier of bodily instinct through battles with countless colossal beasts. What manner of creature is he? Contemplating this, Beerus and the others found it difficult to calm their minds. Whis, what exactly did Lord Beerus mean by the first tier of bodily instinct? Gran seemed to forget the pain in his body and rear, as he was solely focused on grasping the meaning of the first tier of bodily instinct. Bodily instinct is divided into 9 tiers, and you have now reached the first tier level, Whis replied, regaining his composure. And what tier have you attained? Gran inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed intensely on Whis. Beerus also perked up, clearly unaware of the level his master had reached. Me? Whis hesitated, then shook his head and said, I shan't disclose that, but I can reveal to you the tier Lord Beerus has achieved. Upon hearing this, Beerus was incensed. How dare you keep your own strength a secret while divulging mine? Whis, are you even human? Oh dear, my apologies, Lord Beerus. But I am an angel, Whis chuckled mischievously. Beerus, Gran, I shall now inform you that Lord Beerus's bodily instinct is at silence. Beerus swiftly covered Wys's mouth, his gaze darting to Gran reclining on the beach chair as he quickly added, other than myself. The bodily instincts of the other gods of destruction are merely at the 4th tier. What? Gran's eyes widened in astonishment. According to Whis, there are only 9 tiers of bodily instinct, and he had assumed that the bodily instincts of the gods of destruction had reached at least the 5th tier. You will gradually learn all this later. Refrain from asking too many questions for now. Beerus then shifted his gaze back to Whis, gritting his teeth. And as for you, if you dare to reveal my strength again, I shall be furious. Whis, with his mouth covered, emitted muffled sounds. All right, I want to speak out of turn. Only then did Beerus release him. After this little farce, Beerus no longer pursued the matter of Gran wearing the gravity suit in the realm of Sumeru. Since Gran had managed to endure 5 months in that gravity suit, it implied he would have free reign over the realm of Sumeru in the future. Naturally, Gran was elated by this outcome. Suddenly, ouch, my body, my poor rear, it hurts so much. Only then did Gran recall the injuries he sustained. Whis glanced at Beerus, who nodded in acknowledgement, before he said, Enough with the theatrics. I shall provide you with treatment. Is that not sufficient? Whis is truly admirable. Unlike Lord Beerus, that lean skeleton, who not only revels in my weakness, but also constantly contemplates punishing my rear. As Gran received Wys's treatment, he chattered incessantly, his mouth flapping like a machine gun. Moreover, his bullets were laced with poison, which made Beerus's head throb with unease. He regretted allowing Whis to treat this brat. All right, get up, Whis commanded, as he lifted Gran by the scruff of his neck and tossed him to the ground. Sitting on the ground, Gran suddenly exclaimed, Whis, you threw me. You're bad. Whis shot him a look of exasperation, thinking how quickly he was burning bridges. Ha. Beerus chuckled. He wasn't the only one injured. And that brought him a sense of joy. Whis shot a glance at Beerus before turning back to Gran, cautiously inquiring, You little rascal, was that your full strength when you fought Lord Beerus? Chapter 20. Beerus, you're no match for me, Gran's eyes darted. Whis remarked with a knowing tone. I would wager that was indeed your full strength. Gran retorted. Is the angel's gaze truly that piercing? You could see through it? In truth, that was indeed his utmost capability at present, yet the Scion race possessed the ability to transform. Gran was unaware of the extraordinary capacity within his cells. For the past 6 months, he had been preoccupied with honing his power and battling colossal beasts, never once experimenting with transformation. Were he to transform, achieving Super Scion status would amplify his strength by 50-fold. It seemed he must seize an opportunity to test this transformation. Hey, Lord Beerus. Gran disregarded Whis. Rising from the ground and rubbing his hands together, his demeanor decidedly unsavory. May I ask you a few questions? No, came the curt reply. Gran clenched his little fist. Feeling frustrated that this skinny fellow was not adhering to the expected norms, he truly wished to punch him. Witnessing Gran's dismay, Beerus couldn't help but smirk slightly. Serves you right for vexing me all day? Whis reclined back onto his beach chair, thoroughly entertained by the antics of these two. Lord Beerus, what is my current battle power? How is my training progressing? What is the gap between us? Gran furrowed his little brows, pouring out his questions all at once. He truly had no idea of his current strength, nor how it measured in terms of battle power. However, judging by the multiplier of his gravity training suit, He could now endure a gravity of 4,000 times. According to the original storyline, Goku had only managed a multiplier of 100 during his journey from Earth to Namek. The comparison between 400 and 100 clearly indicated that Gran had achieved an astonishing level of power. With such results after merely 6 months of training, Gran was naturally elated. Even in their later stages, Goku and Vegeta likely could not match his training speed. But how did he measure up against the strongest god of destruction? Gran was genuinely curious about the gap between himself and the most formidable deity. In terms of the Universal Battle Power Index, your strength has reached 1 billion. Whis finally spoke from his beach chair. What? Gran thought he must have misheard, and he instinctively cupped his little ear. After 6 months of diligent training, you have achieved a staggering combat power of 1 billion. Isn't that exhilarating? Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head aside. What? Gran finally grasped the situation, and his emotions surged, his entire face flushed with excitement. 1 billion combat power. My heavens, I possess 1 billion combat power. Gran leaped with joy. In that moment, he finally had a rough understanding of his own strength. According to the lore of his previous life, the Fat Bew from Dragon Ball was said to possess approximately 50 billion combat power, a rough guess, so please forgive me if I'm mistaken. At that time, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, amplifying his strength by 400 times to match Fat Bew's power. This implies that Super Saiyan 3 Goku exceeded at least 50 billion combat power. Thus, if we take 50 billion as the benchmark for Goku's strength and divide it by 400, it yields 125 million. This means that during the Majin Buu saga, Goku's base power was around 125 million. Therefore, does this not indicate that I now possess power far beyond that of Goku during the Majin Buu saga? Gran excitedly counted on his fingers, growing more exhilarated with each gesture. Lord Beerus, it seems my talent is quite remarkable. Gran gleefully jumped onto Beerus's back. You are quite bothersome. Could you kindly get off? No, Lord Beerus, please tell me, how is my training speed? How does it compare to yours? Can I not say? Please, if you don't, I'll make you eat stinky tofu. Upon hearing stinky tofu again, Beerus involuntarily trembled. What kind of delicacy has stinky in its name? Given this brat's mischievous nature, he surely harbors ill intentions. Stop, stop, stop. Beerus pulled the little fellow in front of him, his expression one of resignation. After 3 seconds, he composed himself. Your training speed is commendable, but in comparison to mine, you are still far behind. Beerus said this without the slightest hint of embarrassment. In his words, I am the most powerful god of destruction. If I were to concede superiority to this little brat, would I not lose face? Whis rolled his eyes, having anticipated Beerus's response. What? Gran's eyes widened. To think he could reach 1 billion combat power in just 6 months, and yet still be considered lacking? He found it hard to believe and glanced towards the nearby beach chair, his voice youthful. Whis, is what Lord Beerus said true? Whis's lips twitched. Why are you asking me? How should I respond? Should I speak the truth or fabricate a lie? It seems rather excessive to expect a celestial being to lie. Whis was about to shake his head and reveal the truth. Cough, cough, cough. Beerus nearby began to cough vigorously. Gran paused, furrowing his brow. Lord Beerus, are you unwell? Beerus coughed a couple more times, and then casually remarked, no, just choked on water. Can a god of destruction choke on water? Mind your own business. Gran's lips twitched. He decided not to concern himself with this mundane Beerus. If he can choke on water, what else could he be but mundane? He continued, Whis. Lord Beerus wouldn't deceive me, would he? Whis longed to speak the truth, yet Beerus had been persistently hinting at something. Finally, he sighed. Do you truly believe Lord Beerus would mislead you? His words were ambiguous, hardly a lie. Gran tilted his head to glance at the mundane god of destruction, and his spirits deflated. Indeed, while Lord Beerus may be a bit mischievous, he has never deceived me. It seems I still fall short compared to Lord Beerus. Truly, you are the mightiest god of destruction. Gran's final remark was directed at Beerus, spoken with utmost seriousness, and he even gave Beerus a thumbs up. Beerus felt a slight flush on his face. When Whis asked if he would deceive him, he was, in fact, lying. I'm off to prepare a meal. Gran sighed as he departed. Whis rose from his beach chair, watching Gran's small figure retreat, and chuckled. Lord Beerus, you are rather wicked, deceiving even a child. How am I wicked? I'm doing this for his own good. Beerus replied, hands clasped behind his back. This little fellow's talent is extraordinary, if not kept in check. He might truly become arrogant. Oh ho ho, such grandiloquent words. Only you, Lord Beerus, could utter them. Laughing at me. Then why did you also speak in such ambiguous terms back then? Lord Beerus, I have noticed your skin has grown quite thick. Have you so quickly forgotten your hints? I merely choked on water. What did you think I was doing? Gazing at Beerus's shameless expression, Whis could only utter 2 words. You're impressive. Chapter 21. It is time to leave the realm of destruction. Time passed swiftly, and Gran soon prepared a sumptuous feast. He refrained from making stinky tofu, as it requires time and effort. Instead, he roasted a whole lamb. In the presence of such delicacies, the grandeur of the god of destruction and the angel had long been discarded by Beerus and his companions, as they indulged with greasy delight. Gran, on the other hand, savored the roasted lamb, for the 6 months of training had left him physically and mentally fatigued. A hearty meal was indeed necessary. 2 hours passed. The 3 of them finally felt satiated and reclined on their beach chairs. The sky in the realm of destruction had grown dim, with purple starlight cascading down, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Over the past half-year, each had been engrossed in their own pursuits, making this rare moment of tranquility all the more cherished. Gran, your power must be nearing a bottleneck, right? Whis remarked casually while gazing at the sky. Beerus's gaze sharpened. Was the little fellow finally ready to embark on the next phase of his training? Yes, Gran replied, lying on his side, looking at Whis on the central beach chair. Recently, I have sensed that my strength has become quite difficult to enhance. That is quite normal. In terms of the combat power index within the universe, 1 billion is a common bottleneck for you. Lord Beerus experienced the same and lingered at this stage for several years. Oh, what should I do now? To break through a bottleneck, numerous factors come into play. Sometimes, a mere uplift in one's mood can shatter the barriers of power. As Whis gazed at the resplendent starry sky, he had already devised the training plan for Gran's forthcoming endeavors. Indeed, on the far-right beach chair, Beerus interjected. The factors involved in breaking through a bottleneck are exceedingly numerous, and it is not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. For now, set aside your focus on power training. Gran straightened his posture, glancing at the 2 prominent figures beside him, and inquired, what should I train in now? You have previously mastered power, cultivated your mental state, and honed your strength. It is now time to delve into the realms of combat techniques, experience, and awareness. Whis replied calmly. You must understand why I am directing you towards these areas of training, correct? I have a rough understanding. Not long ago, you mentioned that combat is the most expedient method to refine one's physical instincts. Gran nodded and continued, Whis. You intend for me to comprehend combat techniques through battle and to internalize them as my instincts, thereby elevating my physical capabilities. Whis's ultimate aim was likely for him to fully grasp the state of complete mastery, given that he had previously trained his mental state. If he were to further develop his physical instincts, he would soon achieve that state of complete mastery. Precisely, Whis and Beerus nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the young one's intelligence. How should I go about this training? Should I return to the Shumi world and engage in combat with those colossal beasts? Gran abruptly halted his speech, raising a finger thoughtfully. Beerus, noticing his peculiar gesture, tilted his head and asked, What are you doing? Hold on a moment. Gran raised both hands, signaling for a pause. He had been in the Dragon Ball universe for over 2 years, and it was now the year 739 of the age of the universe. Goku first embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls in the year 749. This meant there were still 10 years until the Dragon Ball saga commenced. Gran, having become a candidate for the god of destruction, was not particularly interested in other matters concerning Earth, except for one thing: the Senzu beans. The Senzu beans possessed remarkable properties. Apart from their inability to cure diseases, they could heal any injury sustained, as long as one had a breath left. A Senzu bean could revive them and restore their body and stamina to peak condition. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, these beans were plentiful. However, once Yajirobe ascended Korin Tower, their quantity began to dwindle rapidly, primarily because that individual consumed them like food. Could the supply diminish any faster? Just the thought of that rotund figure made Gran grit his teeth in frustration. Whis, being Beerus's attendant, could not be at his side at all times. Without Whis's healing abilities, the Senzu beans would prove invaluable. No, I must seize all the Senzu beans before Yajirobe climbs Korin Tower. What on earth are you scheming, you little rascal? Beerus frowned. Gran sat up straight, tilting his head to observe Whis and Beerus. Whis, Lord Beerus, did you not mention that I must endure countless battles to develop a higher level of instinct? Beerus furrowed his brow tighter. What on earth are you trying to say? Whis also felt a hint of confusion. Gran gritted his teeth, summoning his courage to declare, I wish to leave the realm of destruction and venture into the universe to seek out various masters for combat. This sentiment had indeed been festering in Glan's heart. He had spent 2 years in the realm of destruction. Both his mental state and power had reached a plateau, and he anticipated no significant growth in the near future. According to Whis and the others, he needed to undergo countless battles to grasp more combat techniques, ultimately allowing them to evolve into instinctive abilities. However, aside from Beerus and Whis, the only other presence in the realm was the sleeping prophetic fish. The two were simply too powerful to serve as suitable opponents for him. Of course, there were the various colossal beasts in the Shumi world, but those creatures lacked intelligence. Engaging them would not yield substantial improvement in combat skills. Thus, it was far more prudent to seek out stronger foes in the broader universe. Beerus and Whis fell into silence. Gran cautiously inquired, What is the matter? Do you disagree with my desire to venture outside? Suddenly, both Beerus and Whis erupted into laughter. Gran found himself bewildered by their reaction. Whis, regaining his composure, said, Truth be told, even without your suggestion, Lord Beerus and I were already contemplating sending you out. Send me out? Why would you do that? Gran felt as though his heart had been pierced by several sharp thorns. Please, hear us out, Beerus said with a hint of exasperation. You can see for yourself that our realm of destruction is scarcely populated. Neither Whis nor I are suitable opponents for you. Where else could you go but into the universe? In truth, he could also explore other universes, but given Glan's current strength, he was far from ready. And it was not appropriate to take him beyond the 7th universe. I see. Gran patted his chest, relieved. He had initially thought Beerus and Whis truly intended to expel him, but it turned out their thoughts were aligned. So, when can I leave the realm of destruction? In a month, Beerus replied. During this time, you should solidify your strength. Yes. Gran nodded vigorously. The prospect of entering the universe filled him with exhilaration, and he began to formulate his plan for the journey ahead. His first destination would be Yardrat, to learn instant transmission. After all, Whis, being Beerus's attendant, could not always accompany him. With instant transmission, he could travel wherever he wished with ease. Moreover, it served as a practical means of escape. Should he find himself outmatched, he could flee, and if that failed, he would simply have to call for help. As for his second destination, he must visit Namek. Since he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, it would be remiss not to witness the Dragon Balls themselves. Not only did he want to behold them, but he also intended to make a few wishes. As for the third destination, it is the mystical beings of Earth. The fourth station involves challenging various formidable opponents. Ultimately, Gran seeks vengeance against Vegeta. He vividly recalls the dire circumstances upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. He had vowed to exact retribution on Vegeta. And the time is nigh. Clenching his fist, a subtle smile graces his lips. Prince Vegeta, is it? Prepare to experience the full force of my 1 billion battle power. Chapter 22. The Scion clan holds great significance? Time swiftly passes, and a month has elapsed. During this period, with Beerus as his training partner, Gran has thoroughly solidified his strength. Gran's current battle power stands at 1 billion. His mindset has reached a semi-egoless state, and his physical capabilities have attained the first stage. His dimensional prowess has peaked at the Kai level. However, Whis has never divulged this information to him, and Gran remains oblivious to it. The reason Whis withholds this knowledge from Gran is primarily that the time has not yet come. When Gran next returns to the God of Destruction realm, he will undertake dimensional training, and that will be the moment to reveal the truth. Today marks the 2nd year since Gran arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and the 2nd year since he entered the realm of the gods of destruction. It is also time for him to depart from that realm. Clad in the ancient attire of a god of destruction, the diminutive Gran stands before the god of destruction's palace, facing Beerus. As the moment of parting approaches, the atmosphere grows somewhat melancholic and heavy. Lord Beerus, I must take my leave. Gran's expression reflects his reluctance. Get lost. Without you, my realm of destruction can finally find some peace, and I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Beerus replies with a stoic demeanor. You. Gran grits his teeth. You, Lord Beerus. I was trying to have a proper conversation with you because I won't see you for a long time. You truly are something. At this point, he glances sideways and continues. Humph. Since you disdain my presence so much, I shall return without gifts for you. I will bring something solely for Whis instead. When he visits Earth, he will undoubtedly pack several million servings of instant noodles. After all, these two characters in the anime have a well-known fondness for instant noodles. Whis's eyes sparkle at the mention of gifts, undoubtedly envisioning delicious food. He then casts a teasing glance at Beerus, as if to say, "Keep being obstinate. Now you shall have nothing to eat." Beerus shoots a glare at Whis, and then turns to Gran, fuming, "Do you dare? You hold me in such contempt. Why would I still bring you anything?" With a resigned sigh, Beerus concludes, "Just remember to stay safe. If you encounter someone you cannot possibly defeat, don't hesitate to call for me." With that, he turns and retreats into the God of Destruction's palace. This stubborn pride. Conversing with him is akin to extracting a promise from him, yet Gran feels a warmth in his heart. He stands before the palace for a long while before finally saying, "Whis, let us depart. You are heading first to Yardrat, correct?" "Indeed." "Very well, we shall arrive shortly." Whis taps his staff, and together with Gran, they transform into a dazzling spectrum of light, soaring into the sky. 1 minute later, Whis returned once more to the front of the God of Destruction's palace, only to find that Beerus had inexplicably reappeared. "Oh, Lord Beerus, I thought you were off to slumber," Whis remarked with a cheerful smile. "Mind your own business," Beerus retorted with a dismissive glare. "Have you sent him to Yardrat?" "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you seem so concerned about him while pretending to be nonchalant." Whis stifled a laugh behind his hand. "Enough with the chatter. I'm asking you, did you send him to Yardrat or not?" "Yes, I did." Whis's smile faded as he ceased his playful teasing. This little one's first destination was Yardrat. He likely wishes to learn their instant transmission technique. "Instant transmission?" Beerus inquired. Indeed, Yardrat possesses a technique known as instant transmission, which resembles the Kai's instant transmission. Whis paused for a moment before continuing. "However, utilizing Yardrat's instant transmission requires sensing ki." "I see," Beerus nodded, beginning to understand why Gran wished to learn this skill. Without Whis by his side, instant transmission would indeed be a valuable means of travel. Holding his staff, Whis gazed thoughtfully at the sky and mused, "Lord Beerus, Gran has not left the realm of the God of Destruction for the past 2 years, yet he is aware of Yardrat's instant transmission. He is quite remarkable." "Of course." Beerus feigned ignorance to Whis' insinuation. To master one's power completely in just 2 years, to refine one's mind to a semi-selfless state, to cultivate a battle power of 1 billion, and to hone one's body to the first stage, such unparalleled talent is anything but simple. Whis shook his head. "Lord Beerus, you know precisely what I mean." Beerus clenched his fist. "What of it?" "All I know is that he is my disciple." Whis fell silent for a moment before breaking into a mischievous laugh. "Oh ho ho, that's true. He is also my disciple. Besides, didn't he mention that his knowledge comes from the Scion Chronicles?" At this, Beerus interjected, "By the way, you seemed quite grave when you mentioned the Scion Chronicles. Is there something significant about the Scion race?" As soon as he spoke, an oppressive silence enveloped the area in front of the God of Destruction's palace. 3 minutes passed. Whis pondered, "I wonder if I recall correctly. When I was very young, I believe I heard my father mention that someone once challenged the Omni King." "What?" Beerus exclaimed in shock. "The Omni King is the strongest entity in the universe. How could anyone dare to challenge him?" "Wait." Beerus swallowed hard. "Are you suggesting that the individual who challenged the Omni King was a Scion? If so, it would indeed explain why the Scion race possesses a chronicle filled with many secrets." "My memory is a bit hazy. I cannot be certain," Whis admitted, shaking his head. It appeared he would need to find time to inquire further with his father. Beerus also fell into contemplation. In the end, "If you recall, please let me know. I am going to sleep now." As Beerus was about to retreat to his slumber, he suddenly turned back to Whis and solemnly remarked, "Moreover, should that boy find himself in peril, do not forget to awaken me." "Certainly," Whis replied, suppressing a chuckle and nodding his head. With that, Beerus returned to his palace. Chapter 23. The ability to survive in the universe? The Supreme Kai, Shin. In the northern galaxy, there exist 3 remarkable planets, Namek, Metamor, and Yardrat. Not far from Namek, amidst the starry expanse, lies a purple planet characterized by rocky terrains and desolate landscapes. This planet is none other than Yardrat. In the Dragon Ball anime, it is upon this very planet that Goku mastered the instant transmission technique. Today, a child adorned in the distinctive garb of ancient Egypt arrived here. Gran stood in the middle of the street, with Yardrat inhabitants bustling around him on either side. The Yardratians were relatively short in stature, their skin hues ranging from pink to white. As they passed by Gran, they cast curious glances at the boy. Seemingly oblivious to their stares, Gran muttered to himself, Why did Whis claim I possess the ability to survive in the universe? When Whis had brought him here, Gran had made a request to him. He wished to acquire the ability to exist in the cosmos. The inability to survive in space had always been a vulnerability of the Scions, regardless of the Scion. Once a planet was destroyed during battle and oxygen was depleted, survival became impossible. This was evident during Goku's battle with Frieza on Namek, where Frieza ultimately succumbed to Goku, yet annihilated the planet in the process. Had Goku not fortuitously encountered the Ginyu Force's spaceship, he surely would not have survived. Gran, however, did not wish to bear such a weakness and thus sought Whis' assistance. With Whis' enigmatic abilities, he should have been capable of addressing this dilemma. Yet, Whis had denied his request, asserting that he already possessed the capability to survive in the universe. Why would Whis utter such words? Gran pondered, his brows furrowed in confusion. The only entities capable of granting a Scion the ability to endure in the cosmos would be angels or the eternal dragon. Yet, he had never wished for such a thing from the dragon. Why was he now able to survive in space? Gran found himself utterly perplexed. Under the current circumstances, he could only venture to test it. Murmuring to himself, Gran lifted his gaze to the violet sky, channeling his energy to his feet. With a whoosh, Gran propelled himself into the cosmos at an astonishing speed. The moment he departed the street, the Yardratians erupted into a frenzy. Isn't that mysterious planet nearby our own destroyed by two enigmatic powerhouses half a year ago? One of those beings was clad in attire identical to that of this child. Could he be affiliated with that mysterious figure? We must inform the elder at once. Gran remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind him as he approached the edge of the atmosphere. Here, a trace of oxygen lingered. But one more step would plunge him into a vacuum. Without hesitation, Gran held his breath and took that step, subsequently attempting to breathe slowly. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. Although he felt no exchange of air, he did not experience any discomfort. How could this be? Unwilling to believe it, Gran lingered on, convinced that if he felt even the slightest unease, he would turn and flee. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. 60 minutes. Why was this happening? Glan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had remained in the vacuum of space for so long without feeling any distress. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of destruction, Whis observed Glan's actions through the crystal orb atop his staff, chuckling softly. It is because your dimension has reached the pinnacle of the Kai level. In simpler terms, you are no longer an ordinary being, and thus your body is no longer affected by the vacuum. On Glan's side, he remained unaware of the true reason behind his condition. All he knew was that a Scion could not possess the ability to survive for extended periods in the vacuum of space. Soon, two hypotheses formed in his mind. Either his physique was exceptionally unique, allowing him to endure in the cosmic void, or someone had made a wish to the dragon Shinron, presumably granting the Scions the ability to survive in space. Being a Scion himself, he must have undergone this transformation. Yet, as a mere upper-class Scion, how extraordinary could his physique truly be? Thus, only the second possibility remained. Who could it be that made such a wish to the dragon? Panic suddenly gripped Gran. In the original narrative, no one had ever wished for such a thing. Could his crossing over have triggered a butterfly effect? Whis must know something. He would have to inquire later. Gran recalled Whis' words before departing. Since this angel was aware of the matter, yet showed no other reaction, it suggested that the issue was not particularly grave. With this thought, he felt considerably reassured. It must be said that the sensation of existing in the cosmos was truly exhilarating. Gran quickly dismissed his concerns. Having shed the weakness of being unable to survive in space, he began to joyfully traverse the starlit universe. The boundless cosmos and the resplendent starry sky created an exquisite tapestry that captivated the soul. After some time of exploration, Gran prepared to return to the planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Suddenly, he spotted two figures in the starry expanse, circling around a massive sphere of light. One of them was diminutive, sporting a white punk hairstyle, pale purple skin, and adorned with a pair of patera earrings. When Gran beheld the attire of this short figure, his pupils constricted sharply. Kaioshin Shin, the Kaioshin, engaged in the creation of planets, seemed to have heard someone call his name and swiftly turned to face Gran, along with his attendant, Kibito. Who are you to dare speak the name of Lord Kaioshin so casually? Kibito inquired, his tone laced with condescension toward mere mortals. Asin, how did you come to be here? Shouldn't you be in the realm of the Supreme Kai? Gran, well aware of Jebit's earlier demeanor, chose to disregard him and focused his attention on the Supreme Kai-Shin. Such insolence. Seeing Gran ignore him, Jebet intended to teach the child a lesson. Suddenly, he felt an unseen grip around his neck, the bones within crackling ominously. Upon glancing down, he realized that Gran had stealthily approached him and was now clutching his throat with a small hand. The pain was excruciating. A suffocating aura of death enveloped him. An overwhelming fear surged within Jebet. I am aware of your haughty nature, but do not dare to exhibit arrogance towards me. Should there be a next time, you shall face dire consequences. Gran tossed Jebet aside, finally redirecting his gaze towards the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai-Shin tensed, knowing that Jebet possessed the power to obliterate Frisia in an instant, and yet, Jebet had not managed to withstand even a single exchange from the child. However, judging by the child's words and actions, he seemed devoid of malicious intent. Supreme Kai-Shin relaxed somewhat and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know me?" "You are the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Naturally, I am familiar with you." Gran indicated his attire, adorned in the garb of a god of destruction. His voice tinged with youthful innocence. "Do you recognize me now?" Chapter 24, The Ignorant Supreme Kai-Shin. Supreme Kai-Shin cast a glance at Gran's peculiar outfit. "I do not recognize you. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? This little brat is clad in an odd ensemble. Could it be renowned?" Gran, somewhat exasperated, continued to probe. "I am the candidate god of destruction for the 7th universe. Does that ring a bell? 7th universe? Is there an 8th or 9th universe as well? And what is this god of destruction you speak of? Is it a type of deity?" Supreme Kai-Shin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the child's utterances. Gran, visibly frustrated, realized that Supreme Kai-Shin was indeed as ignorant as depicted in the anime. In truth, he could not be blamed. 5 million years prior, the malevolent Majin Buu invaded the realm of the Supreme Kai, resulting in the absorption of the South Supreme Kai and the demise of the North and West Supreme Kais. Ultimately, only the East Supreme Kai survived. The Grand Supreme Kai had not the opportunity to impart knowledge regarding the Supreme Kais, and the old Supreme Kai was sealed within the sword of the Sword God due to Beerus. These circumstances contributed to the ignorance of Supreme Kai-Shin. The universe we inhabit is the 7th universe, and you are its highest deity. Of course, there exists another deity of equal stature, the god of destruction. Regarding the ignorance of Supreme Kai-Shin, Gran felt no ire, continuing to elucidate. The Supreme Kai oversees the creation of planets, while the god of destruction governs their annihilation. Your duties are to maintain the balance of the universe. Does my explanation provide you with some understanding? The Kai-Shin, Shin, felt an itch on his scalp, as if something was stirring within his mind. After digesting the information for a moment, his gaze suddenly turned frigid. "I have never heard of this before. However, you claim that the god of destruction governs planetary annihilation, and you are a candidate for that title. Does this mean that the destruction of the stars 6 months ago is somehow linked to you?" 6 months ago? The destruction of the stars? Gran was taken aback, but he quickly grasped the implication. "Are you referring to the planets that Lord Beerus cleared 6 months ago?" At that time, he was honing his powers, and Beerus, along with Whis, embarked on a mission of planetary destruction, reportedly obliterating over 20,000 planets. Without a doubt, what Kai-Shin Shin referred to as the destruction of the stars must pertain to that incident. "So it was you." Kai-Shin Shin suddenly erupted with fury. "Over 20,000 planets. In just 6 months, you have annihilated more than 20,000 planets. Did you not claim to be gods yourselves? How can there exist such malevolent deities among you?" Gran's lips twitched in disdain. The old Kai-Shin had yet to emerge to enlighten this impertinent child. Conversing with him felt akin to playing a lute to a cow. Observing Gran's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Kai-Shin Shin's anger further. "Why have you destroyed so many planets? Do you comprehend how long it would take for me to recreate those 20,000 planets?" "Wait." Gran's eyes widened. "You and Jebet did not come here intending to recreate those useless planets, did you?" As he spoke, he quickly glanced at the enormous glowing orb behind Kai-Shin Shin, through which he could see a planet in gestation. Indeed, Gran was nearly reduced to laughter by his indignation. Lord Beerus sacrificed half a year of sleep to obliterate those over 20,000 planets, and now you wish to restore them. At this point, he could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a streak of light that shot past Kai-Shin Shin. "What are you doing?" Kai-Shin Shin questioned, puzzled by the child's actions. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "That is a planet I painstakingly recreated." "Stop!" Before his gaze, Gran unleashed an energy sphere with a diameter of 20 meters. Boom. The energy sphere penetrated the glowing orb, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, and the nascent planet was once again obliterated. You fiend. Witnessing the destruction of the planet he had worked so hard to recreate, Kaishin Shin's eyes turned crimson with rage. Kaishin Master, look at this child's dimension. Jebet returned to Kaishin Shin's side, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Though Jebet harbored an air of arrogance towards mortals, his loyalty to Kaishin Shin was unwavering. Dimension? The Kaishin dimension. Kaishin Shin's eyes widened. This child was so young, yet his dimension had reached the Kaishin level? Simultaneously, this validated the child's claim. It appeared he was indeed a candidate for the god of destruction. But how infuriating. Even the malevolent Majin Buu did not annihilate as many planets as this. And this child was even more wicked than Buu. How could such a being ascend to the title of god of destruction? The Supreme Kai Shin was increasingly incensed. In order to ensure the stability of the universe, he resolved to eliminate the little demon Gran. You shall recreate these worthless planets. I have yet to seek retribution upon you, and you dare to strike at me? Gran returned before the Supreme Kai, his expression chillingly frigid. With a thunderous roar, a staggering combat power of 1 billion erupted from Gran, unleashing a wave of energy that soared to 100 meters, sweeping across the starry expanse. The powerful gust sent Jebet staggering back by several meters. Remarkable. Jebet steadied himself, while the Supreme Kai remained unyielding, intent on aiding him. Jebet, step back. For the impending stability of the universe, I shall personally eradicate this demon. The Supreme Kai did not turn to look back. Although the child's power was commendable, it paled in comparison to Majin Buu's might. Interesting. It seems your strength is quite formidable, Shin. Allow me to witness your true capabilities, Gran taunted. Observing that the Supreme Kai had not been blown away by his energy wave. In the Majin Buu saga, the Supreme Kai was stronger than Piccolo, who possessed Super Saiyan level 1, yet he could not contend with the peak level of Beerus, who had attained Super Saiyan 2. This led to an estimation of the Supreme Kai's strength being approximately at the early stages of Super Saiyan 2, roughly around 2 billion combat power. Demons like you should not exist in this world. Allow me to eradicate you. The Supreme Kai initiated the assault, vanishing from Gran's sight in an instant. Gran smirked slightly, sensing the divine aura. How intriguing. Chapter 25. Whis, a conversation with Father. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis observed the confrontation between Gran and the Supreme Kai. Oh dear, it appears we have encountered the current Supreme Kai. It seems a dispute has arisen. Are they about to engage in battle? A clash between the Supreme Kai and a candidate for god of destruction is truly fascinating. Whis gazed at the unfolding scene with great interest, noting the Supreme Kai's assault on Gran. The Supreme Kai belonged to a divine dimension, exuding an aura characteristic of deities. Should a mere mortal encounter such divine energy, they would undoubtedly be at a loss, for mortals are incapable of sensing divine auras. Even if Gran currently occupied a dimension at the pinnacle of the Supreme Kai level, Gran had not yet truly attained the divine dimensions of a god of destruction or a Supreme Kai, rendering him unable to sense the Supreme Kai's presence. What a pity. Gran had lived in the realm of the gods of destruction for 2 years, growing accustomed to the divine aura. Even without this familiarity, his state of mind had evolved to a near-egoless level, coupled with his innate physical instincts. Gran could perceive the Supreme Kai's location through the initial form of his free and unhindered state, Whis mused. In his observations, Whis noted that the Supreme Kai's power was twice as strong as Gran's. However, sheer strength does not guarantee ultimate victory. Gran is his disciple, while the Kaishin Shin possesses little understanding. Even if Kaishin Shin's power were magnified several times beyond Glan's, it would still be impossible for him to match Glan's prowess. This battle is destined to unfold without any suspense. In a starry expanse not far from the planet Udrat, Kaishin Shin initiates the assault, vanishing from sight. Divine energy, you say? Alas, it is of no use to me. A silvery radiance envelopes Gran, signifying his activation of the Ultra Instinct's preliminary form. He too disappears from view, and unseen, Kaishin Shin prepares to deliver a punch to Gran. Suddenly, Glan's body evades at an uncanny angle, a movement that seems less of his own volition and more a reflex of instinct. Extremely exaggerated. In the next moment, a bewildered Kaishin Shin is sent hurtling from sight by Glan's kick. How could this be? Regaining his footing, Kaishin Shin wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. How did you accomplish that? Are you referring to divine energy or my body's instinctive response? Gran, radiating silver light, does not rush into an attack. An instinctive response. How could anyone hone their body's instincts to such an extent? Just because others cannot does not imply I cannot. I am a candidate for the god of destruction. Gran beckons Kaioshin Shin mockingly. Enough with the chatter, let us continue. I wish to ascertain the true extent of the contemporary Kaioshin's strength. A wave of humiliation washes over him as Kaioshin Shin grits his teeth, launching into another assault. With punches, knee strikes, and elbow jabs, his speed escalates dramatically. Boom. The force of Kaioshin Shin's 2 billion battle power reverberates through the cosmos, instantly conjuring a storm among the stars. Yet Gran moves with the agility of a sprightly monkey, each seemingly casual maneuver effortlessly evading Kaioshin Shin's onslaught. Jebbet watches in growing astonishment, recognizing that his master has been thoroughly overwhelmed. Seeing he cannot even graze the fabric of his opponent's attire, Kaioshin Shin, infuriated and humiliated, exclaims, "If you have the ability, take my punch." "Very well, as you wish." Gran ceases evasion, tightening his small fist and charging forward. Bang! A catastrophic force erupts between the two fists, a torrent of power surging forth like a tsunami. Kaioshin Shin senses that his opponent's strength pales in comparison to his own, a smile creeping across his face. This time, you shall not escape. What are you thinking? Shin? Glan's voice suddenly reverberates in his ears, causing Kaioshin Shin's pupils to constrict. He witnesses Gran standing in scathe, astonished. How can this be? My power is so vastly superior to yours. Why are you unharmed? Why am I unharmed? At that moment, Gran performs an uncanny maneuver, dissipating all of Kaioshin Shin's force. He steps back 2 paces, laughing. That is because I have been engaged in battles with the colossal beasts within the realm of Shumi, and have been sparring with Lord Beerus. My combat skills, awareness, and experience far surpass yours. The Supreme Kai Shin could not comprehend the words of his opponent, yet he felt an urge to continue the assault. Suddenly, a white energy sphere materialized before him, its intense heat inflicting excruciating pain upon his skin. A shroud of deathly threat enveloped him entirely, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Shin, you ought to be grateful that you are a Supreme Kai, Gran remarked, dissipating the energy orb in his small hand. Shin grasped the implication. Had he not been a Supreme Kai, he would have surely met his demise. Supreme Kai, are you all right? Jebbet hurriedly approached. Shin shook his head, gazing at the child before him, his tone fraught with despair. I am no match for him. It's truly laughable. Others are so powerful, and yet I dare to fantasize about defeating him. It is entirely natural for you to be outmatched. You oversee creation, while I govern destruction, which is the antithesis of your domain. Combat is the forte of we, the gods of destruction, Gran continued. Shin, I understand that you are currently bewildered, but I must advise you to refrain from resurrecting those useless planets. If Lord Beerus were to discover your intentions to recreate those worthless celestial bodies, your fate would likely mirror that of the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai? Shin's eyes widened, as this child introduced yet another new figure. Clearly, this individual was also a Supreme Kai, and from the sounds of it, an elder one. Shin felt his worldview shattering. Was he not the last of the Supreme Kais in this universe? When had another elder Supreme Kai emerged? You are exceedingly ignorant. Once I conclude my current endeavors, I shall assist you in liberating the old Supreme Kai. Gran observed Shin's bewilderment and shook his head. Without the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, Shin could hardly hope to mature. With that, Gran turned to return to the planet Yardrat, unconcerned about Shin remaining in the universe. After all, the Dragon Ball saga had yet to unfold in earnest, and the cosmos remained relatively safe. Wait, where are you going? You do not intend to continue destroying planets, do you? Gran's lips curled in annoyance, dismissing the Na'vi Supreme Kai as he sped back towards Yardrat. Supreme Kai, what should we do now? Jebbet inquired, his fear lingering as he watched Gran's retreating figure. I have never heard of such things he spoke of. I am unfamiliar with any gods of destruction or the old Supreme Kai. Shin felt as though his mind were muddled with confusion. Observing Gran's small silhouette, he mused. His strength is formidable, but considering he spared us, it is evident he harbors no ill intent. We should follow him and discern his true intentions. Indeed, in the realm of destruction, the disparity in power was staggering. Supreme Kai, how could you possibly contend with Gran? Whis reclined on a beach chair, indulging in snacks while observing the images within the crystal sphere. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly, acknowledging the restraint shown towards Lord Zeno. Once he finished his treats, Whis abruptly rose from his chair. With Lord Beerus once again lost in slumber and Gran having departed from the realm of destruction, it was time for him to converse with his esteemed father. Whis murmured to himself. Ever since Gran mentioned the existence of a historical tome belonging to the Scion race, a fleeting memory had surfaced from the depths of his mind. In his early childhood, he vaguely recalled his father speaking of a Scion who once dared to challenge the Omni King. However, the details of this memory were too nebulous for Whis to ascertain its accuracy. This time, he was eager to hear what his father had to say. In a moment's thought, Whis gripped his staff and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. His destination was none other than the palace of the Omni King. Chapter 26. 2 years at the earliest? No, 6 hours will suffice, Planet Yardrat. Gran returned from the cosmos above, fully aware of the 2 persistent followers trailing behind him. Yet he had no time to tend to them now. With a decade remaining until the events of the Dragon Ball saga commenced, he had an abundance of tasks to accomplish. Mastering instant transmission was paramount. He could not allow the Kaioshin to disrupt his plans. Upon returning to the streets, Gran was greeted by several diminutive Yardrat inhabitants as he touched down. We are the elders of Yardrat, and we have awaited the arrival of the esteemed candidate for the position of Destroyer. The elder of Yardrat bowed respectfully to Gran, with the others following suit. Gran was taken aback and asked, "You recognize me?" "Not exactly," the elder of Yardrat replied, shaking his head. "However, I recognized your attire." It turned out that 6 months prior, Beerus had executed a planetary cleanup near Yardrat, the very site the Kaioshin had intended to recreate. The manner in which Beerus obliterated the planet was so extraordinary that the Yardrat people had witnessed the event. The elder of Yardrat had found the Destroyer's garments familiar, prompting him to peruse the historical records of their race. Indeed, their records contained information regarding the gods of destruction and the Kaioshin. Thus, upon seeing the attire worn by the young Gran, the elder deduced his identity. How intriguing. Gran nodded. He had not anticipated that Yardrat would possess such records about the gods of destruction. Truly, the Yardrat people were deserving of their esteemed status as one of the 3 extraordinary races of the North Galaxy. If there is anything the candidate for Destroyer requires from us Yardrat, we shall exert every effort. The elder of Yardrat proclaimed respectfully. I have heard that you possess a secret technique known as instant transmission. I wish to learn it, and I hope you will consent, Gran inquired. You are the candidate for Destroyer. How could we refuse? The elder of Yardrat wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly replied, Of course, you may. Upon concluding his words, he instructed someone to escort Gran to the training chamber for instant teleportation. However, shortly after Gran's departure, 2 figures, one large and one small, trailed behind him. The great elder of Adrat Star was taken aback. What on earth is happening lately? The god of destruction, the supreme Kai, and the candidate for god of destruction are all appearing one after the other. Could it be that some monumental event is about to unfold in the universe? The supreme Kai Shin and Jebit paid no heed to the great elder of Adrat Star and continued to follow Gran at a distance. Once Gran entered a secluded chamber, the 2 of them unexpectedly crouched in a corner, seemingly waiting for Gran to emerge. The chamber contains nothing but a stone tablet inscribed with ancient texts. The great elder noted. The Adrat Star resident who had brought Gran to the chamber, named Diff, spoke up, esteemed candidate for god of destruction. By concentrating your mental energy on the stone tablet, you shall perceive the method for mastering instant teleportation. Very well, you may leave now, Gran gestured. As Diff exited the chamber, he noticed the 2 figures crouching in the corner. Great elder, who are they? Have they come to learn instant teleportation as well? Diff inquired with curiosity. Lower your voice. The smaller one is none other than the Supreme Kai. The great elder shot him a glare. Diff recoiled slightly, astonished at encountering such divine beings today. By the way, great elder, how long do you think it will take for the candidate for god of destruction to successfully master instant teleportation? Diff asked cautiously. Why do you ask such things? Surely, anyone who can become a candidate for god of destruction is an unparalleled genius. I naturally understand that only a prodigy can attain such a position, which is why I am curious about this esteemed individual's talent. Diff pondered momentarily before continuing. I recall that our fastest record among the Adrat Star residents is 2 years. I would wager that this candidate for god of destruction will surpass that. Enough. The candidate for god of destruction is not a topic for our discussion. Do not speak of it further. The great elder waved his hand, warning against the folly of discussing such divine matters. The Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged glances from the corner, fully aware of Gran's purpose for being there. Having overheard the conversation between the Great Elder and Diff, they too were intrigued about how long it would take Gran to master this secret technique. Time swiftly passed, and the Great Elder, having matters to attend to, departed from the chamber. An hour elapsed, and Diff remained stationed outside the training room, adhering to the Elder's command. Aware that no one could possibly master instant teleportation within a single day, Diff found his wait increasingly tedious. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. By the 6th hour, Diff outside the chamber suddenly sensed something, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 27. Mastering instant teleportation inside the training room. Gran kept his eyes closed, his right hand resting upon the stone tablet. Unbeknownst to him, every time he engaged in his cultivation, Gran effortlessly maintained a state of serene clarity. In this state, his mind would be completely empty, and his body would experience a relaxation akin to deep slumber. If one were to employ terminology from fantastical literature, he would describe this state as a moment of enlightenment. Buzz. It felt as though a mysterious force was drawing him in. The inscriptions on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, fervently burrowing into Gran's consciousness. Fundamental meditation, distant perception. Spatial positioning. The essence of instantaneous movement lay not merely in speed, but in achieving near-zero time displacement through spatial leaps. How astonishingly simple. Gran abruptly opened his eyes, determined to master the art of instantaneous movement. The mastery of energy perception and mental state was paramount. Long before the destruction of the divine realm, he had attained absolute control over his energy, and concerning his mental state, he had cultivated it to a semi-ego-less level. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. With his finger resting on his brow, his emotions stilled to tranquil waters. What he needed to do was sense the energy of his opponent and then adjust his own energy frequency, not intensity, to match theirs. Finally, using his mental state as a conduit to harmonize the energy frequencies, 2 points would form a line, 3 points a plane, and 4 points a body, creating a spatial tunnel between the two energies. Here goes. Gran's form suddenly became ethereal, seemingly merging with the fabric of space. In the next moment, spatial leap. Gran achieved near-zero time movement, appearing at the entrance of the secluded chamber. "Oh my, is that simple?" remarked Xiaobai. "I believe everyone here is bound to have mastered it. How is this possible?" Difu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Gran materialize beside him. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Shin, and Jebet swallowed hard in astonishment. According to Difu, the Adirat people had recorded the fastest time for mastering instantaneous movement to be 2 years. How long had it been? Not even a day? Was the talent of this so-called candidate for god of destruction truly that terrifying? "Jebet, how long did it take you to master instantaneous movement?" stammered the god of destruction, Shin, from the corner. "If memory serves, it took me approximately 600 years. Jebet replied despondently. "Useless." Shin instinctively cursed. "What about you, Lord God of Destruction?" Jebet inquired cautiously. "I need not learn. The god of destruction is inherently capable." Jebet felt utterly defeated. Could it be that he truly was worthless? Meanwhile, Gran was approached by the Grand Elder of the Adirat, who had received news and also utilized instantaneous movement to appear. His eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, candidate for god of destruction, have you already mastered it?" "It seems I have," Gran affirmed, glancing at his surroundings, confirming his exit from the training room. He recalled that in the anime, it took Son Goku a year to learn this skill, while Vegeta in the Moro arc achieved it in half a day. By comparison, his own speed was commendable. My heavens. For us Adirat, it takes at least 2 years to master instantaneous movement. Your talent is truly terrifying. The expression of the Grand Elder of Yardrat was one of profound astonishment. With such extraordinary talent, it was no wonder that this child could aspire to become a candidate for the god of destruction. Talent, indeed. It seems my abilities are quite formidable. Gran tapped his little head, casting a glance at his own hands. He had long been aware that something was amiss with his gifts. Though he had only spent a little over 2 years in the Dragon Ball world, his innate strength, state of mind, and physical prowess had been cultivated to an impressive level. This achievement was undoubtedly due to the guidance of Whis and Beerus, yet in the original narrative, both Son Goku and Vegeta had also received tutelage from the two. However, their training results could not possibly compare to his own. Truly, he was worthy of being a candidate for the god of destruction. The Grand Elder of Yardrat offered another compliment before inquiring. Since you have mastered instant transmission, would you like to learn any of our other secret techniques? No, thank you, Gran replied, shaking his head. The Yardratians were a remarkable race, having created various astonishing techniques apart from instant transmission, such as the force separation technique learned by Vegeta in the Moro saga. However, Gran held no interest in these methods. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, he knew that when the time was right, Beerus and Whis would impart the knowledge of destruction to him. In the grand scheme of existence, anything weaker than destruction would be reduced to mere particles. In comparison, the other techniques from Yardrat seemed rather trivial, rendering further study unnecessary. Grand Elder, I came here to learn instant transmission, and now that I have mastered it, I must take my leave. Gran expressed his intent to depart. Mastering instant transmission was his primary objective. With this skill acquired, everything else would become significantly simpler. The Grand Elder and his companion, Difu, realized that he truly intended to leave and bowed respectfully, saying, "We bid farewell to the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction." Gran waved his hand, taking 2 steps forward before suddenly turning back to say, "Your agreement to allow me to learn instant transmission has put me in your debt. Should Yardrat encounter trouble in the future, you may seek my assistance." Thank you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement at the promise from the candidate. Yet, how would they reach him if trouble did arise? Simply call for Whis, and I shall ensure he hears your voices, Gran replied before turning to leave. In the corner, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet followed closely behind. Grand Elder, we have received the promise of the candidate for the God of Destruction, Difu exclaimed, embracing the Grand Elder in excitement as they watched Gran's retreating figure. Must you be so exuberant? The Grand Elder remarked, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. Meanwhile, Gran did not hasten to depart from Yardrat, having noticed that the Supreme Kai Shin and his companion were persistently following him. Hey, Shin, why are you trailing behind me? Gran called back. Naturally, it's to prevent you from further destroying planets, the Supreme Kai Shin retorted, somewhat exasperated. It is my duty to obliterate those superfluous planets, as this is the most effective means of elevating the average level of humanity in the universe. I cannot comprehend. The Supreme Kai Shin continued to inquire. You previously spared both of us, which is evident of your benign intentions. Given your vast knowledge, could you enlighten me on what you know? In truth, Gran felt a twinge of pity for the Supreme Kai Shin. At an age when he was still devoid of understanding, his father-like Supreme Kai had been devoured by Majin Buu. Furthermore, the old Supreme Kai was sealed by Beerus, leaving the Supreme Kai Shin unaware of his responsibilities for the subsequent 5 million years. He had no choice but to navigate the management of the 7th universe on his own. Moreover, the invasion of Majin Buu into the Supreme Kai realm had instilled a profound fear within him. Yet, despite his dread of Majin Buu, he had to muster the strength to seek out the location of Buu's seal. Otherwise, should Majin Buu awaken once more, the universe would undoubtedly face devastation anew. I can share some insights I possess. Gran, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards this individual, replied. However, I must depart for Namek shortly. Chapter 28. The Scion Ancestor, Odysseus. At the pinnacle of the multiverse stands a palace shaped like an all-encompassing symbol. This edifice, primarily white, boasts simple lines that exude a sense of sanctity and luminosity. At that moment, a cascade of vibrant light descended from the heavens. Father, I seek your counsel. Whis bowed respectfully before the palace of the Omni King. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure emerged from within the palace, hands clasped behind his back. With silver hair, pale blue skin, and purple eyes and lips, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Whis and the other angels, though a divine halo hovered above his head. This individual was none other than the Grand Minister, renowned for ranking among the top 5 in strength across the Omni-Universe. The Grand Minister approached with measured steps, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly amiable. Yet his gaze radiated a cold indifference towards all beings. Whis, what brings you to me? The Grand Minister squinted, his tone gentle. Father, are you aware that our candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe has ascended to his position? Whis probed his father, cautiously. I am aware. Just as I expected. Whis felt a surge of anxiety as he inquired. Indeed, what is your assessment of that young lad? The Grand Minister cast a glance at Whis, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why are you so apprehensive? Whis was about to respond when the Grand Minister interjected. His talent is exceptionally remarkable. I perceive in him the potential for transcendence. Boom. Whis's heart quaked. He had not anticipated his father's high regard for Gran. However, transcendence? Transcendence over whom? Regarding his origins, upon hearing this, Whis grew tense, aware of the enigmatic nature of Gran's background. His origins may be shrouded in mystery. Yet there is no cause for concern. Nurture him with confidence, the Grand Minister advised meaningfully. Understood. Whis exhaled deeply, reassured by his father's words, signifying Gran's promising potential. Seeing that Whis had no intention of leaving, the Grand Priest inquired with curiosity, "Is there something else on your mind?" "Father, I seem to recall a tale you shared with me in my childhood," Whis responded. "Indeed?" The Grand Priest replied. "You mentioned that a scion once challenged Lord Zeno. If I am not mistaken?" Whis studied his father's expression intently. An unexpected silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds. "I am surprised you still remember that," the Grand Priest remarked slowly. So I truly have not erred," Whis exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It became evident that the scion race indeed held significant lineage. The notion of them possessing a legendary history made perfect sense. The Grand Priest frowned. "Whis, I have noticed that your emotional fluctuations have been rather pronounced lately." Whis's lips twitched. The presence of the mischievous Gran in the realm of destruction had certainly contributed to his heightened emotions, as that little rascal incessantly chattered away with Beerus. With such bothersome company, how could his temperament remain stable? "My apologies, father. I have lost my composure. You truly ought to reflect on this," the Grand Priest admonished. "Aside from your elder sister, you possess the greatest potential. If you continue to be so lackadaisical, when will you ever reach your full capabilities?" The Grand Priest's demeanor was typically gentle, gracious, and humble. However, when it came to instructing his offspring, his tone shifted to one of exasperation. But before he could continue, Whis interjected. Wait. Father, could you please recount the story of that scion who challenged Lord Zeno? I have nearly forgotten it." "You child." Despite the exasperation in Whis's voice, the Grand Priest paid it little mind. "Very well, I shall share that tale with you once more. In the ancient epics, the first scion of the 7th universe emerged, a being known as Odysseus." "Ancient epics? The first scion was named Odysseus?" Whis gasped, his mouth slightly agape. The scion race indeed possessed remarkable heritage. Initially, Odysseus's power was not particularly formidable. He could not even best the gods of destruction within the universe. Yet, as time progressed, his strength grew exponentially, and within a mere decade, he managed to defeat the contemporary god of destruction of the 7th universe through a transformation known as the ultimate berserk form. At this point, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the Grand Priest's eyes. The ultimate berserk form? What is that? Whis furrowed his brow. Can scions transform? Whether scions can transform, I cannot say. However, I can confirm that Odysseus indeed possessed the ability to do so, the Grand Priest replied, narrowing his eyes. Upon entering the ultimate berserk state, his hair would turn a vibrant green, and he would lose all rationality. Whis's eyes widened in disbelief. To defeat the god of destruction of that time, while losing his sanity? It is no wonder I am astonished. For one to ascend to the status of a god of destruction, they must be an extraordinary genius among countless beings. Moreover, a god of destruction wields divine power and commands destruction along with various divine techniques. While he had witnessed mortals defeat gods of destruction before, a mortal devoid of reason conquering a deity that governs destruction is truly an exaggeration. The state of extreme fury is quite enigmatic, allowing Odysseus to elevate his power without limits. When the high priest uttered the phrase unrestricted enhancement of strength, Whis's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the weight of those words. Although a chasm of dimensions separates mortals from deities, divine power is not invincible. If sheer strength is sufficiently formidable, even a mortal can slay a god. Should Odysseus truly be capable of limitless power augmentation, he would indeed have a chance to vanquish a god of destruction. But what then? That fellow Odysseus is a battle fanatic. 50 years later, he even sought me out. At this juncture, the high priest's previously lofty demeanor faltered into a state of resignation. What? Whis's eyes widened. According to his father, he boasted one of the top 5 strengths in the entirety of the King universe. So what was the outcome? Whis perked up, eager to hear more. I did not engage that imbecile in combat, but I did introduce him to Lord Zeno. At this moment, the high priest shed his earlier authoritative facade, a manic grin spreading across his face. Whis, with a furrowed brow, comprehended why his sister, the formidable Beerus, possessed such a cunning disposition. It appears she inherited it from her father. Chapter 29. The High Priest. Both Lord Zeno and I hold high hopes for him as the pivotal moment approached. The atmosphere grew tense. Although Whis's curiosity regarding the final outcome was immense, he refrained from interrupting his father's narrative. Odysseus's state was indeed impressive, within a mere few decades. He even dared to approach me. The high priest's smile faded, and he finally spoke. If he could consciously wield that state, it would be quite remarkable. Alas, Odysseus harbored a most fatal weakness. He was merely a mortal. When he faced Lord Zeno, he was already 100 years old, and the ultimate result. The high priest paused, allowing the gravity of the moment to settle. Whis held his breath, perspiration gathering in his palms. The final outcome was that Odysseus was swiftly vanquished by Lord Zeno. The high priest's tone carried a hint of regret. Indeed, upon hearing the conclusion, Whis exhaled heavily. This result had been within his expectations. After all, his opponent was Lord Zeno, the unparalleled being within the king universe. Suddenly, the high priest continued, "When I say Odysseus was swiftly defeated, I mean he was bested in an instant by Lord Zeno. However, he did not perish in that battle." What? Lord Zeno found him rather amusing. Thus he spared his life. The high priest gazed at the starry expanse outside and continued, "Odysseus returned to Universe 7. But by then, he was gravely injured. Within a year, he could no longer endure, and ultimately, he succumbed." As his father concluded the tale, Whis's memories began to resurface, and he recalled all that had transpired. Odysseus was indeed a remarkable figure. "Whis, do you know that Odysseus's transformation possesses two critical flaws? Can you discern what they are?" "I am aware that one aspect pertains to the absence of reason, while the other revolves around the issue of longevity." Even though Whis has never encountered Odysseus in person, he can distinctly perceive Odysseus's weaknesses through his father's narratives. The lack of rationality is merely one facet. It is highly probable that the ability to infinitely enhance one's strength poses significant complications as well. How could there exist an individual capable of boundlessly augmenting their power? If such a phenomenon were indeed possible, how could their body withstand it? Clearly, the method of infinite strength enhancement necessitates the consumption of one's lifespan. It seems you have surmised this as well. The high priest nodded with satisfaction. Whis, being an astute child from a young age, is unfortunately under the tutelage of an exceedingly lethargic destroyer god. He sighed and continued, stating that Odysseus, being merely a mortal, possesses an astonishingly resilient constitution, enabling him to recover swiftly from severe injuries. In a normal existence, living for a millennium should pose no issue for him. However, each transformation imposes a tremendous strain on his body, particularly when he repeatedly surpasses his limits. The immense force leaves indelible scars upon his physique. This is a method that consumes one's lifespan. The high priest shook his head and continued, explaining that during the battle with the Omni King, Odysseus's body was already beginning to falter. Towards the end, he nearly perished from the excessive enhancement of his strength. Had the Omni King not whimsically intervened to save him, Odysseus would have met his demise on the spot. Yet, upon returning to the seventh universe, he could not survive beyond a year. This encapsulates the legendary life of Odysseus, despite his extreme and violent state being fraught with numerous flaws. Nevertheless, as a mere mortal, he dared to confront the Omni King, earning the high priest's admiration, albeit tinged with regret for such a remarkable talent. Whis too held a deep respect for Odysseus, noting that he was indeed an ancestor of Granola. Wait, an ancestor? Does that imply Granola might possess the same transformative abilities? Whis's expression suddenly darkened. "Whis, concerning the newcomer you have taken under your wing, I cannot ascertain whether he possesses the ability to transform. If he does, I advise you to dissuade him from pursuing that path." The high priest seemed to have anticipated Whis's thoughts, gazing at the starry sky with hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "Without reason, one ultimately becomes a mere beast, endowed only with strength." Whis unclenched his fist and nodded, stating, "Though I have not seen Odysseus in person, through my father's accounts, I can clearly ascertain that Odysseus's extreme and violent state is misguided. Without reason, how can one comprehend the control of power? Without reason, how can one understand the application of strength? Without reason, how can one grasp the cultivation of dimensions to extend one's lifespan? As my father articulated, devoid of reason, one merely becomes a beast fixated on slaughter." Such a being has absolutely no prospect of becoming a true powerhouse. I will ensure that Granola does not tread this perilous path. His current training regimen is indeed correct. Once Granola returns from beyond the universe, I shall guide him in the cultivation of dimensions and the principles of destruction. Cultivating dimensions will enable him to transcend from the pinnacle of the Kai realm to the divine dimensions of a destroyer god. As a result, the mortal power within Gran will be completely transformed into divine power, and his lifespan will be significantly extended. Moreover, given Gran's innate talent, the divine dimension is certainly not the ultimate destination. It is conceivable that he may one day ascend to the angelic dimension or even the divine priest dimension. After all, in his father's assessment, Gran possesses extraordinary potential. Naturally, the high priest then spoke again. Everything that exists in this world has its own significance. Existence is, indeed, reasonable. Had Odysseus managed to rectify the two critical flaws I mentioned earlier, the final outcome might have been entirely different. Cultivate that young lad well. His potential is truly formidable, and both I and Lord Zeno hold great expectations for him. With that final remark, the high priest turned away and entered the palace of Zeno. Boom! A tremor coursed through Whis' heart. Even Lord Zeno holds such high regard for that young lad, Gran. But what did his father's words, "Existence is reasonable," truly mean? Observing his father's retreating silhouette, Whis furrowed his brow, standing before the palace for quite some time, before ultimately departing with profound bewilderment. Within the palace, the high priest mused. "Why has Whis come to seek me?" "He wishes to inquire about Odysseus," replied the high priest, "and he requested my evaluation of his newly appointed candidate for the destroyer." "Oh, those two scions. How intriguing, especially the one named Gran," exclaimed Zeno, resembling an eraser, as he looked up momentarily before returning to his game of Planetary Match 3. The high priest stood beside Zeno. The image of the fatherly figure who had just instructed Whis now vanished, leaving him once again as the exalted caretaker of Zeno. Chapter 30. Journey to Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, North Galaxy, amidst the starry expanse en route to Namek. "Gran, could you refrain from destroying the planets I have created?" "No, those planets are utterly useless. Lord Beerus has painstakingly obliterated them, and you wish to recreate them?" Gran unleashed an energy blast measuring 20 meters in diameter, causing the nascent planet in the cosmos to explode instantaneously. "And this is for your own good. If these planets are not destroyed again, when Lord Beerus awakens, you will be in grave trouble." "Is that being named Beerus truly that terrifying?" questioned King Kai, who hovered nearby, having traveled from Yardrat, and gleaned some understanding from Gran. It turns out that in this world, there are not only their own universe, but also 11 others, each possessing a destroyer and a King Kai. "Listen well, Asin, I shall explain this once more." Gran turned around, irked. Although the destroyer and King Kai are of equal divine status, when addressing a destroyer, you must refer to them as Lord. This means you must call Beerus Lord Beerus. Why is that? Because the fists of us destroyers are formidable, should you think you can best us. Feel free to call us whatever you wish. Gran waved his small fist and couldn't help but smirk mischievously. The Kaioshin, Shin, trembled slightly, no longer daring to speak. "Well, I am now prepared to travel to Namek. Will you accompany me?" "Naturally, I wish to follow. There is much more regarding the Kaioshin that I yearn to learn from you." "Very well, then lead me to Namek." When Gran departed from the realm of the destroyer, Whis had already provided him with a star map of the 7th universe. However, he remained uncertain about the essence of the Namekians, preventing him from immediately journeying there. Of course, should he wish to travel alone, he could simply follow the route on the star map and teleport gradually. "Why must I lead?" questioned the Kaioshin, Shin, perplexed. "Aren't you capable of teleportation as well?" "No more chatter. I simply ask if you will guide me." The corner of Shin's mouth twitched, and he resignedly replied, "If I must, I will guide you." After all, if he did not accompany Gran, he might never again receive insights about the Kaioshin from another source. "Then let us hasten." Gran placed his hand on Shin's small shoulder. Without uttering another word, the Kaioshin took Gran and Jebit, and they vanished from the cosmos. Namek. Years prior, a catastrophic climatic disaster had befallen this land, yet time had allowed the environment to rejuvenate significantly. A verdant sky, azure grass, and a gentle breeze painted a serene and beautiful tableau. With a whoosh, the three appeared in this tranquil realm. Is this the essence of the Namekians? As Gran touched down, he memorized the essence of the Namekians, ensuring that should he return, he would not need to rely on the Kaioshin for guidance. What brings you here? The Kaioshin inquired, puzzled. To witness the legendary Dragon Balls and perhaps make a few wishes. Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? Also known as wish orbs, if one gathers all 7 and utters the appropriate incantation, one can summon the eternal dragon, Gran explained patiently, unperturbed by Shin's ignorance. The Kaioshin seemed poised to ask further questions. Follow me. Gran sensed a faint yet formidable presence, likely the dwelling of the Grand Elder. With a swift motion, Gran pressed his hand to his forehead, and the trio vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, atop a colossal stone pillar stood a white house. Inside, on the second floor, sat a massive Namekian, his skin resembling withered leaves, a clear indication that he had entered the twilight of his years. Suddenly, the slumbering Grand Elder's eyes flew open. Although aged, he had not yet reached the advanced decrepitude depicted during the battles in the anime. What is the source of these 3 presences? His voice emerged, aged and resonant. The Namekians, akin to the Yardrats, are a remarkable race endowed with numerous unique abilities, and the Grand Elder embodies many of these powers. Just moments ago, the Grand Elder sensed the arrival of 3 terrifying dimensional pressures descending upon Namek. According to Barunga, in this realm, aside from King Yama, there exists the King of Worlds. Might it be that the esteemed King of Worlds has graced us with his presence? The Grand Elder could distinctly perceive the sheer terror of these 3-dimensional pressures, which were undeniably beyond the capabilities of King Yama. Furthermore, there was an even more potent force amongst them. Who could that be? Could it be the legendary King Kai? As the creator of Barunga, the Grand Elder was privy to many secrets. Suddenly, he turned his gaze forward. In the vast, empty hall, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. With their arrival, although the Grand Elder was seated, the combined pressure of their presence caused him to slightly bend at the waist. As Gran touched down, he lifted his head. Indeed, the Grand Elder was as colossal as depicted in the anime, though not quite as ancient in appearance. After all, it was only the year 739 of the Age of the Gods, with 23 years remaining until the events on Namek unfolded. Were these 3 individuals truly the legendary King of Worlds and King Kai? Due to his physical limitations, the Grand Elder could not rise, yet his tone remained profoundly respectful. Ah, you recognize us? King Kai Sin remarked, momentarily taken aback. Gran was well aware of the Grand Elder's peculiarities. Thus, it was not surprising that he acknowledged the existence of King Kai. However, he was astonished to discover that Jebet had attained the level of the King of Worlds. As for the Grand Elder including him among the kings, Gran dismissed it as a mere oversight. Indeed, it is the legendary King Kai. The Grand Elder gazed at King Kai Sin, recognizing that among the trio, he exuded the most formidable aura. What, then, was their purpose for coming here? With a heart full of inquiries, the Grand Elder respectfully inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit, esteemed King Kai? Should the Namekians be of assistance? We shall exert our utmost efforts." "This must be the Grand Elder of Namek," Gran stated plainly. "We have come to request the use of your wish orbs." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. This young boy's dimension was merely at the king level. Why did he dare to speak up before King Kai had even uttered a word? The Grand Elder cast a glance at King Kai Sin, seemingly seeking his approval. King Kai Sin nodded in satisfaction. This elderly Namekian possessed a keen perception, recognizing that he was indeed the most significant presence among them. How infuriating. To be treated as if I were invisible. Gran observed their expressions and could no longer contain himself. He subtly summoned his inner strength. Boom. An unparalleled force erupted instantaneously. The terrifying shockwave roaring like a primordial beast, obliterating the Grand Elder's chamber. Boom. Namek itself began to tremble, causing all Namekians to prostrate themselves in fear. The sudden tremor instilled panic among the Namekians. Was the end of the world upon them? "Please, esteemed one, cease your actions. I am willing to lend you our wish orbs." The Grand Elder's complexion turned ashen as he hastily spoke. Humph. The diminutive Gran let out a cold snort, proclaiming, "What is the King of Worlds to me? I am the true authority here. Let us see if you can continue to disregard my presence." Gran merely intended to intimidate the Grand Elder. He had no intention of causing him distress, and soon retracted his power. The King of Worlds, Shin, remarked, "What a tenacious child." The Grand Elder wiped the perspiration from his brow, realizing that this child had been concealing an immense power, a force that was truly formidable. Neru. The Grand Elder dared not hesitate any longer and began summoning his guardian, Neru. Before long, a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo arrived. However, upon his arrival, he noticed that the walls of the Grand Elder's chamber had inexplicably vanished. He also observed the presence of 3 unfamiliar individuals. Neru quickly deduced that the terrifying power that had recently manifested on Namek must have erupted here, and these intruders intended to harm the Grand Elder. He prepared to confront Gran and his companions. Neru, the Grand Elder, well aware of Neru's temperament, swiftly admonished him. These 3 are the legendary King and King of Worlds. Do not show them disrespect. Go and gather the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder possessed a fair understanding of the duties of such deities. Their responsibility was to maintain the balance of the universe and eradicate any elements detrimental to its development. Their quest for the Dragon Balls likely stemmed from an encounter with an insurmountable dilemma. Thus, even though Gran had just unleashed an overwhelming aura, the Grand Elder was not overly concerned that these divine beings would make malevolent wishes upon the dragon. Yes, the Grand Elder's command was not to be defied, and Neru promptly departed. Observing Neru's retreating figure, Gran pondered, considering that according to the storyline, this individual would eventually assimilate with Piccolo during the Namek saga. Gran, you haven't yet elaborated on what one can achieve after summoning the dragon, inquired the King of Worlds, Shin. Upon summoning the dragon, one can make a wish, and as long as the wish is not overly ambitious, the dragon can generally fulfill it. Gran explained to the oblivious Shin while Neru was still in the process of gathering the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder squinted his eyes, surprised that this young king possessed such knowledge. Can wishes truly be granted? Shin asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. He gestured toward the Grand Elder. If the dragon can grant wishes, why has he not wished for eternal life, given his advanced age? As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder responded promptly. Lord King of Worlds, our Namekian tribe cherishes peace and respects the natural order. Birth, aging, illness, and death are all part of nature's design. We would never make such a wish. Throughout his statement, the Grand Elder exhibited no fear of death. So that is the reason. The King of Worlds, Shin, widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that such a race existed in the world. Shin, perhaps you are unaware, but Namek once experienced a catastrophic climate disaster. Gran remarked, glancing at the Grand Elder with admiration, yet they chose not to use the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. They viewed it as a punishment from the heavens for their over-reliance on technology. If a being like Frieza were to possess such Dragon Balls, he would undoubtedly exploit them to grant wishes that defy the laws of nature. Yet, the Namekians do not. This is precisely what makes them so admirable. Upon hearing Gran's words, the Supreme Kai Shin felt a tremor in his heart, moved by the spirit of the Namekians. The Grand Elder then turned his gaze to Gran, surprised that this young Supreme Kai understood his people so well. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's demeanor softened, the flicker of fear he harbored towards Gran gradually dissipating. What Supreme Kai? I am no Supreme Kai. Gran shook his head, gesturing to his attire. I am the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Elder had addressed him based on his dimension. The Supreme Kai Shin nodded, affirming, indeed, this individual beside me is not a Supreme Kai. He is the so-called candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder's breath quickened, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. Stammering, he exclaimed, He is the candidate for the God of Destruction? The Supreme Kai Shin glanced at Gran, then back at the Grand Elder, puzzled. Your expression suggests that you, like the Grand Elder of Planet Yardrat, are familiar with him. Is this candidate for the God of Destruction truly renowned? Little Gran, is this truly something a Supreme Kai would say? Why is he so ignorant? Upon realizing Gran's true identity, the Grand Elder rose to his feet. At your age, it is best to remain seated. Gran waved his hand, indicating the Supreme Kai Shin beside him. The Supreme Kai encountered some issues in his realm, which explains his ignorance. Ah, I see. The Grand Elder nodded, understanding why he had sensed the Supreme Kai's lack of knowledge from the outset. It was no wonder that Gran proclaimed himself the leader among the 3 of them. The revelation of Gran's true identity, however, instilled a measure of concern in the Grand Elder. After all, this was the cold and ruthless candidate for the God of Destruction. Even if merely a candidate, would his wrath not obliterate Namek in an instant? That Grand Elder, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais. Could you enlighten me about them? While waiting to collect the Dragon Balls, Supreme Kai Shin began to incessantly inquire about the Supreme Kais. The Grand Elder, wary of Gran's presence, refrained from divulging too much information, fearing to provoke him. Gran admired the Namekian's dedication. Yet he believed that the persona of a candidate for the god of destruction should embody aloofness and pride. Thus, he did not disclose to the Grand Elder, "Do not mind my identity. I am not frightening in the least." Time moved slowly, and after half an hour, Lu finally gathered the 6 Dragon Balls. Only then did the Grand Elder exhale a sigh of relief, hoping that this candidate for the god of destruction would swiftly fulfill his wishes and depart from Namek. Ashen, prepare to behold the legendary Shinran. Chapter 32. Attaining an immortal existence that even the Omni King cannot erase. Gran reached toward the seat of the Grand Elder. Grasping the Dragon Ball with a deft motion, Nero glanced at the Grand Elder, who nodded affirmatively. "Let us begin the summoning of Purunga." "Yes." Nero approached Glan's side. At that moment, Gran placed the final Dragon Ball upon the ground. The 7 orbs, each the size of a basketball, resonated in unison, their surfaces shimmering with brilliance. Gran felt a surge of excitement upon finally beholding these legendary Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth marked the inception of the Dragon Ball saga, while those from Namek heralded its climax. According to the narrative, Frieza, Vegeta, and Son Goku would soon arrive to contest for these Dragon Balls, setting the stage for a scene that would overshadow all others in the anime. "Lord Kaioshin, can this truly grant wishes?" inquired Jebbit softly. "I cannot say for certain. This is my first encounter with such a miraculous orb," replied Kaioshin Shin, his expression suddenly sharpening. "It is about to commence." At that moment, Neru began to chant in the Namekian language, and as the final word fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the sky darkening ominously. The resonant hum of the Dragon Balls grew deafening, and at that instant, the 7 orbs glowed with golden light. With a crackling sound, arcs of golden electricity surged forth, coalescing into a magnificent dragon-like entity. "It has emerged." Gran clenched his fists, his enthusiasm reaching new heights. "Behold, the eternal dragon Purunga, whose name in Namekian signifies God of Dreams," the Grand Elder elucidated. "An appealing name, though its appearance leaves much to be desired," Kaioshin Shin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Jebbit nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his lord's words. Gran cast his gaze upward at Purunga, whose form bore a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin. Regaining his composure, he finally admitted, "Indeed, it is rather unsightly. Now, O summoner of the dragon, proclaim your 3 wishes. I am capable of granting any desire." Purunga intoned from its lofty perch. "Any wish?" Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened in astonishment. He tugged at the clothing of the nearby child, exclaiming, "Gran, it claims it can fulfill any wish. Do not be swayed by its words. It is merely deceiving you." Gran smirked, aware that every dragon tends to make such grandiose promises. Yet, those familiar with the anime understand that these dragons often have limitations on the wishes they can realize. Seeing this boastful dragon revel in its own grandeur, Gran felt a mischievous urge to provoke it. "Neru, convey my first wish to it. I desire to obtain an immortal existence that even the Omni King cannot erase." Neru, the Grand Elder, Jebbit, and Kaioshin Shin exchanged bewildered glances. Who exactly was this Omni King? Despite his confusion, Neru articulated Gran's wish in the language of Namek. As soon as Neru's voice fell, the sky descended into an eerie silence. Observing Purunga, it became apparent that his complexion had turned a ghostly white, his face drenched in a cold sweat. "This wish cannot be fulfilled." "Ah, Sin, do you see? These divine dragons are mere deceivers," Gran remarked, tilting his small head. Upon hearing Gran's voice, Purunga shifted his gaze toward him. A thunderous rumble echoed as Purunga's entire serpentine body trembled. He produced a handkerchief from some unknown place, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and reverently stated, "I humbly greet the candidate for the god of destruction." The crowd exclaimed, "Where did you acquire that little handkerchief?" "Gran, this dragon recognizes you." King Kaioshin nudged Gran's shoulder, astonished at how many individuals in this universe were familiar with the candidate for the god of destruction. Upon hearing King Kaishin's words, Purunga turned his gaze toward him once more. "King Kai?" Purunga gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, what is happening today? Even such deities have emerged." "Oh, you know me as well?" King Kaishin replied, slightly taken aback, but then smirked. "Did you not just claim you could fulfill any wish? Why then can you not grant Gran's wish?" Purunga responded, "Have you even considered what his wish entails? He desires an immortal existence, one that even Lord Zeno cannot erase." Such a wish is beyond the capabilities of even the super dragon. How could a mere dragon like me possibly fulfill it? Apologies, esteemed king and candidate for the god of destruction, but that wish is simply too formidable for me to realize. Gran interjected with a playful expression. If that is the case, let us propose another wish. Allow me to become the most formidable warrior in the universe of Xeno. Barunga thought to himself, wishing he could slap himself for uttering such grandiose declarations in front of these deities. Gran's expression seemed to reflect the difficulty of that wish as well. Very well, Gran chuckled. I shall present a third wish. Grant me the true essence of immortality. Goodness, Barunga thought, in my previous encounters with anime, I believe dragons could fulfill any wish. Look at how this is unfolding. Barunga's face contorted in distress, trembling as he spoke. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, please spare me. Gran, finding amusement in Barunga's plea, remained unfazed, as his intention was merely to tease the divine dragon. However, King Kaisen's expression grew icy. Then why did you just lie about being able to fulfill any wish? The Grand Elder's heart sank. Barunga's constant fabrications might mislead others into believing he could grant any desire. Now, with King Kai angered, would the candidate for the god of destruction also become irate? If he did, their Namek would be doomed. The Grand Elder quickly glanced at Gran. Fortunately, Gran's expression revealed no signs of anger. Suddenly, a heavy silence enveloped the group, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Gran quietly observed the pleading Shunran hovering above, pondering the unspoken thoughts swirling within his mind. The Kaishin, Shin, was too preoccupied to concern himself with this deceitful dragon, instead casting his gaze upon Gran, curious about the wishes a candidate for the god of destruction might harbor. The Grand Elder and Nairo exchanged glances, equally intrigued by the true aspirations of this prospective deity of annihilation. Chapter 33. 3 Wishes in Truth. Gran held little expectation regarding Shinran's capabilities. He was well aware of the numerous limitations imposed upon the dragon. The wishes he had just articulated were beyond the realm of possibility for Barunga to fulfill. Even the Super Dragon Balls might falter in their ability. Much like Zamasu from Dragon Ball Super, who wished for immortality yet was ultimately erased along with the entire future timeline by the Omni King. Such gifts, unearned through personal cultivation, could never truly belong to him. Upon arriving in this world, Glan's ultimate ambition was to strike down Beerus and kick the Omni King. If he merely relied on external forces, how could he ever hope to defeat the Omni King? How could he ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? Nairo, please inquire why I possess the ability to survive in the cosmos, Gran finally spoke. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Just moments ago, had he not contemplated wishing for the extravagant gift of immortality? What are you staring at? Hurry and make your wish. Gran shot a glare at the onlookers. Requesting the dragon to bestow upon him various extraordinary abilities seemed futile, setting aside the Omni King. Even beings like Whis and the other angels would render any powers granted by Shinran obsolete in the heat of battle, potentially leading him into dire straits. Anything not earned through personal effort was better left unasked. However, seeking clarity regarding his own existential queries was permissible. After all, Science did not possess the natural ability to thrive in the vacuum of space, and he needed to understand the nature of this anomaly. Indeed, Nairo raised his gaze towards Barunga and reiterated Glan's wish in the language of Namek. Meanwhile, Jebit and Kaioshin Shin exchanged perplexed expressions. What on earth was this wish? To attain a dimensional level akin to that of the King of Hell would permit one to exist in the vacuum of space. Yet had he not already reached the pinnacle of the Kaioshin dimension? Why then, was he posing such a question to the dragon? Barunga, suspended in the sky, appeared equally bewildered and tentatively inquired, "Are you certain this is your first wish, candidate god of destruction?" Gran furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there an issue?" "And no, not at all." Barunga wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the gravity of addressing a candidate god of destruction. He began to elucidate, "My lord. For an ordinary person to gain the ability to survive in the cosmos, a wish could be granted by powerful beings such as dragons, angels, or divine priests." Gran clenched his fists. He knew Whis could have bestowed him with such an ability. Yet, Whis had not assisted him, and now he possessed it. Was it possible that someone had made a wish to Shinran that enabled science to endure in the universe? And who could that be? Had his own arrival caused a butterfly effect? Just as Gran spiraled into a whirlwind of self-reflection, in addition to the aforementioned methods, One may also transcend their physical limitations through the cultivation of dimensions. By advancing one's dimension to a level surpassing that of the King of Worlds, this feat becomes achievable. Subsequently, the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, your dimension has already ascended to the pinnacle of the King of Worlds. Should you surpass this threshold once more, you shall attain the dimensional caliber of the esteemed gods of the universe. This is the very reason you are able to exist within the cosmos. Boom. Gran's round, gleaming eyes widened, and a tempest of thoughts surged within him. He pondered various possibilities, even considering the chance that other travelers might have arrived in this world and become scions as well. Perhaps they sought the Dragon Balls to wish away the limitations of being a scion. However, that could not be the case. How could my dimension have reached such a formidable level? Gran gazed at his small hands, realizing that during his 2 years in the Dragon Ball world, he had never practiced dimensional cultivation. Beside him, the Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged glances, recognizing that something was amiss with Gran. It seemed the child was unaware of his own circumstances. Neru, please inquire as to why my dimension has attained the pinnacle of the King of Worlds. Gran exclaimed urgently. Upon arriving in this world, the first individual he encountered was Whis. Whis was aware of his ability to exist in the cosmos, which implied he knew the truth behind Gran's situation. Yet, Gran could hardly contain his impatience to uncover what had transpired within him. Very well. Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Neru reiterated Gran's words in the language of Namek. Barunga's eyes began to shimmer with a crimson light. Traditionally, a mere flicker of light from Barunga's gaze signified the successful granting of a wish. However, 30 seconds elapsed, and Barunga's eyes remained aglow. Gran felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm. What could this mean? Could it be that even the Eternal Dragon was unaware? Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Barunga's crimson light gradually dimmed, and it began with an apology. I am sorry, but I am not aware of your circumstances. Boom. A new wave of turmoil surged within Gran. He was not asking the Eternal Dragon for a wish to become the strongest being in the universe. He merely sought clarity regarding his condition. How could Barunga not know this? Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction, you have already exhausted your second wish. Please articulate your third wish quickly, for I am nearing my limit. At this moment, Barunga's voice grew faint. The elder swiftly added, Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Barunga has been summoned for a considerable time. If you do not make your third wish soon, it shall vanish. Upon hearing this, Gran immediately regained his focus and hastily declared, My third wish is to leave 100 sins of beans on Earth at Corin Tower, and transfer the remaining beans to me. One mustn't be entirely selfish. One should always leave behind some seeds for others. As Barunga was on the brink of disappearing, Neru quickly interjected. Buzz. The eyes of the rotating wheel flickered momentarily, and as the 3 great water jars filled with celestial beans materialized beside Gran, they transformed into a streak of light, scattering the Dragon Balls across the regions of Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, the cat sage atop Corin Tower remained blissfully asleep in his chair, oblivious to the disappearance of the celestial beings he had painstakingly cultivated. Above Corin Tower, a temple floated in the void, serving as the celestial realm of Earth, where all the deities of generations past resided. Today, on the edge of this celestial realm stood a shadowy figure. At the instant the celestial beings vanished, his serene gaze rippled with a hint of disturbance. In the next moment, he lifted his eyes toward the cosmic expanse, directing his gaze toward the very essence of Namek. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the Kaioshin Shin observed the 3 great jars of beans beside Gran, his brow furrowed in confusion. Did you use your last wish to acquire these beans? What purpose do they serve? He had intended to inquire further about Gran's dimensional state, questioning why he remained unaware of his own dimensional level. However, Gran's expression indicated his own uncertainty, for otherwise, he would not have sought answers from the Eternal Dragon. These beans possessed a remarkable property. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as a single breath remained, consuming one would result in instantaneous recovery. Gran picked a celestial bean from the nearby jar. Its appearance resembled that of ordinary dried beans, yet its efficacy was astonishingly formidable. Initially, Gran had planned to journey to Earth to retrieve the celestial beans personally. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was now the year 739 of the age of the universe, and Son Goku had only been exiled to Earth for a mere 2 years. At this time, Goku was still but a child, and Vegeta had yet to invade Earth. not to mention the absence of other warriors. Thus, traveling to Earth solely for the beans seemed devoid of purpose. It would be far more efficient to have the Eternal Dragon transfer them directly. Moreover, the wishes granted by the Eternal Dragon held little significance for him. With Whis by his side, he had no need for gravity chambers, healing pods, or various divine training techniques. Therefore, there was no necessity to burden the dragon with such wishes. Yet why not take advantage of the opportunity to have the beans relocated? This would save him a journey, allowing him to swiftly delve into the universe and seek out formidable opponents for battle. As long as one remained alive, these beans could ensure rapid recovery. Kaishin Shin widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that this was far more potent than Jebit's healing magic. He reached out to take a celestial bean for experimentation, only to be met with a sharp slap. Ouch! What was that for? He exclaimed, clutching his hand in pain. You wish to consume a celestial bean without even being injured? Do you understand how precious one of these beans is? Gran shot him a disapproving glance. In the latter stages of their saga, warriors would yearn to divide a single bean into 10 portions for use. He paid no heed to the resentful gaze of the Kaishin Shin and turned his attention to the Grand Elder seated in the chair. My purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. I am grateful to the Grand Elder for permitting me to utilize these wish orbs. No need for thanks. It is our honor as Namekians to assist the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder wiped the perspiration from his brow. To be honest, he found the desires of this candidate for destruction somewhat perplexing. Initially, the ambition was to attain a form of immortality, a rather extravagant aspiration. Yet, as time progressed, he requested nothing more than to pose 2 questions and acquire 3 large jars of beans. However, despite his confusion, as long as no malevolent wishes were uttered, it was indeed a favorable outcome for him. Thanks are still in order. Here's the deal. I learned instant transmission on Yardrat, and I promised them that should they encounter any troubles in the future, they could seek me out at any time. At this juncture, Gran looked at the Grand Elder with a knowing expression, adding, the same goes for you. If you face difficulties, you can call for me as long as you utter the name Whis. Gran's eyes held a subtle glimmer, particularly when he mentioned the possibility of their troubles. The Grand Elder, though excited, felt a twinge of puzzlement. Why did it seem as though this candidate for destruction was so certain that the Namekians would encounter hardships in the future? Well, we should take our leave now, Gran said, retracting his gaze and moving towards the 3 large jars of beans. Are you pondering how to transport these beans? The Kaishin Shin inquired with a grin. Do you have a solution? Gran frowned. Of course. With a wave of his hand, Shin conjured an interdimensional space. Gran suddenly recalled that in the anime, Asin had retrieved the hardest rock in the universe from such a space. It was then that he had shattered the sword goddess blade. Well, aren't you quite skilled? Gran exclaimed with enthusiasm as he eagerly began transferring the 3 jars of beans into the interdimensional space. Shin chuckled, both amused and exasperated. You rascal. I haven't even agreed to let you move them in yet. All right, you've assisted me, and I shan't shortchange you. Regardless of what's fair, just share more about the Kaishins with me. Certainly. During the time you spend with me, I will share everything I know. And once I have completed my tasks over the next few years, I will help you release the old Kaishin. How does that sound? Speaking of the old Kaishin, I still don't know much about him. Could you enlighten me? The Kaishin Shin was not particularly tall, barely taller than Gran. As the two continued their conversation, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, evidently having utilized instant transmission to depart. Jebit's eyes glimmered with large question marks. And as realization dawned upon him, he shouted, Hey, I haven't boarded yet. He then also employed instant transmission to leave planet Namek. Grand Elder, Neru, Realm of Destruction. A month had passed since Whis ventured to the palace of the Omni King. On this day, a cascade of vibrant colors descended from the heavens. At last, it has returned. Whis stood by the lakeside, stretching his neck and exhaling heavily, relieved. According to the usual schedule, he should have returned here a month ago. Who would have anticipated that upon leaving the Grand Palace, he would encounter his elder sister, Kes, who then whisked him away to the 10th universe. In her words, your destroyer of Universe 7 is perpetually dozing. Returning to idleness would be futile. Instead, accompany me in my training for a while. Thus, Whis found himself delayed by an entire month. The power of his sister was truly formidable. The memories of their training sessions made his body tremble involuntarily. Just what level had his sister's strength reached? Despite spending a month training with her, Whis remained oblivious to the true extent of her abilities. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance to the realm where Beerus lay in slumber. He opened the door and stepped into the dreamlike space. A slender feline lay sleeping atop a golden disc, while numerous hourglass bombs floated ominously in the surrounding void. Suddenly, Whis produced a microphone from seemingly nowhere, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Lord Beerus, it is time to awaken." Chapter 35, The Potential Surpassing Whis. Beerus, still immersed in a culinary dream, was abruptly roused. Who? As he opened his eyes, confusion clouded his mind. Almost immediately, the hourglass bombs surrounding him erupted. Boom, boom, ah! The earth-shattering explosions intertwined with Beerus's anguished cries. It took half an hour for the cacophony to gradually subside, leaving Beerus sprawled on the ground, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. One could easily surmise that it was Whis's doing. "Whis, how long have I been asleep this time?" "A month." "A month?" Beerus's eyes widened in shock. In his customary manner, he often slumbered for hundreds, even thousands of years. Yet now, he had only slept for a month, and Whis had already roused him. Slowly rising from the ground, his gaze was filled with boundless fury, and a thick purple aura of destruction emanated from him. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise you shall face my wrath." "Oh ho ho!" Whis was unfazed by Beerus's ire, chuckling as he replied, "This is precisely what you asked me to remind you of. You can't blame me for this." Beerus paused, taken aback, unable to comprehend Whis's words. "Lord Beerus, it seems your memory is somewhat lacking. Have you forgotten what you said before falling asleep?" "What I said before sleeping?" Beerus rested his chin on his hand, attempting to recall. At that time, Gran had ventured beyond the universe for training, freeing him from the need to mentor that little brat, thus allowing him the opportunity for a proper rest. After Whis escorted Gran to Yardrat to study instant transmission, he fell into slumber upon his return. Wait. When Whis came back, he had a brief conversation with him, even mentioning that if Gran were to encounter dire trouble, he should remember to awaken him. Could it be? Boom. The fury within Beerus surged like a volcanic eruption, and the destructive aura that had coalesced around him finally erupted. Like a tidal wave, the destructive energy spread outward, obliterating everything in its path. Bang! The sleeping space dissipated into countless starlights, and soon, the entire god of destruction's palace followed suit. But that was not the end. The pure power belonging to the strongest god of destruction permeated the space, causing it to collapse inch by inch, threatening to bring the entire realm of destruction to its knees. Who is it? Who dares to meddle with my candidate? Boom. Under the impact of Beerus's power, the realm of destruction could no longer withstand the force and utterly disintegrated. Whis hovered in the pitch-black space, his lips twitching uncontrollably at Beerus's actions. With resignation, he remarked, "It wasn't that phrase. I didn't say Gran was in dire trouble." Huh. Beerus's volcanic rage was suddenly stifled. He glanced around the dark void, realizing that he had inadvertently destroyed his own home. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Beerus's expression turned as sour as if he had tasted something foul. If it wasn't that phrase, then which one was it? As Beerus pondered, Whis waved his staff, restoring the realm of destruction that Beerus had obliterated. At that moment, realization struck. Beerus became exhilarated. He recalled asking Whis if the Scion race truly held any significant importance. Whis had responded that he seemed to remember a Scion challenging the Omni King. Hiss. Beerus inhaled sharply, finally recalling everything, stuttering. "I said, if you remember everything, be sure to let me know. Could it be that you?" Whis covered his face, clearly having remembered something significant. He cleared his throat. "I haven't recalled everything, but I did visit the Omni King's palace, and I even inquired with my father." "What?" Beerus's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Whis would seek the Grand Minister's counsel. After all, the Grand Minister was the father of all angels. If Whis's strength was unknown, the Grand Minister's power was shrouded in mystery. Beerus's breath quickened. "The Grand Minister has lived longer than you, so he must know everything." "What did he say?" "It's normal for my father to outlive me. Is it necessary to mention it?" Whis replied, exasperated. "If I recall correctly, there was indeed a Scion who challenged the Omni King, and that individual was the ancestor of all Scions, named Otis." Whis began to recount the legendary tale of Otis to Beerus. Half an hour later, Beerus finally absorbed the entire story. Boom. A tempest surged within him. A Scion has astonishingly defeated the god of destruction of the seventh universe in a state of utter rage, and after 50 years, sought out the Grand Priest? By a twist of fate, That individual even challenged Lord Zeno? My heavens! Beerus clutched his head in disbelief, wondering if he had truly awakened from slumber. For how could he possibly hear such a terrifying tale? It is no wonder Beerus was so flustered. After all, Zeno is the supreme being of the universe. To dare challenge Lord Zeno, the ancestor of the Scion race, must possess extraordinary audacity. Lord Beerus, my father once commented on that young fellow Gran. Whis interjected suddenly. Beerus, momentarily shaken from his astonishment, quickly inquired, and what did the Grand Priest say? My father mentioned that Gran's origins are indeed somewhat enigmatic, yet he poses no issues. We can cultivate him with ease. As Whis spoke, a sense of relief washed over him. Gran was undeniably shrouded in mystery. When he first encountered Gran, the latter was on the brink of death, yet his dimensions surged from mere mortal to the pinnacle of the Kai realm. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? That's reassuring, that's reassuring, Beerus exclaimed, patting his chest. Whis had already informed him of Gran's enigmatic nature, but as his disciple, the young lad possessed such a delightful disposition and remarkable talent. Beerus was reluctant to lose such a pupil over questions of origin. What else did the Grand Priest say? Beerus's tone lightened considerably, though his expression grew increasingly curious. My father also remarked, Whis paused for emphasis, then articulated slowly, that Gran possesses transcendent potential. Transcendent potential? Thunder roared, shocking Beerus to the core. He swiftly approached Whis and firmly grasped his shoulders. What does the Grand Priest mean by this? If he claims Gran possesses transcendent potential, who can Gran surpass? Given Gran's current talents, surpassing Beerus, the god of destruction, seems certain. As for surpassing Whis, that remains uncertain. For Whis ranks among the top 2 of the 12 angels. Yet, it is not impossible for Gran to surpass Whis. Could the Grand Priest be suggesting that Gran has the potential to exceed Whis? I am unclear about my father's intentions. After he spoke those words, he returned to the Zeno Palace. With that, Whis fell silent. Was his father referring to surpassing him, or to surpassing himself? Or perhaps surpassing? Whis quickly shook his head, the last thought too daunting to entertain. Neither spoke further. The silence in the sleeping space grew eerily oppressive. After half an hour, Beerus shook his head, dispelling various fantasies from his mind, and inquired again. Wasn't that young lad Gran supposed to be out seeking powerful opponents? What is his current status? Whis smirked slightly, shaking his head. I am uncertain. He was taken by his elder sister for a month of training and has only just returned to the 7th universe. Who knows what Gran is up to now? How could you be unaware? Wasn't I the one instructing you to keep an eye on him? Beerus exclaimed, his impatience palpable. After all, this was a disciple he had painstakingly discovered. What if he were to perish? Ignorance is simply ignorance, Whis retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Fully aware of Beerus's inner turmoil. That young man has mastered instant transmission. How could he possibly meet his demise? Enough. Whis waved his staff, and suddenly, a projection materialized in the void. Now, let us observe what Gran has been through over the past month. The image displayed the events of Gran's month, and as the footage began to play, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was that sprout dressed in the Supreme Kai attire? How did he come to accompany Gran? Chapter 36. Gran is astoundingly intelligent, have you forgotten? That is the East Supreme Kai. He is indeed the Supreme Kai Shin. Whis responded, somewhat sheepishly. Ever since the Grand Supreme Kai perished, the East Supreme Kai has become one of the 2 remaining Supreme Kais in our 7th universe. Beerus's expression soured instantaneously. The incident involving Majin Buu infiltrating the Supreme Kai realm was undoubtedly his greatest humiliation. This is all your fault, Whis. If you hadn't sneaked out for delicacies, would that rotund fool and the other 3 Supreme Kais have met their fate? Beerus gritted his teeth in anger. Recalling this incident only intensified his ire. There were 5 Supreme Kais overseeing affairs within the 7th universe. Had even one survived, Beerus would not have faced such peril. Moreover, there was an additional layer of security. An ancient Supreme Kai whom he had sealed away. This was the very reason Beerus felt secure enough to slumber, only to awaken to a crumbling reality. My Lord Beerus, how can you still lay blame on me? Whis, feeling somewhat guilty, bristled at Beerus's accusations and retorted, if it weren't for someone's penchant for slothful slumber, would I have ventured out in search of delectable treats? And let us not forget, our 7th universe ranks second to last in average human competency. Whose accomplishment is that? Whis's voice, though soft, struck at the very core of Beerus's being. The latter fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Whis's words. All right. Beerus attempted to change the subject. Why must you keep dredging up old grievances? Now that we have a candidate for the god of destruction, he shall oversee the seventh universe, and our ranking will inevitably rise. Then let us refrain from casting aspersions upon one another. Very well, let us not. Beerus scoffed. As he coldly huffed, Whis mirrored his disdainful sound. The two, despite being the pinnacle of strength in the seventh universe, engaged in a rather juvenile quarrel. The trivial dispute quickly subsided, and their attention returned to the projection. Observing Shin painstakingly reconstructing the destroyed, useless planets, Beerus clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Whis erupted into laughter, for with the ancient Supreme Kai sealed away, Shin lacked any guidance and would undoubtedly be oblivious to the intricacies of his task. The projection continued, showcasing Gran as he dismantled the planets that Shin had just created. Although it is not destruction, the effect on the balance of the universe remains the same. Beerus felt a sense of satisfaction. The candidate for the position of destroyer he had selected was indeed competent. He could confidently entrust the task of obliterating planets to Gran. Lord Beerus, when will you release the old Supreme Kai? What if he accidentally perishes once freed? But if we do not release the old Supreme Kai? The East Supreme Kai knows nothing at all. Isn't Gran there to teach him? Whis's lips twitched. How could this fellow be so terrified of death? He sighed. But Gran is ultimately just a candidate for the role of destroyer. What does he truly understand? To elevate the ranking of a universe, merely having a destroyer is insufficient. Beerus suddenly fell silent. After half a minute, he managed to utter, "Let's discuss this later." With that, he resumed watching the projection of Gran's experiences over the past month. In the footage, when Gran arrived on Namek, his initial 3 wishes to the dragon shocked Beerus. To seek immortality, a state that even the Omni King cannot erase. To become the strongest in the Omni King's universe. To attain true eternal life. Are these wishes conceivable for a normal person? Not even the dragon could fulfill such desires. Whis covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. He could easily discern that Gran was toying with the dragon. However, when Gran finally made his actual wish, Whis grew serious. Lord Beerus, look, Gran truly does not realize that he has reached the pinnacle of the Kai level. I noticed long ago. The fool even asked that lizard why he could survive in the universe. It truly cracks me up. Beerus chuckled heartily, clutching his stomach at Gran's bewildered expression. When Gran made his second wish, Beerus's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. If even the miraculous dragon was unaware of Gran's secret, that young lad. Beerus shook his head again. This time, Whis awakened him and informed him of the Grand Minister's assessment of Gran. The Grand Minister had assured them to cultivate him without concern. Reflecting on this, Beerus felt reassured. The projection continued, revealing Gran's third wish, where he requested the dragon to move 3 large jars of beans to his side. Upon seeing the unremarkable beans, Beerus did not exhibit much interest. But Whis's expression turned grave. Spirit beans? Capable of instantaneous recovery? Whis frowned. The efficacy of such beans rivaled that of an angel's healing magic. As Whis pondered, he suddenly heard Beerus's astonished exclamation. Did I not instruct you to seek out formidable opponents? Why have you settled for such trash? It turned out that after Gran left Namek, in order to hone his physical instincts, he had embarked on a quest throughout the universe, challenging various strong beings alongside the Asin duo. Beerus scrutinized the projection, expecting Gran to seek combat with those far stronger than himself. Who would have thought he sought only a foe with a mere combat power of just over 100? Is that young man fearful of death, thus hesitating to seek out formidable opponents? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Beerus discerned something amiss regarding the individual Gran had sought. At that moment, Whis, with a hint of mockery, remarked, Lord Beerus, your perceptiveness seems to be waning of late. Have you not noticed that the person Gran has chosen possesses a remarkably high martial prowess? Beerus glanced over, curling his lip. Must you be so irritating? I merely lost focus for a brief moment. Is that worthy of your ridicule? Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus. How artfully you deflect. It is clear that you have misjudged the situation. I shall not lower myself to your level. With a cold snort, Beerus turned his head away. Lord Beerus, there are numerous instances throughout the universe where individuals appear weak, yet possess profound insights into martial arts. Whis continued, disregarding Beerus. Gran's innate physicality has reached the first tier, which is quite remarkable among mortals. However, apart from us, he is not engaged in combat with anyone else, and his understanding of martial arts is virtually non-existent. Look, Whis gestured towards the projection. Gran has been suppressing his own powers. The strength he employs is even inferior to that of his opponent. Yet it is through these repeated setbacks that his comprehension of martial arts and combat awareness are rapidly advancing. As he spoke, Whis' eyes began to gleam. This clever young lad recognizes his own weaknesses, which is precisely why he seeks to spar with martial arts masters. Gran is indeed exceedingly astute. Chapter 37. A sensation in the seventh universe. Aside from the teachings imparted by Whis and Beerus, Gran is essentially at a standstill in all aspects. It is precisely due to his ignorance that he is unable to seek battles with the strongest. Engaging in combat with figures like Beerus and Whis would yield no learning for him unless they deliberately guided him through the process. A grand edifice rises from the ground. Thus, Gran sought out a martial arts master akin to the turtle hermit, showcasing his intelligence. In the projected scene, Gran is seen sparring with an elderly man resembling a turtle. The elder's strength is rather feeble, measuring merely over 100 in battle power. However, his innate physicality has already reached the second tier. Among mortals, attaining the second tier of innate physicality is sufficient to be deemed a master. To become a true martial arts master, one must also cultivate a heart of martial arts. The heart of martial arts differs from innate physicality. The former typically refers to one's combat convictions, while the latter pertains to reflexes in battle. For instance, the turtle hermit, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Son Goku have all refined their own martial convictions. As for deities of Beerus' caliber, it goes without saying that the heart of martial arts is a prerequisite for every formidable being. In the projection, the turtle elder's strikes are executed with exquisite finesse. Each punch, palm strike, and kick embodies his martial will. Gran, on the other hand, consistently restrains the power within him, utilizing only half of the elder's strength. The disparity in strength, the gulf in martial comprehension, and the instinctual differences rendered Gran utterly overwhelmed. He faced repeated defeats while sparring with this martial arts master. Yet, it was precisely through these successive failures that Gran's understanding of martial arts began to deepen. After a month of arduous practice, he finally cultivated his own martial heart. Lord Beerus, if I recall correctly, your martial heart embodies fearlessness, does it not? Whis remarked, diverting his gaze from the projection to the figure of Beerus beside him. Indeed, Beerus replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lord Beerus, do you remember how long it took you to forge your martial heart? It seemed to take around 3 years. TSK. This little fellow remains as terrifying as ever. Whis could hardly contain his amusement. He continued, what martial will do you perceive in him, Lord Beerus? An unwavering spirit. Beerus clenched his fist, having observed Gran's journey throughout the past month. This young boy had endured a full month of losses, yet he remained resolute in his refusal to concede. However, Beerus gazed at the projection and suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, the martial heart is an essential pathway for every strong individual striving for greatness. Little one, may you grow swiftly. I eagerly anticipate the day when we can engage in battle. Whis remained silent, though his eyes glimmered with growing anticipation. Gran's cultivation of his own martial heart marked the conclusion of the projected imagery, encapsulating his experiences over the past month. Once awakened by Whis, Beerus chose not to return to slumber. He discovered that witnessing Gran's training was an exquisite pleasure. Primarily, Gran's talent was astonishing, any martial discipline before him. With merely a touch of practice, he could effortlessly master. Since the day Whis roused him, apart from his daily sustenance, Beerus unwaveringly insisted that Whis project Gran's training sessions. Whis felt somewhat uneasy about intruding on another's privacy, likening himself to a voyeur. Yet Beerus dismissed his concerns with a remark. What privacy could an 8-year-old child have? Especially when he is not chasing after women. Upon reflection, Whis found this to be quite true. Thus, a fixed program was established in the realm of destruction. Each day at a designated hour, Beerus and Whis would sit on small stools by the lakeside, watching Gran's training unfold. After a month, Gran had successfully condensed his martial heart, yet his physical instincts remained at the first tier. To elevate his physical instincts to the second tier, simply training with a single martial expert was far from sufficient. Gran needed to engage in combat with numerous formidable opponents to facilitate the rapid enhancement of his physical instincts. Consequently, Gran bid farewell to the old turtle sage and departed the planet alongside King Kai and Jebbet. He ventured back into the cosmos in search of other powerful challengers. From that day forth, the commotion Gran stirred within the seventh universe finally attracted the attention of others. In the course of their exchanges, A child accompanied by 2 attendants continuously challenged various strong individuals. The child's power is enigmatic, regardless of the level of your own strength. His prowess manifests as merely half of yours. Yet, despite this apparent inferiority, you find yourself unable to overcome him. According to the evaluations of martial arts masters who have cultivated for centuries, this child has already distilled his own martial heart. Furthermore, his combat skills, awareness, and experience far exceed those of the majority, allowing him to triumph over the stronger adversary. Given additional time for growth, he shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a martial arts master. As time swiftly passes, a month has elapsed. Gran has now been away from the ruined temple for 2 months, during which he has challenged a total of 1,000 martial arts practitioners. In the 3rd month, he faced 3,000 challengers, and in the 4th month, he confronted 5,000. By the 12th month, his total challenges exceeded 30,000 martial arts masters, creating a tremendous stir throughout the 7th universe. At Frisia's headquarters, Dodoria, with his corpulent frame, hastily strides into the palace. "My lord, it has come to my attention that a martial genius has recently emerged in the universe." "Oh." Frisia, reclining in his chair, seems to have forgotten the humiliation he endured at the hands of Beerus a year prior, regaining his former elegance. Reports indicate that this martial prodigy is merely a little over 9 years old and is accompanied by 2 attendants. His displayed strength is shrouded in mystery. No one is aware of the true extent of his power. At this juncture, Dodoria tentatively inquires, "My lord, should we not seek to recruit such talent? With his addition to the Frisia force, we would undoubtedly grow stronger." "Talent?" Frisia nonchalantly procures a glass of red wine, savoring a sip before chuckling. "I have indeed heard whispers of this young prodigy. He is truly a remarkable martial talent, and I have always valued exceptional individuals." He then turns to Dodoria with a teasing glint in his eye. "I am genuinely pleased that you are considering this for me, Dodoria. Therefore, I entrust you with the task of bringing this talent to my side." Chapter 38. It is time to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. A sheen of sweat suddenly beads on Dodoria's forehead. Reports suggest that a warrior with a battle power of 100,000 was defeated by this martial genius, with only a mere 220,000 battle power himself. He questions whether he is truly fit to recruit such an individual without facing dire consequences. "What? Are you unwilling?" Frisia squints, placing his glass down, his gaze growing icy. "And no, my lord." Dodoria hastily shakes his head. At this moment, he wishes to slap himself for proposing such a talent to his king. Now, his lord has directly tasked him with recruiting this martial genius. If successful, it could be advantageous, but failure would surely spell his doom. Suddenly, Frisia bursts into laughter. "Why are you so anxious, Dodoria? I was merely jesting." The little fellow can indeed defeat a warrior with a battle power of 100,000. "Mr. Doria, you may not stand a chance. It would be wiser to send the Jinyu force instead." Frisia, the true emperor of the cosmos, possesses a way with words that is as captivating as it is cunning. Is it possible that Doria is not a match for the opponent? No, it is certain that he is no match at all. Yes, Doria's heart swelled with joy. As long as he was spared the task of recruiting that martial arts prodigy, he would be content. As for who would take on the task, that was of no concern to him. Just as Doria was about to depart, a thought struck him. It seems that Vegeta has not returned to headquarters in quite some time, has he?" Frisia's voice echoed once more. Doria turned around, a wicked grin on his face, and replied, "Indeed, my lord, Vegeta has been absent from headquarters for 3 years. I sense he harbors thoughts of betrayal. Shall I eliminate him?" While he dared not attempt to recruit that martial arts genius, he certainly felt capable of dispatching the insignificant Vegeta. After all, Vegeta was merely 8 years old, with a mere battle power of 6,000. This is merely a guess by Xiaobai. "Mr. Doria, you truly are a loyal subordinate to this king," Frisia remarked, though he suddenly clenched his fists before relaxing once more. "No need, let him be." "As you wish, my lord," Doria responded, somewhat perplexed, but he dared not inquire further. Humph, another day of praise from the king of real estate. How delightful. Doria strode away from the palace with an air of indifference. Once Doria had departed, an intense aura of murderous intent erupted from Frisia, who was seated in his floating chair. It was painfully clear that Vegeta was inclined to betray them. In the past, he would have ordered someone to eliminate Vegeta without hesitation. But that damned Beerus had ordered him not to touch the Psiots. On the planet Metamor, renowned alongside Yardrat and Namek as one of the three marvelous worlds, the famed fusion technique from the Dragon Ball series originated here. This planet is steeped in martial tradition, with every inhabitant taking great pride in their martial prowess. Today marks the emergence of a legendary martial arts genius. This 9-year-old child has risen to become a master of martial arts. One cannot help but compare oneself to others. At that age, I was still playing in the sand. What level of talent is this? Surely, the most gifted individual in the history of Metamor could not compare. In a duel arena, two figures stood, one old and one young, while over 100,000 spectators murmured amongst themselves. To become a martial arts master, two conditions must be met. One must cultivate a martial heart, and the other is to achieve the second stage of physical instinct. Today, after sparring with the Grand Elder of Metamor, Gran's diminutive frame radiated the aura befitting a martial arts master. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebet observed the young figure in the arena. Jebet exclaimed with wide eyes, "Lord Supreme Kai, the candidate for the God of Destruction has challenged over 30,000 formidable warriors, and he has finally succeeded." Indeed, he previously mentioned that he sought out so many strong opponents primarily to cultivate his second-stage physical instinct. The God of Destruction, Shin, suppressed the excitement within him. Although he was uncertain about what the second stage of physical instinct entailed, it was evident from Gran's experiences over the past year that he longed to break through to that level. Not only had he refined his martial heart, but he had also successfully cultivated his physical instinct to the second stage. Shin clenched his small fist, genuinely thrilled for Gran. Jebet pointed around, exclaiming, "Lord God of Destruction, do you see? Everyone is marveling at the talent of the candidate God of Destruction." With a hearty laugh, he added, "According to Gran, both the God of Destruction and the candidate God of Destruction govern destruction in the universe. How could such divine talent possibly be mediocre?" At this, Shin's gaze filled with anticipation. If the candidate God of Destruction possessed such formidable talent, how extraordinarily potent must the true God of Destruction be? Throughout the year, he had heard much from Gran regarding the responsibilities of the gods of destruction, and he was beginning to grasp their significance. Meanwhile, in the duel arena, Gran was with his eyes closed, absorbing the fruits of his training over the past year. The second stage of physical instinct. I have finally achieved it. As Gran slowly opened his eyes, an aura befitting a martial master instantly radiated around him. In this moment, Gran bore a resemblance to the martial arts sage, Master Rashi. Even when standing still, he exuded an enigmatic presence. Yet, one must not forget that Gran was merely 9 years old. "Congratulations, young friend Gran, on reaching this level," remarked the elder of the Metamor Star, a small old man, who sighed. "Gran's talent is truly terrifying." Gran bowed in gratitude towards the elder and the martial experts of Metamor Star for their support. Over the past year, he had traversed the 4 corners of the galaxy, but it was undeniable that Metamor Star housed the most martial prowess. "You have reached this level through your own efforts, with little contribution from us," the elder of Metamor Star began, but Gran quickly interjected, "No. Without your assistance, I would not have made such rapid progress. But it wouldn't have been much slower, would it?" The elder chuckled. "With your unparalleled talent, even if you were slow, it wouldn't be by much." His tone then shifted to one of depth. "Moreover, since your arrival at Metamor Star, although you have always seemed weak, your true power is likely." Gran's reputation as a martial genius had spread throughout the 7th universe, and now, who was unaware of the enigmatic extent of his strength? Furthermore, in his perception, this young lad not only possessed mysterious power, but also emanated an even more enigmatic pressure. His 2 companions seemed to share this aura, as all 3 exuded a faint yet palpable dominance. The elder of Metamor Star pondered for a long time before succinctly expressing that feeling. It resembled the legendary pressure of a deity. Gran, unsure of the elder's thoughts, chuckled. "I do indeed harbor some hidden power, but haven't you all also withheld your full strength?" What did that imply? "I have heard that on the planet Metamor, there exists a fusion technique." Little Gran squinted his eyes, displaying an expression that suggested he knew everything. This secret art allows 2 individuals to merge into one, resulting in a fusion warrior who not only inherits the talents of the original 2, but also possesses immense power. The Grand Elder of Metamor fell into a contemplative silence. How did this child come by such knowledge? The elder need not worry. I merely possess a bit more information than others, Gran chuckled. According to the typical narrative, After Sun Wukong is killed by Cell, he would encounter a Midamore being in the afterlife who would impart the fusion technique to him. However, he had no desire to learn this art. He would never merge with another. The thought of two men fusing together felt utterly uncomfortable. It is far better to be strong on one's own. Noticing the Grand Elder's continued silence, Gran spoke. Elder, I have accomplished my purpose for coming here. So it is time for me to take my leave. Are you departing already? Yes. Gran nodded. Over the past year, he had challenged over 30,000 martial artists. Consolidating his martial heart and his physical instincts had ascended to the second tier. Gran could sense that his physical instincts had reached the limits of a mortal. This meant he had hit a bottleneck in his physical responses. Power, mindset, and physical instinct, each had reached its peak. Under normal circumstances, Gran ought to prepare to return to the realm of destruction to consult Whis on the next steps. However, he still had two final plans to realize. He intended to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, he sought vengeance against Vegeta. Just imagining transforming before that perennial second place would surely elicit a delightful expression from Vegeta. Since Gran is ready to depart, I shall not detain him any longer. I wish you a smooth journey in your martial pursuits, young friend. The Grand Elder of Midamore waved his hand. Gran reciprocated the gesture, and in an instant, he appeared in the audience seats. Asin, let us depart. Where are we headed? To exact revenge on that perennial second place. The mere thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta filled Gran with joy. With that, he left Midamore alongside Asin and Jebet. Witnessing the secret technique Gran employed to leave, the Grand Elder of Midamore widened his eyes. This is instantaneous movement. I never expected this little fellow to have mastered the techniques of the planet Yardrat. Today, my state is not ideal. I have been stuck on my writing since this afternoon until the early hours. I apologize for the delay and present you with 5,000 words as a token of my contrition. I humbly seek your kind reviews and encouragement, and I cherish you all. Chapter 39, The Vegeta Trio. Ginyu Force. Not far from the planet Midamore lies another celestial body. The human town upon this planet appears to have recently endured a massacre. Houses lie in ruins. The ground is cracked, and smoke lingers in the air. Have you too cleansed this planet of its indigenous inhabitants? In a palace, an 8-year-old child sits upon the throne. His hairline was notably high, the forehead presenting a distinct shape, giving him a cool appearance. However, his voice was as cold and venomous as that of a serpent, devoid of any emotion. Beneath the throne stood two figures. One, a burly bald man, and the other, a child with hair cascading to his waist. The child's hairstyle was peculiar. Had his hair been dyed golden, he would have exuded an aura reminiscent of a transcendent state. The indigenous inhabitants of this planet had all been eradicated by us. Raditz lowered his head, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the child on the throne. Years ago, Gran had been ambushed by those feigning death among the natives. Rest assured, we shall not repeat such a blunder. The bald man, Nappa, also felt a twinge of fear towards the child with the distinct hairline. This child on the throne was none other than Vegeta. Upon hearing their mention of Gran, the veins on his forehead bulged ominously, and he spoke coldly. That fool Gran is nothing but a waste. He may be a superior scion, yet he carelessly allowed himself to be ambushed by those natives and lost his tail. It is a disgrace to our scion race. You had better ensure that every native on this planet is eliminated. Otherwise, should you be ambushed, you shall meet Gran's fate. What fate awaited Gran? Naturally, it was to be abandoned by Vegeta. At this thought, Nappa and Raditz shivered involuntarily. Consequently, they hastily departed the palace, intent on thoroughly inspecting the planet once more. Inside the palace, only Vegeta remained, gazing at the desolate hall, lost in his thoughts. After a moment, he rose from the throne. Damn Frieza, one day, I shall personally end your life. Little Vegeta, with eyes filled with fierce determination, resembled a small demon. 3 years prior, when planet Vegeta had exploded, Frieza's attitude towards their team had taken a sharp turn. Whenever they found themselves with spare time, they were immediately assigned new missions, leaving no opportunity for training. Vegeta had certainly sensed something amiss. Before the explosion of planet Vegeta, all Scions had received a recall order. His team had also received that order, but at the time, he had chosen to disregard it. Yet shortly thereafter, planet Vegeta met its catastrophic end. According to Frieza, the planet had been struck by meteors, resulting in the death of all Scions in that cataclysm. Struck by meteors? How absurd. There were numerous powerful beings on planet Vegeta, to speak of his father, King Vegeta, or Raditz' father, Bardock, who possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000. With Bardock present, how could a mere meteor possibly annihilate planet Vegeta? It was evident that Frieza was lying. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge of Frieza's deceit, Vegeta dared not openly defy Frieza's commands. Thus, he led his team away from the headquarters. In the 3 years since, they had never returned to Frieza's headquarters, consistently turning a blind eye to its orders. Initially, Vegeta had harbored some concern that Frieza might send someone to eliminate them. As time progressed, he observed that Frieza seemed indifferent to their activities, and the commands from headquarters ceased to arrive. Vegeta was unaware of the circumstances, yet it was evident that this was a fortuitous development. Thus, in the ensuing period, Vegeta and his team would plunder a planet, subsequently utilizing its resources for training until they were entirely depleted, at which point they would move on to the next celestial body. However, despite the cessation of missions from Frieza's headquarters, Vegeta's team still experienced a reduction in numbers. From Gran to the present, only Nappa and Raditz remained. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash. Their demise is of no consequence. Vegeta was utterly unconcerned about the deaths of his subordinates. Rising from his throne, he exited the palace and ascended into the sky. It was nearly time for training. As Vegeta soared to a height of 1,000 meters, he began to unleash energy blasts upon the human towns below. This foolish prince's method of warfare was merely his routine training. Boom, boom. After bombarding the ground for over 20 minutes, Vegeta grew weary. His diligent training should enable him to defeat Frieza in the future. The thought of Frieza kneeling before him in supplication filled young Vegeta with delight. At that moment, Nappa and Raditz returned from the horizon, evidently having scoured the planet with their scouters. Now that they had returned, let the two of you join forces. Without awaiting their response, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and darted toward Raditz and Nappa. Oh no, Vegeta is going to use us as punching bags again. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically. What are you hesitating for? Do you think we can escape? Hurry up, the bald-headed Nappa bellowed. Vegeta was born with a battle power of 1,000, as speculated by Xiaobai, and after 8 years had elapsed, he had achieved a battle power of 6,000. In contrast, Nappa possessed merely 2,500 battle power, while Raditz, the useless one, lingered at a paltry 600, placing him at the very bottom of the food chain. Thus, their combined efforts could not possibly allow them to evade Vegeta. It would be wiser to resist fiercely in the hopes of enduring fewer blows. Meanwhile, a medium-sized spaceship traversed the cosmic expanse, where 5 figures occupied the cockpit, members of the Jinyu Force. It was said that a martial arts prodigy was currently only 9 years old and had defeated a formidable opponent with a battle power of 100,000 at such a tender age. Do you think this news is credible? Mused the blue-skinned Berta, resting his chin in contemplation. Goku scoffed, stating, "Our Captain Jinyu has trained for many years to attain a battle power of only 120,000. How could a 9-year-old possibly possess the strength to defeat someone with a battle power of 100,000? No, I believe it is possible," the purple-skinned Jinyu said, a glimmer of recollection flashing in his eyes. Some individuals are born with immense power. I once encountered a being who possessed over 100 million battle power at birth. Boom. The remaining 4 members, aside from Jinyu, shuddered at the revelation. How much? A combat power exceeding 100 million. How is that even conceivable? Is it possible for anyone in this world to possess such extraordinary strength? Captain Jinyu, are you certain you are not speaking in jest? The 4 members of the Jinyu force engaged in fervent discussion. Captain Jinyu discreetly shook his head, recalling their lord's past ambitions of exchanging bodies with Frieza. Suddenly, Captain Jinyu, I believe I have detected Vegeta on a nearby planet, Rikuum exclaimed, as the radar on their ship revealed the precise landing coordinates of Vegeta's spacecraft. Vegeta? Jinyu's gaze turned frigid. It was rumored that this young warrior was poised to betray our Frieza force. Let us swiftly eliminate him on behalf of Lord Frieza. Bart, taken aback, interjected, what of that martial arts prodigy? Should we not recruit him? Might Lord Frieza be displeased? Isn't he currently training on Mitamor? Eliminating Vegeta will be swift. After that, we can seek out the martial arts genius at our leisure. Indeed, the medium-sized spaceship abruptly altered its course, heading directly toward the planet where Vegeta was located. Chapter 40. Gran. What manner of scum are you, Vegeta? Tat 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 tat. Vegeta, soaring above, engaged two opponents simultaneously. Despite his youth, he was not at a disadvantage. Rather, he dominated, unleashing a flurry of blows upon them. How can you, all elite warriors, be so feeble? After 3 years of training, why have you shown no improvement? Especially you, Raditz, being older than Gran, yet you are even weaker than your peers. Vegeta's fury intensified, his strikes growing more forceful. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Raditz and his companion emitted gut-wrenching cries of pain. Ultimately, Vegeta unleashed 2 energy blasts, which struck Raditz and his ally squarely. Boom! They plummeted to the ground, enveloped in black smoke. Humph! What utter incompetence! Vegeta descended, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 incapacitated warriors, spitting upon the ground in contempt. Half an hour later, Raditz and his companion finally regained their composure, rising to their feet with expressions of increasing terror as they beheld Vegeta. Were it not for the dwindling numbers of our Scion race, I would have dispatched you both long ago, Vegeta declared coldly, seated upon a massive rock. Upon hearing this, Raditz and his companion trembled involuntarily, aware that Vegeta never spoke falsely. From now on, should you fail to train diligently, you shall face dire consequences. Yes, Raditz nodded vigorously. The other, Naba, cautiously added, Vegeta, once the resources of this planet are depleted, where shall we go next? Where? Vegeta furrowed his brow. It was his customary practice to seek out another planet once the resources of the current one were exhausted. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Naba, asking, What do you mean? Raditz glanced at the bald-headed warrior, wondering what had emboldened him today. Vegeta, I am fully aware that the destruction of planet Vegeta is undoubtedly linked to Frisia. However, our training is progressing far too slowly. Nappa gritted his teeth and said, Frisia, having become the emperor of the universe, must possess formidable strength. Even if we were to train for another 10 or 20 years, the 3 of us might still be unable to defeat him. Vegeta fell into silence. How could he not comprehend this reality? In the past, planet Vegeta was home to numerous warriors with battle powers exceeding that of Bardock alone, yet this did not prevent the catastrophic explosion of their planet. Even with his exceptional talent, could he truly defeat Frisia on his own and uncover the truth? Vegeta, relying solely on our own training, we may never uncover the truth in this lifetime. Nappa clenched his fists. Perhaps we should gather the other exiled Scions. If we unite and train together, transforming into great apes in the future, we might stand a chance. Every Scion, as long as they possess their tails, transforms into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon, and in this form, their strength multiplies tenfold. For instance, if a Scion possesses a base power level of 10,000, they would attain a staggering 100,000 in their great ape form. Nappa, you make a valid point. Raditz mustered his courage and added, My father was undeniably powerful. He and King Vegeta surely had their moments of transforming into great apes, yet they ultimately perished alongside planet Vegeta. I understand your talent, Vegeta, but we are merely 3 in number. Our forces are far too few. Upon hearing their words, Vegeta remained silent, lost in thought. Nappa and Raditz exchanged anxious glances, fearing their boldness would lead to dire consequences. Raditz, I recall that you have a brother, do you not? Vegeta suddenly spoke. Nappa's eyes brightened. Vegeta's inquiry evidently indicated his agreement with the suggestion. In stark contrast to Nappa's reaction, Raditz's expression darkened at the mention of his brother. Raditz, do you wish to perish? I am addressing you. Vegeta's tone turned icy. Ha. At that moment, Nappa could not contain his laughter and quickly apologized. Forgive me, Vegeta. Raditz's brother is simply too amusing. What do you mean? Vegeta questioned. Do you know, Vegeta, Raditz's brother is named Kakarot? He was born with a mere 2 battle power. A worthless elite warrior with a sibling who is just as feeble. After saying this, Nappa disregarded Raditz's expression and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Vegeta's lips twitched. 2 battle power? Even a dog would possess more strength than that. Truly, they are the epitome of worthless siblings. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled another matter. He too had a brother who was exiled, and it seemed his battle power at birth was similar to Kakarot's. Nappa, shut your mouth. If you keep laughing, do you believe I won't end your life? Vegeta clenched his fists, cursing himself for inadvertently including himself in the insult. The throat of Naba seemed to be obstructed by some unseen force, and his laughter abruptly ceased. What's the matter, Vegeta? Upon witnessing this, Raditz felt as though he had just consumed a can of 1982 cola, a sensation of sheer exhilaration overwhelming him. How dare you mock me incessantly, you bald-headed fool. Vegeta, I indeed have a brother named Kakarot. Raditz composed himself, his playful demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Not long after Kakarot's birth, all of us Scions received a summons. At that time, you advised me to disregard that summons, thus I narrowly escaped the cataclysmic explosion of planet Vegeta. However, I did receive a message from my father. He informed me that Kakarot had been born and that he would be exiled to a planet known as Earth. Earth? What a desolate and insignificant place. Vegeta and Nappa scoffed. Suddenly, Raditz hesitated. Actually, I have another secret, but I'm unsure if I should disclose it. Speak. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, curious about what more this fellow had to say. In that message, my father also mentioned that Kakarot is the hope of the Scion race, and urged me to go to Earth and retrieve him. Raditz continued, his voice steady. My father foretold that Kakarot would one day become the legendary Super Saiyan. This part of the story is a deviation from the original plot, a modification by a novice. So do not take it too seriously. At this revelation, Nappa and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, however, they burst into uproarious laughter, clutching their bellies. Raditz covered his face, fully anticipating this reaction, for he had never believed his father's words either. After all, the legend of the Super Saiyan was a tale steeped in Saiyan lore. Raditz, do you comprehend? Vegeta, regaining his composure, pointed a thumb at himself. If the legends of our Saiyan race hold true, then only I, Vegeta, can become a Super Saiyan, understand? No sooner had Vegeta uttered these words than an ethereal pressure descended upon the planet, emanating from three unseen deities. A youthful voice then echoed in the ears of Vegeta and his companions. Only you, Vegeta, can become a Super Saiyan? Is that so? What are you but mere trash? Seeking favorable reviews, desiring prompt updates. Chapter 41. Aren't you dead? Who? Vegeta swiftly leaped down from the massive stone, turning with urgency. Raditz and Nappa held their breath, realizing the voice came from behind the colossal rock. How could this be possible? They had inspected this planet thrice, and there should be no natives left alive. Why, then, was there still a presence here? They quickly glanced at Vegeta, whose expression had darkened ominously. It was clear, Vegeta was about to erupt in anger. Vegeta, has it only been 3 years, and you've already forgotten me? At that moment, Gran and the Supreme Kai emerged slowly from behind the enormous stone. This year marks the 740th year of the era of the gods, and it is the 3rd year since Gran traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, now reaching the age of 9. Although 3 years have passed, Gran still vividly recalls the events of that fateful day he arrived in this realm. At that time, he was gravely wounded. Yet that scoundrel Vegeta not only failed to rescue him, but also destroyed his spaceship, leaving him to fend for himself on that desolate planet. Without Senzu beans, without the dragon, without a healing pod, there was nothing on that planet to save him. Had he not been well-versed in the storyline and remembered that Whis had a penchant for delicacies, he might have perished on the very day of his arrival. Now, after 3 long years, he finally laid eyes on that insufferable character again. Excitement surged within Gran. That damn perennial second fiddle. This time, I shall make you suffer. 3 years. Vegeta frowned, having only arrived on this planet a day prior. He intently remarked, So, you are not a native of this world? Raditz and Nappa simultaneously sighed in relief. From the child's dialogue, it was evident he was not from this planet. Vegeta, it has merely been 3 years, yet you seem to have grown somewhat dull. Gran taunted. If I were a native of this planet, would I know your name? You. The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed with fury. Despite his anger, he maintained his composure, standing his ground and scrutinizing the boy before him. Gran was taken aback that, after so brazenly insulting him, Vegeta did not retaliate. Wasn't this guy supposed to value his pride above all else? Who exactly is he? Vegeta murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the trio before him. The lead child was clad in peculiar attire, seemingly around his age, approximately 8 or 9 years old, but he towered over Vegeta by a head. Beside this child were 2 others, similarly dressed in odd garments. Such an unusual trio. Like Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa also regarded Gran with intrigue. However, Gran had undergone significant transformation over the past 3 years, particularly after reaching the pinnacle of the Kai's realm and becoming a candidate for the god of destruction. He now emanated an aura of divine pressure not characteristic of mere mortals. It was no wonder that the three of them failed to recognize Gran at first glance. Still not recognizing me? Let me provide you with a hint. 3 years ago, you abandoned a companion, and that companion is I. Gran's hint was practically an open revelation. An abandoned companion from 3 years ago? So, you are also a scion. Vegeta was still processing this information. Raditz' jaw dropped in shock as he exclaimed, Vegeta, he is Gran. Nappa quickly pieced it together, astonished. Yes, he is Gran. How did he survive? Gran. Upon hearing Raditz and Nappa's words, Vegeta's pupils dilated. He scrutinized Gran once more. Generally, scion children grow at a sluggish pace. Even those in their teens may barely exceed a meter in height. Gran, at merely 9 years of age, stands a little over 1 meter tall. He possesses a pair of round, glimmering eyes and a chubby face, giving him an appearance that is both endearing and somewhat comical. While other scions exude an intimidating ferocity, Gran alone embodies a naive and innocent charm. Is it truly you? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Were you not supposed to have perished on that planet? How is it that you still live? Ha! You consider me a disgrace to the scion lineage, naturally wishing for my demise. The little Gran laughed heartily, then gazed down at the unfortunate second-in-command with a teasing glint in his eye. But to your disappointment, I am alive and well, and I have returned to seek vengeance. Are you pleased? Surprised? You claim to have returned for revenge? Ha! Now it was Vegeta's turn to laugh. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, bewildered by Gran's survival. Yet it appeared that Gran had returned with a touch of madness. This was Vegeta, boasting a battle power of 6,000. Who would have imagined he could survive such circumstances? If you are alive, why not simply continue to exist in obscurity? Vegeta's laughter faded, his tone turning icy. You insist on appearing before me? You dare speak of vengeance? If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Vegeta prepared to strike. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz summoned his courage to interject. Did you not just mention gathering the remaining scions? With Gran's return, we gain another ally. Should we not spare him for now? However, as soon as those words escaped his lips, Vegeta retorted. Are you attempting to instruct me? He delivered a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen, sending him flying until he skidded across the ground for 100 meters. Nappa, who had considered suggesting the same, fell silent in fright at Raditz's grim fate. I detest being told how to conduct my affairs, Vegeta continued, his gaze shifting back to Gran. Yet Raditz does make a valid point. If you wish to accompany me again, I might overlook your previous insolence. Both King Kai and Jebet, who had remained silent, were momentarily stunned. Had this child lost his senses? Did he comprehend the gravity of the situation? 3 years had passed, and he remained as arrogant and ruthless as ever. Gran glanced at the battered Raditz, then shook his head with a TSK of disapproval. Arrogance and ruthlessness? Are we not all scions in that regard? Vegeta sneered. Moreover, I was born with a battle power of 1,000, and now it stands at 6,000. I possess both talent and strength. Why should I not be arrogant? Gran, I ask you once more. Vegeta pointed at Gran, then gestured to himself with a thumb. If you choose to follow me again, I shall disregard your previous disrespect. Now declare your choice. Vegeta wore a face of unwavering certainty, convinced that this insignificant being would not dare defy him. My choice. A smirk played at the corners of Gran's mouth. What do you, Vegeta, amount to? Such utter rubbish. You think I would ever follow you? Do you even deserve it? Chapter 42. The eruption of a billion combat power. As these words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Nappa swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. Anyone daring to speak to Vegeta in such a manner was surely courting death. You seek your end. Indeed. Vegeta's fury ignited instantly. No longer would he suppress his rage. He resolved to eliminate this insolent fool. However, in the next moment, Vegeta felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered a small fist pressing against him. Raising his gaze, he was met by Gran, who stood before him, his pupils constricting in disbelief. How is this even possible? Too fast, impossibly fast. He was utterly oblivious to how his opponent had appeared. Gran locked eyes with him, tauntingly declaring, I have come to exact my vengeance, and you, scum, think I would ever follow you? This strike bore little force. He was wary of unintentionally killing the fool. Ah, you seek your demise. Vegeta bellowed to the heavens, a proud scion prince. Mocked by a piece of trash he had once discarded, the 6,000 combat power within him surged forth like a torrential flood. Boom. The overwhelming force fractured the ground beneath him, sending nearby boulders shattering into fragments. In Vegeta's mind, even if Gran had survived, after 3 more years of training, he could only elevate his power from 800 to a maximum of 1,000. Now that he unleashed his full might, surely Gran would be knocked unconscious by such force. Still too weak. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, causing Vegeta's heart to skip a beat as he glanced down once more. Gran had not fainted. He still held his small fist against Vegeta's abdomen. How? How did you accomplish this? Vegeta exclaimed, terror-stricken. Because your power is simply too weak. Silence. I am a Scion Prince with 6,000 combat power, and you dare to claim my strength is weak? Unforgivable. Enraged and humiliated, Vegeta channeled all his power into his fist and struck towards Gran's temple with a mighty blow. Bang! The immense force created a terrifying sonic boom in the air. In the face of this attack, Gran remained unfazed, retracting his small fist, his body instinctively leaning to the side, narrowly evading the strike. Witnessing his attack fail, Vegeta's expression darkened as he launched another assault, his punches and kicks striking like lightning. Gran continued to evade effortlessly, the battlefield shifting as the two warriors clashed a kilometer away. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. None of his assaults seemed to affect Gran at all. Finally, boom, boom, Vegeta unleashed his royal combat technique. A tempest of energy blasts erupted forth, creating numerous explosive craters in the ground. Meanwhile, Nappa had approached Raditz' side. What on earth has happened to Gran? How did he become so powerful? Raditz observed the unfolding battle, his body instinctively trembling with trepidation. Nappa was equally horrified, yet he did not display such fragility. He spoke gravely. 3 years ago, Gran had only 800 battle power. After 3 years, could he possibly have surpassed Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Raditz swiftly activated his scouter. Beep, beep. The display revealed 2 numbers. One was 6,000 and the other 600. How could this be? Raditz's mouth fell agape. The 6,000 battle power undoubtedly belonged to Vegeta, but how could Gran possess merely 600 battle power? Nappa, having seen the data on his scouter, swallowed hard and exclaimed. Gran had 800 battle power 3 years ago. After training for revenge over these 3 years, how could he regress instead of progress? The focus shifted back to Gran. Boom, boom. Vegeta bombarded Gran with his princely techniques for over 20 minutes, becoming breathless. Gran retreated several meters, clicking his tongue. Your energy is too chaotic. You cannot control your power, nor can you harness your ki. Your combat skills, awareness, and experience are utterly lacking. Vegeta, you are truly pathetic. Aside from martial arts masters like the elder of the Namekian race, nearly all other cosmic warriors shared these flaws. Gran himself had been no exception 3 years prior. Yet this did not hinder him from mocking Vegeta now. Damn Gran, shut your mouth. Vegeta gasped for breath. Apart from dodging, what other skills do you possess? You have utterly disgraced the pride of the Scion race. You are indeed a shame to our lineage. A disgrace to the Scion race. Yet you cannot even touch me. What does that make you? Witnessing Vegeta's impotent fury brought Gran a sense of satisfaction. Vegeta clenched his teeth. He had already seen the scouter's data. This fool had 800 battle power 3 years ago, and now he had regressed to 600. Not only that, but the opponent had evaded all his attacks with a mere 600 battle power. Such a notion was absurd. Vegeta, do you know how much I have sacrificed for this day of vengeance? Gran lied with wide eyes, as he had truly sacrificed nothing. He could easily master any skill without much effort. If one were to insist on a sacrifice, it would be the painful experience of being struck by Beerus. Humph, I care not for your sacrifices. Vegeta scoffed. I have endured great hardships to seek revenge against you. Gran's gaze grew icy, although he could easily learn anything. The journey had indeed been arduous. I swore I would return to exact revenge upon you. Gran clenched his fists. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerie, and Vegeta felt an ominous premonition. Yet, the opponent was merely a waste with 600 battle power. Even with impressive agility, he could not possibly outmatch himself. With this thought, Vegeta regained some composure. Having toyed enough, he was now ready to unleash his wrath upon Gran. Gran's lips curled into an exceedingly strange arc. Did you not claim that if the legend of the Super Scions were true, only you could transform? I hope you can indeed transform later. With the last word spoken, a thunderous eruption ensued. Gran relinquished control over the power within him, unleashing his full combat strength of 1 billion. Chapter 43, Power Unleashed. Whis had once imparted wisdom to Gran, teaching him that true warriors can master their strength completely. ensuring that each movement leaves no destruction in its wake. In the realm of Shumi, Gran had achieved this mastery, but in this moment, he chose to relinquish that control. He yearned to make a grand show before that insufferable second-rate being. Boom. At the instant his billion units of combat power erupted, it altered the very fabric of reality. The previously dim sky suddenly blazed with brilliance. Bang! The scouter on little Vegeta's face exploded in an instant. What? The sudden influx of power caused his complexion to change dramatically, forcing him to instinctively step back. The scouter exploded? What kind of power is this? Cold sweat beaded on little Vegeta's forehead. The explosion of the scouter led him to question whether it had malfunctioned. Yet, that terrifying force surged towards him relentlessly, and he found himself retreating step by step. Clearly, the scouter was not faulty. It had exploded under the strain of Glan's overwhelming strength. How could this be? How could your power have suddenly surged to such heights? Impossible. You are merely a discarded waste. How could you have become so formidable? Witnessing Glan's explosive display, Vegeta felt his worldview shatter. The scion he had once discarded had returned 3 years later, now possessing such incredible strength. How could this be? Meanwhile, on another front, Raditz and Nappa's scouters also met the same fate, exploding upon detecting Glan's power. Raditz's legs trembled uncontrollably as he stammered. Is it true the scouter cannot even register Glan's readings? What level of power is this? Nappa's body quaked in fear as he gritted his teeth. Glan's combat power is certainly beyond 600. He must have concealed his strength. What has he experienced in these 3 years? Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy rushed towards them. Nappa, grab me. I'm going to be blown away. Raditz's small frame clung desperately to Nappa's waist. Let go of me. If you keep holding on, I'll be blown away too. In the next moment, whoosh, both were swept away by the oncoming storm. Returning our gaze to Gran, a white aura enveloped him, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. The rolling energy waves radiated outward, lifting countless stones and crushing them into dust under immense pressure. With Gran at the center, the ground began to fracture, and in mere moments, the earth itself began to collapse. Vegeta quickly retreated. But this was not the end. Whoosh whoosh, the magnetic field of the entire battlefield was abruptly disrupted. Fierce winds howled, and waves of air surged. The petite Gran, standing just over a meter tall, spiraled at the heart of the tempest, emanating the profound authority of a dimensional pinnacle akin to a deity gracing the earth. Gran reveled in the tumultuous power coursing through him, pondering that perhaps Vegeta would be quite pleased with this formidable strength. Turning his gaze towards the distant Vegeta, Gran observed the color drain from his face, leaving it ghostly pale. Gran felt a sense of satisfaction at this display. It was precisely the effect he desired. What do you think, Vegeta? Are you satisfied with my power? He soared towards Vegeta, and with each meter he advanced, Vegeta's body bent under the weight of Gran's overwhelming presence. Impossible. How can your power have escalated to such heights? The once imperious demeanor of Vegeta had vanished, replaced by a frantic desperation. How is this possible? It is simply a manifestation of my innate talent. Gran continued to glide forward, tauntingly inquiring, do you know what my battle power has reached? Vegeta, stifling his fear, remained silent, gnashing his teeth. Gran hovered midair, his expression devoid of emotion, declaring, my battle power has reached 1 billion. The impact of this proclamation was akin to a nuclear explosion, resonating in the ears of both Vegeta and the distant Raditz, leaving them collectively astonished. After half a minute, Raditz finally regained his composure, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. Did I hear correctly? Gran claims his power has reached 1 billion? No, I heard it too. He did say 1 billion. Raditz's complexion turned ashen. What did a battle power of 1 billion signify? Previously, the mightiest warrior of their entire Scion race barely exceeded a battle power of 10,000. And even the strongest Scion in their great ape form only reached 100,000. 100,000 was but a mere fraction of 1 billion. Insanity. How could anyone in this world possibly possess such terrifying power? Surely, even the cosmic tyrant Frieza could not attain such a level. It's a lie, all of it. How could anyone achieve a battle power of 1 billion? You cannot deceive me. Vegeta's mental fortitude was severely shaken, and he shook his head in denial. Despite his vocal skepticism, the immense pressure had already left him trembling. This was an instinctive reaction. Vegeta could not suppress his fear. Ha ha, Vegeta. Where has your former lofty demeanor gone? Why do you appear so disheveled now? Gran was unconcerned with Vegeta's belief, relishing in provoking this long-standing rival. He advanced further. Silence. As Gran drew nearer, Vegeta's inherent pride urged him to straighten his back, yet under Gran's oppressive force, he found it utterly impossible. The disparity between a battle power of 6,000 and 1 billion was insurmountable. I have yet to strike, and you are already in despair. Vegeta's expression of unwillingness, despair, and powerlessness brought great delight to Gran. He was determined to shatter Vegeta's spirit step by step. After all, he too had felt such desperation while awaiting Whis' arrival years ago. I am the most gifted prince of the Scion race. How could you possibly be stronger than I? A prince? Do you even deserve to be called one of our Scion lineage? Gran hovered in midair, sneering. 3 years ago, your Vegeta squad had 7 or 8 members, did it not? But now, have you not abandoned them all? Shut up. My affairs are none of your business. Ha ha ha, fine. I shall not concern myself with your princely matters, but it is now my turn for vengeance. Prepare to endure my wrath. Witnessing Vegeta's complete breakdown, Gran felt elated and ceased his rambling, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 44. Transforming into a Super Saiyan? Damn it. Where is he? Damn you, Gran. If you have the guts, face me head on. Little Vegeta frantically searched for Gran's whereabouts like a madman. Suddenly, a small hand pressed against the back of his head. This is for abandoning me all those years ago. Savor my revenge. Gran's voice was icy as he slammed Vegeta's head down towards the ground. Boom. The ground, which had been unblemished, cracked under the force of the blow, and Vegeta's head shattered the surface, causing fissures to spread instantly. Vegeta let out a heart-wrenching scream. Did you not claim that only you could transform into a Super Saiyan? If you do not transform soon, you shall suffer greatly. Gran sneered as he pressed Vegeta's head into the ground, rapidly rubbing it forward. Bang! Bang! The earth seemed to have been plowed, with stone slabs being overturned. Did you not boast of being the most talented prince among us Scions? Why do you lack even the slightest power to resist? With such feeble strength. How dare you be so arrogant? Did you not consider me a disgrace to the Scion race? Get up and fight back. Gran's expression remained cold as he rubbed Vegeta for over 300 meters before forcefully tossing him into the sky. Boom. Like a cannonball, he soared upwards, chasing after the airborne Vegeta. Once above him, Gran clenched his fists tightly and struck down on Vegeta's back with all his might. Boom. The terrifying impact sent Vegeta plummeting like a meteor, but Gran swiftly pursued. He appeared before Vegeta in an instant, delivering another fierce kick. Boom. Boom. In the ensuing moments, Vegeta was mercilessly kicked around in the air like a football. On the other side, Nappa questioned anxiously, what should we do now? Vegeta stands no chance against Gran, and if he cannot win, what concern is his life or death to us? Nappa, once filled with dread, suddenly found tranquility. What do you mean? Could we merely stand by and watch as Vegeta falls victim to Gran? Raditz expressed his disbelief. What other option do we have? Gran has explicitly declared that he possesses a combat power of 1 billion. Do you truly believe we could defeat him? Nappa spat disdainfully, reminding us that when Vegeta abandoned Gran, we all advised him against it. Yet, he insisted that if we continued to speak on Gran's behalf, he would leave us stranded on that planet. That feud is theirs alone. I shall not lend my assistance to Vegeta, nor do I dare to. If anyone should confront him, it should be you. Me? Raditz trembled, rooted to the spot. What is the matter? Did you not claim you would help Vegeta? Why are you frozen? Nappa mocked. Upon hearing this, Raditz's eyes grew cold, and he spat in return. Assist that merciless Vegeta? I would have to be mad to do such a thing. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, who had been observing the battle, overheard their exchange. They were utterly speechless. Were you not comrades? How could your friendship falter so easily? Little did they know, in the early narrative of the Scions, aside from Bardock, the rest of the Scions were indeed devoid of compassion. Forget camaraderie. In the face of conflicting interests, even fathers and sons could become sworn enemies. As for Gran, his unleashed power was indeed 1 billion. Yet, with each assault on Vegeta, he meticulously calibrated his strength to remain within what Vegeta could endure. After all, to kill him instantly would be far too unsatisfying. Vegeta, did you not assert that only you could transform into a Super Saiyan? Transform already. In the air, Gran soared above Vegeta, extending his legs behind him and executing an eccentric rotation, a 360-degree spinning kick. With a crack, Vegeta's spine shattered. Ah! Accompanied by Vegeta's heart-wrenching cries, he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The earth was instantly marred by a 10-meter-deep crater. Vegeta lay within the depths, wailing in agony. This single blow had rendered his spine broken and robbed him of the ability to stand. The disparity of 1 billion in combat power was insurmountable. This battle held no suspense whatsoever. Despair, powerlessness, humiliation. Vegeta languished in the crater, his expression one of utter resentment. He never imagined that the proud prince of the Scion race would find himself in such a pitiful state today. Thud, thud. Gran descended from the air, landing in the crater and placing a foot upon Vegeta's small head. At last, vengeance is mine. What a delight. The once exalted Prince Vegeta. I bet you never envisioned this day would arrive. How infuriating. Though Vegeta could no longer move, he strained to utter a single phrase. If you have the capability, then kill me. Kill you? No need to rush. In truth, my visit today is not solely for the purpose of revenge. I have another objective in mind. Glan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he crouched down, leaning close to Vegeta's ear, whispering, "Let me tell you. The legend of the Super Saiyan among our Scion race is indeed true." What? Vegeta's pupils widened in shock. Among the Scions, there has long been a tale that every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan may emerge. Gran, having trained for merely 3 years, had suddenly become so formidable. Could it be that he had already attained the Super Saiyan state? Observing Vegeta's expression, Gran chuckled, fully aware of his thoughts. You don't actually believe I've reached the Super Saiyan state already, do you? Of course not. I have yet to attain that level. This is simply my normal strength. Clenching his small fist, Gran felt quite satisfied with his current abilities. Then coldly added, "Let me tell you another thing. My ulterior motive is to transform into a Super Saiyan before your very eyes." It wasn't merely about overpowering Vegeta that satisfied Gran. He understood that deep down, Vegeta harbored a steadfast desire. Vegeta had always yearned to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. During the Namek saga, he had implored Din to restore him from the brink of death, hoping to seize that moment to become the legendary Super Saiyan, intending to defeat Frieza. Little did he realize that the power he would gain was merely the result of recovering from near death. Subsequently, when Goku became the first to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta's pride could hardly bear it. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Goku learned instant transmission, he ventured into the universe to train, becoming the second Super Saiyan, which somewhat eased his wounded pride. Impossible. Vegeta's spine had long since been fractured. He struggled to rise but was utterly incapable. Lying in the deep pit, he shouted in desperation, "No, it cannot be. Even if the legend were true, you could never transform into a Super Saiyan. Only I, Prince Vegeta, can achieve that transformation. It's hopeless. Even in this dire moment, you remain so arrogantly delusional." Gran removed his foot from Vegeta's head and promptly kicked him out of the pit. "Now, witness how I shatter your last remnants of pride." He then soared into the sky. In the realm of destruction, it was time for the daily spectacle by the lake, where Whis and Beerus would sit on their small stools to observe Glan's daily exploits. The projection displayed Gran sparring with the Grand Elder on the planet Metamor. "Lord Beerus, Gran has made another breakthrough. In just 6 months, he reached the first stage of mastering his body instinct, and a year later, he advanced to the second stage. This kid is as consistently extraordinary as ever. I'm not blind. I've seen it. Oh, just trying to engage Lord Beerus in conversation, so the atmosphere is T2 quiet. Enough. Can't you say a little less? You're unbearable." Beerus shot a glare at Whis. However, in the next moment, he discovered Gran within the projection. It appeared he had no intentions of returning to the realm of destruction. This little fellow's power, state of mind, and physical instinct have all reached a bottleneck. If he does not return, what does he intend to do? Beerus pondered, somewhat perplexed. In the past, Vados would have started chattering by now, yet he remained astonishingly silent. "Vados, why are you not speaking?" Beerus inquired, tilting his head with a frown. "It is because Lord Beerus commanded me to remain silent. I must naturally adhere to your orders," Vados replied calmly. Beerus thought, "How I wish to deliver a blow to this fellow. He is actually seeking out Vegeta?" Observing the shift in the projection, Vados recalled his previous encounters with Vegeta. This brought to mind the image of Beerus trampling on Vegeta's father. "So, he seeks revenge. I suspected as much." Beerus gazed at the projection, clicking his tongue in disapproval. A mere candidate for the god of destruction bullying a mortal. How disgraceful. Vados stifled a laugh, finding Beerus's relentless jabs at Gran quite amusing. Suddenly, Gran declared, "I will transform into a super scion before you." Transform. Thunderous. This declaration resounded like a clap of thunder, prompting both Beerus and Vados to recall the transformation of the scion ancestor, Otis. That was a misguided transformation. Beerus's expression turned exceedingly grim as he bellowed, "Hurry, stop Gran. He must not stray onto the wrong path." Quickly. Yes. Without hesitation, Vados and Beerus shot into the sky like a streak of light. Chapter 45. The transformation into a super scion shakes the entire North Galaxy on a planet not far from Metamor. Vegeta had been kicked out of a deep pit, and Gran soared forth from it as well. One lay on the ground, while the other stood a short distance away, with Gran seemingly preparing for something. "Lord Kaishin, what is that super scion to which the candidate for God of Destruction referred?" Jebit, a being of divine nature, could hear the conversation between Gran and Vegeta, despite standing at a distance. "How would I know?" Kaishin shot him a glance. Gran had only recently discovered he was a scion. How could he possibly know about any super transformations? However, I have a foreboding sense. I feel Gran is about to become terrifyingly powerful. Kaishin's tone suddenly turned grave. "Just watch." Jebit swallowed hard, beginning to feel anxious. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa found Gran's actions rather peculiar. Yet, despite their curiosity, they dared not approach. The battle had ceased, and the battlefield began to settle into an eerie silence, with a gentle breeze stirring the dust and debris, as if everything had come to a halt. However, the atmosphere felt oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. Gran stood over 10 meters away from Vegeta, silent as he brewed something within. Vegeta lay on the ground, unable to move, fully aware of Gran's impending intentions. Did Super Scions truly exist in this world? Could Gran genuinely transform into a Super Scion? Vegeta was uncertain about the authenticity of the Super Scion legend, yet his pride rendered him incapable of accepting that another Scion could achieve this transformation before him. No, it was impossible. Even if it were true, only I could attain it. "Gran, you scoundrel, cease this at once." With fury igniting in his eyes, Vegeta pounded the ground with his small fists. "Watch closely as I shatter the last vestiges of your resolve." Upon uttering this, Gran's expression shifted to one of solemnity. Transforming into a Super Scion necessitated 3 conditions. First, the cells within one's body must reach a certain level. Second, a foundational power of approximately 3 million battle strength was required. And third, one must experience extreme rage. Gran, in his current state, possessed a foundational power of 1 billion and could summon extreme anger at will. As for the cellular requirement, it was said that such cells could only proliferate during times of peace. Though Gran found this notion somewhat vague, he suspected it might be linked to one's state of mind or emotions, much like the character Goku from the anime, who had cultivated his mental state during his youth in the celestial realm, achieving a tranquil disposition that laid the groundwork for his cellular development. Vegeta's situation was even more pronounced. In the Namek saga, he initially brimmed with ambition and cunning, his obsession with power bordering on terrifying, rendering him an extreme villain. However, during his confrontation with Frieza, he succumbed to despair and struggle, even kneeling and weeping before Goku. His dignity lay in ruins. From that moment, his mental state underwent a profound transformation. It was this shift that enabled him to transcend and become a Super Scion after merely a few months on Earth. As for me, my mental state reached a semi-ego-less level 2 years ago, and after 2 years of cultivation, my cellular condition must surely meet the requirements. Confidence sparkled in Gran's eyes as he resolved to attempt the transformation. Silence. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie quiet, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Little Gran clenched his fists, bending his body as he began to sink, focusing on entering a state of extreme rage. Let the fury commence. Gran closed his round eyes, and a vivid image emerged in his mind. Within a purple world, a small, mischievous child was being spanked by a purple cat. This event had transpired a year prior when he had just emerged from the virtual realm, only to be inexplicably struck by Beerus. Not only had he been struck, but Beerus had also delivered a sharp smack to his backside. "Ah, Lord Beerus, how dare you strike my little bottom, unforgivable." At the mere thought of this, Gran was engulfed in a state of sheer fury. Boom. The ferocious power surged within him like a flood, rapidly coalescing at his spine. with anger as the spark and his cells as the gunpowder. When the spark fell into the powder, it ignited instantaneously. Boom. The strength emanating from Gran began to swell exponentially. 1 billion battle power, 2 billion battle power, 5 billion battle power. In that moment, the earth trembled, the seas roared, and the planet quaked. What? The prostrate figure of little Vegeta was the first to feel this overwhelming force. He sensed his very soul quaking. What on earth is this power? How terrifying. Could this possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan transformation? Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Why am I not the one transforming? I am the most esteemed prince of the Saiyan race. Meanwhile, a formidable force bore down upon them, rendering Jebbet pale. What on earth has this candidate god of destruction done? Is this truly the transformation he spoke of? Gran is astonishingly powerful. Unlike Jebbet, the Kaioshin felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated, clenching his fists and exclaiming with fervor, "Show me, then, what this so-called Super Saiyan state of yours entails." Further afield, Raditz and Nappa had retreated over 10 kilometers. "Nappa, what has Gran done? How can his power have escalated to such terrifying heights?" Little Raditz clung to Nappa's leg, suppressing his fear and uttering, "Could it be that he and T yet exerted his full strength? How should I know?" Nappa thought about kicking this bothersome Raditz away, gazing in the direction of Gran and sighing. "All I know is that Vegeta is doomed." Just then, an even more terrifying force struck, and they were both forced to the ground. Nappa, what is this power? Damn it, don't ask me. I don't know either. Returning to Gran, his aura flickered incessantly, alternating between white and gold. Boom. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the color of Gran's hair began to flicker as well, shifting from black to gold. Simultaneously, his power continued to surge. 5 billion battle power, 10 billion battle power, 40 billion battle power. At last, boom, 50 billion battle power. In that moment, the heavens dimmed, leaving only the gleaming golden light radiating from Gran. It is done. He has become a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm of Earth, Bobo raised his head slightly, with a meaningful expression. This little fellow is quite intriguing. The turtle hermit on the small island swallowed hard. This aura is outrageous. There exists such a powerful being in the universe. The North Kai on North Kai's planet wiped the sweat from his brow. To what extent has this candidate god of destruction's power reached? That even the underworld can perceive this aura. In the galactic prison, Mel's wore a slight smile, contemplating. Brother Whis has taken on quite an impressive disciple. All the formidable beings within the northern galaxy lifted their gazes towards the planet where Gran resided. Chapter 46. Whis and his companion finally arrive. Boom. The howling winds roared, and thunder echoed, causing the very planet to tremble. The diminutive Gran, barely over a meter tall, radiated a golden glow, his aura overwhelmingly potent. With his golden hair, he had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta had already been swept away by the fierce winds to a kilometer away. After uttering those words, he could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha ha, is this the legendary power of a candidate destroyer? It's absolutely exhilarating. The Supreme Kai of the West struggled against the force, his complexion turning ghostly pale. "Supreme Kai, please, don't get too excited. I can barely hold on." Without a second thought, Jebbet seized the Supreme Kai and fled. Boom, boom. Bolts of lightning slashed down from the heavens as Gran reveled in the surging power within him. "Just as I suspected, I can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan." Gran tightened his small fists, causing the surrounding space to quiver. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? According to the anime lore, transforming into a Super Saiyan amplifies one's power by 50-fold, meaning his strength now reached an astounding 50 billion battle power. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, did you witness my transformation? Am I not magnificent? Are you not envious of me? The golden-haired Gran laughed heartily towards the sky. However, amidst the thunder and lightning, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Where is everyone? Gran was taken aback, quickly scanning his vicinity. There were no signs of life, only the remnants of the destruction he had wrought upon his transformation. Even the Supreme Kai and Jebbet had vanished without a trace. Gran mused, no one has witnessed this transformation. What sort of display is this? Sensing Vegeta's position a kilometer away, he realized the latter was still unconscious. Humph, you think you can escape my taunts while in a stupor? Not so easily. Gran contemplated using instant transmission to reach Vegeta. Suddenly, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, a cascade of multicolored light descended from the sky. The arrivals were none other than Whis and his companions. Upon landing, Beerus caught sight of Gran's golden-haired form, and his body abruptly jolted. "I'm still too late," Beerus exclaimed in despair, turning to Whis with an angry roar. "Didn't I tell you to hurry? Look, this kid has already transformed." Whis remained silent, his expression wrought with guilt. According to his father's account, Odie's state was entirely erroneous. What now? Gran's potential is undeniably terrifying. Why must he tread this path? Beerus, noticing Whis's expression of remorse, sighed deeply and chose not to comment further. According to my esteemed father, when Gran transforms into that ultimate berserk state, he completely loses his rationality, while simultaneously his power can escalate infinitely. Whis observed Gran from a distance and quietly remarked, "In this state, every second he maintains it imposes a significant burden on his body. It would be prudent for Lord Beerus to incapacitate him first. We can discuss matters upon our return." Very well. Beerus, along with Whis, dismissed young Gran as if he were inconsequential, engrossed in their own deliberations on how to subdue him. Suddenly Gran, who had remained silent until now, finally found his voice, fearing that if he did not speak up, Beerus would soon take action against him. After all, this was a confrontation with the strongest destroyer among 11 deities, and Gran knew that even with a 50-fold increase in his strength, he could not hope to resist. Is it possible to maintain coherent speech while losing one's sanity? Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, punctuated by 2 conspicuous question marks. Beerus pointed at Gran, perplexed. "Did you not say he would transform into that green-haired state?" "Wait, green hair?" His pupils dilated as he took another look at Gran's hair. "This is clearly golden hair." "Whis, did you not assert that the ultimate berserk state features green hair?" I am uncertain. That is what my father conveyed." Whis, now equally bewildered by Gran's hair color, stood frozen in confusion. "What on earth is happening?" "Lord Beerus, Whis, are you referring to the legendary Super Saiyan state?" Gran approached them slowly. However, as he drew near, Beerus and Whis began to pat him as one would an affectionate grandparent. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gran stepped back, hastily fixing his disheveled hair. These 2 truly treated him like a grandchild. "Did you not lose your sanity? How can you still articulate words? And what is with your hair? Was it not supposed to be green? Furthermore, what do you mean by the legendary Super Saiyan?" Beerus bombarded him with a barrage of inquiries, while Whis joined in with relentless questioning. Gran felt as though his head would explode from the onslaught of questions. Stop! Stop! Gran raised his hand in a gesture of cessation. "First, I must ask you, how did you come to know about that green-haired state?" Chapter 47. Your transformations are all incorrect. With the arrival of these 2 supreme deities from the 7th universe, the chaotic aura enveloping this planet intensified even further. Especially Beerus's barely perceptible destructive energy, which caused a cataclysmic shift in the planet's magnetic field. Crack! Crack! Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the void. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, Gran and the others stood amidst the ruins, the brilliant lightning illuminating their faces. Young Gran furrowed his brow, as the mention of the green-haired state immediately conjured thoughts of Broly in his mind. Only Broly, the legendary Saiyan, possesses the ability to transform into this state. However, at this moment, Broly, like Son Goku, should have been exiled for merely 3 years, implying that Broly is even younger. Could it be that such a youthful Broly has already succeeded in attaining the Super Saiyan transformation? Otherwise, how could Beerus and Whis be aware of this state? How do we know? Whis, perhaps you could elucidate this. Lord Beerus, are you not also familiar with the legendary tale of Odie's? Why must I be the one to speak? Seeing that Gran had not lost his composure, and his hair was not in a grass-green state, Whis's mood improved significantly. At least Gran's current condition was not as dire as he had imagined. Beerus widened his eyes. He felt somewhat guilty for having spoken a bit too loudly to Whis. But upon seeing Gran, he seemed almost excessively kind-hearted. Ultimately, it was Beerus who recounted the legendary tale of Odie's to Gran. Upon finishing, Beerus squinted his eyes and remarked, "Young one, the history book of your Saiyan clan must surely have been passed down by Odie's, correct?" Gran's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The mention of the history book was merely a casual remark, yet he was astonished that Whis would seek out the Grand Minister for this. Even more surprising was the revelation that the Saiyan clan had a remarkable lineage. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Broly's Super Saiyan state could indeed be seen as a form of ancestral regression. without ancestors who had attained the Super Saiyan state. How could Broly have experienced such a transformation? Odis, how intriguing. Gran could only nod in agreement, maintaining a calm demeanor before the two divine beings. The grass green-haired state you just described is indeed the transformation of my ancestor, a state we Saiyans refer to as the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, questioning whether a transformation with such flaws could truly merit such an exalted name. Then what is your state? Beerus suddenly appeared beside Gran with terrifying speed. Gran barely had time to react before a purple paw pinned his shoulder, and his golden hair was being tousled by Beerus's hand. While it is true that your golden-haired state does not cause a loss of reason like the grass-green state, your aura, your power, your emotions. Beerus's voice grew increasingly cold, a commanding presence erupting forth. Whis interjected, have you not yet realized? This state indeed enhances your strength by 50-fold. But as Lord Beerus has stated, your aura, power, and emotions have become wild because of this golden-haired form. In this state, can you still access the Ultra Instinct sign? Whis approached young Gran, gently ruffling the hair of this exceptionally gifted child. At this moment, Whis's expression lacked its usual grace, revealing a touch of frustration. Gran looked up, ready to explain, but was met with, both your ancestors' grass-green state and your golden state are flawed transformations. Transformations merely impose a greater burden upon your physical form. True strength lies in maintaining one's natural state. Beerus gently pinched Gran's cheek and sighed. Your talent is formidable, and your journey is far from over. Do not stray onto the path of the Super Saiyan. Let us return to the realm of destruction first. Meanwhile, Whis prepared to escort Gran back to their domain. Wait. Gran finally comprehended their presence was a counsel against treading the treacherous path of the Super Saiyan. With a mix of amusement and despair, Gran replied, I will explain everything upon my return. Do not rush to take me away. I have a matter of greater importance to attend to. A matter of greater importance? As Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, Gran suddenly utilized instantaneous movement to transport them away from the battlefield, 1 kilometer distant. Little Vegeta had been swept here by a fierce gale, his condition dire, his battle armor lay shattered, his spine fractured, and his body marred with various wounds. Nappa, do you think Vegeta is dead? Gran's overwhelming pressure had subsided, and he and Raditz, trembling with fear, cautiously approached. Upon arrival, they beheld Vegeta's wretched state. It would be no surprise if he had perished. Considering the magnitude of Gran's power, survival seemed improbable. Nappa turned Vegeta over, astonished to find him still clinging to life. Vegeta appeared lifeless, yet a faint breath remained. However, given his current condition, even if he survived, it would be for only a short while. After all, he had forsaken Gran. Now, even if they wished to save him, they dared not intervene. Raditz crouched down, gazing at Vegeta's pitiful form with a sigh. If you wish to save him, do not involve me. I have no desire to rescue this guy. Nappa scoffed. If it weren't for his decent strength, he would have cast me aside long ago. Do not speak carelessly. I, too, have no intention of rescuing Vegeta. Yet you just claimed you wished to save him? I merely spoke in jest. That is not a crime, is it? Little Raditz stood, no longer concerned for Vegeta's fate. Nappa's lips twitched, then he spoke solemnly. Gran's power is terrifying. Vegeta is on the brink of death. We were once allies, and Gran might shift his wrath upon us. We should leave this planet at once. Fortunately, we concealed our spaceship well. Otherwise, it would have surely sustained damage from that last surge of power. Raditz dusted off his hands, his tone tinged with relief. As they conversed, the two resolved to abandon Vegeta. Ironically, Vegeta, a proud Saiyan prince, had always been the one to cast aside his companions. Now, he found himself forsaken by his own. Yet, such is the common fate within the early narrative of the Saiyan race. Perhaps it is the tragic essence of their existence. As Raditz and Nappa prepared to abandon Vegeta and return to their spacecraft's hiding place, suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, accompanied by the roar of engines. A medium-sized spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere of the planet, descending slowly. Whose ship is this? Raditz raised his small head, feeling an odd familiarity with the vessel. Raditz, have you noticed? This ship resembles the one from Frisia's headquarters. Before Nappa could finish, he quickly bent down, staring wide-eyed at Raditz. It's the Ginyu Force's ship. The Ginyu Force, Frisia's elite squad, comprised warriors capable of obliterating planets with a mere flick of their fingers. Today, they had unexpectedly arrived here. Nappa, What do you think they're doing here? Raditz, lifting his head nervously, asked. Could it be that our betrayal of Frisia has been discovered? Is that why Frisia sent the Jinyu force to hunt us down? The possibility seemed quite high. Naba glanced at the ship above, spat disdainfully, and sneered. If they had come a bit earlier, perhaps they could have killed us, but now with Gran here, they are destined for doom. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside them. It was Gran, Beerus, and Whis. The moment they manifested, Raditz and Naba were instantly overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from them. Collapsing to the ground. Why you are Gran? Why has your hair turned golden? Chapter 48. The Final Torment. Return to the Realm of Destruction. Upon seeing the newcomers, Naba's eyes widened in astonishment. He noticed the change in Gran's hair color and wondered what it meant. Meanwhile, Raditz was trembling in fear, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, leaving him no time to ponder Gran's hair. Gran disregarded Raditz and Naba, instead glancing at the slowly descending ship, muttering, "The Jinyu force? What are they doing here? I haven't asked you yet. What brings you here?" Beerus glared at Gran, eager to return to the realm of destruction to properly reprimand the young one. "I originally came here to mock Vegeta, to inquire how he felt witnessing my transformation into a Super Saiyan." Gran was the embodiment of ruthless vengeance. Unwilling to easily spare Vegeta, ignoring the Jinyu force above, Gran kicked Vegeta twice with his small foot. The opponent showed no response. Was he truly on the brink of death? Meanwhile, Raditz and Naba, pressed to the ground, overheard the exchange between Gran and the purple cat, their hearts filled with shock. Super Saiyan? They could not believe their ears. Was Gran's golden-haired form indeed the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder his power had surged to such terrifying heights. Waves of turmoil surged within Raditz and Naba. If you are here for revenge, then act swiftly. Kill Vegeta, and we shall return, Beerus urged, growing impatient. Kill him? Gran pondered momentarily, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To kill him outright would be too lenient. Though no words were uttered about slaying Vegeta, a chilling aura of malevolence emanated from Gran. Beerus and Whis exchanged startled glances, taken aback by the intensity of the young one's murderous intent. However, they quickly shared a knowing look. The god of destruction governs not only annihilation but also the essence of slaughter. Gran's capacity for such malice marked him as a worthy candidate for the role of a god of destruction. "Alexian, come here," Gran suddenly called out into the distance. Beerus narrowed his eyes, having already noticed that the current Supreme Kai was present. Was the moment finally at hand for him to meet that little bean sprout? In the next instant, with a swift motion, Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit materialized beside Gran. As the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction encountered each other, an unexpected resonance surged through the surroundings. Particularly, one governed destruction while the other presided over creation. Their forces were intertwined in a delicate balance. And this resonance rippled throughout the entire 7th universe. "Are you truly the legendary God of Destruction?" Supreme Kai Shin inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. In truth, he had sensed Beerus's presence the moment he arrived, a power only the fabled God of Destruction, as described by Gran, could possess. Yet, how could such a legendary figure manifest as a scrawny feline? Was he truly as formidable as Gran had claimed? "You, young one, did Gran not instruct you to address the God of Destruction with the proper title of Lord?" Beerus remarked, an icy aura enveloping him. Shin instinctively felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of frost. Frightened, he quickly bowed his head and bent his waist, murmuring, "I pay my respects to Lord Beerus." This was indeed the lesson Gran had imparted. One ought to show proper deference to avoid incurring the wrath of the formidable God of destruction. Gran beamed with satisfaction at Shin's display of respect. After all, he had spent a year training the Supreme Kai. He then cast a proud glance at Beerus, who merely rolled his eyes in response before gruffly acknowledging Shin. "Consider yourself fortunate." Shin, breathing a sigh of relief, straightened his posture. The pressure emanating from the slender cat was formidable indeed, suggesting he was quite powerful. "Exion, hand me a senzu bean." Gran extended his hand expectantly. "What do you need the senzu bean for?" Supreme Kai Shin asked, momentarily taken aback, his tone somewhat irritable. "You don't appear to be injured." Ever since learning of the senzu bean's properties, he had become rather possessive. Even if the owner was Gran, he would still inquire multiple times about its intended use. "Enough with your questions. Just hand it over," Gran urged impatiently. "You're not considering wasting those precious senzu beans, are you?" Supreme Kai Shin looked pained at the thought. Yet he reluctantly opened a dimensional space and retrieved a senzu bean. Gran rolled his eyes. After all, the sins of being belonged to him. Yet, looking at Exion and then at you, Yachirope, it was clear that even Exion understood the value of the sins of beings. Why couldn't you, Yachirope, learn to appreciate them? Thankfully, they were all his now. Gran accepted the sins of being and began making his way toward Vegeta's location. While Whis observed the being in Gran's hand, his expression turning grave. He had encountered this mystical being in the projection of Gran's images, which Gran had summoned from the dragon of Namek. According to Gran, the efficacy of this being is such that as long as a person is not deceased and retains a single breath of life, consuming this being will instantly restore them to their prime state. This seems to rival the healing magic of angels. No, for an angel to heal someone, they must descend personally. However, this being, once ingested, does not require the summoning of a dragon or the arrival of an angel. The individual will recover. In some respects, this being is even more formidable than the healing spells of angels. Could it have been transferred from Earth? Whis furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Gran approached Vegeta, crouching beside him with one hand gripping the bean and the other delivering a sharp slap to Vegeta's cheek, sneering, "I know you are still conscious. When you cast me aside on that planet, I too faced a similar desperate plight. How does it feel? Despairing? Powerless?" Gran relished the sensation as he slapped the face of this millennia-old second-rate fighter again. "Do you know the purpose of this bean in my hand?" He waved the bean mockingly in front of Vegeta's face, taunting, "This bean is called a Senzu bean. Consume it, and you will recover immediately." As Gran uttered the words recover immediately, little Vegeta instinctively twitched. Gran's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew this fellow still had awareness. "That makes things easier. Just watch me play with you. Lord Beerus, please retract all your divine pressure. What on earth do you intend to do?" Despite his confusion, Beerus complied and suppressed his subtle divine aura. With the disappearance of this pressure, Jebbet was finally able to breathe freely, and the prostrate Raditz and Nappa stood up as well. "Raditz, come here," Gran beckoned him. "Gran, please don't kill me. I once advised Vegeta not to abandon you. It's all his fault. If you must exact vengeance, let it be upon him." Little Raditz trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking as if caught in a storm. "Enough chatter. Come here." Gran's expression turned icy. Despite his immense reluctance, Raditz dared not defy Gran's command. "You just heard about the bean's efficacy, correct?" Gran initially intended to toss an entire Senzu bean to Raditz, but reconsidered, deeming it a bit wasteful. Ultimately, he offered Raditz a quarter of the bean. What purpose does this miraculous bean serve? Raditz wondered, perplexed as he accepted the Senzu bean. "Now that the Senzu bean is in your possession, you have two choices." Gran raised two fingers, smirking. "Your first choice is to keep the Senzu bean for yourself and abandon Vegeta. Your second choice is to use the bean in your hand to save Vegeta." As this unfolded, Gran's expression suddenly turned exceedingly frigid. "You must carefully consider the immense value of this sacred bean. If you choose to remain, it could serve as your lifeline in the future. Moreover, I am aware that Vegeta has entertained countless thoughts of abandoning you, a fact you cannot possibly be oblivious to. So now, will you decide to save him?" Upon hearing these two choices, Raditz was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Gran would place such a decision in his hands. Meanwhile, the hearts of Beerus, Whis, King Kai, and Jebbet quivered with an unsettling intensity. Gran's tactic was indeed ruthless. To achieve the pinnacle of vengeance is to offer someone hope, only to shatter it mercilessly, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Gran's two options presented to Raditz were, for Vegeta, one of hopelessness and the other of fleeting hope. Yet this hope was terrifyingly tenuous, for Gran had just mentioned that Vegeta had contemplated discarding Raditz countless times. In such circumstances, could one hope to persuade a cold-blooded scion to repay malice with kindness? Despite the slender thread of hope, Vegeta found himself compelled to cling to it. This was the most insidious and torturous form of retribution. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, how you abandoned me in the past. Now, you too shall savor the bitterness of being forsaken by your comrades." Gran chuckled gleefully as he stood up and addressed Whis. "Let them make their own choices. We shall return to the God of Destruction's realm." "Very well," Whis replied, narrowing his eyes. He cast a meaningful glance at Gran before soaring into the sky with Gran, Beerus, and King Kai together. "Tomorrow marks the college entrance examination. Dear high school seniors, do not linger on my novel just yet. Return to it only after your exams. I wish all of you the best of luck." Chapter 49, Abandoning Vegeta? As Gran, Beerus, and King Kai vanished from sight. The chaotic magnetic field of the planet began to settle into a calm. The skies ceased their thunder, and the earth stilled its tremors. Only Raditz, Naba, and the prostrate Vegeta remained. Raditz held a quarter of the sacred bean, staring vacantly for a moment before regaining his composure. Two choices, you say? A peculiar smile crept across Raditz's lips, his eyes darkening with malice. Ha! How has Vegeta treated me all these years? Now he expects me to choose to save him? There's no need for a choice at all. Is it not wiser to keep this sacred bean for my own survival? How could I possibly save that wretched Vegeta? Huh? Raditz's face twisted into a frenzy. Just as Gran had anticipated, given Vegeta's past demeanor towards Raditz and his countless thoughts of abandonment, Raditz would never choose to save him. Moreover, Raditz was also a cold-blooded scion. How could he squander such a healing treasure on another? I scoff. Let him perish here. Nappa, let us depart swiftly. If we linger, the Ginyu Force will soon descend. Raditz soared into the air, poised to head towards the location of the buried spaceship. However, an icy and avaricious voice suddenly echoed behind him. Wait. You are right not to save Vegeta, but since you have chosen not to rescue him, the Senzu beans in your possession are of no use to you. Hand them over. Such treasures are not meant for scum like you. Upon hearing these words, Raditz's pupils constricted sharply, and he tightened his grip on the precious beans. This exemplifies the ruthless and cold-blooded nature of the Scions, without the suppression of formidable might. Even kin could turn against one another over conflicting interests, let alone the current animosity between Raditz and Nappa. The Senzu beans in Raditz's grasp possessed the miraculous ability to restore life, and Nappa would never relinquish them willingly, especially not to someone with a mere battle power of 600. What do you mean, Nappa? This is a choice mandated by Gran. Since I have opted to keep the Senzu beans, they rightfully belong to me. Young Raditz slowly turned around, suppressing his fear as he spoke. Ha! You are aware of your own strength, are you not? Do you believe yourself worthy of such extraordinary beans? Nappa cracked his neck and flexed his limbs, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If I were you, I would obediently hand over the Senzu beans. Otherwise, you might just end up accompanying Vegeta here. Raditz, infuriated, felt his chest heaving as he clenched his jaw. Did you not hear the conversation between Gran and the others? Gran has ascended to godhood. Do you dare defy his command? Nappa recalled the earlier dialogue among Gran's group. It was evident that they were the legendary deities. Just then, boom. The medium-sized spaceship in the sky was rapidly descending. Damn it! The Ginyu Force is about to land. If we do not leave now, we are doomed. Raditz grimaced in pain, dividing his quarter of the Senzu beans once more, tossing half to Nappa, and bellowing, "This is a gift from me. It does not count as defying the orders of those gods. Now hurry." Ha ha, well done, kid. Nappa accepted the Senzu bean, the greed on his face swiftly evaporating. As for the remaining half in Raditz's possession, he dared not covet it further, respecting Gran's command. Without further ado, they abandoned Vegeta and sped towards the location of the buried spaceship. However, boom. The roar of the spaceship's engines grew louder, and it approached the ground rapidly. Cursed be it, there is no time left. After flying a distance, Nappa and Raditz halted. Their ship was concealed on the opposite side of the planet, and at their current speed, they could not reach it before the ship landed. Nappa was on the brink of insanity. That is the Ginyu Force. Once they land, we are finished. Finished? It is not your fault. Had you not contended with me for the sacred beans just now, we would have already boarded the spaceship and fled. At this moment, Raditz no longer feared Nappa, and he erupted into a frenzied roar. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, Raditz? You are courting death. If death is to be my fate, then so be it. Once the Ginyu Force descends, you too shall meet your end. Am I to fear you now? Nappa clenched his fists tightly, his desire to eliminate Raditz palpable, yet as Raditz had pointed out, even if he were to perish, his own escape would remain unattainable. Thunderous sounds echoed as the spaceship drew nearer. Damn it, what shall we do? Raditz, think of something quickly. What else can I do? Gran is gone, and Vegeta is on the brink of death. With our combined strength, even with the sacred beans to preserve our lives, we can each survive only once. It is impossible for us to endure. At this juncture, Raditz abruptly shifted his direction, leaving Nappa momentarily taken aback. Have you thought of a solution? Nappa inquired with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I have conceived of a solution that is not truly a solution. I am aware that this plan cannot possibly defeat the Ginyu Force. Yet for us two weaklings, it may at least marginally increase our odds of survival. Young Raditz' expression began to calm. Nappa bellowed, then speak quickly. Let us rescue Vegeta. Raditz closed his eyes and sighed. What? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief. How could you still wish to aid Vegeta, that scoundrel, after all he has done to us? Have you not witnessed his actions? What further options are there? Raditz shouted, his voice hoarse with urgency. I possess only a battle power of 600, and you have merely 2,500. If we can awaken Vegeta, at least he has his 6,000 battle power to fight alongside us. Young Raditz's proclamation echoed in Nappa's ears. Although Vegeta often referred to Nappa as a foolish giant, the gravity of the situation allowed Nappa to discern the advantages and disadvantages. The members of the Ginyu Force possessed battle powers exceeding 10,000 combined. They would still prove formidable. However, with an additional Vegeta, even if their ultimate fate remained death, they might at least prolong their existence for a moment longer. Curse it! Must I truly rescue that scoundrel Vegeta? Nappa lamented, though he fell silent, as he could conceive of no other alternative. He then turned resolutely towards Vegeta's location. Observing Nappa's movement, Raditz hastily followed. 1 kilometer away from the site where Gran had transformed, young Vegeta lay on the brink of consciousness. The echoes of Gran's words resonated in his mind. Has it truly been merely 3 years, and you have forgotten me so swiftly? It is I, Gran, returned to seek vengeance upon you. You remain as arrogant and ruthless as ever. Do you still deem yourself worthy of being the prince of our Scion race? 3 years ago you forsook me. What of your other comrades now? Have you abandoned them as well? I am the disgrace of the Scion race. And what are you but refuse? How does it feel to be forsaken by your comrades? Ha ha. Let us see if Raditz will come to the aid of such trash as you. Enjoy the despair I once endured. Should I truly perish? Perhaps my demise is indeed warranted. Vegeta felt as though the last flicker of his life was about to extinguish. Suddenly, a warm current surged throughout his body. What is happening? Why do I feel as if I am on the brink of revival? Could it be the Senzu beans that Gran spoke of? Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, and in that instant, he beheld the trembling forms of Raditz and Nappa. I have actually recovered. Vegeta found it hard to believe that Raditz would save him. Gradually, he rose from the ground, his gaze fixed upon Raditz and Nappa, his murderous intent intensifying. You are unaware, are you? I overheard your conversation. How dare you? The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed, and his eyes seemed on the verge of bulging from their sockets. How dare you plot against me? In Vegeta's mind, only he could betray others. He would never permit anyone to betray him, not even after Raditz had just saved his life. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz quickly pointed towards the spaceship that had just landed in the distance, fear evident in his voice. The Ginyu Force has arrived. Chapter 50. Whis' admiration for the old Kaioshin in the realm of destruction. A thunderous clash resounded. Mr. Whis, why have they begun to fight? The Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just been brought to the legendary realm of destruction when Beerus commenced his battle with Gran. The terrifying spectacle of combat overhead made him and Jebbit tremble uncontrollably. Oh ho ho! Whis waved his staff, and a set of tables and chairs materialized by the lakeside. There is no need for concern, my Lord Kaioshin. This is merely their customary method of communication. Please, have a seat. Is the destruction god's method of communication truly so fearsome? The Kaioshin Shin nodded dumbly. He sat down, sipping the tea that Whis had poured for him, and glanced around. Unlike the sacred atmosphere of the Kaioshin realm, the aura here was distinctly imbued with destruction, which is perhaps why it is known as the realm of destruction. While the Kaioshin Shin was lost in thought, Whis, seated beside him, suddenly spoke. My Lord Kaioshin, I presume Gran has shared much with you regarding the gods of destruction and the Kaioshin? Indeed, Gran informed me that there are 12 universes in total, each possessing a god of destruction and a Kaioshin. Upon hearing this, the anxiety that initially gripped the Kaioshin Shin upon entering the realm of destruction began to dissipate. He commenced recounting all that he currently understood to Whis. Indeed, it seems that Gran, this little mentor, is quite diligent. Whis nodded with satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and then spoke softly. The gods of destruction and the Kaioshin complement one another. Both are indispensable. Over the years, Lord Beerus has been in slumber, and fortunately you, my Lord Kaioshin, have been managing the 7th universe. Otherwise, our 7th universe might find itself ranked among the very last in the entirety of the Omni King's realm. Whis set down his teacup, his tone laced with playful mockery. Oh, my apologies. Upon hearing Whis' words, the Supreme Kaioshin's face flushed crimson. I had no inkling that there could exist unqualified planets in the universe. I was truly ignorant. Had it not been for my creation of so many unfit ones. Before he could finish, Whis interjected, "This is not the fault of the Supreme Kai. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon Lord Beerus." He chose not to dwell on the matter of Majin Buu, as it represented a source of shame for him. Clearing his throat, Whis continued, "Now that Lord Beerus has awakened and taken Gran as his disciple, Gran has unfortunately strayed into the path of Super Saiyan. There is still much for Gran to learn, thus. It seems Lord Beerus shall have little time to return to slumber." At this, Whis glanced at Beerus, who was engaged in combat with Gran, and added nonchalantly, "I believe Lord Beerus is nearing the point of releasing the old Supreme Kai." Though Supreme Kai Shin had gained considerable knowledge regarding the Supreme Kais and gods of destruction, he still found himself perplexed by many aspects. Could they truly allow Gran, merely a candidate for the role of god of destruction, to instruct him? Gran himself needed guidance. How could he possibly be qualified to teach others? Moreover, Gran governed destruction, which stood in stark contrast to the creation overseen by the Supreme Kai. This rendered the prospect of Gran teaching Supreme Kai Shin even more implausible. Thus, to elevate the seventh universe's standing and avoid being erased by the Omni King, the only viable solution was to release the old Supreme Kai to provide instruction. Upon hearing Whis mention the old Supreme Kai Shin's eyes sparkled with interest. Over the past year, he had gathered some insights about the old Supreme Kai from Gran. That venerable figure was his ancestor, a Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior. It was said that he was sealed away due to offending Lord Beerus. "Mr. Whis, could you elaborate on my ancestor?" Supreme Kai Shin inquired. "You must have learned about him from Gran, correct?" At this, Whis glanced upward, somewhat accustomed to Gran's knowledge of many secrets. "Indeed, however, it seems Gran knows relatively little, so my understanding of my ancestor remains limited." "Very well, let me share what I know about the old Supreme Kai." Whis lifted his teacup, took a sip, and began to reminisce. The old Supreme Kai, a Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago, possessed profound knowledge. There are many matters in the universe that even I am unaware of, yet he was fully cognizant of them. Furthermore, the old Supreme Kai had a remarkably keen eye. Anyone he observed would quickly reveal their weaknesses and flaws to him. In this regard, he rivals us angels. Whis' tone shifted to one of admiration. Hearing this, Supreme Kai Shin swallowed hard. According to Gran, angels were the mentors of the gods of destruction, their power an enigma beyond comprehension. It is quite astonishing that his ancestor would receive such commendation from an angel. The Supreme Kai Shin could not help but straighten his posture, feeling immense pride in having such a distinguished ancestor. "Mr. Whis, is there more?" "Naturally," Whis replied with a faint smile, clearing his throat before continuing. "The old Supreme Kai greatly enjoyed studying various peculiar subjects, such as magic, divine mysteries, the development of latent abilities, and the bloodlines of extraterrestrials. Of course, there were also some rather risky little books." At this final revelation, Whis struggled to contain his amusement. "Risky little books? What are those?" Supreme Kai Shin was momentarily taken aback. He simply had a penchant for reading adult literature, do you understand? Whis could no longer hold back, bursting into hearty laughter. Supreme Kai Shin thought to himself, just moments ago feeling pride in such an ancestor, only to learn he was a lecherous old man. Suddenly, a thunderous clash reverberated through the air above them. Two beams of light, one purple and one golden, intertwined violently, their collisions threatening to obliterate the very fabric of existence. The master of the purple light wielded power capable of shattering this space effortlessly, yet, each time he nearly struck the child emanating golden light, he meticulously controlled his strength. "Do you see? Your Super Saiyan form does not enhance your mastery of Ultra Instinct. Your emotions, power, and aura are all influenced by this state. You cannot remain calm. And even your second-tier physique is affected. Do not presume that a 50-fold increase in power renders you formidable, in my eyes. Your Super Saiyan state pales in comparison to your normal form. I find your golden hair bothersome. Begone." With a surge of purple energy, Beerus soared through the sky, swiftly appearing behind Gran and delivering a forceful kick to the boy's rear. Boom! Gran was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the ground, which instantly yielded a massive crater. Coughing, Gran slowly emerged from the pit, having reverted from his Super Saiyan state. "Whis, Lord Beerus has struck me with such pain. Please, heal me," Gran pleaded weakly as he lay beside the crater. "Do you not possess senzu beans?" Why trouble me? Was called from a distance. Sins of beans are precious. Using one means having one less. Your healing magic is far more economical, Gran retorted with feeble resolve. Whis winced slightly at Gran's words. Is that even coherent? I implore you, Whis is the finest angel in this realm. From now on, I shall only prepare delightful meals for him, and I shall hardly spare a glance at Lord Beerus. Keep provoking me, and I shall not hesitate to strike your backside. Beerus landed beside Gran, his tone brusque. Gran, lying on the ground, shivered involuntarily, pondering why Cat seemed so inclined to swat at his rear. Whis, do hurry and heal him. At this moment, Beerus turned his gaze towards Whis, expressing his curiosity about how he would elucidate the state of Super Scion. Whis instantly vanished from his seat, appearing beside Gran, and waved his staff. A shimmering silver light enveloped Gran's diminutive form, instantly healing the wounds inflicted by Beerus. Explain, why are you so insistent on transforming into that Super Scion state? Beerus inquired coldly. Let me explain later, Gran replied as he rose from the ground, looking at Whis with a mischievous grin. Whis, could you project Vegeta's image once more? I wish to see if he has perished. These 2 chapters are indeed substantial. Xiaobai knows that all present are akin to Wu Yanzu. I kindly ask all the esteemed gentlemen to urge for updates. Much love to you all. Chapter 51. The inevitable demise of Vegeta within the realm of destruction. The tumultuous atmosphere began to stabilize following the absence of Beerus and the battle between the two. Gran's youthful voice echoed around them. You wish to witness Vegeta's demise? Based on my understanding of you Scions, Vegeta is surely doomed. Why bother with such a predictable conclusion? Beerus scoffed, eager to uncover Gran's fixation with the Super Saiyan state. The Kaioshin Shin approached, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Lord Beerus speaks the truth. During my tenure as the overseer of the universe, the Scions were notoriously infamous. Before he could finish, he noticed Gran's eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. Shin shuddered, awkwardly smiling at Gran. I wasn't referring to you. I meant other Scions. They are ruthless and savage. Moreover, Gran, you previously mentioned that the Scion named Vegeta had contemplated abandoning Raditz numerous times. Under such circumstances, regardless of Raditz being a Scion or of another race, he would never be able to save Vegeta. Upon hearing these words, Jebit, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, affirming that whatever the Kaioshin said was undoubtedly correct. Gran's eyes finally returned to normal. Were Shin to dare speak in veiled insults, he would surely make him regret it. Enough of this chatter. Since you all wish to see, let us reveal the truth. Beerus cracked his neck, his gaze growing frigid. That lad previously abandoned Gran. Now it is fitting that he faces betrayal from his own comrades. What goes around comes around. Well done, Gran. Beerus regarded Gran with an approving glance, as if to convey that he was indeed a worthy candidate for the role of destroyer. The others exchanged banter, while Whis stood silently, a playful glint in his eyes. Let us observe Vegeta's final fate. Whis, unperturbed, gently waved his staff. A beam of light shot forth, and a colossal projection materialized in the void. All heads turned upward. Gran also lifting his small head, his expression serene, concealing the thoughts within his mind. The projection commenced its display. After Whis took them away. Raditz indeed did not disappoint Gran. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Vegeta. Witnessing this, the onlookers nodded in satisfaction, as Gran had finally vented his frustrations. However, what transpired next left the Supreme Kai and his companions utterly astounded. Raditz and his companion, who were supposed to board their spaceship and depart from the planet, unexpectedly returned to Vegeta's side. In an astonishing act, Raditz fed a senzu bean to Vegeta. How could this be possible? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Soon, they realized it was due to the arrival of the spaceship above. In a desperate bid to prolong their survival in the ship, Raditz and his companion chose to rescue Vegeta. In an instant, all eyes turned to Gran. Don't look at me. Keep watching the projection, Gran replied, his expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Hearing this, Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue. He knew that the young one wished to spare Vegeta. The onlookers resumed their focus on the ethereal projection. In the imagery, after recovering from the brink of death, Vegeta's power surged from 60,000 to 120,000. It was at that moment that the entire Jinyu force descended from the heavens, surrounding Vegeta and his comrades. Despite Vegeta's significant power increase upon recovery, he could not withstand the might of the Jinyu force and was once again brought to the edge of death. Just when everyone believed Vegeta was doomed, Nappa produced a minuscule senzu bean and placed it in Vegeta's mouth. As his injuries healed, Vegeta's power rose to 30,000. Greed had overtaken Nappa. He had previously coerced Raditz into sharing half of his senzu beans, allowing Vegeta to recover once more. Gran clenched his fists, his voice turning icy. As this turn of events seemed to have caught him off guard, Whis was taken aback. Wasn't this unfolding precisely as Gran had scripted? Why did he wear such a perplexed expression? The scene continued to unfold. A power of 30,000 was no match for the Ginyu Force S-120,000, let alone for the likes of Rikuum, Berta, and Guys. Vegeta sustained further grievous injuries. Surely, this time, he must perish. Yet again, little Raditz produced another tiny fragment of a senzu bean and placed it in Vegeta's mouth. Not only that, but Nappa, seemingly aware of the Scion's potential, decided to reveal another small fragment. Nappa instructed the recovering Vegeta to hold it in his mouth, advising that he swallow it should he face further injury. With these final 2 minuscule fragments, Vegeta astonishingly recovered from severe wounds 4 times, and his battle power skyrocketed to 300,000. In the ensuing combat, Vegeta annihilated the entire Ginyu Force, with Ginyu himself unable to utilize his skill of body change. The god of destruction's realm fell into an eerie silence. At last, they realized that Raditz and his companion had, in a bid to secure a means of survival, divided the quarter of the sacred beans given by Gran into 4 minuscule fragments. Thus, Vegeta was able to consume the beans 4 times. Gran, those 2 members of your race. The Supreme Kai wanted to laugh, but dared not, his body trembling with restrained mirth. Truly, what extraordinary individuals. Gran, incensed, found himself laughing despite his anger, his clenched fists tightening further, the knuckles cracking ominously under the pressure. Observing Gran's reaction, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the outcome Gran had anticipated? Why, then, was he irate? In truth, Gran had not held back against Vegeta. The notion that the protagonists of the Dragon Ball saga cannot kill was irrelevant. Gran had meticulously crafted his plan for vengeance. His first step was to brutally torment Vegeta, the second to transform into a Super Saiyan and utterly shatter his final defenses. The final step, it was to repay in kind. It is akin to the concept that if someone slaughters your entire family, you wouldn't merely seek to eliminate that individual. He intended for Vegeta to experience the agony of abandonment, to languish in despair until he slowly perished. Although the sudden appearance of Ginyu did disrupt some of Gran's plans, he was confident that Vegeta would ultimately not survive. That was sufficient. After all, Ginyu possessed a combat power of 120,000, even with the quarter of the sacred beans. Vegeta, only having access to a single transformation, could never hope to defeat the entire Ginyu Force. This was an inevitable demise for Vegeta. Chapter 52. The true state of selflessness achieved. Yet Gran had not anticipated that even a quarter of the sacred beans could be reduced to such diminutive portions, and that Raditz and his companion could divide it further into 4 fragments. With 1 less fragment of the sacred bean and 1 less transformation of Saiyan physiology, Vegeta would still be unable to defeat Ginyu, ultimately leading to his demise. Remarkably, Vegeta encountered the singular opportunity to survive. Those 2 truly are remarkable. Gran chuckled lightly, soon regaining his composure. His emotional fluctuations were somewhat peculiar. This was not the reaction one would expect from a being possessing half the state of selflessness. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, seemingly regretting their decision to bring Gran back so soon. Should they not return to eliminate Vegeta? Beerus tentatively inquired. Gran remained silent for a lengthy period before responding irritably. Lord Beerus, you are exceedingly bothersome. With that, the diminutive figure disregarded Beerus and made his way back to the God of Destruction's palace. Beerus was taken aback and hastily called out, "Where are you going? You still need to discuss that Super Saiyan transformation with me." Lord Beerus, let him rest. He has trained outside for a year and then endured your beating upon his return. He must be fatigued. Whis advised, shaking his head at Beerus. You're the best at playing the good guy. Beerus glared at Whis, seemingly recalling something, his expression turning teasing. It seems you misjudged the situation. You didn't actually believe Gran intended to hold back against that worthless Vegeta, did you? Whis' lips twitched. He genuinely thought Gran had been sparing Vegeta. Huh. Who would have thought you could also misjudge? Beerus chuckled briefly before furrowing his brow, pondering aloud. Why, despite having attempted to eliminate Vegeta, does he still harbor other intentions? Nearby, the Kaioshin Shin and Jebet found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between Beerus and his companion. On a distant planet, remnants of a fierce battle lingered. The once thriving human settlements had vanished, leaving only desolate ruins in their wake. At the edge of the debris lay two figures, one large and one small, while at the center of the ruins stood a ragged child exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Vegeta had become extraordinarily powerful. Raditz swallowed hard. Astonished, I never anticipated he would recover 4 times and obliterate the entire Ginyu force. What now? Nappa trembled violently. Speaking up, though all members of the Ginyu force are deceased, we betrayed Vegeta, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. At that moment, a voice rang out. You too. Come here. Little Vegeta cast a glance their way, his hidden hands already gathering energy into 2 orbs. Raditz and Nappa exchanged a fearful glance, reluctantly approaching the child. Vegeta, we were wrong. Can you spare our lives, considering we saved you? Raditz stood before Vegeta, his face pale with dread. Yes. In light of our 4 rescues, please grant us mercy. We shall never defy you again. Nappa bowed his head, his heart racing as terror threatened to engulf him. You both know I detest betrayal. Vegeta's murderous intent nearly materialized, and his hidden hands revealed the energy orbs. Upon sighting the 2 spheres in Vegeta's grasp, Nappa and Raditz collapsed to the ground. No, please, spare us. Spare you? Go perish. Vegeta prepared to unleash the energy orbs. Suddenly, a memory echoed in his mind. The conversation with Gran about the feeling of being abandoned by comrades. Damn it, perish. Vegeta roared, launching the energy orb skyward. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated in their ears, causing Raditz and Nappa to snap their eyes open. Why does it not hurt? Are we not dead? They both thought simultaneously, hastily turning to look behind them, where 2 massive craters suddenly appeared in the ground. It was evident Vegeta had spared them. A tumultuous wave of relief washed over Nappa and Raditz, astonished that the cold-blooded, arrogant Vegeta had chosen to let them live. How could this be? Humph. Had it not been for your 4 rescues, I would have certainly killed you, Vegeta stated coldly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz and Nappa were filled with elation. It was indeed no dream. They scrambled to their feet, bowing obsequiously. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, for sparing our lives. Humph, consider this a one-time reprieve. Now be gone. Prince Vegeta, where shall we go now? To train until we become Super Saiyans, and then seek out Frieza. Indeed, not long after, 3 spaceships ascended from the opposite side of the planet. Vegeta reclined within the central vessel, his eyes closed. As the conversations among Gran and his companions echoed in his mind, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, Supreme Kai, and the candidate Destroyer. So Gran has indeed become a candidate for Destroyer. I cannot begrudge my defeat. Time swiftly passed, and 6 months elapsed. Ever since Gran returned to the palace of the Destroyer, he had not emerged. Yet today, a profoundly pure and ethereal aura emanated from the Destroyer's palace, swiftly permeating the entire realm of destruction. How can this be? Beerus, lounging on a beach chair by the lake, suddenly sprang into action, his expression filled with incredulity. The state of true selflessness, the authentic state of no self. Whis, equally astonished, waved his staff, whisking Beerus away from the lakeside. As if transcending both time and space, the 2 suddenly appeared before the palace of the Destroyer. Whis, you truly did not err in your sensing, did you? Beerus inquired anxiously, standing vigil at the palace's entrance, fearing to intrude upon the child within. There can be no mistake. It is indeed the genuine state of no self. Whis placed a hand over his heart, feeling it race uncontrollably. Damn, is this the emotion befitting an angel? Yet, what can be done? A child has achieved the true state of no self in merely 3.5 years of cultivation. Not even Whis's father, the Grand Minister, would fail to be astonished. He is about to emerge. Chapter 53. Has the state of true freedom been achieved? Beerus and Whis held their breath, as a small figure, shimmering with silver light, gradually walked out from within. With a rustling sound, silver energy swirled around him, the searing heat distorting the very air. In the next moment, this aura surged into Gran's body at a terrifying speed, and his hair transformed entirely to silver. If the semi-no-self state corresponds to the initial level of true freedom, then the genuine no-self represents the complete state of true freedom. At this moment, young Gran achieved a tranquility akin to the sky itself. This state stripped away the frailties of humanity, allowing Gran to act without intention, flowing naturally. In this state, Gran did not gain a fixed combat power value as one would upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Certainly, his strength had increased beyond doubt, but it could no longer be measured by mere numbers. Or rather, it embodies power, speed, and responsiveness, representing a comprehensive elevation to an extraordinary realm. Whis. Gran has truly succeeded. Upon witnessing Gran's silvery hair, Beerus received the answer he had long sought, and he finally mustered the courage to speak, his tone brimming with excitement. Lord Beerus, I recall that you spent a decade refining your state of mind to the level of selflessness. Whis, equally exhilarated, had yet to finish his thought. Stop, stop, stop. Beerus interjected furiously. Must you always compare me to this brat Gran? Are you not aware of his extraordinary abilities? Ah, indeed, Lord Beerus. Both of you are my pupils, yet Gran stands out as my most exceptional disciple. How could you possibly compare to him? What do you mean you taught him? Beerus, hastily dismissing the undeniable truth of his inferiority to Gran, retorted, Did I not impart knowledge to him? You certainly know how to embellish your own contributions. Heh. While someone has not slipped back into a deep slumber, aside from indulging in food and drink, he still enjoys his lazy mornings. I shan't name names. Let that someone ponder it themselves. Get lost. What difference does that make from directly uttering my name? Even Beerus conceded this point, prompting Whis to present yet another undeniable fact. Gran is indeed my protege. Whis lifted his chin, his face radiating arrogance, pride, and satisfaction. Beerus's forehead throbbed in agitation, and he was truly tempted to leap up and deliver a light smack to Whis. The latter's gaze turned playful. What is this? Does Lord Beerus wish to spar with me? Go on. I refuse to stoop to your level. Beerus, feeling deflated, realized he could not possibly compete. My apologies, Lord Beerus. Whis, I hope I haven't caused you any concern. At that moment, Gran's silver hair reverted to black as he emerged from the doorway. Beerus and Whis ceased their banter, focusing their attention on the child who had just stepped out. It was now the 3rd year since he had arrived in the God of Destruction realm, and it was astonishing to witness how he had evolved in just 3.5 years. Truly remarkable. While I am uncertain of the exact events that transpired, as long as you are well, that is sufficient. Beerus gently patted Gran on the shoulder. Whis also tousled Gran's hair, smiling. Sometimes, inner turmoil is not entirely negative. Did you not seize this opportunity to break through to a true state of selflessness? The comfort from Beerus and Whis coursed through Gran, warming his heart. In truth, during the moment when Vegeta faced death, his heart was filled with a thrill of vengeance. Alongside that exhilaration, there lingered a tinge of regret for the second male lead in Dragon Ball. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta's miraculous survival against all odds, he found himself at a loss for words. The intertwining emotions of pleasure, regret, and helplessness created a significant upheaval within him. However, as fate would have it, his semi-selfless state had reached a plateau 2.5 years prior. Riding the wave of this emotional turmoil, he shattered the barriers of his mindset, ultimately ascending to a true state of selflessness. Perhaps this aligns with what Beerus and Whis have previously articulated. The factors involved in breaking through one's limits are manifold. Sometimes, when one's mood is elevated, even the most stubborn of barriers can be effortlessly shattered. In that recent state, what emotions did you experience? Whis retracted his hand, smiling as he inquired. It was quite extraordinary. Gran glanced at his tiny hands. In that state, my strength, speed, and reflexes surged to an astonishing degree. My body fought instinctively, without the need for conscious thought. This sensation felt akin to my consciousness adopting a divine perspective. Perhaps this is what you have always referred to, Whis, as the shedding of human frailties. Upon mentioning this, Gran closed his eyes again, seemingly savoring that recent sensation. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, sharing a gentle chuckle. That state was indeed remarkable. You are correct. It is the release from human weaknesses, wherein your body is unencumbered by subjective awareness, allowing it to respond instinctively. At this point, Whis paused before continuing. I recall mentioning to you before that the true state of egolessness belongs to the realm of ultimate freedom. However, Whis looked at Gran and remarked, although your state of mind has reached the level of egolessness, even if you maintain this condition, it cannot yet be termed ultimate freedom. At most, it can only be regarded as the embryonic form of ultimate freedom. Certainly, compared to Gran's previous semi-egoless state, The embryonic form of ultimate freedom he possesses now is undoubtedly more potent. I understand, for my bodily instincts are still too feeble to attain the realm of ultimate freedom. Young Gran was acutely aware of Whis's meaning and, feeling a touch of disappointment, remarked, "In other words, my bodily instincts still do not align with my state of mind. The foolish child can indeed be taught." Beerus nodded in satisfaction. "Gran," Beerus consoled him further, "do not be disheartened. Many gods of destruction have not even reached a semi-egoless state, and you are already quite formidable. Except for Beerus. The other gods of destruction cannot cultivate ultimate freedom at all." Beerus cleared his throat and added, "Moreover, as your strength and bodily instincts ascend to higher levels, you will naturally master the state of ultimate freedom flawlessly." At this juncture, Beerus spoke with the tone of a caring father, causing Gran to blink his large, round eyes. After half a year apart, how did Lord Beerus suddenly become so comforting? "I am indeed comforting you. What is with that expression?" Beerus felt his fist clench. "Whis, you two have shifted your tone rather abruptly. Were we not just sharing a harmonious moment? Why are we on the brink of an argument now?" "Oh." Gran noticed Beerus clenching his fist and quickly changed the subject. "Where have Asen and the others gone?" "They have returned to the realm of the Supreme Kai." "Do not divert the topic. What was that expression on your face just now?" "I see. So when does Lord Beerus intend to release the old Supreme Kai?" "Surely, I cannot be left to instruct Asen indefinitely." Young Gran's eyes darted about, evading the question. Beerus's mouth twitched. "This little rascal remains as infuriating as ever. Then allow me to inquire of you." He tugged at Gran's collar, lifting him into the air, their gazes locking as he demanded, "You promised to explain that Super Saiyan state to us." Chapter 54, The Divine Dimension of Ultra Instinct. Half a year ago, when Gran returned to the God of Destruction realm, Beerus had engaged him in battle, revealing numerous flaws in Gran's Super Saiyan form, power, aura, and emotions were all profoundly affected by that golden-haired state, rendering him almost uncontrollably ferocious. Moreover, Beerus discovered that in that Super Saiyan form, Gran could no longer harness the essence of Ultra Instinct. As a result, Gran, with his 50-fold increase in power, was even weaker than his regular state. To us, that golden form and your ancestors' grass-green state are both erroneous. I truly cannot fathom why you cling to that form," Whis remarked, shaking his head. Beerus tossed the little fellow back to the ground, coldly instructing, "Now, explain yourself." Gran steadied himself, falling silent, for he was at a loss on how to articulate his thoughts. Among the Saiyan race, there are essentially 3 transformation paths, one akin to Broly's ancestral transformation, the Super Saiyan series, and finally, the Super Saiyan God series. Gran could not attain Broly's transformation, and that was self-evident. The so-called pseudo-divine transformation of Super Saiyan God, while enabling mortals to sense divine energy, was fundamentally no different from the Super Saiyan transformations. Just like the Super Saiyan Blue state, this form also led to rapid energy depletion. Furthermore, Gran had already reached the pinnacle of the King Kai dimension. If he could break through that dimensional barrier, he would become a true deity. Thus, Gran had never considered this pseudo-divine transformation. As for the Super Saiyan series, it represents the true path of transformation for the Saiyan race. Although there may be significant drawbacks prior to attaining Ultra Instinct, such as excessive energy consumption, immense physical strain, and uncontrollable rage, each breakthrough in transformation results in an evolution of the Saiyan bloodline. Upon reaching Ultra Instinct, issues like energy depletion, physical burden, and emotional volatility would be effortlessly resolved. In essence, Ultra Instinct represents another state of normalcy for Saiyans. If Beerus asserts that Gran cannot harness Ultra Instinct in Super Saiyan form, then he undoubtedly can in Ultra Instinct. Thus, the combination of the Divine Dimension Ultra Instinct with Ultra Instinct would be realized. Who could have known that Ultra Instinct would mark the culmination of the Super Saiyan series? Who could predict that Gran's dimension would be confined to the Divine Dimension? At that time, it is likely that the combination of Divine Dimension Ultra Instinct would require reevaluation. Lord Beerus, our historical texts of the Saiyan race contain a record stating this. Young Gran continued without a hint of trepidation. After my Super Saiyan transformation, there exists another state known as the ultimate state. This ultimate state is also referred to as another normality of the Saiyans. Upon reaching this state, the physical consumption and burdens we Saiyans endure will be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, you assert that I cannot achieve Ultra Instinct while in Super Saiyan form. However, In that ultimate state, I undoubtedly can. A tumult of emotions surged within Beerus and Whis. Could it be that the Scions possess yet another ultimate state? As the supreme deities of the seventh universe, they immediately contemplated the implications regarding the multiplicative strength enhancement of the Super Scion form. If this ultimate state indeed eradicates the drawbacks associated with Super Scion transformations, its enhancement would be extraordinarily exaggerated. Let us not forget that Gran will soon transcend dimensions, thus achieving the godly dimension Ultra Instinct. How astonishing would that be? Impossible, Beerus shook his head, declaring that from our perspective, your Super Scion transformation is undeniably flawed. How could there be an ultimate state? Whis, however, remained silent, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. I assure you, Lord Beerus, what I speak is the truth, Gran exclaimed, growing anxious. All right, you. Beerus had yet to finish his sentence when Whis interjected, suggesting, why not release the Elder Kai? Although the Elder Kai often indulges in less than respectable literature, which might lead one to perceive him as somewhat frivolous, his vision, knowledge, and abilities are undoubtedly unparalleled among all Kaiashins in the entirety of the Omni-Universe. Whis spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness. Even Beerus, who often clashed with the Elder Kai, refrained from contradicting him, as this seemed to be an accepted truth. Gran's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the Elder Kai's prowess, but he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. According to Whis' assessment, if Beerus is dubbed the most formidable god of destruction, then the Elder Kai could easily be regarded as the mightiest Kaiashin. Yet, despite possessing the dual titles of the strongest in the seventh universe, they rank second to last among the Omni-Universe. Truly extraordinary. There are many aspects of the universe that elude my understanding, yet the Elder Kai possesses clarity on these matters. I recall his extensive research on various races. Perhaps he might discern something significant. At this juncture, Whis turned to Beerus. Our universe currently ranks second to last, and if this trend persists, we may risk being eradicated by Lord Zeno. In a universe, neither a Kaiashin nor a god of destruction can be absent. Kai-Shin is still too young and inexperienced. It's better to enough. Beerus sighed. He was acutely aware of Whis' concerns. He remained silent for a long while, the realm of destruction enveloped in profound stillness. Ultimately, it seemed Beerus had made a decision. Casting a glance at Gran, he remarked with irritation, for your sake, young one, I will forego my slumber. And now I must also unveil my ultimate survival techniques. Truly, I owe you from my past life. In the past, had Beerus berated him, Gran would have surely retorted. Yet now, his heart swelled only with gratitude. Indeed, Beerus has invested a great deal in him. One cannot become ungrateful. Perhaps it is best to grant him some leeway for now, and we shall engage in a verbal scuffle later. Humph, with such remarkable talent. If he fails to cultivate himself to the point of shattering the rules that bind us, he shall have much to answer for. Upon uttering these words, Beerus sighed. Whis, let us proceed to the realm of the Kaiashin. Certainly. Whis chuckled as he brandished his staff, propelling himself along with Beerus and Gran into the sky. Chapter 55. Whis, who says I cannot teleport? The realm of the Kaiashin is suffused with a divine aura, boasting a breathtaking environment adorned with vast grasslands and crystal-clear lakes. At the very heart of this realm lies a magnificent lake, at its center standing a colossal stone pillar. Upon this pillar is embedded a sword, exuding a faint aura of destruction. Yet, this presence has diminished to the point where even those who have ventured into the realm of destruction, such as Kaiashin Shin and Jebet, remain oblivious to it. Lord Kaiashin, what are you searching for? Jebet inquired, closely trailing behind Kaiashin Shin across the expansive grassland. According to Gran and Mr. Whis, my esteemed ancestor is sealed within the realm of the Kaiashin, and I am in search of his whereabouts. As Kaiashin Shin scoured the grasslands, his quest led him unknowingly to the very lake that cradled the Kaiashin sword. Where could it be? Despite months of searching, Kaiashin Shin found nothing and, exhausted, collapsed onto the grassy bank of the lake. Are you not going to continue searching, my lord? Finding nothing, it seems prudent to wait for Lord Beerus and the others to arrive before resuming the search. Kaiashin Shin's gaze flitted to the sword upon the stone pillar. Yet he exhibited no reaction and soon shifted his attention elsewhere. Reclining on the grass, he remained silent, while his servant Jebet stood nearby. And the realm of the Kaiashin was enveloped in tranquility once more. It appears that the universe has always harbored deities of destruction. I had been woefully ignorant. Kaish and Shin gazed at the azure sky, suddenly filled with self-mockery. This is not the fault of Lord Kaishin. The incident with Majin Buu occurred so unexpectedly that the Grand Kaishin scarcely had time to impart knowledge to you. Jebet refrained from elaborating further, his tone shifting to one of confidence. However, from this moment forth, we need not concern ourselves with Majin Buu any longer. Indeed, with Lord Beerus and Gran by our side, I shall no longer fear any malevolence. Kaish and Shin rose from the grass, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. After all, Gran has proclaimed that Lord Beerus is the strongest deity of destruction in the entire universe. Indeed, that candidate for the role of deity of destruction is quite formidable as well. Jebet recalled their first encounter with Gran, involuntarily shuddering. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Kaish and Shin clenched his small fist, exuding confidence. Having been by Gran's side for such an extended period, I have witnessed his growth firsthand. His talent is truly extraordinary. If one were to assert that Lord Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction within the entirety of the Omni-Universe, then surely Gran is the most formidable candidate for that title. The Supreme Kai, along with the Elder Supreme Kai, is equally notable. Jebet grew increasingly animated as he spoke. According to Mr. Whis's assessment, the Elder Supreme Kai possesses immense power. Once the seal binding him is lifted, our universe will undoubtedly rise to prominence. As he continued, Jebet began to tremble with excitement. The Supreme Kai Shin mirrored his enthusiasm, his youthful visage flushed with fervor. With such terrifying deities as their support, it was nearly impossible not to be exhilarated. However, the Supreme Kai inquired of Jebet, I am rather curious. Why was the Elder Supreme Kai sealed away by Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. From Gran and Whis's recounting, he was aware of his ancestors' formidable prowess, yet the reasons for his sealing had never been disclosed. I am uncertain, he stammered. What? Mr. Whis did not inform you. No. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances, and a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. It was then that a cascade of radiant colors descended from the heavens. Whis, your pace is rather sluggish. I could traverse the distance in an instant. Gran remarked as he landed, immediately beginning to voice his grievances. Whis, visibly perturbed, retorted, then why didn't you use instant transmission to bring us along? I assumed you would be departing promptly, so I refrained from speaking. Who could have anticipated your slowness? Gran replied, this time, I stand with you, Gran. I have endured Whis's leisurely pace for far too long. Beerus interjected, exasperated, I find it perplexing that he has not learned instant transmission. Whis's lips twitched in response, realizing that these two individuals were becoming increasingly irksome. Clearly, the next training session would require a greater intensity. Whis, why are you silent? Lord Beerus inquires why you have not mastered instant transmission. Gran pressed, genuinely intrigued. In the Super Anime, when Golden Frieza invaded Earth, Whis did not utilize instant transmission. Ultimately, it was Gohan's overwhelming aura that enabled Goku to successfully perform instant transmission back to Earth. Enough of this. You too, Whis interjected, casting a glance at them before stating coolly, who said I cannot perform instant transmission. It is merely that we angels are prohibited from employing such abilities. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Gran exchanged knowing glances, their understanding deepening. Particularly Gran, who thought it made sense. If mere mortals could easily master instant transmission, how could a being of Whis's caliber be incapable? It seemed there were additional regulations, aside from neutrality, governing the angels. At that moment, the Supreme Kai and Jebet approached, respectfully greeting, it is an honor to meet Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Finally, the Supreme Kai Shin turned to Gran, exclaiming joyfully, it has been quite some time. You have finally emerged from your seclusion. After a half-year's absence, the Supreme Kai noticed that Gran seemed subtly transformed. Though his height and appearance remained unchanged, there was an ethereal quality to his aura that had distinctly evolved. After 6 months of rigorous training, Gran had only recently emerged from his seclusion. He lightly tapped his small head, realizing that in his eagerness to inquire about Whis's instantaneous movement, he had yet to take in the renowned realm of the Kais. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by the serene beauty of the environment, which mirrored the enchanting scenes depicted in the anime. It became evident that the realm of the Kais and the realm of destruction were indeed two polar opposites. Suddenly, Gran's attention was drawn to a colossal stone pillar at the center of the lake, upon which rested a sword. Both Beerus and Whis also focused their gaze on the blade, and the atmosphere shifted to a delicate tension. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet swallowed hard. Recalling Whis' words from 6 months prior, which suggested that soon, Lord Beerus would release the old Supreme Kai. Was their purpose in coming here to liberate their ancestor? Gran, are you here to unseal my ancestor? The Supreme Kai Shin inquired cautiously, edging closer to Gran. Yes, Gran replied without hesitation, speaking the truth. Really? The Supreme Kai Shin's excitement surged as he eagerly asked, could you tell me where my ancestor's seal is? I have searched the realm of the Kais for several months without any trace of him. It is right there. Gran extended his small hand and pointed to the sword on the stone pillar. Beerus and Whis exhibited no surprise at Gran's knowledge of the old Supreme Kai being sealed within the sword, as the blade still bore remnants of destructive energy. Something Gran, as a prospective god of destruction, could naturally sense. However, Beerus was taken aback by how fragile the seal he had established years ago had become over time. It seemed that it would not be long before it would collapse on its own. Where's that? The Supreme Kai Shin followed Gran's gesture, puzzled. Are you saying my ancestor is sealed within that stone pillar? No. Gran shook his head and clarified. He is sealed within the sword atop the pillar. What? My ancestor is sealed inside the Supreme Kai sword? The Supreme Kai Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had searched for months in the realm of the Kais, exhausting every conceivable location, yet had never considered that the seal lay within the sword itself. How is that possible? The Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed incredulously. There has always been a legend surrounding this Supreme Kai sword. According to the legend, whoever can draw this sword will gain immense power. How could my ancestor possibly be sealed here? It was no surprise that the Supreme Kai Shin was so astonished. Each generation of Supreme Kais had attempted to draw the sword, but none had ever discovered that an old Supreme Kai was sealed within. At that moment, Beerus interjected. What Supreme Kai sword? This wretched blade is merely a tool I used to seal that old fool. I carelessly tossed it here long ago, and I never expected you to regard it as some legendary Supreme Kai sword. Jebet, in other words, a mere broken sword casually discarded by someone has been revered as a treasure by these Kaishins. What does that say about their years of devoted worship? Is it a joke? Observing the inky black expression on Action's face, the diminutive Gran struggled to suppress his amusement, nearly causing himself internal injury. Whis' body trembled slightly, and he could no longer hold back, erupting into hearty laughter. As he chuckled, Gran also doubled over in mirth. The contrasting laughter of the two echoed by the lakeside, deepening the scowl on Kaishin Shin's face. Enough, Beerus remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gran, go ahead and pull it out. Yes, Gran replied, stifling his laughter as he soared towards the stone pillar. All eyes turned towards him, particularly Kaishin Shin, who was eager to see if this sword indeed sealed away his ancestors. Upon landing on the pillar, Gran examined the Kaishin sword, finding it rather ordinary. It was quite remarkable that generations of Kaishins had deemed it a treasure. Here we go. Gran bent slightly, gripping the hilt with one hand. In the anime, Gohan, in his normal state, could not extract this sword. He could only do so after transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, a form that granted him a battle power in the tens of billions. Thus, Gran, in his current state, was utterly incapable of drawing the sword. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would surely earn him a reprimand from Lord Beerus, so he dismissed the idea. Muttering to himself, Gran closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. A surge of silver light enveloped him, and his hair transformed to a shimmering silver. Ultra Instinct sign. In this state, Gran's power transcended numerical value, with his strength, speed, and reflexes reaching unprecedented heights. In Beerus's words, Gran's Super Saiyan state was utterly insignificant compared to his Ultra Instinct sign form. Indeed, Gran squinted, exerting gentle pressure with his right hand. With a resounding crack, the Kaishin sword was effortlessly drawn from its resting place, causing the stone pillar in the center of the lake to collapse instantly. Lord Kaishin, the Kaishin sword has been drawn, Jebet exclaimed, his mouth agape. Gulp. Though Kaishin Shin remained silent, he swallowed hard. He understood that Gran, as a candidate for the god of destruction, would indeed be capable of extracting the Kaishin sword. Yet witnessing the sword that had eluded generations of Kaishins being pulled free was profoundly startling. Gran descended from the air, sword in hand, and announced, Lord Beerus, I have drawn the sword. This was a sword I casually thrust here, and after so many years, it required entering Ultra Instinct, sign to pull it out. Quite embarrassing. Beerus merely rolled his eyes, his expression one of disdain. Gran, he was well aware that this slender feline would deride him. I apologize, Lord Beerus. It took me 3.5 years to attain a combat power of 1 billion. It took me 3.5 years to cultivate my mind to the state of no self. It took me 3.5 years to develop my physical instincts to the 2nd tier. It took me 3.5 years to reach the pinnacle dimension of the King of Worlds. My innate talent is still woefully inadequate. I require the state of even to wield this broken sword. I have disappointed you. Gran spoke with a tone of deep shame, oblivious to the fact that with each utterance, Beerus's expression darkened further. Beside them, Whis stifled a laugh, thinking, if your talent is considered weak, then poor Beerus would surely leap off a building. Stop incessantly lamenting about your talent. It's quite bothersome. Beerus shot a glare at the young lad. Then, suppressing his irritation, commanded, break this wretched sword. Oh, Gran chuckled, refraining from teasing his lord Beerus further as he prepared to shatter the sword. Wait. The King Kai interjected hastily, Lord Beerus, must we break this sword to unseal my ancestors? It has been enshrined by us kings for so long. No matter how long it has been enshrined, it remains merely a broken sword. Gran, break it. Beerus dismissed the young Kai's concerns with a glance. Very well. Gran grasped the sword at its midpoint and, with a sudden burst of strength, snapped it in two. In the anime, this sword was said to be forged from the universe's hardest metal, Kaizen steel. Yet on this day, Gran shattered it with his bare hands. Crack! The sword instantly split into 2 halves. The King Kai and Jebet were left utterly astounded. It broke just like that. Gran discarded the 2 segments of the broken sword onto the ground and exhaled heavily. This sword still possessed some merit. It required considerable effort to break it even in the state of it. Chapter 57. Awestruck by Glan's talent after breaking the sword, Gran exited the state of and returned to Beerus's side. Meanwhile, Jebet and Asin remained in a state of shock. Everyone gazed at the 2 segments of the broken sword, silence enveloping the lakeside, rendering it eerily quiet. After a brief moment, the 2 broken sword fragments remained unchanged. Confusion flickered in Asin and Jebet's eyes. Wasn't it said that their ancestor was sealed within this sword? Why was there no sign of movement? Observing this scene, Beerus's forehead throbbed with irritation. Old man, I know you're not dead. If you don't come out now, I swear I'll seal you again. At these words, a sudden gust of wind swept across the lakeside. Gran chuckled inwardly, finding the old King Kai quite mischievous. In stark contrast to Glan's reaction, Asin and Jebet's faces turned pale. Their ancestor was indeed sealed within this sword. In the next instant, a rush of energy erupted from the 2 segments of the sword, causing the surrounding divine aura to surge dramatically. It was happening. Asin and Jebet felt a surge of excitement. Their ancestor was a being even the angels revered. Was he finally about to emerge? In the expectant gazes of the 2, an elderly figure clad in the attire of the King of Worlds suddenly materialized before the crowd. This old man, diminutive in stature, appeared frail and aged, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and he hunched over with a pronounced stoop. Particularly striking were his narrowed eyes, which lent him an air of cunning and lewdness that was palpable. The stark contrast was jarring. Asin and Jebet were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Were not their ancestors the legendary kings of worlds from 15 generations prior? Was it not said that he possessed unparalleled wisdom, keen insight, and extraordinary abilities? How did this resemble a lecherous old man from the mortal realm? The old King of Worlds cast a glance at his 2 foolish descendants, uttering not a word. Before approaching Beerus, offering a respectful bow, "Greetings, Lord Beerus, greetings, Mr. Whis." Had he not just been feigning death? How could he reappear now? Beerus, arms crossed, replied coldly. What audacity! The old King of Worlds retorted, after being sealed for millions of years, am I not entitled to a little temper? Even the old sage was stirred. Disregarding Beerus entirely, his gaze now fixated on the young Gran. You're asking for a beating. Upon witnessing the old man's dismissal of him, veins bulged on Beerus's forehead. Just as he prepared to teach the elder a lesson, Whis intervened, shaking his head in disapproval. At that moment, the old King of Worlds was intently observing Gran, causing Beerus's fury to dissipate. Despite his irritating demeanor, the elder's vision, knowledge, and abilities were unparalleled. His presence was a testament to his intent to evaluate Gran. Greetings, esteemed King of Worlds, Gran said, bowing respectfully. The elder said nothing, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. Such a terrifying gaze. Gran felt as though he had been swept by a blinding light, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. 2 minutes passed. The corners of the old king of worlds' mouth twitched uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while the intensity in his gaze grew ever more fervent, as if he beheld a treasure of the world. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh erupted from him. Ha ha! His laughter startled everyone, and Beerus nearly leapt to deliver a sharp reprimand, only to be restrained once more by Whis. I did not expect to encounter such a prodigious little being on the day of my release. The elder's gaze burned with an intensity akin to that reserved for a stunning beauty. He even licked his lips, a lewd expression nearly etched upon his visage. As he spoke, the old king of worlds shuffled toward Gran, extending his hands beneath the young boy's armpits and effortlessly lifting him to eye level. Not a trace of his strength leaked through. It was evident he had perfected the art of controlling his power. His aura was tranquil, imbued with an ethereal quality, and his movements appeared so natural that they transcended mere technique, an embodiment of the state of selflessness. My goodness, you have actually attained the state of selflessness. Moreover, your bodily instincts. Each reaction seems to encapsulate your martial will. This is the second tier of bodily instinct. The most terrifying aspect still lies within your dimension. At merely 9.5 years of age, possessing the pinnacle of the Kaishin dimension is truly an extraordinary anomaly. My heavens! This little one may even surpass Lord Beerus in his prime. The old Kaishin, holding the diminutive Gran, became increasingly astonished with each word. Beerus paid no mind to the old Kaishin's concluding remark as he exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. Indeed, this elder's perceptiveness remains remarkably sharp. Gran, too, was taken aback by the old Kaishin's insight. With just a glance, he could see through to his essence, which was quite formidable. However, old Kaishin, could you kindly set me down? Gran, being held aloft, gazed up at the elder, whose unsettling gaze was accompanied by the unsettling habit of licking his lips, making him appear exceedingly lecherous. Do not fret, young one. Allow me to observe you further, the old Kaishin insisted, eager to discern what powers Gran might possess. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the air as a massive energy sphere, measuring 100 meters in diameter, materialized above them. Gran effortlessly cradled the energy sphere with one hand and calmly stated, I believe it would be best if you set me down, old Kaishin. The overwhelming force emanating from the sphere sent a shiver down the old Kaishin's spine, prompting him to hastily lower the child. Only then did Gran dissipate the energy sphere from his small hand. Having initially focused intently on the power of the child, the old Kaishin, upon setting Gran down, was taken aback to discover that the boy was clad in the distinctive attire of a god of destruction reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Is this little one truly the disciple you took on 3.5 years ago, Lord Beerus? The old Kaishin swallowed hard, recalling how he had been sealed within the Kaishin sword at that time. Yet, he could distinctly sense the presence of the 7th universe's candidate for god of destruction. Ha ha. What do you think? My choice for a candidate isn't too shabby, is it? Beerus proudly lifted his chin. Whis, facepalming, remarked on Beerus's unabashed demeanor. This was my selection, you know. It was no wonder that this candidate for god of destruction from our 7th universe exhibited such personality. The old Kaishin was ecstatic, leaping in excitement. He paid no mind to Gran's earlier energy sphere, for this was precisely the temperament expected of a candidate for god of destruction. With such a uniquely gifted candidate, our 7th universe is destined to soar. The old Kaishin was overjoyed, for this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating event he had encountered in millions of years. Upon hearing the elder's disparagement, Beerus felt his fists clench, and with a cold voice declared, It seems that years of sealing have caused you to forget my iron fist. Since you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige. The old Kaishin, startled, quickly suppressed his laughter and retorted, Speak, for you would not have released me without cause. What is it that you desire? Chapter 58. The terrifying perception of the old Kaishin at this point. The old Kaishin cast a glance at Gran. This young lad was a recent disciple of Beerus, and his alarming talent was truly astonishing. Beerus had brought him here today, and it was evident that his unsealing was likely linked to this remarkable child. The little fellow has recently strayed from the right path, claiming that the road he has chosen is indeed the correct one. Please take a look for me. Beerus cast a scornful glance at Gran, and the mere thought of that golden-haired state made his teeth itch. The old Kai's lips twitched. He knew that Beerus would not have released him without a reason. What kind of expression is that? Are you unwilling to even glance at me? He scoffed. You sealed me for millions of years, only to release me when you require my assistance, and I am not even permitted to express a little annoyance? Beerus suddenly found himself at a loss for words and retorted gruffly, Who provoked me all those years ago? I shall ask you once more. Do you or do you not see? As he spoke, his tone turned icy. The old Kai, unafraid, snorted coldly. Currently, our seventh universe ranks second to last. Go ahead and try sealing me again. Without my guidance, you too shall face erasure by Lord Zeno. Beerus's expression became quite intriguing. He truly could not afford to seal this old fellow again. Both Asin and Jebet, who had remained silent, widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that their ancestor dared to stand up to Lord Beerus. Gran, too, was surprised that this old man had shown such rare backbone. It was quite amusing. Humph. This time, considering your newly acquired disciple, I shall grant you some leeway. The old Kai's retort left Beerus speechless, and he felt a wave of satisfaction as he turned to little Gran. Let me see where your path has led you astray. Yes. Gran stepped back over 10 meters, glanced at the onlookers, and finally focused on the old Kai. In the anime, the old Kai had discerned at a glance that Goku's potential had not been fully unleashed due to his severed tail. Ultimately, it was the old Kai who helped Goku regrow his tail, enabling him to successfully ascend to Super Saiyan 4. With the old Kai's perceptive abilities, he should be able to discern something when Gran transforms into a Super Saiyan. Gran ceased his musings, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and began to bend down. After 6 months of practice, he had mastered the transformation technique. So let it commence. As emotions surged, a violent power erupted from his spine. Boom. The winds shifted dramatically. A brilliant golden light radiated from Gran, and in an instant, his hair transformed into a golden hue. Boom. A combat power of 500 billion resonated throughout the Kaishin realm, causing the very ground to tremble. This power, the old Kai had not anticipated that Gran, merely 9 years old, would possess such formidable strength. Though powerful, this energy felt overwhelmingly turbulent. Such ferocity would undoubtedly have consequences. No, this is not your original power. The old Kai's countenance darkened further. Your innate strength is not this potent. This surging power relies on fury to be sustained. What sort of aberration is this? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. If even the old Kai spoke so, it was evident they had not misjudged Gran. Thus, it was clear that Gran's chosen path was indeed erroneous. Gran, not far away, naturally heard the old Kai's words. Unexpectedly, the reaction of the old Kaishin mirrored that of the anime, both asserting that the transformation into a Super Saiyan was a misguided path. He became anxious. For if even the old Kaishin denounced this route, then Beerus would undoubtedly prevent him from continuing to transform. The divine state of Ultra Instinct combined with the Super Saiyan 4 would thus vanish. Well, it has become evident that this path is erroneous, and there is no possibility of an ultimate state. You ought to remain prudent and avoid straying from the right path. Beerus cast a disapproving glance at Gran nearby, expressing his frustration. However, as soon as he spoke, the old Kaishin inquired, what ultimate state? Whis explained, it is as such. Gran mentioned that his clan's historical records contain references to an ultimate state following his current golden-haired form. If he can attain that state, his aura will no longer be chaotic, and his physical burden will lessen. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin fell silent, his sudden reaction causing both Beerus and Whis to pause in bewilderment. Could there truly be an ultimate state? Everyone fell silent, fearing to disturb the old Kaishin's contemplation. After the passage of more than 10 minutes, the old Kaishin's gaze suddenly focused on young Gran, who still maintained his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, a golden light flashed in his mind. I understand, the old Kaishin exclaimed, slapping his thigh in sudden realization. Beerus was startled once more. This old man was always so jumpy. He felt an urge to punch him. Old Kaishin, have you come to a conclusion? Whis inquired, his brow furrowed. Mr. Whis, have you noticed? This young lad can transform into this state entirely due to a certain factor within him. The old Kaishin's eyes shone brighter with excitement. Factor? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both sensing confusion in the other's eyes. Indeed, you may consider this factor akin to a type of cell. The young boy activated this cell through anger, which is why he has gained such formidable power. The old Kaishin paused for a moment before continuing with enthusiasm. The more of these cells he possesses, the greater his transformation strength will become. When the quantity of these cells reaches an ultimate number, perhaps he could indeed transform into that so-called ultimate state. Gran trembled with the start. The old Kaioshin's insight was truly remarkable. This factor, which could be referred to as a factor or a cell, enabled him to transform into a super scion precisely because of these cells. At that moment, the old Kaioshin approached young Gran once more, scrutinizing the child with piercing eyes. Beerus and the others followed closely behind, surrounded by onlookers. Gran struggled to exert full control over his power due to his volatile emotions, yet he could still effortlessly suppress his energy. This was a benefit derived from the training he received as a candidate for the God of Destruction. At that moment, Gran's aura had completely dissipated. In terms of appearance, Gran somewhat resembles a super scion in its full power state. The ability to control one's strength to such a degree is truly impressive for the candidate destroyer of our seventh universe. The old Kaioshin gazed intently at the young one before him and remarked, "However, your transformation relies solely on the emotion of anger. Even if this form appears less ferocious, the inner turmoil remains." The old sage was indeed correct. Not only does the fury persist within, but the burden on your body endures as well. Beerus, too, recognized the drawbacks of Gran's current state. In this condition, Gran is unable to harness Ultra Instinct. "Young one," the old Kaioshin inquired, "you mentioned that your clan's ancient texts describe an ultimate state. Could you elaborate on that?" "We scions." Gran began to respond, but the old Kaioshin interrupted. "You are a scion? Then why is your tail absent?" "I had Whis seal it years ago," Gran explained. In truth, when he crossed over, his tail had been severed. He thought that apart from the Super Scion 4 form, it would only be a hindrance. Thus, he temporarily asked Whis to seal it, with the option to unseal it when needed. "I see," the old Kaioshin nodded. Gran continued, "According to our ancient texts, the ultimate state requires one to reclaim their identity within the great ape form." As Gran spoke, the old Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. When Gran concluded his explanation, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, "What a genius! Who conceived such a method?" Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. This old man excels in observing the universe and studying races, second only to his penchant for sneaking peeks at women bathing. It seems that Gran's description of the ultimate state may indeed hold truth. I was somewhat hesitant, but your assertion about reclaiming oneself in the great ape form confirms it. The old Kaioshin's smile radiated like a blooming flower, his tone brimming with newfound confidence. "Young one, if I am not mistaken, each transformation following your golden-haired state will only become more ferocious." Gran's pupils slightly contracted. The old Kaioshin was quite perceptive. After the Super Scion 1 state, the subsequent transformations, Super Scion 2 and Super Scion 3, would indeed grow increasingly fierce. Especially the Super Scion 3 form, which, while visually striking, had its own outrageous drawbacks, including a significant energy leakage. Although you will become increasingly ferocious, this is merely a phase. The old Kaioshin grew more animated as he spoke. Your transformation into this so-called Super Scion, with each breakthrough, is essentially accumulating the ferocity within you. As you mentioned, to attain the ultimate state, one must revert to the Scion's primal form, the great ape. In that original form, all the accumulated fury will be unleashed at once. To find oneself in that state is to ignite all the raging energy within. When the raging forces within your body have been entirely consumed, you shall return to your essence and transform into your ultimate state. Ha ha ha, it is undoubtedly so. The elder Kaioshin once again held little Gran before him, exclaiming with excitement, "What is chronicled in the annals is indeed accurate. That ultimate state is merely another form of normalcy for you scions. In that state, the ferocity of power, the burdens upon the body, and the immense consumption shall all vanish without a trace." The elder Kaioshin lifted little Gran, his laughter echoing by the lakeside. Boom! A tempest surged within the hearts of the crowd, especially for Beerus, as he listened to the elder Kaioshin's analysis. He found no fault in it. Every step of the old man's reasoning was correct. This meant that after Gran's transformation into a Super Scion, there would still exist an ultimate form. Suddenly, no, wait. A thought struck Whis. He spoke up. "Elder Kaioshin, my father said that this transformation of the scions is erroneous." Upon hearing this, little Gran's face instantly darkened. What the Grand Minister referred to was the legendary Super Scion, which was entirely different from his transformation. "Did you inquire with the Grand Minister? Did he also declare it erroneous?" The elder Kaioshin's eyes widened in disbelief. "It cannot be. My deductions cannot possibly be flawed. Whis, repeat to me exactly what your father said. The elder Kaioshin set little Gran back on the ground. His theories being questioned displeased him immensely. Even if it was the Grand Minister, he remained steadfast. Observing the elder Kaioshin's unwavering stance, Beerus and Gran found themselves unexpectedly admiring the old man. Wiss's lips twitched slightly, yet he recounted the legendary tale of Otis once more. The first scion? The grass-green state? Challenging Lord Zeno? The elder Kaioshin's heart trembled, and he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The scion lineage possessed such a remarkable origin. No, what the Grand Minister described was entirely distinct from this little one's state. The elder Kaioshin shook his head vigorously. This transformation only leads to a loss of reason before attaining the ultimate state, not at any other time. Moreover, this little one's dimension has already reached the zenith of the Kaioshin realm. With the next step, he shall truly become a deity. At that time, this little one's lifespan will rival that of Lord Beerus. He shall not lose his reason, nor will he encounter issues of longevity. This is completely different from what the Grand Minister mentioned. At this point, the elder Kaioshin gazed at Whis. Everything in existence holds its significance. Existence is justification. Although this little one's golden-haired state may possess numerous flaws initially, in the end, all those flaws can be perfectly resolved. This encapsulates the essence of his transformation. Everything preceding it serves as a foundation for the ultimate state. I am convinced that his path is absolutely sound. Chapter 60. Existence is justification. The elder Kaioshin's gaze was resolute, and as his words echoed, boom, the sound resonated profoundly. Beerus's eyes suddenly became clear. He was now certain that the ultimate state was indeed infallible. Gran found himself deeply admiring the old Kai. He understood that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation was indeed correct. Yet he remained unaware of the significance behind the transformations leading up to it. Truly, the old Kai was remarkable. Asen and Jebet, on the other hand, comprehended nothing throughout the discussion, but at that moment, they could only perceive a radiant aura surrounding their ancestor. In stark contrast to the others, Whis trembled slightly upon hearing the old Kai's words. Is existence truly justified? The final words spoken by his father echoed in his mind. Everything in this world has its reason for existence. Existence itself is justified. If Otis can resolve those issues, perhaps the outcome may indeed change. The notion of existence being justified resonated deeply. The old Kai's insights illuminated the path. Perhaps Otis' transformations were not erroneous. It was merely that no one had aided him in finding solutions to those dilemmas. Whis regarded the old Kai with a peculiar gaze, realizing just how formidable this elder truly was. Mr. Whis, what troubles you? The old Kai inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, you are the esteemed old Kai. Despite being sealed for so many years, your perceptiveness remains astonishing. I am left in awe, Whis remarked, gripping his staff in admiration. And no, the old Kai responded, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head in a somewhat comical manner. Mr. Whis, you are far more skilled than I. You possess an extensive array of talents, while I merely specialize in this modest field of research. Whis remained non-committal, eager to contribute further. Meanwhile, Beerus, growing impatient, interjected, All right. We understand that you are both exceptional. What I wish to know is what Gran should do next. Gran perked up, attentive to the conversation. Whis turned his gaze back. Based on the old Kai's recent analysis, I too believe that Gran is on the right path. Therefore, what remains for Gran is to diligently cultivate, and, once he accumulates enough of that elusive factor within him, he can transform into his ultimate state. At this point, Whis glanced at the old Kai with a smile, saying, Old Kai, I trust my assessment is accurate. And no, guiding cultivation is truly your forte, Mr. Whis. The old Kai replied, chuckling awkwardly, acknowledging that in this regard, he could hardly compare to Whis. At this moment, Gran finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could now confidently pursue his journey as a Super Saiyan. Thank you, old Kai, for clarifying my doubts, Gran expressed, bowing respectfully. There's no need for thanks. You are our 7th universe's candidate for a destroyer. Your strength will contribute to the strength of our universe. The old Kai waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Beerus, with a wry smile adding, Moreover, my release from confinement is largely due to your efforts. Had it not been for you, I might still be sealed for many more years. His tone was laced with a sense of grievance, reminiscent of a wronged spirit. Beerus, unbothered by the old Kai's remarks, merely smirked, recognizing the assistance he had received from this old fellow. Whis, accustomed to their interactions, couldn't help but chuckle softly. By the way, at this moment, Whis turned to Gran. Although your path is indeed correct, you have yet to reach that ultimate state. I advise you to refrain from relying too heavily on that golden-haired form. Refrain? Does that mean I can use it occasionally? Gran blinked innocently. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Beerus, perplexed, remarked, "Did you not hear clearly? You will bear no burden only when you reach that ultimate state. Why would you still?" Before he could finish, Gran interjected earnestly. "Well, that's certainly for the sake of looking cool. After all, it's Super Saiyan. Such a magnificent transformation should not go to waste." The others sighed, pondering his lack of seriousness. Beerus shot a glare at Gran. This little rascal had always been quite discerning, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. With Gran's playful antics, the atmosphere by the lake became light-hearted and joyful, smiles gracing every face. As laughter echoed, everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward Gran. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age was truly remarkable, especially considering he had forged a new path. The future looked exceedingly bright for him. One could only wonder what heights he would reach. Would he attain the ultimate state of divine dimensions? The anticipation was palpable. My state of mind has reached a level of selflessness, and the Grand Kai has resolved my doubts. Today is indeed filled with good fortune. Perhaps we should celebrate with a grand feast. Gran suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Now that you mention it, young lad, remember our earlier agreement? I was to guide your training, and you promised to handle my meals. Whis said through gritted teeth. Yet you either secluded yourself or ventured beyond the universe. You truly are insufferable. Beerus nodded vigorously. I recall you promising to bring us gifts upon your return from training. Yet you returned empty-handed. Not only that, but on the day you came back, you ran off to seclude yourself again. The palpable resentment from the two of them made Gran instinctively retract his neck. I am a candidate for the god of destruction. I must continuously train. What options do I have? Gran replied, feeling a twinge of guilt, for he had indeed promised to return with gifts. His original plan was to procure some senza beans from Earth and bring back a few million barrels of instant noodles. However, due to the dragon's influence, he was unable to visit Earth, thus nullifying the noodle gift. Well then, why don't you hurry and prepare me something delicious? I haven't tasted your cooking in over a year and a half. Beerus exclaimed, clearly agitated. Whis glanced at him, and without a word, he waved his staff. Suddenly, a cooking station and a complete set of kitchenware materialized by the lake. The unexpected commotion startled the Grand Kai. Ancestor, Gran's cooking is truly delectable. You shall see for yourself shortly. Asen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. During his year with Gran, he had savored many of Gran's meals, and each recollection made his mouth water. This little fellow possesses such skills. I must certainly give it a try. The Grand Kai could not help but swallow hard. Having been sealed for so many years, he had almost forgotten what food tasted like. As Gran prepared a sumptuous feast, the old Kai observed Asen with keen interest. What troubles you, my ancestor? Asen inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The old Kai replied calmly. I witnessed the invasion of Majin Buu into the Kaioshin realm many years ago. Asen's body trembled at the revelation. I have seen your journey. Your ignorance is not a fault of yours. With my guidance, you will undoubtedly become a competent Kaioshin. At this juncture, the old Kai's gaze shifted to Gran, who was diligently cooking. And this little fellow here, his presence will surely propel our seventh universe to new heights. Asen's tension dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile. It felt reassuring to have such support. Meanwhile, Gran was immersed in his culinary endeavors, while Beerus and the old Kai engaged in conversation. The divine realm of the Kaioshins, typically serene, was imbued with an unusual warmth reminiscent of the mortal realm, a rare occurrence indeed. Especially between Beerus and the old Kai, who had been at odds for millennia, they surprisingly refrained from quarreling and instead discussed the rankings of the universes. Old chap, since my awakening, I have eliminated several planets. Now it is your turn, Beerus stated confidently. Rest assured, Asen and I will steer the development of those civilizations. I believe our universe's ranking will soon rise again. All right. I trust you to handle your tasks. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me or Gran. Gran, that little rascal? What if he faces some formidable opponents before mastering the rules of destruction? Before long, a few beach chairs materialized by the lakeside, where Beerus reclined. We are currently ranked second to last among the universes. What formidable opponents could possibly exist? he lamented. The old Kai, lounging on another chair, found himself at a loss for words. While the logic was sound, who could ascertain that there were no other powerful beings in the universe? After all, Beerus had been in slumber for ages. How could he possibly know the state of the cosmos? Naturally, the old Kai refrained from voicing these thoughts to avoid inciting another argument. Moreover, considering Gran's current abilities, even if there were some hidden champions in the universe, he was confident they would not pose a threat to Gran. Beerus continued, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence, for Gran's prowess had long surpassed his own from years past. Even without entering the state of Ultra Instinct, Gran could effortlessly achieve a battle power of 50 billion in his flawed Super Saiyan form. In the present 7th universe, who could rival Gran? Such were Beerus's reflections. The old Kai, remaining non-committal, gazed at Beerus and inquired, "When do you plan to teach Gran the rules of destruction?" "Why do you ask?" Beerus responded. Gran is already a candidate for the god of destruction. It would be rather absurd if he could not grasp the rules of destruction. The old Kai shook his head. The Kaiashins govern creation, while the gods of destruction oversee destruction. Both roles are governed by rules, regardless of the divine office. All begin as candidates, requiring them to learn various knowledge and corresponding regulations. Gran is the candidate for the god of destruction, and naturally, he must possess the ability to disrupt the rules. You should inquire with Whis. Glan's training regimen was devised by him, while my role is merely to occasionally give that lad a good thrashing. Upon uttering this last remark, Beerus couldn't help but burst into laughter. Whis remarked, "Old Kaiashin, how cruel of you, Beerus. If others deny you delectable food later, you shall be doomed." Glancing at the nearly completed feast prepared by young Gran, Whis diverted his gaze and continued, "Initially, my plan was to allow him to rest for a while after he reached the second stage of his body's instinctual training, before proceeding to dimensional training and subsequently mastering the rules of destruction. However, who would have anticipated that upon returning from beyond the universe, he would train for an additional 6 months, elevating his mental state to the realm of egolessness? This has caught me unawares." Whis felt a mix of joy and melancholy. "What do you mean?" Beerus inquired, taken aback. "I understand now." Before Whis could speak further, old Kaiashin interjected, "As far as I know, Gran has only been a candidate for the god of destruction for 3.5 years. Yet, during this time, he has achieved such martial prowess. Do you not think he is overexerting himself?" Upon hearing this, Whis regarded old Kaiashin with appreciation and added, "Indeed, young Gran has been exerting himself excessively. Lord Beerus, have you not noticed that Gran has been training relentlessly these past few years? He has never taken a break. His nerves are taut, which is detrimental. While his talent is formidable and he learns with ease, the path of martial arts should not be so rigid. It is akin to the tenets of the turtle school. One must exercise well, study diligently, eat heartily, and rest adequately. A balanced approach is the essence of martial cultivation." Excessively tired? Beerus was momentarily stunned as memories of his interactions with Gran over the past 3.5 years flooded his mind. It seemed that Gran truly had not rested much. At that moment, Gran announced, "Dinner is served." He placed a pot of vibrant red broth on the dining table, surrounded by an array of ingredients. "What is this?" Whis accelerated to his utmost speed, seemingly transcending time and space, and instantly appeared beside the table. "Hot pot." Gran beamed with delight. "Hot pot." Beerus transformed into a streak of purple light, suddenly materializing alongside them. The bubbling red broth emanated a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air, instantly igniting the appetites of Whis and Beerus. "How delightful. No wonder Asen praised your culinary skills so highly. It seems you truly possess some talent, young lad." Old Kaiashin finally arrived, accompanied by Asen and Jebet. "Indeed." Gran raised his chin with a hint of pride. "This time, I prepared Sichuan hot pot. The process is not overly complex. It merely requires crafting the broth and selecting various ingredients. Of course, one cannot forget the essential soul-dipping sauce. How does one eat this? Is it simply drinking the broth?" Beerus's throat was constricting with anticipation. The aroma was irresistible. Gran had yet to respond when he was interrupted by laughter. "Ha, Lord Beerus. You truly are quite the simpleton." Whis settled into his chair, grasping a pair of chopsticks to delicately pick up a slice of beef tripe and submerge it into the pot, the anticipation palpable. It was evident that this was meant for hot pot. How utterly clueless Lord Beerus could be. Whis dipped the tripe into the sauce, savoring its exquisite flavors before consuming it in a single bite. The freshness, aroma, and spice overwhelmed his palate. It was a culinary revelation, truly delightful. Glenn, how many delectable dishes can you create? Whis felt as if his entire being radiated with light, his very soul vibrating with ecstasy from such exquisite fare. Observing this, Glenn paused momentarily, astonished that Whis could deduce the correct method of enjoying hot pot merely by glancing at the ingredients and sauce. He truly was a gourmet connoisseur. Chapter 62. Champa Bardas Ah? So this is how it's meant to be enjoyed. Beerus disregarded Whis's playful jibe and imitated him by taking a bite of the tripe. How delightful! Beerus's pupils dilated, his body emanating a golden glow. The old Kai, Action, and Jebet exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Was it truly that delicious? Consequently, the three of them also ventured a taste. What is this culinary marvel? It's astonishingly fragrant. Following Beerus, three more figures emerged, illuminated by golden radiance. Is this the live broadcast of a gastronomic extravaganza? Glenn covered his face, exasperated by the exaggerated antics of this group. Noticing the diminishing ingredients on the table, Glenn hastily joined the fray for food. Clang, clang. The sound of chopsticks and dishes clashing echoed along the lakeside, accompanied by the sounds of delight from Beerus and the others as they savored the food. The scene was chaotic. The first to reach their limit was Action, followed by Jebet, the old Kai, Whis, and finally Beerus. Glenn was the last to leave the table, having devoured half a beef roll, a lamb roll, and 3 large fish. 5 beach chairs were set up by the lake, but Jebet, of course, had no right to recline, while the others sprawled comfortably. Glenn, your appetite never ceases to amaze. Whis chuckled as he lounged on a beach chair. There's no helping it. We scions are simply prodigious eaters. Glenn was utterly unashamed, even sporting a proud expression. It's no wonder Lord Beerus chose you as his disciple. Beyond your unparalleled talent, you possess the ability to create such exquisite cuisine. At that moment, the old Kai spoke up. As a Kai from 15 generations past, he was well aware of Beerus and Whis's culinary passions. Both were fervently devoted to gastronomy. To put it bluntly, even if Glenn lacked such extraordinary talent, Beerus and the others would likely take him on as a disciple solely for his culinary skills. Old man, you do love to chatter. Wasn't he all that delicious food enough to silence you? Beerus shot a glare at the old Kai, fully aware of his thoughts. Amused by their banter, Glenn suddenly recalled something. Ah, Whis, since my path to that ultimate state is correct, I surely cannot transform into that state instantaneously. Now that my strength and bodily instincts have reached a plateau, how should I proceed with my training? Glenn has ascended his mental cultivation to a level of selflessness, yet he finds himself at a loss regarding his next steps in training. Upon uttering this sentiment, a shared glance of confusion passed among the crowd. Even Asin, in this moment, recognized Glenn's predicament. He was utterly fatigued and in need of respite. What should I do next in my training? Glenn pondered aloud. Whis shook his head and replied, First, tell me, are you tired? Tired? Glenn was momentarily taken aback. Over the past 3.5 years, it seemed he had been engaged in relentless training, especially during the last year and a half. He had ventured into the cosmos to challenge over 30,000 martial arts masters, and upon returning to the realm of the Supreme Kai, he had secluded himself for 6 months until now. It indeed appeared that fatigue had begun to take its toll. The mere mention of exhaustion caused Glenn's expression to shift to one of weariness. The old Supreme Kai and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance, sighing deeply. How could one not be weary? For others to reach Glenn's current level of achievement would require an immense investment of time. For instance, the pinnacle dimension of the Supreme Kai that he had attained might elude some for their entire lives. Yet he had mastered it in a mere 3.5 years, far too rushed and strained. You have never taken a break during these years. Your body and mind are stretched too thin, Whis remarked, pausing momentarily before continuing. No matter how high your talent may be, if you continue to train in this manner, your efficiency will only diminish. Cultivating martial prowess is not something that can be accomplished in a single day. Hence, we must balance work with rest. 6 months ago, I intended for you to take a break, yet you chose to seclude yourself once more. With a touch of concern, Whis advised, your current state is not conducive to further training. It would be best to rest for a while. Rest? Balance? Glenn contemplated, finding a semblance of reason in Whis's words. He reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the starry sky, his eyes gradually becoming glazed. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Witnessing this, the others exchanged knowing smiles and turned their gazes skyward. Beerus ceased his nap, and the old Supreme Kai emerged from his seal. Gran had inherited the position of the candidate god of destruction, and Asin's ignorance would soon dissipate. At last, the seventh universe was united. Within the realm of the Omni-King, there existed two twin universes, the seventh universe and the sixth universe. In the sixth universe, the realm of the god of destruction featured a rotund, pig-like cat, tirelessly running laps in an open space. Bobadi, how many more laps? I can hardly endure. The plump, pig-like cat gasped for breath with each step. Lord Champa, just 2 more laps. Please, you must persevere, otherwise, your weight loss plan will be in vain. A tall, elegant woman with a high ponytail stood nearby, cheering him on. 2 more. I cannot continue. Champa's pace slowed, and he felt as though he might collapse. Lord Champa, consider this carefully. If you do not finish these 2 laps, you will have nothing to eat. Bobadi's mischievous voice rang out, causing Champa's entire body to jolt with renewed determination. No, I must press on. In the vastness of the universe, nothing holds greater significance than sustenance. If one cannot even partake in a meal, it may be preferable to embrace oblivion. Champa, with his prominent jowls, stubbornly moved his corpulent body forward. Witnessing this, Vados stifled a giggle behind her delicate hand. A well-trained feline, obedient to her every command. And a graceful yet cunning mature woman. Few would suspect that they were, in fact, the god of destruction and angel of Universe 6. Vados, look at my accomplishment. Now bring me food. After completing his final laps, Champa collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless creature. Very well, Lord Champa. I shall procure your meal immediately. Vados swiftly presented him with a cup of dark green liquid and a piece of desiccated bread. How am I to consume this? Champa protested. You must not be picky. Lord Champa, this is your diet plan. If you refuse it, I want it. Hurry, I'm on the verge of starvation. Champa, disregarding his finicky nature, realized that being choosy would only result in having nothing at all. He hastily rose from the ground and accepted the cup of green liquid and the dry bread from Vados. As he nibbled on the bread, he cast a mournful glance at her. Is there something on my face, Lord Champa? Vados asked, suppressing a smile. Champa took a sip of the dark green concoction, his face contorting in displeasure as he exclaimed, I can't shake the feeling that you're intentionally playing tricks on me, Vados. Such a notion is absurd. You are the god of destruction of Universe 6. I am merely your servant. How could I ever deceive you? Well, that does seem plausible. Champa pondered, his walnut-sized brain failing to detect any malice from Vados. He grimaced and resumed his diet. Vados struggled to maintain her composure, suddenly recalling something of importance. By the way, Lord Champa, I heard from my elder sister that it seems Whis and Lord Beerus have taken on a new disciple. Wait, your sister? Champa laboriously swallowed a piece of bread and then struck his chest twice with his fists. Boom, boom. The ominous impact reverberated throughout the realm of destruction, and only then did he manage to swallow the dry morsel. The cup of dark green liquid was the last thing he wished to consume. When did you establish contact with Miss Kusu? Vados replied nonchalantly. You needn't concern yourself with my sister's affairs. Whis has indeed taken on a new disciple, which she mentioned during their recent conversation. According to her, Whis even visited the boy's father, and it seems the lad possesses quite remarkable talent. Given my sister's high regard for him, it seems Whis' new disciple will be quite intriguing. Less concern means less concern, Champa retorted, shrinking his neck and narrowing his eyes. With such a frail strength, even if all the gods of destruction perished, he would surely survive. Why would he suddenly take on a candidate? As he uttered these final words, an inexplicable tension gripped Champa's fist. According to my elder sister, it seems that the little fellow possesses considerable talent, which is why Lord Beerus and Whis have chosen him as a candidate for the role of god of destruction. Isn't that emaciated creature on the brink of death? Is it merely due to the little one's talent? Champa's clenched fist slightly relaxed, and a sarcastic smile gradually appeared on his face. That gaunt figure only knows how to sleep all day. Will he have time to teach others? He would only hinder them instead. Noticing the change in Champa's expression, Beerus couldn't help but smirk. These two brothers, despite their evident concern for one another, are constantly bickering. One cannot help but admire their dynamic. Lord Champa, that is simply not accurate, Beerus interjected, shaking his head. Even if Lord Beerus sleeps all day, his power is undeniable. A mere display of his skills would likely suffice for his candidate to study for a long time. Beerus's power? Champa recalled the game of hide and seek from years past, and his expression darkened instantly. During that battle, Beerus had even employed the Ultra Instinct, a technique exclusive to angels. How could a god of destruction possibly master Ultra Instinct? By the way, Lord Champa, did you not express a desire to learn Ultra Instinct as well? How has your training been progressing? Beerus seemed to have guessed Champa's thoughts, unable to suppress a chuckle. Just hearing you mention that infuriates me, Champa exclaimed, throwing the glass of dark green liquid away in frustration. Isn't a god of destruction only capable of mastering self-mastery? What right does that gaunt figure have to learn Ultra Instinct? The glass of green liquid shattered on the ground, and Beerus glanced down, gripping her staff with slightly increased force. This was intentional. Noticing Beerus's silence, Champa cast a sidelong glance. There was no way he wanted to drink that disgusting concoction. Surely, it had gone unnoticed. Lord Champa, you are being rather disobedient, Beerus remarked, looking at Champa with a mild expression. Wasting food is disgraceful. I hope you refrain from such actions in the future. The temperature around them suddenly plummeted, causing Champa to shiver involuntarily. What in the world was this temperature? It could make a god of destruction tremble. I promise I shall not behave this way again. Champa quickly lowered his head, frightened. Hearing this, Beerus nodded in satisfaction and continued. It is indeed quite astonishing that Lord Beerus can wield Ultra Instinct, but he has yet to achieve perfection. There are still some flaws. What do a few flaws matter? If given the opportunity, even with numerous imperfections, Champa would desire to master such divine techniques. Nonetheless, to learn Ultra Instinct while holding the title of God of Destruction is a testament to Lord Beerus's remarkable talent, albeit he is a bit lazy. Seemingly oblivious to Champa's growing embarrassment, Beerus praised him once more. Enough, Beerus, Champa retorted, his chest heaving with indignation. You are the angel of the sixth universe, and I am the god of destruction of the sixth universe. How can you continuously flatter that gaunt figure? I am quite formidable myself, you know? Why do you not praise me instead? At this moment, Champa clenched his small fists, looking quite aggrieved, much like a child who has discovered his master, Beerus, harboring a wild cat outside, provoking his jealousy. All right, Bato stifled a giggle behind her hand and quickly offered reassurance. My Lord Champa is quite formidable as well. According to her training manual, maintaining a balance was the first principle. One must know how to tease this chubby feline without inciting his rebellious spirit, lest it lead to regrettable consequences. Indeed. Upon hearing Bato's praise, Champa's spirits lifted, and he puffed out his chest, declaring, I am far superior to that skin and bones creature. By the way, tell me about that candidate destroyer from Universe 7. I am curious as to what merits he possesses that could warrant Beerus taking him as a disciple. Even Batos and Whis were intrigued by the candidate destroyer from Universe 7, which piqued Champa's curiosity. It was said that the little fellow was just over 9 years old, and Whis had encountered him 3.5 years prior. Wait, Champa interrupted her, furrowing his brow. Are you saying that Beerus has taken on a mere child as a disciple? A destroyer is nearly the strongest entity in a universe. Only one with immense power can suppress everything within it. Given that Beerus is the mightiest among the destroyers, it stands to reason that his disciple would not be weak. How could it possibly be a child? What strength could a child candidate destroyer possess? My Lord Champa, I too was initially perplexed, but the candidate destroyer from Universe 7 is indeed a child. Then how extraordinary is his talent? Champa's expression grew increasingly grave. If they did not seek the strongest being in the universe for a candidate destroyer, that child taken by Beerus must possess remarkable abilities. I'm not entirely certain, but my elder sister remarked that the child's talent is indeed impressive. With Bato's words, a tremor surged through Champa's heart. Whis was the eldest among all the angels. If she held such an opinion of the candidate destroyer from Universe 7, that child must be exceptionally powerful. But how could this be? Given Beerus' own might, how could he take on such a prodigious disciple? Champa was incensed, the veins in his forehead throbbing visibly. Batos, visibly perturbed, questioned the logic of her destroyer. Is it so that one cannot take on another equally formidable disciple simply because one is already powerful? I refuse to believe it. Beerus is so fond of napping. How could he possibly take? Champa erupted in a fit of rage. Suddenly, my Lord Champa, there has been a change in the human power index of Universe 7. Batos abruptly made a discovery, gently waving her staff to check the cosmic rankings. What? Champa gasped in shock. The human power index primarily serves to gauge the overall strength of a universe, and the cosmic rankings are closely tied to it. According to previous statistics, Universe 6 ranked 10th, while Universe 7 was positioned 11th. Champa found Universe 6 placement at the bottom third to be somewhat disheartening. As long as he ranks higher than the 7th universe, he feels indifferent. What has transpired? Has the ranking risen or fallen? Champa clenched his fists tightly. In truth, he believed this ranking was just right. As long as the 6th universe surpassed the 7th, he could continue to mock Beerus. However, if the 7th universe's ranking were to rise, he would become the subject of ridicule instead. The mere thought of this made Champa feel uneasy. Of course, compared to the possibility of the 7th universe's ranking ascending, he was far more averse to the idea of it declining. If that were to happen, the 7th universe would land in last place, putting Beerus at risk of being erased by the Omni King. Damn it, what on earth has happened in the 7th universe? Champa felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Beerus finally finished reviewing the changes in the human level index of the 7th universe and exclaimed in shock, Lord Champa. The human level index of the 7th universe has risen from 318 to 320, though, from the data, it appears to have only increased by 0.02. It seems almost negligible. However, considering the index starts from 0 and that the 7th universe had only reached 318 after countless ages, achieving an increase of 0.02 in such a short span is truly remarkable. Indeed, a rise of 0.02. While Champa felt relieved that the 7th universe's ranking had not declined, he quickly became enraged. What on earth has that guy done? Has he lost his mind, leaving only mid and high-level civilizations behind? Has he obliterated all the lower civilizations? The human level index can be seen as an average measure of humanity within a universe. To accelerate its rise, there exists a simple and swift approach. Just as Champa mentioned, by retaining only mid and high-level civilizations. Yet, such an action would obliterate the very foundation of a universe, leaving it with no future. No, I must see what that guy has done. Although Champa has always had a contentious relationship with Beerus, he is still his brother. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Beerus, bring me my precious eggs. We are heading to the 7th universe. The despondent demeanor Champa had just displayed vanished, replaced by a terrifying seriousness that exuded an aura befitting a god of destruction. Yes, in the past, Beerus might have voiced her thoughts, but thinking of the changes in the 7th universe made her restless. After all, her brother Whis was over there. Beerus raised her staff, and together with Champa, they entered a transdimensional cube. In the next moment, the cube transformed into a streak of light and vanished. In the 7th universe, in the Kaishan realm, there lay vast grasslands, a cerulean sky, and crystal-clear lakes, creating a breathtaking landscape. At the heart of the Kaishan realm, a lake once dedicated to the Kaishan sword stood. However, a month prior, Gran had shattered the Kaishan sword, and the old Kaishan had been released. Now, by the lakeside, a child lay sleeping on a beach chair. This child was none other than Gran. Originally, the Grand Kaishan of the universe was summoned to elucidate the correctness of the Ultra Instinct path. The analysis provided by the Grand Kaishan indeed confirmed this assertion. However, when he later consulted Whis regarding his subsequent training, Whis advised him, stating, "You are quite fatigued. It would be wise to rest for a while before proceeding." Now, a month has elapsed, and there appears to be no sign of Gran awakening. Nevertheless, upon observing Gran's visage, it is evident that the exhaustion he accumulated over the past 3 years has dissipated, leaving only a sense of tranquility upon his countenance. Suddenly, Beerus, the Grand Kaishan, Asen, and Jebet materialized beside the lake. Is he still not awake? Upon landing, Beerus directed his gaze toward Whis, who stood adjacent to Gran. Not yet, but it should be soon, Whis replied, his eyes fixed on Gran. Beerus and the others focused their attention on Gran, clearly sensing the improvement in the young one's condition. After a moment, Whis turned to the group and remarked with a smile, "Lord Beerus, the commotion you have caused is rather substantial. The human level index has risen by 0.02. During Gran's slumber, Beerus had not been idle. In an effort to mitigate the risk of being erased by the Omni King, Beerus rejoined forces with the Grand Kaishan to manage Universe 7. The collaboration between the mightiest destroyer and the most formidable Kaishan yielded discernible results. With the human level index of Universe 7 rising by 0.02, even Whis was taken aback. However, he understood the underlying reasons. Primarily, Beerus had been in a state of slumber for many years. Additionally, with the Grand Kaishan sealed away, Universe 7 had effectively been left to its own devices. No, moreover, Asen has been busy creating those feudal planets, which has contributed to the current state of disarray in Universe 7. Thus, The remarkable effects of Beerus and the Gran collaboration became evident. The commotion they stirred was rather significant. It was likely that many universes had taken notice. The Gran expressed concern. So what if they have noticed? Beerus retorted with a dismissive smirk. Lord Beerus, are you not aware of how many destroyers harbor animosity towards you? The Gran replied, exasperated. If they observe our universe suddenly flourishing, what shall we do if they resort to underhanded tactics against us? Beerus's demeanor had never been particularly endearing, even without the incident of the hide-and-seek. Other destroyers held no fondness for him. Moreover, the aforementioned incident had only intensified their disdain. The Gran believed that if an opportunity arose for them to take advantage, the other universe's destroyers would not hesitate to act. Do they dare? Beerus's expression hardened, a surge of purple destructive energy emanating from him. In the past, many of them ganged up on me, and I was unafraid. Do you think I would fear their interference now? The Gran lips twitched. Indeed, Beerus's disposition was not particularly likable, yet his strength was formidable. Despite being beset by numerous destroyers in the past, he managed to emerge victorious, which was quite absurd. As long as I am here, I doubt they will dare to act recklessly. You and Asen should focus on your duties as Kaishin. Leave the rest to me. Beerus said nonchalantly. Understood. The old Kai and the god of destruction nodded slightly. Suddenly, Beerus and Whis seemed to sense something, abruptly raising their heads to gaze at the sky. How did they arrive here? Chapter 65. The Dongdong Bird Egg in the Void Between the 6th and 7th Universes. A traversing cube sped through space. Champa, we are about to enter the 7th universe. Accelerate further. I wish to see what that gaunt figure has been up to. Understood. The traversing cube moved swiftly, soon reaching the edge of the 7th universe. There lay a transparent barrier. Crossing it would grant access to the 7th universe. Buzz. The traversing cube finally penetrated this transparent barrier, and Champa quickly shifted his gaze around. In his understanding, the only way to elevate the human index within the universe was to obliterate all inferior civilizations. Thus, Champa speculated that Beerus must have employed a similar method of self-destruction of the universe's foundation. However, as Champa looked up at the conditions within the 7th universe, disbelief washed over him. How could this be? His pupils dilated in astonishment. The lowly civilizations were evidently untouched. Champa, all those unqualified planets have vanished. Bardos exclaimed, equally astonished. Though she had visited the 7th universe before, it was once filled with unqualified planets. It seemed that Beerus had indeed taken action. Suppressing her shock, Bardos voiced her conjecture. Phew. Champa exhaled deeply. Initially worried that Beerus might resort to self-destructive measures, it now appeared his concerns had been unfounded. Yet, that gaunt figure was truly insufferable. Why had he suddenly become so industrious? If he continued in this manner, would the 6th universe not soon be overshadowed by him? Champa's anger intensified. This was a classic case of fearing for a brother's hardship, while also fearing a brother's success. These two siblings were indeed extraordinary. While Bardos remained speechless, she also felt a profound sense of astonishment. Just by eliminating those unqualified planets, the human index of the 7th universe had surged dramatically. The foundation of the 7th universe seemed rather formidable. Now that we are here, Bardos, accelerate further. I must see what merits have earned that new disciple such praise from Miss Kess. This time, I have also brought the Dongdong Bird Egg. He must savor the culinary delights of our 6th universe. Ha ha ha, that rustic fellow surely has never tasted such exquisite food. As Champa's laughter echoed, the speed of the traversing cube surged once more. In the 7th universe, at the Kaishin realm, Beerus and Whis simultaneously looked up, their unusual behavior catching the old Kai's attention. Lord Beerus, is something amiss? That fellow has arrived. Who? The old Kai was momentarily taken aback. Beerus slowly lowered his head and replied nonchalantly, that fat pig. Fat pig. As Asen and Jebet exchanged glances, a shared sense of bewilderment glimmered in their eyes. Only the old Kaishin's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, You mean Lord Champa has arrived? The only individual whom Beerus would dare refer to as a fat pig is none other than his own brother, Champa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. What? The god of destruction from the 6th universe is coming to our realm? Asen's eyes widened in shock. Under the old Kaishin's tutelage over the past month, he had learned that the god of destruction of the 6th universe was indeed named Champa. Could it be that he is coming to trouble us upon witnessing our universe's sudden improvement? Anxiety began to envelop Asen. Beerus shook his head, stating, "While other gods of destruction might warrant some concern, with that fat pig, there is no need to worry." Asin struggled to comprehend Beerus's words. At that moment, the old Kaioshin gently patted Asin on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Champa is actually Lord Beerus's brother, so there is no need for excessive worry." "Oh, really?" Asin nodded in acknowledgement, but then stood frozen in disbelief. He had only known that the god of destruction of the sixth universe was named Champa, but he was unaware that Champa was also Beerus's brother. "Whis, please keep an eye out and ensure that fellow does not disturb Gran," Beerus remarked, casting a glance at Gran, who was still reclining on the beach chair. The weariness had completely vanished from the little one's face, and he was on the brink of recovery. "There is no need for concern, Lord Beerus. I have been monitoring him closely," Whis replied with a shake of his head. This period of rest was indeed crucial for Gran, not only to alleviate his fatigue, but also to prepare him for his upcoming dimensional training. Furthermore, through this rest, Gran would surely grasp that cultivation is not an instantaneous achievement. The true essence of martial arts lies in balancing work and rest. Amidst the lively exchange of banter among them, suddenly, a vast and overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Kaioshin realm. It has begun. A radiant spectrum of colors descended from the heavens, and as the light touched the ground, Whis swiftly encased Gran in a protective shield. Buzz! The oppressive force emanating from Champa caused the very fabric of the Kaioshin realm to warp. The immense pressure surged forth, yet fortunately, Beerus stood resolutely before the group. Despite this, the old Kaioshin, Asin, and Jebet felt their bodies bend slightly under the weight of the force. How terrifying! Through Asin's eyes, he beheld a feline figure strikingly similar to Beerus, though its physique was the stark opposite. One was lean, while the other was as corpulent as a pig. Their juxtaposition was comically absurd. Is this truly Beerus's brother? "Beerus, it has been a while." Champa surveyed the assembly before shifting his gaze to Beerus. Beerus glanced back at the small Gran, reassured by Whis's protective presence, before turning to Champa and coolly remarking, "Indeed, it has been some time. But your arrival this time seems rather brazen, does it not?" "Haha, I sincerely apologize. The mere thought of the envious and jealous expression you will wear soon fills me with uncontrollable joy." As I spoke, Champa also retracted his power back within himself. With the disappearance of this energy, the Elder Supreme Kai and the others finally straightened their backs. They greeted Lord Champa and Miss Vados with respect. Upon seeing the Elder Supreme Kai, Champa was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You old rascal, have you actually been unsealed?" Vados also nodded in acknowledgement towards the Elder Supreme Kai. The recent changes in the seventh universe have been monumental. They first acquired a candidate for the god of destruction, then witnessed a remarkable surge in the human power index, and now they have even released this Elder Supreme Kai. What on earth has transpired? The corners of the Elder Supreme Kai's mouth twitched. It seems that good news seldom travels beyond one's doorstep, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Hey, what did you just say about me showing an envious and jealous expression?" Beerus approached Champa, standing merely a meter away, and coldly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 66. "Beerus, you truly deserve to be damned." Champa locked eyes with him for a moment before suddenly jesting. "This time, I have brought a top-tier delicacy that only my sixth universe possesses. This is undoubtedly something you, a mere earthbound creature, have never tasted." As he spoke, a vivid image danced in Champa's mind. The moment when Beerus savored the dong-dong bird egg, collapsing to the ground, weeping and pleading for 2 more eggs. The mere thought of this brought Champa immense delight. That dong-dong bird egg was the finest delicacy he had ever tasted, and he was convinced that Beerus would be unable to resist it. If it were in the past, the Elder Supreme Kai and the others might have been somewhat curious about Champa's so-called delicacies. But is there truly anything in this world that surpasses the delight of hot pot? You have gone to such lengths to showcase the top-tier cuisine of your sixth universe? Beerus took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "Wasn't this fellow always fond of gourmet food? Why was he reacting this way?" Champa shook his head, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Yes, but I must ask you what on earth has happened? Why has the human power index in your seventh universe surged so dramatically?" In truth, from the sights he witnessed while journeying from the sixth universe, coupled with the moment he saw the Elder Supreme Kai's emergence, Champa had already deduced the true reason behind it. It was undoubtedly his brother and that old fellow who had reunited to manage the universe. Yet, considering how lazy he was, How had he suddenly taken on the task of managing the cosmos? The remarkable surge in the human power index of my seventh universe is undoubtedly due to my management, Beerus replied in a hushed tone, a smug grin forming on his face. What? Are you flustered because the ranking of my seventh universe is about to surpass that of the sixth universe? Flustered? With your mere skin and bones. Champa was suddenly enraged. If I hadn't believed you had committed an act that jeopardized the very foundation of the universe, do you think I would have come here? He uttered only half of his statement before abruptly halting. Damn it! How could I, the esteemed Champa, utter such words? Beerus clenched his fist slightly. Did he presume that the sudden surge in human potential within the seventh universe was due to some destructive act on my part? How absurdly endearing this fool appears. I am not so naive as to believe that you traveled from the sixth universe without witnessing the state of the seventh. Beerus sighed. Very well, present the delicacies you brought along. I am eager to ascertain the merit of your so-called gourmet offerings. What's the hurry? Xiangpa's gaze began to scan the surroundings. You may indulge later, but before that, I wish to observe the candidate destroyer you have recently acquired. After all, based on Kess's appraisal, your disciple's talent seems quite formidable. I must see for myself if this is indeed the case. If it proves false, I shall delight in mercilessly mocking you for selecting a child as your successor. Yet, as soon as Xiangpa's words fell, the atmosphere around them turned frigid. How did you know I took on a disciple? Beerus' eyes shimmered ominously. Whis also narrowed his eyes, for such matters concerning the seventh universe ought to remain confidential. Suddenly, Whis noticed his sister, Vados, nodding at him. Whis was momentarily speechless. It was evident that this information had been relayed to Xiangpa by his sister. As for how she knew, who else but her could possess such knowledge? After all, when he had visited the king's palace to inquire about the oracle, he had been taken away by his sister for an entire month. Thus, Vados was also aware of the little Gran situation. Whis approached and whispered a few words into Beerus's ear. Upon learning the true reason, the dreadful light in Beerus's eyes gradually softened. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding Xiangpa and Vados. Since they wished to observe, let them do so. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, silently communicating, their lips curling into mischievous smiles. No one in this world can maintain their composure in the presence of Gran. When those two from the sixth universe witness Gran's extraordinary talent, their expressions will undoubtedly be priceless. Whis and Beerus grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming spectacle, and they shifted to make way. The old Supreme Kai, Asen, and Jebet also understood the situation, stepping aside to reveal little Gran behind them. It was at that moment that Xiangpa and Vados finally laid eyes on the young Gran, who was peacefully slumbering in a beach chair by the lakeside. Yet, the instant their gazes met this little one, a thunderous roar erupted. Vados's heart trembled violently. As an angel, she immediately discerned Gran's true nature. Lord Xiangpa, did you see that? Vados's voice quivered with a hint of awe. How can this be possible? Champa exclaimed, clenching his fists, disbelief etched across his features. Bardos, slap me across the face and see if I am dreaming. Smack. Ouch. Champa gasped. Are we truly not dreaming? This pain is too real, yet how can this be? He covered his face, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Observing their reactions, Beerus and Whis could hardly contain their amusement, their lips curling into satisfied smiles. This was precisely the response they had anticipated. Meanwhile, the old Kai looked on, grinning. He too had been taken aback by Gran's extraordinary talent. It was astonishing to witness even deities of destruction and angels being awestruck by Gran's prowess. Although the young one remained in slumber, it was evident that he had attained flawless control over his power. Champa's astonishment grew as he gazed at little Gran, and his mastery of the king's peak dimension. Along with that ethereal aura, the fact that he can exude such an otherworldly presence suggests that he has cultivated his mind to a state of selflessness. This implies that this child is destined to master the ultimate instinct. Damn it! After Beerus, how is it that another candidate for the role of destroyer has grasped the ultimate instinct? Why not me? Champa seethed silently, his fists clenched tightly. Moreover, his innate physical abilities have reached the 2nd tier. Bardos interjected. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Champa covered his ears, his tone dripping with envy. He had originally planned to entice Beerus with delicacies while assessing the talent of this candidate for destroyer. Who would have thought that the little one's abilities were so formidable? Did it still hold any meaning to tempt Beerus with food? At such a tender age, how could he have trained to such a level? Unable to contain himself any longer, Champa bellowed at Beerus. How old is he? Not even 10. Surely, my disciple's talent is commendable, right? Seeing Champa's distress, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. Beerus, you are truly insufferable. Champa nearly ground his teeth in frustration. As Bardos observed the situation, she too felt an overwhelming sense of envy. First Beerus, and now an even more terrifying candidate for destroyer. Why does my foolish brother continually receive such exceptional disciples, while I am left with a dimwit like Champa? It is utterly unfair. Whis, from where did you acquire this little monster? Bardos demanded through gritted teeth. Acquire? With the esteemed reputation of Beerus and myself in the 7th universe, do we need to resort to such measures? He practically came to us of his own volition. Whis chuckled, sharing a knowing glance with Beerus. Gran was truly remarkable. The feeling of eliciting envy from others was simply delightful. Whis, you are insufferable. Bardos seethed, stamping her foot in frustration. Oh dear sister, this is beyond your grasp. Whis replied with a playful smirk. Whis sought to further provoke his cunning sister. Suddenly, he sensed something. Lord Beerus, it appears Gran is about to awaken, Whis exclaimed eagerly. At last, will he awaken? Beerus, disregarding any further mockery of Champa, instantly appeared beside Gran. The old Kai and Asen swiftly made their way towards Gran as well. This sudden turn of events left Champa momentarily stunned. He suppressed his anger and questioned, Bardos, what has happened to this little one? Observing Gran, it became evident that he had succumbed to fatigue, leading to his slumber. Fatigue. Indeed, at such a young age, achieving so much could naturally lead to exhaustion. As he contemplated this, Champa scrutinized Gran further, eager to determine if he had resorted to unorthodox methods of training. After a brief observation, he cursed under his breath. Not only had the child avoided dubious practices, but his foundation was remarkably solid. On Gran's side, having entered the perilous Dragon Ball world, his desire for progress drove him to relentless training. However, the 3 years of exhaustive effort left him utterly fatigued. Had it not been for Whis' reminder, his martial path might have suffered irreparable flaws. Following a month of recuperation, he felt his body and mind rejuvenated. Gran now found himself enveloped in a warm, comforting world. While the principles of the turtle school echoed in his mind, engage in exercise, pursue knowledge, enjoy good food, and rest well. Cultivation is not an instantaneous process. Haste can lead to failure, and the true essence of martial training lies in balancing effort with rest, with clarity of thought. A crack resonated as if a barrier was shattered. An overwhelming aura erupted from Gran. What was happening? Asen stood agape. Gran appeared unchanged. Yet Asen sensed his power was now even greater than before. He had broken through his power barrier. Beerus was elated. 2 years prior, Gran's strength had reached 1 billion battle power, but due to a bottleneck, he had been unable to advance. It was presumed he would remain at this plateau for some time. Unexpectedly, after merely resting, he had surpassed it. Whis observed the young one, remarking, it seems his mind and body were indeed under tremendous strain. With a surge of energy, Gran's aura continued to swell. 1 billion battle power. 1 billion 100 million battle power. 1 billion 200 million battle power. Upon reaching 1 billion 200 million battle power, Gran's aura finally began to stabilize. The enhancement from breaking the bottleneck was modest, yet for Gran, the significance lay in the breakthrough itself. Only by overcoming this barrier could he continue to enhance his strength in future training. Bardos. Champa suddenly interjected. Bardos, taken aback, inquired, what is it? Do you carry any sacks with you? Champa inquired. What do you mean, Lord Champa? Bardos replied. With such terrifying talent in this little one, are you not envious? The fervor in Champa's gaze intensified. He yearned to swiftly ensconce Gran in a sack and whisk him away. Bardos, has this destruction deity lost his wits? Back in the day, even with 11 of us, we could not best Beerus, and now you wish to abscond with another's candidate for destruction right before his eyes? As Bardos stood speechless, suddenly, Gran's aura dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was indeed as Lord Beerus had said, breaking through one's limits involves myriad factors, and sometimes, a simple uplift in mood can shatter those barriers. Gran rose from his beach chair, gazing at his small hands, and couldn't help but chuckle. To break through after just a nap is quite a delightful sensation. He had never felt such ease before. This feeling was truly extraordinary. Lord Beerus, Whis, my power's bottleneck. Gran lifted his head, eager to share this joyous news with Beerus and the others. Suddenly, he noticed a corpulent cat, and a mature woman beside him. This mature lady, with her high ponytail and a divine ring akin to Whis around her neck, wielded a staff as well. Gran's eyes widened. Was that not Champa and Beerus from Universe 6? How could they be here? Little one, what color of sack do you fancy? Champa suddenly crowded Gran's space, his expression rife with enthusiasm. Thanks to all the esteemed gifts, here's a third chapter. Chapter 68. Let Beerus be your personal mentor. The talent of this little one is truly astounding. Even his brother Beerus, at the same age, could not reach such heights. This implies that the lad possesses a talent that surpasses Beerus. With this thought, Champa could hardly contain himself. What color of sack do you prefer? I have them all. Come with me. Otherwise, with Beerus's strength, even if all the destruction deities perished, he might still endure. If you remain in Universe 7 as a candidate for destruction, you may never become a true deity of destruction. Return with me to Universe 6. I assure you, I will perish much faster. Once I am gone, I will ensure the position of destruction deity is yours. Gran, having just awakened and still bewildered by the unfolding events, found Champa's face abruptly thrust before him, as if he were eager to package him up immediately. After Champa's fervent declarations, Beerus covered her face in disbelief. This fellow is utterly embarrassing. Yet, in the next moment, she regained her composure. If you remain unmoved, do you know who my attendant angel is? It is Beerus. Look at her. Is she not beautiful? If you come with me to Universe 6, she shall be your personal mentor. Gran, Whis, Beerus, the old Kaioshin. Beerus initially froze in surprise, but quickly recovered. A thunderous surge of angelic power erupted from Beerus. The heavens dimmed, and the universe trembled. The entire Kaioshin realm, along with the surrounding space, was shaken into primal matter by her might. Upon witnessing this, Whis' expression darkened, questioning whether his sister was acting deliberately. He shielded everyone around him and subsequently waved his staff to reverse time, restoring the god of destruction's realm to its original state. You dare to jest even at my expense? Champa, you seek your own demise. The expression on Beerus's face was utterly delightful. Infuriated, she no longer addressed him with honorifics, opting instead to call him by his name directly. Just as Beerus was about to reprimand his fellow god of destruction, in the next moment, a purple figure streaked through the void, delivering a powerful flying kick towards Champa. Bang! Champa was sent hurtling away, sliding across the plains for thousands of kilometers before coming to a gradual halt. You fat pig, you dare to covet my people? You're asking for a beating. Beerus instantaneously appeared beside Champa. It was only natural for Champa to desire a disciple with such remarkable talent as Gran. However, Beerus was taken aback to discover that his brother had the audacity to provoke even Beerus's sister, as if he had lost his senses. After all, Whis had previously mentioned that his sister, Beerus, was slightly stronger than him. Reflecting on this, Beerus glanced back, but the moment he did, he thought, curse you, Champa. This time, I'll make sure you're unrecognizable even to Beerus. Beerus seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, instantaneously appearing next to Champa from miles away. Beerus's pupils constricted in shock at her terrifying speed. As Beerus prepared to strike, Beerus interjected, Miss Beerus, please do not be angry. I am already punishing him. Do calm yourself. While speaking, he landed another kick on Champa. Brother, don't blame me. Blame your own reckless tongue. Beerus unleashed a force commensurate with a god of destruction. Boom. The tremendous power reverberated through the void, shattering the recently restored space into fragments that cascaded downwards. Realizing he had misspoken, Champa clutched his head and lay on the ground, not daring to utter a word as he could only wail in despair. Humph, you certainly share a deep brotherly bond. Beerus shot a glare at Beerus, refraining from further action. Beerus exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Champa. Being punished by me is far preferable to being struck by Beerus. You owe me a significant favor this time, brother. A god of destruction, reduced to babbling nonsense and now beaten to the ground. How utterly shameful. Beerus called out coldly to Champa, get up at once. Why yes. Champa retracted his stout neck, hastily rising from the ground and flying back towards Gran, followed closely by Beerus and Beerus. Returning to Gran's perspective, he asked Whis, were those two just now the god of destruction and angel of the sixth universe? Only after witnessing Champa being kicked away did Gran regain his composure. Indeed, the angel with the high ponytail is my sister Beerus, and the other is Lord Champa, Lord Beerus's own brother. How did they come to be here? Gran pondered, bewildered. having merely taken a nap. Did something transpire outside? Perhaps they came to visit because they learned that Lord Beerus and I have taken on a disciple. Is this all because of me? Gran was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Champa had just inquired about his preferred color of sack, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed that, much like Lord Beerus in his youth, Champa had taken an immediate liking to him. Isn't it delightful to be praised by another god of destruction? Whis teased. Well, a little, Gran replied, tilting his head, admitting that it would be disingenuous to claim he was not pleased. Whis affectionately ruffled his hair, cautioning, "It is wonderful to feel joy, but do not let it inflate your pride. You still have a long way to go compared to the gods of destruction." That is indeed true. Gran nodded vigorously, aware that his current abilities had yet to transcend the mortal realm. So how could he possibly feel prideful? By the way, Whis, was the power that Bardos just unleashed of angelic caliber? Gran took a deep breath, the image of the shattering of the Supreme Kai realm still fresh in his mind. The old Supreme Kai beside him also trembled slightly. Whis chuckled, "What's the matter? Are you intimidated by the power of an angel?" "A little," Gran admitted. "Oh ho ho, let me enlighten you. That power was merely a fraction of my sister's true capabilities." If that was merely a fraction, how formidable was the true strength of an angel? Gran nervously adjusted his throat and cautiously asked, "Whis, may I pose a question?" "Go ahead. Who is more powerful, you or Miss Bardos?" Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai trio perked up, likely thinking that only this little fellow would dare inquire about an angel's might. Whis paused for a moment, gazing at little Gran, and replied with a hint of annoyance, "You rascal. If someone were to ask you about your strength, would you be so candid?" Gran scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he could never disclose his true abilities to anyone. Yet, his curiosity was piqued because, in the manga, Bardos had claimed to be slightly stronger than Whis. "Actually, it's no trouble to tell you," Whis said, looking into the distance. "I am aware that the gap in strength between my sister Bardos and myself is also known to Lord Beerus." After Whis revealed this, the old Supreme Kai trio leaned in closer to him. Little Gran, animated by excitement, soared into the air, reaching a height level with Whis, and they exchanged wide-eyed gazes. "What are you doing?" Whis asked, taken aback. "Listening to your story," Gran replied in a youthful voice. "Since even Lord Beerus knows this, it can't be a secret. Please share it with us." Chapter 69, Bardos with the little whip, "You little rascal." Whis chuckled helplessly, then softly said, "Since you all wish to know, I shall divulge it. Thousands of years ago, my sister and I engaged in a contest, but ultimately, I was defeated." As he spoke, there was no hint of resentment in Whis for having lost to Bardos. Defeated? The trio of old Supreme Kais widened their eyes in astonishment. In their minds, the angel of their universe was a refined and courteous being, with strength shrouded in the deepest mystery. How could Mr. Whis lose to the angel of the sixth universe? It seems just as the manga suggested. Gran was not as astonished as the old Kai and the others. He pondered quietly. But is Whis truly inferior to Beerus? How curious. Upon hearing of my defeat, you all seemed quite disheartened, chuckled Whis. How could we not be disheartened? The old Kai retorted. You are the strongest in our universe. Your loss signifies that our universe pales in comparison to the sixth universe. Asin and Jebet nodded vigorously, their spirits visibly dampened. In truth, there's no need for such despair. My sister is more formidable than I am. Isn't that natural? Whis sighed. While that may be true, who wouldn't desire to have the strongest beings in their universe? The old Kai and his companions echoed his sigh. Whis, Gran suddenly interjected. Are you the youngest among all the angels? Upon hearing this, the old Kai trio's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, if there is a significant age disparity, it is reasonable to expect a difference in strength, making Whis's loss more understandable. Whis covered his face, pondering whether these fellows truly needed to prove something. Mr. Whis, please enlighten us. The old Kai trio urged eagerly. Gran remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with profound meaning. He understood that among all angels, apart from the apprentice angel Merus, Whis was indeed the youngest and most gifted. After all, despite having lounged alongside Beerus for so long, he was only slightly weaker than Beerus. Among the official angels, I am indeed the youngest, Whis admitted without reservation, nodding with a hint of resignation. If that is the case, it implies that our angel is not inferior to others. The old Kai trio embraced one another, their jubilant antics comical. You all are truly something. Observing their childish behavior, Whis couldn't help but chuckle. However, when he shifted his gaze to young Gran, he noticed the boy's sharp gaze. as though he could see through Whis's very essence. Does this child even know my true potential? Whis was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Aside from his father and siblings, it was impossible for anyone else to know of his talents. At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from afar. Lord Champa, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next occasion, you are aware of the consequences, are you not? Yes, I understand my errors. I shall not dare again. Two voices responded, and Gran finally diverted his attention from Whis to the front. Beerus and his companions had finally returned. Yet Champa's head looked like a battered pastry. Gran was taken aback. Did Beerus's actions lead to Champa receiving a thorough beating? Well, that seemed quite plausible. In the anime, Beerus was portrayed as a humorous yet cunning angel. If Whis and Beerus shared a master-servant relationship that was both mentor and friend, then Beerus could certainly be regarded as Champa's master. Just moments ago, how could Champa provoke Beerus without facing consequences? After all, the instruction of an angel to a destroyer does not contravene any rules. Gran shifted his gaze, casting a glance at his own destroyer. Oddly enough, why was Beerus sporting a mischievous grin? Wasn't it Champa who had been struck by Beerus instead? Thud, thud, thud. The three of them descended from the sky. That despicable Beerus. I shall remember this incident. Do not let me find an opportunity in the future. Champa bellowed as soon as he landed. Hey, ungrateful. Are we? Had I not intervened, it would have been Beerus facing you. Beerus crossed his arms, sneering. If it were Beerus who had laid a hand upon you, do you truly believe you would still be standing? Champa was rendered speechless. Upon hearing their quarrel, Gran suddenly comprehended. It was indeed Beerus who had struck Champa. In the anime, these two have always been rivals with a peculiar bond. It was no wonder Beerus had been smirking moments ago. He must have relished the moment. Greetings, Lord Champa and Miss Beerus. Gran regained his composure and hurriedly paid his respects. Champa ceased his argument with Beerus and redirected his attention to the young lad. Such exceptional talent. What a pity. Gran was left bewildered. What did this pig-headed remark mean? Though reluctant to admit it, with Beerus's prowess, he could likely outlive all other destroyers. Gran would never ascend to the status of a true destroyer in his lifetime. Gran's face darkened. Beerus's brotherly tongue was venomous. He glanced at Beerus once more, and indeed, Beerus's expression had turned as dark as a bottomless pot. At that moment, it is indeed a pity. Beerus chimed in. Such a gifted genius, only to fall into the hands of my foolish brother. If you were under my tutelage, I could surely mold you into someone even more remarkable than Lord Champa. Mold. Gran's mind instantly conjured a vivid image. A small version of himself bound to a chair with ropes, standing beside a mature woman with a high ponytail, wielding a whip. Was this the cunning and ruthless Beerus he had heard of? Young Gran was taken aback. He quickly shook his head, seemingly trying to dispel the haunting imagery. Hey, sister, isn't that a bit excessive? Whis retorted. Am I truly that inadequate? Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? We have sparred before, have we not? As Beerus uttered these words, a hint of insecurity crept into his tone. Those encounters had occurred thousands of years ago, and given Whis's talent, she was uncertain if she could still best him now. Whis merely smiled, choosing not to counter her statement, seemingly acquiescing to his sister's claim. Silence enveloped the Kaishin realm, an air of tranquility settling in. In truth, Champa and Beerus had been observing Gran intently. Eventually, they exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Such a disciple was beyond their reach. Gran, what reflections do you have upon awakening this time? Whis inquired suddenly. Chapter 70. Preparing to go to Earth in that moment. All eyes were fixed upon the young lad. Although feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Gran found his voice. Since becoming a candidate for the god of destruction, I have relentlessly pursued the goal of catching up to Lord Beerus. Yet, I have come to realize that this was a grave error. Exhaustion of both body and mind has only served to diminish the efficiency of my training, potentially even leading to flaws in my martial arts. Particularly after this period of rest, I have shattered the barriers of my power and learned that one cannot rush any endeavor. The true essence of cultivation lies in balancing labor with rest. Gran did not overthink it. He merely expressed his thoughts aloud. His youthful voice echoed by the lakeside, and both Whis and Beerus listened with growing satisfaction. How infuriating! Champa suddenly let out a howl to the heavens, then lowered his gaze to Beerus, pleading, Beerus, I have never asked anything of you in my life. Grant me this candidate for the god of destruction. Beside him, Vados turned to Whis, her voice dripping with sweetness. Dear brother, I too have never sought anything from others. Do let him be mine. Gran, Whis, Beerus, old Kaioshin, and the others. Now that you have rested well, I am preparing to allow you to train in the dimension. What do you think? Whis directed a curious glance at Gran, dismissing the two other pleas entirely. At this pronouncement, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. They all understood that Gran had reached the pinnacle of the Kaioshin dimension. Should he break through once more, he would ascend to true divinity, a deity under a century old. How formidable indeed. No, Gran shook his head. Asen and Jebet exchanged surprised glances. How could this young one refuse? Had he not always been so eager to train? Whis, did you not mention that I was too fatigued? Gran looked at his small hands. After merely a month of rest, I feel that my condition has yet to fully stabilize. Though he had regained some vitality during his month-long slumber, he had only recently broken through his mental and power barriers, and his strength had yet to solidify. These two aspects could not be overlooked, lest he jeopardize his future foundation. Oh ho ho! The probing gaze in Whis' eyes vanished, replaced by a look of approval. Beerus too was pleased with Gran's refusal. The lad had finally developed his own convictions. Champa, on the other hand, ground his teeth in frustration. How could he encounter a genius capable of confronting their own issues and resisting the allure of power? Vado said nothing, merely letting out a deep sigh. Gran was momentarily taken aback by their reactions. What was amiss? Excellent, excellent. Whis nodded in satisfaction. Though I am your mentor and can consistently devise training plans for you, sometimes only you can truly comprehend the challenges you face. Your sudden breakthroughs in mental state and power have significantly exceeded my expectations. Even as an angel, I cannot meticulously monitor your progress at every moment. Thus, it is time for you to make your own judgment. Just now, he merely inquired tentatively about the little one. Had Gran directly acquiesced to his training regimen, Whis would undoubtedly have felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he would have imparted his teachings to Gran. What was entirely unexpected, however, was Gran's audacious rebuttal. This revelation was both astonishing and exhilarating. What? You dare to test me, Whis? How despicable! Exclaimed young Gran, his eyes wide with indignation. Despicable as it may be, you have successfully passed my assessment, and I am quite pleased. I am also quite satisfied, interjected Beerus. Observing the profound bond among Whis, Beerus, and Gran, Champa's eyes were nearly ablaze with frustration. His purpose for visiting the seventh universe was not to witness such camaraderie. I can no longer contain myself. Bardos, quickly retrieve my dong-dong bird egg. Champa's motives for coming to the seventh universe were threefold. First, to inquire about the reasons behind the dramatic rise in human capabilities. Second, to ascertain the talents of Beerus's disciple, who had garnered such commendation from Whis. And lastly, to allow Beerus, the rustic, a taste of the finest cuisine from the sixth universe. The first two objectives had left Champa seething with envy, and now he was left with but one final gambit. His dong-dong bird egg would surely allow him to reclaim some dignity. With a hint of trepidation, Bardos waved her staff, and an oval storage device materialized beside the lake. The crowd paused in astonishment. What is this? Could it be the exquisite delicacy Champa had previously mentioned? Upon hearing the name dong-dong bird egg, Gran's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. This so-called dong-dong bird egg was nothing more than an utterly ordinary bird egg. Yet, in Champa's eyes, it was the most delectable of foods. Truly, the sixth universe's angelic figure was quite cunning. Noticing Gran's gaze, Bardos glanced at the little one, and without further thought, she activated the oval storage device. 8 eggs emerged before the assembly. Is this what you deem a top-tier delicacy? Beerus scrutinized the bird eggs within the storage device, and to his eyes, they appeared to be the most mundane of eggs. Whis and the old Kai also frowned in disbelief. This egg is considered the pinnacle of cuisine in the sixth universe? Is it even palatable? It seems a trip to Earth is in order, Gran mused to himself. In such circumstances, how could one possibly be without instant noodles? Thanks to the esteemed Guan Shan, who adores flour beans, for the divine recognition. This is the first time Little Bai has received such a gift. What generosity from the Great One. Additionally, Little Bai extends gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their other gifts. After work, I penned 3 chapters, and I present them here. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all the great ones. Chapter 71. Journey to Earth. Champa seemed oblivious to the gazes of those around him as he retrieved an egg from his storage device. With one hand on his hip, he laughed heartily, declaring, "Behold, the pinnacle of culinary delight from the sixth universe. This is the dong-dong bird egg, a delicacy you simpletons have surely never encountered. I have laid bare my finest treasures. Now, who among you can harbor envy toward me?" With a proud tilt of his fleshy chin, he exhibited an air of unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Bados nearby was blushing with embarrassment, her toes nearly burrowing into the ground. "Champa, if you embarrass yourself, do not lay the blame on me," she thought, averting her gaze, unable to bear the impending spectacle. As for the so-called supreme delicacy, the elder Kaioshin, having savored hot pot, believed that nothing in this world could rival it. Yet, before a god of destruction, they dared not voice their thoughts. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings until Beerus broke the tension with a light cough. "If it truly is as delectable as you claim, I might consider offering my praise," he remarked, stepping forward to grasp one of the bird eggs. "Is there a particular way to consume this?" Seeing Beerus take action, Granola scurried over eagerly, following suit by picking up an egg as well. The elder Kaioshin and his companions appeared hesitant, intimidated by Champa, prompting Granola to retrieve several more for them. Soon, everyone held a dong-dong bird egg. "How do we eat this?" Granola inquired, while Champa, undeterred by the younger one's actions, proclaimed, "Premium ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Surely, you are aware of this? We must savor its most authentic flavor." With great care, Champa peeled the shell from the egg and took a bite. In the next moment, a euphoric moan echoed throughout the Kaioshin realm. Even though he had tasted the dong-dong bird egg numerous times before, each encounter with this exquisite delicacy brought him immense pleasure. To the onlookers, Champa appeared almost deranged, writhing in delight, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds of ecstasy. Granola, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. The elder Kaioshin and his companions wished to laugh as well, but unlike Granola, they were not so bold. Their bodies trembled with suppressed mirth. "What are you laughing at, you little rascal? Once you taste my dong-dong bird egg, you will be writhing just like me." Champa shot a glare at Granola. Were it not for the young one's extraordinary talent and his status as Beerus's disciple, Champa would have shown him no mercy. "I must taste this for myself," Granola declared, emboldened by Beerus's presence. With deftness, he quickly peeled the egg and popped it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he discerned that it was nothing more than a perfectly boiled bird egg. "Well, tasty, isn't it?" Champa asked, a smug expression on his face. Indeed, it was absolutely delicious, truly worthy of being hailed as the supreme delicacy of the sixth universe. Gran swallowed the bird eggs with great difficulty, casting a glance at the cunning angel of the sixth universe, Bardos. At that moment, Bardos had turned away. Was she unable to bear the awkward scene? "Ha ha. I knew you lot had never tasted such delectable food." Upon hearing Glan's words, Champa appeared quite satisfied. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, pondering whether the little fellow was merely putting on a show. Surely, there could not be any delicacy to rival his hot pot. Skeptical, they lowered their heads to take a bite. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief. What a terrible cuisine. Observing Beerus's expression, the old Kaioshin and others assumed they had genuinely encountered a culinary masterpiece and thus leaned in to taste it as well. The inhabitants of the seventh universe fell silent. "Ha ha ha, look at your astonished faces. Have you truly never experienced such exquisite food? This pinnacle of gastronomy can only be found in my sixth universe. Are you not envious of me? Plead with me, and perhaps in my good graces, I might generously offer you a few more bird eggs." Witnessing the astonished countenances of the crowd, Champa felt as if he had just sipped a vintage cola from 82, soaring in delight. Little did he know, the atmosphere was unbearably awkward, the kind that could cause an explosion at a mere glance. Bardos had turned her body away, her toes curling in discomfort, as she began to dig into the very depths of embarrassment. Ahem. Beerus, suppressing his laughter, cleared his throat and remarked, "The food is decent, but our seventh universe has its own delightful delicacies." He then patted young Gran on the shoulder, teasingly adding, "The last hot pot you prepared was quite good. Why not whip up another for our esteemed Champa to savor?" Lord Beerus, indulging in the same dish too often can become monotonous. "Allow me to take you to some more intriguing culinary experiences," Gran chuckled. How could this scene possibly lack instant noodles? What is going on here? At that moment, Champa finally caught on. He sensed that Beerus and his companions were not particularly enthusiastic about the bird eggs. Could it be that the seventh universe possessed culinary delights that rivaled the bird eggs? Champa incredulously stated, "Impossible. The bird egg is undoubtedly the most delicious food in this world. No other dish could possibly compare." Gran chose to ignore the foolishness of the creature and turned to Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, during my recent journey, I intended to bring back that delicacy as a gift for you. However, unforeseen circumstances prevented me from doing so. Would you care to try it? As soon as Gran finished speaking, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the still frenzied Champa and replied, Can the delicacy you speak of deliver a resounding slap to this fool's face? Absolutely, Gran affirmed, remembering that in the realm of super, it was indeed 2 bowls of instant noodles that had sparked a grand martial arts tournament between 2 universes. Very well, let us depart. As long as it can strike Champa's face and allow us to relish another culinary delight. Beerus was unperturbed by the extra trip. Agreed. Gran nodded, bringing Asin before him. Use your instant transmission to take us to Earth. Why? Aren't you capable of instant transmission? I'm not your personal chauffeur. Quit your chatter, or I shall strike you. What if my fists lack the necessary strength? Reluctantly, Asin complied. Come here, you glutton. Damn you, skeletal wretch. Do you think you can deceive me? I refuse to believe there exists any food in this world that can rival the delectable dong-dong bird eggs. Come over here. Or do you dare to face another ultra-flying kick? Looking for a fight, are we? Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Beerus, growing impatient, unleashed his overwhelming divine power. In an instant, he appeared before Champa, landing a punch to his abdomen, causing Champa to lose all combat capacity immediately. Witnessing this, Whis, Beerus, and the old Kai remained unfazed. Champa's defeat at Beerus' hands seemed entirely expected. Only Gran, Asin, and Jebet stared wide-eyed, astonished by the fearsome power of their god of destruction. Let us go, Beerus declared, gripping Champa by the nape and placing a hand on Asin's small shoulder. Noticing everyone resting a hand upon him, Asin swiftly utilized instant transmission. With a whoosh, they vanished, leaving behind Beerus' recently created 3-room suite and a courtyard. A testament to the awkwardness of the moment. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Corinta on Earth. It was now the year 740 of the Age of Peace. Less than 9 years before Bulma would embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls. In the other world, a Namekian resembling Demon King Piccolo stood at the edge, surveying the realm below, accompanied by a figure with coal-black hair. After over 2 centuries, the scars left by Demon King Piccolo upon Earth had finally healed. Though it was unfortunate for Master Mateto, the Kai reflected. Beerus, with nary a flicker of emotion in his gaze, calmly remarked, Kai, your separation from Demon King Piccolo is misguided. I am aware of this error, yet if I do not sever ties with my inner demon, I shall inevitably become like him one day. The Kai's expression turned melancholic as he sighed and retreated into the temple. Only Beerus remained at the edge of the other world. After hearing the Kai's words, his expression remained unchanged, as serene as ever. Suddenly, what brings them here? Beerus lifted his gaze, shifting attention to Corinta not far away. Nestled in the northern forests of Earth stood Corinta. Today, a group of individuals had suddenly appeared near the tower. Aside from a pair of siblings, the rest exuded an aura of authority. Gran, is this the place you mentioned? Beerus held Champa aloft, yet had not finished his sentence. Beerus and Whis took note of Corinta, their expressions growing serious. What troubles you? Beerus inquired, taken aback. This tower possesses intriguing qualities, Whis commented, casting his eyes skyward at the towering Corinta. Bardas squinted her eyes, remarking on the intriguing nature of the ancient patterns etched upon the surface, reminiscent of something seen before. The old Kai and Beerus exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. In this desolate planet, something could capture the attention of these 2 celestial beings? Gran shared their astonishment, having not anticipated that their landing spot was in proximity to Karen Tower. In the anime, the origins of Karen Tower have always remained shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of who constructed it. The tower harbors the enigmatic Karen, the magical beans, the super divine water, and the time-space magic jar, each steeped in profound mystery. It is certain that Karen Tower holds significant importance. Could the angels possess some knowledge? Observing the solemn expressions of Whis and his sister, Gran couldn't help but mutter to himself. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Whis and his sister remained lost in thought. Enough, Beerus exclaimed impatiently. Can we not indulge in our culinary delights before contemplating? With a perpetual focus on food, it was astonishing that they hadn't gained any weight, Whis retorted. Upon hearing this, the old Kai trio flushed crimson. Ha! Gran burst into laughter, realizing the sharp wit of Whis's words. When glancing at Beerus, however, his expression had darkened to that of a charred pot. With a thud, Beerus delivered a light smack to Gran's head. Ouch! Lord Beerus, why strike me? I cannot provoke Whis, yet you too? Beerus replied tersely. Are you not taking us to savor delicious food? Indeed. Gran, seeing no dissent from Whis and his sister, utilized instant transmission to whisk them away. However, as they departed, Whis and his sister lifted their heads, sensing an unseen gaze upon them. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Popo lingered at the edge for a moment before retracting his gaze, murmuring, I thought they had come here for something profound, yet it turns out they merely seek delectable food. What a bunch of little gluttons. In the west city of Earth, a group entered a supermarket, led by a child who instructed Jebbet to fetch 8 buckets of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, time to settle the bill, Gran said with a grin at the checkout counter. What does settling the bill entail? Beerus inquired. Settling the bill means paying. As a god of destruction, must I pay for the sustenance within my universe? Beerus replied, irritation evident as he held Jebbet's collar. Angering him could lead to the destruction of this planet, and yet, he would still be expected to pay. Lord Beerus, offering payment for exquisite food is the highest form of respect, Gran retorted with a roll of his eyes. Beerus contemplated, realizing the truth in the little one's words. Paying for delectable food indeed signifies the utmost reverence for it. Just as in the past, before Gran became a candidate for the god of destruction, Whis had received culinary delights in exchange for imparting martial arts knowledge to Gran. I sincerely hope these delicacies are exceptional. Otherwise, I shall obliterate this planet. Beerus glared at Gran before calling out to Whis. Whis cast a glance at the coins others were using to settle their bills, and with a wave of his wand, a plethora of thousands of Sony materialized at the cash register. If you can still utter such words after having a bite of instant noodles, I shall commend you as a true man. Gran led Jebbet, holding the noodles, along with a few others to a nearby park. The reason for not taking this assembly of deities to a lavish restaurant was primarily due to the concern that indulging them too soon would spoil their appetites, making it difficult to deceive them later. At that moment, Beerus tossed the instant noodles to the ground and kicked them twice, exclaiming, Wake up, you lazy pig. Is it morning already? Champa stretched lazily and yawned. In the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Wait, did that bony bag of bones just hit me? Beerus, you. Champa sprang to his feet, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Beerus and the others interjected, Lord Champa, first, allow us to indulge in the culinary delights of our 7th universe. Meanwhile, Gran had already summoned Whis to prepare boiling water, and soon 8 buckets of instant noodles were ready. A rich aroma wafted through the air, and before Champa could even taste the food, he found himself shedding tears uncontrollably. What is this exquisite fragrance? Just 2 chapters, I cannot withstand it any longer. In chapter 73, Bulma, everyone was assigned a bucket of noodles, and tendrils of savory fragrance escaped from beneath the lids. This was the unique scent of additives. It pierced the air like a hook, awakening the appetites of every deity present. In Gran's previous life, there were indeed those who relished such aromas. Today, the assembly of deities, having never encountered instant noodles before, were already drooling merely from the scent. What in the world is this flavor? How can a humble destroyer like me be reduced to tears? Champa cradled the noodles in his hands and gazed at his angel, unwillingly lamenting, Vados, did you not proclaim that my precious East bird egg is the most delectable delicacy in the entire multiverse? Vados was momentarily speechless. Could she admit that she had been deceiving him all along? How about the culinary delights of my 7th universe? Beerus laughed heartily, taken aback by the overwhelming potency of the food Gran had procured. They had yet to taste it, only inhaling its aroma, and already it was irresistible. If we were to actually consume it, would it not be explosive? Champa, cradling the noodles, shouted in a fit of rage, Beerus, how dare you? Why does your universe possess such delicacies? Just moments ago, he had insisted that the East bird egg from the 6th universe was the finest food in existence, and now, the shame coursed through every cell in his body. Gran couldn't help but chuckle at Champa's expression. At that moment, Champa cast a fierce glance in his direction, startling Gran, who hastily cleared his throat and declared, Lord Champa, the time has come. We may now indulge in the instant noodles. With Gran's words hanging in the air, the gathering, unable to contain their anticipation, eagerly flung open the lids. The next instant, oh yummy Whis and the others slurped up the noodles, each emitting exaggerated sounds of delight. Forgetting all shame, Champa joined in, exclaiming, It's simply divine. This is truly the most exquisite cuisine in the world. What have I been consuming in the past but mere refuse? I must return home with an abundance of instant noodles. Ha ha. This is the culinary delight of my seventh universe. What do you have to say now, you gluttonous pig? Feeling proud, are you? Humph. I concede that your seventh universe is remarkable. Listening to the exchange among these deities, Gran chuckled to himself. Even he, who had indulged in instant noodles countless times before, found them delectably delightful once again. Such is the power of instant noodles, the potency of additives. The 8 of them squatted by the roadside in the park, savoring their noodles, unwittingly creating a picturesque scene. Particularly amusing was the sight of these divine beings in their peculiar garb, clutching what many would deem junk food, an image reminiscent of beggars. As a mere earthling strolled by, he suddenly tossed a bill, followed by a second, a third, and a 30th. Before long, Gran found himself surrounded by a pile of cash. Gran, why are they throwing money at you? Beerus inquired, slurping his noodles in confusion. He recognized that it was the same currency Whis had used to purchase the noodles. You foolish skeleton. They must have perceived our divine status and wished to continue their offerings. Champa scoffed. Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we can procure more noodles. Gran couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Beerus for the keen perception of these mortals from the seventh universe. Staring at the heap of money before him, Gran's expression darkened. They recognize you as a deity, while they see us as beggars. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. Inciting their ire could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth. Alas, how the mighty have fallen. A mere candidate for the role of destroyer, reduced to the status of a beggar. Sighing inwardly, Gran resolved to gather the money before him. Suddenly, a little girl approached, exclaiming, Mama, this little brother looks so pitiful. Don't you have money in your pocket? Just give him some more. All right, dear, her mother replied. The girl tossed a stack of money at Gran, who looked up, his pupils narrowing slightly. The child's cherubic face was round and adorable, with flowing blue hair adorned by a red bow, resembling a porcelain doll. Most notably, her jacket bore the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. Indeed, this was West City. It was entirely plausible to encounter her, little Bulma. What's wrong, little brother? Bulma asked, holding Mrs. Brief's hand. Eating instant noodles won't fill you up. Take this money and buy something else to eat. Little brother? Gran's lips twitched. Bulma, you were born in the year 733 of the age, while I was born in 731. How can you call me your younger brother? However, given that scion children are often diminutive, it was not surprising that Bulma, at just 7 years old, was taller than Gran, who was 9. Thus, it was only natural for others to refer to him as little brother. Gran collected the stack of money, took a deep breath, and smiled, saying, I am older than you. You should call me brother. What a cheeky little beggar he had become. From a young age, Bulma possessed an exceptionally high intellect, and when she became enraged, she exclaimed, Return my money. I will not give it to you. Once it is in my pocket, it naturally belongs to me. Gran, with a thick skin, swiftly shoved all the money into his belt. You little beggar, how despicable you are. Bulma fumed, stamping her foot in indignation. The deities observing the quarrel found it somewhat bothersome, wondering if they would ever be able to enjoy their noodles in peace. Especially Beerus, who was incensed that a mere mortal would dare to refer to his disciple as a beggar. Beerus handed his noodles to Whis, his expression reverting to the characteristic indifference of a destroyer. He pointed a finger at young Bulma, a flicker of purple energy appearing at his fingertip. Lord Beerus, Gran exclaimed, perspiration trickling down his brow as he shouted in alarm. Beerus, with an irritated tone, responded, What is it? Do not touch her. Humph, I shall grant you this favor. With a dismissive pout, Beerus dissipated the destructive energy and reclaimed his noodles from Whis, resuming his meal. Gran exhaled heavily, relieved, and glanced at the still fuming Bulma, saying with resignation, You were almost in grave danger just now. Bulma, bewildered, retorted, You were the one who was almost in danger. Quickly return my money. I shall not return it. Consider it a reward for saving you, Gran replied, shaking his head. He gazed at Bulma for a long moment, pondering. Is this the leading lady of Dragon Ball? Indeed, she has always been quite lovely. Unsure of what to say next, Gran finally ventured. I offer you a piece of advice. If you encounter someone named Vegeta, it would be best not to get acquainted. Vegeta? Bulma paused, unfamiliar with this individual, and questioned. Why should I not meet him? Aren't you a bit presumptuous for a beggar? Do as you wish. He bears a grudge against me, and even if he lives on, he shall forever remain in my shadow. With that, Gran signaled to the deities to depart. Mommy, they can fly. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Little Bai just realized that Sony is the currency in Dragon Ball. I apologize for not paying closer attention while watching the anime as a child. Then let us punish Little Bai by making her rewatch all the Dragon Ball series. Hehe. Chapter 74. Ascending Karen Tower in the northern forests of Earth, you gluttonous pig. How many buckets of noodles did you take this time? Not many, just 50 billion buckets of noodles. Damn it, I suspected those noodles had vanished. It turns out you were the culprit. Ha ha ha. If I don't take them, should I leave them for you? By the way, how many did you take? Not much. Only 100 billion buckets. Ah, Beerus, you truly are the worst. Within the past week, Beerus and his companions had nearly wiped out all the noodles visible on Earth. A week later, Gran and the others returned to the base of Karen Tower. By the way, Lord Beerus, Gran chuckled. I recall you stating that if the noodles were unappetizing, you would obliterate the Earth. Beerus laughed heartily, while Champa beside him mockingly added, Little one, do you not know? Your destroyer lord is all talk and no action. Ah, you gluttonous swine, are you mocking me still? Tell me, did you not proclaim that your precious eggs are the most delectable in this world? Before Beerus could finish his sentence, Champa turned crimson with rage. As the haunting memories surged back to assault him, the shame was overwhelming. Ah, Beerus, I shall end you. Thus, the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Champa and Beerus reignited. Meanwhile, Whis and Vados paid no heed to the bickering duo and made their way toward the Tower of Corinne. Upon reaching the tower, the two of them exchanged touches, an uncanny familiarity washing over them. Sister, do you recall anything? Whis inquired. Nothing specific, but it feels so familiar, Vados replied, shaking her head. The tower, with its ancient patterns and venerable structure, exuded an aura of antiquity. Gran, I recall your sins of beings were also transferred from this very planet, were they not? Whis remarked. Glancing back, during Gran's training journey, he had once summoned the eternal dragon on Namek to relocate the Senzu beans from Earth to his possession. Indeed, those beans are what adorn the tower. Gran stepped forward. In truth, this tower not only housed Senzu beans, but also the mystical super-divine water that could awaken latent potential, along with 3 vats that could reveal a person's past, present, and future. Vados, somewhat perplexed, asked, what exactly are Senzu beans? Gran produced 2 Senzu beans from his belt and tossed one to each of the siblings. Upon receiving the beans, Whis and Vados observed them closely. There is an astonishingly potent healing essence. Vados remarked, pinching the Senzu bean delicately between her fingers, bringing it closer for scrutiny. I sense its potency rivals our angelic healing magic. Indeed, this item can restore all injuries instantaneously, much like our healing magic. Yet in certain respects, it surpasses even our celestial remedies. Whis stated gravely as he returned the bean to Gran. He refrained from questioning how Gran had come to know of such remarkable beans, for Gran himself was an enigma, unaware of how he had ascended to this dimension. Sister, would you care to ascend and explore? Whis proposed. Vados, tossing the Senzu bean back to Gran, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, replied, naturally, I am intrigued. Gran sighed with relief, glad that Whis had not pressed further. Since we are all interested, let us ascend and take a look, Gran proclaimed, taking to the skies. Whis and Vados exchanged knowing glances and nodded before they too took flight toward the Tower of Corinne. Observing this, the old Kai and his companions swiftly followed suit. The only ones left on the ground were Beerus and Champa, still embroiled in their tumultuous quarrel. After a brief moment, Beerus suddenly noticed, where have they all gone? Realization dawned upon him. Cursed be it, they have flown up to that tower. Champa shouted angrily at Beerus, you spend all your time bickering with me. Look, they have abandoned us. You are truly a master at failure. Beerus remained silent, his expression cold, and began to stretch his limbs. The sound of joints cracking echoed ominously in the air. Upon hearing this, Champa's expression suddenly changed. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Naturally, I wish for you to experience the might of my loving iron fist. After Beerus finished speaking, the next moment echoed with Champa's agonizing screams. Before long, a pig-headed pastry and a bag of bones caught up with Gran and the others. The group's flying speed was not particularly swift, as they observed the towering Corinta while in flight. Atop the Corinta sage stood at the railing, gazing down at the formidable beings soaring upwards. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this dimensional pressure? Who are they? Could they all be deities? The Corinta sage was drenched in cold sweat. When did this world come to possess so many gods? They have arrived. The Corinta sage hastily jumped down from the railing. With a whoosh, 8 figures flew up to the grand hall at the tower's summit. With their arrival, the overwhelming dimensional pressure caused the Corinta sage to collapse to the ground. Is that a cat? Looking at this feline, Whis and Beerus exchanged contemplative glances. This cat appeared to be an ordinary feline, but due to a touch of dimensional training, its lifespan was slightly longer than that of an average cat. It was evident that this ancient tower had no connection to the cat. Gran also noted this detail, initially believing the cat might possess some significant background. Disregarding the cat, Gran led Whis and the others on a tour around the tower. After their exploration, the group returned to their original position. However, the expressions on Whis and Beerus's faces were exceedingly grave. Hundreds of divine beings, a jug of super divine water, and 3 tanks capable of revealing the past, present, and future. These were not possessions for ordinary individuals, especially that jug of super divine water, which seemed to harbor a terrifying toxicity. Any ordinary person lacking potential would surely perish upon consumption. Chapter 75. The Origin of Corinta. Lord Beerus, Lord Champa. Could you possibly tone down the dimensional pressure? Gran, after his round of exploration at Corinta, returned to find the Corinta sage still flattened to the ground, utterly exasperated. The 2 angels exuded no sense of oppression. They had long achieved a state of returning to simplicity. The trio of old Kaioshin had always been mindful, rarely releasing their dimensional pressure on this occasion. Only Beerus and Champa truly seemed indifferent to the plight of others. TCH, unable to withstand even a hint of pressure. This fat cat is utterly useless. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the Corinta sage, then at Champa, ultimately retracting his dimensional pressure. Fat cat. The veins on Champa's forehead bulged instantly. Beerus was undoubtedly making a veiled jab. Suppressing his amusement, Gran quickly addressed the Corinta sage. You must be the guardian cat of this tower. Tell me, who constructed this tower? Surely it wasn't you? Upon hearing this, Champa also withdrew his pressure, and all eyes turned towards the Corinta sage. The terrifying pressure that enveloped Karen suddenly dissipated, allowing the celestial being to finally rise to his feet. Yet, under the watchful gaze of these enigmatic powerhouses, he still felt immense pressure. Karen did not respond to Gran's inquiry immediately. Instead, he mustered his courage and began. I wonder if you esteem beings. He had yet to complete his thought when Gran interjected. We are the highest deities of this universe. Under normal circumstances, we pose no threat to Earth, so you need not worry excessively. Simply answer our questions. Upon hearing this, Karen exhaled in relief, confirming his suspicions that these individuals were indeed beings of a higher order than the celestial gods. However, he noted Gran's words about their non-threatening nature towards Earth. What would happen in abnormal circumstances? Gran, observing Karen's expression, surmised the cat's concerns but refrained from providing excessive clarification. After all, a candidate for the destroyer must maintain an air of gravitas. Now, share with us all that you know. Yes, Karen, feeling the weight of the moment, began to explain. This tower is known as Karen Tower, and I am the guardian of this tower, referred to by Earth's martial artists as Master Karen. Although I bear this title, I am not the creator of Karen Tower. I am merely the current guardian. As for who created it, and when, I am not entirely certain. However, I suspect this tower has existed since the inception of Earth. Upon hearing this, the gods exchanged glances. Their earlier suspicions confirmed. This tower was not constructed by the plump cat. Who then could be its creator? What purpose does this tower serve? Gran squinted thoughtfully and continued. Karen Tower is a sacred ground for Earth's martial artists. Anyone who ascends this tower through their own efforts will receive my guidance. Karen paused momentarily before adding. The purpose of this tower is to transmit various martial arts to Earth's practitioners. Martial arts? Whis and Beerus turned their attention towards the hefty feline. Surprisingly, despite his weak physical prowess, this cat exhibited a profound understanding and belief in martial arts, even embodying the essence of martial spirit. Furthermore, his physical instincts had reached the second stage, qualifying him as a martial arts master among mortals. Gran recognized this as well, realizing why Son Goku consistently outmatched Vegeta in the anime. With so many martial arts masters imparting their knowledge to Goku, how could Vegeta ever hope to catch up? Even if he did, it would only be momentary. Goku's martial spirit was formidable. Since you assert that anyone who can reach this point through their own strength will receive your guidance, do you see any areas in which I might require your counsel? At that moment, Young Gran shamelessly spun around twice. Karen exclaimed, "Everyone, this is rather unfair. I assent it. Can you be any more brazen, little one? Esteemed deity, from my perspective, your martial prowess has surpassed mine, even reaching the limits of mortal capability." Karen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I am unable to offer you guidance. That is indeed a pity." Little Gran smiled mischievously, no longer teasing the other party, and continued to inquire. "Those magical beans. The 3 water tanks that reveal the past, present, and future, as well as that pot of highly toxic divine water. Where did you procure them?" Gran had already surmised much, yet he still posed the question. Upon hearing Gran's inquiry, the eyes of the siblings, Beerus and his sister, grew increasingly profound. "Those were not ordinary items. I am uncertain, for those items existed long before I became the guardian of the tower." The immortal Karen gestured towards the sky. "Perhaps it is related to the celestial realm, as these items are intended to cultivate martial artists from Earth. Furthermore, within the will of the celestial realm, any Earth martial artist who passes my assessment can gain a ticket to ascend to the celestial realm." The mention of the celestial realm caused everyone to look up in unison. Even little Gran lifted his gaze. The words of that plump cat echoed his own suspicions. It must be connected to Bobo. If it is indeed related to that so-called celestial realm, then let us ascend and take a look. When Beerus observed Karen Tower from the ground, he noticed an island-like entity above it. This must be the celestial realm spoken of by that chubby cat. "What say you, Whis? Shall we venture up to explore?" Gran inquired. "Having come this far, we must certainly take a look." Whis nodded, aware that the plump cat was not lying. Beerus said little, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." With everyone in accord, Gran was the first to soar beyond Karen Tower, followed closely by the others. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. After a moment, "What manner of deities are these? They truly frighten me," Karen exclaimed, patting his chest. Finally daring to breathe deeply. Suddenly, recalling the mention of the magical beans, he hurried to check his storage for them. Thankfully, the beans remained intact. Karen exhaled in relief. Over a year ago, someone had stolen the beans he had stored, but fortunately, they had left him 100 as seeds, showing at least a modicum of conscience. It seems he must exercise greater caution in safeguarding the magical beans henceforth. Chapter 76. Bobo is a weakling in the celestial realm. The deity observed the lower realm before returning to the temple, leaving Bobo alone at the edge of the celestial realm. In truth, he had noticed when Gran and the others ascended to Karen Tower, but he showed no reaction, remaining as serene as ever. Suddenly, 8 figures soared up from beneath the celestial realm, their speed moderate, yet the pressure emanating from them was formidable. It was those 2 fellows accompanying Beerus, releasing their oppressive aura again. Thud, thud, thud. Little Gran and the assembly of deities descended upon the celestial realm, where only one figure stood, and naturally, they all took note of the dark-haired individual. Without uttering a word, the 2 parties locked eyes, and the atmosphere turned oddly tense. In Gran's gaze, Bobo appeared no different from characters in anime, with a dark complexion and an expression that exuded calmness. In his previous life, many speculated that Bobo undoubtedly possessed a remarkable background. As for the specifics of his origins, Gran found it difficult to articulate. But one thing was certain, Bobo's lifespan was astonishingly lengthy. Within the celestial realm, there existed a burial ground for deities, housing the remains of Earth's past gods. Throughout history, all these divine beings were served solely by Bobo. The fact that so many gods had perished while Bobo continued to thrive was nothing short of extraordinary. "Whis, have you made any discoveries?" Gran inquired in a hushed tone. In his conjecture, the miraculous artifacts found on the Kalinta and the very existence of the celestial realm were undoubtedly connected to Bobo. Now, it remained to be seen whether Whis and Beerus could discern the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Discoveries? Whis surveyed the entirety of the celestial realm, the layout of which was etched into his mind. The room of spirit and time, the burial ground for the gods, and a chamber capable of transmitting consciousness back through time. Indeed, he had made a revelation, one that was quite astonishing. Whis bore a serious expression. "It is indeed shocking, for it pertains to time," Beerus interjected, having also witnessed the configuration of the celestial realm. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of gasps echoed from Beerus and his companions. Within the universe of the Omni King, time was one of the most enigmatic forces. Even angels like Whis could only reverse time by a mere 3 minutes. Had this individual committed the grave offense of manipulating time? Beerus's demeanor turned icy, emanating a potent purple aura, while Champa mirrored his intensity, gathering destructive energy in his hands. In the universe of the Omni King, the manipulation of time was a serious crime, and should it be discovered, the destroyers were obligated to eliminate such offenders. Hold your actions for now. Whis restrained Beerus and Champa, then turned to his sister. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus was also observing his sister. The two angels locked eyes, each discerning a shared sense of uncertainty reflected in the other's gaze. Gran, go and test him. Whis suddenly called out to Gran, gesturing towards Bobo across the way. Under these circumstances, the other party's identity was surely astonishing. Are you sending me to my demise? Gran replied, exasperated. Mr. Whis. Gran is still unversed in the art of breaking rules. The long-silent old Kaioshin was taken aback by Whis's words, though he had yet to finish his thought. Old man, refrain from speaking. With us here, what is there to fear? Beerus remarked, retracting his destructive energy with a casual air. The old Kaioshin glanced at young Gran and then at Whis, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Then I shall proceed. Despite his reservations, Gran understood that Whis would not endanger him. Thus, with a flourish, a silver light enveloped him, transforming his hair from black to silver. The initial form of ultimate freedom. In the face of the mysterious Bobo, Gran resolved to demonstrate his utmost respect by unleashing his full power from the outset. Beneath the searing silver haze, Gran sprang into action, his speed astonishing as he materialized behind Bobo. With a clenched fist, he surged forward. Gran's fist was a culmination of his utmost strength. With this strike, even an entire star domain would be obliterated. Yet, boom, Bobo was utterly annihilated. Silence. The celestial realm fell into a profound stillness, save for Whis and Beerus, while the rest stood agape in disbelief. How could this be possible? Clearly, the scene defied all their expectations. Gran, who had just obliterated his opponent, found himself frozen in place. Wasn't he Bobo supposed to be enigmatic? Shouldn't he be formidable? Why had a single punch reduced him to nothing? Had my power truly surged once more? Little Gran stared at his own diminutive fist, hardly able to fathom that this moment was real. As everyone remained in stunned silence, Beerus waved his staff, and the recently obliterated Bobo was revived once more. There's nothing more to see here. Let us depart, Whis remarked, the look of confusion on his face having vanished, restoring his usual elegance. Depart? Just like that? Little Gran snapped back to reality, incredulous as he gazed at Whis. Not only Gran, but even Beerus, Champa, and the old Kai were equally bewildered. Weren't they told that the tower below was ancient and familiar? Didn't they express a desire to uncover the secrets concealed within the celestial realm? Wasn't it stated that the celestial realm involved matters of time? Why the sudden urge to leave? I believe I understand now. Let us go, Whis said, casting a meaningful glance at Bobo. Without waiting for a response from the others, he ascended into the sky with the group. Once Whis and his companions had completely vanished, the celestial realm was left with only Bobo. Is this a revelation? It seems I just met my demise, Bobo mused, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled back into the temple. In the inky void of the universe, a streak of colorful light traversed the cosmos, heading toward the realm of the Kais. Observing the scenery receding around him, Gran felt a sense of resignation. In truth, his journey to Earth had not solely been to indulge Beerus and his companions in instant noodles. He had yearned to see Son Goku as well. Compared to the rebellious Vegeta, it was Goku who had truly earned his admiration. No, now that Goku was family, he ought to be referred to as Kakarot. With a childlike heart, embodying kindness and resilience, Kakarot, you are indeed captivating. However, by the reckoning of time, he had only traversed here for a little over 3 years, which meant Kakarot had likewise been exiled for just over 3 years. It was possible that old Gohan had yet to meet his untimely end at his hands. The lad was still too young, and encountering him now would bear no significance. Grow swiftly, my friend. I hope you will still see the tail lights of my vehicle when the time comes. Little Gran chuckled to himself, then turned to Whis, inquiring, what just transpired? How was I able to obliterate that charcoal-headed fellow? Charcoal-headed? The crowd was taken aback, and then they recalled Bobo's complexion, erupting into laughter, indeed resembling a figure of charcoal. Did you sense anything before making your move? Whis inquired, his smile fading. Gran pondered for a moment. In my perception, that charcoal figure's aura seems rather feeble. What about you, Lord Beerus? Whis continued. Beerus, arms crossed, replied gravely. Like Gran, I perceive that fellow's presence to be weak. He appears to be nothing but a nuisance. Whis surveyed the group, and Champa along with the old Kai nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. You are all correct. That individual's aura is indeed weak. To put it in Gran's rather unrefined terms, he is merely a weakling. Chapter 77. The Origins of Bobo. Whis gazed ahead, his voice calm, yet to Gran it resonated like a thunderclap. The mystical items, sins of beans, super divine water, and the room of spirit and time. Everything from Karen Tower to the realm of the gods was astonishing. It was evident that these marvels were orchestrated by Bobo himself. Setting aside his longevity, in the anime, he had also imparted wisdom to Goku, advising him to maintain a tranquil heart akin to the sky and to strike with the swiftness of lightning. This was the essence of Whis' teachings to Gran. How could a Bobo, who mastered such profound concepts, possibly be a weakling? It appeared we had allowed our preconceived notions to mislead us. Beerus and Champa were not as astonished as Gran, for they had never considered Bobo to be particularly formidable. Lord Beerus is right. We were indeed biased from the outset. Bardos interjected, that tower and the realm of the gods are ancient and wondrous, which is why we initially perceived that individual as powerful. Whis nodded, in truth. In our perception, the strength he displays is precisely his actual strength. There is no hidden power lurking beneath the surface. When measured against the combat abilities in our 7 universes, he possesses at most a mere 1,000 power level. 1,000 power level? Gran's eyes widened. That was even weaker than Raditz during his invasion of Earth. Could this truly be the strength of the enigmatic Bobo? Observing Gran's expression, Whis remarked nonchalantly, what? Still in disbelief? It is indeed hard to fathom. Gran replied, I can hardly blame you for doubting, for when I first arrived in that celestial realm, I found his demeanor unervingly calm, leading me to instinctively believe he must be a formidable warrior. At this point, Whis chuckled at himself. The bias of preconceived notions is truly formidable. Even I, an angel, have stumbled into this mental trap. Beside him, Bardos gently ruffled Gran's hair. But that is his true strength. Otherwise, how could you have decimated him with a single punch? At those words, young Gran fell silent. Indeed, if Bobo possessed immense strength, how could he have been felled by his blow? In that moment, not only Gran, but also the old Kai and the others accepted the reality that Bobo was, in fact, a weakling. Whis, are you suggesting that fellow is merely an ordinary person? Beerus furrowed his brow, finding this assertion somewhat illogical. How could an ordinary individual possess such an array of extraordinary artifacts? Furthermore, from Whis' earlier remarks, it seemed that this individual had committed a grave transgression in manipulating time. My lord Beerus, you are mistaken. Whis' expression shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. I never claimed he was an ordinary person. The crowd was taken aback, caught off guard by the series of unexpected revelations. Gran questioned, wasn't he it said that his power was feeble? How can he not be an ordinary person? The Elder Kai trio nodded in agreement. Whis, you are truly tantalizing us. Could you not deliver your message all at once? Champa expressed his growing impatience. With a resounding thud, Beerus struck Champa on the head. How dare you speak to my brother in such a manner? Champa covered his head, now hesitant to speak. While the scene of Champa being struck was comical, Gran remained focused on Whis. His power is indeed weak, yet I have never referred to him as an ordinary person. If he were truly ordinary, how might he have acquired items such as the Karen Tower and the Senza Beans? Whis glanced at little Gran and then at Beerus. Both were nodding vigorously, as Whis had touched upon their shared curiosity. Gran, I pose a question to you. At that moment, Whis fixed his gaze intently upon little Gran. Under such scrutiny, Gran felt a surge of anxiety. What was Whis about to inquire? When you attacked that charcoal-headed figure, did you notice that he too possesses the ability of Ultra Instinct? Boom. A tremor coursed through the hearts of everyone present, save for the 2 angels. Among all the gods of destruction, only Beerus had mastered Ultra Instinct. Now, it appeared little Gran had too, yet both Beerus and Gran possessed extraordinary talent. It was entirely plausible for such prodigious beings to cultivate Ultra Instinct, but what right did that charcoal-headed individual have? Wait, Beerus interjected. In fact, when Gran obliterated that charcoal-headed figure, I sensed an almost imperceptible ethereal aura. I had assumed it was merely Gran's energy that had transferred to him. If Whis' theory is correct, then that faint ethereal aura originates from that charcoal-headed individual. Whis took his time responding to Beerus, still observing little Gran. For a moment, all eyes were on him. It seems there truly was Gran pondered before vigorously nodding his little head. When I destroyed that charcoal-headed figure, I was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on it now, he indeed attempted to instinctively evade my strike, but it appeared that the gap in our power was simply too vast for him to succeed. Boom. With Gran's affirmation, the crowd once again felt a jolt of realization, particularly Champa, whose forehead veins threatened to burst. It was one thing for Beerus and Gran, with their formidable talents, to master Ultra Instinct, but what right did that seemingly unremarkable charcoal-headed individual have to wield such divine prowess? Precisely. Whis continued. Allow me to inquire further. If the magical beans equate to a healing spell, and the time chamber signifies the manipulation of time, then he not only possesses eternal life, but also embodies the essence of perfect freedom. At this point, he gazed intently at the assembly and declared, "What do you surmise when these elements converge?" "An angel," Gran exclaimed, scarcely pausing to think. The moment those words escaped his lips, a brilliant light flickered in the minds of the audience. Thunderous resonance echoed, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Indeed, it could only be an angel. Such feats could be accomplished solely by one of their kind. In that instant, the assembly felt a buzzing in their heads, grappling with the revelation that he was, astonishingly, an angel. Astute as ever, Whis regarded Gran with admiration. Gran, however, remained oblivious to Whis's gaze, lost in a daze, repeatedly murmuring, "No wonder." It dawned on him why Bobo had instructed Sun Wukong to cultivate a tranquility akin to the sky and to strike with the swiftness of lightning. If Bobo were indeed an angel, it all made perfect sense. "Whis, you assert that this individual is an angel. Yet why does such a celestial being possess such feeble strength?" Beerus raised his query. The Elder Kai trio also turned their attention toward Whis. "The angel is unfamiliar to us, but I believe I once overheard my father mention a peculiar angel from his generation," Bardos interjected. "This angel hardly utilized any celestial abilities. He required various tools to manifest the powers befitting an angel. It aligns with what Whis previously stated. The magical beans equate to healing spells, and the time chamber signifies time manipulation. Perhaps the angel my father spoke of is that enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness." Upon hearing this, the assembly's understanding crystallized. It all stemmed from the fact that this individual was an angel. Yet, even with the revelation, their hearts remained tumultuous. The existence of such a feeble angel in this world was utterly unfathomable. Young Gran, too, was struck by the gravity of his actions, contemplating that he had just slain an angel. Chapter 78. Is someone manipulating time? Minutes passed, and the group finally returned to the realm of the Kaiashins. Silence enveloped them, their astonishment still palpable upon their faces. "Gran," Whis called out, then continued, "On Earth, there exists Corinta, along with that plump cat and the magical beans. Clearly, this angel intends to impart various martial arts to Earth's practitioners. With his presence, Earth shall become a sanctum of martial prowess. In my perception, although Earth has yet to unveil any formidable warriors, I am certain that its foundation is steadily strengthening, and one day, an extraordinary champion will undoubtedly arise." The Elder Kai trio suddenly looked up, and Beerus narrowed his eyes. They, too, began to contemplate Whis's assertion. Could it be that Earth would indeed give rise to a remarkable warrior? The anticipation grew ever more palpable. In contrast to Beerus and the others, Champa had already clenched his fists. The seventh universe had Gran, yet now there were whispers of an even more formidable warrior on the horizon. It was utterly infuriating. Regarding the remarkable warrior mentioned by Whis, Gran deduced the identity, Kakarot. Indeed, the individual Whis referred to was none other than Kakarot. Thus, everything seemed predestined. How intriguing! Gran couldn't help but exclaim. "What is this? Are you feeling pressured?" Beerus laughed. "Pressure?" A subtle smirk formed at the corners of Gran's lips. "What pressure could I possibly feel? Not to mention that fellow hasn't even made an appearance yet. Even if he were to show up right now, he would only catch a glimpse of my taillights. Consider that a defeat for me." Beerus and the old Kai were momentarily rendered speechless. This young man's talent was indeed formidable, yet his words seemed a tad overconfident. Meanwhile, Champa and Vados sighed deeply, envious of the seventh universe for having such a candidate for a god of destruction. How could the seventh universe possess such profound strength? Silence enveloped the Kaiashin realm once more. "I shall take my leave, having indulged in your antics for a while. It's time for me to solidify my mindset. Just over a month ago, Gran had achieved a breakthrough into a realm of selflessness. He had come to the Kaioshin realm to affirm that the path of the Super Scion was not in vain. Following that were periods of slumber and culinary explorations on Earth, which had delayed him for a month. Now he needed to return to serious matters. Gran waved a small hand at everyone, then approached a large tree and began to sit cross-legged. His current focus was to consolidate his mental state and subsequently fortify his power. According to Whis's training regimen, only by refining and solidifying both aspects could he engage in the dimensional training Whis had mentioned. Only by ascending to the divine level could he be deemed worthy to stand alongside the gods of destruction. The divine dimension? How exhilarating! He closed his eyes and swiftly entered a meditative state. Observing his disciple's diligence, Beerus felt a sense of satisfaction and glanced at Champa, saying, "You came to my seventh universe seemingly to inquire about the sudden rise in human standards here. Now you know the reason, and you've seen my disciple. Ultimately, I've also had the pleasure of sampling your delicacies." Before Beerus could finish his mention of the delicacy, Champa's face flushed with embarrassment. The delicacy had become his humiliation. Anyone who brought it up would invoke his ire. Do refrain from mentioning that. I admit the cuisine of your seventh universe is delightful, but I assure you, the sixth universe can certainly rival it. Champa's voice dwindled as he spoke. Beerus smirked. Rival it in what regard? Champa clenched his fists tightly. You are so vexatious. Humph. Enough of your prattle. You've lingered in my seventh universe long enough. Why don't you return? I shan't return. If you possess the capability, come and fight me. Oh. Suddenly, the Kaioshin realm echoed with Champa's anguished cry. Fortunately, Whis had already placed a shield around young Gran. Otherwise, the scream might have disturbed his concentration. As Gran focused on solidifying his mindset, the old Kai continued to escort Arshan away from the Kaioshin realm. At this stage, freed from the hindrance of unqualified planets, the seventh universe was poised for rapid advancement. The elder Kaioshin, naturally, would not allow this critical period to pass idly by. Simultaneously, he sought to impart various insights regarding the Kaioshin to Axian. The trio of elder Kaioshins remained engrossed in their endeavors, while on the contrary, Beerus, the god of destruction, chose not to return to the realm of destruction but instead lingered in the Kaioshin realm. This was primarily because he had already eradicated all the substandard planets within the seventh universe, and no extreme malevolence had surfaced within the cosmos, thus eliminating the necessity for his intervention. With the affairs of the universe no longer requiring his oversight, he opted to remain by the side of little Gran. Meanwhile, Champa had not returned to the sixth universe from the very beginning, also choosing to stay beside little Gran. Beerus observed that Champa was continuously eyeing little Gran with a predatory gaze, and even Vados was similarly inclined. The two seemed to be plotting something nefarious, and Beerus dared not to leave the Kaioshin realm carelessly. If his precious disciple were to be abducted, he would be inconsolable. From that day forth, Beerus and Whis kept a vigilant watch over Gran around the clock. A month passed. At last, Gran awakened from his meditative state, having thoroughly refined and solidified his state of mind. The next step was to consolidate his own strength. Since Gran had roused from his slumber, his combat power had reached an astonishing 1.2 billion. Should he transform into a Super Scion, his combat power would soar to 60 billion. However, as Whis advised, it was best to refrain from assuming the Super Scion form unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, Gran seldom utilized that state, focusing instead on solidifying his strength in his normal form. Another month slipped by. Gran had been training by the lakeside, his inner power nearing consolidation. The young lad was on the brink of mastering dimensions. Only upon becoming a true deity would his mortal strength transmute into divine power. Yes, he merely needed to fully solidify the power within him, which still required a small amount of time. Beneath a grand tree were 4 reclining chairs, where Beerus and Whis lay, observing Gran as he trained by the lake. At that moment, Beerus cast a glance at the empty chair beside him, inquiring, "By the way, where has that gluttonous pig gone?" Today, Champa and Vados had mysteriously vanished. I hadn't noticed their absence, Whis began, but suddenly sensed something, exclaiming, "My sister and Lord Champa have departed the seventh universe." Ha! Beerus chuckled heartily. Those two nuisances have been watching little Gran with hawkish intensity. It had me quite worried. It appears they can no longer endure. While Gran was consolidating his strength, he dared not even take a nap, fearing that those two would abscond with his precious gem. My sister is indeed quite bothersome. Whis's expression suddenly shifted. Lord Beerus, someone is manipulating time. What are we waiting for? Quickly take me to eliminate that miscreant. Chapter 79, The Abduction of Gran. What about Gran? Are we to leave him alone in the Kaioshin realm? Need I say more? You've just mentioned that those two bothersome entities, Champa and Vados, have left the 7th universe. Who within our 7th universe could possibly contend with Gran? Leave him here to cultivate alone. Indeed, Lord Beerus, let us depart. I am eager to see which individual dares to manipulate time. A brilliant arc of multicolored light surged skyward, as Beerus was whisked away by Whis from the realm of the Supreme Kai. At that moment, by the lakeside, the young Gran had finally solidified his power. He was now ready to delve into the dimensions. Just as Gran was about to turn and inquire with Whis on how to cultivate dimensions, he wondered, where did Lord Beerus and the others go? He had been so engrossed in his training that he had not noticed the movements of Beerus and his companion. Gran glanced around, only to find that not only had Beerus and his companion vanished, but even Champa and Vados were nowhere to be seen. How strange. Where could they have gone? Upon returning to the great tree, just as he spoke, a voice echoed through the skies of the Supreme Kai realm. Ha ha ha, little one. Were you searching for us? Immediately following, a radiant light descended from above. It was Champa and Vados. Each held a sack, one pink and one black. Had Beerus and Whis been present, they would have been utterly astonished. According to Whis' sensing, his sister and Champa had already departed the 7th universe. Yet, here they were again, holding sacks and gazing at Gran with the eyes of one admiring rare treasures. Thus, the situation became clear. Vados had deceived Whis' sensing, creating a disturbance in time within the 7th universe. Consequently, they had managed to lure Whis and Beerus out of the Supreme Kai realm. Lord Champa, do you not fear the Omni King's wrath for disrupting time? What is there to fear? There are countless individuals in this world with time manipulation abilities, and numerous scientists aspire to create time machines to traverse epochs. Compared to those serious offenders, our actions are trivial. Champa cast a sidelong glance at Vados, then retorted with irritation, furthermore, you have utilized time reversal countless times throughout the year. Technically, you have been manipulating time all along. Vados smirked slightly, then replied, very well. Even if the Omni King were to be displeased, only Lord Champa would bear the consequences. Vados' words irked Champa, who glared at her and said, enough chatter. I find it hard to believe you are not enticed by this lad. Get on with it. Enticed? Vados' gaze shifted to young Gran, and as she observed him, she began to salivate. Wipe that drool away. It's time to put the sack on. Champa chuckled wickedly as he approached Gran, pulling the sack along. Vados also moved closer. At that moment, Gran finally understood what was unfolding. Evidently, Champa and Vados had intended from the outset to take him to the 6th universe. Now, they had even tricked his own god of destruction away from the Supreme Kai realm. Gran realized he could not resist the intentions of the two captors, and at that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel joy over his extraordinary talents or despair at his predicament. Once again, I find myself in despair at the thought of departing from the 7th universe. Wait, Champa, Gran exclaimed, a mixture of amusement and exasperation coloring his tone. I am merely the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Even if you were to take me with you, I could not assume the role of the candidate for the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Merely a candidate, you say? As long as you have yet to ascend to the rank of true god of destruction, Beerus can easily appoint you as the candidate for my 6th universe. But I am a disciple of Lord Beerus. Are you not concerned about inciting his wrath? Gran was understandably reluctant to accept the position of candidate for the god of destruction of the 6th universe, as he had initially been unwilling even to take on the role for the 7th universe. To be a candidate for the god of destruction would only bind him to a weakness linked to the Supreme Kai's life in the future. Yet, under Beerus's coercion, he had no choice. Now that he had become the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he had no desire to entertain the thought of the 6th universe. The reasons were twofold. First, Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction, not easily felled. Secondly, he is Lord Beerus. Even a mere dog can evoke attachment. How could young Gran bear to part with his Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis? Anger? Champa contemplated the enraged visage of Beerus and shuddered involuntarily, yet he gritted his teeth defiantly. What of his anger? Who could resist your remarkable talent? Who could gaze upon you without envy? I have reached this level, and why should I fear his ire? I am his blood brother. At most, he would simply give me a sound thrashing. Enough of this nonsense. I have 2 colored sacks here. Choose one. As Champa and Beerus drew closer, Gran beheld the 2 sacks in their hands. one pink and one yellow. He was momentarily speechless. I am a proud scion warrior, and you present me with a pink sack? What is the meaning of this? I choose. Gran's tone was laced with desperation, but suddenly he pressed his hand against his forehead. Instant transmission. Let's go? However, a tremendous wave of destructive energy erupted from Champa, disrupting the space within a radius of thousands of miles. Gran found himself frozen in place, his instant transmission failing him. How infuriating. Even Champa is this formidable. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you're going? Champa mocked. Such tricks may work among mortals. But you are facing a god of destruction and an angel. Even if Champa had not foreseen Gran's instant transmission, he certainly would not allow Gran to escape using such a technique in his presence. With your current strength, the gap between you and a god of destruction remains insurmountable. It would be wise for you to return to the 6th universe with me. Without further ado, Champa commanded, Beerus, use your pink sack to capture him. As he spoke, he unleashed an even more terrifying pressure, rendering Gran utterly motionless. Yes, as he saw Beerus approaching, young Gran was unwilling to be taken away so easily. He struggled fiercely, a silver light emanating from him, the state of ultimate instinct. Yet, despite Gran's desperate attempts, he could not break free from the restraints of others. He was utterly immobilized. Whis, save me. Gran could only cry out helplessly. Whis had yet to arrive, and the final pink sack had ensnared him. They must have discovered our presence. We should depart swiftly. Badass Bados was exhilarated, wrapping her arms around Gran's waist, and with a swift flick of her wand, the two vanished in an instant. Amidst a starry expanse, Lord Beerus sensed a potent temporal aura emanating from this place. Whis gazed into the void of space, devoid of any celestial bodies, surrounded only by an endless, pitch-black sky. Is that so? I failed to perceive any notorious time manipulators here. Beerus surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing in confusion. I find it quite puzzling. Before Whis could finish, a frantic voice echoed in his ears. Whis, save me. Upon hearing this, Wiss's expression shifted dramatically. Deceived by the temporal aura and drawn away from the Kaioshin realm, Gran was in immediate peril. He realized precisely what had transpired. What happened? Beerus inquired, taken aback. Lord Champa and my sister have not left Universe 7 at all. I have been deceived. Whis gritted his teeth. They are currently transporting Gran to Universe 6. If we delay any longer, they may make Gran the candidate for the god of destruction in Universe 6. Chapter 80. Whis, sister. This time we must engage in a contest. What? An infinite fury seemed ready to erupt from Beerus's eyes. How dare that rotund pig? Boom. Accompanying his rage, a tremendous destructive energy surged forth, causing the entire starry sky to collapse. Beerus could hardly fathom that Champa would dare to abduct his disciple. Dreadful. What shall we do now? Beerus was extremely anxious. Both Bados and Whis were angels. If both sides refrained from using instant transmission, it was highly unlikely they would catch up under these circumstances. Whis, think of a solution quickly. Let me ponder. In this moment, even Whis, usually composed and courteous, could not restrain his ire. After Beerus, he had painstakingly acquired another unparalleled talent, only for his cunning sister to attempt to snatch it away at the last moment. Whis, have you devised a plan yet? If we delay further, they will return to Universe 6. Beerus was truly alarmed. If those two managed to return to Universe 6, even if they could reach them in time, Champa would be on guard and would not allow Gran to be brought back. Engaging Champa in battle? Whether in playful skirmishes or serious confrontations, Beerus could easily suppress him. But at this juncture, Champa would certainly obstruct him with all his might. It is crucial to remember that within the entirety of the Omni King's universe, battles between gods of destruction are forbidden without the Omni King's decree. Therefore, once that fellow returns to Universe 6, it would be too late. Damn it. With so many criminals manipulating time in the universe, if we had acted sooner, we would not have been deceived. The more Beerus contemplated, the angrier he became. Suddenly, Lord Beerus, I have thought of a solution. Whis exclaimed excitedly, nearly forgetting about the three individuals. What solution? In this universe, even my speed pales in comparison to theirs. Who else could possibly surpass them? At this moment, Whis quickly lifted his head and shouted, Lord Old Kai, come here at once. The instant those words escaped his lips, Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, concern often leads to chaos. As Whis stated, within this universe, not even an angel could outpace the Kaioshin. As Wiss's voice faded, a resounding hum echoed through the air. The old Kaioshin, who had been observing the development of civilizations in Universe 7, appeared instantaneously beside Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. The old Kaioshin had yet to complete his sentence when Whis urgently interrupted. Do not inquire just yet. We need to head towards the edge of the universe immediately. Time was of the essence, and Whis swiftly pointed in the direction where his sister had fled. The old Kaioshin, perceptive as ever, recognized that something significant must have transpired. Without hesitation, he led Beerus and Whis towards the indicated direction. Meanwhile, not far from the edge of Universe 7, a warp cube sped towards them. Ha ha ha, Bados. We are about to strike it rich. Inside the cube, Champa gazed at the pink sack around Bados's waist. Inside that sack was none other than little Granola. With this child in their possession, how could they fail to launch an expedition in Universe 6? Lord Champa, we have yet to escape Universe 7. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Unlike Champa, Bados felt an increasing sense of anxiety as they neared the edge of Universe 7. Victory was within reach. Yet she fervently hoped her foolish brother would not pursue them. Lord Champa, Miss Bados, you are both incorrigible. A youthful voice emerged from the sack, belonging to none other than little Granola. What could he do? This time, they were up against angels and gods of destruction, no matter how hard he tried. He could not withstand their might. Incorrigible indeed, but who can blame you for possessing such extraordinary talent? Champa replied nonchalantly, squatting beside the pink sack with a grin. Those two, Beerus and his companion, managed to thwart us for over 2 months, yet in the end, I still succeeded. Granola found himself speechless. He was about to retort that even if they transported him to Universe 6, he could still find his way back on his own. Just then, Bados interjected, Lord Champa, we are on the verge of leaving Universe 7. Excellent, Champa exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated. Meanwhile, inside the pink sack, Granola sighed in resignation. Whis had yet to show up. In the next moment, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout Universe 7. You gluttonous fool, are you tired of living? Bados, it has been far too long since we last competed. This time, we must have a contest. The sound echoed like a cosmic explosion, igniting the entire Universe 7 in fervor. What formidable power was behind such a furious proclamation? It was none other than Lord Beerus and Whis. Granola, nestled within the pink sack, suddenly felt a rush of excitement. He anticipated that Whis and the others would arrive after all. Damn it! The expression on Champa's face suddenly darkened. Hadn't those two been deceived? How could their speed be so swift? Lord Champa, it is their god of destruction. Upon halting the travel cube, Vados discerned the god of destruction beside Whis and instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. She cast a glance at the little Granola wrapped around her waist and sighed, lamenting that she had still been unable to take the little one with her. Meanwhile, the trio of the old gods of destruction, who had accompanied Whis, came to a similar realization. Those two from Universe 6 were utterly shameless, audaciously attempting to abduct their unparalleled genius. Lord Beerus, even if Lord Champa is your brother, you must give him a sound thrashing this time. The old god of destruction's chest heaved with indignation as he uttered this statement, before turning to Whis. Mr. Whis, you two must teach your sister a stern lesson. Chapter 81. The Omni-King and the Grand Minister agreed. In the realm of the Omni-King, battles among gods of destruction are strictly prohibited. The old god of destruction was fully aware of this, yet he still articulated such words, underscoring the extent of his fury. At this moment, at the edge of Universe 7, Beerus and his companions blocked Champa's path. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a battle of godly proportions were on the verge of erupting. Champa, you truly possess audacity. Beerus's countenance darkened. Startled by no longer being referred to as Fat Pig, Champa realized his brother was genuinely enraged. You flaunt your pitiful little egg while I even took you to enjoy more delectable instant noodles. I have been rather generous to you, haven't I? How dare you manipulate time to deceive us? What a cunning ploy. Beerus's words pierced Champa's ears, rendering him speechless with guilt. What? Seeing Champa in silence, Beerus rasped, are you afraid to face me? And still clutching our universe's candidate god of destruction, do you truly intend to take him away? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Vados. What are you insinuating, Lord Beerus? I have not seized your candidate god of destruction. Vados, unfazed by Beerus, shifted the sack behind her. From within the sack, Granola piped up, Sister Vados, what is that pink sack you are holding? Whis' expression remained eerily calm. They had caught her red-handed. How shameless could his sister be? Gulp. Observing Whis's demeanor, Vados swallowed hard, realizing her foolish brother seemed to be angered as well. Ha ha ha. This is merely my acquisition, sister, release granola. Whis's voice was chillingly detached. Vados fell silent, ultimately exhaling deeply, resigning to the necessity of letting little granola go. Champa hesitated, extending a hand, but upon seeing Beerus's predatory glare, he withdrew it. With Beerus and Whis obstructing their path, they had no chance of taking granola back, forcefully seizing him, not to mention the Omni King's explicit prohibition against battles among gods of destruction. The disparity in strength between himself and Beerus rendered such an attempt utterly futile. After emerging from the small sack, Gran swiftly soared ahead. Mid-flight, he cast a glance back at Champa and Vados, declaring, Champa, Miss Vados, I shall remember both of you. He had been diligently cultivating his strength in the realm of the Kais, preparing to advance to the next dimension. Yet, inexplicably, he was ensnared by a pink sack, which truly infuriated him. Champa, observing Gran's smug expression, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing. Vados shared a similar sentiment, believing the child to be exceedingly ungrateful. Surely, compared to that insufferable man Whis, she was far more beautiful and appealing. Under her guidance, how could this little rascal remain dissatisfied? Are you all right, young one? The old Kai, upon seeing the precious Gran return, carefully examined him. Both Beerus and Whis turned their gaze towards them, and the old Kai nodded to the duo, seemingly reassuring them that the child was unharmed. A wave of relief washed over Beerus and Whis. They were fortunate to have arrived in time. Witnessing their expressions transition from tension to ease, Gran felt a warm surge of affection. This was his Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Fear not, my Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis, I am perfectly fine. Gran refrained from further complaints. His focus was solely on his aspiration to become a true deity. Having solidified my strength, can I now begin my training in the next dimension? However, the matter of training could wait. Beerus brusquely pushed Gran aside, casting a cold glare at the obstructed Champa. Gran was taken aback, wondering what mischief his god of destruction was contemplating. Surely, he did not intend to engage Champa in battle again. Champa was equally stunned. Having returned the little rascal, did he truly need to fight again? At that moment, Beerus unleashed a wave of purple energy, a terrifying force that enveloped the entire seventh universe, causing it to tremble. Gran was startled. My Lord Beerus, the Grand Minister has decreed that gods of destruction must not engage in combat. Asin, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, chimed in, My Lord Beerus, you must remain calm. If the Grand Minister discovers this, we are both finished. At this point, Asin understood that the lives of gods of destruction and Kais were intricately linked. Seeing that Beerus had no intention of heeding their warnings, Gran hastily turned to the old Kai. Old Kai, will you not persuade Lord Beerus? However, persuade? Why should he? The old Kai gritted his teeth, equally enraged. Gran and Asin exchanged incredulous glances, questioning their sanity. Gran finally turned his gaze towards Whis. Sister Vados, several millennia ago, we engaged in a contest, which I ultimately lost. Now, after such a long time, it is only fitting that we compete once more. Whis narrowed his eyes, his expression remaining remarkably serene. As the principal party involved, Gran undoubtedly yearned to teach Champa and his companion a lesson, yet the Grand Minister strictly forbade combat among gods of destruction. Skin and bones, have you lost your mind? Do you not comprehend the implications of a battle between gods of destruction? Champa's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Beerus would be driven to such a fury. Frankly, he now harbored a tinge of regret. You do not presume that this matter can be easily set aside, do you? Beerus's voice resonated with a chilling coldness. Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with Lord Champa? Vados inquired, equally astonished. Sister, do not interfere in their affairs. You have yet to respond to my request, Whis interjected, drawing Vados' attention and causing her heart to skip a beat. Her foolish brother had clearly lost in their confrontation thousands of years ago. Why did he dare to challenge her again? Gran was equally taken aback. In the manga, Vados had explicitly stated to Son Goku that Whis was slightly weaker than she. Even Whis himself had acknowledged it. Suddenly, Beerus interjected, Old man, do me a favor and visit the king of All's palace. Inform him about my impending battle with this fat pig. The room erupted in astonishment. Gran was initially shocked, but soon became exhilarated. Previously, he had feared the consequences of a battle between Beerus and Champa, but if they secured the king of All's approval, the situation would be entirely different. Indeed, the old Kaioshin could no longer contain himself. He swiftly teleported away, his ability allowing him direct access to the king of All's palace. Upon witnessing this, Champa's expression turned to one of terror, skin and bones. Are you serious? Bados lowered her voice. Whis, are you certain this is not a jest? However, mere moments later, with a whoosh, the old Kaioshin returned. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards him, as if inquiring what the king of all and the grand minister had decreed. The old Kaioshin paused, surveying Champa and Beerus with a cold smirk before declaring, "They have granted permission." Chapter 82. Beerus, Champa, Whis, Bados. A tempest of emotions surged within the crowd. The king of all had always prohibited battles among the gods of destruction. How could he suddenly grant consent? Gran pondered the playful nature of the king of all, and it seemed entirely plausible that he would acquiesce. Beerus and Champa were astonished by the king's agreement to their duel, yet it aligned perfectly with their desires. Fat pig, let us take a trip to the void. Beerus had no intention of battling another god of destruction within this universe. Sister, let us proceed. Whis gestured invitingly. Seeing this, Gran's excitement escalated. This was a true clash between gods of destruction and angels. Very well, since you have said so, I shall comply with your wishes. Bados cast a lingering glance at Whis, pondering whether he had gained strength over the millennia. Let us go. Without further ado, Bados pulled the reluctant Champa into the portal, leading them towards the void. Whis and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance, and Whis conjured a portal of his own. Once everyone had entered, they followed suit. Two monumental battles were on the brink of unfolding. At the pinnacle of the multiverse lies a palace shaped like a complete character. Within its confines, the Grand King sat, and the High Priest inquired, "My lord, how could you permit them to engage in combat?" A child resembling an eraser set aside his puzzle game, and, looking up, replied in a tender voice, "I enjoy watching fighting games." The High Priest remarked, "Very well, let us view their battle." With a resigned smile, he waved his small hand, causing a colossal screen to materialize above the palace. At the moment the image appeared, two supreme deities exchanged glances at little Gran before diverting their gaze. This time, the focus was not on the young lad. In the realm of nothingness, a space entirely independent of the Grand King's universe, there existed neither sky nor earth, stars nor even the fabric of time and space, only pure void. Suddenly, two shifting blocks emerged in the realm of nothingness. "Ancestors, where are we?" Ashen exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "This is the realm of nothingness. Here, there exists no matter, and when conflicts arise between destroyers, they are permitted to battle in this place," explained the old Kai. Gran was aware of this realm, for the power tournaments in his favorite anime took place here. However, the colossal arena constructed by Kaizen steel had yet to be erected. "Lord Beerus, Whis, give it your all. You must defeat Lord Champa and the others." Gran clenched his tiny fists. Though he was not the one fighting, he could feel the fervor bubbling within him. The clash between the two angels and two destroyers promised to be spectacular. Defeating that plump pig should be effortless. Your real concern should be Whis. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, who stood calmly beside him. The tranquility of this individual was unsettling, suggesting that he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Yet, had Whis not been bested by Bardos thousands of years ago? Gran pondered, recalling that in the manga, Bardos had claimed to be slightly stronger than Whis. "You shall soon discover the truth. For now, simply observe," Whis stated, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Once he and Beerus soared away in their shifting blocks, Whis turned and erected an angelic energy shield. "Little one, your sister is about to battle Whis, and it's all your fault." Bardos, having emerged from the shifting block, approached Gran with a hint of reproach. Little Gran retorted, "I was training diligently in the Kaioshin realm. Who is responsible for wrapping me in that pink sack? Can you blame me? Allow me to create another protective shield for you. We can't have you getting obliterated." Bardos sighed, and before departing, set up an angelic energy shield around Gran's shifting block. Upon witnessing this, Gran's irritation vanished completely. Though this aloof angel harbored a hint of darkness, her heart was not unkind. Before long, Beerus and his companions flew a kilometer into the void, dividing the battlefield into two. "Can we not fight?" I concede. "Is that not enough?" Champa gulped nervously. "What do you think? Stealing my candidate without consequence leaves me unsettled," exclaimed Beerus through gritted teeth. "How infuriating. Let us engage then." Who is afraid of whom? Knowing he could not evade the confrontation, Champa had anticipated this outcome when he absconded with Gran. Meanwhile, without uttering a word, Vados and the other angel rendered the two battlefields silent. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense, as though an apocalyptic battle was imminent. Those traversing the cube held their breath in anticipation. It was about to commence. In the next moment, boom, the four combatants had yet to move. But the void realm abruptly trembled inexplicably. Especially for Champa and Beerus, a purple radiance surged forth from them, suffused with an unparalleled aura of destruction that swept across the expanse. Crack! That terrifying energy of annihilation battered against the cube, causing Gran to break into a sweat. Had it not been for the protective energy shields conjured by Whis and Vados, they might have been obliterated by that force. Boom! The tremors within the void realm intensified. Unlike Beerus, Whis and Vados wielded their staffs, revealing no trace of their formidable powers. Suddenly, all four moved at once. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spectator's view. Boom! Boom! The void realm echoed with sounds reminiscent of a cosmic explosion. Unbeknownst to them, the four divine beings engaged in battle were unparalleled masters within the King of All's universe, their speeds astonishingly swift, rendering Gran and the others incapable of discerning their movements. How frustrating to witness such a magnificent battle, yet be unable to see it. Gran realized that this caliber of combat was far beyond his comprehension. He felt as though he were watching a film devoid of visuals, merely sound. Old Supreme Kai, is there any way for you to help me perceive this battle? Gran implored, unwilling to concede. I am not an angel. How could I enable you to see? The old Supreme Kai retorted with a glare at the young one, who was equally unable to perceive the conflict. Oh dear, it seems a fight is underway. This promises to be entertaining. Suddenly, a petite girl appeared within the cube. Gran's heart raced. Who had arrived? Chapter 83. You are as foolish as Lord Ramushi. Startled by the unexpected voice, Gran turned swiftly. He found a small girl with a staff standing behind him. This little one, diminutive and charming, possessed silver hair styled into a side braid, exuding a playful and adorable aura. The more Gran gazed, the more familiar she appeared. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai and the others bowed respectfully to her. Greetings, Miss Kess. Kess. Gran's pupils dilated slightly. It was she, the little angel from Universe 10, Kess. In the anime, Kess was the eldest sister among all the angels, and her true power remained a mystery. He never anticipated that this monumental battle would draw her attention. Gran hastily followed suit, bowing. I am the candidate destroyer god from Universe 7. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Kess. The old Supreme Kai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the perceptive nature of the young lad. Gran, I am aware of you. Your exploits were once recounted to me by Whis. Kess surveyed Gran, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Meeting this child for the first time, he truly lived up to her father's accounts. Whis spoke of me as well, Gran replied, momentarily taken aback, unaware of the encounter between Whis and Kess from years past. He mentioned a few things, but it seems he was rather conservative in his portrayal of you. Kess glanced at Whis, who was engaged in a skirmish ahead, perhaps fearing she might intervene and seize this little one for herself. Had it not been for her inquiry directed at her father later, she might have remained oblivious to the fact that she had been manipulated by Whis. Gran found himself at a loss for words. By the way, Miss Kess, what brings you here? Naturally, I was drawn by the commotion here, unaware it was Whis and Beerus embroiled in a conflict. Kess replied playfully. It stands to reason they would clash. It must be due to Beerus targeting you. Huh. Little Gran blinked his round, glistening eyes. How do you know that, Miss Kess? I am aware, for your very existence was the information I relayed to Beerus. Gran was taken aback, realizing that the instigator of this entire debacle was none other than this little girl. It appeared that Whis and Beerus were quite incensed this time, to have summoned Beerus and the others to engage in battle here. Kess gazed ahead, a smile gracing her lips. Noticing Kess's gaze, Gran's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The old Supreme Kai seemed to have an epiphany, gesturing subtly toward the young Gran. Gran's lips twitched as he tentatively asked Kess, Miss Kess, could you perhaps show me the footage of their battle? As the eldest daughter of the Grand Minister, Kess was rumored to possess unparalleled strength among the angels. While Gran remained uncertain of the truth of this claim, he was certain of one thing. Before the battle commenced, both Whis and Beerus had cast energy shields around the space he occupied. Yet, this little girl had managed to infiltrate the space undetected. Her power was indeed formidable. Therefore, she surely possessed the ability to summon the images of Whis and the others. You wish for me to project the footage for you? Kes pursed her lips and said, as an angel of the 10th universe, I typically refrain from concerning myself with matters of other universes, especially since you, young one, are a candidate for the position of destroyer in the 7th universe. I have even less reason to heed your request. However, Kes extended her small hand, ruffling Gran's hair, and chuckled. You are quite the spirited little fellow, resembling Lord Rumsey with your endearing foolishness. I shall grant your request. Am I truly foolish? Being a mighty scion warrior? What of my dignity? Gran's face turned a shade darker, yet he thought that as long as he could witness these epic battles, foolishness could be overlooked. Fools often find their own blessings. Prepare yourself. As she spoke, the petite angel waved her staff. With a hum, 2 small screens materialized above them, finally transforming the silent film into a spectacle of moving images. Thank you, Miss Kes. Gran exclaimed with excitement. Thank you, Miss Kes. The old Kaioshin felt a deep sense of gratitude. He was astonished that the request of this young child was granted by Miss Kes. At last, he would be able to witness Champa receiving a beating. Just then, a thunderous clash echoed within the void. Gran and the others quickly looked up at the scene conjured by Kes. In the image, Champa and Beerus radiated a purple glow, continuously colliding in the infinite void. The shockwaves from their impacts were terrifying, capable of annihilating an entire universe if unleashed in the external world. Fortunately, they were in the void, allowing Beerus and Champa to engage in unrestricted combat. Entangled and separated in the blink of an eye, the 2 combatants had exchanged countless blows. Within these rounds, an array of exquisite battle techniques, consciousness, and experience unfolded on the screen. Witnessing this, Gran felt his spirit tremble. The ferocity of a god of destruction's battle was overwhelming. Their movements were fluid, natural, and decisive, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Each strike revealed the opponent's vulnerabilities, while their reactions were astonishingly swift. The transitions between offense and defense occurred in an instant, making Gran acutely aware of the naivety of his own fighting style. This was the essence of a god of destruction's battle, truly exhilarating. However, as the fight progressed, the purple aura surrounding Beerus intensified, emanating an overwhelming aura of disdain for all beings, a sense of unparalleled supremacy. What was this? Gran was taken aback. This is the self-mastery of you gods of destruction. Kes elucidated. Gran's eyes widened. He recognized the term. In the manga, Vegeta had achieved a state of self-mastery through Beerus's training. In that state, Vegeta's power escalated with the strength of his will. The greater the damage he endured, the more formidable his power became. It was a state fraught with peril. Yet Beerus was evidently different from the Vegeta depicted in the manga. Beerus's self-mastery exuded greater dominance and invincibility. The notion of gaining strength through endurance of damage simply did not apply to him. The might of Beerus was directly proportional to the strength of his will. Moreover, Beerus did not need to consciously invoke this state. It seemed to be his inherent condition. This was reminiscent of Whis and the other state of Ultra Instinct, where their natural state was the strongest and most perfect. Compared to other gods of destruction, Lord Beerus was terrifying. He had perfected his self-mastery to an unparalleled level. Kes shook her head, saying, Do not forget that Lord Beerus possesses a form of Ultra Instinct that other gods of destruction do not. Although it is not yet in its perfect state, Champa is certainly doomed. Upon hearing this assessment, Gran's breath quickened. His god of destruction was truly formidable. The old Kaioshin could not help but lift his chin in admiration. Although Beerus was quite irksome, his strength was beyond doubt. Asin was equally thrilled. This was his great support, and it was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 84. If Whis were to earnestly train at this moment. The scene depicted Beerus transforming into a bolt of purple lightning, his fist launched towards Champa with tremendous force. The might of the strongest god of destruction caused the entire realm of nothingness to tremble. Champa attempted to evade, yet the swiftness of his opponent was astonishing. Beerus's fist landed squarely on his abdomen. A piercing cry escaped Champa's lips as the overwhelming force distorted the very fabric of this void. You gluttonous pig. After treating you so well, you dare to attempt to steal my candidate? Beerus unleashed another punch. Champa, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, hastily raised his arms to shield himself. Beerus, enough. Did I not return him to you? With a thunderous roar, the terrifying power surged through his arms. And Champa's expression shifted dramatically. This adversary's raw strength had evidently grown. He was unable to withstand it. Once more, he was sent hurtling back thousands of miles. Enough? Beerus stepped forward, rapidly pursuing him. If I do not pound you into a pulp, you shall undoubtedly dare to challenge me again. How infuriating, Beerus. You leave me no choice. Champa steadied himself, his temper flaring. A radiant burst of purple energy erupted from him as he gathered two enormous spheres of destructive energy in his hands and hurled them with all his might. Crack! The annihilating force surged toward the approaching Beerus. After all these years, is this truly all you are capable of? The purple aura enveloping Beerus suddenly vanished, replaced by a silvery gleam. The state of ultra instinct. Beerus, you scoundrel! Champa seethed with rage. In this form, Beerus was as slippery as an eel, making him exceedingly difficult to strike. Indeed, Beerus, relying purely on his instinctive reflexes, effortlessly dodged the two spheres of destructive energy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Champa, hands clenched, delivering a devastating blow. A scream erupted from Champa as the horrifying impact sent stars dancing before his eyes, the agony radiating through every nerve in his body. Seizing the moment, Beerus began to mercilessly assault Champa. You flaunt your precious eggs in front of me. In the face of my instant noodles, your treasures are but a mere joke. I offer you my noodles, and yet you plot to steal from my backyard. Ha ha. Gluttonous pig, let us see if you dare to pilfer my disciple again. Beerus relentlessly pummeled Champa, swiftly transforming him into a battered mess. At this point, the battle was effectively concluded. In the palace of the Omni King clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "This slender cat is truly remarkable." Despite being twin brothers, Beerus utterly dominated Champa. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement, stating, "I must admit, Beerus possesses remarkable talent. It is merely his lazy nature that hinders him." The Omni King pointed at the screen displaying the match. Grand Priest, do take a look at Whis and Beerus. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? They faced off thousands of years ago, and Whis suffered defeat at that time. Given the passage of so long, the outcome remains uncertain. Grand Priest, why do you say that? Whis possesses a talent that rivals that of his elder sister, yet his demeanor mirrors the indolence of Beerus, leaving many uncertain whether he is engaged in any training over the years. The Grand Priest shook his head, stating that without training, Whis would inevitably succumb to Beerus. But what if Whis were to train earnestly? Your Majesty, the Omni King, you shall soon see, he replied. Very well. The Void Realm. Beerus, dragging the lifeless Zamasu like a dead pig, began his flight back to the warp cube, only to find himself halfway there. Is that Kess? Beerus exclaimed, momentarily surprised, before resuming his flight. Upon returning to the front of the warp cube, Kess waved her staff, instantly dissolving the energy barrier set by Whis and Beerus. As Beerus entered, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Lord Beerus, you are truly remarkable. Gran exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This cat, indeed, deserved the title of the strongest destroyer god. As his victory had come with such ease, the old Kai and the others gazed at Beerus with admiration, akin to watching a hero return. Indeed, Beerus replied, lifting his chin with pride. After discarding Zamasu onto the ground of the warp cube, he turned to Kess. Miss Kess, it has been a while. He had not anticipated her presence at this battle. Kess smiled. You truly live up to your reputation, Lord Beerus. Your prowess remains unparalleled. Your compliments are excessive. He replied modestly. Not at all. If Lord Ramsey were to battle against you, he would likely meet a fate as dire as that of Lord Zamasu, Kess remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious figure of Zamasu on the ground. Feeling a bit sheepish from Kess's praise, Beerus replied, Lord Beerus, look at Whis and Bardos. Gran pointed towards the projection above. Beerus was taken aback to discover that Kess had created a projection. It seemed that his earlier confrontation with Zamasu had indeed been witnessed by Gran and the others. Do you think Whis can win? Gran inquired. In the projected scene, Whis and Bardos engaged in combat devoid of extravagant energy displays or rule-based clashes. Instead, they relied solely on their physical techniques, akin to two Tai Chi masters elegantly exchanging blows, blending softness with strength and vice versa. Despite their seemingly languid movements, their speed was astonishing. Without Kess's projection, Gran would have remained oblivious to the ongoing battle within the Void Realm. I cannot say if Whis will emerge victorious, Beerus admitted, as even he could not perceive the angels' battle with the naked eye. Observing Whis in the projection, he recalled what Whis had said before the fight, let them watch. What else might he be concealing? Whis should be able to win at least half of the exchanges, Kess interjected suddenly. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. They all yearned for Whis to triumph. Yet Whis had previously acknowledged that he was slightly weaker than Bardos. Just continue to watch, Kess said with a knowing smile. A few years prior, she had trained alongside Whis for a month, and she was well aware of the true extent of his abilities. Chapter 85. The Power of Angels Within the Realm of Nothingness. An hour had elapsed since the battle between the two gods of destruction had concluded. Yet, the clash between Whis and his adversary persisted. With a sharp crack, their staffs collided before swiftly separating. This was immediately followed by a flurry of strikes, jabs, sweeping kicks, and slicing palms, as the two engaged in a dynamic exchange of offense and defense. The attacks from Whis and his sister were not adorned with the flamboyance typical of the gods of destruction. There were no elaborate collisions or vibrant displays of energy. Only the unembellished martial arts strikes. In stark contrast to the gods of destruction, their movements were more streamlined, each attack imbued with the essence of ultimate martial mastery. Have you not realized that your physical prowess has not advanced since millennia ago? How dare you challenge me? Babidi exclaimed as she felt the true extent of her opponent's strength upon their fists meeting. It was not merely a matter of instinct. His power had not seen any enhancement. Do you remain oblivious to the extent of your folly, sister? Whis retorted, leveraging the rebound to step back and swing his staff once more. With a decisive thwack, Babidi blocked his staff and squinted. Is this truly all you have? Are you not afraid of losing to me again? It is only natural for battles to have victors and vanquished. For a moment, Babidi found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had anticipated a worthy contest, believing Whis had diligently honed his skills over the years. Given his innate talent, had he truly applied himself, she might have felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, the power he displayed seemed no different from that of thousands of years past. Then continued to lose. She sighed in disappointment, realizing her foolish brother had acted irrationally out of momentary pride. With renewed vigor, she attacked again. If her previous onslaught resembled a gentle drizzle, it had now transformed into a tempest. The clash of ultimate martial arts principles commenced, marking a moment where their battle became increasingly exhilarating. However, ancestor, why does their fight resemble that of ordinary mortals? Asen, traversing the void, struggled to comprehend the conflict before him. The elder Kaioshin had yet to speak. Asen, you simply do not grasp this, Gran remarked, his brow furrowed in seriousness. The mightier the warrior, the greater their mastery over strength. The chaotic bombardment style of Vegeta and Frieza would not manifest in those of godly caliber unless intentionally employed. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. At the level of angels, they seldom resort to elaborate techniques. The simpler the move, the more lethal it becomes. The elder Kaioshin interjected, Asen, have you not noticed? From the very outset, Whis and his companions have caused no damage to their surroundings, which perhaps explains why you perceive this battle as lacking excitement. Ah, I see now. Asen's understanding dawned. Nearby, Kess's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. These three from Universe 7 were indeed formidable. Whis is approaching. Look quickly, Kess suddenly exclaimed. As Kess uttered those words, all eyes turned eagerly towards the projection. The clash between Whis and the others intensified, yet their encounters remained devoid of any turbulence. Despite the seemingly feeble strikes exchanged, those who had truly battled angels were acutely aware of the immense power contained within each casual blow. Should such force be unleashed, not merely one universe, but potentially a significant portion of the entire omni-universe would suffer catastrophic consequences. As Whis articulated, true masters engage in combat without inflicting the slightest damage upon their surroundings. This exemplifies the formidable strength of angels. Bang, bang, bang. Bados sensed the ferocity of Whis's onslaught, her expression growing grave. Your power is peculiar. Dodging Whis's palm strike, Bados swung her staff with vigor. Whis offered no response, evading the strike with an unusually strange angle. No, your physical instincts are also amiss, Bados exclaimed in astonishment. The natural state of angels is one of perfect tranquility, yet even within that perfection, disparities exist. Just as one might compare an ordinary angel to a grand priest, the latter would undoubtedly dominate all. The disparity lies in the instinctual capabilities of the body, and Whis had ascended to a new level. This indicated that both Whis's physical instincts and strength had surpassed those of Bados. Damn it, you've been hiding your true self. Bados gritted her teeth. Among the pinnacle of warriors, even the slightest edge could result in a drastic difference. She who had once maintained dominance, began to find herself at a disadvantage. In the realm of the void, no combatants were visible, yet, through Kessa's projection, the onlookers in the shifting cubes could see Whis beginning to gain the upper hand. Splendid. Little Gran clenched his tiny fists, feeling the fervor within him boil. I toppled Champa. Whis, you must bring Beerus down. Beerus shouted excitedly towards the void. The trio of elder Kaiashins were equally exhilarated, as if the battles were unfolding through their own hands. What a bunch of characters. Kess chuckled, covering her mouth. Soon after, her gaze returned to the scene within the void, musing, Beerus, you have underestimated your opponent this time. Within the void, Whis, now in the ascendant position, laughed heartily. Sister Beerus, how do you fare now? Do you still deem my efforts futile? He brandished his staff once more, thrusting it forward with a swift motion. Rip! This strike seemed to transcend the confines of time and space, reaching Beerus's chest in an instant. So swift. Faced with Whis's taunts, Beerus had no time to retaliate. Her instincts drew her to evade. But in the next moment, another punch came her way, forcing her to retreat. Sister Beerus, like Lord Beerus, I am not particularly fond of training, yet are you unaware of my innate talent? Whis pressed forward relentlessly, with just a modicum of practice. I can easily keep pace with you. Faced with Whis's taunts, Beerus remained silent, fully aware of her disadvantage which was glaringly apparent. In contrast, Whis's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. Bang! Bang! A series of collisions reverberated through the battlefield. The clash within the void had escalated into a fervent struggle, with both combatants embodying the essence of martial arts. Despite Whis gaining the upper hand, defeating an angel remained a formidable challenge, exemplifying the terrifying prowess of such beings. An hour passed once more. My dear sister, this time you are on the losing end. Although Beerus defended admirably, her innate instincts and the pressure of physical strength, coupled with the prolonged conflict, led Whis to finally discern a slight opening in her defenses. The two staffs clashed together, and Whis relinquished his staff, deftly maneuvering beside Beerus. No. Beerus sensed the sudden absence of force from Whis's staff, her pupils dilating in alarm. There was no time left. At this moment, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Whis intended to unleash a bit of pent-up frustration. A shimmering silver light enveloped his fist. This was the power of an angel. With a single, forceful strike, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the chaos of creation itself. As this immense power swept across the entire void, this realm of nothingness, previously devoid of all substance, was instantaneously filled with this overwhelming force. Chris's gaze sharpened. Swiftly raising her staff, the previously dual energy shields surrounding the transitory cube were augmented with an additional layer of protection. A tremendous rumble ensued. The void trembled violently, unable to withstand Whis's might any longer. The power began to radiate outward, reaching the realm of normal space. Crack! Wherever it passed, countless dimensions shattered. Even time itself was momentarily suspended for 4 minutes. Simultaneously, all angels and gods of destruction within the Omni-King universe looked up in unison. This was the force emanating from the void. Whis and Beerus were engaged in combat, and Whis's strength had escalated to such heights. What had transpired between them? In an instant, all angels and gods of destruction rushed towards the void. Chapter 86. Strike early against your younger brother in the Omni-King Palace. The projected image displayed Whis's final punch. The Grand Minister, Whis is truly formidable, exclaimed the Omni-King, clapping his tiny hands with fervor. A satisfied smile graced the Grand Minister's face. I never expected this child to have been concealing such power. He sighed, adding, yet, Whis remains too lazy. This increase in strength likely stems from the month of training with his elder sister. If he had diligently trained over the past few millennia, his power would have soared to far greater levels. He was never this lethargic before. Ever since following that Beerus, he has become so indolent. Beerus, you truly are something. In the 7th universe, the Kaiashin realm, half an hour had elapsed since Whis unleashed that punch, and everyone had returned to this place. Achoo! Beerus suddenly sneezed. Lord Beerus, are you unwell? Gran questioned. I suspect some fool is speaking ill of me. Beerus waved his hand, indifferent to the disdain he had garnered over the years. At that moment, all eyes shifted to Whis. Even Vados was no exception. Oh ho ho, what are you all up to? Whis seemed oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him, chuckling amiably. Whis, is that the true power of an angel? Gran clenched his tiny fists, brimming with excitement. The sheer force of Whis' last punch was indeed terrifying. Had it been unleashed in the outer realms, it would have likely obliterated half of the universe of the Omni King. That is indeed the power of an angel, Whis replied, clearing his throat nonchalantly. Who would have thought you have grown to such heights? You truly possess the talent to stand alongside your sister, Vados remarked with a hint of resignation. From now on, it seems I can no longer bully little Whis. Indeed, one must strike early when dealing with brothers. Vados then cast a wistful glance at the petite Kess, lamenting, Sister, you should have been aware of Whis' strength by now, shouldn't you? Though Whis' final punch did not land on her, the truth of her defeat remained unchanged. I know just a smidgen, Kess replied, playfully pinching half a finger, exuding an adorable charm. Knowing yet still discussing this little rascal with me, sister. You must have done so intentionally. Vados shot a disapproving glance at the small Gran beside her. To inform this little one of his talent while concealing Whis' true power, was that not inviting her own defeat? Heh, throughout our lives. It has always been you bullying little Whis. It's about time the tables turned, Kess affectionately regarded Whis. Sister, you are indeed wise. Whis felt warmth radiate through his entire being as he cast a triumphant glance at Vados. How infuriating, Whis. I truly wish to strike you, Vados sighed, realizing that she could no longer claim victory. Speaking of which, I have matters to discuss with Lord Champa. Vados suddenly recalled something, glancing at the unconscious Champa on the ground before delivering a swift kick. Thud. Is it morning already? Champa sat upright, stretching lazily. The others looked on in disbelief. Vados covered her face, mortified by the presence of such a destroyer. This time, Lord Champa and I concede defeat, until we meet again. She had no desire to linger in this sorrowful place. Having failed to take Gran with her, and having suffered a defeat from Whis, what more could be deemed sorrowful? Lord Champa, we shall return, Vados signaled to the others, lifting the still stretching Champa, and vanished in a flash of vibrant light. After a brief glance at Vados' departing figure, Kess quickly redirected her gaze, saying, Whis, the incident involving your altercation with Vados is likely known to all your siblings. Just as Kess had surmised, after they departed the Void Realm, the destroyers and angels from various universes visited the Void Realm, only to find it deserted before returning to their respective universes. It's nothing, Whis replied indifferently. His strength had always been known among his siblings. A slight enhancement in power was of little consequence. You remain as indolent as ever. At this pace of cultivation, when might you attain my level? It is not laziness on my part, but rather a celebration of life and indulgence in culinary delights. I find it quite pleasurable. Dear sister, perhaps you too should take a moment to relax and experience this? Zeiss displayed an expression of exasperation. Seeing that she still wished to say something, Whis promptly intervened. Very well, at the appropriate moment, I shall certainly devote myself to earnest cultivation. Zeiss, with a furrowed brow, pondered what more she could possibly say. Both you and Beerus possess remarkable talent, yet your dispositions are so lethargic. She turned to the small Gran standing nearby and earnestly stated, since you are not inclined to serious training for the time being, you should devote your efforts to nurturing this little one. Naturally, Whis affectionately ruffled Gran's hair and smiled. This little fellow is quite eager to train under my guidance. He shall inevitably surpass us. Upon hearing this, Zeiss refrained from further comment, acknowledging the potential for greatness in this young one. Let them be, then. Ultimately, Zeiss departed from the realm of the Kaishin. Chapter 87. The Super Scion looks so majestic. After Zeiss and the others left, the Kaishin realm fell into a brief silence, soon erupting into jubilant celebration. In this battle, both the God of Destruction and the Angel of Universe 7 triumphed over Universe 6. This was a resounding victory for Universe 7, a cause for immense joy. Lord Beerus, Whis, you both performed exceptionally well, Gran exclaimed, waving his tiny arms in excitement. Indeed, how audacious of them to attempt to steal our substitute God of Destruction from Universe 7. Your actions have truly been satisfying. The old Kaishin puffed out his chest, exuding an air of superiority. I once faced 11 gods of destruction and emerged victorious. Defeating a mere glutton now hardly warrants celebration. Although Beerus spoke thus, the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Yet, he glanced at Whis and remarked, it is no surprise that I could win, but the fact that Whis triumphed in the end truly took me by surprise. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Whis, who was indeed thought to be destined for defeat. Hey, why would I not be able to win? Whis retorted, somewhat irked. I am formidable in my own right, you know? Indeed, you are quite formidable, though you did suffer a defeat several millennia ago. Amusement danced in Beerus' eyes. It was precisely for this reason that they believed Whis had no hope of victory. It turns out Whis had been concealing his true strength. As if you have never lost a match. Whis shot him a sidelong glance. In truth, he had not been hiding his abilities. His victory over his sister was merely the result of a month of training she had facilitated years prior. Whis, I just overheard your conversation with your sister. How astonishing it is that your talent is so formidable, young Gran exclaimed with excitement, having always sensed the extraordinary potential within Whis. Gran's words also prompted the old Kaioshin to recall his previous inquiry regarding Wisage. Suddenly, the old Kaioshin began counting on his fingers. Currently, the god of destruction of universe 7 reigns supreme, and their angel is indeed the most gifted. As for Gran, his talent is a terrifying existence that even the high priest admires. With these 3 remarkable treasures, oh no, the old Kaioshin added another finger, making it 4, including himself. With all 4 of them present, it would be a challenge for the 7th universe not to soar. All right, enough about my affairs, let us return to you. Whis waved his hand, gazing at Gran. My sister has set up a projection for you. You must have seen our battle. What do you think of combat at the level of a god of destruction and beyond? Upon hearing this, Beerus also perked up his ears. Initially, he and Whis only intended to vent some frustration, never anticipating that it would attract the attention of Zeiss. However, Zeiss's arrival proved beneficial, allowing Gran to truly grasp the essence of these 2 epic battles. After witnessing these confrontations, this young fellow should gain significant insights, right? Feelings? Gran's expression turned helpless. To be honest, there were many aspects of your battle that I could not comprehend. Whis and Beerus nodded. The gap between this young lad and them was still vast, so it was entirely normal for him to struggle with understanding. Beerus spoke. Then tell us what you did understand. Certainly. Young Gran pondered for a moment and replied, from Lord Beerus's battle footage. I observed that his control over power during combat is exceptionally refined. At my level, while I can achieve absolute control over my strength, I often engage in unnecessary movements during battle, which leads to a significant waste of stamina. This has been a persistent issue for me that I have yet to resolve. Furthermore, I noticed that both Lord Beerus and Lord Champa possess a state of self-extreme intent. According to Miss Zeiss, Gran continued to share his insights regarding the 2 battles. Beerus and Whis nodded repeatedly, indicating their satisfaction with the young one's observations. After a while, Gran finally ceased speaking and looked at Whis with anticipation. Whis smiled. What you mentioned about unnecessary movements during combat pertains to issues of battle awareness, techniques, and experience. In other words, your current physical instinctual level is still too low. Whis added, at your present stage, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Once your instinctual level improves, you will naturally overcome these issues. Indeed, Gran nodded. As for the self-extreme intent you mentioned, it belongs to the divine techniques among gods of destruction, akin to the concept of self-mastery. While self-mastery emphasizes the state of mind, self-extreme intent focuses on willpower. At this point, Whis paused momentarily and shook his head. You have already mastered self-mastery. Thus, self-extreme intent is merely a matter of time for you. Gran, as a candidate for the god of destruction, will encounter self-extreme intent when he cultivates the principles of destruction. With self-mastery as a foundation, it is indeed just a matter of time for Gran. And what about the battles among the angels? What are your thoughts? Whis suddenly shifted the topic. I found the battles among you angels to be largely incomprehensible. Little Gran scratched his head. After all, he was merely a child under the age of 10. Was it too much to inquire about the battles between angels? No matter. Continue to discuss what you comprehend. All right. Gran pinched his little pinky. His demeanor somewhat silly. I still managed to glean a fragment of understanding, though I am uncertain if my description is apparent. I observe that your attacks, Whis, appear quite ordinary, yet they embody profoundly terrifying martial arts principles. Little Gran gazed at them and tentatively remarked, is this not what the great lord of the old Kai often spoke of? Returning to simplicity, where the most straightforward techniques prove to be the most potent. Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with satisfaction. Quite right. Whis reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. It seems you have gained quite a bit from this experience. Indeed, at the level of angels, they refrain from employing overly elaborate techniques. Such moves often entail excessive preliminary motion, rendering them ineffective against opponents and wasting a significant portion of one's own energy. Conversely, the simpler the technique, the lesser the expenditure, and the greater the lethality. This is the essence of returning to simplicity. At this point, Whis added, listening to your insights, it's evident you've comprehended much. Therefore, you should also recognize that your golden-haired state will only lead to greater consumption. Stop, stop, stop. Gran shot a glance at the fellow. He was a scion. If he couldn't utilize the super scion form, what would he even be? That form was incredibly cool, and he would not relinquish it. Moreover, his path was not erroneous. Once he achieved his ultimate state, he would be even more striking. With that, little Gran transformed into his super scion state. Upon witnessing this golden-haired transformation, Whis and Beerus instantly clenched their fists. Hey, what are you planning? Gran sensed something amiss and hastily shouted, Whis. Speak. Whis, fist clenched, stated that if this little rascal did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would certainly make him understand why the flowers bloom red. Gran's eyes darted, and he quickly said, in the final moments of your battle with Bardos, did you not unleash a punch? Yes, and so what? Did you not always assert that true masters, during combat, would not inflict any damage upon their surroundings? Whis was momentarily taken aback. He realized what this little imp was getting at. However, Gran pressed on relentlessly, since you claim that such powerful beings do not cause any harm to the environment. Why did you shatter so much space in the end? You even halted time for 4 minutes. And why else, if not for the sake of style? Beerus and the others were well aware of Whis's thoughts at that moment and turned red in the face. Now, the proverbial boomerang had returned to Whis himself. Let us see how he would explain. Explain? Whis felt his fists growing increasingly rigid. The next moment, a child's wail echoed throughout the entire Kaishin realm. My bottom hurts. Not long after, Whis was seen carrying a small child as they departed from the realm of the gods. Having been away from the realm of destruction for a considerable time, it was now time to return. Their purpose for this journey was to instruct Gran on the intricacies of dimensional training. Once Gran achieves another breakthrough, he will truly embody the essence of a divine being. I apologize to all esteemed readers. I returned home from work utterly exhausted today. I will only present one chapter for now, and I shall provide more tomorrow. Chapter 88. Whis, what if you were erased by Lord Zeno? Time slowly flowed by, and a month had passed since the two great battles in the void. Despite the passage of time, the repercussions of those encounters had not yet subsided. The clash between the 6th and 7th universes continued to circulate among the divine beings. While it was not surprising that Beerus and Champa would engage in conflict, given their long-standing rivalry, the notion of Whis and Beerus clashing was particularly astonishing. It is well known that angels are noble, elegant, composed, and cultured beings. How could such formidable entities resort to violence? Aside from a few exceptions, the other divine beings were unaware of the underlying reasons. However, the fact that the gods of destruction and their angels from both universes had collided without facing retribution from Lord Zeno suggested that they must have sought his approval prior to their confrontation. This only intensified the curiosity surrounding the true motives for their conflict. The two battles were fervently discussed among the divine beings across various universes, yet the involved parties acted as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, in the realm of destruction of the 7th universe, 3 figures stood before the palace of destruction. Gran, it has been 4 years since you arrived in the realm of destruction, has it not? Whis remarked. Indeed, it has been exactly 4 years, young Gran nodded. It was now the year 741 of the Age of the Gods, marking his 4-year presence in the Dragon Ball world. 4 years already? How swiftly time passes. Although Beerus expressed this sentiment, he was internally astonished. In just 4 years, this little one was about to embark on dimensional training. However, having been continually surprised by the child, he had begun to grow accustomed to it. You should be aware of what I am about to teach you next, correct? Whis's tone turned serious. Yes, I am ready to prepare for dimensional training. Gran clenched his tiny fists, brimming with excitement. Very well. With his staff in hand, Whis continued. In this world, the path of dimensional training is the only true way. Do you know why? Gran gazed towards the distant lake and nodded. Because of the matter of lifespan. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a mortal becomes, once their lifespan is exhausted, everything will turn to ashes. You are correct, yet not entirely so. Beerus interjected, shaking his head. In this world, there exists a place known as the underworld. Upon death, all souls venture there. If one has made significant contributions during their mortal life, They may avoid reincarnation and even preserve their physical form to train in the underworld. Gran, of course, was aware of what Beerus spoke of. Much like Goku from Dragon Ball, Gran has preserved his physical form in the afterlife and achieved the Super Saiyan 3 state there. However, Gran is well aware that death is final. Even if one can maintain their corporeal existence, numerous limitations will still apply, such as the plight of mortals. Noticing the expression on young Gran's face, Beerus chuckled. It seems you've deduced the truth. Indeed, once a mortal perishes, regardless of their former might, even if they can retain their physical form in the afterlife, they will ultimately be subject to various constraints. Upon hearing this, Gran immediately voiced his lingering doubts. What about us gods of destruction or the Kaioshins? What happens if we die? This question had long troubled Gran. The thought of divine beings facing death. Beerus pondered for a moment before responding. You've been a candidate for the god of destruction for some time now. You should know that our seventh universe has seen many generations of Kaioshins. Yes, I'm aware, Gran nodded, though he was uncertain of which generation Beerus belonged to. However, he did know that the elder Kaioshin was from more than 15 generations ago. Aside from that old fellow, do you see any other Kaioshins around? Beerus replied with a hint of resignation. Though our lifespans are extensive, if we die, it is indeed permanent. There is little difference from mortals. A long lifespan does not equate to immortality. Gran felt a tinge of disappointment, yet recognized the truth in Beerus' words. What about Whis and the other angels? Will they die? Gran timidly inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Whis interjected, unlike gods like Beerus, we angels possess eternal lifespans. With a hint of irritation, Whis continued, even if the entire multiverse were to perish, we would remain unharmed. Gran, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his inquiry, asked, but what if Lord Zeno erases you? In the next moment, a staff struck Gran gently on the head. Ouch, that hurts. He yelped, crouching in a corner and cradling his head. You chatter too much. You little rascal, Whis said, half amused and half exasperated. Aren't you supposed to be training in the dimensions? Chapter 89. You should go in. Gran, still holding his head, sheepishly returned from the corner. After listening to Whis and Beerus, he began to grasp certain truths. Achieving divine status through dimensional training does not guarantee eternal life. Even gods face the eventuality of their lifespans dwindling. Only by reaching the angelic tier can one attain eternal existence. As for why I assert that dimensional training is the most appropriate path, Whis shot a stern glance at Gran and continued, it is because, in addition to granting you a longer lifespan, it enables your mortal strength to transform into divine power. Divine power, divine essence. Gran understood Whis' implication, his breath quickening. Though his dimensional training had brought him to the pinnacle of the Kaioshin level, he could still only be considered a local deity, not a true god. Hence, he remained unable to sense the divine essence. Observing your demeanor, it seems you have already surmised the truth. Whis extended his hand, gently ruffling Gran's hair. Indeed. Once the mortal energy within you transforms into divine energy, the aura you emit will become that of a deity. Furthermore, Beerus interjected, upon achieving true divinity, the essence of your power will undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. For instance, the same power, if it is mortal, can only manifest at 50% of its potential. However, if it is divine energy, you shall unleash a formidable 200%. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. The enhancement brought forth by divine energy cannot be encapsulated by mere numerical values. As for the true strength of divine energy, you shall comprehend it once you ascend to genuine godhood. Beerus too extended his hand, following Whis' lead to tousle Gran's hair. At that moment, before the god of destruction's palace, the two titans of the seventh universe were affectionately patting the head of a small child, creating a heartwarming scene. How then should I cultivate the dimension? Gran could barely contain his impatience. First, allow me to ask, are you aware of what a dimension entails? Whis withdrew his hand. Upon hearing this, Gran fell silent, and even Beerus retracted his hand. It must pertain to a form of rank, I suppose, Gran replied with a hint of uncertainty. In the realm of Dragon Ball, both deities and divine beings exert an inherent pressure upon mortals, which likely belongs to the domain of rank-based oppression. Rank. Whis and Beerus exchanged a glance, surprised that this little one would employ such terminology. Strangely enough, your choice of words is quite accurate. Whis nodded. In your words, a dimension equates to rank. For an ordinary individual, cultivating their rank is nearly impossible, not because they lack the ability, but rather due to the immense time required for such cultivation. Many ordinary people fail to transcend even a single rank before their lives reach an end. Most beings in this world are endowed with divine ranks, thus granting them a greater lifespan to support their dimensional cultivation. Speaking of this, both Whis and Beerus could not help but glance at the young boy. Yet he is quite the opposite. Before even becoming a candidate for the god of destruction, he has already elevated his dimension to the pinnacle of the Kais. By the way, Whis, what is the nature of the dimension I possess? Gran finally voiced his perplexity. Is it because I have become a candidate for the god of destruction that my dimension has ascended to this level? Previously, when he ventured to Yardrat to learn instant transmission, Whis had informed him that he was capable of surviving in the cosmos. Later, while on Namek, he inquired of Purunga, who explained that his survival in the universe was due to his dimensional attributes. Gran then sought Purunga's insight into why his dimension had suddenly surged to the pinnacle of the Kais. However, Purunga confessed ignorance. No, when an ordinary person accepts a divine rank, their lifespan may alter, yet the dimension still requires cultivation. Whis regarded young Gran with a serious demeanor. I too am uncertain about your situation. In fact, even before you became a candidate for the god of destruction, your dimension had already reached the pinnacle of the Kais. Upon hearing those words, Gran was utterly bewildered. What exactly was the situation with the dimensions surrounding him? Observing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Indeed, this young lad was genuinely unaware of the circumstances pertaining to his own being. Well, there are many phenomena in this world that defy explanation, so do not ponder excessively. Whis gently patted him on the shoulder. Beside them, Beerus interjected. Just as in your training, you will encounter numerous uncertainties. This is merely a reflection of your current level of understanding. Be patient. Perhaps in the future, when your realm of comprehension reaches a certain height, you will look back and realize that the truth is not as complex as it seems. Yes, Gran thought to himself, realizing that Whis and Beerus were equally uninformed about his condition. Returning to the topic of dimensions, Whis continued, except for those born as deities. Anyone else must cultivate their dimensions to enhance them. Before he could finish, Gran raised his small hand and asked, which beings are considered innate deities? Gran inquired with curiosity. Those like the Elder Kaioshin and other beings of that caliber. Any issues with that? None. Gran nodded, somewhat dazed. Having conveyed so much information about the divine, Whis then asked, are you prepared? Without further ado, he intended to lead the young fellow into the realm of dimensional training. So soon? Gran was taken aback. You haven't taught me how to cultivate dimensions yet. Beerus smirked slightly. In truth, for us gods of destruction, cultivating dimensions is quite straightforward. You will learn without formal instruction. Just wait and see. Whis guided young Gran into the god of destruction's palace, chuckling. Indeed, only you gods of destruction possess such unique methods of training. Upon hearing their words, Gran suddenly felt a foreboding sense. He recalled his own entry into the Shumi world when Whis had divulged nothing to him. Was he to undergo another tumultuous experience? Upon entering the palace, Whis and Beerus led Gran through a corridor and up a staircase, ultimately arriving at the pinnacle of the god of destruction's temple. There, at the summit, stood a solitary room. Gulp. Standing before the door, Gran swallowed hard. Lord Beerus, Whis, please tell me honestly, does this room contain dangers akin to those in the Shumi world? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. After a moment, Beerus cleared his throat and replied with a light smile, not quite. What lies within is not a world, but merely a tower. A tower? Gran queried, intrigued. Indeed, that tower is called the Dimension Tower. When you ascend to the 100th floor, you will become a true deity. Beerus ruffled Gran's hair, grinning. Isn't that simple? Simple? We are speaking of cultivating divine dimensions. How could it possibly be simple? Young Gran protested with a raised voice, but before he could elaborate, Whis opened the door to the room. Beerus exhibited a remarkable synergy as he grasped the little one's nape and delivered a swift kick to his posterior. In you go? Lord Beerus. Whis, I loathe you both. Glen's lamentations echoed through the corridor, yet Whis paid no heed to Glen's reaction and promptly closed the door. The two then exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 90. 18 years old. Time flies, and another year has passed. It is now the year 742 of the age of AI. Beerus and Whis were leisurely enjoying instant noodles by the lakeside. Ding! The countdown timer chimed nearby. The two indulged in a slurping feast. Delicious. Thankfully, They had brought back an ample supply of instant noodles from Earth. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits while that little rascal trained in the dimensional realm. Truly, Lord Beerus possesses remarkable foresight. Naturally, after savoring the last sip of broth, Beerus cast a glance at the god of destruction palace behind him and remarked with a hint of resignation, "The culinary creations of that lad are indeed delectable. Yet he is an absolute training fanatic, hardly indulging in his own delightful dishes throughout the year. Indeed, that little one is excessively devoted to his training." Whis set down his noodle cup and continued, "By the way, Lord Beerus, how long do you think it will take for this young one to elevate his dimensional training to the divine level?" "How long?" Beerus pondered, stroking his chin. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I recall that it took me approximately 100,000 years to ascend to the divine dimension." Stop. Whis rolled his eyes. "Are you counting your sleeping hours in that estimate? Surely you know your own disciple better than that. Give this lad a century for training, and he will undoubtedly spend at least 50 years asleep. Could you refrain from undermining my authority?" Beerus retorted, rolling his eyes again. He fell back into deep thought. Training in dimensions is not the same as training in power. Even if the boy possesses extraordinary talent, it is improbable that he will break through to the divine tier in a short span of time. Upon hearing this, Whis did not refute him. As Beerus pointed out, the distinction between dimensional training and power training is significant, and the former is exceedingly arduous. It is known that within the entirety of the King's universe, even those with merely average talent among the Realm Kings require millions of years to reach the Realm King tier in dimensional training, let alone the divine dimension. However, Whis glanced back at the god of destruction palace. That little rascal is but one step away from breaking through to the divine level. Who knows when he will shatter that bottleneck? Indeed, Beerus reclined back onto the beach chair, his gaze fixed on the god of destruction palace ahead. His eyes shimmered with ripples of curiosity and anticipation toward the Tower of Dimensions. Inside the tower, a child's anguished cries reverberated, unmistakably the voice of little Glenn. A year prior, when he had been kicked into that room by Beerus, it was as Beerus had described. The only feature within was a colossal ancient tower. This tower was not merely 100 stories tall. It possessed a total of 120 stories. According to Beerus, upon reaching the 100th floor, he would attain the status of a true deity. Thus, Gran cautiously stepped into the dimensional tower. The previous experience in the Sumeru world had left an indelible impression on him, instilling a fear of being deceived by Whis once more. To his astonishment, upon entering the first level of the dimensional tower, Gran found himself entirely unscathed. With unwavering determination, he ascended to the 50th level in one breath. Upon reaching this height, he sensed a remarkable force exerting pressure upon him. This force seemed to transcend the mere realm of the soul. It impacted the mind, body, and will, an all-encompassing refinement of his essence. In experiencing this power, Gran finally comprehended why Whis had asserted that only a destroyer god could employ such a method of cultivation. The agony inflicted by this refining force was truly harrowing. Had a deity of lesser will, such as Jebet, ventured here, the torment would likely have driven him to madness. Understanding the principles of the tower, Gran chose not to continue his ascent beyond the 50th level, opting instead to return to the first. He had climbed too hastily. Despite having achieved the pinnacle of the realm, he was reluctant to forego the opportunity to undergo a thorough refinement of his essence. Thus, during the first month of his entry, he painstakingly climbed back to the 10th level. In the second month, he reached the 20th level. A year later, he found himself at the 90th level. Yet, with each ascending tier, the suffering intensified. The pain was unbearable. Little Gran, now 11 years old, still bore the semblance of a child. Even at the 90th level, the intensity of the pain was formidable, transcending ordinary physical discomfort to encompass the entirety of his soul, mind, and will. Had his resolve not been unwavering, he might have collapsed to the ground in despair. I must become a deity. I must attain immortality. The higher the levels, the more arduous the journey. Gran, supporting himself on his knees, felt beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential downpour. Ascending to the divine dimension was not his ultimate aim, for even deities face mortality. He aspired to reach at least the dimension of angels. Enduring excruciating pain, he took another step forward. With each movement, the tower's mysterious force refined his essence further. Simultaneously, deep within his unseen soul, the dormant dimensional seed stirred slightly. A day passed, and he had managed to move a total of 5 small steps. After resting for a night, he advanced another 5 small steps the following day. A year slipped by, marking the 2nd year of his sojourn within these walls. Finally, he arrived at the next level. Just 9 more to go. Gritting his teeth, young Gran pressed onward. Time flowed swiftly. By the end of his 3rd year, he had climbed to the 92nd level. In his 4th year, he reached the 95th level. On the day of his 18th birthday, after 8 years of arduous effort, he finally attained the 100th level. Chapter 91. The Pinnacle of Divine Dimensions. The first stage of godly power. It is now the year 749 of the Iki era. Within the dimensional tower, atop the final step of the 99th level, stands a tall figure. He measures 185 centimeters, with eyes that sparkle like stars and a prominent nose, gracing a handsome, sun-kissed face. Adorned in attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, his exposed muscles are not grotesquely exaggerated, but rather exhibit a refined elegance akin to that of a mystical warrior. Surrounding him is an ethereal aura of divinity, harmonizing seamlessly with his divine authority, making his godly essence palpably visible. This individual is none other than the young Gran, who, after the passage of 8 years, has shed his youthful visage. He has transformed into a towering, striking figure. At the last step of the 99th level, Gran gazes back, reminiscent of a true deity surveying the mortal realm. Just 1 step remains. Without hesitation, he turns and takes that final stride. Boom. As he crosses into the 100th level, mysterious energies surge from the void, swiftly entering his being. This is the ultimate refinement. The 100th level of the dimensional tower resonates with Gran's muffled groans. Time passes, and suddenly, a sharp crack signals the shattering of a barrier. In that moment, his status undergoes a profound transformation, as the power within him shifts from that of a mortal to that of a divine entity. Buzz. As the last vestige of mortal power transforms into divine energy, an overwhelmingly sacred aura erupts from Gran. At this instant, he becomes a true deity. Yet, this is not the end. Deep within his soul, the dimensional seed radiates with brilliance, reminiscent of the moment he first traversed into the Dragon Ball universe. At that time, he ascended from mere mortality to the pinnacle of the Kai level. Now, Gran's status continues to evolve. Initial divine status, intermediate divine status, finally, pinnacle divine status. As his status ascends to the peak of divinity, Gran feels an overwhelming surge of vitality. Simultaneously, the divine power coursing through him amplifies his strength exponentially. By the lakeside of the destruction goddess palace, Whis, I am famished. Beerus reclines languidly on a beach chair, weakly beckoning Whis. Lord Beerus, please hold on. The instant noodles will be ready shortly. Whis swiftly prepares the noodles. Before long, both are slurping the steaming noodles. Lord Beerus, you've been eating instant noodles for nearly 10 years now. Are you not weary of them? Whis inquires, looking up. Tired? To be honest, I am somewhat weary, yet. Beerus sets down his noodles, sneering. The dark culinary creations you once prepared made every bite feel as though my taste buds were subjected to the erasure attack of the Omni King. Compared to that, even if I grow weary, I would prefer not to indulge in your cooking. Whis, with a face full of disbelief, thinks. Was it really that exaggerated to say it felt like the Omni King's erasure attack? Since you have grown weary of it, do not indulge in the instant noodles I have brought back. As he spoke, Beerus reached out to snatch the noodles from Whis' hand. When did I ever say I was tired of it? Whis replied, quickly slurping up more noodles. Beerus's lips twitched, and he too lowered his head to eat. However, after a short while, both set their noodles aside and exchanged a glance, sighing in unison. It truly is quite tiresome. Lord Beerus, I yearn for the culinary delights prepared by Gran. After discarding the noodles, Whis' mind wandered to that spirited little fellow. I miss his whole fish banquet, the roasted lamb, and the hot pot. Beerus tossed the remaining noodles into the lake, his demeanor lacking vitality. But he has only been in the Dimension Tower for 8 years. Even with his extraordinary talent, it would take at least 100 years to ascend from the realm of the kings to the divine dimension. He had yet to finish his thought, when suddenly, boom, a tremendous divine aura erupted from the highest point of the god of destruction's temple. This aura was fixated intently on the source of the explosion. Impossible. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. When I ascended from the realm of the kings to the divine level, it took me nearly 10,000 years. It has only been 8 years. How could he possibly? Yet in the next moment, boom, boom, the aura surged with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. This is the pinnacle of the divine dimension. Beerus and Whis locked eyes, both witnessing the astonishment reflected in each other's gaze. Whis cleared his throat. Lord Beerus, your own dimension is merely at the pinnacle of the divine level, correct? Indeed. Otherwise I would not have survived this long. Beerus clenched his fists tightly. But this was a status I attained only after several tens of millions of years of cultivation. Has that little fellow truly caught up to me? Whis, accustomed to having Beerus's estimations of time, understood the implications. Yet, even with such an adjustment, Beerus would still require millions of years to advance from a novice deity to the pinnacle. That little fellow remains as enigmatic and formidable as ever. Whis took a deep breath. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? Yet Gran was never an ordinary individual. His father once assured that Gran's background posed no issues and encouraged his cultivation. The thought brought an unmistakable joy to Whis's eyes. Indeed, I have been surpassed. In stark contrast to Whis's reaction, Beerus felt a combination of surprise and resignation. Gran was also his disciple, and naturally, he felt elation at such a breakthrough. However, the notion of his own disciple catching up to him instilled a subtle sense of loss. He is emerging. At that moment, Whis tightened his grip on the scepter. Beerus focused intently on the doors of the god of destruction's palace, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Following their gaze, the terrifying divine pressure from the temple's apex swiftly dissipated. Before long, a figure emerged from the doors. He stood tall, his silhouette striking, with an aura of authority emanating from between his brows. Clad in attire identical to that of Beerus, the god of destruction, the combination of his divine presence and the garb bestowed upon him rendered him reminiscent of an ancient deity, albeit one of youthful appearance. The moment Gran stepped through the doorway, his gaze locked with Beerus by the lakeside. Silence enveloped them, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere of the god of destruction realm. Whis, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondered if their long-awaited reunion after 8 years would devolve into conflict once more. With a resigned sigh, he produced an hourglass, initiating a 3-minute countdown. Indeed, before the palace of destruction, Gran suddenly radiated a silvery brilliance, the nascent form of divine dimension mastery. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, he unleashed his full power, vanishing from sight in an instant. Simultaneously, Beerus disappeared from the lakeshore. A resounding clash reverberated through the skies of the god of destruction realm as their fists met, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The shockwave rippled outward, fracturing the ground within 100,000 miles into a spiderweb of cracks. Gran's strength had evolved far beyond its previous limitations. Even within the confines of the god of destruction realm, he was capable of wreaking significant havoc. Good lad, Beerus exclaimed, exhilarated by the power he sensed in their exchange. He had not anticipated that, aside from mastering divine dimension, Gran's strength had surged so dramatically. Whis, observing from the ground, squinted and muttered, "First stage of the realm of the gods." Chapter 92. Reunion. Lord Beerus, be cautious. Gran's voice was no longer youthful. Having uttered this warning, he executed a sweeping kick imbued with tremendous power that quaked the very fabric of space. Come at me. I shall see if your martial prowess has regressed over these 8 years. Anticipating the strike, Beerus retreated a couple of steps, evading Gran's assault. Yet Gran's offensive did not cease. He transformed into a streak of silver light, entwining himself with Beerus once more. Boom, boom. Their battle raged from the heavens to the earth, distorting magnetic fields and shaking the very ground beneath them. Crack! Beerus intercepted Gran's heavy punch, conjuring an energy sphere in his right hand and launching it directly at Gran's visage. The speed of this attack was so swift that had Gran relied solely on reflexes, his handsome face would undoubtedly have been struck. However, the nascent mastery of divine dimension instinctively guided him to evade the blow. Boom! The energy sphere soared toward a distant mountain, obliterating it in an instant. Impressive, although we have not met in 8 years. These exchanges reveal that your combat prowess remains undiminished. Beerus was increasingly exhilarated and unleashed another punch. Gran met the strike with his own fist. Boom! The collision produced a force potent enough to rend the heavens and the earth. Lord Beerus, just how much fighting power do I possess now? Gran released his power and swiftly retreated. Battle prowess, you have now ascended to divinity. The mortal standards of measuring strength are no longer applicable to you. Beerus pursued him. What level does my current power hold? Gran momentarily lost focus. Your power has reached the first tier of the divine realm. Observing Gran's momentary distraction in battle, Beerus vanished from sight in an instant. This is bad. Gran instinctively sensed a heavy blow approaching from behind. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The forceful strike left him seeing stars. Fortunately, Beerus refrained from launching another attack. Come again. Gran regained his composure, the scion blood within him surging. As you wish. After 8 years apart, Beerus found himself quite nostalgic for this little one, and they clashed once more. The scope of their battle rapidly expanded, both growing increasingly exhilarated. Delightful. Exhilarating. Boom. Boom. Beerus wielded the same power of the first tier of the divine realm, and the two forces intertwined, swiftly conjuring a storm of destruction. The tempest wreaked havoc within the realm of destruction, its gale-like blades devastating every inch of the surroundings. Whoosh. 2 beams of light, one silver and one purple, streaked across the sky, intertwining with one another. The clash between these two deities from the 7th universe reached a fever pitch. The strongest god of destruction truly lived up to his title, even though Gran had ascended to the pinnacle of divinity in his dimension. Achieving the first tier of divine power, he still found himself unable to defeat Beerus, who wielded equal strength. However, Gran was utilizing this battle to rapidly familiarize himself with his newfound power. As time passed, 2.5 minutes went by, and Whis' hourglass was nearly out of sand. Lord Beerus, take this. Gran, feeling frustrated at his inability to contend with Beerus, became increasingly determined. A massive energy sphere, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, materialized in the sky as Gran forcefully pushed with both hands. Boom. The energy sphere pressed downward inch by inch, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble. If this energy sphere were to appear in the outside world, it would likely obliterate half the universe. Fortunately, this was within the realm of destruction and still before Beerus. Such an impatient little brat, easily provoked. Beerus smirked slightly and raised a finger. Destruction. A purple spark entered the massive energy sphere, transforming it into countless twinkling stars, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, ding. Whis' hourglass released its final grain of sand, and he promptly waved his staff. Time rewind. The realm of destruction reverted to its original state. Gran ceased his actions as he and Beerus descended beside Whis. The three remained silent, exchanging glances. Lord Beerus, Whis, it has been so long. Gran felt a slight sting in his nose. 8 years have passed, and we have all grown so much. Upon encountering Gran once more, Beerus found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. Habitually, he reached out, intending to ruffle Gran's hair, but halted midway, realizing that the once small child had grown up. Indeed, he had matured, yet in comparison to other scions, he appeared somewhat slender. Whis, unable to resist, playfully pinched Gran's muscular chest. This frivolous gesture elicited a rare smile from Gran, who remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to Whis' whimsical nature. Slender, you say? Gran mused, glancing at his streamlined physique before comparing himself to Beerus, who seemed almost skeletal. He couldn't help but jest. Well, compared to you, Lord Beerus, I dare say I am the stronger one. The moment the words left his lips, Beerus's expression darkened considerably, while Whis erupted into hearty laughter. Thus, by the lakeside stood 3 figures, one brooding, another in fits of laughter, and the last wearing a gentle smile. The reunion was imbued with warmth. After spending a moment together, Gran took a deep breath and finally proclaimed, Lord Beerus, Whis, I have transcended to the divine level of dimensions. His tone carried a hint of pride, unmistakable to Whis and Beerus, who recognized that Gran's achievement was far beyond a mere breakthrough to the divine dimension. They exchanged a knowing glance. Indeed, he had the right to be proud. Whis nodded with satisfaction. It is evident that you have mastered the pinnacle of the divine dimension. Encouraged by Whis' praise, Gran lifted his chin even higher and, with a hint of arrogance, said, Lord Beerus, I believe my dimension is now akin to yours. Since his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the divine dimension, he had finally sensed the essence of Beerus. Observing Gran's smug expression, Beerus clenched his fists. What are you up to, Lord Beerus? Gran noticed the shift in Beerus's demeanor and jumped back, quickly grasping his fist, earnestly stating, Lord Beerus, as civilized deities, we must refrain from violence. Seeing that Beerus's fist remained clenched, Gran swallowed hard and ventured, Lord Beerus, has my lifespan now become comparable to yours? Whis couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. It was amusing how Gran, having just lost to Beerus, still dared to provoke him. Truly a novice with a penchant for jest. Meanwhile, Beerus stifled a chuckle, maintaining the facade of the strongest destroyer, and retorted, "Your talent is indeed formidable. But you still fall far short when compared to me." "Far short, you say?" Gran released Beerus's fist, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating. "I have only been in the realm of destruction for 12 years, and I am but 18. You, Lord Beerus, are an ancient destroyer who has lived for over 1 billion years. Yet, my dimension has caught up to yours. Give me a bit more time, and my power, suddenly." A playful thump landed on his head. "Ouch!" Gran exclaimed. Gran cradled his head and innocently asked, "Why are you hitting me again?" "Because you are infuriating." Beerus, feeling a twinge of annoyance from this little rascal, contemplated resuming his training. "Well, Lord Beerus, you still haven't mentioned my lifespan," Gran said, cheekily inching closer. Although he was already of age, and apart from those born as deities, he had become the youngest god in the history of the Omniverse. Yet, his demeanor remained childlike. Beerus couldn't help but mutter, "I wish you were still that little child." "Why?" Gran inquired. "Because beating you would be even more satisfying." He rolled his eyes, dismissing the idea that tormenting a child was heroic. Seeing this brat finally receive his comeuppance lifted Beerus's spirits, and he remarked, "You have indeed caught up to my dimension, and your lifespan now matches mine. Are you satisfied?" Upon hearing this, despite already being aware of his lifespan, Gran could not contain his excitement at Beerus's affirmation. He closed his eyes. While he could not see his own lifespan, he felt a robust vitality coursing through him. This was a lifespan of at least 100 million years. Observing Lord Beerus's vigorous demeanor, it seemed that he would not perish anytime soon, implying that Lord Beerus would live for at least as long. Gran, brimming with enthusiasm, was counting on his fingers when another playful thump landed on him. Ouch! Watching the antics of these two, Whis couldn't help but smirk. Why did this fellow persistently provoke Beerus? Was he addicted to it? Did he not fear the repercussions? Or perhaps he had developed a peculiar habit after 8 years of training. The scene shifted. Everyone returned to their lounge chairs by the lakeside, and Glan's initial excitement began to settle as he refrained from further provoking Beerus. Gazing at the sky, he earnestly asked, "Whis, Lord Beerus just mentioned that my power has reached the first tier of godhood. What level does that place me within the Omniverse?" Upon his ascension to divinity, the mortal strength within him transformed into divine power, making him acutely aware of the magnitude of his abilities. According to Beerus, he now stood at the first tier of godhood. Yet he remained oblivious to what this truly entailed or how far he was from achieving the feats of defeating Beerus or challenging the Omni King. In the entire Omniverse, Whis paused for a moment before responding. "Excluding the gods of destruction, you would likely be considered average." "What?" Gran sprang up from his chair, astonished. "My level is merely average?" It was no wonder Gran was taken aback. He was well aware of the extent of his prodigious talent. Even the likes of Beerus and Champa were eager for him to become a candidate for the god of destruction. And he had just spent a full 8 years training in the Dimension Tower. And this was only an average level? Otherwise, do you think you're exceptionally strong? Beside him, Beerus chuckled softly. "Your power merely resides at the first tier of the divine realm. Within the entirety of the Omni King's universe, countless beings possess strength akin to yours. You still have a long way to go. Is that true?" In his previous life, he had not witnessed such a multitude of powerful entities in the Dragon Ball world. And Gran's expression darkened at once. Although Lord Beerus had spoken rather bluntly, Gran acknowledged that his current strength indeed paled in comparison to many in the Omni King's universe. Whis shot a disapproving glance at Beerus before continuing. "The human levels in universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 all exceed 7. These 4 universes are teeming with formidable warriors. While our Universe 7's human level index is merely a little over 3, we are not yet qualified to be compared with them. Even your current prowess does not hold much significance in those 4 universes." Gran was aware of what was spoke of. In Dragon Ball Super, these 4 universes are referred to as the Supreme Universe, the Ultimate Universe, the Balanced Universe, and the Diligent Universe. Their titles alone convey their immense strength, and they are not required to participate in the tournament of power. Hence, no one truly knows what powerful beings are concealed within those 4 universes. Of course, if your strength were to be placed among the remaining 8 universes, you would indeed rank quite favorably. Whis regarded Gran, however. "Your current strength is still insufficient to claim the title of the strongest. I have recently heard of a mortal in Universe 11 whose power has surpassed that of the destroyer god of that universe. What? Beerus sprang up from his beach chair in astonishment. A mortal's strength surpassing that of a destroyer god? How could this be possible? Gran remained unfazed, for he knew precisely whom Whis was referring to. Jiren. In the tournament of power, this individual had single-handedly shouldered the entire existence of Universe 7. Do not be overly astonished. I only heard this information, and I cannot ascertain its veracity, Whis remarked, glancing briefly towards Universe 11 before retracting his gaze. All right, Gran. I shall refrain from teasing you further. What I previously discussed with Lord Beerus pertained purely to raw power. If we factor in your Ultra Instinct state and divine dimensions, the number of beings capable of defeating you in the entire Omni King's universe would be exceedingly few. Beerus regarded Gran with a serious expression. This was his disciple, and he was truly remarkable. Is that so? Gran, having felt somewhat insecure due to Whis's earlier comments, inquired, Lord Beerus, how many tiers are there in the divine realm? After all that had been said, he was still unclear about the concept of the first tier of the divine realm's power. There are 7 tiers. Beerus did not conceal his words, his voice low and measured. Upon uttering this statement, it reverberated like thunder. Gran trembled inwardly, fully aware of the sheer magnitude of his own power. Even with his prodigious talent, it would be a formidable challenge to elevate his strength to another realm in a short span of time. The power of the godly realm is astonishingly categorized into 7 tiers. What lies beyond the 7th tier of the godly realm? Gran inquired. Angel level, Whis replied nonchalantly. Gran clenched his fists. This implies that Beerus, the most formidable destroyer, resides at the 7th tier of power. By this reasoning, it is likely that most other destroyers are situated around the 5th tier of the godly realm. Jiren's raw strength probably hovers around the same 5th tier as well. Isn't it curious that your power is so feeble, yet we assert that those capable of defeating you are few and far between? Beerus chuckled with delight, finding it amusing to provoke this individual. However, it seemed that Lord Beerus's mind might be somewhat flawed. Gran's expression darkened as he retorted, Did you not just mention the state of Ultra Instinct and the divine dimension? Ha! Whis erupted into laughter. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Beerus's reasoning was rather flawed. Beerus, incensed, tightened his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Well then, Lord Beerus, please continue to elucidate, Gran said, retracting his neck slightly. Humph. Beerus scoffed, not immediately reprimanding Gran, and continued, You have now ascended to godhood. Mortals within the universe cannot perceive your aura. Moreover, your mastery of Ultra Instinct is an existence so elusive that even destroyers find it challenging to grasp. When I was besieged by 11 other destroyers, my ability to endure until the very last moment was largely attributable to Ultra Instinct. In light of this comparison, you can discern just how formidable your trump card truly is. Beerus was not speaking falsely. Ultra Instinct is a state reserved for angels. Typically, the characteristics of a destroyer would preclude them from mastering it. Yet, Beerus is an anomaly, having managed to cultivate both Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct. It is precisely for this reason that he could withstand the onslaught of 11 destroyers. Hence, it goes without saying that mere mortals, barring a select few powerful beings, would find themselves kneeling before Ultra Instinct. I see now. Gran nodded, acknowledging the terrifying nature of Ultra Instinct. However, that Jiren from Universe 11 could withstand a fully realized Ultra Instinct Goku in the anime. That fellow is quite a freak. Of course, your current strength and physical instincts still leave much to be desired. If you were to elevate your power to the 2nd tier of the godly realm and your physical instincts to the 3rd tier, I firmly believe that no mortal within the entirety of the King's universe would stand a chance against you. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis interjected with irritation, Lord Beerus, are you quite mad? Beerus paused, somewhat perplexed. What sort of talent does our Universe 7's candidate for the Destroyer possess? How can you compare a mortal to him? Whis scoffed coldly. Gran has cultivated to the heights of divinity, a realm unattainable by mere mortals throughout their lifetime. Take for instance the progenitor of the Scions, Odysseus, who dared to challenge the Omni King. Yet, what does it matter? Ultimately, he remains a mere mortal. Beerus, taken aback by Whis's retort, found himself at a loss for words. For Whis spoke without fault. Gran couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at? Beerus shot a glare at Gran, who had not even intended to bring up matters concerning mortals. It was all Glan's fault for choosing to compare himself with mere mortals. Did he truly not comprehend the extraordinary prowess of his divine dimension and the ultimate mastery it entailed? The trio reclined once more on their beach chairs, continuing their discourse on Glan's current predicaments. As time passed, Beerus finally addressed Gran. Now, you should be aware of the issues within yourself. Since you have become a true deity, Whis and I will teach you the authentic principles of destruction. Stop, stop, stop! Gran interjected hastily. What is the matter? I've just emerged from 8 years of training, and you want me to train again? Do you truly consider me a training fanatic? Gran replied with irritation. Having been instructed by Whis in the past, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Continuous training would only leave his mind and body in a state of tension, potentially causing issues in his martial arts. He would not repeat past mistakes. Indeed. Whis nodded in satisfaction. I did not expect you to remember this. Am I the villain now? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening. Whis disregarded Beerus's interruption and turned to Gran, who lay languidly in the middle beach chair. Your next training phase should focus on the principles of destruction, but since you have only recently emerged from your training, there is no rush. In truth, Whis had planned to have Gran face opponents of equal caliber. Otherwise, constant sparring with Beerus would only diminish his confidence, which was undesirable. However, that was a matter that could afford to wait. Yes, I will pay attention to balancing work and rest, Gran affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Logically, as a deity, eating should hold little significance for him. Yet as a scion, the habit of eating had ingrained itself deeply within him. At mealtimes, his stomach would inevitably announce its hunger, with Glan's stomach growling the next moment. Both Beerus and Whis experienced similar rumbles from their abdomens. An awkward silence descended upon the trio as they exchanged glances. Finally, Beerus could no longer contain himself. You little rascal, it's been 8 years since I've savored your culinary delights. Shouldn't you? Before he could finish, Gran suddenly raised a finger. What is he doing? Beerus glanced at Whis. How should I know? Whis shrugged. Meanwhile, Gran was calculating the time. He had entered the dimensional tower in the year 741 of the A.D. calendar, and with 8 years having passed, it was now the year 749. Coincidentally, 749 marked the year when Bulma embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Lord Beerus, let us venture to Earth for a meal. Chapter 95. Bobo, are you going to attempt to slay me once more? Earth? What else could it possibly offer besides instant noodles? The mere thought of this prompted both individuals to simultaneously mimic a retching motion. At that moment, they resembled the two who had consumed fish for 8 long years, Yosuke and King Huangmei. Gran hastily vacated his seat, distancing himself from the two, and expressed his disdain. What are you two doing? We're merely going to Earth for some delicious food. I truly cannot fathom the magnitude of your reactions. Absolutely not. Beerus and Whis exclaimed in unison. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Beerus nodded before approaching Gran, grasping his shoulders with utmost seriousness. Do you have any inkling of how long we have subsisted on instant noodles? You have trained for 8 years, and we have endured 8 years of instant noodles. Beerus proclaimed with fervor. Whis silently awaited in anticipation. Gran exclaimed, Ah, I see. Those additives in instant noodles do possess an appealing aroma. Yet even I find them tiresome after consuming them 3 times a day. It is unimaginable that these two have endured such a diet for a full 8 years. He could not help but admire Beerus and Whis for their remarkable endurance in enduring such culinary monotony. It appeared that they still cherished the staggering 100 billion bowls of instant noodles, unwilling to part with them even now. At this juncture, Gran could only think of 2 words, impressive. Lord Beerus, Whis, there are indeed more culinary delights on Earth than just instant noodles. Gran managed to extricate himself from Beerus's grip, stepping back cautiously. What do you mean? Whis inquired with narrowed eyes. A sudden chill emanated from Beerus. Had this fellow never taken them to savor the finest delicacies? The atmosphere shifted palpably. Gran retreated another 2 steps, speaking cautiously. Well, back then, Lord Champa was also present. If I were to take you to sample the most exquisite dishes, Lord Champa would inevitably partake in that grand feast as well. With a teasing tone, Gran continued. Lord Beerus, I trust you wouldn't want Lord Champa to experience the entirety of Earth's culinary offerings in one sitting, would you? Beerus fell silent, and upon noticing his expression, Whis appeared momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Gran had not introduced them to the most delectable dishes in the past. Would they let him off the hook just like that? Suddenly, Beerus burst into laughter, hands on his hips, and in the next instant, he materialized beside Gran, patting his shoulder vigorously. You did well, my boy. That gluttonous pig cherishes even bird eggs as treasures. Allowing him to taste instant noodles is perhaps the happiest moment of his life. Gran felt his shoulder thud under the forceful pat, and he winced. Does that mean Lord Beerus still blames me? No, you have done quite well. I have yet to experience Earth's other culinary wonders myself. He must not be allowed to sample them first, Beerus replied with a huff. He vividly recalled the incident of Champa pilfering from his garden and would not permit that greedy pig to indulge in any more delectable treats. Now let us be off. Beerus could hardly contain his eagerness to savor food more delectable than instant noodles. Gran cast a glance at Whis, sensing that the latter seemed inclined to reprimand him. Whis, seemingly oblivious to Glan's gaze, looked up at the sky while whistling softly. Gran chuckled lightly, choosing to refrain from further comment as he allowed Whis to place a hand on his shoulder. With a swift motion, Gran utilized instant transmission, and the three of them vanished in an instant. On Earth, in the celestial realm, Bobo stood at the edge of the divine domain, raising his head slightly, a frown creasing his brow. Why had they returned? Surely, they would not attempt to slay him once more. Had they reached the divine dimension so swiftly? In West City, with a whoosh, Gran materialized on a bustling street alongside Whis and Beerus. Their sudden appearance caused quite a stir among the throngs of passers-by, particularly due to Glan's youthful and handsome visage, which elicited screams from nearby girls and young women. Gran paid them no mind, instead glancing skyward. What are you looking at? Beerus shot a glance at the foolish mortals before following suit and looking up. That celestial realm. When we first came to Earth, Gran had slain Bobo once. You wouldn't want to kill someone else again, would you? Beerus chuckled, recalling the incident, and slyly glanced at Whis, the orchestrator of that troublesome event. For it was he who had prompted Gran to test Bobo. It's all Whis' fault. He knows everything, yet still insisted I probe that individual. Gran retracted his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed about having inadvertently taken a life. Whis tightened his grip on his staff slightly and remarked nonchalantly, I have noticed that your recent training has been somewhat lax. Later, I shall provide you both with a proper lesson. Gran, why aren't you hurrying to take me to some delicious food? I am so hungry that I can hardly hear what Whis is saying. Beerus draped an arm around Glan's neck, nudging him forward. I can't quite make out what Whis is saying either. Let us hurry and find something delicious. Gran began searching for the food street, planning to indulge these two before seeking out Son Goku. The two of them, with their arms around each other, appeared as if they were brothers, much to Whis' mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, these two were his disciples. Before long, half an hour passed, and as the sun began its descent, the orange glow of twilight enveloped the three of them, casting elongated shadows. Hey, didn't you say you would take me to find something tasty? Where are those delicacies? Beerus, still with an arm around Gran, began to feel frustrated. How curious. Where could the food street be hidden? Gran pondered aloud, equally perplexed. He had nearly traversed half of West City without encountering the food street. It wasn't that West City lacked fine dining establishments. Rather, the variety and soul of the food street were unparalleled. If we can't find it, we might as well return to eating instant noodles, Whis interjected unexpectedly. Whis, do refrain from speaking. Beerus shot a glare at him. Have you grown tired of instant noodles after 8 years? Unable to locate the gourmet street, I shall take you to those upscale establishments. Gran was yet to finish his words when a peculiar force emanated from the other half of the earth. This is... Beerus ceased his camaraderie with Gran, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. This is the miraculous power. Whis followed the source of this miraculous energy with keen interest. Miraculous power? Gran's eyes widened. Aside from the deities of the heavenly realm and Bobo, who else on Earth could possess such miraculous power? Clearly, someone had summoned the dragon. Gran calculated briefly. The year 749 of the age was when Bulma and Goku first sought the Dragon Balls. As per the narrative, they would ultimately encounter Pilaf, who would summon the dragon to wish for dominion over the world. However, in a twist, Oolong would hastily make a wish for something quite trivial, a girl's undergarment. Chapter 96 pertains to the dragon god, Salama. Does this mean the quest for the Dragon Balls has reached its final phase? Gran pondered, suddenly lifting his gaze. Indeed, the sky was nearing darkness, and soon a full moon would grace the heavens, prompting Goku to transform into a great ape. Lord Beerus, let us find a girl. She must know where the gourmet street in West City lies. Gran seized Beerus and whisked away before they could react, utilizing instant transmission to depart from the scene. In the western hemisphere of Earth, atop a castle's highest tower, with a swift motion, Gran and his companions arrived. The sky was enveloped in darkness. A green dragon spiraling above. As anticipated, they had reached the climax of this narrative, and Gran felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a legendary moment, and fortunately, they had not arrived too late. Beerus glanced at the dragon above and inquired, "You mentioned a girl who knows where the gourmet street is. Where is she?" His interest lay not with the dragon, but rather with the girl possessing knowledge of the gourmet street. "Be patient, she shall appear shortly." Gran surveyed the castle, knowing that the girl he referred to was none other than Bulma. As the daughter of the wealthiest man on Earth and a native of West City, she would certainly be well acquainted with it. He intended to have her guide them to the gourmet street. However, upon a cursory examination of the castle, he discovered Bulma was not outside. She must have been confined by Pilaf. Suddenly, the dragon announced, "Your wish has been granted." Following these words, a pair of white undergarments descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon the face of a pig's head. At that instant, it felt as though the entire world had hit the pause button, enveloped in an eerie silence. Even Beerus and Whis were rendered speechless. In stark contrast to their reactions, Gran doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. At long last, he witnessed this iconic scene. It was astonishing that someone in this world would wish for such a thing from the dragon. Surely, such a mind must be quite peculiar. Beerus spoke in a flat tone. Though the wish was absurd, as a deity, he had long since become indifferent to the follies of the mortal realm. Save for one thing, exquisite cuisine. Whis smiled gently and remarked, "The wish orbs are inherently contraventions of nature. Each summoning of the dragon necessitates a sacrifice of sorts. It is indeed regrettable that this oaf squanders wishes so frivolously." "What sacrifice?" Gran inquired, momentarily taken aback. He thought of the malevolent dragon. Could this be what Whis was alluding to? "Whis, I too have summoned the dragon before, and it seemed there was no cost involved," Gran tentatively probed. "Surely, you do not believe there are truly free lunches in this world?" Beerus interjected, casting a glance their way. "There are. Lord Beerus, each time you dine, you do not pay. So is that not akin to enjoying a free lunch?" Beerus felt his fists clench in irritation. Sensing a potential squabble, Whis swiftly interjected, "Gran, while these contrivances appear to be without cost, they inexorably draw upon humanity's malevolent energies when wishes are granted. Should this power accumulate to a significant degree, the repercussions for humanity could be dire." Gran understood now that it indeed pertained to the malevolent dragon. He pondered aloud, if this artifact is so nefarious, why do we deities not eliminate it? Why eliminate it? Beerus shook his head. As that antiquated Kaioshin has said, everything in existence holds its own significance. While the wish orb defies the laws of nature, it simultaneously guides the evolution of cosmic civilization. Thus, I have no justification for its eradication. Beerus' mention of guiding cosmic evolution was akin to the conflicts arising from the collection of the Dragon Balls, for civilization often advances amidst such turmoil. Upon the successful gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the dragon, and the collector may wish for knowledge, technology, or power, elements that directly foster the development of the universe. "Gran, this artifact bears both advantages and disadvantages," Whis stated, wielding his staff with a calm demeanor. "In truth, the wish orb need not result in severe consequences for humanity, provided one maintains a prudent balance." "Ah, I see." Gran realized that summoning the dragon could not be done too frequently. Time must be allowed for the purification of the malevolent energies within the Dragon Balls. "Where is that girl you mentioned?" Beerus inquired, his patience waning. "Lord Beerus, may I pose another question?" Gran ventured. "Spit it out swiftly. How did the wish orbs come into existence?" As soon as Gran uttered this, both Beerus and Whis fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus finally spoke. "All these wish orbs are connected to the dragon deity, Salam. Now, cease your inquiries. When your power reaches a certain threshold, the secrets surrounding this matter will reveal themselves to you." Gran dared not ask further. As time progressed, the sky darkened, and soon a full moon ascended. Beerus' impatience grew, and just as he was about to express his displeasure, suddenly, a faint surge of energy erupted from within the castle, followed by the emergence of a colossal ape. "Here it comes," Gran exclaimed, filled with excitement. This was the most captivating figure from the Dragon Balls, Son Goku. Observing the giant ape, Gran noted its power seemed exceedingly feeble. He speculated that the great ape transformation of Sun Wukong would possess merely over 200 points of combat power. Within the Scion lineage, The great ape transformation can amplify one's strength to tenfold of their normal state. Thus, it follows that Sun Wukong's current base strength hovers around 20 points of combat power. However, in retrospect, this seems reasonable. When Sun Wukong first departed from Baozi Mountain, he possessed only 10 points of combat power. Oh, to think there would be a scion here. Beerus remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he gazed at Gran, and said meaningfully, "It appears your purpose for being here is not solely to seek the girl who knows the whereabouts of the food street." Whis also cast a glance at Gran, yet chose to remain silent. Indeed, Gran affirmed with a nod, not concealing his intention. Before Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, one of my kin was exiled to this planet. Chapter 97. He can fly. That kin is this very individual before us. Observing the rampaging gorilla, Gran felt a tumult of emotions. Who could have imagined that this creature, once possessing a mere 2 points of combat power at birth, would eventually grow to eclipse all others in the realm of animation? Kakarot, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Beerus mused, resting his chin in contemplation while scrutinizing the great ape transformation of Sun Wukong. Whis, what is your assessment of this fellow? By merely observing, Whis replied, leaving Beerus momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of absurd response was that? Had it been Gran who uttered such nonsense, he would have met with a swift reprimand. Yet, this was Whis. Beerus could only afford him a disapproving glance. In my recollection, the Scion race has always been subservient to Frisia, characterized by their brutality, knowing only destruction and pillaging, and quick to annihilate planets over trivial disagreements. Beerus turned his gaze back to the great ape transformation of Sun Wukong, stating, much like this great ape, in this state it loses all semblance of reason. Besides a slight increase in strength, I see no redeeming qualities whatsoever. This mindless state, in my view, is merely reflective of a lower species. Such was Beerus's previous perception of the Scion race. However, he paused and lamented, yet Gran's presence has shattered my preconceived notions of the Scions. I have never encountered a Scion with such formidable talent as Gran. Moreover, his demeanor is gentle and amiable, often playful, and even as he has matured, he retains a childlike essence. This starkly contrasts with other Scions. Indeed, one who can cultivate the serene state of ultra instinct cannot possibly be excessively savage. A subtle smile crept upon Beerus's lips. Taking Gran as his disciple was undoubtedly the most astute choice of his life. But despite your arrival significantly altering my perceptions of the Scion race, this great ape. Beerus shook his head, expressing, I fail to see any virtues in it. He was perplexed as to why Gran sought out this kin. Was it merely for nostalgia? Absolutely no redeeming qualities? The youthful and handsome Gran replied nonchalantly, offering a gentle smile. Indeed, what merits can Kakarot possess in his great ape state? As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Whis, who had remained silent during Beerus's appraisal of Goku. What thoughts occupied Whis's mind? Or had he witnessed something noteworthy? At that moment, Whis finally broke his silence. Lord Beerus, one must not judge a person solely by appearances. Especially when it comes to Scions, we must not merely observe them in their great ape forms. Whis's tone was calm, and he appeared rather enigmatic. Beerus was taken aback. Having known Gran for so long, have you ever seen him transform into a great ape? Perhaps he too would lose his sanity in that form. Indeed, Beerus had never witnessed Gran's transformation into a great ape. His eyes widened as he glanced once more at the massive gorilla. Could this creature possess the same prowess as Gran? Upon hearing Whis's words, Gran smirked slightly. I am an elite Scion, even in great ape form. I would retain my sanity, you know. And, Lord Beerus, have you forgotten the words of the old Kaishin? Whis, grasping his staff, spoke with profound significance. According to the records in Gran's historical texts and the conjectures of the old Kaishin, if the Scion race can regain their sense of self in their great ape state, they may achieve an ultimate transformation. Boom. A thunderclap resonated in Beerus's mind, and he recalled this information. Thus, the great ape form was not necessarily erroneous. Gran pondered. What were these two concocting in their minds? Kakarot, in his current state, barely possesses a combat power of 20. He cannot even transform into Super Scion or Super Scion 2, let alone Super Scion 4. Just then, a colossal boulder came crashing toward them, slicing through the air and creating a deafening sound. Had they noticed us? Gran leaped from the castle, delivering a powerful punch toward the incoming boulder. Boom. The boulder was instantly reduced to dust by the overwhelming force. Simultaneously, Bulma and Yamcha, who had been fleeing, halted in their tracks. Who is he? Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. The figure could fly. Why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Gazing at Gran, who hovered in the air, Bulma furrowed her brows tightly. Goku has noticed us. Let us run. Oolong bolted away. Bulma's expression turned fearful once more as she prepared to follow suit. Suddenly, a cacophony of collisions erupted above. Bulma turned her head to see the great ape attacking the handsome young man clad in peculiar attire. He was so handsome. Oh my. Bulma clapped her small mouth. In her sight, Gran was effortlessly blocking Goku's powerful blows with a single finger. To withstand Goku's assault in his great ape form with bare hands. How could this be possible? Bulma's pupils narrowed slightly, and she suddenly felt an increasing familiarity with the handsome figure, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Meanwhile, Gran's expression in the sky was peculiar, seemingly delighted by the clash with the great ape. Kakarot, bring it on. Gran effortlessly blocked the giant ape's fist with a single finger, gently pushing the creature back 2 steps before beckoning it forward. Roar. Provoked, the giant ape, in the form of Sun Wukong, charged again like a wild beast. Thud, thud, thud. The ape's fists moved so swiftly that they seemed to leave afterimages. Yet Gran continued to defend with nothing but his little finger. Truly childish. On the castle's upper level, Beerus observed with a hint of bemusement. Whis chuckled, remarking that Gran was rather shameless for taking advantage of his irrational kin. Whis, do you believe Gran seeks something extraordinary in this scion? Uncertain. Only by witnessing this scion's true form can we ascertain the reality. As the two conversed, Gran declared, I shan't play with you any longer. After toying with the charming Kakarot for a while, he instantly appeared behind his opponent. In the anime, little Sun Wukong had his tail severed by a pair of scissors transformed by Puar, returning him to his usual state. Thus, Gran raised his hand, channeling energy into a blade. With a swift slice, Wukong's tail was cleanly severed, and at that moment, his physique began to alter. Before long, he reverted to the appearance of a chubby, fair-skinned child. Remove your trousers. Gran grasped little Wukong and instantly materialized next to Oolong. Oolong, drenched in sweat, dared not utter a word and quickly removed his trousers, handing them to Gran. Gran flicked little Wukong's tiny nose and then dressed him in Oolong's pants. Everything unfolded just as in the anime, and little Wukong was undeniably adorable. One glance at Xiaobai's avatar reveals just how cute little Wukong truly is. To all the distinguished readers, my apologies. I can no longer endure. Just one chapter tonight, and I shall make it up tomorrow. Chapter 98. Please address me as the substitute god of destruction. Much more agreeable now. Gran admired the sight of little Wukong in his new trousers before tossing him to Bulma. With a soft thud, Bulma caught little Wukong, her mind still reeling from the rapid sequence of events. Who are you? Yamcha regarded Gran warily. Yes, who are you? Bulma, cradling little Wukong, scrutinized the young man clad in peculiar attire. He seemed so familiar, as if she had encountered this outfit before, and his visage also triggered a sense of recognition. Gran, the girl you mentioned must be her, right? Beerus and Whis suddenly materialized beside Gran. Unlike Beerus, Whis's gaze shifted to little Wukong, though his expression remained inscrutable. Girl? With only Bulma present, she quickly realized the gaunt feline was referring to her, stepping back in fright while clutching little Wukong. No, wait. This gaunt feline also seems familiar. Lord Beerus, have you not met her before? Gran chuckled. In his view, Bulma wore a blue vest. Her light blue hair tied back into a ponytail cascading down her back. Her fair skin, delicate visage, and cherry-like lips, especially those round, glistening eyes brimming with the essence of youthful exuberance, captivated me. Had I encountered her before? Beerus paused, unable to resist casting another glance at Bulma, shaking his head. I don't recall, nor do I recognize her. The only thing that remains etched in my memory is exquisite cuisine. Allow me to jog your memory. Once, a little girl referred to me as a beggar, and you sought to disrupt her. Does that ring a bell? Is this about that? Beerus furrowed his brow, beginning to reminisce. It's you. Upon hearing this, Bulma was suddenly flooded with memories. No wonder this handsome fellow seemed familiar. He was that little beggar. It was this rascal who squatted in the park, deceiving her for her money. You swindler, return my money. That incident was indelibly etched in Bulma's mind. Yet the recent display of Gran's power instilled fear within her, causing her to retreat, murmuring her discontent softly. Oh, so you were referring to her. At that moment, Beerus too recalled Bulma, his expression darkening. Foolish mortal, lead us to that so-called food street, or I shall wreak havoc upon you. Wreak havoc? Just as Bulma was engulfed in confusion, Gran raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast towards the distant outskirts. Boom! A miniature mushroom cloud erupted. The sight left Bulma and her companions utterly speechless. Is this the extent of human power? Surely, you have no objections now? Gran remarked, not pausing for Bulma's reaction before materializing beside her. He placed a hand upon her shoulder while the other rested against his forehead. Beerus and Whis, in perfect synchrony, appeared behind Gran, placing their hands on his shoulders as well. Instantaneous movement. With a swift whoosh, Gran, along with Bulma and Goku, vanished in an instant, leaving Yamcha and the others bewildered in the wind. In the divine realm, Bobo stood at the edge, quickly retracting his gaze. So they come searching for food again. I thought they were here to eliminate me once more. Yet, merely 8 years have passed, and they ascended to the divine dimension so swiftly. And that little scion possesses some intrigue. West City. On the other side of West City, this area was devoid of high-tech parks, belonging instead to the everyday lives of ordinary earthlings. Along a bustling food street, stalls lined with takoyaki, oden, fried chicken, sushi, and sakura mochi beckoned. A plethora of choices overwhelming the senses. Gran and his companions stood amidst this vibrant scene. It seems I initially saw it in the wrong place. It is the natives who would know where to find delectable treats. Searching for street food within high-tech districts is utterly futile. Gazing at the food street before him, Gran found himself at a loss for words. Natives? Bulma puffed her cheeks, contemplating a good thrashing for this fellow. Yet the memory of that mushroom cloud kept her silent, resorting only to cursing him inwardly. Lord Beerus, Whis, how do you find the culinary delights here? Gran had yet to finish his sentence when he realized that his deity and the angel had mysteriously vanished. Beerus and Whis explored one stall after another. As various aromas wafted through the air of the food festival, each scent akin to a hook, seemingly capable of luring the cravings from the depths of one's stomach. Enchanted by these fragrances, Beerus and Whis were utterly captivated. How exquisite! What culinary wonders are these? Earth is truly remarkable, aside from instant noodles. It boasts such a plethora of delectable dishes. Ha ha ha, Gran, you are indeed my lucky star for discovering such an extraordinary planet. The thought of the unsavory food he had previously consumed made him feel nauseous. Such delicacies ought to be savored privately. Only once I grow weary of them should I consider teasing that fat pig. The duo began to indulge in the offerings at each stall. And even in instances where queues formed, they managed to suppress their hunger and wait in line. As Beerus expressed, those who create culinary masterpieces deserve certain privileges, and he was more than willing to extend a measure of respect to such culinary artists. Hey, Bulma, holding little Goku, followed closely behind Gran. I don't go by hey. You may call me Gran, or the substitute god of destruction. Gran, too, began to sample the earthly delicacies. A god? Bulma was taken aback. Has this fellow lost his mind? Indeed, I am a deity. Gran turned around in front of the takoyaki stall, setting down the food in his hand as a faint divine pressure emanated from him. Boom. The entire food street fell silent, faces paling in unison. What had transpired? Bulma, clutching little Goku, plopped down onto the ground. All right, please settle the bill for me. Thank you, Gran said, retracting his divine aura and smiling gently. Was this a god smile? No, it resembled the grin of a devil, Bulma silently critiqued. Nevertheless, the mere act of embarking on an adventure with little Goku at such a young age revealed her openness to new experiences. Since you are this so-called substitute god of destruction, what about those two? Bulma inquired, cautiously pointing towards Beerus and Whis as she stood up. Ah, them. Gran resumed, savoring his takoyaki elegantly, chuckling. The slender one is my superior, the true god of destruction of this universe. As long as the title substitute remains. Beerus is my direct superior, so it is quite reasonable to address him as boss. As for the gentleman holding the scepter, he is our master and also the angel of this universe. A true god of destruction? An angel? Bulma could not help but swallow hard. It was evident that these beings were immensely powerful. She recalled her childhood encounter with Gran, where Beerus had pointed a finger glowing with a purple light at her. Later, Gran recounted how she had nearly met her demise, mentioning that the money she had provided was a reward for saving her. A gasp escaped Bulma's lips. It dawned upon her that she had been surrounded by deities back then, and she truly had been on the brink of death. All right, please assist me with the payment, Gran said as she approached the next stall. Certainly. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing that this prospective god of destruction bore her no ill will. Bulma, recently you've been collecting Dragon Balls alongside Kakarot. What wish did you intend to make? Who is Kakarot? Bulma inquired as she facilitated the payment, continuing to follow Gran. She paid no mind to how the other party knew her name. After all, they were divine beings, and it was only reasonable for them to possess such knowledge. That little creature in your arms belongs to the same race as me. That explains it. No wonder Goku suddenly transformed into a gorilla. He isn't a native of Earth. Bulma glanced at the small Goku, peacefully slumbering in her embrace, and it all clicked into place. Bulma suddenly felt bashful, her fair complexion taking on a rosy hue. What's wrong? Gran feigned ignorance. I had initially wished for a prince on a white horse, but alas, my wish could not be granted. Bulma pouted. As she spoke, she stole another glance at the prospective god of destruction, whose chiseled profile and radiant charm were undeniably striking. Gran could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, realizing that Bulma indeed wished for a prince on a white horse. Hey, why are you laughing at me? Bulma's cheeks flushed as she retorted. Oh, it's just that I suddenly thought of something amusing, Gran replied, halting and turning back with a smile. Sometimes, the one riding the white horse isn't necessarily a prince. It could also be a monk. Therefore, Miss Bulma, I suggest you reconsider your fixation on a prince. At that moment, Gran directed her gaze towards the child in Bulma's arms, saying, Wake him up. He must be ravenous. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Inside Pilaf's castle, little Goku had been incessantly expressing his hunger, which had left him too weak to break free from his confinement. Hastily, Bulma roused the small Goku. Dressed in a pair of oolong-themed suspenders, he became ecstatic upon seeing the plethora of delicious food lining the streets. With Bulma's approval, he dashed towards the various stalls. Initially, he stumbled a bit without his tail, but after a brief adjustment, his little legs moved like a well-oiled machine. Gran was similarly affected. After 8 years of training, her appetite had been thoroughly whetted. In no time, a god of destruction, an angel, and 2 scions swept through the food street. Wherever they went, the dishes at each stall were piled high, reaching 3 meters. 3 hours later, Beerus and Whis had had their fill, while Gran and little Goku continued their culinary adventure. After another 3 hours, the 2 scions finally satisfied their appetites. Upon a second glance, the chefs in the culinary street were utterly exhausted, collapsing to one side, convulsing incessantly. Some even foamed at the mouth, rendering the scene quite horrifying. The youthful and vibrant Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her expression marred by disbelief. What has become of your divine dignity? This is exceedingly exaggerated. Furthermore, it appears that the candidate for the god of destruction was not lying after all. Little Goku indeed shares a lineage with him. One need only observe their prodigious appetites to comprehend the truth. As dusk settled, Gran and the others stood at the far end of the food street. Bulma generously compensated the chefs and offered a substantial tip before rejoining her companions. However, upon approaching Gran, she sensed a peculiar stillness in the atmosphere. Whis, what do you think? Beerus queried, casting a glance at little Goku. Gran seemed to have come here primarily to observe this fellow clansman. Setting aside the question of whether this young lad possesses extraordinary qualities, his recent consumption was indeed remarkable. Truly, he is a scion like Gran. Though he displayed some martial arts foundation, his strength remained rather feeble. At this juncture, Whis turned his gaze towards Gran, seemingly attempting to discern his intentions regarding the boy. Gran noticed Whis' scrutiny but chose to remain silent, his eyes darting about while he occasionally whistled. Beerus observed the exchange, while Bulma stifled a giggle behind her hand, finding the candidate for god of destruction quite amusing. At that moment, little Goku finally spoke, his innocent voice echoing with childlike wonder. Aside from his somewhat naive personality, he did not seem particularly extraordinary. Beerus rested his chin on his hand, yet he had not finished his thought. It appeared he was struck by a revelation, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "Isn't a carefree disposition admirable, Lord Beerus?" Whis remarked, holding his staff and squinting slightly. Gran was similarly naive in his younger days. Traditionally, scions possess a rather savage temperament. Following Gran, here is yet another individual who diverges from that norm. You're the one being foolish, Gran retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Whis. Little did he know, Whis' words reached Beerus' ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 100. The Innocent Heart. The god of destruction conference indeed. Gran was equally Navi during his youth. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his gaze igniting with fervor. In times past, such an expression would have been foreign to him. However, after encountering Gran, he had changed. What if this little one possesses talents as formidable as Gran's? At this moment, Beerus's eyes mirrored the astonishment that Champa displayed upon first encountering Gran, as if he longed to whisk little Goku away in a sack. It is the essence of an innocent heart. Gripping his staff with a slight increase in pressure, was feigned calmness, stating, much like Gran in his early days, he may easily master various martial arts, even the supreme techniques of our angelic order. Of course, this does not imply that everyone can reach Gran's terrifying heights. I also believe it to be improbable that another individual in this world could achieve such a level. But what I mean to convey is that those who possess this quality often exhibit remarkable martial arts talents. As he spoke, Whis turned his gaze towards Gran. In that moment, Gran no longer wore a playful grin. Instead, his expression was eerily calm. Truly, Whis was remarkable, his ability to read people as formidable as ever. What are we waiting for? Out of nowhere, Beerus produced a sack, resembling a cunning wolf eager to ensnare little Goku. This action startled Bulma, as it became evident from the words of these two deities that Goku possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, was such exaggeration truly necessary? Stop, stop, stop! Gran suddenly appeared before little Goku, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, what do you intend to do? What else? To take him back for training. Is it you or Whis who will train him? Naturally, it is I, Beerus declared, but then, with a hint of guilt, he added, it is Whis who will train him. Whis twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling as though he were being treated like a mere beast of burden. Gran covered his face, knowing it would turn out this way. Kakarot, what are you planning to do next? Ignoring Beerus, Gran crouched down and placed a hand on the shoulder of the naive child. Kakarot, are you calling me? Little Goku asked, puzzled, yet responded enthusiastically. I promised Master Roshi that once Bulma and I gathered the Dragon Balls, I would go find him to train. Indeed, following the narrative, little Goku was destined to meet Master Roshi and subsequently encounter Krillin and launch. Gran lifted little Goku into his arms, gazing at Beerus, saying, it would be more suitable for him to train here. As he spoke, he glanced skyward, towards the realm of the gods. Noticing Gran's gaze, both Beerus and Whis instinctively looked up. Ah yes, there was also that black-haired angel. Beerus recalled Whis's previous words. As long as that Karen Tower and the black-haired angel were present on Earth, it would become a sanctuary for martial arts. Whis had also mentioned that the martial arts foundation of Earth was continually accumulating, and one day, an extraordinary individual would emerge. Suddenly, a tremor of realization surged through Beerus. The child before him was indeed the one Whis had prophesied. Like Beerus, Whis reminisced about his past words. Was the prophecy about to come to fruition? How intriguing. Big brother, now that I've helped Bulma collect the Dragon Balls, I must go find Master Roshi to train, little Goku announced, gazing at Gran, who was holding him. Then you must hurry, Gran replied, placing him back on the ground, ruffling little Goku's hair with a smile. Remember to train diligently. Our Universe 7 will need you in the future. Though unable to comprehend the words, little Goku nodded vigorously. Flying Nimbus, he shouted towards the sky. Soon, an orange-yellow cloud swiftly approached from the horizon. Little Goku leaped onto it, ready to depart. Gran called out, Kakarot, my name is Gran. Big brother Gran. My name is Son Goku. Little Goku turned around, grinning innocently, and waved his tiny hand, saying, Goodbye, Bulma. Goodbye, everyone. A young scion, Son Goku, ascended to the heavens atop his Nimbus cloud, while another adult scion, Gran, stood on the bustling food street, as if the scene had been frozen in time. This fool, Gran gazed at the diminutive figure. Little Goku would encounter the sacrificial adept Krillin on Earth, and he would also meet his wife, Chi-Chi, as well as his family's caretaker, Piccolo. Hence, he could not be taken away. Alas, Beerus sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a mix of melancholy and reluctance. Can't you two assist me in nurturing him properly? Beerus remarked with exasperation. If he were to acquire another exceptionally gifted disciple, that pompous fellow Champa would undoubtedly be envious. And what about you, Lord Beerus? Whis replied with a smile that barely concealed his amusement. Are you referring to Lord Beerus? What else can he do other than sleep? Gran's laughter was laced with sarcasm, perceptible to anyone. The mere thought of not being able to flaunt his achievements before Champa made Beerus grind his teeth in irritation. He yearned to deliver a sound beating to these two miscreants. Unable to best Whis, he decided to target Gran instead. Observing Beerus's unusual expression, Gran hastily stepped back 2 paces. Lord Beerus, what is the need for such animosity? Is he not of your kin? Why do you seem disinclined to care for the little one? I am not his caretaker. Why should I be responsible for him? Moreover, Earth is the most suitable place for him. But then he wouldn't be my disciple. Yet he remains a being of the 7th universe, does he not? Gran's words struck a chord. Indeed, a spark of realization illuminated Beerus's mind. This was his 7th universe. In due time, wouldn't he be able to boast before that rotund Champa? Oh ho ho! Beerus exclaimed, so thrilled that he mimicked Whis's laughter. Whis, Gran, Bulma, this feline must surely be a foolish deity. After calming Beerus, Gran noted the waning daylight and inquired, Lord Beerus, should we return to the god of destruction realm, or venture back to that frigid, desolate domain for what purpose? Earth boasts an abundance of delightful cuisines. It is my home. Beerus turned to Bulma, lifting his chin. Foolish mortal, why do you not lead us to rest? This girl is quite remarkable. She surely knows of even more culinary delights on Earth. It would be splendid to have her guide him in savoring the myriad of Earth's delicacies. Indeed, Bulma felt a mix of exasperation but dared not voice her thoughts, instead leading the 3 deities towards her abode. Gran and Whis exchanged glances, unable to suppress their headshakes. They had anticipated this scenario. On the street, the trio followed Bulma at a leisurely pace towards the mansion of Earth's wealthiest individual. They were in no rush. Having just dined, a stroll would aid in digestion. Gran had no objections to temporarily remaining on Earth. He had only just attained a breakthrough a day prior, and all endeavors required a balance of work and rest. There was no need to hasten his training. Furthermore, he could still cultivate on Earth. The moonlight cascaded upon them, stretching their shadows long. Within a palace at the apex of the multiverse's power structure, the Grand Priest inquired, has that little one ascended to the divine dimension? Indeed. Let us convene a meeting of the destruction gods. Very well, my Lord Zeno. Chapter 101. The Rules of Destruction in the City of West at the Estate of Bulma. One fine morning, Gran awoke from his meditation and began to make his way to the dining hall. This marked the 5th day of his sojourn on Earth. Nevertheless, every time he ventured outside and beheld Bulma's residence, he could not help but marvel at its grandeur. A gymnasium, a swimming pool, a museum, an aquarium, and an amusement park, entertainment facilities of every conceivable kind were at hand. And this was merely the living area of Bulma's family. The technological research zone was yet to be accounted for. If one were to include that, it would likely take an ordinary person an entire day to traverse it all. Truly, it is befitting of the family of the wealthiest individual on Earth. Good morning, esteemed candidate god of destruction. A melodious voice rang out from behind. Gran turned around and nodded, saying, Good morning, Miss Bulma. Bulma hurried over, a smile adorning her face. Are you heading to the dining hall, candidate god of destruction? Yes. What of it? Don't you have the ability to fly? Why not take me along? Walking feels a bit tiresome. This place is simply too vast. Doesn't your home have a hovercar? I would rather fly. It's far more exhilarating. In the next moment, Bulma was lifted like a little chick by Gran, and they soared into the sky, heading towards the dining hall of Bulma's residence. Their speed was not particularly swift, and a gentle breeze caressed her ears. Though she felt somewhat ungainly being carried like a chick, the sensation of free flight was utterly delightful. She glanced up at the candidate god of destruction. Initially, she had harbored some skepticism regarding these 3 deities, but after spending 5 days in their company, she had come to understand why they referred to themselves as gods. During these days at home, Gran had consistently engaged in combat practice with Beerus. The scenes of their battles were nothing short of earth-shattering. On one occasion, they even obliterated the entire North Galaxy. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. The most remarkable was the gentleman known as Whis. With merely a gentle wave of his staff, the destroyed North Galaxy was restored to its original state. It was evident that Whis possessed the ability to reverse time. Miss Bulma, where are Lord Beerus and Whis? I do not see them at all. Huh. Bulma snapped back to reality and chuckled. I had intended to continue searching for delicacies with them, but Lord Beerus insisted they would prefer to explore on their own for the sake of anticipation. Oh, are you not concerned that someone might provoke Lord Beerus? If he were to become enraged, the consequences could be dire. Gran, still holding the young lady, descended from the sky and began to walk towards the dining hall. It should be fine, right? Bulma followed closely, her expression tinged with concern. Lord Beerus assured me that even if he were to become angry, he would not destroy the earth. Just as the words left her lips, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the western side. Bulma remarked, "Indeed, he has not destroyed the earth." Gran chuckled softly, then entered the dining hall, summoning the servants to bring forth 4 servings of breakfast. Bulma also took a seat, puzzled. "Huh, it's just the 2 of us, Lord Beerus. Why did you order for breakfasts?" "I'm ordering for Lord Bills and the others," he replied. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from outside the restaurant. "That wretched mortal. How dare he serve such inedible food and deceive me? It's bad enough that he tricked me, but to swindle Bulma out of her money is unforgivable." "Calm down, Lord Beerus. Calm down. If it weren't for the abundance of delicious food on this planet, I would have obliterated him by now." With a huff, Beerus stormed into the restaurant, followed closely by Whis. Upon entering, Whis exchanged knowing glances with Gran, both stifling smiles. "Lord Beerus is quite the child." "Lord Beerus, please relax. I've had someone prepare a breakfast for you." Gran pointed to a bowl of seafood ramen on the table. The noodles were handmade, lavishly topped with a generous assortment of seafood, shrimp, clams, small octopus, and a few slices of vegetables, all promising to whet the appetite. "More noodles?" Beerus grimaced at the sight. Whis, however, displayed a more composed reaction. After sitting down, he sampled the broth and exclaimed, "Lord Beerus, this ramen is exceptional. It's fragrant." "Really?" Beerus regarded Gran with skepticism. Gran chuckled. "This aroma is unlike anything from additives. You should give it a try." Furrowing his brows, Beerus cautiously sipped the broth. Instantly, his eyes lit up with delight. "It truly is." With that, he enthusiastically slurped up the seafood ramen. It was evident that the fury that had consumed him had largely dissipated. Gran flashed a knowing smile at Bulma, as if to say, "See, I've placated Lord Beerus. Your planet is saved." Both of these gods of destruction exhibited a certain childishness, prompting Bulma to roll her eyes. After a while, Beerus set down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. "Gran, what do you say today? Will you have me spar with you again?" During his brief time on Earth, Gran had only recently broken through, so he wasn't quite ready for the next phase of training. Nonetheless, Gran insisted on having Beerus accompany him in battle each day to refine his divine powers. "No, thank you." Gran shook his head. Beerus and Whis exchanged curious glances. "Lord Beerus, could you enlighten me on the concept of destruction? Do you wish to delve into the rules of destruction so soon?" Beerus widened his eyes in surprise. His reaction stemmed not from reluctance to teach Gran about destruction, but rather from the realization that he should have instructed him long ago. Given Gran's status as a candidate for the role, a true candidate must be adept in the art of destruction. However, Gran had only recently made his breakthrough. It was premature for him to pursue such training. "That is not it. I only wish to understand it better," Gran replied with exasperation. "Well, as long as that's the case." Beerus sighed in relief and cast a sidelong glance at Whis. Whis set down his utensils and gracefully wiped his mouth with a napkin, casually stating, "To master the art of destruction, one must first cultivate a mindset devoid of anger, impatience, or any fervent desire for vengeance. It requires a state of thoughtlessness and unwavering focus." Gran found himself somewhat perplexed by this, while Bulma was even more bewildered. Beerus cast a sharp glance at Whis and retorted, "Why must you complicate matters so?" He then turned back to Gran, saying, "As long as you attain the first level of self-forgetfulness, you have already surpassed expectations. As for the second point, destruction is not merely the act of crushing objects with energy. It involves transforming something from a state of existence to non-existence." Before Beerus could elaborate further, Whis' staff suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance. Upon witnessing this, Whis sprang to his feet, and Beerus did likewise, as he recognized this light. It had shone forth when the Omni King summoned all the gods of destruction for a game of hide and seek. "Lord Beerus, what troubles you?" Gran also rose, noticing the unusual expression on Beerus's face. At that moment, Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. "How is this possible? Our god of destruction is the mightiest of them all. Who could instill such fear in him? Wait, could it be that eraser?" Gran instantly thought of the Omni King. In the anime, Beerus feared nothing but that eraser, the Omni King. "Whis, could you please clarify what is happening?" Beerus forced himself to remain calm. Whis maintained his elegance. Yet his expression turned serious as he examined the information from his staff, gravely stating, "Lord Beerus, the Omni King has summoned a meeting of the gods of destruction. A meeting of the gods of destruction? Beerus's body shuddered once more. He hoped they were not about to be subjected to another game of hide and seek. Gran squinted his eyes, realizing it was indeed related to that Omni King. There was no such meeting in the usual narrative. What on earth had transpired? The atmosphere in the dining hall grew tense. Lord Beerus, should the Omni King wish to engage you all in another game of hide and seek, please do not recklessly return to slumber. Whis, holding his staff, was unsure of what had transpired, but that did not prevent him from teasing Beerus. Whis, you are insufferable. Why must you expose my vulnerabilities? Beerus could not fathom the Omni King's intentions. Yet, he resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead. If another game of hide and seek was in store, he would simply refrain from sneaking away for a nap this time. As for fighting, he had no fear whatsoever. With this thought, Beerus felt a sense of relief and inquired, when is the meeting of the gods of destruction taking place? Right now? What? Beerus's previously calm demeanor was once again disrupted. In the past, meetings were announced with ample preparation time. Why this sudden urgency? Whis pondered thoughtfully. That remains unclear regarding the Omni King. After a moment of silence, Beerus waved his hand dismissively. What else can we do? Let us proceed. At this moment, he exuded an aura reminiscent of the chilling winds at the Yishui River, embodying the spirit of a warrior who ventures forth, never to return. As he prepared for battle, Gran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He held little concern for Beerus's safety. After all, that notorious game of hide and seek had left Beerus unscathed, his luck seemingly defying the odds. No, it is more accurate to say that the fortune of our universe is remarkably extraordinary. Gran felt no anxiety regarding Beerus. His curiosity was piqued solely by the reason behind the convening of the God of Destruction meeting. Lord Beerus, do hurry back and do not provoke Lord Zeno, Gran remarked, settling back into his chair, playfully teasing. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Beerus grumbled, irritation gnawing at him. His mood was already soured by being summoned by Zeno, and now he had to endure Gran's jests. At that moment, Whis cast a sidelong glance at Gran, his expression turning mischievous, clearly enjoying the opportunity to provoke. Gran sensed trouble. Whis was undoubtedly concocting some mischief. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Gran is now also a candidate for God of Destruction. He is eligible to attend the meeting as well. Should we not take him along? Absolutely not. Gran quickly shook his head in refusal, fully aware of Whis's ulterior motives. His current strength was still insufficient, and he preferred to avoid exposure before the other gods of destruction. After all, Beerus had made far too many enemies, and Gran feared becoming collateral damage. Let us hold off on bringing him into the spotlight for now. Beerus concurred with a nod. Oh, Whis feigned confusion. Come now, there must be limits to your jesting. Gran is also your disciple. Do you not fear for his safety? At this, Beerus shrank his neck slightly, a touch of guilt flickering in his eyes. You know well how many foes I have. Gran, still grappling with his confusion, remarked. What? Bulma, who had been listening in, was utterly flabbergasted. The conversation between these divine beings shattered her worldview once again, and she glanced at Gran, who was voraciously devouring seafood noodles. If this candidate for God of Destruction was so formidable, then the supreme Zeno who governed all must be even more awe-inspiring. In the realm of the fourth universe, a mouse-like figure emerged from the God of Destruction's palace, enveloped in a potent aura of destruction. Clearly, he had just completed his training. Lord Quitella, have you finished your training? The angel Conic inquired, approaching with a tray that held a towel and a drink. Indeed. Keitra picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, then seized the drink and gulped it down. It was evident that Lord Keitra's mastery of his own ultimate intent had progressed somewhat. Congratulations were in order for him. However, Keitra's expression turned stern as he declared, even if my mastery of the ultimate intent improves, it will never reach a state of perfection. Ever since he ascended to the role of God of Destruction, he had devoted himself to relentless training. Yet, despite his diligent efforts, he could not refine his ultimate intent to perfection. And that emaciated cat, how could it, in its laziness, have achieved such mastery? Not only had it perfected its ultimate intent, but it had also learned the art of effortless intent. Keitra roared in a fit of rage. With a thunderous crash, destructive energy erupted from him, causing the realm of destruction to collapse instantaneously. Nearby, the angel Conic waved his staff, and the surroundings swiftly returned to their original state. Even without hearing the name of the individual Keitra was referring to, Conic understood who it was. Indeed, Lord Beerus possessed remarkable talent. Konik had not yet finished his thought when Keitra interjected. Enough. I need to take a deep breath. He sighed. I apologize, Konik. I have lost my composure. It's all right, Konik replied, shaking his head, reflecting on the vast disparity in mindset between his god of destruction and Beerus. By the way, I've recently heard that the 7th universe has acquired a candidate for the role of god of destruction. Keitra's gaze darkened at once. Gentlemen, I seek your favorable reviews. With a pitiful tone, Chapter 103. Keitra's plan. I seem to have heard something about that, Konik said, staff in hand. Having come across this information in conversations with his siblings. Do you know the name of Beerus's disciple? Unfortunately, I do not. I am only aware that Lord Beerus and Whis have taken on a disciple. Konik spoke truthfully, within the angelic circles. The identity of the 7th universe's candidate for god of destruction had not been disclosed, and he was utterly unaware of the individual's talent, rendering it a mystery. What about the collision between the 7th and 6th universes? Do you know anything about that? Keitra stepped forward, gazing at the sky in confusion. 8 years prior, Beerus and his brother had engaged in a violent clash, one so severe that even angels participated in the fray. Following that event, many deities discussed the matter, yet neither universe had released any details. It was exceedingly strange. I am not certain, Konik admitted, equally perplexed. I heard that my elder sister was present at that time, but when I inquired, she revealed nothing. Both were lost in contemplation as the realm of destruction in the 4th universe fell silent. Lord Keitra, I have heard that the 11th universe has also acquired a candidate for god of destruction. At that moment, Konik suddenly recalled something but had not finished speaking. Keitra waved his hand dismissively, his eyes growing ever colder. I care not for that useless jester. My focus remains on discovering the identity of Beerus's disciple. In that cataclysmic battle against the god of destruction, Wei Mei emerged as the sole survivor, untouched by the chaos. Yet, this was merely a fade of feigned death. Such a jester held no significance in his eyes. Observing the expression of Keitra, Konik finally grasped the gravity of the situation and spoke solemnly. Lord Keitra, I am aware of the animosity between you and Lord Beerus, but surely you do not intend to confront the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Cats and mice inherently occupy opposing positions within the biological hierarchy, destined to be adversaries. Keitra and Beerus exemplified this enmity, which had festered over the years, leading to their mutual animosity. Of course, while Beerus, the feline, harbored disdain, he did not place significant emphasis on Keitra, the yellow-skinned rodent. Perhaps it was due to his position atop the food chain, or perhaps it was due to his overwhelming power. However, the scenario was markedly different for Keitra. If an opportunity arose to eliminate Beerus, Keitra would undoubtedly show no mercy. Lord Keitra, should you choose to act against the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, it would undoubtedly incite conflict between the 2 universes. Konik's tone grew increasingly grave. If the Omni King were to place blame, you might find no escape. Should Keitra intervene directly, he would undoubtedly act to prevent it. Though Konik refrained from voicing this concern. Who claims I would stoop to bully a candidate for the god of destruction? Keitra retorted disdainfully. Aside from that fool Beerus, which other god of destruction could possibly pique my interest? What is it that you truly intend, Lord Keitra? Konik began to inquire, but before he could finish, a blinding light erupted from the staff in his hand. What is happening? Keitra recognized the light and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. His reaction even more severe than Beerus's. Lord Keitra, the Omni King has issued a decree. All gods of destruction are to proceed to the Omni King's palace immediately, without delay. Konik announced the message. What? Surely this does not mean we are to engage in another game of hide and seek with the Omni King? This was uncertain. Konik, equally astonished, continued, Lord Keitra, we must depart. The Omni King has commanded it. Wait. A glint of realization flashed in Keitra's eyes. Summoning all gods of destruction implied that Beerus and Whis would also vacate the 7th universe. A headless dragon. Konik, you must immediately transfer the universe-traversing cube to Oma and inform him. Are you out of your mind, Lord Keitra? Oma possesses the strength of a 3rd-tier deity. Do you truly wish to provoke conflict between the 2 universes? I am not personally intervening. This is merely Oma's desire to challenge the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. What does it have to do with me? Seemingly aware of the angel's boundaries, Keitra remained unfazed. Konik lowered his voice. Are you truly certain of this course of action, Lord Keitra? Certain. Konik, hurry. We must depart at once. Very well. Should this incite conflict between the two universes, Lord Katra, you shall bear the burden alone. After all, my life is not at stake. Konnik expressed his resignation. He is an angel, and aside from the necessity to adhere to neutrality, he bears the responsibility of preventing the clash between two destroyers. However, at present, Katra does not intend to engage in battle with Beerus, nor does he plan to intervene directly. The situation faced by Konnik resembles that of the anime. Prior to the Tournament of Power, when Katra incited the destroyer Sidra of Universe 9 to send assassins after Frisia, who had just returned from the underworld. At that time, Katra did not take to the battlefield personally, yet such an act of undermining the Tournament of Power was equally a violation of the Grand King's decree. Nevertheless, within the confines of an angel's duties, Katra has not crossed the line. This implies that Konnik must heed Quitra's wishes. After all, he is merely a candidate for the role of destroyer, not an adversary to the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. There should be no repercussions, so Konnik need not worry. Upon reflecting on this, Katra sighed, "Allow me this indulgence, just once." Konnik refrained from further comment and began to wave his scepter. A shimmering cube was enveloped in a silvery light and soared into the sky. "Lord Katra, I have fulfilled your command. We should proceed to the Grand King's palace." "Then let us go?" Katra thought with a smirk. "I have yet to select a candidate, and you wish to surpass me comprehensively? Dream on." A cascade of rainbow light ascended, and the two made their way toward the Grand King's palace. At the zenith of the multiverse, today, an array of multicolored lights descended. The attendees comprised angels and destroyers from various universes. The first to arrive was Universe 10, followed by Universe 7, Universe 6, and lastly, Universe 4. Upon landing, Katra spotted Kess and Lamsi from Universe 10 standing at the forefront. He nodded at Kess and then glanced at Beerus, who was crouched in a corner. As expected, none of the surrounding destroyers acknowledged Beerus. This was hardly surprising. Within the Grand Universe, nearly all destroyers regarded him as an adversary. "Lord Beerus, it seems we are isolated," Whis remarked, stifling a chuckle. "TCH, a bunch of insignificant beings. Who cares what they think?" Beerus scoffed. At that moment, he sat alone in the corner, appearing somewhat bullied by the other destroyers, oblivious to the fact that refraining from bullying others was already a feat in itself. Chapter 104. The Arrival. Lord Beerus. "Lord Katra has been observing us," Whis spoke again. "I see that." Beerus stood up from his corner and made his way toward Katra. As he moved, the surrounding destroyers instinctively parted to create a path, but upon reaching the destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, there was no intention to yield. "Make way, please." Beerus politely nudged Vermaud aside, causing him to stumble slightly under the might of the strongest destroyer. "You seek death," Vermaud roared in anger. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus paid him no mind and proceeded to stand before Katra. A violet feline and a yellow-green rodent locked eyes, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. The once furious clown, now appeased, wore a look of amusement. Who among those present was not aware that this cat and mouse were destined to be adversaries? "Why do you keep staring at me, you dead mouse?" Beerus asked coldly, arms crossed. "If you do not observe me, how would you know I am watching you?" Ketla replied nonchalantly. Beerus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, sensing an unusual vibe emanating from Ketla, though he could not pinpoint its source. "It is time. Let us proceed inside." Kess, the little girl, interjected, leading Ramus into the palace of the Omni King. The other angels followed suit, escorting their respective deities in Kess's wake. Ketla broke his gaze with Beerus, taking a couple of steps forward before turning back to say, "Beerus, after this meeting of the gods of destruction, would you care to engage in an arm wrestling match once more?" "Humph, you were only able to best me once in arm wrestling back then," Beerus scoffed, eyeing the insufferable rodent. "Are you afraid? Afraid? You don't truly believe that winning once means you can continue to win, do you?" Beerus cracked his neck, joints popping audibly. Beside them, Whis remained impassive, well aware of his deity's temperament. "Let it be agreed then. After this meeting of the gods of destruction, don't even think about escaping," Ketla declared, turning away, but not before a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "I hope you return to find your candidate still alive." Ketla and Konnik entered the palace of the Omni King, leaving only Beerus and Whis outside. "Whis, has that dead mouse made any progress?" Beerus pondered. "Unlikely," Whis replied, shaking his head. Though Lord Ketla possesses remarkable talent, only a few tens of millions of years have passed since that arm wrestling match. Such a span should not suffice for a breakthrough. After all, not everyone is as peculiar as Beerus, who can enhance his power even while sleeping. Does that mean his strength still rests at the initial stage of the 7th tier of divine power? That seems to be the case. Merely trash. Beerus rolled his eyes, perplexed at the audacity of that dead mouse. Let us go. With that, Beerus and Whis made their way into the palace of the Omni King. In the 7th universe, on Earth, half a day had elapsed since Beerus and Whis had departed. Gran had finished lunch and visited the Turtle Hermit's abode, where he discovered that Goku had encountered Krillin and also found Launch. Concerned by their prolonged absence, he turned and soared back into the sky. In the Heavenly Temple. What does this fellow want now? Bobo stood at the edge of the celestial realm, his otherwise tranquil gaze betraying a hint of exasperation. With a soft thud, Gran descended into the heavenly domain for the second time, where the deity was also present. The celestial god, drenched in sweat, had observed the mortal realm for several days and had already laid eyes on Gran. He was aware that the latter had 2 companions, yet they were not present at that moment. Who are you? The air around the stranger exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing the celestial god to nearly bow in submission. Celestial god, this being is a deity of a higher rank than the Realm King, Bobo spoke slowly. A deity higher than the Realm King? The celestial god, possessing the ability to communicate with the underworld, was familiar with the legends surrounding the Realm King. Hiss. The celestial god inhaled sharply, quickly bending in reverence. I pay my respects to this esteemed deity. You may address him as the candidate destroyer god, Bobo added. I pay my respects to the candidate destroyer god. Although the celestial god was unaware of the nature of this candidate destroyer, he certainly grasped that the being was formidable. No need for excessive formality. Gran waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on Bobo rather than the celestial god. Sensing that the candidate destroyer had come in search of Bobo, the celestial god bowed once more and hurried back into the temple. Mr. Bobo, I am Gran. I apologize for my previous actions, Gran said, offering a bow. Bobo, his expression impassive, replied, it is of no consequence. After uttering those 2 words, he showed no further reaction. Gran felt a twinge of awkwardness. Was Bobo aware of his previous demise? That seemed plausible, as according to Whis, this being was also an angel and could not possibly be oblivious to past events. What brings you here? Bobo finally inquired. Today, Lord Zeno convened a conference of the Destroyer Gods. Are you aware of what transpired? Gran stated his purpose for being there. Lord Zeno has called a conference of the Destroyer Gods. The usually unflappable Bobo was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, just half a day ago, Whis departed the 7th universe with Lord Beerus. Bobo fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Lord Zeno's temperament is rather unpredictable. I cannot ascertain the reason behind it. Gran had assumed that this ancient angel would possess some insight. Since Mr. Bobo is uncertain, Gran began to express his intention to take his leave when suddenly, someone has intruded into the 7th universe. Bobo sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his head. What? Gran's eyes widened in disbelief. The intruder had arrived aboard a cosmic transference cube, indicating he was not of their universe, and his power was likely at the 3rd tier of the divine realm. Bobo recounted his perception of the situation. Chapter 105. Perhaps, Mr. Bobo, you could assist me in confronting the intruder? Upon hearing this, Gran also raised his gaze, his expression a mix of emotions. An outsider from another universe? And they chose to strike while our universe's destroyer god and angel are absent? It was evident that the visitor harbored ill intentions. According to Mr. Bobo, the individual had arrived using a cosmic cube, which undoubtedly linked him to the destroyer gods or angels of other universes. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Gran's eyes. Ordinary beings could not possess such a device, akin to the character Hit from the anime, who acquired a cosmic transference cube through gifts from Beerus and Champa. Which universe does this destroyer god belong to? Gran was unable to discern which universe it could be. After all, Beerus had far too many enemies. Bobo was also deep in contemplation as the celestial realm fell into a hushed silence. Mr. Bobo, Gran called out, his tone laced with a hint of malice. Is something amiss? Bobo queried, puzzled as to why this individual had yet to confront the impending threat. Since adversaries are encroaching upon our universe, why not eliminate them? Gran smirked. Bobo's lips twitched in response. 8 years ago, you could have easily dispatched me. Do you truly believe I am capable of defeating others? But aren't you an angel? I refuse to believe you lack hidden abilities. Gran scrutinized Bobo with keen interest. Regrettably, my power is indeed limited, Bobo retorted, choosing not to linger on the subject as he turned to re-enter the temple. Gran's capability to defeat the approaching foe was of little concern to him. What a peculiar angel, Gran mused, observing the dark figure before him, momentarily bewildered. Soon he raised his head, contemplating the audacity of someone at the third tier of divine power daring to wreak havoc in his seventh universe. A realization struck him. In an instant, he vanished. At the edge of the eastern galaxy, a cosmic traversing cube penetrated a transparent barrier, ushering its occupant into the seventh universe. This figure, humanoid in form, possessed blue hair and violet eyes, with skin that bore a metallic sheen of black. His well-defined muscles seemed to proclaim his strength. He was indeed the Omar referred to by Ketla. Is this the seventh universe? Omar surveyed his surroundings before closing his eyes to sense the energy within. To his dismay, he found no formidable beings within this expanse of starlight. Such a feeble universe. Omar's expression was one of disdain. How powerful could a candidate destroyer of such a universe possibly be? Yet, as Ketla had instructed him to challenge this universe's candidate destroyer, he had no choice but to comply. Let the challenge commence. Omar clenched his fists, emanating a surge of dark energy. To attract the candidate destroyer, the task was simple. By annihilating a sector of this universe, the opposing candidate would surely come forth. As his power began to swell, suddenly, a young man clad in destroyer attire appeared beside him. You think to destroy my universe? Gran had immediately grasped the intruder's intentions upon his arrival. Should this individual succeed, Beerus would undoubtedly chastise him upon his return. The mere thought was intolerable. Gran refrained from any transformation and unleashed a punch. Though in his ordinary state, the force of this blow did not reach the first tier of divine power. It was imbued with his divine energy and martial will. Boom. The fist collided with Omar's midsection. The unexpected onslaught of power surged into Omar's body, catching him off guard and altering his expression drastically. Who? Omar grunted as he was sent hurtling backward. Simultaneously, the resultant collision drew the attention of various entities throughout the seventh universe. In the Kaishan realm, Lord Ancestor, we have a situation. Oh, who is this fellow with dark skin? Ancestor, that dark figure is of no consequence. What truly matters is that Gran has arrived. Indeed, haha. Gran has ascended to divinity. Even if this individual possesses remarkable strength, his demise is all but assured. In the realm of the afterlife, on East King Planet. Goodness, from where has this dark figure emerged? He dares to threaten my East Galaxy. Haha. Fortunately, the candidate for the destroyer has arrived swiftly. A plump female Kai. She bounced with excitement. In the galactic prison of the seventh universe, Myers, stationed there, gazed toward the East Galaxy. How peculiar. From which universe does this being hail? Is he of the third tier of divine power? Thankfully, Gran has broken through. All the deities of the seventh universe are attentive to this grand collision in the East Galaxy. Who is it? After stabilizing his stance, Oma fixed his gaze ahead, surprised to find himself ambushed upon his arrival. It was utterly unforeseen. Just moments ago, he had been oblivious to the manner of the opponent's appearance. From which universe do you come? Gran suddenly manifested behind him. When? A trickle of cold sweat ran down Oma's brow. He hastily turned around and finally discerned the visage of the newcomer. Clad in the garb of a destroyer, it was evident that the actual destroyers were attending a meeting. Thus, he was a candidate for the role. In other words, this was precisely the target he sought. No, your aura. Oma suddenly felt a surge of unease. He had failed to sense the presence of this being at all. His eyes widened. The candidate for the destroyer of the seventh universe is actually a deity. Surprised, are you? Gran took delight in the astonishment displayed by his opponent. After all, it had taken him 8 arduous years to ascend to the divine dimension. He scrutinized the figure further. I have not seen your likeness before. Pray tell, from which universe do you originate? This individual, with blue hair, dark skin, and purple eyes, was not among any participants of the power tournament. Could he be from one of the 4 universes that did not partake in the event? Do not concern yourself with my origins. I have come solely to challenge the candidate for the destroyer of the 7th universe. Oma steadied his mind. The opponent was a deity, and mortals could not sense the aura of deities. Thus, being ambushed was entirely plausible. Moreover, the power behind the candidate's earlier strike was not formidable, barely reaching the first tier of divine strength. Indeed, how could a candidate from such a mediocre universe be exceptionally strong? As for the opponent being a deity, Humph, Kaiashins are deities as well. Yet they do not exhibit remarkable strength. You wish to challenge me? Gran was taken aback, so this was directed at him. He jested. Do you truly believe that your strength surpasses mine, leading you to think you can defeat me? In truth, when he had ambushed this fellow moments ago, he had already gauged his capabilities. One could only say, it was of little concern. A smirk crept across Oma's mind. He could easily eradicate such filth. As the opponent prepared to strike, Gran raised his hand. Wait a moment. Since you are aware that I am the candidate for the destroyer, are you not afraid of my destructive power? In truth, he was yet to master it, but that did not hinder him from provoking the individual before him. Omar fell silent, harboring a certain trepidation towards the destructive powers of the god of destruction. Indeed, he was somewhat fearful, nevertheless. He yearned to challenge the esteemed candidate for the role of god of destruction. Be cautious, he warned, though his own actions belied his words as he unleashed a lethal strike. According to Ketla, the candidate from the seventh universe was mere detritus. He had validated this notion during the recent ambush, despite his apprehension regarding the destructive abilities spoken of by his adversary. He mused that as long as he avoided being struck, he would prevail. His current objective was to eliminate his foe before the god of destruction from the seventh universe returned. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. With a hum, Omar transformed into a streak of black light, his speed so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Die! He exclaimed, suddenly materializing beside Gran, launching an energy sphere aimed at Gran's temple. This energy sphere contained unparalleled power. Should it detonate successfully, the planets within this star realm would likely be shattered into fragments. Come forth. I hope you have been concealing your true strength. In Chapter 106, the High Priest, bold Ketla, Gran erupted with a silver radiance, his hair instantly turning silver. He entered the divine dimension's initial state of absolute freedom, his strength surging to the first tier of divine realm. Do not think you can obliterate my universe with such an energy sphere. Before the energy sphere could explode, Gran's body moved with ghostly swiftness. He sidestepped, bending low, and unleashed a powerful punch. This strike collided with Omar's abdomen, the force of the first tier of divine realm erupting forth, causing even the fabric of space to resonate with a thunderous roar. Omar's energy sphere rapidly dissipated, and he found himself akin to a boiled shrimp, clutching his abdomen and retreating. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the silver figure before him. How is this possible? Why has your power surged so suddenly? And how can your reactions be so swift? Your physical prowess is utterly feeble. Gran stepped back 2 paces, beckoning Omar with a casual gesture. Come on, you seek death. Omar, incensed by the derision from someone of the first tier of divine realm, felt his muscles swell with newfound strength, his speed doubling. Die! He roared, launching into a more ferocious assault, his fists and feet imbued with terrifying might. Should Gran be struck, the consequences would be dire. Unbeknownst to him, Gran, resembling a silver sprite, effortlessly evaded each of Omar's attacks with every step he took. What manner of movement is this? Omar's pupils constricted, and he quickly distanced himself. Speak. Which universe do you hail from? Gran inquired, somewhat disappointed. In truth, he had gleaned a rough understanding of Omar's capabilities during his ambush. The man possessed commendable control over his strength and a solid martial foundation, perhaps among mortals. He was indeed a formidable force. Yet, in Gran's eyes, Omar fell short of perfect control over his power, his physical instincts lamentably inadequate. It seems that he could scarcely reach the most rudimentary instinct of the body, which is why he was caught off guard. The recent clash has indeed substantiated this notion. Who sent such a wretched being? How could you be so swift? Omar, consumed by rage, appeared behind Gran, yet before he could launch an attack, Gran retaliated with a devastating elbow strike. Boom. The power of the first stage of the divine realm was concentrated at a single point, instantly wreaking havoc on Omar's internal organs. Splurt. Omar violently spewed forth blood, which was tainted with fragments of his own entrails. Speak. Which universe do you hail from? Refuse to answer, and you shall await your demise. In truth, even if he divulged his origins, he would still meet his end, for he had just attempted to obliterate his universe. Damn it, I am a formidable warrior of the 3rd stage of the divine realm. How could I possibly be vanquished by such filth? Enduring the excruciating pain, Omar transformed into a bolt of lightning hurtling toward Gran, delivering a powerful blow. Gran abruptly ceased his movements. Omar felt a surge of hope. Surely this time, he could not evade. Just as his fist was about to connect with Gran, he inexplicably tilted his head to the side. Once again, he dodged. I refused to believe it. Omar pressed on with his assault. This time, Gran did not evade. He caught Omar's punch, but in an uncanny manner, he dissipated the force behind it. This was the combat technique that Whis and Beerus had diligently imparted to him. Boom. The force of Omar's third stage of the divine realm was deflected aside, sending tremors throughout the starry expanse, even tearing a small rift in space. Since you refuse to speak, let me hazard a guess. You are from the 11th universe, are you not? After neutralizing the force, Gran seized Omar's fist and leaned closer to his ear. How did you manage that? Omar, filled with terror, erupted with dark energy once more, finally breaking free from Gran's grasp. Die for me. Omar swiftly retreated, gathering an energy orb as he did so. The energy orb of the third stage of the divine realm could undoubtedly obliterate this starry realm. In fact, it might even affect the entire eastern galaxy. Did you not just attempt that? Do you really think I would allow you to unleash such a universe-destroying attack? Gran utilized instantaneous movement to appear behind Omar, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! Omar's entire waist twisted horrifically, causing the energy orb in his hand to dissipate abruptly. It seems you are not from the 11th universe. Then you must be from the first universe, correct? Gran began to dart through the cosmos, and with each pass by Omar, he inflicted severe damage. In the celestial realm of Earth, the disparity was insurmountable. With his formidable martial arts foundation, this individual could not possibly defeat him. Which universe dispatched this fool? Bobo shook his head, retreating back into the temple. In the galactic prison, despite the vast power difference between the first and third stages of the divine realm, this shadowy figure could not break through with sheer force alone. Thus, it would come down to a battle of martial prowess. However, Gran was a disciple personally trained by my brother and Lord Beerus. His martial arts had long surpassed the limits of mortals, rendering the gap insurmountable. Mers chuckled. This was a battle devoid of suspense. He resumed his rounds within the confines of the galactic prison, in the realm of the god of destruction. A formidable warrior of the third tier of divinity? Humph. No matter how powerful, he remains but a mere mortal. Grant possesses the ultimate mastery. What do you have to contend with my beloved treasure? The old god of destruction paraded about like a proud rooster, lifting his sharp head high. In the eastern galaxy, Grant's agile movements sent tremors of fear through Omar. He was utterly bewildered by the elusive techniques displayed. At this moment, his insides lay shattered, his spine fractured, an arm and two legs severed. Omar felt as though his world was collapsing around him. His strength ranked among the top 5 in the 4th universe, which was precisely why Katra had dispatched him to the 7th universe. Typically, at the tier of divine power, the disparity between each level is monumental. The gap between the first and third tiers is akin to that of heaven and earth. How could this candidate for the god of destruction in the 7th universe possibly defeat him? Let me guess, you hail from the 4th universe. Grant appeared beside Omar, his tone laden with implication. At this juncture, Omar was rendered immobile, his body and spirit severely battered. Upon hearing Grant's words, he could no longer suppress his expression. His pupils dilated in shock. So that's it. Noticing this change in Omar's countenance, Grant couldn't help but chuckle. Is it that mouse? No wonder. You die? Omar, suspended in the vacuum, suddenly felt his body begin to swell. Was he attempting to self-destruct? But I shan't allow you to succeed. Although this fellow's martial prowess was somewhat lacking, he genuinely possessed the power of the third tier of divinity. Should he manage to self-destruct, the entire eastern galaxy, and perhaps even other galaxies, would be drawn into his demise. How inconvenient it is to lack destructive power. With a single punch, Grant pierced Omar's abdomen, his terrifying strength swiftly coursing through Omar's body. Boom. Omar erupted in an explosion. Fortunately, this was the result of Grant's annihilation of Omar, causing merely a ripple through the cosmos, sparing most planets from harm. It appears, just as Lord Beerus and Whis indicated, with my current strength, there are scarcely any mortals capable of besting me. In the expanse of the cosmos, Grant surveyed his hands. Having effortlessly vanquished even a warrior of the third tier of divinity, he felt exhilarated. But wait, there are still Jiren and the 4 universes that did not participate in the power tournament. Grant quickly regained his composure. There are always greater powers beyond one's own. One must not become overly arrogant. Grant lingered for a moment in the cosmos before turning to depart. This time, He did not return to Earth, but instead headed to the realm of the god of destruction. Beerus and Whis had yet to return. He needed to inform the old god of destruction about this matter. At the apex of the multiverse, within the palace of the Omni King, the meeting had concluded. The Grand Minister emphasized the necessity for all gods of destruction to adhere strictly to the will of the Omni King. As he finished speaking, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to Katra, exclaiming, "You dare!" Upon the throne, the entire egg indulged in a game of elimination, raising his gaze. After work, he had swiftly composed 2 substantial chapters, yearning for favorable reviews and subtly soliciting delightful little gifts. Chapter 107. Katra, "O great king, I was wrong." The mere utterance of those 5 words plunged the atmosphere within the entire royal palace into a frigid, oppressive silence, as if the very air had solidified. A chill surged from Quitra's feet to the crown of his head, rendering him weak, collapsing to the ground in despair. Fear seeped into every cell of his being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Cornic glanced at his father, unable to suppress a frown. Why was his father so enraged? Had he discovered Quitra's treachery against the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe? The destroyers standing on either side of the palace lowered their heads, equally perplexed by Quitra's actions. Yet, as they observed Quitra's disheveled state, a glimmer of amusement flickered in their expressions. Unbeknownst to them, Beerus found the sight of the wretched Katra to be a magnificent spectacle, a sight to behold. However, seemingly undeterred by the looming danger, he dared to steal glances at the Grand Minister and the Omni King's reactions. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Whis struck the mischievous creature on the head with his staff. Hiss! Beerus clutched his head, inhaling sharply, and, heeding Wiss's warning, dared not look again. In an instant, the Omni King rose from his throne. A profound aura surged through the entire royal palace. Thud! 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 The remaining destroyers fell to their knees, their expressions drained of color. Beerus, too, felt compelled to avert his gaze. The angels beside the destroyers did not kneel, but slightly bent at the waist, their curiosity piqued. What transpired? Katra, how audacious of you to instigate conflict between 2 universes. The Grand Minister's voice resonated with authority, causing the multiverse to tremble. Instigating conflict between 2 universes? Cornic sighed inwardly. It was indeed discovered. The candidate destroyer of the 7th universe was surely doomed. The other destroyers and angels, upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, turned their gazes sharply to the prostrate Katra. No wonder the Grand Minister and the Omni King were incensed. Had this individual truly lost his sanity? Simultaneously, they were curious as to which universe Katra intended to provoke. Beerus suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Given Quitra's nature, could it be that this wretched creature had targeted his 7th universe? Katra, the Omni King addressed him. At that moment, the egg's voice lacked its usual childishness, now resonating with a grave seriousness, as if the very essence of law itself were intoning. "Oh, great king, I recognize my error." Katra trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with regret, yet simultaneously puzzled. It merely involves challenging the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. He did not personally descend. Why, then, did these 2 supreme deities react so vehemently? "Lord Zeno, I was in the wrong. Please, no." Quitra's pupils dilated in terror as he noticed Lord Zeno raise his hand. In an instant, the hearts and minds of all the destroyers and angels quivered. Was he about to erase a destroyer? A humming resonated, akin to a sacred hymn, surrounding Lord Zeno. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his delicate hand gently. Boom! A flash of white light enveloped Katra. His body and soul began to contort, excruciating screams escaping his lips. Cornic shut his eyes. "I have done my part to advise you, Lord Katra. May your journey be peaceful." Yet, after a while, Katra continued to wail. He had not vanished. Cornic opened his eyes abruptly. Was the life of his destroyer preserved? Beerus scoffed. What a resilient wretch. He had somehow evaded obliteration. The expressions of the other destroyers mirrored a tinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, this was not unexpected. Katra was the sole destroyer of the 4th universe, a realm devoid of even a candidate for the position. To erase him would plunge the 4th universe into a crippling state of powerlessness. This was a punishment. Next time, it would be annihilation. Lord Zeno cast a disdainful glance at Katra, withdrew his hand, and returned to his throne, glancing at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded, following prior decrees. A new command was issued. From this moment forth, no destroyer is to intervene in any capacity. With the supreme order proclaimed, a shiver coursed through all the destroyers, who bowed their heads in response. The assembly is adjourned. All destroyers and angels departed, their spirits weighed down by the abruptness of the meeting and Quitra's incident. As for Quitra, he bore the brunt of Lord Zeno's punishment, his soul and flesh severely wounded, his strength plummeting from the 7th rank of divine power to the 6th. Without at least 1 billion years, recovery was inconceivable. Presently, he was being dragged away by Conic by the scruff of his neck, akin to a lifeless dog. We're leaving. That wretched rodent promised to arm wrestle after the meeting. Beerus grinned mischievously as he followed. Whis, looking exasperated, remarked, given his current state, how could he possibly arm wrestle? If you wish to mock him, just say it outright. Regardless, let us proceed. I have a hunch he selected our 7th universe, and Lord Beerus. You must ensure he is dealt with. Whis tugged at Beerus, both intent on confronting Quitra. Suddenly, Beerus. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed once more within the palace of Zeno. Upon realizing that no other destroyers were to remain, they all fled, fearful that the Grand Priest might summon them too. Among them, the fastest runner was none other than Champa. What a wretched glutton. Watching Champa's retreating figure, Beerus was left dumbfounded. Was this truly his good brother? In the corridor of the palace, Beerus tilted his head in confusion and inquired, Whis, what does your father want with me? Whis shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, responding, how would I know? What can be done? It is the Grand Minister summoning him. Reluctantly, Beerus returned to the palace of the Omni King. Inside, the Omni King had resumed his seat upon the throne, engrossed in his game. The Grand Minister stood beside him, casting a chilling gaze upon Beerus. Startled, Beerus trembled and stammered, Grand Minister, is there an issue? He had not done anything wrong in years. Why was this esteemed figure looking at him in such a manner? Beerus, are you aware of your mistakes? The Grand Minister's tone escalated slightly. Beerus collapsed to the ground, his expression one of sheer terror. Observing this, a faint smirk crept across the Grand Minister's lips as he mused about Beerus's mischief with his son Whis. Noticing his father's expression, Whis was momentarily speechless, realizing that the intent was to frighten their deity of destruction. Father, Lord Beerus has done nothing wrong. If you have an issue, please state it directly. We must be on our way, Whis remarked coolly. Suddenly, Beerus snapped back to reality. Realizing he had done nothing wrong and questioning why he felt fear, he quickly rose to his feet. You two are quite the pair, the Grand Minister remarked, his lips twitching in annoyance. I warn you both, especially you, Beerus. If you continue to be so lazy after taking on a disciple and fail to lead by example, the Omni King and I will be very displeased. At that moment, the Omni King set down his gaming device and chimed in with a childlike voice. I will be very displeased. Boom. Beerus trembled uncontrollably, bowing deeply, yes. Humph, now get out of here. The Grand Minister glared at them both with irritation. Beerus, no longer daring to linger, hastily pulled Whis along as they exited the palace of the Omni King. Inside the palace, only the Grand Minister and the Omni King remained, the atmosphere heavy with an eerie silence. After a moment, the Grand Minister spoke, Lord Omni King, that Quitra has become rather audacious. No matter. If that little one cannot handle this, then there is no need to cultivate him further, the Omni King replied. Indeed, it serves as a timely reminder to the other deities of destruction. While that little one has yet to grow, we must not allow the others to intervene. Humph. Should they dare to intervene again after this warning, I shall erase them. The voices of the two supreme beings echoed within the palace, gradually settling into silence. Outside the palace, Beerus emerged in a state of disarray, contemplating whether to return to his universe to check for any schemes from Quitra. Beerus, why did the Grand Minister summon you back? A familiar voice called from beside the palace gates, belonging to the swiftest runner, Champa. Champa stood alongside Beerus, a portly cat, while the tall and elegant goddess, Vados, completed the peculiar tableau. Not surprised to see Vados still present, Whis nodded in acknowledgement to his sister. 8 years ago, when Vados first succumbed to Whis, she turned her head away from that insufferable brother. Whis wore a faint smile, acknowledging that his sister truly held grudges. Did you not flee? At that moment, Beerus noticed Champa still lingering around. A warm sensation coursed through him. He had assumed this gluttonous pig had abandoned him. I'm asking you a question. What did the Grand Minister summon you for? Champa approached, his gaze evasive. How could he truly run away? It's nothing. Just that I'm to cultivate Gran properly. Is that so? If you don't believe me, ask Whis. Whis, what he says is indeed true. Champa had not finished speaking when Beerus landed a punch on the gluttonous pig's head. Irate, you dared to ask, and you really did. Do you not trust me? Enough chatter. Come to my side first. Then we can deliberate on the matters of this meeting. Without waiting for Champa to react, Beerus urged Whis to take him back to the 7th universe, eager to see if something was amiss at home. Only Bados and Champa remained. Bados covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. I never expected Lord Champa to care so much for Lord Beerus. Your brotherly bond is truly touching. Exposed in his hidden sentiments, it felt akin to defecating in public. Champa, flustered and enraged, retorted, who cares about him? Hurry up and leave. Yes. The two hurried towards the 7th universe. In the 7th universe, at the Kaioshin realm, beneath a grand tree, Asin and the old Kaioshin observed a crystal ball displaying Gran battling Oma. Gran, give him a thrashing. Excellent, just like that. Ha ha ha, Gran is truly formidable. The old and young duo leaped with excitement as they witnessed Gran ultimately vanquishing Oma. Oof, what is Beerus doing? Why does he not emerge to eliminate such a strong adversary? The old Kaioshin's mood began to settle when he berated Beerus. If it weren't for Gran, our universe would have surely suffered again. Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering whether such words were appropriate for the Kaioshin. What? You seem to think it unfit to scold that glutton? The old Kaioshin glanced over. No. Asin shook his head, then hurriedly nodded. It's warranted. It's warranted. Lord Beerus, please do not strike me. I was coerced. Just then, with a swish, a figure appeared beneath the great tree. The sudden commotion startled the old Kaioshin and Asin, causing them to embrace one another. The old Kaioshin, eyes shut, repeatedly apologized. Lord Beerus, it was not my intention to criticize you. It was merely this junior's instigation. Asin, also with his eyes closed, trembled slightly. Ancestor, do you not hear what you were saying? Old Kaioshin, it's me. The newcomer was Gran. Observing the two clinging together and recalling the old Kaioshin's words, he quickly deduced what had just transpired. They were berating Beerus. It's you rascal? The old Kaioshin suddenly opened his eyes, realizing it was Gran, and hastily shoved Asin aside. He then turned to Asin with utmost seriousness, saying, well, you are relatively young. Enduring a beating from Lord Beerus shouldn't be an issue. Asin was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, you are the one who insults, yet I am the one who bears the brunt. Truly, this ancestor does not regard me as a person. Clearing his throat, he added, by the way, Gran, I witnessed your actions. The old Kaioshin disregarded Asin's expression and coughed lightly. Very impressive. Truly worthy of being our Universe 7's candidate destroyer. Gran, unfazed, replied, Old Kaioshin, you flatter me. He was merely a weakling. No. The old Kaioshin, with hands clasped behind his back, asserted earnestly, that individual is anything but weak. Oh, how can a being at the 3rd tier of the divine realm possibly be weak? In our Universe 7, he would undoubtedly be the strongest among mortals. The old Kaioshin's tone bore a hint of resignation. Despite the undeniable strength of their Universe 7's destroyer and the unparalleled talent of the angels, the Kaioshins of this era were remarkably adept. There were 6 Kaioshins in total, including himself, along with the enigmatic angel from Earth and the apprentice angel, Beerus. One would assume that Universe 7 would be exceedingly formidable. Yet, unexpectedly, they could not find a match for even a single intruder from their universe. How tragic. The old Kaioshin sat cross-legged beneath the great tree, beginning to peruse his little yellow book. Do not fret, old Kaioshin. Allow the situation to unfold a little longer. Soon, it will be our Universe 7's turn to rise. Gran discerned the old Kaioshin's thoughts and offered reassurance. I know. I am merely lamenting. The old Kaioshin flipped a couple of pages in his little yellow book and looked up. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, our Universe 7 would be in dire straits. Through the crystal ball, he had witnessed Gran's combat prowess, which was truly terrifying. Even if his raw power did not match that of his opponent, Gran could effortlessly defeat that individual thanks to his divine dimension and profound martial understanding. By the way, do you know where that individual you just fought hails from? The old Kaioshin inquired again. There are no such strong beings in Universe 7. He must belong to another universe. Look here, old Kaioshin. At that moment, Gran tossed something a short distance away with one hand. Buzz. A purple cube descended from the sky. This is a cosmic traversing cube. The old Kaioshin sprang to his feet from the ground. What is a cosmic traversing cube? Asin approached to touch it, perplexed. The cosmic traversing cube is the fastest means of transportation in the Omni King's universe. Even the angels cannot match its speed. The old Kaioshin stepped closer to examine the cosmic traversing cube. Moreover, only angels possess such an item. As he had suspected, that dark figure indeed belonged to another universe and was connected to the destroyers. Old Kaioshin, that individual came from Universe 4. Gran lowered his voice, recounting the probing clash he had with Oma. Gran's words echoed throughout the Kaioshin realm, causing the old Kaioshin's pupils to constrict. Is it that wretched rat? Upon this, the old Kai swiftly succumbed to a fit of rage. If one were to ponder which god of destruction harbors the deepest enmity towards Beerus within the entirety of the Omniverse, it would undoubtedly be Quitella of the Fourth Universe. Who would have imagined that he would be so deranged as to send minions to wreak havoc in the Seventh Universe? The old Kai, oblivious to the circumstances, speculated that this might be linked to the recent surge in human activity within the Seventh Universe. Could it be that he simply cannot abide the prosperity of our universe? How dare he? The old Kai's grinding teeth echoed ominously as he abruptly turned. Where is that scoundrel Beerus? Does he know of this? In truth, he was already aware of Gran and Beerus's venture to Earth. After all, their daily brawls there produced such a cacophony that it was nearly impossible to overlook. My lord, do you remain unaware? Today, Lord Zeno convened a meeting of the gods of destruction, and all have gone to the Zeno Palace to attend. With this revelation, the Kaioshin realm fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the old Kai regained his composure, his face paling in shock. Asin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Lord Zeno is playing a game of hide and seek once more? Over the course of these 8 years, Asin had learned many secrets. Uncertainty loomed, and they could only await the return of Lord Beerus to glean the truth. Gran shook his head. Damn it! What on earth has transpired? Suddenly, the old Kai was engulfed in distress. No, that wretched rodent dares to launch a sneak attack on our universe while our gods of destruction and angels are absent. I must go to the Zeno Palace to report this outrage. Enraged, he seized Asin and turned to leave. At that moment, 2 radiant beams of multicolored light descended from the heavens. The returned figures were none other than Beerus and his entourage. As Beerus touched down, he spotted Gran beneath a large tree, accompanied by the old and young Kaioshins. It appeared that all was well. Beerus surveyed the trio, noting their lack of injuries. The only individuals in the 7th universe that truly concerned him were these 3. With a sigh of relief, Beerus spoke solemnly. Whis, check to see if our universe has been compromised. Suddenly, Lord Beerus. The old Kai rushed forward, weeping profusely. Lord Beerus, that wretched rodent has gone too far. Beerus was taken aback. Why was this old fellow crying? Wait, that despicable rodent. Could it be that your sworn enemy, Quitella, has dispatched a 3rd-tier god of destruction to wreak havoc upon our 7th universe? The old Kai, seeing his ally return, abandoned all decorum. Rolling on the ground in a fit of despair, hoping to incite Beerus into action, Gran and Asin exchanged glances, realizing that Quitella intended to incite discord within the 7th universe. Lord Beerus, why are you still dawdling? You should first seek vengeance against that wretched rodent in the 4th universe, and I shall follow to report to the Omni King's palace. The old Kai stood up from the ground, wiping away non-existent tears, and exclaimed in anger, Humph, while our 7th universe may rank low, our god of destruction holds a prestigious position. This time, we shall not let him escape unscathed. The old Kai tugged at Asin, attempting to rush towards the Omni King's palace once more. Enough, Beerus interjected, halting the old man. He pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that indeed, his universe had been targeted by that detestable rodent. It is no wonder you hurried from Earth to the Kai's realm, he thought, casting a sidelong glance at Gran. The latter's ancient attire remained unscathed, and he bore no visible injuries. However, the extent of his muscular expansion suggested he had recently engaged in a fierce battle. How was it, battling a 3rd-tier god-level warrior? Beerus inquired, having already discerned that the assailant was indeed a formidable foe. Too weak, he barely resisted before meeting his demise. Gran shrugged, a smug expression on his face that was somewhat infuriating. In truth, Gran had not fully relished that confrontation. Aside from his sheer strength, the opponent, Oma, was utterly outmatched in every other aspect. Moreover, being within their own universe imposed natural constraints, as even a slight exertion could obliterate countless planets, dampening Gran's enthusiasm. At that moment, Gran cast a furtive glance at the returning Champa. Should I challenge him to a duel? Fighting such a powerful opponent should be exhilarating. Bardos. He has already ascended to divinity. How swift. Champa recognized Gran, but was unaware that Gran had reached an unprecedented level and was contemplating a challenge. Do not covet what is beyond your reach. After our previous encounter, we both emerged as losers. What right do you have to envy others? Bardos sighed. I lost. And that was that. Who knew you would falter as well? Champa wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, exasperated at his own companion's lack of ambition. Suddenly, a staff came crashing down. Champa clutched his head, letting out a yelp, and wisely refrained from further speech. Observing Beerus's lack of intent to seek vengeance, the old Kai leaped up, grasping Beerus's shoulders in frustration. Lord Beerus, why are you showing no reaction? Others are encroaching upon our territories. This is not your usual demeanor. Why are you so agitated? The Omni King has already dealt with that individual. What? The old Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. The Omni King discovered the ambush on our 7th universe? His physical form and soul have been severely diminished, even reducing his strength from 7th tier to 6th tier. Beerus recounted the events that transpired within the Omni King's palace. With each word, the old Kai's anger dissipated, feeling a sense of righteous vindication towards that wretched rodent. Asen was equally thrilled, realizing that the Omni King indeed upheld justice. Champa and Bardos exchanged glances. Was it justice? It was rather a matter of complete imbalance. While the 12 universes appeared harmonious on the surface, who truly desired to see their own universe ranked lower than others? However, as long as the god of destruction does not personally intervene, incidents such as those orchestrated by Katra and other universes are all too common. Over the years, countless powerful beings have perished in the shadows for the sake of rankings. It is only the 7th universe that remains indifferent to such standings, relying on its profound heritage to stubbornly hold onto the penultimate position, preventing other universes from meddling with it. Neither the Omni King nor the Grand Priest has ever taken action on such matters. Yet today, the Omni King is being utterly unreasonable, even contemplating the immediate eradication of Katra. Beerus and Champa, well-informed, can discern how much importance the Omni King and the Grand Priest place on this young fellow, Gran. Let that wretched rat inflict chaos upon my 7th universe. It is only fitting that he faces retribution. The former Supreme Kai, once wearing a furious expression, now beams with delight, his smile radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. That audacious rodent truly possesses remarkable boldness. While Beerus's tone appears calm, a closer listen reveals his desperate attempt to suppress the fury bubbling within. Threads of purple light intertwine around him, reminiscent of a hellish azura, with an overwhelming killing intent nearly materializing. As the mightiest god of destruction, why should he suffer losses? One should not assume that, since the Omni King has punished Katra, Beerus will let him off the hook. Gran, clarify the situation. What is that fellow intending to do? Upon his arrival in our 7th universe, he announced his desire to challenge me, Gran said, gesturing towards the distant cosmic travel cube. Champa and Beerus also turned their gaze in that direction. That cube is the hallmark of an angel. It serves as undeniable evidence. After a moment, it seems Quitra's true target is indeed you. Beerus cracked his neck, the joints popping ominously. Anyone daring to provoke him must find an opportunity to incapacitate that individual once more. Since the Omni King is already aware of this matter and has punished that wretched rodent Katra, we better refrain from taking further action. Observing Beerus's potential impulsiveness, the former Supreme Kai quickly intervened. It was you who urged me to seek vengeance, and now you are the one urging me to desist. Beerus shot a glare at the old fellow, though the intensity surrounding him gradually began to dissipate. Let the matter of revenge be set aside. There are more pressing issues to discuss. It pertains to the content of this Destruction God Conference. Beerus turned his head, speaking gravely. Gran, this upcoming conference is, in fact, related to you. Chapter 110. The Chaos of the Candidate Gods of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Gran's heart skipped a beat. Why does it concern me? The former Supreme Kai and Asin also felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Gran has already come to the attention of all the gods of destruction? A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, rustling the leaves of the trees, creating a soft sound. The scenery in the Kaiashan realm is magnificent, yet the atmosphere at this moment is dreadfully tense. What has transpired? Gran inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. You need not be so anxious. At this point, Whis could no longer contain himself. He shot a glare at Beerus and continued. The content of this meeting actually concerns all candidate gods of destruction. What does that mean? Gran let out a sigh, startled by Beerus's words, fearing that the entire meeting was centered around him. However, as far as he knew, only the 7th and 11th universes had candidates for the role of destroyer. In an instant, Gran and the old Kaioshin perked up their ears. The meeting was indeed discussing these matters as Whis began to recount the contents of the destroyer meeting. It was revealed that the Grand Priest mentioned the current state of the Omni King universe was rather stagnant, akin to still waters, which the Omni King did not wish to witness. To invigorate the Omni King universe and to prevent the sudden demise of any destroyer, the Omni King mandated that each universe select a successor destroyer for training. A grand battle among the candidates would ensue in 10 years, and the 3 universes with the lowest rankings would face the Omni King's wrath. As was concluded, Beerus, Whis, Bardos, and Champa all turned their gazes toward Gran. In truth, the Omni King universe was far from stagnant. Every universe was brimming with hidden currents. They were acutely aware that this meeting was not merely aimed at revitalizing the Omni King universe, but was convened for the sake of this young man. Currently, only 2 universes were known to be training candidates for the role of destroyer, the 11th universe and the 7th universe. While they were unaware of the situation regarding the candidate from the 11th universe, they were well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Glan's candidacy. The Grand Priest and the Omni King had long been monitoring Gran, which explained their fury at the attack he had suffered today. The purpose of this great battle for the candidate destroyers was, in fact, to hone Glan's abilities. Were they placing such importance on Gran? At that moment, Beerus and the others were utterly astonished. Silence enveloped the Kaioshin realm once more. Unaware of the truth, Gran stood frozen in place. So, the gathering of all destroyers today was for this. Suddenly, Gran felt a surge of excitement. After the battle of the destroyers, was the Omni King now organizing a battle for candidate destroyers? He knew this plot did not exist in the anime. Yet, he was genuinely eager for this impending conflict, especially with the Scion blood coursing through his veins. The desire for battle was an intrinsic trait of the Scion nature. Seeing Glan's exuberance, Whis and the others exchanged glances, realizing that this young lad was quite fond of the grand event specially arranged for him by the Omni King. Wait, the old Kaioshin exclaimed in shock. Are you saying that in 10 years, a grand battle for candidate destroyers will take place? Beerus furrowed his brow, remarking, You seem rather aged, but surely you aren't hard of hearing to such a degree? The others responded, Lord Beerus, did you not notice? The 3 lowest-ranking universes will face punishment. The old Kaioshin was filled with trepidation. If we consider the human power index, the 6th and 7th universes are precisely ranked 3rd and 2nd from the bottom. Evidently, the Omni King must have taken this into consideration when establishing the punishment. As a warning to these 2 universes, damn, Champa, realizing the gravity of the situation, gripped Beerus' shoulders in trepidation, exclaiming, I currently lack even a substitute god of destruction. Will I face erasure when the time comes? Upon uttering this, he suddenly turned to Gran, eagerly stating, Beerus, it seems there is no stipulation against having the same candidate for the substitute god of destruction from both universes, is there? Gran's talents are indisputable. This very battle was orchestrated to cultivate him. If we could appoint Gran as the substitute god of destruction, our 6th universe would surely remain unscathed. At this proclamation, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it truly be so? Gran pointed to himself, as Champa's implication suggested that he would have him serve as the candidate for both the 6th and 7th universes. Then, a decade later, he would represent both universes in battle? This is unacceptable, Champa. Beerus interjected with a frown. Why not? Champa bellowed in despair. Are you not aware of the purpose of this grand conflict? Beerus replied solemnly. This battle must consist of 12 candidates for God of Destruction. One too many or one too few simply will not suffice. Purpose? Champa and Beerus quickly grasped the implications. This battle was indeed designed to hone Gran's abilities. If there were fewer participants, how could Gran be adequately trained? While it is permissible for a universe to have 2 candidates, ultimately only one could engage in the battle. After all, the Omni King's objective is to refine Gran. If too many candidates joined forces to assault him, would that not constitute a form of bullying? Damn it. Champa realized this, understanding that the disciple he would take on would merely serve as a stepping stone for Gran. Meanwhile, Gran remained bewildered, unable to comprehend their discourse. Purpose? Could this chaotic melee possess another aim? You should just focus on selecting a candidate, Beerus chuckled heartily. A decade will pass swiftly. What are you so pleased about? Champa retorted, clenching his fists and scoffing. Do you truly believe Gran is assured victory? Given your popularity, he might find himself besieged by the 11 substitute gods of destruction. Gran interjected, it's quite likely that scenario will come to fruition. Beerus' expression darkened. He had earned the title of the strongest god of destruction by enduring a similar fate of being overwhelmed, yet persevering until the end. Now, Gran was poised to replicate his tale. Gran, it seems you will face considerable challenges. Whis, observing Gran's continued enthusiasm, spoke gravely. The other universes are not akin to ours. You have been nurtured by us since childhood, yet in this melee, the other universes will undoubtedly select their strongest warriors as candidates for God of Destruction. Chapter 111. Asin, Gran, do not offer yourself up. Whis had only trained Gran for 12 years. Although Gran's talents were formidable, the vast disparity in time would pose significant disadvantages. It is akin to other exceptionally gifted contenders who have trained for hundreds or even thousands of years within their respective universes. Even some ancient beings can endure for millions, even tens of millions of years. Such monsters exist in every universe. This time, the substitute destroyer's chaotic battle includes a ranking penalty, ensuring that no universe holds back its strength. With this thought, Whis waved his staff, conjuring the scene of Gran's previous battle with Oma. Everyone lifted their gaze. After witnessing the entire confrontation, Whis remarked, this fellow possesses only brute strength. His martial arts are lamentably weak. Beerus nodded in agreement. It's not just Gran. Even the warriors from my 6th universe could easily defeat him. Beerus, arms crossed, scoffed. How could that decrepit rodent send such trash our way? It shows utter disdain for my 7th universe. Asin shrank slightly in response. Isn't it natural for others to look down on us? Our universe is inherently weak. The old Kai slammed a fist onto Asin's head, snorting coldly. Isn't this all the result of your and Lord Beerus's actions? The assembly of deities assessed Oma's prowess, deeming him a being incapable of perfect control over even his strength. Whis turned to Gran, gravely stating, Gran, this individual's martial arts are woefully inadequate. He is certainly not the strongest of the 4th universe. Prepare yourself, for you will not face such rubbish. Gran nodded, fully aware of this reality. With the chaos of this battle accompanied by a penalty mechanism, the remaining universes would undoubtedly train their substitute destroyers with fervor. Even Jiren might be pulled down a notch. But so what? Engaging in combat with such formidable opponents is the most exhilarating endeavor, is it not? Moreover, Whis' tone suddenly grew exceedingly serious. I previously mentioned that 4 universes possess humans whose standards exceed a level of 7. The warriors among them are truly formidable. Boom. The deities shuddered at this revelation. The human standard of the 7th universe barely exceeds 3. Those 4 universes have doubled that. With such a terrifying average, their strongest must be extraordinary indeed. Gran contemplated this, yet his excitement only intensified. Those 4 fellows from Ewan are not particularly strong. How have they achieved this? At that moment, Champa could not help but express his thoughts. In Champa's eyes, apart from Beerus and Quitella, the other destroyers hardly captured his interest. Naturally, others manage their universes more effectively, Beerus teased. Must you constantly berate me, Beerus? Champa clenched his fist, the plump flesh on his face twitching as he spoke. Oh dear. Dear, Lord Champa, instead of wasting time in anger, perhaps you should consider where to find a suitable substitute destroyer. Otherwise, if you end up at the bottom of the ranks, you may find yourself in dire straits. Beerus stifled a laugh, finding her Lord Champa incredibly amusing. You. Champa gritted his teeth. What are we still doing here? We must hasten to seek out strong individuals within our universe. He tugged at Beerus, eager to depart. Gran quickly called out to him. Lord Champa, I have a suggestion. Everyone turned their attention to Gran, curious about what he might propose. What suggestion? Champa inquired. Turning back. May I present a direction for selecting candidates? Are you interested? A subtle smile graced Gran's lips. After all, Champa was Beerus's brother, and he had no qualms about lending this fellow a hand. Do share. Champa suddenly displayed interest. This little fellow had always been enigmatic, and his suggestions might prove valuable. Beerus and the others also perked up their ears. Lord Champa, how about you engage in a duel with me first? Afterward, I shall share my thoughts with you. Gran proposed, his smile fading as he clenched his fists. Years ago, he had been ensnared by this individual, and he had longed to square off ever since. Naturally, he understood that he was still far from matching Champa's prowess. As Beerus's twin brother, Champa's innate talent was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, even if he could not prevail, he yearned to gauge the distance between himself and other gods of destruction. After all, constantly battling the most powerful god of destruction, Beerus, had left him only with the experience of being overpowered, offering no insight into how far he was from the level of true divinity. A more pressing reason lingered in his mind. The battle with Uma had left him feeling frustrated. That individual's combat skills were woefully inadequate, compounded by the constraints of fighting within this universe. Now that the two angels had returned, their presence would surely enable him to engage Champa in a fulfilling contest. Gran's declaration left the assembly momentarily bewildered. "Are you seeking punishment?" Champa came back to his senses, his eyes shimmering with the cold light characteristic of deities. "You do not believe that your dimensional breakthrough to the divine realm means you can contend with a true god of destruction, do you? Gran, do not act recklessly. Your current strength is still vastly inferior to Lord Champa." The old Kai urged. "You should heed the words of your ancestors. Why seek to suffer?" Asen added, perplexed by why anyone would willingly seek a beating. Beerus and Whis remained silent, their expressions indifferent. "Will you not dissuade your candidate?" Champa gestured towards Beerus and then at the young and handsome Gran. "If he wishes to be struck, then let him have his way," Beerus replied, arms crossed, his tone nonchalant. He had pummeled Gran for over a decade. It was a marvel that this fellow had finally made a breakthrough, only to encounter a third-tier god of destruction. The outcome was disappointing. It was hardly surprising that he would enjoy himself, so he decided to let it be. "Very well. Just don't be too tender-hearted afterward." Champa chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation, preparing to take flight. Gran exhaled heavily and ascended into the sky as well. "Do not accuse me of bullying. I shall match your strength accordingly." Champa twisted his wrist, joints cracking ominously. "Thank you, Lord Champa," Gran replied, cautious not to overestimate his own capabilities. Finally, he would have the opportunity to spar with a god of destruction other than the strongest one. Gran was visibly exhilarated. The two circled above the realm of the Kais, both adorned in attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, emanating a tremendous divine pressure. Buzz. Before the gods even engaged in combat, the mere clash of their dimensional pressures caused the heavens to erupt with a piercing hum. A fierce wind howled, and the earth trembled. How terrifying. This scene was utterly unlike Gran's previous battle with that individual from the fourth universe. The ground trembled as Asen swallowed hard. Was this not mere folly? Gran and Lord Champa were deities of battle, born solely for combat. How could that fellow from the fourth universe possibly compare to Gran and his ilk? The old Kai glared at Asen, the mere sprout. Boom. The atmosphere above grew increasingly oppressive, signaling the imminent clash of divine beings. Chapter 112. The body's instinct seems poised to break through suddenly. Whis waved his staff, and a protective barrier enveloped everyone. Simultaneously, Gran took action. He stepped forward, and as he did, a silvery luminescence enveloped him. The brilliance illuminated the sky, and in the wake of its stunning glow, his black hair transformed into shimmering silver. The nascent form of the divine dimension's ultimate mastery. In the face of battling a god of destruction, Gran dared not to be careless, entering his most potent state. A vast torrent of power surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space. Crash! At some point, Gran materialized before Champa, his right fist shrouded in silver brilliance. A punch was unleashed. Like the explosion of the Milky Way, this force capable of shaking the cosmos erupted before Champa. Did it connect? Just as Gran was taken aback. Boom. The sheer force of their clash caused the entire Kaiashan realm to explode, a plump figure propelled backward amidst the conflagration. Outside lay an infinite expanse of stars. With two angels present, he could finally abandon concerns of his power wreaking havoc upon the universe. After all, it could be restored in due time. Whoosh. Silvery streams of light surged upward, the searing waves of energy continuously roiling around Gran. He twisted his body, pursuing with an unfathomable speed. Be cautious, Lord Champa. Gran did not presume that his single blow could vanquish the twin brother of Beerus. He charged into the cosmic expanse, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught once more. Champa appeared to be taking the blows without a hint of resistance. Gran surmised Champa's intent. This was likely a test of his power. Huh. Gran kicked Champa away, then followed closely behind, hands clasped tightly, channeling all his strength. With a mighty strike, Boom. The force reverberated like the wrath of thunder across the starry river. Fissures appearing in the very center of this explosive power. Under the onslaught of this strength, countless stars shattered, and even planets hundreds of thousands of light years away were dislodged from their orbits. Champa plummeted toward the starry abyss below. Gran gathered his hands before his chest, where myriad silver rays converged. Go! A silver energy wave surged forth like a celestial dragon, roaring through the cosmos. Boom! Upon striking its target, the power of the first tier of the divine realm expanded throughout the universe. Crack! Crack! The starry expanse began to collapse inch by inch. Witnessing this, Asin was left agape. Oh, ancestor, this is utterly terrifying. It was Asin's first time witnessing Gran exerting his full strength back in the day. Even the formidable Majin Buu was nothing before Gran. The power was indeed fearsome, yet the destruction it wrought was equally evident to the naked eye. The ancient Supreme Kai, while protected by Whis, could not help but comment. Beings like Whis, the angels, do not inflict even the slightest damage upon their surroundings. Yet, Gran is still far from reaching the level of an angel. At this, Beerus smirked and remarked, "Not only Gran, but even I cannot fight without causing some destruction." In truth, whenever gods of destruction engage in battle, their confrontations tend to wreak havoc upon the very fabric of existence. Meanwhile, as the radiance dissipated, a black hole emerged at the site of the explosion, drawing in the light of the detonation. Champa found himself at the center of this black hole, lying horizontally. Gran swiftly approached, his divine form allowing him to disregard the black hole's pull. He launched another strike towards Champa, realizing that the first stage of divine realm was indeed Gran's utmost strength. Suddenly, Champa stood upright within the black hole, extending his clawed hand to intercept Gran's right fist. Observing the battle between Gran and Omin, Whis had already discerned the extent of Gran's power. However, even with this prior knowledge, upon feeling Gran's strength, he could not help but marvel. In just 8 years, this young man's talent is truly astonishing. I shall begin as well. I will not hold back, so be cautious, Champa declared, playfully rubbing his pudgy cheeks, still stinging from the several blows he had just received. Come on. Gran broke free from Champa's grasp and quickly retreated. At that very moment, a resounding boom erupted. A violet light radiated from Champa, embodying the same first stage of divine realm power. Champa began to step forward towards Gran, his movements strikingly formidable, imbued with an unparalleled martial prowess. There were no weaknesses. Each action was executed flawlessly. To Gran, Champa appeared as the very incarnation of martial arts. How terrifying! Gran's body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Here it comes. In an instant, Champa materialized beside Gran, the movement silent and swift. Champa raised his hand like a blade, aiming for Gran's back in a decisive strike. Lord Champa, I can perform the Ultra Instinct too. Gran instinctively sidestepped. However, as Champa's hand descended, he suddenly closed his fingers, forming a fist, and delivered a powerful blow straight to Gran's chest. Champa wielded the first stage of divine realm power to its fullest, unleashing it upon Gran's torso with complete intensity, leaving no energy wasted. With a splatter, Gran coughed up blood and was sent reeling. What of the Ultra Instinct? Your physical form is still too feeble. How dare you challenge me? Champa quickly pursued. Harnessing the same power, his speed was astonishing, and he appeared right beside Gran in the blink of an eye. So you wish to strike my face, do you? Champa showed no mercy, landing another punch on Gran's youthful and handsome visage. A thunderous crash ensued. The space, which had previously remained intact, now bore countless cracks under the tremors of the strike. The scene shifted too rapidly. Just moments ago, Gran was delivering a resounding blow to others, and now the tables have turned. Fortunately, as a deity, Gran's body has become remarkably resilient, and this strike merely caused stars to dance before his eyes. Your command over power is commendable, yet ultimately, your combat experience is insufficient. Your physical prowess does not align with your state of mind. Champa delivered a swift kick to Gran's abdomen. Your martial arts have yet to transcend the limits of a mortal, until you step into the realm of divine combat. You are unworthy to contend with a true destroyer. Do you truly believe that my ample frame signifies weakness? Apart from Beerus and that wretched rodent, I do not fear any other destroyer. Do you dare challenge me? Watch as I bring you to tears. Champa's innate abilities soared to the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Although he could not master Ultra Instinct, Gran's own abilities were merely at the peak of the second stage. The vast disparity of their realms allowed Champa to disregard Gran's ultra instinct. Boom. Champa commenced a brutal assault on Gran. Under the onslaught of his power, space warped, collapsed, and shattered. The force continued to expand, leaving behind a void in the cosmos, as planets were shredded to oblivion. Lord Beerus, Lord Champa has gone mad. You must save Gran. The Elder Kai, having lost sight of Gran and the others in this expanse, observed through Whis' projection that Gran was suffering immensely. I told Gran not to engage, yet he refused to heed my words. Asin was anxious, his longing gaze fixed upon Beerus, hoping he would rush to Gran's aid. Why the urgency? That rotund pig knows his limits. Beerus clenched his fists, his voice quivering slightly. Moreover, have you not noticed? Gran's innate abilities seem poised for a breakthrough. Chapter 113, Breakthrough. Years ago, during his spar with the Grand Elder on the planet Metamor, Gran's innate abilities ascended to the second stage. In the subsequent years, under the tutelage of Beerus and Whis, his innate abilities reached the peak of the second stage. This pinnacle represents the utmost limits of mortal capabilities. Now, a decade later, amidst his battle with Champa, the bottleneck he faced has begun to loosen. Indeed, the Elder Kai observed closely, elated. I thought he sought a beating, yet he is striving for a breakthrough. My dear Elder Kai, you are mistaken, Whis interjected, shaking his head. Huh. The Elder Kai's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. You old fool, you truly are losing your wits. Beerus crossed his arms. Irritated, Gran's innate abilities have long since reached a bottleneck. Over the years, he has attempted numerous breakthroughs, yet none have succeeded. He has become indifferent to his own physical prowess. Did you not see how unenthusiastic he was during his battle with that fellow from Universe 4? Gran sought merely the exhilaration of combat. Yet who could have anticipated that amidst this chaotic encounter, his bottleneck would begin to loosen? At this moment, Beerus could not suppress a chuckle, marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Beside him, the elegant goddess Vados said nothing, merely biting her lip, consumed by envy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the shattered cosmos, resonating with fierce collisions. A silvery radiance intertwined with a violet glow, as it became evident that Gran's innate barriers were indeed wavering, prompting Champa to unleash even more ferocity. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. The cosmos compressed, expanded, and fractured, as black holes voraciously devoured everything in sight, reminiscent of the twilight of the gods, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Champa swiftly redirected his force, landing a powerful punch to Gran's cheek. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded Gran's consciousness, yet he did not falter. Instead, his head twisted at an uncanny angle, fixated upon the massive figure beside him. Champa. With a roar, Gran relinquished his defense and retaliated with a punch of his own. At last, he struck Champa's side, unleashing the might of the first tier of divine power, which shattered the surrounding black holes into fragments. Now it was Champa's turn to be sent flying. Ha ha, keep it coming. Gran remained oblivious to the loosening of his innate barriers, reveling in the thrill of battle. With a swiftness akin to the speed of light, Gran surged forward. Good lad. Champa steadied himself, excitement bubbling within him as Gran approached. How long can you endure this? The two engaged in a fierce struggle, seemingly abandoning all defenses in favor of their sharpest assaults. The battlefield expanded further, countless stars shimmering and shattering in the tempest of energy. Within this celestial expanse, the paths of their conflict resembled a celestial arrow, cleaving through the galaxy. Ha ha, what a thrill! Gran exclaimed. This is true combat. Champa, don't hold back. Let us fight with all our might. Gran's silvery aura grew increasingly radiant, swirling around him in a tempestuous dance. Enveloped in this searing energy, he resembled a moving galaxy, his movements becoming ever more graceful. With a powerful rebound, Gran soared into the sky, reaching heights of 10,000 meters before plummeting back down with terrifying speed. Come at me, Champa countered, refusing to retreat. As he stepped into the cosmos like a wave of annihilation surging upstream, a scion monkey and a purple, corpulent cat, one ascending, the other descending, collided in an instant. The impact echoed like a chaotic explosion, sending tremors across a significant portion of the seventh universe. What a fervent battle! Observing the spectacle, Asin felt his blood boiling with excitement. Fervent indeed. Our universe is on the brink of destruction. The old Supreme Kai delivered a sharp rap to Asenes's head. Soon. The breakthrough is imminent. Beerus, filled with excitement, turned to Whis beside him and inquired, "How much time remains?" 30 seconds. Whis replied, glancing at the hourglass. 30 seconds? That's rather brief. Beerus's expression turned anxious. However, it would suffice. With his arms previously crossed over his chest, Beerus released them and transformed into a violet beam, hurtling towards Gran's direction. "What is Lord Beerus intending to do?" Ashen asked, puzzled. "Fool, can't you comprehend? Lord Beerus is going to lend Gran a helping hand." The Elder Kai struck Ashen lightly on the head. In another expanse of the cosmos, Gran felt his fervor igniting. The visceral nature of the combat enthralled him, rendering him oblivious to his own state. Damn it, why hasn't he broken through yet? Champa could keenly sense that Gran's body was on the verge of transcending to the third level. Yet time was running out. If it lingered any longer, the wounds of Universe 7 would be irreparable. Curse be you. Can you not hasten your pace? Champa relentlessly assaulted Gran, who was now battered and bloodied. Nevertheless, Gran failed to achieve his breakthrough as the 3-minute mark approached. Suddenly, a violet light surged toward them, momentarily startling Champa, who quickly deduced Beerus's intentions. "You little brat. Often it is on the precipice of death that one can unleash their utmost potential. Are you prepared?" Champa bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gran soaring into the sky. As Gran contemplated a downward dive, he finally sensed a tremor within himself. The barrier obstructing his innate abilities was shuddering. Was he on the brink of a breakthrough? "Gran, this time you cannot evade your demise." Beerus's frigid voice echoed from afar. "And I, this time, shall not hold back." Champa's voice resonated from below. At that moment, 2 beams of destructive violet energy erupted from the hands of the 2 gods of destruction, an indomitable force. In the face of destruction's decree, all existence would be transformed from 1 to 0. Buzz. The 2 most potent beams of light tore through the shattered cosmos, causing Gran's hairs to stand on end. This was an assault from both gods of destruction simultaneously. The velocity of these beams was astonishing, beyond the evasion capability of a second-level innate body. If he failed to break through, death was his only fate. "Damn it, I cannot escape." Gran's eyes widened in desperation. Those observing the battle, including Whis, felt a wave of anxiety for Gran. Was he truly unable to achieve his breakthrough? The 2 beams materialized before Gran in an instant. Was this the end? In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a crack echoed, as if chains were shattering, and beneath that sound, the seemingly frozen tableau resumed its motion. Faced with the specter of death, a radiant silver light erupted from Gran's being. Confronted with the imminent destructive beams, his body reacted with an unprecedented terror. He sidestepped and bent low. The movements were fluid and graceful, executed in one seamless motion. Dodged it. Chapter 114. Suggestions for Champa regarding candidates. 2 beams of destructive light traversed the location where Gran resided, soaring across countless starry skies. Upon striking 2 planets, those celestial bodies were utterly obliterated. Ding! The hourglass in Whis' hand finally ran out of sand, and he swiftly waved his staff. The supreme power of the angels surged into the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the 7th universe, save for Gran and their assembly of deities. With this celestial force, time reversed. The entire panorama of the 7th universe rapidly regressed, and in an instant, it reverted to 3 minutes prior. The destroyed Kaioshin realm and myriad starry vistas restored to their original states, as if the recent cataclysmic battle of the gods had never transpired. Silence reigned. Gran hovered in the cosmos, his head resembling a battered mess. Yet, he had no time to attend to his injuries. With his swollen eyes shut, he sensed his own condition. After 10 long years, his third-tier physical instincts had finally transcended to this level. Gran found himself at a loss for words to express this sensation. He simply felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. If his martial prowess had previously been confined to the limits of mortals, he had now officially entered the realm of divine combatants. "Well done, you rascal." At that moment, Beerus flew over, excitedly slapping Gran on the shoulder. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Gran opened his swollen eyes, grimacing in pain as the injuries he had sustained finally caught up with him. Champa approached, taunting, "Feeling the pain now, are we? Dare you challenge me again?" Gran, still nursing his wounds, expressed his gratitude. "For now, I must thank Lord Champa. Had it not been for you, I might have perished without a trace." Without your assistance, my physical instincts would never have broken through. Gran understood that Champa had always been holding back. Otherwise, with his meager strength, even if Champa had used the same power, he would have been utterly vanquished long ago. Humph, it's good that you know. Champa proudly lifted his chubby chin. If it were anyone else, not only would I not entertain a spar, I would have likely destroyed them outright at the mere suggestion. Only this little fellow enjoyed such privileges. After all, his talent was truly astonishing. And perhaps most importantly, he was Beerus's sole disciple. Hey, what about me? Beerus tugged at Gran's collar, jealousy evident in his tone. Your breakthrough is partly my achievement, you know. Yes, I almost died just now. All credit goes to Lord Beerus, Gran replied, his arms dangling at his sides as he lifted his battered head, visibly annoyed. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, this was the first time he had felt death so closely. He truly had come perilously close to the end. Ha. Beerus released his grip on Gran and, with a sheepish smile, remarked, I merely wanted you to experience the oppressive weight of death, as I noticed your inability to break through. Look at you now. You have succeeded. Gran's lips twitched involuntarily, but the movement aggravated the wounds on his face. After taking a sharp breath, he bowed to Beerus, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your final assistance. He was not someone lacking in discernment. Were it not for Beerus unleashing that devastating beam of destruction, Champa would have never dared to strike with such ferocity. Thus, his current breakthrough was indeed a consequence of that intervention. At least you show some understanding. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, noticing Whis and the others approaching. This lad is quite injured. Whis, please attend to his wounds first. As Beerus spoke, Gran coughed up more blood. In truth, Gran was gravely injured. Virtually every bone in his body, including his nasal bridge, ribs, and femur, was compromised. Such was the price of battling a god of destruction. Observing this, Champa felt a twinge of guilt and dared not meet Beerus's gaze. After all, he had mercilessly beaten Beerus's disciple. Would he too face retribution? Beerus, perceptive to Champa's expression, opted for silence, as it was he who had urged such actions. It shall be done shortly. Whis waved his staff, and a radiant light enveloped Gran, instantly healing his injuries. Unexpectedly, your body has achieved a breakthrough amidst this turmoil. How does it feel? Whis inquired. Gran flexed his limbs. I cannot quite articulate this sensation. It is simply wondrous. He had only hoped to engage Champa in a spirited battle, never anticipating a breakthrough in the process. Wondrous indeed. Whis said, patting Gran on the shoulder. The instinctual capabilities of the body differ from sheer power. Beyond the divine realm lies the angelic tier. The instinctual abilities consist of 9 stages, which I have previously shared with you. Each stage represents a monumental leap, even a dimensional shift. If the second stage can be likened to a martial arts master among mortals, then the third stage might be deemed a martial deity. As Gran's master, Whis always offered insights during Gran's moments of advancement. Listening to his mentor's explanations, Gran's confusion gradually dissipated. When you evaded Lord Beerus's lethal strike, I trust you sensed the terrifying potential of the third stage of instinctual ability. At this moment, even 10 versions of your former self could not hope to defeat you. Whis smiled. Of course, the third stage of instinctual ability is merely the threshold for combat deities. Beings like Lord Champa have long surpassed that, attaining the even more formidable fourth stage. As these words left Whis's lips, Champa interjected, Hey. Whis, have you lost your mind? How could you divulge my secrets to others? Beerus scoffed. Among deities, your strength is hardly a secret. What difference does it make? In light of this, I shall also disclose your prowess to Champa. Before he could finish speaking, Beerus swiftly covered his mouth. Champa, are you not supposed to provide this fellow with suggestions for candidates? Beerus muffled Champa's words. Observing the antics of the two brothers, Gran paused, as he had anticipated gaining insight into Beerus's true strength. Lord Champa, since we have engaged in combat, I shall honor my promise, Gran stated earnestly. Should you be selecting candidates, I believe it prudent to consider the scions of your sixth universe. The reason Gran directed Champa's attention in this manner was primarily due to the inherently benevolent and righteous nature of the scions from the sixth universe. In comparison to their counterparts in the seventh universe, the scions of the sixth possess a greater number of cells, rendering their transformation into super scions considerably more facile. For instance, during the Tournament of Power, there were 2 female scions named Caulifla and Kale, both of whom exhibited astonishing talent. Remarkably, Upon being chosen as participants, they managed to attain Super Saiyan 2 status within a remarkably brief span of time, even exchanging blows with Goku. After fusing, they momentarily had Goku pinned to the ground. Of course, at that time, Kale and Caulifla may not have even been born yet. However, the Saiyan race is inherently formidable, and one cannot ascertain whether the sixth universe conceals even more terrifying Scions. Scions! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I am a Scion, and I am acutely aware of the formidable nature of my race. Gran affirmed. According to Whis, the seventh and sixth universes are twin universes. Thus it stands to reason that the sixth universe possesses Scions as well. Lord Champa, I encourage you to consider this avenue. He contemplated recommending Hit as well. But the latter's reputation in the sixth universe was far too prominent for Champa and Beerus to overlook. Moreover, Gran had never ventured to the sixth universe, making it difficult to assert the presence of Hit there. Gran added, of course, this is merely my suggestion. It would be wise for you to select candidates based on the most suitable circumstances. Beerus, Champa exclaimed as he freed himself from Beerus's grasp and swiftly turned to the mature and sophisticated angel, Vados. Please investigate the status of the Scion race in our sixth universe. Upon hearing this, Vados promptly utilized the crystal ball atop her staff to examine the Scions of the sixth universe. As Vados gathered information, the others regarded Gran with a curious gaze. If he was so formidable, surely his race must also possess considerable strength. At that moment, Whis cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. While the seventh universe once had many Scions, under Beerus's orders, Frieza had eradicated all the Scions on planet Vegeta in one fell swoop. What are you grinning about? Beerus, visibly irritated, remarked, not every Scion is like Gran or that cockroach fellow. The Scions of our seventh universe are a ruthless lot. Are we to allow them to celebrate the new year? Gran, with a hint of mockery, interjected, but Lord Beerus, isn't Frieza also a cruel tyrant? Why not obliterate him? Whis jested. The reason is simple. Frieza has not crossed him, whereas the king of the Scion race has. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at the pair. What does it matter if one is gifted? If you provoke the mightiest in the seventh universe, do you expect to survive? As a destroyer, I must maintain my dignity. Suddenly, Bardos, gazing at the crystal atop the staff, spoke. In our sixth universe, there indeed exists a race of Scions. They inhabit planet Salad and have formed a defense team called the Lay's Defense Corps to uphold order in the sixth universe. Their reputation is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Ashen's expression morphed into one of astonishment, for the Scions of their seventh universe lacked such a favorable reputation. Beerus and the old Kaioshin appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Despite being twin universes, the sixth and seventh possess many contrasting elements. What of their strength? Champa inquired eagerly. If I could acquire a talent akin to Gran, it would be a boon. The group leaned in with keen interest. Even Gran was intrigued. Bardos furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the crystal ball. Based on their combat performance, their prowess is rather lackluster. The elite Scions of the sixth universe exhibit battle power in the mere hundreds of millions. This pales in comparison to Gran. Unbeknownst to them, this was their standard battle power. In their Super Saiyan forms, their strength could soar into the hundreds of billions. Should they attain Super Saiyan 3, their power would exceed 1,000 billion. Champa abruptly turned to Gran. After having fought alongside this fellow and aiding him in breaking through his physical limitations. Is this how you repay me? Lord Champa, our Scion race is capable of transformation. Gran, eager to illustrate the potential of Scions, promptly shifted into Super Saiyan form. Though he paled in comparison to the Ultra Instinct state, his power visibly surged. However, to Champa and Bardos, this transformation appeared as an unconventional method of change. Bardos was about to speak when Whis interjected. Sister, do you recall the tale our father once shared? He continued with profound significance. Father stated that everything exists for a reason. Existence is justification itself. Tale. Gran and Beerus understood Whis's reference to the Scion ancestor, Otis. Champa was perplexed, while Bardos, after a moment's contemplation, experienced a sudden shift in her demeanor. Bardos. What troubles you? Champa asked, taken aback. Lord Champa, we must return at once. Bardos urged. Bardos, with a swift motion, seized Champa, causing them to vanish without a trace. The onlookers were left speechless, exclaiming, You fled rather swiftly. Especially Beerus, who had initially intended for Champa to summon his candidate to collaborate with Gran. After Bardos and Champa disappeared completely, Beerus turned to Gran, hesitating to speak. "Well, what's the matter, Lord Beerus?" Gran inquired, frowning. Whis and the others shared a look of confusion. Under their scrutiny, Beerus appeared somewhat bashful, his gaze wavering. "The Grand Zeno has decreed that as long as one is not among the last few, there will be no punishment. So, when the time comes, could you possibly look after that plump fellow?" This grand melee was tailored for Gran, and with 10 years remaining, given Gran's exceptional talent, he would assuredly avoid punishment even if he did not secure first place. In this context, Beerus hoped Gran could assist Universe 6. After all, that was his brother. "Why are you staring at me? If you're unwilling, then so be it." Beerus felt a slight flush on his cheeks and promptly turned to fly back to the Kaishin realm. Surrounded by the infinite cosmos, Beerus's silhouette bore the semblance of a forlorn elder, evoking a sense of pity. "I never said I was unwilling." Gran couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lord Beerus had such a peculiar demeanor. Despite the evident concern he shared with Lord Champa, he consistently wore a scowl. The old Kaishin, hands clasped behind his back, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Whis, holding his staff, remarked with a gentle laugh, "It wouldn't be a problem to assist Lord Champa. But if Universe 6 were to ally with us, then their candidate for God of Destruction would surely become a target. That's fine. I shall simply defeat everyone on the opposing side." Gran declared with confidence. Champa, being adorably rotund, had played a significant role in his recent breakthrough. Thus, he felt compelled to lend assistance. "Oh, quite the bold statement. It seems you are eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle," Whis teased, affectionately ruffling Gran's hair. "Haha. Battling Lord Champa was exhilarating. I am indeed looking forward to the future conflict." Gran replied enthusiastically. "All right, I see your excitement. Now, do go back and inform Lord Beerus that you agree to help him look after Universe 6. "Understood." Gran and the other deities swiftly made their way back to the Kaishin realm. Chapter 116. The Super Wish Pearl? In the direction of Universe 6. A cosmic travel cube surged forward at great speed. Champa, puzzled, asked, "Why are we moving so rapidly? Is something amiss?" "Lord Champa, the Scion race is of great significance." "What do you mean?" Champa scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Bardos, barely containing her excitement, explained, "My father once told me that in the distant ancient times, a Scion challenged Lord Zeno." "What?" Suddenly, the speed of their cosmic travel cube surged dramatically. In the realm of the fourth universe, Ketra had been brought back by Conic for some time now. "Ah, that hurts." Upon awakening, Ketra rolled on the grass, tormented by the agonizing wounds of both his spirit and body. "Damn it, I am not even targeting the Kaishin of the seventh universe. Such actions have indeed transpired in other universes," he exclaimed. "How could Lord Zeno handle me alone? I refuse to accept this." With clenched fists, Ketra struck the ground, the excruciating pain rendering his complexion ashen. This dual suffering would likely accompany him for a lifetime unless his injuries could somehow mend. Yet, even if recovery were possible, it would take at least 1 billion years. "Conic, is there any way to heal my wounds?" Ketra managed to stand with great difficulty, enduring the agony. "Ketra, your injuries were inflicted by Lord Zeno. I have no means to assist you," Conic replied, staff in hand. He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, there may be another solution." "What solution?" Ketra asked, intrigued. "The Super Dragon Balls." Conic suddenly turned his gaze toward the 6th and 7th universes. "The Super Dragon Balls? Perhaps you should forget it. They would never lend them to you," Conic cautioned. "What do you mean?" Ketra inquired, puzzled by Conic's hesitance. With a sigh, Conic explained. "The Super Dragon Balls belong to the dragon god, Zalama. There are 7 in total. If one gathers all 7, one can summon the eternal dragon, who can grant nearly any wish, including the healing of your injuries. Such a treasure exists?" Ketra seemed to forget his pain, consumed by euphoria. "Where can I find this?" "Take me to it." "Find." Conic fell silent. The Super Dragon Balls are only located in the 6th and 7th universes. Given that you have dispatched individuals to eliminate others' disciples, how could they possibly agree to lend you their possessions? Noticing Conic's expression, Ketra grew anxious. "Is it really that difficult to locate? You cannot bear to see me suffer. Can you? Please, tell me where to find these Super Dragon Balls, no matter how challenging it may be." Ketra had not finished speaking when Conic shook his head, helplessly stating, "The Super Dragon Balls exist solely in the 6th and 7th universes. How do you intend to find them, Ketra?" A thunderous revelation struck Kitra like a bolt from the blue, causing him to stagger. Given his prior actions against the 7th Universe's candidate for God of Destruction, even if Champa were to lend him the Dragon Balls, Beerus would never permit it. Rob? Not to mention that my current power has fallen to the 6th stage of the Divine Realm. Even at my peak, I would be unable to defeat that individual. Curse it. Why do all the treasures belong to that damn Beerus? Kitra roared in a fit of rage. Konik remained silent, allowing Kitra his moment of fury. After half an hour, as Kitra's emotions began to settle, Konik suggested, "Let us return to the matter of the candidate for God of Destruction." He examined his staff and shook his head. It seems that Oma has perished. Thus, the candidate for God of Destruction in the 7th Universe must have also met an untimely fate. Kitra clenched his fists tightly, realizing the immense cost he had paid, only to find that Beerus's disciple was still alive. It remains unclear why the Grand Minister would contemplate organizing a chaotic battle for candidates to become the God of Destruction. Perhaps, Lord Quitella, you may face repercussions for inadvertently incurring the Grand Minister's displeasure. After some consideration, Konik remarked that, regardless of past circumstances, it is high time for you, Lord Quitella, to begin selecting candidates. With determination, Quitella clenched his teeth and couldn't help but cast a glance towards the direction of Universe 7. The Super Dragon Balls, perhaps? I shall acquire them. As the God of Destruction meeting convened, aside from a select few angels and the likes of Beerus and his brother, the other deities remained oblivious to the true purpose behind the Grand Minister's decision to hold this candidate battle. The Grand Minister's character has always been enigmatic. Perhaps he simply finds it amusing, considering that even the God of Destruction tournament has been held before. Thus, no deity was particularly surprised by this upcoming battle for candidates. Consequently, various universes began to take action. However, 10 years is a fleeting period. Nurturing a prodigy from a young age is utterly implausible. To achieve a commendable rank in the tumultuous contest a decade hence, they must seek out the mightiest within their universes to cultivate. A month passed. Universe 9 selected 2 powerful beings possessing the 2nd tier of divine power as candidate gods of destruction. Universe 4 chose 4 individuals with the 3rd tier of divine power for the same purpose. Universe 10 identified 3 formidable beings with the 3rd tier of divine power as their candidate gods of destruction. Currently, these 3 universes have clarified their new candidate lists, and they have not limited themselves to a single candidate. It is even possible that additional members may join in the future. This indicates that these gods of destruction intend to cultivate multiple candidates simultaneously, ultimately selecting the most powerful among them to compete in the chaotic battle a decade later. As time swiftly passed, another month elapsed. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 also finalized their candidates. However, they remained shrouded in mystery, revealing not a whisper of information regarding the strength of their selections. In contrast to these 4 universes, Universe 11 has made its own moves. Initially, Universe 11 already had a candidate god of destruction, but recent news suggests that they have since acquired another one. Allegedly, Universe 11 has summoned the strongest individual from their universe. Simultaneously, Universe 6 has finalized its candidates as well, and unlike the playful banter of other universes, Champa's actions were notably extravagant. He has amassed a staggering 20 candidates. Of these 20 potential gods of destruction, 2/3 are Scions, and there appears to be an assassin among them. Chapter 117. The Old Kaioshin in meditation. Throughout these 2 months, all universes have been active, diligently training their chosen candidates. Yet, our universe exhibits a peculiar circumstance. At this moment in the Kaioshin realm, the Old Kaioshin sits cross-legged beneath a great tree, meditating, while Asen observes the universe through a crystal. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis recline on beach chairs by the lakeside, and Gran is nowhere to be found. Lord Beerus, these are the events transpiring in other universes. Whis has just recounted the happenings of the past 2 months from those realms, chuckling as he said, Lord Beerus, other universes are nurturing candidates for destruction as one would tend to a delicate creature. Are you certain you do not wish to recruit a few more candidates? Recruit? Nonsense. This impending war is intended for Gran, and bringing in more candidates would be tantamount to courting disaster, Beerus replied, resting his forehead on his hand, while glancing at the old Supreme Kai seated beneath the great tree. The old Supreme Kai had been engaging in a peculiar ritual of bathing and burning incense for the past 2 months. He was now sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, seemingly preparing for something significant. Moreover, With a prodigy like Gran at my disposal, why would I seek anyone else? At this point, Beerus turned his head to glance at Whis, and added, "Are you truly so idle as to suggest such folly?" "I merely jest, Lord Beerus." "You are taking this too seriously," Whis responded with a chuckle. Beerus shot him a glare before returning his attention to the old Supreme Kai. "By the way, where has that fellow Gran gone? I am prepared to instruct him on the rules of destruction." "Uncertain. He mentioned something about fetching a scion warrior, but I am not privy to the details," Whis replied. "A warrior?" Beerus reclined on his beach chair, yawning with boredom. Given that the entirety of planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frisia, how are there still so many scions lingering about? Isn't it beneficial to have more scions? Their innate talent is remarkable, and with Gran at the helm, our universe would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Beerus rolled his eyes, knowing Whis would soon bring up his role in Frisia's destruction of the scions. "Enough," Beerus said, sitting upright from his chair. His gaze remained fixed on the old Supreme Kai, and he finally spoke. "What is this old fellow up to? He has been engaged in this ritual for 2 months. What grand undertaking could he be preparing for?" At that moment, Beerus's tone grew serious. He could not fathom the old Supreme Kai's intentions. "I am not entirely certain, but it is evident that the old Supreme Kai is adjusting his state," Whis observed, his eyes sharpening with interest. "Let us approach. It seems he is about to awaken," Whis suggested. The two advanced towards the old Supreme Kai. A gentle breeze swept through the area beneath the tree, akin to soft silk brushing against the skin, refreshingly pleasant. As Beerus arrived beside the old Supreme Kai and waited for a moment, the old Supreme Kai gradually emerged from his meditative state. In that instant, his eyes sparkled with the sharpness of an eagle, and the divine aura surrounding him appeared more vibrant and soothing. "What have you been up to lately, old man?" Beerus inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. Whis, holding his staff, remained silent, his inquisitive gaze fixed on the old Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Asen, who was observing the universe through a crystal ball, perked up his ears. With a heavy exhale, the old Supreme Kai stood from the grass, stretching lazily as his joints cracked. "Still not speaking? Do you believe I won't strike you?" Beerus raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, in preparation for the tumultuous battle of prospective destroyers that awaited a decade hence. The old Kai glanced at him with a knowing look, though the others remained perplexed by the elder's words. This impending conflict, after all, did not solely concern the destroyer. It also involved me, the Kaioshin. At this juncture, the old Kai's tone shifted to one of gravity. "For the glory of our 7th universe, I must surely contribute my part." Beerus, with a look of incredulity, retorted, "So your contribution is to meditate for 2 months? Is that your idea of effort?" Asen burst into laughter. Thwack! The old Kai swiftly approached and delivered a light smack to Asen's head before returning to his previous position, clearing his throat and asking, "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Could you not deduce my intentions?" Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated their minds, unlocking potential. Beerus, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed." The old Kai interjected with a smirk. "Given your popularity, Lord Beerus, our candidate for destroyer will undoubtedly attract attention and hostility. To put it bluntly, even Lord Champa might send his candidate to take a few jabs." Once again, the old Kai's apprehensions surfaced. Gran's training time was far too limited. Should the destroyers from other universes awaken ancient beings that had endured for millions, or even billions of years, Gran would surely find himself in dire straits. This was destined to be an uneven contest. Thus, motivated by the safety of his cherished pupil and the honor of the 7th universe, he resolved to take action. "Does that glutton dare?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening. "As long as we can eliminate 3 universes, the rest will be secure. Afterward, who knows what mischief Lord Champa might conjure for the sake of his own universe's ranking." Beerus found himself at a loss for words. Given Champa's disposition, once his safety was assured, he would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Setting aside that concern for the moment, he shifted the conversation. "In your current state, do you truly possess the ability to unlock Gran's potential?" Both Beerus and Whis were acutely aware that, aside from his penchant for certain literature and his fascination with various races, the old Kai possessed a unique and invaluable skill, the ability to unlock potential in others. In truth, many beings across the universe could unlock potential, Whis included. Yet, he had never done so for Gran, as such techniques often bore negative ramifications. Much like wishing for great power from the dragon, both avenues were fraught with peril. True cultivation, grounded in sincerity and diligence, was the rightful path. However, the old Kai's method of unlocking potential was distinct. It bore no adverse effects whatsoever. After unlocking another's potential, they would even enter a mysterious state. This was the extraordinary nature of the old Kai. In your current condition, are you truly certain you can accomplish this? Beerus inquired, his concern evident as he pressed for clarification. To unlock the potential of mere mortals, it is undoubtedly within the capabilities of the ancient sage. However, Gran, now a deity, is a different matter altogether. Should one attempt to assist Gran in harnessing his potential, even Beerus and Whis would fear that the old man might meet an untimely end. Let us not forget Gran's formidable potential. Indeed, the old Kai exclaimed, clenching his fist with pride. Utilizing that secret technique shall bear no adverse effects, provided my stamina suffices. Beerus, increasingly exhilarated, inquired, so, when do you intend to assist that lad in unlocking his potential? No rush, the old Kai replied. There are still over 9 years until that great battle, and I shall require a few years to adjust my state as well. Very well. I shall first teach Gran the art of destruction, and then you may aid him in realizing his potential. At this juncture, Beerus and the old Kai exchanged knowing glances, both unable to suppress hearty laughter. With the collaboration of the most powerful god of destruction and the mightiest supreme Kai, they were blissfully unaware of the concept of defeat. Witnessing this, Whis could not help but chuckle as well. Indeed, the seventh universe was flourishing. In the northern galaxy, a young and handsome deity appeared within the starry expanse, surveying the cosmic star map. In the anime, Broly was exiled to planet Vampa, located at the fringe of the northern galaxy. Found it. Gran confirmed as he scrutinized the star chart. Pressing his finger to his forehead, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 118. The list of the power tournament on planet Vampa. The sun blazed fiercely, and the yellow sands swirled chaotically, rendering the environment exceedingly harsh. Outside, the temperature soared close to 60 degrees Celsius, yet within a cave. A father and son lay at rest. Clad in the distinctive battle attire of the Frisia Force, each bore a tail wrapped around their waist. Damn you, King Vegeta, once I leave this planet, your time will come. Paragus rasped, his voice gravelly. At this moment, Paragus appeared as a middle-aged man. Not as aged as depicted in the anime. Due to the lack of water, his lips were cracked and peeling, resembling parched earth riddled with fissures. His eyes were deeply sunken, their dryness akin to a layer of dust. Beside him lay a young boy who, upon hearing his father's words, showed no reaction. Since he became aware, he had grown accustomed to such tirades, hearing them daily. Broly, go fetch me a monster egg to quench my thirst. Yes, father. Young Broly's face bore nothing but tranquility as he rose and began his journey outside the cave. On this planet, the only sustenance available consisted of the corpses of monsters and their eggs. However, those monster eggs were not located within the cave, but rather in a nest 1,000 kilometers away. As Broly reached the cave entrance, he was met with the relentless sun, the air temperature exceeding 60 degrees, and the scorching waves of heat rendered the very space around him somewhat distorted. Little Broly merely furrowed his brow before swiftly soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards the monstrous lair situated 1,000 kilometers away. Battling against the terrifying heat, Broly arrived within the cavernous abode of the beasts. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the spider-like creatures dwelling within. Roar! All the spider-like beasts lunged towards him, and little Broly charged back at them. Bang! 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 In a matter of moments, little Broly dispatched the creatures within the cave with remarkable speed. His combat prowess exhibited a rather brutal control over his strength. However, it was evident that he possessed some degree of fighting technique, suggesting that he had received training from someone. Just as Broly prepared to take some monster carcasses and eggs back with him, a figure materialized beside him with a swish. It was Gran. Upon landing, Gran's gaze fell upon little Broly. Indeed, the formidable aura he had sensed earlier emanated from Broly himself. If gauged by battle power, this little fellow must possess a strength of around 7 to 800,000. Although Broly and son Goku were of the same age, Goku's battle power was only a little over 20, creating a staggering disparity between them. Truly, he was the legendary scion. Inside the cave, the two individuals, one large and one small, remained silent, each observing the other. In little Broly's sight, The attire of this person appeared peculiar. Yet it was clear that he differed from the monsters, seemingly belonging to the same species as himself. Could he be the one his father had spoken of? Who are you? Little Broly finally could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, his words slightly stammering as if he had not engaged in conversation with others for quite some time. I am Gran, your kin, and I have come to take you back, Gran stated plainly, revealing his intentions. Concerning Broly, Gran had contemplated his situation ever since Whis had mentioned the scion ancestor, Otis. Broly was indeed a legendary scion, and the sheer potential of his physique was evident from the Grand Priest's evaluation. However, at that time, Broly was still young, and Gran himself was focused on his training, leaving no room to attend to this formidable relative. But now, circumstances had changed. This little one was of the same age as Son Goku, and his cognitive abilities were maturing. It was time to bring him back. As for the reason, other universes had begun to cultivate candidates for destruction like raising insects. If another tournament of power were to be held in the future, wouldn't the 7th universe be facing candidates of destruction-level strength? What could the 7th universe hope to achieve then? Moreover, having a legendary scion as a subordinate would undoubtedly be quite impressive. Gran had even calculated the roster for the upcoming tournament of power: Broly, Frieza, Majin Buu, Son Goku. Kin, back? Little Broly queried, perplexed. Do you mean back to my father? No, I intend to take you back to the Kaioshin realm. Although your physique is fearsome, your weaknesses are also quite evident. Gran shook his head, remarking, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, there exists an elderly gentleman adept at studying the lineage of races. Perhaps he possesses the capability to resolve your predicament. As the High Priest stated, existence is justified. Who is to say that Broly's extreme berserker state is erroneous? If someone could assist Broly in overcoming his vulnerabilities, this little brother would become utterly formidable. I do not comprehend your words. Would you accompany me back to my father's side? Young Broly's speech had transformed from awkward stuttering to a more fluid expression. To meet Paragus? A faint smile crept onto Glan's lips, recalling Paragus's intense animosity towards King Vegeta and his son. Very well, let us pay your father a visit. Chapter 119. Broly's current limits. Two figures soared through the skies above planet Vampa. One appeared as a child, a tail coiling around his waist, enveloped by a swirling white aura. The other was a strikingly handsome young man, adorned in attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, yet devoid of any aura, indicating a mastery over his powers to a perfect degree. Glan, you mentioned there are many delicious foods outside. What constitutes something delicious? In a brief span, young Broly had forged an unbreakable bond with Glan, conversing as if they had known each other for ages. Delicious? It is rather difficult to articulate. But once I take you back to the Supreme Kai realm, you shall understand what true delicacies are, Glan replied, glancing at young Broly. This little fellow had been exiled to planet Vampa even before emerging from his incubation pod by King Vegeta. The harsh conditions of Vampa were painfully evident. Having grown up in such an environment, devoid of clean water and decent sustenance, had it not been for his scion physiology, he would have perished long ago. Truly, a pitiable child. You are flying too slowly. Shall I take you there? Glan approached young Broly, grasping the back of his collar with one hand and twisting his body. With a thunderous eruption of power, Glan unleashed a tremendous force, causing the entire planet Vampa to tremble. He shot through the sky like the fastest light, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind no trace. Beneath the sheer velocity, the thick yellow sands below were carved into an unfathomable trench. 1,000 kilometers away, within Broly's former cave, chaos ensued. What is happening? The cave trembled violently as Paragus, a middle-aged man, scrambled to his feet in alarm. Aside from the monstrous creatures on Vampa, no other life existed. Could it be a beast tide? With that thought, Paragus rushed to the cave's entrance, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a scene materialized above, a sight more horrifying than anything he had ever witnessed. Boom! A blinding light sliced through the horizon, shattering every inch of space it traversed with its immense power. In an instant, the radiance descended from the heavens, and two figures landed upon the ground. From below, the sky above these two figures appeared as a shattered mirror, threatening to collapse at any moment. The terrifying scene unfolded before Paragus, leaving him utterly transfixed, as if his very soul had departed. What unfathomable power was this? He collapsed to the ground. Father! Suddenly, a tender voice pierced through the air, and Paragus recognized the figure approaching him. It was his son, Broly, accompanied by an enigmatic and formidable stranger. Broly, come here quickly. Paragus seemed to forget his fear as he hurriedly pulled young Broly behind him. Who are you? Paragus fixed a steely gaze upon Gran. Though he and Broly had resided on planet Vampa for over a decade, he had never encountered this individual before. It was evident that the stranger hailed from the cosmos. In the past, upon seeing others arrive on Vampa, he would have felt a rush of excitement, for it signified the presence of a spaceship. He could have seized the vessel and escaped Vampa. Yet, having witnessed that horrifying display of power, he realized this being's strength was undeniably formidable. To continue with such reckless abandon would be sheer madness. Brother Gran says he is also a scion and has come to take us back. At that moment, young Broly tugged at Paragus's garment. A scion? Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief. Although this mysterious warrior donned peculiar attire, his features were unmistakably scion. Yet how could this be? When had their scion lineage produced such a powerful figure? Paragus struggled to comprehend. Their strongest warriors barely surpassed a battle power of 10,000. How could such feeble might conjure the terrifying spectacle he had just witnessed? Not even Frisia, he mused, could achieve that. Wait. Paragus finally recalled Broly's earlier words. An elation surged within him. You mean to say you'll take us back to planet Vegeta? Planet Vegeta? Gran shook his head. That planet was obliterated long ago. What? Paragus gasped in shock. With your immense strength, did you destroy planet Vegeta? No sooner had he spoken than the enigmatic scion vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in an instant, gripping his throat tightly. Paragus struggled to breathe, his face turning a ghastly shade. Brother Gran, what are you doing? Broly's expression was one of disbelief as he witnessed Gran's aggression towards his father. Let go of my father. An overwhelming fury erupted within young Broly, his energy rapidly surging. 800,000 battle power. 1,000,000 battle power. 2,000,000 battle power. Broly's strength continued to escalate, and Gran, keenly aware of the transformation, mused. Is he on the brink of losing control? How intriguing. Still clutching Paragus's throat, Gran made no move to restrain Broly's burgeoning power, for he was intent on using Paragus to gauge the limits of Broly's current capabilities. Let go of my father. Little Broly's power surged to an astonishing battle strength of 5,000,000. Gran stood beside him, gripping his father's neck tightly. Clenching his small fist, he launched a punch, but it was executed with such sluggishness that Gran effortlessly caught it with his other hand. The force of their clash unleashed a furious whirlwind, causing the cave behind them to collapse in an instant. Witnessing his strike fail and his father still in the enemy's grasp, little Broly succumbed to a complete loss of reason. A primal roar erupted from his throat, signifying the resurgence of his strength. 2,000,000 battle power. 5,000,000 battle power. 10,000,000 battle power. The sheer magnitude of this force sent tremors throughout the entire planet of Wampa. With renewed fury, Broly aimed another punch. Gran slightly loosened his grip on little Broly's fist and stepped back just in time to evade the strike. Yet, Broly's onslaught did not relent. His attacks grew increasingly frenzied. However, despite the ferocity of his assaults, he could not land a single blow on Gran. This scene unfolded before Paragus, who was filled with terror and disbelief. What manner of monster is this? It seems this is all you are capable of, Gran mused, somewhat disappointed. At that moment, little Broly's strength should have reached around 200,000,000 battle power, enough to take on the current Frisia single-handedly. Yet even so, little Broly remained unable to attain the legendary Super Saiyan state. Perhaps he was still too young. With this thought, Gran appeared behind little Broly, raising his hand to gently tap the nape of the boy's neck. In an instant, little Broly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Paragus, believing his son to be dead, became increasingly frantic. Broly was his hope for vengeance. Gran released his grip on Paragus's neck, tossing him carelessly to the ground. Coughing violently, Paragus quickly crawled over to his son, holding him tightly. Broly is unharmed. I merely rendered him unconscious, Gran remarked nonchalantly. Seeing that Broly was indeed merely in a state of unconsciousness, Paragus, suppressing his fear, questioned, a scion should not possess such immense strength. Who are you? Did you also destroy planet Vegeta? Did Broly not say it earlier? My name is Gran. You may also refer to me as the candidate god of destruction, Gran replied, narrowing his eyes. As for planet Vegeta, it was Frisia who obliterated it, not I. Chapter 120. Summoning all scions back what? Paragus was bewildered, having no understanding of what a candidate god of destruction entailed. All he knew was that his homeland had been annihilated by Frisia. How could this be? The scion race had submitted to Frisia. Why would he still destroy our planet Vegeta? Could it be that he discovered King Vegeta's treacherous intentions? As King Vegeta's right-hand man, Paragus was acutely aware of his thoughts. In the past, King Vegeta had been quietly amassing power, all for the day he could overthrow Frisia's reign. And what of our scion race? Paragus, cradling young Broly, rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What of King Vegeta? Has he perished?" His son Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000, a prodigy indeed, yet King Vegeta could not accept him. Ultimately, he exiled his own son to planet Vampa. Their current plight was entirely due to King Vegeta's actions. His prolonged survival was solely sustained by the fervor of vengeance in his heart. Surely, King Vegeta has not met his demise. If he has, who shall he seek for retribution? Aside from the scattered scions, all those who remained on planet Vegeta have perished. Gran, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated, "As for King Vegeta, he too perished in that great explosion. Dead. All gone. How could this be? King Vegeta cannot die." Paragus let forth a furious roar. Yet, once his hysteria subsided, the weight upon his heart lifted. The light in Paragus's eyes dimmed, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Even the young Broly in his arms fell to the ground, unnoticed. Gran approached, lifting young Broly in his grasp. "What do you intend to do with my Broly?" Paragus snapped back to reality, attempting to reclaim his son. Suddenly, a hum. The divine pressure and the oppressive aura of the candidate for god of destruction erupted from Gran, causing the entire planet Vampa's creatures to prostrate themselves. Paragus was similarly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. How could this being be so terrifying? Is he truly a scion? At that moment, a thunderous force surged from Gran, accompanied by golden brilliance, and in an instant, Gran's hair transformed into a golden hue. What is this? Paragus's pupils constricted. He yearned to rise, yet the terrifying pressure emanating from Gran rendered him immobile. "Paragus, do you not recognize the super scion of our scion race?" Gran, holding Broly, crouched down. "What?" Paragus felt his very soul tremble, murmuring unconsciously, "Is there truly a super scion in this world? The legends of our scion race are indeed true." Paragus instinctively sought to stand. Just then, Gran retracted the divine and positional oppression. Paragus, exerting too much force, stumbled backward. "Are you truly a super scion?" Paragus quickly regained his footing, fists clenched, his gaze burning with an intense fervor. Just moments ago, he resembled a lifeless husk. Yet now he was rejuvenated with purpose and faith. "Do you doubt it?" Gran also stood, raising a hand, a radiant light blooming within it. He aimed it at Paragus. The aura of death swept forth, causing Paragus's countenance to turn ashen. "Believe, believe, believe." Despite his trepidation, Paragus's gaze intensified with fervor. "I believe. This individual is truly formidable." "Very well." Gran was quite pleased with Paragus's performance, retracting his hand. The notion of dominating the scions is remarkably simple. By merely displaying supreme power, they will inevitably submit. Moreover, Gran himself is a scion, which instills a sense of belonging to his lineage. Additionally, Gran possesses the transformation into a super scion, a legendary feat manifested in reality. Faced with such circumstances, Paragus found himself utterly defenseless. "Gran, you are extraordinarily powerful," Paragus said, slightly bowing, yet he had not finished his thought. Gran replied nonchalantly, "Address me as Lord Candidate Destroyer." Though Gran appeared outwardly calm, internally he reveled in his triumph. The joy of showcasing his prowess was exhilarating. Paragus was momentarily taken aback and meekly inquired, "What is a Candidate Destroyer?" You may understand a Candidate Destroyer as a deity specifically tasked with the dominion of destruction. The concept of a deity of destruction resonated with Paragus. Recalling previous scenes of devastation in the sky, his breath quickened. No wonder his kin possessed such strength. It was because one of them was a god. Noticing Paragus's reaction, Gran could hardly suppress a smirk. "Lord Gran, since you are so powerful, have you sought vengeance against Frisia?" Paragus bowed even lower. He was indifferent to the demise of other scions, but the death of King Vegeta weighed heavily on him. King Vegeta was his adversary. How could he have fallen to another's hand? Not yet. What? There will be scions who will kill him. His fate is not your concern. Gran teased while holding little Broly, Let me inform you of another matter. Although King Vegeta is deceased, Prince Vegeta still lives. A debt of the father must be repaid by the son. You may seek vengeance upon him. What? Paragus suddenly became agitated. He had never anticipated that Vegeta was still alive. Did this mean he could exact his revenge? Lord Gran, I implore you to take me away from planet Vampa. I must find Vegeta to avenge my grievances. Paragus fell to his knees, his voice hoarse with desperation. With your current strength, you cannot achieve vengeance. Though my power is limited, I have Broly. I trust you have witnessed my son's strength. He can undoubtedly vanquish Vegeta. Paragus glanced at the still unconscious Broly, then at Gran, who held his son, a Super Saiyan, a deity of destruction. He never imagined that a member of their Saiyan clan could reach such heights. With Broly's abilities, he could easily eliminate Vegeta, but he cannot remain by your side. I must take him away. Gran shook his head. What? Paragus exclaimed in horror. Why? Do you intend to do something to Broly? Gran's lips twitched with exasperation. As Broly's father, have you not realized how easily he enters a berserk state? Yes. When Broly enters that state, he loses all reason, and he will indiscriminately kill anyone in sight. Paragus could not help but shudder. If Broly were to lose his sanity, he would not even dare to confront him. I shall lead him to resolve this issue, and he will subsequently be under my tutelage. Gran glanced back at Paragus and stated coolly, as for you, first gather the remaining scattered Saiyans. Chapter 121. Return to the realm of the Kaioshin. The reason for summoning the other Saiyans is, of course, to elevate the human index of the 7th universe. After all, I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. If my universe continues to languish at the bottom of the rankings, where would I place my dignity? Gather all the Saiyans. Paragus was taken aback. Yes, you are to assemble the remaining Saiyans, and from now on, they shall be under your command. I also want you to enlist them into the Galactic Patrol. Gran's intention for the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol was evident. It was for the sake of Melis. Melis is Whis' brother. Although he serves as a Galactic Patrolman at the headquarters, he is, in fact, a bona fide angel. The enigmatic Angel Bobo is nurturing Goku on Earth, while Whis is training him alongside Beerus. As the third angel of the 7th universe, it would be a tremendous loss not to leverage Melis's potential. Once the remaining Saiyans become Galactic Patrolmen, they will become teammates with Melis. Surely, Melis cannot ignore his teammates' weaknesses, especially considering the Saiyans possess immense latent potential. Thus, with Melis's assistance, the Saiyan strength can be rapidly enhanced. The elevation of Saiyan prowess will inherently raise the human index of the 7th universe. Furthermore, the Galactic Patrol has the added responsibility of cooperating with the Kaioshin to manage the 7th universe. With the dual oversight of the Kaioshin and the Saiyans, there will undoubtedly come a day when the human index of the 7th universe will explode. Join the Galactic Patrol? Paragus's eyes widened. He had indeed heard of this organization. In the past, the Saiyans had even been pursued by the Galactic Patrol. However, those individuals were so inept that they hardly warranted concern. Gran seemed to read Paragus's thoughts and spoke, precisely because they are weak. I want you to join the Galactic Patrol. But we Saiyans are perceived as malevolent beings by the Galactic Patrol. No matter, simply inform them that this is the command of the candidate destroyer. They have high-ranking members who recognize me. At that moment, Paragus felt a pang of discomfort, unable to fathom that one day, their race, long branded as evil, would become part of the Galactic Patrol. I shall obey Lord Gran's command. Paragus bowed, but then looked up again. However, I do not have Broly. It will be challenging to gather all the scattered members of our kin. Strength? Gran assessed Paragus. The aura he emitted was feeble, evidently a result of the torment endured on planet Wampa. Nonetheless, his power level was approximately 5,000, which indeed made it difficult to collect the scattered Saiyans. In that case, allow me to enhance your power. Gran suddenly grinned mischievously. A sudden chill coursed through Paragus as an ominous premonition gripped him. He held the bean in his mouth. For the future of the 7th universe, as the candidate for the god of destruction, he was willing to expend a few Senzu beans. He retrieved 5 Senzu beans from his waist and tossed one to Paragus. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Paragus complied obediently. Chew the bean, but do not swallow it just yet. Wait until you feel as if you are on the brink of death before you do so. Understood. Paragus instinctively nodded, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation, his face paling with horror. Death. Lord Gran, are you intending to kill me? Enough of the chatter. It's happening. Gran extended a finger, and a slender beam of light sliced through the void, piercing directly through Paragus' heart. Ugh! Paragus clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground as he felt his life force rapidly ebbing away. Just as he was about to succumb, he mustered the strength to swallow the crushed Senzabine. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within Paragus, his power surging to an astonishing 150,000. My strength. Paragus rose from the ground, staring at his hands in disbelief. Have I truly attained such power? How did you do this, Lord Gran? I feel immensely strong. Yet before he could utter more, another Senzabine was propelled into his mouth. Stop the nonsense. I shall grant you 5 opportunities to see how far you can ascend. In the next moment, Paragus let out a pained scream every 5 seconds. However, his power only surged 4 times in total. The 5th attempt to recover from the brink of death yielded no further enhancement. Is this all that I can achieve? Gran scoffed, his expression revealing his disdain. In his estimation, Paragus' strength now hovered around 180,000. To recover from death 4 times and gain such minimal power paled in comparison to Vegeta from 9 years ago. Is this the extent of my potential? It is indeed formidable. Paragus felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him. He wiped the smile from his face and respectfully declared, "Thank you, Lord Gran, for your support. I shall henceforth follow your lead." If his previous submission to Gran stemmed from fear of the latter's overwhelming power, it was now entirely due to Gran's methods and charisma. Look at Lord Gran, and then at you, King Vegeta. Not only does he enhance power, but he also nurtures Broly, while you, King Vegeta, cannot even tolerate Broly's presence. You are nothing. Gran could not help but mock. Paragus' lips twitched slightly. He was undeniably powerful now. Well, I have accomplished my purpose here, and it is time to escort you away from this place, Gran stated nonchalantly. Leave. Paragus gazed at the yellow expanse of planet Vamp, his eyes reddening. He was finally free from this wretched planet. Don't dawdle. Place your hand on my shoulder. Very well. Although Paragus was perplexed as to why he was instructed to place a hand on his shoulder, he complied without hesitation. Let us proceed, Glenn declared, one hand grasping the small Broly while the other pressed against his forehead. With a swift motion, the 3 figures vanished in an instant. On a flourishing planet in the North Galaxy, 3 silhouettes abruptly materialized on the bustling streets. My heavens, Lord Glenn, your prowess is truly astounding. To traverse the stars without a spacecraft. Paragus exclaimed. Do you remember my orders? Glenn inquired. Indeed, I shall summon our scattered kin and transform them into galactic patrols. Excellent. With your current strength, none of your kin out there shall pose a challenge to you. Yes, Paragus affirmed. I shall nurture Broly, and once we address his berserk tendencies, you shall have the opportunity to reunite. Thank you, Lord Glenn. Paragus replied gratefully. Without Broly's presence, should you encounter Vegeta, you might very well meet your demise. Allow me to bestow upon you another gift. Lord Glenn, what are these 3 fruits? These are divine fruits known as spirit fruits. The extent of your power enhancement depends on your own fortune. Glenn said no more, lifting the small Broly and departing. Paragus remained behind, gazing vacantly at the 3 crimson fruits in his hand. Divine fruits? He pondered, popping one into his mouth. Suddenly, an explosive surge of power erupted from within him. His battle power skyrocketed from 180,000 to an astounding 1,000,000. How is this possible? Chapter 122. A physique like Odysseus the spirit fruit is merely an ordinary fruit consumed by deities, having appeared in the theatrical adaptations. In the anime, Dales leveraged a spirit fruit to overpower Goku, who had activated the tenfold Kaioken. Its effects may seem exaggerated, yet this is only true for mortals. For divine beings, consuming a spirit fruit merely satisfies one's cravings, offering no further benefits. Such fruits are abundant in both the destruction and Kaioken realms. Glenn had consumed numerous before ascending to divinity. However, the power gained from these fruits is modest and varies by individual, with the maximum potential increase capping at 1 million battle power. The effects diminish significantly with the second fruit, and by the third, they become nearly negligible. In the Kaioken realm, beneath a grand tree, Glenn reappeared with the child in tow. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings. Asin was monitoring cosmic conditions, while the old Kaioken remained in deep meditation. Beerus and Whis lounged on beach chairs by the lakeside, with Beerus grumbling. I'm ready to teach him the rules of destruction, yet he runs around aimlessly. What is this nonsense about seeking a god of war? Such a title is utterly childish. Humph, when that fellow returns, I shall give him a thorough thrashing. Glenn, overhearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing the commotion, Asin turned and exclaimed, Ancestor, Glenn has returned. The old Kaioshin awakened from his meditative state and looked up, inquiring, Did you not mention your intention to seek a certain warrior deity? Where is that individual? Beerus feigned ignorance, strolling over from the lakeside. He scrutinized Gran and noticed that the latter was holding a child. You cannot possibly be referring to this little one as the warrior deity, can you? Lord Beerus, I believe I just heard you insult me. Gran retorted with a smirk. I see you have no desire to sample my culinary creations. Beerus interjected. Whis and the others are stifling their laughter. What are they laughing at? Beerus shot a glance at the crowd before returning his attention to Gran. I spoke no falsehood. You do not assume that 10 years is an eternity, do you? In his plans, he intended to guide Gran in mastering the art of destruction. However, comprehending the principles of destruction was no simple feat. Those lacking extraordinary talent would struggle to grasp the concept in their lifetime, let alone cultivate it. As for Gran's potential, Beerus was confident that he could cultivate the art of destruction within the coming decade. Yet, he must not forget that during this time, Gran would also undergo potential development under the old Kaioshin's tutelage. Thus, a decade truly felt insufficient. Noticing Beerus's sudden seriousness, Gran instinctively recoiled slightly. I am not merely playing. I am engaged in serious matters. Bringing Broly back is essential for the roster of the upcoming power tournament. Arranging for Paragus and the other Scions to enter the Galactic Patrol headquarters is also aimed at enhancing the human index of the 7th universe. These are all serious undertakings. Is the serious matter you speak of this little creature in your hands? Beerus replied with irritation. Indeed. Gran tossed little Broly onto the grass. All eyes turned towards the small child. Asin scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend. The old Kaioshin, Beerus, and Whis squinted, as if they had discerned something intriguing. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. What do you all think of this little one? Gran asked cheerfully. Quite peculiar. Whis remarked with a frown. Among the Scions I have encountered, aside from that cockroach fellow, all the others possess a rather volatile aura. Even when you, Gran, had yet to cultivate your mental state, you were no different. Yet, despite the ferocity of the Scion aura, even when you transformed into a Super Scion, it remained within a bearable range. However, this little one, having lost control on planet Vampa, emanates a residual aura that is exceedingly turbulent. Whis could see through to his essence at a glance. Whis continued to shake his head. He is exceedingly strange. He is unlike any Scion I have encountered. His aura is entirely beyond what a normal individual could endure. Indeed, the old Kaioshin nodded. An aura so tumultuous suggests that he should struggle to maintain his composure. Beerus looked at Gran. So, you ventured out for this little monster? Little monster? Quite an apt description, Gran replied. A Broly devoid of reason is indeed akin to a little monster. Gran smiled slightly and remarked, after observing for so long, do you not find this young one's physique remarkably familiar? Familiar? Both Beerus and the old Kai exchanged glances, confusion evident in their expressions. Meanwhile, Whis furrowed his brow, having never encountered a physique quite like Broly's. Yet, as Gran had suggested, there was an unmistakable familiarity about it, as if he had heard of something akin before. Still can't recall? Allow me to provide a hint. Gran's lips curled into a subtle smile. Otis. Boom. A thunderous realization erupted in the minds of the divine beings present, each face reflecting utter astonishment. According to Whis, his father, the Grand Minister, had mentioned that Otis was the first Scion. Otis possessed a transformation into an extreme berserk state, during which his hair turned a vibrant green and his power could increase without limit. In the ancient era, Otis had used this transformation to defeat the god of destruction of Universe 7 and even dared to challenge the Omni King. Although he ultimately fell to the Omni King, the legendary tale of Otis would echo through the ages. Are you suggesting that this Scion's physique is identical to that of your ancestors? Beerus swallowed hard. Chapter 123. The solution. The old Kai and Whis scrutinized Gran intently. At this moment, Asin also realized that Gran had seemingly returned with an extraordinary individual. The atmosphere in the Kai realm grew exceptionally tense. Under the collective gaze, Gran ceased his teasing and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, his physique is just like that of my ancestor. Scions like Broly are referred to as the legendary Scions. Broly, I presume, is the name of this little fellow on the ground. With Gran's confirmation, Even the pantheon of gods, seasoned by countless trials, bore expressions of shock. They had never anticipated witnessing such a legendary physique. The silence in the Kai realm was palpable. After a prolonged moment, the astonished expressions gradually faded. Gran chuckled. Lord Beerus, how do you feel now? Do you still believe my excursion was frivolous? If he had returned with an ordinary individual, Beerus would have dismissed him entirely. Even if he had brought back a prodigy, Beerus might not have paid much heed, for he had encountered innumerable talents during his long existence. However, Broly was different. His physique had been validated by Otis as formidable in the ancient times. In this context, Gran was confident that his Lord of Destruction would find it hard to remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus regarded Gran with a teasing expression and replied, "Well done." Though his tone was tranquil, those familiar with Beerus could sense the suppressed excitement beneath the surface. Yet you previously claimed I had merely gone out for leisure? Gran winked playfully. My mood is quite pleasant, but do not provoke me into striking you. Beerus's previously calm demeanor darkened abruptly. Gran instantly fell silent. He knew that to further tease Beerus would invite retaliation. The conversation between the two jesters elicited smiles from Whis and the others, lightening the previously tense atmosphere of the god of destruction's realm. Soon, the excited voices of the old Kai and Asin resonated throughout the space. Ha! Ancestor, this is the physique of Odysseus. If he can develop his potential, he will become yet another formidable warrior. Humph. Wasn't it said that a mortal from the 11th universe could rival a god of destruction? Our 7th universe shall have one as well. As the old and young embraced each other in their exuberance, the scene was almost too much to bear. Beerus averted his gaze, asking, "How did you come across this fellow?" Gran stood beside Beerus, gazing at the sky, and began to recount the tale of Broly's birth, revealing his astonishing battle power of over 100,000, which ultimately led to his exile by King Vegeta. Upon hearing Gran's narrative, Beerus scoffed. To possess such talent within his own race, and yet fear potential threats to his throne, King Vegeta truly lacks foresight. Gran couldn't help but tease. Not only is he short-sighted, but he also secretly hoards the universe's finest pillow. Beerus grumbled, "What a vexing individual. Should I not give him a good thrashing?" Coughing lightly to redirect the conversation, Gran said, "Lord Beerus, what do you think of my kin? Would you consider training him?" Whis looked toward Beerus, curious about his decision, especially given that this was the physique of Odysseus. "If I am not mistaken, he lost control not long ago," Whis noted. Beerus replied evasively, "Yes. His initial power was around 800,000, but after losing control, it surged to 200 million. Upon hearing Gran's words, both Beerus and Whis nodded, understanding the ferocity of the little one's aura. However, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. According to the Grand Minister, wouldn't his power be limitless once he loses rationality? Why does he only exhibit this level of strength? At this, Whis interjected, "It is not truly limitless. There are indeed limitations. If it were truly boundless, Odysseus would have overthrown the Omni King long ago. That was merely his baseline. At that time, his hair had not yet turned grass green." Gran elaborated, "Only in that state can he elevate his power like Odysseus." Understanding dawned on Beerus and Whis as they observed that the little one had not yet transformed into that grass-green state, likely due to his age. "So, Lord Beerus, what do you say? Will you train him?" Gran asked again. After a moment of silence, Beerus unexpectedly uttered a surprising statement. "I cannot train him." Gran was taken aback. Something felt amiss. When encountering the young Goku, hadn't he been eager to seize him immediately? Why was he responding this way to Broly? Even the Grand Minister praised this physique. How could he not be tempted? Beerus sighed, but his physique is not suited for the Dimension Tower, ultimately. He remains merely a mortal. Gran understood Beerus's meaning. The Tower of Dimensions serves as a crucible for the mind, body, will, and soul. Broly's sanity, already precarious, would falter within its confines. Thus, he would surely fail to ascend even to the 100th level, rendering him unable to attain divinity, without reason and an adequate lifespan. No matter how formidable his strength, he is destined to become mere dust after a century. Beerus shook his head, remarking that Broly's transformation was fundamentally flawed, unlike those of Gran and others. At that moment, the Elder Supreme Kai ceased his frenzied banter with Asin and approached. Whis narrowed his eyes, pondering whether the old sage had devised a solution. Could it be that he was truly so extraordinary? "Elder Supreme Kai, do you possess a remedy?" Gran inquired with a spark of hope. If Broly's weaknesses could be addressed, the seventh universe would surely flourish. Speak your mind, old man. Beerus' tone turned animated. He too wished to nurture Broly, but felt utterly helpless. No, the Elder Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. I have yet to conceive a solution for the Odyssean constitution. An abrupt silence enveloped the air as Beerus and Gran clenched their fists, their frustration palpable. They were on the verge of confronting the Elder Supreme Kai. Do not rush. First listen to what the Elder Supreme Kai has to say, Whis interjected, restraining Gran and Beerus. The old sage had achieved remarkable insights into racial studies, surpassing even the angels in certain respects. For instance, Gran's Super Saiyan transformation had its merits overlooked. Whis recognized the essence of the transformation rather than its shortcomings. Oh, you two brutes. It is fortunate that Mr. Whis is well-mannered, the Elder Supreme Kai chastised with a glare. Let us heed his words, and should they prove erroneous, then you may act. Then, the Elder Supreme Kai, in Chapter 124, prepared to discuss the destruction rules. He ceased the playful banter and squatted beside young Broly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the child, even inspecting the garments of others with curious intent. The assembly fell into a collective silence. Time slowly passed. Half an hour slipped by, yet the Elder Supreme Kai remained engrossed in his observation of young Broly. Gran began to feel anxious, as he had earmarked Broly as his apprentice. Surely, the Elder Supreme Kai had not truly exhausted all avenues to resolve Broly's ferocity? If so, Broly's potential would be irrevocably limited, thwarting any aspirations to defeat the god of destruction, let alone challenge the Omni King. After all, the times had indeed changed. Have you not finished your assessment? Beerus inquired impatiently. I have, the Elder Supreme Kai replied, rising stiffly from his prolonged crouch, his joints creaking in protest. What is your conclusion? Gran fretted, concerned that the old sage might inadvertently strain himself. He moved to assist the Elder Supreme Kai. Indeed, while you often vex me, you exhibit greater respect for your elders and the young than Asin does, the Elder Supreme Kai acknowledged. At this juncture, the Elder Kaioshin cast a sharp glance at the dazed Asin. Asin interjected, Gran, as a candidate for the god of destruction, I possess the ability to obliterate entire galaxies at will. Are you really suggesting notions of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Spare me the pleasantries. Why do you assert that his transformation is not erroneous? Beerus was eager to hear the elder's explanation, unfazed by Beerus's urgency. The Elder Kaioshin leisurely stretched his frail limbs before speaking. When I first witnessed Gran's transformation, I too initially deemed his golden-haired form to be a mistake. However, upon your mention of the Scion historical records indicating that this golden form precedes an ultimate state, I recognized that I had fallen into a misconception. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder's expression grew solemn. He fell silent, allowing the gathered deities to respect his contemplation. After a brief pause, he suddenly posed a thought-provoking question. If Gran's transformation is deemed correct, then why is this young fellow's extreme berserk state considered erroneous? After all, existence itself is a form of rationale, is it not? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembled deities brightened with clarity. Whis inhaled deeply. Although the Elder Kaioshin had not explicitly stated how Broly's berserk state was justified, his reasoning was undeniably sound. Whis recalled a moment from his past when he had inquired with his father, who had imparted, everything in this world possesses its own significance. Existence is rationale. If someone can rectify their shortcomings, might their fate transform? Indeed, it seemed his father had anticipated that he would one day encounter a scion of similar disposition. Was this a form of forewarning? Whis redirected his gaze back to the Elder Kaioshin, who truly possessed remarkable wisdom. Gran shared Whis's sentiments, recognizing that the Super Saiyan transformation was not erroneous, yet he had reservations about the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, perceiving it as problematic. He had not expected such a cogent explanation, but it was quite reasonable. One couldn't deny the elder's prowess. Since you've articulated this, have you conceived a feasible method to address his propensity for losing control? Beerus inquired, acknowledging the elder's explanation. Gran eagerly leaned in, aware that his brother's ascension hinged on the elder's insight. I possess a singular approach, though I regard it as rather implausible, the Elder Kaioshin replied, shaking his head. Elder Kaioshin, regardless of its feasibility, please share your thoughts, Gran urged, his urgency palpable. Gran was correct. The Elder Kaioshin should indeed share his insights. Whis nodded in agreement. Very well. The Elder Kaioshin glanced at the small Broly on the ground, his eyes half closed. although he has yet to achieve that extreme berserk state. My recent observations suggest that his power similarly stems from a state of rage. Thus, when he completely loses his rationality, his strength could surge dramatically. However, this little fellow is unlike Gran's transformations. He embodies pure fury. To describe him as being in a state of rage is not an exaggeration. Thus, the old Kai paused momentarily before continuing. If we wish for him to retain his reason, I currently see but one solution, and that is to seek the legendary Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, aren't there also Super Dragon Balls? Xin ventured cautiously. Lord Old Kai, are you suggesting we utilize the Super Shinron to strip Broly of his rage factor? Xin had little knowledge of the Super Shinron. But many years ago, while collecting Dragon Balls with Gran on Namek, he learned of the existence of Super Dragon Balls, aside from the ordinary ones. Are you foolish? Xin. Gran regarded him with an incredulous gaze. Our Scion power derives from the rage factor. If we were to remove it, would we still be able to transform? At this, Gran suddenly turned to the Old Kai, frowning. Lord Old Kai, you can't be suggesting that as a solution, right? The atmosphere fell silent, and the Old Kai felt a touch of embarrassment. Ahem ahem. The Old Kai cleared his throat before speaking. That is precisely why I said it was unreliable. Gran exchanged glances with Whis and Beerus, both appearing somewhat speechless. While removing the rage factor could indeed allow Broly to maintain his reason, it would render him a mere shell of his former self. Let me ponder further. Surely there must be another way. With that, the Old Kai turned to Gran. I will resolve Broly's issue. You should not be idle here. It is time for you to train in the destruction arts. Chapter 125. Training in the Arts of Destruction, Combined Chapter. Training in the Arts of Destruction? Gran wished to see if his younger brother could successfully address the rage issue, but he was pushed away by Whis and Beerus. 10 years is indeed a brief span, and time cannot be squandered. Thus, in the following days, Whis instructed Gran to stabilize his mental and physical state. During this period of adjustment, young Broly awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he nearly lost control again, primarily because, prior to his unconsciousness, Gran had been gripping his father's neck, leading him to believe his father had been slain. Fortunately, Gran took him to see Paragus, which assuaged Broly's fears and convinced him that Gran had not harmed his father. Nonetheless, this episode of young Broly's loss of control revealed to the Old Kai and others the terrifying nature of the Odyssean physiology. He had yet to enter the emerald green state, yet his power surged to such extraordinary heights. Should he transition into that verdant form, he would undoubtedly embody a god of war. Of course, young Broly's resemblance to a divine warrior is limited to his raw power. After losing control, he would lack reason and act solely on instinctive destruction. To Beerus, this was yet another manifestation of an inferior race. As time passed, 3 days went by. Gran's state was nearing full adjustment, while young Broly remained in the Kai's realm. Originally, when Broly awakened, he intended to return and follow his father. However, Gran informed him that only within the realm of the Supreme Kai could he address his inherent fury. Due to his existence on planet Vampa, Broly's character remained predominantly innocent, save for his bouts of rage. He was indeed pure-hearted, yet not foolish. Now in his teenage years, he understood his own situation. Thus, he heeded Gran's advice and chose to remain in the realm of the Supreme Kai. During his days there, Broly finally grasped what Gran had referred to as delicious. It turned out that beyond the monstrous corpses and eggs, there existed other edibles in this world. Their flavors were beyond his capacity to articulate, perhaps akin to what Gran had described as delectable. Broly, come eat this. It's delicious, Gran urged, as under a great tree, a dining table was set, with Asin and the old Supreme Kai continuously offering Broly an array of divine fruits, ambrosial springs, and various delicacies that Gran had brought from Earth. Many thanks to you both, esteemed Supreme Kais. In these few days, Broly had also learned some basic manners. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Gran, Beerus, and Whis stood conversing. You seem quite concerned about Broly, Whis observed, gazing at Gran. After a moment of silence, Gran inquired, Whis, did the old Supreme Kai not mention that seeking the Super Dragon Balls could allow wishes to be made to the Eternal Dragon? Before he could finish, Whis interrupted. What you mean is a wish that enables Broly to retain his sanity in his most extreme state of fury, correct? Gran was taken aback, surprised by Whis's insight. Whis gently patted his shoulder, chuckling. Did you not make several outrageous wishes on Namek? such as obtaining an immortal body that even the Omni King could not erase. Reminded of past events, Gran felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely sought to tease that boastful dragon. Gaining abilities through external means is not the true path of cultivation, he asserted. Whis continued, the same applies to Broly. Relying on external forces to maintain his sanity is ultimately not a sustainable solution. This is precisely why the old Supreme Kai refrained from pursuing such wishes, as they are rather unreliable. Before he could elaborate further, Gran interjected, are you implying that the Super Dragon Balls are problematic? Beerus narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the atmosphere by the lakeside. After a brief silence, Whis shook his head. The Super Dragon Balls themselves are not the issue. I merely contend that relying on external forces to maintain sanity is not a genuine resolution. Gran sighed in relief, realizing that Whis did not believe the Super Dragon Balls were flawed. Since the Super Dragon Balls are sound, I believe we should initially utilize the Eternal Dragon. Gran finally discerned. It became evident that neither the old Supreme Kai nor Whis favored the use of external forces. Yet, could the issues surrounding Broly truly be resolved without such means? We can initially allow the Eternal Dragon to enable Broly to maintain his composure in his berserk state, and then subsequently guide him into the Dimension Tower. Once his dimensional abilities reach a certain level, perhaps even without relying on the power of the Eternal Dragon, his mental fortitude might suffice to keep him rational. Gran articulated his thoughts, adding, after all, the Super Dragon Balls are a legitimate existence in this world. We cannot simply disregard their utility out of disdain for external forces. Upon hearing this, Whis and Beerus exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, there was a certain logic to his words. Very well, once the tournament of replacement gods of destruction concludes, we shall seek the Super Dragon Balls. Whis contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just like that, we have reached a consensus? Gran's eyes widened in astonishment. You are correct. Since the Super Dragon Balls can indeed exist reasonably in this realm, we might as well take advantage of them. As Whis spoke, he seemed to have come to a realization. That is splendid, Gran exclaimed excitedly, glancing back at the young Broly beneath the great tree, relieved that his little brother would no longer endure the torment of losing control. Gran, Whis suddenly interjected. Gran quickly turned back to face him. Whis spoke gravely. Broly may utilize the Super Dragon Balls, but you must not. Beerus added earnestly, with your talents. It is only a matter of time before you surpass others. You must never resort to the Eternal Dragon's aid, nor leave any traces behind. In truth, when confronting Broly, they had occasionally regarded him as an extension of Gran, given the exaggerated nature of Odysseus's legendary tale. Thus, when contemplating solutions to Broly's rage, they were adamant about not relying on external forces. However, they overlooked the fact that even Odysseus lacked the potential for transcendence. Gran's gifts were unparalleled. Therefore, when pondering Broly's predicament, they need not be so constrained. If external forces are necessary, so be it. If traces must be left, then they shall remain. Once Gran matures, who would dare to harm his little brother? The seriousness of Whis and Beerus startled Gran. Could the Eternal Dragon truly be problematic? He nodded vigorously, rest assured. I am not so foolish. Then let us commence our training in the rules of destruction. Whis and Beerus had nothing further to add. With his little brother's issues resolved, Gran felt an immediate sense of ease, both mentally and physically. Observing this, Beerus was quite pleased with Gran's adaptability. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the lake ahead and remarked, during our time on Earth, I mentioned that to master the rules of destruction, one must reach a state of self-forgetfulness, which corresponds to the first level of mental cultivation. You have already exceeded that threshold. As Beerus spoke, he could not help but smile. With less than a decade remaining until the tournament of replacement gods of destruction, time was of the essence. He did not believe that the candidates from other universes could attain such a state of mental cultivation in such a brief period. Even if there were indeed prodigies capable of reaching the level of self-forgetfulness, he doubted those individuals could successfully master the rules of destruction within 10 years. Regarding his disciple Gran, Beerus was filled with confidence, certain that Gran would master the art. In comparison, the expressions of the other gods of destruction were bound to be quite amusing. A sense of delight flickered within Beerus as he mused. Lord Beerus, what occupies your thoughts? Why have you fallen silent during the lesson? Gran inquired, puzzled. What else could I be pondering? Whis, holding his staff, chuckled softly. Surely, he is contemplating the reactions of his adversaries upon witnessing you wielding the principles of destruction. Whis, you truly have a tendency to be overly talkative. Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Having spent considerable time with this fellow, he felt that even the slightest shift in his demeanor was readily discernible to Whis. It was truly exasperating. Enough, Beerus declared, picking up a small stone from the ground. You have passed the initial test of your mindset. Now, take a closer look at what destruction entails. With that, the stone he held levitated into the air, his fingertip poised against it. Gran focused intently on every movement of Beerus. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the stone shattered at his touch, emitting a violent wave of energy. The force of this energy swept through the realm of the Supreme Kais, stirring the winds and rustling the leaves of the trees. The old Supreme Kais exchanged glances, wondering if the training in the principles of destruction was about to commence. Destruction was not merely about shattering objects with energy. It was the transformation of something from existence to non-existence. By the lakeside, Beerus picked up another small stone and handed it to Gran. Did you grasp the essence of that? Gran accepted the stone but remained silent. His demeanor was peculiar, exhibiting a state of relaxation akin to deep slumber. Here we go again, Beerus murmured to Whis, standing beside him. Each time he instructed Gran in a new martial discipline, Gran would invariably slip into this strange state. In such moments, he swiftly absorbed new techniques. Whis, what do you think this state of his signifies? Beerus expressed with a hint of envy. I cannot say. I am merely curious about how long it will take him to comprehend destruction, Whis replied with a smile. And what is your estimate for his understanding of destruction? If it's merely about grasping the concept of destruction, given Gran's talent, it shouldn't be overly difficult. Whis stroked his smooth chin, contemplating. In the past, he reached a semi-selfless state in just a year. I suspect he will grasp destruction in 3 days. 3 days? I would wager on half a month. Beerus crossed his arms and settled onto the grass. While it was just about understanding destruction and not mastering it, 3 days seemed rather extravagant. After all, he had taken half a month to achieve that himself. As time progressed, Gran contemplated while Beerus dozed lazily, and Whis observed Gran. The lakeside grew tranquil. An hour slipped by. Suddenly, Gran's eyes snapped open. This sudden movement startled Beerus, who quickly scrambled to his feet. Could this lad have comprehended destruction so swiftly? Whis maintained a calm demeanor, sensing that Gran had yet to successfully grasp the concept. Indeed, Whis, did Lord Beerus not just say that destruction is the process of reducing an object to nothingness? Gran recalled every detail of Beerus's annihilation of the small stone, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glimmer. Why, in my observations, did that little stone release a surge of intense energy fluctuations during its destruction? Upon hearing this, Beerus sighed in relief yet felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared Gran had yet to grasp the essence of destruction. Your observations are astute, Whis acknowledged. Recognizing Gran's lack of comprehension, he took the small stone from Gran's hand. In the moment of its destruction, it indeed emits a tremendous amount of energy. With that, the stone in Whis's hand erupted in an explosion reminiscent of Beerus's earlier display. However, in the aftermath, nothing remained, as if the stone had never existed. The violent energy fluctuations arise because the stone inherently possesses energy, Whis continued. When you reduce it to nothingness, the energy within the stone returns to the cosmos. Oh, I see. Gran nodded, suddenly struck by another thought. Wait, I recall that when Lord Beerus destroys a planet, he does not generate such immense energy fluctuations. At this, Beerus's expression brightened with pride. Ah, you do not comprehend. That is because I have long mastered the principles of destruction at a far more profound level. Huh. Gran was taken aback. Whis shot a glare at Beerus, thinking, what are you so proud of? He interjected. What I just demonstrated alongside Lord Beerus was merely the introductory level of destruction. In truth, that does not even qualify as a principle, but rather the effects of the destructive rules. With that, Whis raised his hand, a silver gleam flashing in his palm, and the previously destroyed small stone returned to his grasp. This is the ability of time, he declared. Now observe, this is the true principle of destruction. Suddenly, a purple radiance appeared in Whis's hand, starkly contrasting the earlier transparent force, its purity almost terrifying. With a hum, under the profound principle of destruction, the small stone dissipated into a constellation of starlight without a sound. The principles of destruction are divided into 9 tiers. Upon advancing from the introductory stage to the first tier, when you destroy objects, you will no longer experience those powerful energy fluctuations. To master destruction, one must first cultivate a mindset free of anger, anxiety, or any vengeful emotions. It requires a state of utter tranquility and focused intent on the act of destruction. Are there any questions? Whis inquired, holding his staff with a calm demeanor. None, Gran replied, closing his eyes once more as he entered a state of deep contemplation. Chapter 126. Successful comprehension of destruction as Gran returned to that enigmatic state of enlightenment. Beerus and Whis ceased their vigil by the lakeside and strolled back towards the elder Kaioshin. Beneath the great tree, Asin was teasing Broly while the elder Kaioshin observed quietly. Lord Elder Kaioshin, there's no need to ponder further. Gran and I have devised a solution, Whis approached with a soft smile. What? The old Kai exclaimed with excitement. Mr. Whis, what is the method you have conceived? Utilizing the Super Dragon Balls. Was it not stated that we should not rely on external forces? The old Kai furrowed his brow once more. Bills, seated comfortably on a chair nearby, reached for a divine fruit from the table, took a bite, and interjected, previously. We fell into a misconception. He is not granola. Even if we were to employ external means, and even if there were imperfections, so what? The old Kai grasped the intent of Whis and Bills, leaving him momentarily speechless. He sighed, then do as you wish. He had always been averse to relying on external forces, particularly those that contravene the natural order. However, they were correct. Even Odin lacked the potential to surpass. And if there were flaws, then so be it. At that point, he could simply request the Super Dragon Balls from Lord Champa. Upon mentioning this, the old Kai glanced at Bills. I fear that Lord Champa may not lend them. Does he dare? Bills responded, the divine fruit in his hand disintegrating into a cascade of starlight. If he refuses, I'll give him a good thrashing. Far away in Universe 6, Lord Champa. This topic concluded, the deities shifted their discourse to matters concerning other universes. Currently, the gods of destruction in each universe were racing against time, endeavoring to cultivate the strongest candidates for the position of god of destruction within a mere decade. Bills and his companions paid this little heed, as they often reiterated. In the pedagogy of destruction-s principles, they could never catch up with granola. Naturally, the candidate from Universe 11 seemed to have established himself for quite some time. He might indeed possess the opportunity to comprehend destruction. After discussing matters within the Grand Universe, Bills and the others turned their attention to Universe 7. According to Asin's observations, Universe 7 had recently undergone some unusual changes. The scattered scions had been summoned back, with approximately 10 already gathered. To Asin's surprise, this group of scions had even joined the Galactic Patrol. Such a development piqued Bill's curiosity, and later, during Whis' investigation, they discovered that Granola was secretly orchestrating these events. The intent was clear. Granola aimed to uplift the standard of humanity in Universe 7 for the sake of Merus. Whis, however, had little to say on the matter. If Granola sought to exploit his brother, so be it. After all, his foolish sibling had been rather mischievous lately. Having Merus involved in various affairs would be beneficial, preventing him from solely adhering to that so-called justice. Bills, on the other hand, felt a sense of pride. His candidate had truly matured, beginning to consider the welfare of Universe 7. As one topic concluded, the assembly of deities resumed their conversations, all the while waiting for Granola to attain his understanding of destruction. Time sped by, and 2 days passed. Meanwhile, Granola found himself immersed in a state of enlightenment, his mind remarkably clear. The process of Bills and Whis destroying the small stone replayed incessantly in his thoughts. Destruction is a transition from 1 to 0, a journey from existence to non-existence. In the realm of mindset, one must harbor no other thoughts and focus solely on destruction. Gran seemed to have an epiphany as he suddenly picked up a small stone from the ground. His actions caught the attention of the deities gathered beneath the distant tree. Could it truly be that just 2 days had passed, and already a breakthrough was imminent? Beerus suppressed his voice, excitement and anticipation lacing his tone. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he had made significant progress. Whis rose from his seat, followed suit by the old Kai and Asin, who dared not utter a word, lest they disturb Gran by the lakeside. The expressions on their faces were grave. Once one comprehended the essence of destruction, they could genuinely embark on the path of mastering its principles. Only by successfully cultivating the rules of destruction could Gran be deemed a worthy candidate for the role of a destroyer god. Observing the silence, little Broly remained obedient, seated at the dining table, engrossed in his meal. For a moment, the Kaioshin realm fell into an unparalleled hush. Half a day slipped by once more. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated from the lakeside. Gran gazed at the remnants of the stone in his hand. This was wrong. He was still a step away. Gran picked up another stone from the ground. For the next half-day, the lakeside echoed with explosive sounds. Initially, the noises were incessant, but as time progressed, they dwindled to one per hour. Finally, as the third day approached its conclusion, Gran suddenly brought his fingers together, tightly clasping the small stone in his hand. In the next moment, a hum resonated. This time, it was no longer an explosion, but rather a wave of energy. The intense energy fluctuations stirred a tempest, rustling the leaves of the Kaioshin realm. Had he succeeded? Gran felt a twinge of doubt as he slowly opened his hand, finding no remnants of the stone left. This signified that he had indeed grasped the concept of destruction. In the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest remarked, "This little one has successfully comprehended destruction." Indeed, to achieve such understanding within 3 days is a testament to his extraordinary insight, replied another. Do you think that the boy with a physique akin to Otis can overcome those flaws? Perhaps so. Very well, then show me the status of other universes. I wish to see if the other candidates for Destroyer God have grasped the concept of destruction. Understood. Half a minute later, the Grand Priest scoffed, "A bunch of fools." In Universe 7, within the Kaioshin realm, Beerus exclaimed with fervor upon witnessing Gran's true comprehension of destruction, swiftly flying over to him. Fantastic. Ha ha ha, Gran. You are still as phenomenal as ever. You truly live up to your reputation. Beerus approached Gran, energetically patting him on the shoulder. Thud, thud, thud. The immense force sent tremors throughout the Kaioshin realm, prompting the old Kai to roll his eyes. Only Asen expressed concern for Gran's shoulder, being struck by the mightiest destroyer. Would it withstand such force? Lord Beerus, do be gentle, Gran chuckled, massaging his shoulder, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on his face. Ha ha ha, truly. You are the treasure of Universe 7. You are absolutely remarkable. Suddenly, the old Kai rushed over, energetically patting Gran on the other shoulder. After a brief bout of playful antics, everyone returned to the shade of the great tree, where little Broly was still indulging in his snacks. Beerus seated himself at the dining table, eagerly inquiring, "How does it feel to wield the power of destruction?" Chapter 127. In terms of talent, you can certainly take pride. Joy radiated from every face beneath the great tree. Gran's ability to comprehend destruction was a momentous occasion for the entire 7th universe. How does it feel to wield the power of destruction? Gran reached for a divine fruit on the table, recalling Beerus's striking pose of destruction, lifting it with one hand. He imitated Beerus, raising the fruit and murmuring, "Destruction." However, contrary to Gran's expectations, with a resounding pop, the juice from the divine fruit splattered in all directions. Prepared for such an eventuality, Beerus and Whis deftly sidestepped the unexpected onslaught. Unfortunately, the old Kai, Asen, and the still snacking little Broly were not so fortunate, becoming drenched in the juice. The old Kai and his companions exclaimed, while little Broly tilted his head and asked, "Gran, why did you ambush me?" "My sincerest apologies," Gran replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He merely wished to experiment once more with that destructive power, only to meet with failure. Beerus returned to his seat, casting a disapproving glance. Destruction is a process of transformation from existence to non-existence. You have only just begun to grasp this power, and your mastery is still in its infancy. With more practice, such mishaps will become a thing of the past. I understand, Gran replied, undeterred by the minor setback, fully aware of his current limitations. Gazing at his hands, he continued, "As for your earlier question about my feelings regarding the power of destruction, although I have yet to fully master it, I sense that this power is overwhelmingly domineering. It differs from my pure strength and my ki blasts. It is a force that eludes description. This power belongs to the gods of destruction and, naturally, possesses an air of supremacy." Whis poured everyone a cup of tea, smiling as he remarked, "The gods of destruction rely on such power to carry out their cosmic cleansing duties. However, you have only just begun to comprehend this force. You haven't even scratched the surface of its principles. Only through diligent practice will you be able to navigate into the realm of mastery." Ah, I see. Gran recalled the scenes in the manga where Vegeta trained in the power of destruction. He had been curious as to why it appeared so feeble in Vegeta's hands. A power seemingly reserved for the gods of destruction. It turned out that Vegeta had not even reached the threshold of mastery at that time. He merely possessed the potential for destruction without the requisite skill. Whis lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip before continuing. Do not be in haste. Once you have comprehended this destructive power, you shall swiftly ascend to the first tier of its principles. Indeed, as Mr. Whis had said, the old Kai chuckled heartily, saying, Do not be anxious. With your innate talent, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the realm of rules. Moreover, grasping the concept of destruction in merely 3 days is truly remarkable. Beerus, lifting his head with pride, declared, One should take note of whose candidate this is. Hearing their exaggerated praise, Gran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Were they not being a tad excessive? Do not assume we are merely boasting. Sensing Gran's thoughts, the old Kai instinctively raised his chin, remarking, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the candidates for the god of destruction from other universes should also be attempting to comprehend the power of destruction at this very moment. But do you believe they can grasp it as swiftly as you? Humph, they are utterly incapable. Beerus scoffed. Those useless beings, even if given another decade, they would still fail to comprehend what destruction truly is. Destruction is the domain of the gods of destruction. And only by understanding this power can one even remotely qualify to become one. And there is only one god of destruction in the entire universe. It is indeed a rarefied endeavor. This indicates that mastering such power is of a dimensional complexity. Despite the abundance of candidates for the god of destruction across various universes, Beerus maintained that the number who would truly grasp the power of destruction would be exceedingly few. You are absolutely correct, he continued. In terms of talent, Gran, you have every reason to take pride. Whis set down his teacup, smiling gently. To comprehend destruction in just 3 days, such a feat even Beerus did not achieve in his youth. With such flattering words, Gran could no longer contain himself. He rose, hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. How exhilarating! The others murmured, Is he out of his mind? After reveling in his moment, Gran returned to his seat and took a bite of a fruit, inquiring, So how do I cultivate now? Once you have grasped the power of destruction, you must refine it to the first tier of the rules, Beerus replied, leaning closer. He draped an arm around Gran's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Entering the realm of rules is quite simple. You merely need to destroy more things. A sense of foreboding washed over Gran as he brushed Beerus's arm away. Looking up at the slender cat deity, Lord Beerus, what mischief are you planning now? What mischief could I possibly be up to? Beerus settled beside Gran, lifting his teacup for a sip. The more you destroy, the more adept you become at wielding the power of destruction, enabling you to elevate it to the level of rules. And thus, perhaps you are still unaware, but during your 9 years in the Dimensional Tower, our 7th universe has encountered several unsuitable planets. Beerus set down his cup, rubbing his paws together like a fly, a sly smile on his face. You shall be the one to destroy this batch of planets. Upon hearing this, Gran sprang to his feet in disbelief, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, have you not been in slumber all these years? How could you be so lazy? I merely wish to accumulate a sufficient number before cleansing them, Beerus replied, somewhat sheepishly. Gran shook his head in exasperation. But I can barely destroy a small stone at the moment, and you expect me to obliterate an entire planet? Is there something amiss? I, too, have traversed this path in the past, Gran retorted, his voice laden with disbelief. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten that I am to participate in the God of Destruction selection battle in 10 years? Are you truly asking me to assist you in this task? At this juncture, Gran surveyed the gathering, only to discover that neither the old Kai nor Whis offered any dissent to Beerus's directives. Had they all lost their sanity? Gran, do not presume that Lord Beerus seeks to shirk his duties. He is intentionally entrusting these planets to you for destruction, Whis elucidated. Destroying planets is also a form of training, and moreover, it serves as a means for your destructive powers to flourish rapidly. Intentionally, Gran regarded his god of destruction with a peculiar gaze. Whis, your verbosity is unwarranted. Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Then, noticing Glan's scrutiny, hastily turned his head away. Do not heed Whis's words. You are well aware of my disposition. I did not deliberately leave those subpar planets for you. Humph. I merely lack the inclination to manage them. Henceforth, the task of planetary destruction shall rest upon your shoulders. Only by assigning these tasks to Gran could Beerus ensure the swift enhancement of his destructive prowess. He had accumulated 9 years' worth of inadequate planets for this very moment. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Beerus's proclamation, Gran felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. Would it be too much to ask for Beerus to temper his proud demeanor? Though the god of destruction selection battle loomed closer, Gran felt assured that everything was proceeding as anticipated. Worry not, Gran. I have arranged your training regimen. Your next objective is to refine your destructive power to the level of rules, Whis proclaimed as he rose. Once you grasp the essence of destructive power, it shall prove effortless for you. And Whis suddenly waved his staff, and a cumbersome outfit materialized upon Gran. The sudden weight caused Gran to stagger momentarily. Gravity training gear. Gran instantly recognized the attire. It was the very outfit he had donned when he once elevated his base power to a staggering 1 billion. As Gran stood there in a daze, Whis continued, your current dimensional state has reached the pinnacle of divine dimensions. Your bodily instincts have ascended to the 3rd tier. And your mental state. Whis detailed Glan's martial prowess, causing the old Kai and Asin's hearts to tremble in disbelief. Insanity. Who could possibly attain such heights in just over a decade? Wait, Gran was never an ordinary individual, they pondered. This fellow is truly formidable. Beerus mused inwardly, reaffirming his pride in his esteemed disciple. However, as Gran absorbed Whis' account of his own abilities, he felt a profound discomfort, akin to being stripped bare before an audience. All right, Whis, no more, Gran exclaimed, struggling with the weight of the cumbersome outfit, waving his hands dismissively. Yet, the narrative continued. Whis did not heed Gran's words and continued, you have been a candidate for destruction for quite some time, yet strictly speaking, you have only cultivated your power once. Gran glanced at the gravity suit he was wearing, and indeed, it had been so. Ever since he had refined his strength to a combat power of 1 billion, he had not trained again. The magnitude of his power was entirely the result of the transformation of mortal strength into divine strength. I am aware that your power has increased over the years, but that is due to natural growth. Whis waved his staff and lightly tapped Gran on the head, a glimmer of light penetrating into his mind. Various pieces of information surged through his brain, leaving Gran feeling a bit dazed. What is all this? Gran asked, bewildered after a moment. These are the coordinates of uncharted planets. Just as your other martial arts have hit a plateau, the only things you now need to cultivate are your strength and destructive power. Whis chuckled. Thus, while you cultivate your destructive power, you might as well refine your pure strength as well. Dual cultivation? Do you take me for a donkey? Gran's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly guessing Gran's thoughts. Whis tapped his head again with the staff. What are you pondering? I merely want you to wear this suit to destroy planets. I am not asking you to specialize in cultivating strength. At this, Whis added with some irritation, you wore this very suit when you entered the Shumi world years ago. Beside them, Beerus turned his head back and sneered. You weren't afraid of dying under such dual pressure back then. Now, you merely have to wear this suit to destroy planets, and you find it tiresome? Indeed, Gran recalled how, in his eagerness to progress, he had seemingly been unafraid of death, daring to don a gravity suit and enter the Shumi world for several months. Looking back, it was a stroke of luck that those colossal beasts had not torn him apart on the spot. So, do you have any objections? Whis inquired, and everyone turned their gaze towards him. Gran remained silent, suddenly contemplative, as if deep in thought. Observing this, Whis felt a sense of satisfaction. He had previously taught Gran the importance of self-judgment in training, advising against blindly following others' words. The human body is inherently mysterious. Even as an angel, Whis could not constantly monitor Gran's physical condition. Beerus and the old Kaioshin also felt pleased and refrained from interrupting Gran. After a while, Gran assessed his situation and found it aligned precisely with Whis' description. In the short term, he found it challenging to improve in various aspects. The only areas he could enhance were his strength and the laws of destruction. I have no objections, Gran finally said, shaking his head. Very well. Whis replied with a smile. You have only recently grasped destructive power. Spend some time familiarizing yourself with it in the Kaioshin realm before venturing out. Gran nodded and cast a glance at Broly, who was still eating, hesitating to speak. What is it? Beerus resumed his seat, picking up a snack he had brought back from Earth. Lord Beerus, what will happen to Broly after I leave? As Gran spoke, little Broly finally paused his eating and exclaimed, Brother Gran, I want to follow you. However, Gran seemed to disregard little Broly's words, fixated on Beerus. This fellow is too volatile. I cannot allow him to remain in the realm of the Kais, Beerus remarked coolly. Although little Broly's current ferocity was not overwhelmingly powerful, one could not dismiss the potential for him to suddenly enter that grass-green state, wherein his strength could escalate without limit. Are you planning to train him? Gran understood Beerus's concerns. While the old Kai was sealed away, that was a manageable situation, yet the old Kai was now free. Keeping Broly in the realm of the Kais would undoubtedly pose a ticking time bomb for both the old Kai and action. Beerus's reluctance was understandable, and Gran would not consent to such an arrangement either. He has yet to resolve his volatility issue. I have little interest in him. Beerus shook his head. Although Otis possessed an unusual physique, this little one was ultimately not Gran. Moreover, even if he were taken to the Destroyer realm, there was little to teach him at this stage. Train him in destruction? Allow him to practice in the Dimension Tower? Don't be foolish. Without addressing his volatility, teaching him such things would only exacerbate the problem. Hearing Beerus's words, Gran turned to Whis. At this stage, it is indeed better for him to stay with you. Whis returned to the dining table and poured tea for everyone. Of course, if you wish for me to take him, I have no objections. Then it's settled. I too believe it is best for him to stay with me for now. Gran ruffled little Broly's hair. Chapter 129. Taking Broly out for training 3 days passed, and Gran had become more adept at wielding the powers of destruction. It was finally time to leave the realm of the Kais. Under the Gran tree, Gran stood face to face with little Broly and Beerus. Whis, I need your assistance once more. Gran's hand rested on little Broly's shoulder. Speak, Whis replied, staff in hand. As long as his disciple's request did not severely breach principles, he was willing to help. Assist Broly in acquiring the ability to survive in the universe. Gran patted little Broly's shoulder. A legendary scion like Broly could indeed survive in the vacuum of space for a brief period. But sustaining that existence long-term was another matter entirely. To gain the capability of surviving in the universe, one could cultivate dimensions to reach a level akin to that of Yama. Additionally, one could make a wish to the dragon or seek the aid of an angel like Whis. As for whether angels could accomplish this, it was hardly a consideration. Angels could even resurrect individuals from death, as evidenced by Whis resurrecting Frieza after the Tournament of Power. Thus, granting someone the ability to survive in the universe was a trivial task for an angel. This does not grant Gran such abilities, yet Whis is indifferent. He waved his staff, and a beam of light penetrated Broly's being. Henceforth, Broly would be able to survive in the cosmos. Whis jested, of course. If a force surpassing mine were to influence Broly, he might find it challenging to exist in the vacuum of space. The others responded. The most formidable presence in the entire 7th universe is undoubtedly you. Who could possibly surpass your might? I shall venture forth to cultivate my destructive powers. Take care, everyone. Gran waved goodbye to them. Young Broly had also learned the basics of etiquette, following suit with a farewell wave. With a swift motion, Gran departed the Kaioshin realm with Broly in tow. Only the elder Kaioshin, Asin, Beerus, and Whis remained in the Kaioshin realm. As for Jebet, he had long been dispatched by Asin to observe the universe firsthand. The Kaioshin realm boasted vast, boundless grasslands, with clouds in the sky gently drifting in the breeze, creating an exceptionally beautiful environment. After Gran had been gone for a while, Beerus inquired, Whis, how long do you think Gran will take to cultivate his destructive powers to the level of rules? He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the spot Gran had just vacated. Why do you always ask such questions? Whis replied with slight irritation. Just a few days ago, you estimated Gran would need half a month to comprehend destructive power. That guy is truly both inexperienced and playful. Beerus reassured, rest assured, everything is as I anticipated. By the time he is ready, he will undoubtedly catch up with my subsequent training plans. Whis said no more, and together with Beerus, they transformed into a flash of light and vanished from the Kaioshin realm. At the edge of the northern galaxy, the starry expanse was sparsely populated with a few scattered celestial bodies. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on a verdant planet. This area was a vast plain, and their arrival immediately drew the attention of the beasts residing on this planet. Roar! Roar! A herd of buffalo-like creatures charged towards the pair. Oh, what fortune to find ingredients upon landing. Gran's eyes sparkled, and he shouted, Broly, go for it. Yes, brother Gran, I'm on it. Young Broly flailed his little arms, and his legs transformed into miniature motors, propelling him directly into the midst of the charging buffalo. However, bang! The wild boars could not withstand Broly's might. With a single punch, he obliterated one of the buffalo into a cloud of blood. How are we to feast on this? Gran lamented. Thus he took matters into his own hands. A flash of white light surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The herd of buffalo collapsed instantly. One cannot deny Gran's impeccable control over his power. Under his assault, the buffalo lay perfectly aligned on the plain, each bearing a fist-sized wound upon their necks. Blood pooled around them, their demise identical. Draining the blood will eliminate the gamey flavor. Gran clapped his hands and pointed towards a nearby forest. Broly, gather some firewood for me. While he could have used energy to cook, the flavor imparted by firewood would be far more delectable. All right, Brother Gran. Little Broly had already witnessed his brother Gran's culinary skills in the realm of the Kaioshin. To savor a delectable meal, one must obediently comply. The diminutive Broly, barely a meter tall, scampered towards the distant forest with his short legs. In no time, he returned, dragging a towering tree over 100 meters tall. Gran's lips twitched. Was this little fool attempting to amuse him? Who roasts meat with raw firewood? Reluctantly, he ventured back into the forest to gather several dry trees. After dealing with the wild buffalo, Gran tossed out a multifunctional capsule, which he had acquired from Bulma on Earth. Upon release, it revealed a large cabinet filled with various seasonings. As a true gourmand, Gran could not be without these essentials. Soon, wisps of smoke rose, and the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Before long, a massive bonfire blazed on the prairie, surrounded by a dozen skinned wild buffalo. Neatly arranged on branches in a circle, the scene was quite spectacular. Gran, didn't you say you were going to destroy a planet? Are you planning to obliterate the one beneath our feet? Little Broly inquired, sitting on the grass. During his days spent with Gran, his demeanor had brightened somewhat. No, Gran replied, shaking his head. This planet is merely a conduit for my instantaneous movement. The planet I intend to destroy bears no presence. That's good, Little Broly said, gazing at the roasted meat with a grin. You're smiling? Gran followed his gaze, realizing the little one was enamored with the edible beasts. All right, it's time to eat, Gran announced, standing up after a while. He looked at the dim, lifeless planet above. Let us fill our bellies before we destroy it. With that, upon hearing it was time to feast, Little Broly transformed into a ravenous little wolf and pounced on the food without fear of the heat, gnawing on a wild buffalo. Gran chuckled, finding joy in the company of this little creature. Yet, after a short time, he noticed Little Broly had nearly devoured a whole buffalo and rushed over to prevent the comedic disaster of his little friend being entirely consumed. The sight of the two scions indulging in their meal was quite a spectacle. 2 hours later, they had polished off all the wild buffalo, leaving a 10-meter-high pile of bones beside them. Gran, your food is delicious, Little Broly exclaimed, sitting on the ground and patting his bulging belly, a blissful smile adorning his face. It ought to be. There will be more delectable dishes to come, Gran said, pulling the little one to his feet and gazing up at the dim planet. Come, let us go destroy it. The two soared swiftly into the sky. As they prepared to breach the atmosphere, Gran glanced at Little Broly beside him. Upon entering the vast emptiness of the universe, this little creature exhibited no signs of discomfort, as if it were still within the confines of a planet. It seemed that the power of Whis was indeed taking effect. Since you're fine, let us proceed, Gran declared, reaching behind Little Broly to grasp the back of his collar, and in an instant, their speed surged dramatically. With a flourish, a beam of light streaked across the starry expanse, and in the blink of an eye, Gran transported Little Broly from their original planet to a desolate neighboring world. Gran, if we get hungry, we can return to that place for some delicious food, Little Broly suggested, pointing to the sky where the planet they had just dined on loomed above. You little glutton, Gran chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair, yet he responded, no problem. We will head back when we're hungry. With his normal power, he could obliterate a vast expanse of the planet with a mere energy wave. However, using his destructive force, he could only dismantle a stone the size of his fist at present. Thus, it was clear that he could not destroy this planet in a short span of time, which meant he had no immediate means of departure. Consequently, this planet would serve as his reserve supply. Gran surveyed the desolate landscape before him. The planet was barren, littered with rock fragments, devoid of any vitality. It seemed to be at the twilight of its existence. Broly, you stay over there for now. I will teach you various combat techniques shortly, Gran instructed, guiding Little Broly to a distance before he began to hone his destructive power. He commenced with stones of fist-sized proportions. With a thud, a stone vanished from his grasp, followed by a surge of intense energy fluctuations. After dismantling a stone, Gran would close his eyes to reflect on the process of destruction, evaluating any shortcomings in his technique. Only after such contemplation would he proceed to the next stone. An hour elapsed, and Gran had successfully destroyed 5 stones. Although progress was slow, the gains were substantial, and his mastery over the destructive force grew increasingly adept. Another hour passed, and this time, he managed to destroy 10 stones, marking a notable acceleration in his progress as the destructive energy within him began to undergo subtle transformations. This evolution resembled a stream expanding into a river, and Gran sensed his internal destructive power rapidly burgeoning. Gran intensified his efforts. After half a day, he had obliterated a total of 200 stones. By the end of the day, he had dismantled 500 stones. For Gran, a deity, this day's exertion was negligible. However, the monotonous task of shattering stones began to saturate his mind with images of rock, dull and tedious. Thus, he took little Broly back to the neighboring planet to prepare a meal, and subsequently returned to the desolate world. Gran commenced a training session with little Broly, focusing on honing his combat skills. After all, he had designated Broly as his protege, and it was only fitting to nurture his potential diligently. Moreover, it served as a delightful diversion, which was of utmost importance. Broly, unleash your full strength and attack me. On this desolate planet, Gran and little Broly stood at opposing ends. Gran beckoned to the small figure before him. All right. Little Broly propelled himself forward with all his might, creating a tremendous crater upon his landing as he surged towards Gran. Unfazed, Gran chose not to evade, meeting Broly's charge with equal force. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce collisions. It was evident that little Broly possessed only the most rudimentary combat techniques, likely imparted to him by Paragus. Gran, undeterred by the challenge, seized the opportunity to guide Broly's fighting style throughout their exchange. An hour passed, and little Broly's combat skills, awareness, and experience had notably improved. Gran, take this punch, Broly exclaimed as he swiftly appeared behind Gran. Following the chaos on planet Vampa, his power had escalated to 1 million battle units. He launched a powerful punch aimed at Gran's lower back. However, Gran chuckled, I'm teaching you combat techniques, and you wish to sneak attack me? With a graceful sidestep, he evaded Broly's small fist and retaliated with a punch to Broly's abdomen. Broly was sent hurtling away, crashing into a barren mountain that crumbled under the impact. As the mountain collapsed and boulders shattered into countless fragments, Gran's eyes sparkled with delight. He had initially intended to create more destruction, but this serendipitous result would suffice. Gran transformed into a flash of light and darted towards the debris. Just as Broly attempted to rise from the rubble, Gran's large hand pressed down upon his small head, delivering another forceful blow. Boom. The massive stones beneath Broly were instantly pulverized. From that moment on, little Broly endured a relentless barrage of strikes. Fortunately, Gran moderated his strength, ensuring that Broly's power level dictated the force he employed. Little Broly sustained minimal damage, and during the onslaught, his combat abilities continued to evolve. However, as the session progressed, Gran seemed to become addicted to the fight, inciting Broly's emotions to spiral into fury. Broly's battle power surged to 200 million, prompting Gran to swiftly subdue him into unconsciousness. In the aftermath, the desolate planet lay in ruins. In a clearing, a child lay amidst a pile of shattered rocks. Gran continued to dismantle stones while awaiting Broly's awakening. After a considerable interval, Broly finally stirred, sitting up and rubbing the back of his head. Ouch, Gran, you could have gone easier on me, he lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Well, I got a bit carried away, Gran admitted, setting down the stone he had been holding, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. Broly, his expression a mix of frustration and disappointment, lowered his gaze. Gran, I lost control again. Fear not. We shall assist you in overcoming this challenge in due time, Gran reassured him. Gran felt a twinge of sympathy for the little one and gently ruffled his hair. The small Broly nodded earnestly, his spirits lifting somewhat. Gran then drew a line in front of him and retreated to a distance of 30 meters. This scene bore a striking resemblance to an animated moment where Son Gohan prepared for the World Martial Arts Tournament, prompting Son Goten to hurl stones at him for training. Broly, there are plenty of stones around you. Throw them in my direction. All right. Little Broly did not question the purpose behind this. Instead, he picked up a stone the size of his fist and hurled it with all his might. The stone hurtled towards Gran with great speed. Gran raised his hand and shouted, "Destruction!" Instantly, the approaching stone vanished, followed by a powerful surge of energy. Just like that, do it again. Satisfied with the results, Gran encouraged little Broly to continue throwing stones. Thus, Broly put forth even greater effort. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by. On this particular day, A sudden roar echoed as the desolate planet shattered into countless fragments. Destruction! Destruction! A young, handsome man clad in bulky attire floated amidst the cosmic expanse, relentlessly obliterating the scattered boulders. After another fortnight, the entire planet lay in ruins, utterly decimated by Gran. Huh, I've finally destroyed a planet. Gran spiraled through the starlit void, the once desolate planet now completely vanished. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his experiences over this time. If prior to leaving the Kaishan realm, the destructive power within him resembled a mere strand of hair, it had now swelled to the size of his wrist. This should mark the beginning of his journey. Suddenly, Gran opened his eyes, a faint purple aura emanating from him. This was the aura of destruction. Such a level should be akin to that of Vegeta in the comics. However, this was not yet at the level of mastery. Further destruction was needed. Broly, let us depart. Gran grasped little Broly by the scruff of his collar, and they vanished from the cosmic scene in an instant. Shortly after their departure, the beasts on the neighboring green planet exhaled in relief, as if a knife that had been suspended over their necks had finally disappeared. In the ensuing month, Glan's pace of destruction quickened, and within that time, he obliterated 2 more planets. Meanwhile, on a small celestial body in the underworld, the diminutive North Kai was elegantly savoring a steak when the 2 antennae atop his head quivered suddenly. Another planet had been destroyed. Who could it be? The North Kai rose from his seat and stepped into an open area to observe his North Galaxy. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure wreaking havoc on a planet. It was the candidate for the god of destruction. The North Kai gasped, collapsing to the ground, his complexion paling. Why is this deity once again destroying planets? He understood well the responsibilities of such divine beings. They typically annihilated only the most insignificant of worlds. Thus, there is little to be concerned about. The only source of worry for him lies with the North Kai's planet beneath his feet. Years ago, he had provoked Beerus, resulting in the degradation of his North Kai's planet to its current diminutive state. Consequently, he has been the subject of ridicule from the other 3 Kais ever since. Reflecting on this, the North Kai immediately positioned himself on the ground, adopting a protective stance, for he must not invoke the wrath of such a deity again. Suddenly, the 2 antennae atop the North Kai's head quivered, as he noticed the candidate for the god of destruction had unexpectedly appeared on a dark-hued planet. This planet was peculiar, devoid of any vitality, clearly rendered useless. However, at its very center lay a square altar, a sight which evoked a sense of familiarity within the North Kai, as if he had encountered this planet before. In a flash, a realization struck him. This was the place where the Bojack gang was sealed. Long ago, when the god of destruction Beerus remained unawakened, and the legendary Supreme Kai had vanished, a band of marauders dedicated to destroying the galaxy emerged within the cosmos. They were the Hera clan, led by Bojack, whose threat level was exceedingly formidable. When compared to the current Frisia, they were utterly insignificant. At that time, none in the universe could stand against them. Under such dire circumstances, the 4 Kais had to join forces to seal them away. And the site of that sealing was precisely the barren planet now graced by Gran's presence. Ha 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 ha. The North Kai leaped from the ground in exhilaration. Marauders destroying the galaxy? Before my esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, they are not but insignificant. The North Kai bounced about joyfully like a child. Sealing away Bojack and his gang had been a desperate measure, as they truly could not be defeated. But now, the situation was different. The current candidate for the god of destruction had arrived at the sealing location, and this planet was undoubtedly among the targets for destruction. Surely, their demise is imminent. The mere thought filled the North Kai with exuberance. No, such splendid news must be shared with the other Kais. Thus, the North Kai called out, "Hey, you 3, can you hear me? South Kai, speak your mind, or let loose whatever you need to. East Kai, what are you stammering about? Can you hurry up, you short pumpkin? I still have a stroll to take. West Kai, exactly. Do you really think our planet is as diminutive as yours? Our walks are quite time-consuming." The 3 Kais laughed heartily. The North Kai, incensed, retorted, "I had intended to share some good news, but now it seems it shall remain unspoken." West Kai, wait. I was mistaken. Please, share the good news. The other 2 Kais chimed in. Yes, we were in the wrong. The North Kai, filled with pride, proclaimed, "It concerns Bojack." East Kai, alarmed, "What? Is Bojack about to break free from his seal?" South Kai, anxious, "You must tell us quickly, short pumpkin." The North Kai, no longer teasing them, promptly relayed the information. Upon finishing, the other three Kais exclaimed in astonishment. What? The candidate destroyer god has arrived at the sealed domain of Bojack? Chapter 131. Zanjia, located at the edge of the northern galaxy, there lies a dimly lit planet. This is the fourth planet that Gran intends to obliterate. Initially, Gran planned to shatter this world outright before dismantling it, but upon observing it from the cosmic expanse, he sensed something peculiar about it. Thus, he and little Broly ventured into this planet from the vastness of space. Strangely, this planet appeared to have once been inhabited by humans. How could it have devolved into such a state? Gran led little Broly as they meandered through the remnants of a human city, now reduced to ruins. Suddenly, Gran noticed he had stepped on a rusted clock. He continued onward. Brother Gran, I'm a bit hungry, little Broly said, patting his belly. There's nothing to eat here. Gran surveyed his surroundings and replied, just hold on a bit longer. Little Broly could only respond with a soft sigh. This little fellow, although not aggressive, was quite obedient. And Gran smiled down at him as he proceeded. Through his observations, Gran deduced that a great battle must have transpired on this planet, resulting in the extinction of its human inhabitants. However, one mystery lingered. Why did the planet itself also seem to wither away? With this perplexity in mind, Gran ventured further. Suddenly, a square altar came into view. Concurrently, the North Kai, who had been observing the scene, excitedly relayed the situation to the other three Kais. They've met. The candidate destroyer god has encountered Bojack. On Gran's side, he beheld the square altar and instinctively sensed another presence watching him, an innate intuition of the divine. Who could it be? Was it related to this altar? As Gran raised his gaze, he inadvertently startled the North Kai. Could the demise of this planet be connected to this altar? Gran lowered his head and moved closer. Ascending the steps, he reached the altar, which bore 5 coffin-like structures upon it. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the 4 corners were interconnected by strange patterns. Having taken the candidate destroyer god course, Gran recognized it immediately as a seal. Clearly, the 5 coffins before him were the objects of this seal. The planet's life force had not vanished entirely. Rather, it had been siphoned to suppress these 5 entities. What is this, Brother Gran? Little Broly inquired, playfully bouncing around the 5 coffins, unafraid. Indeed, in this world, what could possibly instill fear in the legendary Scion? I don't know. We'll find out by opening them, Gran replied, furrowing his brow. Such artifacts had never appeared in the anime. Could this be a hidden treasure of the 7th universe? With that thought, Gran's excitement grew. He hoped one of these seals contained a formidable opponent. For the past 2 months, I have been incessantly shattering stones, and I am utterly weary of it. Little Broly is too feeble, providing no satisfaction in my endeavors. Now, I have the perfect opportunity to entertain myself with this mystery. Broly, kindly step aside. Gran crouched down and extended his hand towards one of the tombs, sensing a lingering force of sealing upon it. This planet was originally his target for destruction, and Gran paid no heed to anything else. Destruction. A purple glow manifested in Gran's hand. Crack. The seal upon the tomb disintegrated as if it had met the fierce rays of the sun for the first time. Gran's fingers curled, and with a swift motion, the stone slab covering the tomb was effortlessly pierced. With a forceful lift, the tomb's cover was cast aside. Gran, there's a big sister inside, exclaimed little Broly in surprise from his crouched position. Gran paused, examining the woman within the tomb. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her face exquisitely beautiful, and cascading down her back were waves of orange hair. Her curvaceous figure radiated an enchanting allure. Isn't this Zanjia from the Bojack gang? Gran was taken aback. Zanjia was one of Bojack's companions, belonging to the Hera clan, her aquamarine skin being one of her distinguishing features. In the anime, she is considered one of the beauties of Dragon Ball, and upon closer inspection, she truly is quite lovely. The remaining 4 tombs must belong to Bojack and his crew. Gran stood up. In the theatrical anime, this band of cosmic marauders was meant to remain sealed, but Goku had brought Cell to obliterate the North Kai. The North Kai was one of the sealers, and his demise led to the seal's failure, culminating in the subsequent Galactic Crisis film. Gran raised his gaze to the sky. He had felt someone watching him moments ago, and it was no surprise that it was indeed the North Kai observing him. You little squirt. How dare you spy on me? A mischievous grin spread across Gran's face. Broly, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Little Broly nodded obediently. Gran placed his finger on his forehead and vanished in an instant. In the afterlife, on North Kai's planet, The North Kai trembled as he communicated telepathically with the other 3 Kais. Haha, the candidate for the god of destruction is about to break the seal. Just wait and see. He's coming. That tomb contains Zhangya's seal. Once the seal is lifted, Zhangya, you shall not escape death. Suddenly, the North Kai's excitement subsided. Hey, you little squirt. Quickly tell me what happens next. Is Zhangya dead? I'm truly anxious. The voices of the other 3 Kais echoed in the North Kai's ears. Cold sweat trickled down the North Kai's brow, and he stammered. It appears the candidate for the god of destruction has noticed my spying. Upon hearing this, the 3 Kais panicked. I have to go. My father just gave birth. Yes, my father also gave birth. I must assist him. Let us converse another time. You are aware that it rains incessantly here, and I have gone to fetch the laundry, possibly never to return. The voices of the 3 kings of the north abruptly ceased. Should they persist, they feared that if the candidate for the destroyer were to learn of their clandestine chatter, their own planet might follow in the unfortunate footsteps of the North King star. The North King gritted his teeth, resolutely believing that such entertainment ought to be enjoyed by him alone, while the consequences should rest solely upon his shoulders. Are you even human? At that moment, the North King exclaimed, How dare you spy on me? You possess quite the audacity. The voice of Gran echoed from behind, causing the North King to turn around and collapse onto the ground in shock. Indeed, he had been discovered. Chapter 132, Spirit Bomb. King S. Fist Gran stood before the North King, casting a glance down at him. His skin bore a blue hue, and he donned a King S attire, appearing quite comical with his small sunglasses as he sat sprawled on the ground. After spending considerable time in the Dragon Ball universe, he finally encountered this amusing and humorous king. However, in the eyes of the North King, this candidate for the destroyer was markedly different from before. He now wore a bulky outfit, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. Additionally, a faint yet formidable power coiled around him, likely a remnant of the destructive force left by his seal. How fortunate to meet the esteemed candidate for the destroyer. The North King scrambled to his feet, his face drained of color. Having been caught spying, and having conspired against another, he feared for the fate of the North King star. When did you become aware of me? Gran inquired, his eyes narrowed. More than a decade ago, the North King replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that time, I sensed Lord Beerus had awakened not long before, followed by a unique divine presence emerging. I surmised it must be the candidate chosen by Lord Beerus. Oh, that explains it, Gran mused. It was no surprise. Each time Beerus awakened, it caused considerable commotion, and as the overseer of the Northern Galaxy, the North King could not possibly remain oblivious. My apologies, esteemed candidate for the destroyer. I did not intend to spy on you. Please do not destroy my planet. The North King, his rotund form leaping into the air, promptly prostrated himself upon the ground, desperate to safeguard his dwindling planetary existence. Gran concealed his face, truly mistaking him for Beerus. Indeed, the North King was rather pitiable, first having his planet obliterated by Beerus, and subsequently losing his life due to Son Goku's antics. Even more tragically, with each summoning of the dragon on Earth, he found himself unable to revive due to various unforeseen circumstances. Do not fret. Patrolling the galaxy is your duty, and I understand you did not act with malice. Gran's foot struck the ground, unleashing a powerful force that sent the North King soaring momentarily. The North King stumbled but quickly regained his footing, exclaiming in exuberance, Thank you immensely. Esteemed candidate for the destroyer. I did not expect you to be so amiable, unlike the notoriously irritable Beerus. The short and stout North King possessed an inexplicable charm. And Gran stifled a laugh, clearing his throat. I have heard you possess 2 formidable techniques. Would you be so kind as to share them with me? The Kaioken technique possesses significant side effects, akin to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In the eyes of Whis and others, it may be regarded as an unorthodox method. However, the Kaioken is undeniably impressive. Such techniques, while not essential, should certainly be mastered. After all, elegance is a lifelong pursuit. As for the Spirit Bomb, now that we have arrived at this juncture, it would be rather absurd to learn only the Kaioken and neglect the Spirit Bomb. Huh. The North Kai was taken aback, as the topic shifted too abruptly for him to process. Aren't you proficient in both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? Gran, with utmost seriousness, stated, I have been delving into various martial arts lately. Do enlighten me about your 2 techniques. How could this candidate for the god of destruction be so aware of his own capabilities? The North Kai was perplexed. What? Must I share a corny joke before you are willing to divulge? Gran feigned annoyance. In the anime, prior to instructing Goku, this diminutive figure had made such demands of him. No, no, no. The North Kai was startled again. How could this prospective god of destruction be privy to so many secrets? Surely, he couldn't even know the color of my underwear. I indeed possess two formidable techniques, known as the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken. As he spoke, the North Kai shook his head. Both of these techniques are of my own creation. However, I have never employed the Kaioken, as it is still somewhat incomplete. Before he could finish, Gran interrupted him. No worries. I merely wish to study various martial arts techniques. I have no intention of learning them. Not interested? Really? Observing Gran's earnest demeanor, the North Kai was skeptical. Although the individual before him was the current candidate for the god of destruction, his two signature moves were indeed formidable. He could hardly believe that Gran was uninterested. Therefore, the North Kai cautiously began to explain the principles behind his two techniques. Suddenly, Gran, who had just claimed disinterest, entered a state of enlightenment. The North Kai widened his eyes. You still assert you are not interested? Despite a desire to chuckle, he dared not cease his explanation, for the fate of his planet could be at stake. Simultaneously, a sense of pride swelled within him. He had always known his techniques were exceptional. See, even the candidate for the god of destruction cannot resist the allure of my signature moves. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by. Gran had spent 3 days grasping the essence of destruction, and in comparison, the Spirit Bomb and Kaioken were far simpler. Thus, within merely 2 hours, he comprehended both techniques. Gran suddenly opened his eyes wide. Have you, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction? The North Kai, startled, widened his eyes. Could this candidate have truly mastered his two techniques? These techniques are indeed impressive, Gran remarked, giving the North Kai a pat on the shoulder. In truth, he had merely understood the essence of the two moves. He had yet to execute them. Like the power of destruction. In order to successfully unleash the Spirit Bomb and Kaioken, further training was essential. So, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, you have mastered my two signature moves? The North Kai swallowed hard. Well, they are quite simple. Is this even human language? The North Kai could only curse under his breath. For these two techniques were the culmination of countless years of his labor. Just moments ago, he had claimed he would not learn my ultimate moves. What a deceiver. The North Kai pouted and muttered softly. What did you say? Gran asked, suppressing a chuckle. If the North Kai were to discover that Gran had comprehended the power of destruction in merely a day, the scene would surely be even more amusing. Oh, nothing. The North Kai stammered, trembling with fright. I am not unreasonable, since I have studied your martial arts techniques. You may seek my assistance in the future if you encounter difficulties. Gran had made a similar promise when he was learning on the planets Audrat and Metamor. Having now mastered the North Kai's ultimate moves, he extended the same courtesy. Chapter 133. That little rascal is about to defeat Zanjiao, really? The North Kai exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. After all, this was the legendary candidate for the god of destruction. Can I ask you for a favor right now? The North Kai clenched his tiny fists, bouncing around in an endearing manner. Gran was taken aback. What trouble could the North Kai possibly be facing at this moment? Shouldn't his concern be the trouble caused by Goku bringing Cell here? What do you need my help with? Speak up. Oh, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. Could you assist me in restoring North Kai's planet? The North Kai rubbed his small hands together. His planet had shrunk due to provoking Beerus, and it had been mocked by other Kais for many years. He had longed for its restoration. Gran's expression darkened. He had thought the North Kai was genuinely in trouble, only to find he was making a wish. Do you take me for the dragon of Namek? Gran replied, exasperated. Huh, is that not possible? The North Kai looked utterly disappointed. Well, it is possible. Once I return to the realm of destruction, I can make a request to Whis. He should be able to assist, Gran said, suppressing his laughter. However, as far as I know, your planet was destroyed by Lord Beerus. Are you certain you want it restored? The North Kai's excitement instantly waned. This was Beerus's punishment for him. If it were to be discovered that North Kai's planet had been restored, it would be tantamount to courting death. Also, I will only help you this once. If you utilize this promise now, I shall not intervene again should you face trouble in the future. Gran's words fell on the North Kai's ears, and he sighed. What else could he do? He would have to hold on to this promise. At least in the event of genuine trouble, he could seek assistance from this formidable deity. With that thought, the North Kai's gloomy mood lifted, and he cheerfully said, Then I shall hold on to this promise from you, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. All right, since there is nothing else. Gran had not finished his sentence when the North Kai's expression suddenly changed. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, the child accompanying you is about to defeat Zanjia. As these words were uttered, a terrifying force surged from the realm of the living into the underworld. This power was utterly ferocious, akin to a primordial beast awakening. Oh no! Gran sensed an ominous presence, startled by its intensity. He had been preoccupied with mastering the king's fist and spirit bomb, momentarily forgetting about his subordinate. However, judging by the aura, little Broly was not at a disadvantage. In fact, it appeared that Zanjia was on the verge of being vanquished by him. I shall take my leave for now, North Kai. Until we meet again. Gran pressed his hand against his forehead. Wait. The North Kai shouted urgently. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you must eradicate Bojack and his ilk. They are marauding villains intent on wreaking havoc across the galaxy. As long as they exist, our universe shall know no peace. Before he could finish his plea, Gran had already vanished. The North Kai let out a heavy sigh. In his eyes, Bojack's gang was undeniably malevolent. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they met the standards for destruction in the eyes of the Destroyer. At that moment, 3 voices echoed. Hey, Dwarf Melon, are you dead yet? If not, respond. Once the Candidate Destroyer finds out you were spying on him, you won't survive. Sighed another. Alas, once punished by the Destroyer, and now again by the Candidate Destroyer, our North Kai truly suffers. The speakers were 3 other Kais. You lot are the ones who are doomed. The North Kai's anger flared. These 3 were utterly ungrateful, infuriating him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he burst into laughter. This unexpected mirth startled the 3 Kais across from him. Dwarf Melon, you're alive and laughing? Surely, you've lost your mind under the Candidate Destroyer's wrath. Ceasing his laughter, the North Kai retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, the Candidate Destroyer is aware of my indiscretion, but what of it? Not only have I escaped punishment, but I have also received a promise from him. He stated that should I encounter trouble in the future, I could invoke this promise for assistance. Ha! One of you was born to your father, another is about to be born, and one is off to fetch laundry. Yet you dare to mock me? The tables have turned. Now it is my turn to laugh at you. Ah, North Kai, you truly deserve your fate. At the edge of the North Galaxy, a dim planet trembled violently under the forces of a fierce battle. Boom. This planet quaked with terrifying power. Roar. Accompanied by a primal howl. A child relentlessly pursued a stunning woman. Damn it. What kind of little monster is this? Zanjia spat blood, her complexion pale as death, her right arm broken. She was bewildered as to why her seal had been broken, but the exhilaration of emerging from it was overwhelming. Just as she prepared to assist her leader in breaking the seal, she noticed a small child standing nearby. Without hesitation, and perceiving the child's foolish demeanor, she unleashed an energy blast towards him. Little did she know, this energy blast would bring the heavens crashing down. This child was no ordinary human. He was indestructible. No matter how much power she exerted, he would rise again each time he was knocked down. Rising once more was one thing, but that little monster seemed utterly unfazed, as if it had sustained no harm, and its power continued to escalate. At this point, she was outmatched. This is bad. As Zanjiao attempted to flee, a sudden flash of white light surged toward her from behind. It was little Broly, having caught up, though he was still just over a meter tall. His muscles had swelled dramatically, the veins on his forehead bulging, and he was continually roaring. Moreover, there was a striking transformation. The white aura surrounding him was interspersed with a hint of grass-green light. If Gran were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For little Broly was on the verge of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Roar! Little Broly closed in on Zanjia, his small hand grasping her calf. Damn! Zanjia's pupils constricted. The opponent's speed was too swift, leaving her no chance to escape. In the next moment, little Broly seized her calf and forcefully swung her down. Chapter 134, Bojack Boom. Zanjia was hurled from the sky, the terrifying force causing the entire continent to shatter. But that was not the end. Little Broly swung Zanjia from left to right, repeating this action relentlessly. With each successive impact, the speed increased, akin to a fan or, rather, like the Hulk pummeling Loki. Zanjia's internal organs sustained severe damage. Suddenly, little Broly assumed a throwing stance and, with all his might, hurled Zanjia into the sky. Roar! The force of his small legs pushing against the ground created a 100-meter wide crater. He rapidly pursued her. Arriving above Zanjia, little Broly, now devoid of control, was driven solely by his instinct for destruction. his hands clenched into fists, channeling all his strength. Crackle. The ions drifting in the void were inexplicably drawn together, coalescing around little Broly's fists to form arcs of silver lightning. He then unleashed a thunderous strike. Bang! Like a stellar explosion. Zanjia's back was struck, plummeting at an alarming speed, akin to a meteorite descending from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming force shattered the entire planet's tectonic plates, leaving behind an unfathomable pit in the ground. Zanjia lay within the abyss, blood gushing from her mouth, her injuries now exceeding 60%. It hurts so much. Zanjia struggled to rise, kneeling on one knee, each cell in her body consumed by pain. What manner of monster is this? When did such a powerful being emerge in the universe? What has transpired in this cosmos? She regretted her actions. Had she known this child would be so terrifying, she would never have dared to provoke such a creature. Meanwhile, with a swift motion, Gran finally returned from the North Kai's planet, and, upon appearing beside little Broly, quickly departed once more. With Gran's current prowess, his return went unnoticed by both Broly and Zanjia. He seemed to hover invisibly on the other side. Suddenly, Gran observed Broly and sensed something amiss. In his perception, Broly's combat power had surged to an astonishing 2 billion, and it was still on the rise. Gran recalled that during their time on planet Vampa, Broly's uncontrollable state had only reached a maximum of 200 million. How could this be? As Gran pondered this perplexity, he soon discerned the truth. Broly was suspended in the void, enveloped in a swirling white aura, which surprisingly bore a hint of grass green. Seeking death, Gran's anger flared. At such a young age, even in a state of rage, Broly should not have undergone such a transformation. It was evident that Zanjia had tortured Broly into this condition. Like a fail-safe mechanism, if Broly's body did not react soon, he would indeed be killed by Zanjia. The tattered state of his battle attire attested to this. Abusing my little brother? You shall bear the brunt of Broly's wrath. An endless killing intent flashed in Gran's eyes. At this moment, even Bojack and his cohorts, who were allied with Zanjia, found themselves on Gran's list of targets. However, he refrained from acting immediately. He wished for Broly to exact his own vengeance. A fierce roar echoed through the heavens as Broly, resembling a miniature titan, plunged down from the sky. The brutal force of his descent seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. This is bad. Zanjia's complexion paled as she realized that a direct hit from this attack would surely be fatal. Die, she shouted, launching an energy blast upwards. Yet, before the blast could reach Broly, it was shredded into pieces by the violent energy radiating from him. However, Broly's speed had diminished slightly. A smirk crept across Zanjia's lips. She had no intention of defeating Broly with that energy blast. It was merely a diversion to delay the little monster. If I can't win, I have faith in my boss's strength. Zanjia smashed a nearby stone wall with a punch and swiftly dodged to the side. At last, Broly descended with a tremendous impact, the force of his collision reducing the already shattered continental plates to mere powder. The overwhelming strength surged from behind, causing Zanjia's internal organs to sustain further damage. Her injuries now exceeding 70%. One must admit that the resilience of the Hera clan was formidable. Despite her condition, Zanjia was still able to move. Seizing this moment of momentum, she propelled herself upward into the sky. Due to the shifting dynamics of the battle, Zanjia had long since deviated from her original ceiling location. Ascending into the air, she aimed for the distant four-sided altar, where 4 sarcophagi remained. Let us go. Zanjia expended her remaining strength, hastily making her way towards that direction. Upon witnessing this, Gran immediately discerned Zanjia's intentions. From the essence of Zanjia, it can be inferred that her peak strength possesses an astounding battle power of approximately 1.2 billion. Now, reduced to such a state, her strength diminished to a mere fraction. She can only seek out her master, Bojack. Based on the representation within the anime, it appears that Bojack, the ambusher, possesses a power level that may only rival that of a fully realized Cell, if not less. Thus, it can be deduced that Bojack's battle power hovers around 2.5 billion. Simply pathetic. Gran, with arms crossed, refrained from intervening, allowing these pathetic beings to entertain little Broly. Within Glan's line of sight, the young Broly had detected Zanjia's presence and soared into the sky with fervor. Damn it! Hurry up! Zanjia glanced back, terror gripping her heart. With a rush, 2 figures streaked across the sky, one ahead of the other. Roar! Little Broly moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Zanjia within 50 meters. He thrust his hands forward, launching 2 emerald-hued energy blasts in her direction. This is bad. I must evade. Zanjia desperately dodged as the 2 energy blasts whizzed past her. Boom. The blast struck the ground, instantly obliterating a third of the planet. Zanjia's complexion turned a ghastly white. The consequences of being hit would be unimaginable. Move faster. After his initial miss, the irrational little Broly continued to hurl energy blasts as Zanjia maneuvered to escape. Finally, she arrived at the four-square altar, standing atop Bojack's tomb. At that moment, little Broly halted in the sky, gathering energy above his head to form a massive energy sphere, 100 meters in diameter. Gran, Chapter 135. Glan's turn. Although I am unaware of your identity, once my master emerges, you will come to understand the most excruciating torment this world has to offer. Zanjia gritted her teeth, daring not to linger. For little Broly had unleashed the energy sphere from his grasp. Master, hasten to my aid. With every ounce of strength, Zanjia struck the lid of the tomb. Originally a seal of unity among the 5 elements, Zanjia's current diminished power should not have been sufficient to breach the seal set by the North Kai and his companions. However, Gran had compromised her seal, creating vulnerabilities within the 5-fold barrier. Even without Zanjia's interference, Bojack would eventually break free from his tomb. Yet, under the force of Zanjia's assault, the seal could no longer withstand the pressure. Crack! The lid of Bojack's tomb shattered instantaneously. Master, save me. Zanjia looked up to see the colossal energy sphere looming before her. Bojack, who had been in a deep slumber, felt an inexplicable tingle of danger. The aura of death. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of the enormous energy sphere. Damn it! A primal exclamation escaped Bojack's lips as he shot up from the tomb. The green-hued energy sphere crashed down upon his shoulder. Zanjia, what is happening? Bojack bellowed. As he bore the colossal energy orb, the immense pressure caused his garments to tear apart. Boss, I am not entirely sure. Ever since I was released from the seal, he has relentlessly pursued me, and I was nearly killed. Zanjia dared not confess that it was her reckless attack with an energy blast on the child that precipitated this calamity. This fool seeks his own demise. Bojack harbored no doubts about Zanjia's words. Now that he had broken free of the seal, his emotions surged with exhilaration. Boom. The staggering power of 2.5 billion erupted from him. Observing this, Gran clicked his tongue, realizing that Bojack's strength was indeed as he had surmised. Yet this level of power would hardly suffice against the likes of little Broly. Charge forward. Bojack ascended, bearing the energy orb of little Broly. Go for it, boss. Zanjia exclaimed with enthusiasm, certain of her leader's prowess. Surely that little monster would not survive this onslaught. As Bojack soared higher, little Broly, with a mere 2 billion in combat power, found himself retreating. Your strength is commendable, but if you intend to harm my subordinate, you shall meet your end. With a vigorous thrust, Bojack propelled the entire energy orb back. Boom. The immense orb collided with little Broly's visage, a searing heat enveloping him. In that instant, he appeared momentarily paralyzed with fear, utterly motionless. Zanjia rejoiced, while Gran furrowed his brow, puzzled by the child's inactivity. Just as he prepared to intervene, suddenly, roar. A surge of grass-green light enveloped little Broly, elevating his power to 2.5 billion, suddenly matching Bojack's strength. Concealed in the void, even Gran felt compelled to acknowledge the abnormality of Broly's prowess. Had he not even been struck, yet he could augment his strength? With his newfound power, little Broly lunged forward with a small fist. Crack! The colossal energy orb shattered instantaneously, its residual energy radiating outward like a meteor shower, descending upon the planet. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted throughout the planet, the force of the blasts conjuring an infinite tempest in the starry sky, obliterating a third of the planet. Had Bojack not swiftly returned to the 4-point altar to safeguard this area, the entire planet might have faced annihilation. How could this be possible? Bojack sensed the profound shift in little Broly's power, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Zanjia was engulfed in dread. This little monster's strength was still on the rise. Could it be that even her boss was no match for him? In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens. It was little Broly, who swiftly whisked Bojack away from the altar. Soon, the sky reverberated with the sounds of a terrifying clash. From above to below, the 2 beams of light intertwined, Initially, they exchanged blows evenly, but as time passed, Bojack grew increasingly alarmed. This child was simply indestructible. Zanjia, what have you done to provoke this little monster? Utilizing the momentum, Bojack rapidly retreated back to the 4-point altar. I am uncertain of his origins. Since my release from confinement, he has remained by my side. Zanjia, speaking candidly, suddenly pointed towards the heavens and exclaimed in terror, "Boss, he is coming again. Cursed be it." Upon witnessing the return of little Broly, Bojack had no choice but to confront him. However, midway through his ascent, he hastily turned back, shouting, "Zanjia, release the others. We must surround that little monster together." Understood. Zanjia promptly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Bojack engaged in combat with little Broly once more, yet this time, he found himself growing weary. How can this be? You shall perish. Bojack landed on the shattered land, moving to little Broly's side and delivering a powerful punch to his face. Boom. The unparalleled force of his strike erupted against little Broly, releasing energy that shattered a portion of the planet, both combatants half immersed in the cosmic void. Just as Bojack expected to send his opponent flying, little Broly's cheek unexpectedly rotated back, and in his frenzied state, his eyes were terrifyingly white, resembling those of a lifeless fish. In that moment, his power surged to an astonishing 3 billion. Little Broly suddenly opened his mouth wide, a surge of grass-green light blooming forth. Bojack was taken aback. A beam of grass-green energy erupted from little Broly's mouth, striking Bojack squarely on the forehead before a small fist impacted his abdomen. With a splutter, blood burst forth from Bojack's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. This dim-witted child is truly formidable. Observing from the shadows, Gran was astonished, never expecting little Broly's mere display of grass-green energy to possess such might. However, Gran glanced towards Zanjia, who had already released the remaining 3 members of the Hela clan, Bukin, Gogoya, and Baidu. Each possessed unique abilities, one with psychic powers, another a master swordsman, and the last a mighty warrior. In the anime, Bojack and his cohorts had once joined forces to inflict immense suffering, ultimately defeating Son Gohan before he could transform into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Presently, 3 billion might be the pinnacle of little Broly's strength, unless he could truly attain the legendary Super Saiyan state. Should Bojack and his allies unite, little Broly might indeed reach that state at this young age. Yet, given his lack of rationality, he would likely endure severe torment at their hands. It is unnecessary. One must care for their own subordinates. Little Broly's foremost challenge lies in controlling his rage. Whether he can achieve the legendary Super Saiyan form at this age is of little consequence. It is time for action. Chapter 136. Not even Frieza dares to confront them on the other side. As Bojack soared through the air, he landed back at the 4-point altar. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" cried the newly released Bukin, Baidu, and Gogoya in urgent distress. Zanjia, dragging her severely injured body, approached to assist Bojack. "Boss, how are you holding up?" With a grunt, Bojack clutched his abdomen, blood spilling from his lips as he fixed an intense gaze in the direction of the diminutive Broly. Where on earth did this little monster come from? Why have I never heard of his existence before? Back in the day, he had nearly swept through the 4 great galaxies. Had it not been for his negligence and the sneak attack from those 4 kings, they would not have been sealed away. Throughout those years, he had never encountered such formidable adversaries within the 4 great galaxies. "Neither have I," chimed in the others. "Not only have I not seen them, I haven't even heard of them." Bukin and his companions approached, their expressions grim. Upon breaking free from the seal, they had witnessed the fierce battle between Bojack and the young Broly. That little monster was truly terrifying. It seemed impervious to pain. If one were to land a blow upon him, he would retaliate with tenfold ferocity. Furthermore, his strength continued to surge, and in the end, even their leader was no match for this little beast. Now, looking at their leader's current state, with his headband blown away and his bare torso riddled with countless wounds, he appeared utterly wretched. "Damn it, he's coming again." Bojack shoved Zanjia aside, gritting his teeth. "Do you all remember our coordination?" "We do," the 4 replied in unison. "That's good." Bojack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with relentless, murderous intent. "Though this little monster is fearsome, it is evident he lacks reason. With our teamwork, we can certainly defeat him. Once we slay him, the 4 great galaxies will once again belong to us." Upon hearing this, Bukin clenched his teeth, declaring, "And those 4 kings will face our wrath." The others roared in agreement. Had they been defeated in a fair fight, their anger might have been lessened. Yet those 4 kings were nothing but cowardly scoundrels, resorting to ambush tactics. How could they possibly accept such disgrace? At that moment, far away on North King's star, the North King trembled abruptly. It's coming. In the gaze of Bojack and his companions, a small figure soared from the horizon. Little Broly's expression was terrifyingly fierce, his tattered clothing stained with blood, not from his battle with Bojack, but from the earlier torment inflicted by Zanjia. In a one-on-one confrontation now, Bojack could only expect to be at the mercy of this young warrior. Bojack and his companions ascended into the air as little Broly approached, inexplicably halting before them. The tension in the atmosphere thickened as they faced off against one another. Boom. At that moment, a third of the planet disintegrated, sending both little Broly and Bojack into the vastness of space. Thanks to Whis, little Broly could now survive in the vacuum of the cosmos. While the Hera clan possessed this ability innately, the battle was imminent. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the shadows. Gran finally made his move. Who? Bojack's eyes were fixed on Gran's position. When had this fellow appeared? Zanjia and the others tensed, unable to sense his presence. Had he been lurking here all along? Who are you? Bojack swallowed hard. His heart began to race tumultuously. Damn it, why was he reacting this way? In the distance, Glenn offered no reply, as a purplish glow enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, the terrifying aura of destruction radiated throughout the starry expanse. Bojack and his companions felt their bodies bend under the weight of an unseen pressure, though they could not sense this individual's presence. The oppressive force left them gasping for breath. This was an unparalleled powerhouse. Damn, when did such a formidable being emerge in the universe? Why had they never heard of it before? Before their eyes, Glenn donned a cumbersome outfit and began to stride through the void toward them. Step by step, with each movement, the very cosmos trembled. As he passed by the irrationally furious Broly, the latter attempted to land a punch on his forehead with his tiny fist. Glenn thought, does this little fool just want to hit everyone he sees? He effortlessly grasped Broly's small fist, and the ease with which he captured the little monster's blow filled Bojack and his companions with dread. The strength of this enigmatic figure was truly terrifying. Yet, Glenn's next action filled them with astonishment. He delivered a precise chop to the back of Broly's neck, rendering him instantly unconscious. Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse was not their enemy? Might I inquire about your esteemed identity? Bojack exhaled in relief, attempting to straighten his back, but found himself unable to do so. The sheer intensity of the pressure was overwhelming. This individual was simply too formidable. Glenn cradled the unconscious Broly in one arm and approached the 5 individuals before him. The 5, adorned with water blue skin and orange hair, bore the traits of the Hello race. Me? Glenn observed their faces, noting the absence of fear. Did they not perceive him as a foe? How intriguing. You must be Bojack, he stated. Indeed, I am Bojack, he replied, fully aware that he was no match for this mysterious figure, and thus he dared not act arrogantly. Back when Lord Beerus was in slumber, you stirred quite a commotion. Lord Beerus? Bojack and his companions were entirely unfamiliar with this name. In the eyes of the Kaioshin, you are the marauders of the 4 great galaxies, dedicated to the destruction of cosmic civilizations. Glenn's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Suddenly, a sense of unease gripped the hearts of Bojack and his companions. Something felt amiss. Even the exceptionally talented Frieza was content to engage in his cosmic real estate ventures. How dared this motley crew wreak havoc upon so many civilizations? Glenn's tone turned chillingly frigid. Chapter 137. What is this power? This is bad. Though Bojack and his companions were unfamiliar with Frieza, they could discern that the tone of this mysterious powerhouse was decidedly unsettling. Consequently, they began to retreat. In the eyes of the god of destruction, you were merely insignificant. As long as we were in a good mood, I might not even bother with you. Gran was not mistaken. Races such as the Scions and the Ice Demons, along with the malevolent Moro from the latter part of the manga, may be perceived as embodiments of evil in the eyes of the King of Worlds. Yet, from the perspective of the god of destruction, they are hardly of any consequence. Have we not seen Frieza, his father, and his elder brother thriving? Moreover, the likes of Moro are treated with utter disregard by Beerus. Only the foolish King Vegeta dared to provoke the god of destruction, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the Scion race. However, Gran cast a glance at his little Broly, fixing a fierce gaze upon the loathsome Zanya. Should you dare to harm my little brother, I shall be most displeased, and you will all meet your end. The god of destruction rules the universe. Apart from Beerus and Whis, Gran stands as the supreme authority, while other mortals exist merely as subservient beings. To incite his wrath would yield dire consequences. The situation shifted with alarming rapidity, leaving Bojack and his comrades wide-eyed in astonishment. Little brother? That diminutive creature is the subordinate of this enigmatic powerhouse. How can this be? Cursed Zanya. What on earth have you done? Speak the truth. Bojack shouted in retreat. Boss, I swear I did nothing. Zanya too felt the weight of regret as she retreated, realizing that the child had posed no threat initially. Yet she had foolishly unleashed an energy blast upon him. Now, behold, the master of another approaches. Why would anyone say such a thing if they had done nothing? Bojack pondered, bewildered by how Zanya had attracted the attention of such a small creature. With that overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, he forcefully shoved Zanya forward. You wretched woman, you shall deal with your own mess. The sudden appearance of this mysterious powerhouse emanated an aura so terrifying that Bojack understood the true extent of his strength must be even more formidable. He realized the futility of confrontation. In such circumstances, to remain would be tantamount to courting death. Ah, boss, why must you do this? Zanya, already grievously injured, knew that even in her prime, she could not resist Bojack's might. She was flung toward Gran, who observed with a knowing smirk, recognizing that Zanya's fate mirrored that of the anime. Did you truly believe you could escape? Gran did not strike Bojack or his crew, as Zanya hurtled toward him. He met her with open arms. Grasping her neck with a singular hand, he coldly stated, Is my little brother someone you can toy with? Zanya struggled in vain, seemingly attempting to convey her remorse, pleading for mercy. Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, she could not free herself from Gran's iron grip. Humph, foul woman, perish. Gran wasted no words, releasing her. Destruction. Upon his release, Zanya harbored a glimmer of hope for survival, unaware of the impending doom. A violet radiance erupted from Gran's hand. Ah, what power is this? Enveloped by the purple energy, Zanya felt her very soul racked with agony. Before long, there was a resounding explosion. A surge of energy erupted, causing Zanya to vanish entirely from this world, a fate so absolute that it rendered even the netherworld inaccessible. Slaying Zanya was as effortless as crushing an ant. Gran exhibited no emotional fluctuation. It was time to pursue Bojack and his companions. With a swift motion, Gran pressed his finger against his brow, and in an instant, he and little Broly disappeared from this celestial expanse. In the other four directions of the starry sky, one must acknowledge that Bojack and his cohort were indeed clever. They had the foresight to flee in separate directions. They believed this strategy would allow them to evade Gran's relentless pursuit, reasoning that even if some were to perish, others would survive. Little did they know, their ploys were but a jest in the face of Gran's instantaneous movement. Boom, boom, boom. 3 waves of energy surged through the cosmos. A manifestation of the energy fluctuations caused by Gran's annihilation of Buchan and his 2 companions. Such energy fluctuations were not unusual. Rather, they highlighted a current limitation in Gran's destructive prowess. Once his destructive capacity reached the level of established norms, such disturbances would cease, transforming into a spectacle akin to the obliterations executed by Beerus and his ilk, where victims dissipated into mere specks of starlight. Simultaneously, Bojack sensed these 3 energy waves. Fully aware they signified the demise of Buchan and the others. Yet, he felt no sorrow. Their demise was inconsequential as long as he survived. However, given that they had separated, how could Gran have dispatched Buchan and the others so swiftly? This thought spurred Bojack to hasten his escape, fleeing with fervor. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a corpulent figure materialized before Bojack. He slammed to a halt, and upon recognizing the figure, his pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? How could you arrive so quickly? The figure was none other than Gran, clad in a gravity suit and cradling little Broly in his arms. Where do you think you're fleeing to? Gran inquired coolly. Bojack trembled, overwhelmed by the swiftness of his pursuer. It wasn't me. That woman Zanja bullied your little brother. I beg you, spare me. He knelt in the starlit void, prostrating himself. Spare you? Gran shook his head with a smirk. Had I not appeared, you would have attempted to ambush my brother. I was wrong. Please. As Bojack continued to bow, he suddenly erupted, unleashing a beam of lethal energy from his fingertips, aimed directly at Gran's heart. He understood that there was no escape, prompting this desperate act. Yet, after Bojack unleashed his lethal beam, Gran stood completely still. Seeing this, Bojack assumed his opponent was caught off guard. Ha ha ha, this time you shall not escape. He laughed triumphantly. However, when the lethal beam struck Gran, it met his form as if a nail had collided with a thick steel plate, producing a resounding clang and a shower of sparks. Is this your final gambit? Gran remarked, lifting little Broly and casually brushing off his gravity suit. Even without the gravity suit bestowed by Whis, with his third-tier physical instincts and inherent strength, he would remain unscathed even under the relentless assault of a scoundrel like Bojack. After all, he is not the Sun Wukong from an over-the-top anime who could be gravely injured by a mere minion wielding a laser gun. How could that even be conceivable? Bojack's countenance was etched with disbelief. After all, that was his deadly ambush. Nevertheless, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Perish. Gran raised his hand, directing it at Bojack, murmuring, annihilate. No. Oh, what kind of power is this? Enveloped in a purple aura, Bojack experienced the same excruciating dual torment of body and soul as Zanjia and the others had. Moments later, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Bojack's position, and he vanished completely from this world. That's how it should be. Your entire family deserves to be obliterated. A smile finally graced Gran's lips as he lifted his gaze to the heavens above. Meanwhile, light years away on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was taken aback. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Discovered again. However, the previous candidate for the god of destruction had mentioned that patrolling the galaxy was part of his duty, so surely it would be alright, right? With this thought, the North Kai's spirits lifted, and he began to bounce with joy. He had initially assumed that Bojack and his crew had not reached the threshold for destruction, yet here they were, ultimately obliterated. Unbeknownst to the North Kai, this matter had nothing to do with destruction standards. It was merely that their antics had displeased Gran. Ha ha ha. Such a delightful occurrence must be shared with those three. The North Kai perked up and began recounting the tale of Bojack's demise to the other three Kais. Chapter 138. On the brink of a breakthrough to the realm of rules in the pitch-black expanse of the starry sky, Gran hovered, clutching a small figure. This little one was ragged and bore visible scars. However, having lost consciousness, his once bulging muscles returned to their original state, and his fierce, brutal expression softened. Little Broly's cherubic face was round, and Gran tossed him into the cosmos, playfully pinching his cheek. Surprisingly, it felt quite pleasant to the touch. Gran then retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and placed it in little Broly's mouth, ensuring he swallowed it with ease. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within him, sending debris from nearby planets flying across vast distances. Has his base power increased again? Gran mused to himself. In his estimation, little Broly's base combat power now reached 10 million. It had only been a few months since leaving planet Champa, and the legendary scions are indeed extraordinary. At this moment, little Broly slowly regained consciousness, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Oh, Gran, big brother, you're back, he exclaimed, standing tall and clenching his tiny fists, indignantly declaring. That big sister just hit me. Don't worry, that foul woman has been dispatched by you. Huh, did I lose control and defeat her again? In the eyes of little Broly, a spark of excitement flickered. Yes, she is the one you defeated. Gran gently patted his small head, soothing him. How splendid. Little Broly gritted his teeth and exclaimed, that big sister is utterly despicable. How could she launch an energy blast at me without provocation? Does she not realize I could lose control? Humph, she deserved to be defeated by me. It was evident that little Broly was quite perturbed by Zanya's ambush, his little mouth incessantly chattering. Gran chuckled softly. Indeed, Zanya was rather unfortunate, choosing to provoke little Broly of all people. All right, Gran declared after a while of amusing little Broly. It's time for us to leave this place. Gran glanced around. This had once been a planet, but the clash between little Broly and Zanya had rendered it into fragments. The remnants of the planet had been sent flying countless distances by the surge of little Broly's recently unleashed energy. The vast expanse of space around them was now desolate, and there was no reason to linger any longer. Wonderful, little Broly exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. Big brother Gran, I'm so hungry. Let us find something delicious to eat. Over the months spent with Gran, little Broly's demeanor had noticeably transformed. He was no longer sullen and had become increasingly lively. All right, let us go, Gran replied, taking the little one's hand. He utilized instant transmission to leave the North Galaxy, bringing little Broly to another primal planet within the East Galaxy's starry expanse. Here, There was a rich variety of animals. This time, Gran opted not for the wild buffalo, but instead selected dinosaurs running on the ground, tuna swimming in the water, and colossal birds soaring in the sky. The two scions could finally indulge in a hearty feast. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Gran traversed the cosmos until he stood before a deceased planet. Raising his hand, he commanded, "Destruction." A burst of violet light penetrated the planet's core. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy radiated from the planet's location, obliterating it completely. After 2.5 months of practicing on these lifeless planets, he had finally mastered the ability to annihilate an entire planet in one go. With his eyes closed amidst the stars, Gran sensed his destructive power growing ever more formidable. Yet, he understood that this was not mastery of the rules. Gran knew that simply destroying a few planets would not lead to the cultivation of true power. Rather than feeling disheartened, he felt a sense of anticipation. Given the magnitude of his current strength, reaching the level of the rules would undoubtedly render him even more powerful. Now, it was time to commence the destruction of planets that had evolved incorrectly. Gran opened his eyes. He was uncertain when he would achieve the level of the rules. But with his innate talent, it should not take long. Without further delay, his work of destruction was just beginning. Thus, Gran embarked once more on his journey to cultivate the rules of destruction alongside little Broly. In the time that followed, Gran ceased to destroy the lifeless planets, as they had merely served as practice. Destruction. The subpar planets accumulated by Beerus over 9 years were systematically obliterated by Gran, whose pace of destruction quickened with each passing moment. Time flowed swiftly, and a full year had elapsed since Gran began his training in the rules of destruction. Now, it was the year 750 of the age. Upon the verdant grass before the Temple of Destruction, Beerus reclined, one hand propping up his head while the other retrieved a chip from a bag on the ground. As he munched on the crispy morsel, he observed the training scenes of Gran over the past year. "Whis, how do you perceive Gran's current state?" Beerus queried, stuffing a chip into his mouth. "His destructive power is nearing the realm of rules," Whis replied, standing beside him, engrossed in the unfolding imagery. Within the scenes, Gran's destructive force grew increasingly formidable. Even a mere wisp of purple light was capable of obliterating an entire planetary system. "It's close. Yet I remain uncertain how long it will take for him to take that crucial step forward," Beerus mused, reaching for another chip. Indeed, after all, Lord Beerus took considerable time to cultivate the principles of destruction himself. Whis began, but was promptly interrupted as Beerus straightened up, exclaiming, "Hey, could you refrain from comparing me?" Chapter 139. Breakthrough. Oh ho ho. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. "Is Lord Beerus feeling a touch of insecurity?" "Enough of your prattle," Beerus retorted, crossing his legs once more upon the grass, redirecting his focus to the young Broly depicted in the images. A year had passed, and the lad's strength had surged. If measured by combat prowess, he seemed to hover around 15 million. Observing Gran's training footage, Beerus understood why Broly had made such rapid advancements in the first half of the year, only to slow in the latter half. The primary reason lay in the fact that Broly had faced a brutal challenge from Zangya in the earlier months. Conversely, during the latter half, he had encountered no provocations, maintaining his composure, which accounted for his slower growth. "Is Lord Beerus watching Broly?" Whis inquired. Indeed, Beerus acknowledged with a nod. His power remains as wild as ever. Yet under Gran's tutelage, he has made significant strides in combat. "That is certainly true," Whis paused briefly before continuing, regrettably. "The combat skills he has acquired will only manifest when he is fully conscious." Upon hearing this, Beerus sighed, returning to his chips. "Then we shall have to wait until the Grand Melee in 9 years concludes before seeking the Super Dragon Balls." Whis chose not to elaborate further, his thoughts remaining a mystery. The two fell into a contemplative silence until Beerus broke the tranquility. "Whis, let us examine the current situation on Earth." In truth, his attention was more captivated by the developments concerning Son Goku. Naturally, his interest in Goku was intertwined with Gran, for Goku's Navi disposition closely resembled Gran's, and such individuals typically possessed high martial talent. Very well, Whis understood Beerus's intent and summoned the footage of Son Goku's training over the past year. In the scene, Goku had sought out Master Roshi, training alongside Krillin under his guidance for several months. Following this, he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where the outcome remained unchanged, with the victory still claimed by the disguised Master Roshi. Of course, Goku's appetite had thoroughly consumed Master Roshi's prize money as well. After observing everything, Beerus felt a sense of exasperation. The battles resembled children playing with sand, their strength pathetically feeble. However, it was evident that the martial arts of the turtle hermit possessed genuine substance. Particularly notable was his guiding principle: to exercise diligently, study earnestly, eat well, and rest sufficiently. Whis, you were absolutely right. Earth is indeed a sanctuary for martial arts. Beerus wore a serious expression. Ah, this old man's martial arts exude a profound celestial essence. Whis regarded the turtle hermit, understanding that his martial prowess was a legacy passed down through Gran. His teachings to others were equally impressive. Whis then turned his attention to Son Goku. That Kakarot, though his power ascends slowly, under the tutelage of this elder, has established a remarkably solid foundation in martial arts. Beerus swallowed a chip and remarked earnestly, moreover, the martial talent of the Gran race is indeed formidable. The two continued to evaluate Son Goku and the turtle hermit, arriving at a conclusion. Even before Goku ascended to the celestial realm, he had developed such a robust martial foundation. Once he truly steps into the celestial domain, his martial prowess is bound to experience significant enhancement. As for Goku's current weakness, akin to that of a fledgling chick, neither Beerus nor Whis found it concerning. In martial arts, strength is, in fact, the most straightforward aspect to cultivate. Although Goku's current power appears diminutive, it is merely preparatory for a future surge. Indeed, just as Gran asserted, Earth is the most suitable place for this young lad. The projection by Whis continued to display scenes. After the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku soon encountered the Red Ribbon Army. Upon witnessing this, Beerus lost interest, instructing Whis to turn off the Earth projection and focusing intently on Gran's training routine. A year passed quietly, now in the year 751 of the age. 2 years had elapsed since Gran had ventured out to cultivate his destruction abilities. Yet, for a prodigy as gifted as Gran, his destructive power remained shackled at the threshold of the first stage of the rules. Has he truly made no progress after 2 years? Beerus paced anxiously by the lakeside, his expression fraught with concern. With less than 8 years until the impending chaotic battle for the position of the next god of destruction, how could he not be anxious? Whis, did you not claim that everything was within your foresight? Why has he not perfected his training? Beerus turned and grasped Whis's shoulders. My lord Beerus, please remain calm. Whis replied, gently pushing away Beerus's hands. This is merely the nature of the rules. When you cultivated your destructive power to the level of the rules, did it not take you over a decade? Whis's words rang true. If mastering the rules were so effortless, would not everyone attain the status of a god of destruction? Furthermore, figures like Topo from the anime and Vegeta from the manga possess destructive powers that do not belong to the realm of rules. Much like Gran previously, such destructive power merely manifested the effects of destruction. Surely, you can't be suggesting that Gran will require a decade or more. Beerus took a step back, his complexion turning ashen. What are you thinking? You are well aware of Gran's prodigious talent. Can you truly compare yourself to him? Whis waved his staff, and the image of Gran reappeared in the sky. In my estimation, Gran should only need 5 years to cultivate his destructive power to the level of the rules. After 5 years, the Elder Kaioshin should have also regained his strength. At that point, we will be able to have the Elder Kaioshin unlock Gran's potential. Whis articulated his plan, noting that only 2 years had passed. Everything was unfolding according to his expectations, so there was no cause for alarm. However, what? 5 years? Beerus felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What's wrong? Whis inquired. What could possibly be wrong? Beerus lamented, nearly brought to tears. The Elder Kaioshin would certainly require considerable time to unlock Gran's potential. Since Gran is no longer a mere mortal, will he even have the time to cultivate his strength? Currently, Gran's most formidable state is merely at the first level of divine power, which is woefully inadequate in the vast multiverse. Fear not, my lord Beerus. Have I not had Gran wear that gravity suit while annihilating planets? Whis, seemingly anticipating Beerus's thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. He had everything meticulously arranged. Beerus was at a loss for words. But that is not specifically for cultivating strength. Will it truly suffice? It will suffice. Whis's tone shifted suddenly as he pointed at Gran's projected image. It will not take 5 years. He will only need 2 years to refine his destructive power to the level of the rules. Chapter 140. The first level of destructive rules. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information. When he finally raised his gaze to the image projected by Whis, he saw Gran hovering before a yellow planet. Gran's appearance was rather peculiar. enveloped in a strange purple aura. No, it was not merely an aura. It resembled fine strands of purple light, weaving together, making Gran appear as if he were encased in a cocoon of silk, seemingly undergoing a metamorphosis. Ha 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 ha. Whis, do you see this? This is the light of the destructive rules. Beerus's excited voice echoed throughout the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis appeared outwardly calm, though internally, he was stirred by the unexpected development. This was beyond his anticipation. In the depths of the northern galaxy, amidst the vast expanse of stars, there lay a yellow planet, deemed unworthy by Whis due to its erroneous civilization development. Today, a handsome young man in a bulky outfit appeared outside the planet, accompanied by a youthful scion resembling a small radish. Gran, my brother, let us destroy this planet and continue our feast. Little Broly exclaimed innocently. You little glutton. Gran chuckled, not refusing him. All right, just a moment. Gran felt that his current state was somewhat strange, yet he could not articulate what was amiss. Could it be? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gran's eyes, a sense of uncertainty washing over him. Thus, he resolved to take a leap of faith. Before him lay a planet in dire need of purification, and so he commenced his endeavor. Gran orbited the celestial body, closing his eyes momentarily before abruptly reopening them and raising his hand. Destruction. A profound surge of destructive energy erupted from within him, distinct from any he had previously experienced. Whereas before it had surged forth like a torrential flood, it had now transformed into a delicate finesse. This was indeed a moment of breakthrough. Gran felt a rush of exhilaration. Over the past 2 years, he had relentlessly wreaked havoc upon planets, striving to elevate his destructive power to a level governed by cosmic laws. At last, success was within his grasp. No longer hastening to obliterate the planet before him, Gran focused solely on his breakthrough. Boom. He continued to channel the destructive energy, enveloped by a violet aura. In an instant, a violet cocoon materialized within the cosmos. As Gran cocooned, the essence emanating from him began to shift, transforming from mere energy into streaks of radiant light. With each strand of destructive light that formed, the surrounding space would warp momentarily. This was the resonance between the cosmic laws and the universe itself. As time elapsed, the strands of law-like light emanating from Gran intensified. Boom. The frequency of the cosmic resonance escalated, causing the entirety of the seventh universe to tremble. Far away, in the celestial realms of Earth, Bobo suddenly raised his head. Is he about to cultivate the laws of destruction? At last, he is a worthy candidate for the role of destroyer. Meanwhile, in the galactic prison, Mel's gazed toward Gran's direction, recalling his sister's words about an impending chaotic clash among the candidates for destroyer. Those individuals were bound to fail. In the realm of the Kais, Ashin roused the Elder Kai. Ancient One, come quickly. Gran has succeeded. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai trembled in fear, prostrating himself. What has this candidate destroyer done? How can this power be so terrifying? The commotion Gran had stirred was monumental, drawing the attention of divine beings from all corners. Suddenly, the region of space where Gran resided quaked once more, marking the completion of the transformation of the final streak of destructive essence. The first tier of the destruction laws had been attained. Boom. A radiant violet light surged skyward from Gran, resonating with the authority of a candidate destroyer and the first tier of destruction laws. Having sensed something amiss, Broly hastily fled with his short legs, and at that moment, Gran's brilliance expanded outward. Buzz. Wherever the light traversed, the surrounding planets were disintegrated into mere specks of starlight. In the past, Gran's destruction would have unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. However, now, his destructive power had ascended to the level of cosmic laws. This was the order of the universe, akin to the cosmos systematically cleansing its innards, efficiently and silently. Is this what the laws of destruction entail? Gran slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the planets had been utterly annihilated. At last, it has been achieved. After 2 years of diligent training, Gran finally mastered the art of destruction, and it was indeed difficult for him to suppress his elation. Just as he reveled in this joyous moment, a thought struck him. Wait, where was Broly? Gran was startled to realize that the young Broly had vanished. Had he inadvertently destroyed him? At that moment, a small figure darted back from the distant cosmos, his cherubic face awash with fear. Where did you run off to? You truly frightened me. Gran lifted the little Broly, who was frantically trying to explain. Gran, are you foolish? Why are you asking me where I went? If I hadn't fled, you would have obliterated me. Gran, noticing that Broly was unharmed, gently set him down, feeling a bit embarrassed. My apologies, I momentarily lost control. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Broly's hair and playfully added, but fret not. Even if you were destroyed, I could instantly return to the realm of destruction and summon Whis to rescue you. The power of destruction is cosmic in nature, capable of annihilating anything weaker than itself at its very essence. However, unlike the erasure by the Omni King, Whis' ability to reverse time could indeed restore things that had been destroyed. Naturally, if more than 3 minutes had passed, one would have to resort to the Super Dragon Balls. Is this even human language? Broly responded, feeling exasperated. Ha! Gran chuckled, amused by Broly's expression. He picked him up again and declared, today is a splendid day. Let us go feast. But Gran, what about the remaining planets? Are we still going to destroy them? Broly inquired. Destroy? Nonsense. I have transcended now. We shall wait until we gather a few more unworthy planets. Gran replied, glancing upwards. Aware that Whis and Beerus were undoubtedly observing him, he formed a silent message with his lips, as if to say, see you, Earth. With that, Gran and little Broly departed from the celestial expanse. Chapter 141. The most dashing candidate for God of Destruction on Earth, in West City. Gran and Broly materialized in front of an estate. Gran, where is this place? I don't see any beasts around. Broly exclaimed, bouncing about with youthful exuberance. After 2 years with Gran, his demeanor had transformed entirely. This is not one of those primitive planets. There is no need for me to hunt. A delightful feast awaits us shortly, Gran reassured him, understanding Broly's expectations. Previously, he would take Broly to various primitive worlds to slay colossal beasts for sustenance. But now that they were on Earth, with its abundant culinary delights, he had no desire to engage in such activities. Where are the delicacies? Broly scanned the surroundings, searching for something edible. Just wait a moment, Gran said, focusing his energy. He sensed Bulma's presence was not at her home. She was in a bustling location. Where's this? Gran pondered momentarily, calculating the timeline. He realized it was the year 751 of the age, and if the narrative had unfolded correctly, Goku should have just completed the World Martial Arts Tournament in the year 750. In the year of 751 of the Age of Earth, it was during this time that he encountered the Red Ribbon Army. He would ascend the heights of Corinta, vanquish Tao Pai Pai, and ultimately, the entire Red Ribbon Army would be obliterated by the young Goku. Now, Goku should embark on his solitary training, preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament in the year 753. As for Bulma, she has likely returned to high school. At that moment, Gran vanished with little Broly. Meanwhile, at West City High School, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Goodbye, Bulma. See you all tomorrow, the students said as they left the school grounds. Bulma was about to part ways with her classmates when suddenly, a voice called out, Bulma. Startled, Bulma recognized the voice as familiar and turned to see a dashing young man holding a child, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Wow, Bulma gasped. Despite the young man wearing an oddly bulky outfit, she instantly recognized him. It was the candidate for the God of Destruction. Only such a figure could possess such striking handsomeness. Bulma, it's been a while, Gran remarked, observing her. She stood tall and graceful, like a willow sprouting in the spring, adorned in her school uniform, her long legs exposed to the breeze, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Your Excellency, the candidate for God of Destruction, Bulma exclaimed, recognizing Gran. She stepped forward in excitement, bowing deeply in a fluid motion. Being the daughter of Earth's wealthiest man, everyone at school knew her, and her sudden gesture took her peers by surprise. Who is this person that Bulma would bow to? Has she lost her mind? Even if she met a king, she wouldn't need to show such deference. Gran ignored the bewildered students around him and approached Bulma. Following his usual habit, he effortlessly lifted her by the back of her collar and took to the skies, with little Broly closely trailing behind. The sight of someone flying spontaneously sent shockwaves through the students at the school gates. My heavens, he can actually fly. Could it be a trick? How is it possible for someone to fly in this world? Oh no, Bulma has been taken away. Should we call the police? In the sky, Bulma was carried aloft, her arms outstretched, embracing the caress of the wind. This feels wonderful. I haven't experienced flying like this in over 2 years, she exclaimed joyfully, looking up at Gran. It's been 2 years, and you've grown even more beautiful, Bulma, Gran replied, glancing down at her. with her long legs and striking figure. This was indeed the 18-year-old Bulma, quite captivating. You, Your Excellency, the candidate for God of Destruction, have become even more handsome, Bulma replied, slightly shy at the compliment from the charming young man, and she took a moment to scrutinize Gran anew. Though his bulky attire concealed his physique, his face remained as handsome as ever. Your Excellency, why did you leave without a word back then? Where have you been these past 2 years? Is that something you can share? Bulma wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and posed 2 questions in quick succession. There was nothing to conceal. It was merely that we were under threat from an invasion of our universe by the 4th universe's Oma, which Gran disclosed. Upon hearing this, Bulma's mouth fell agape in astonishment, exclaiming, I never imagined such dangers lurked in the cosmos. Thankfully, we have the candidate God of Destruction. And what of you? Haven't you sought the Dragon Balls alongside Kakarot in these past 2 years? Gran inquired. He mentioned he needed to prepare for the martial arts tournament 2 years hence. So we have refrained from searching for the Dragon Balls. I see. And what of your White Knight? Gran chuckled. Bulma was reminded of the cold joke Gran had made about Tang Xing 2 years prior and fell momentarily silent. I no longer seek one. Ever since I met you, the esteemed candidate God of Destruction, I've realized those so-called White Knights are rather overrated. Ha! Gran burst into hearty laughter, accelerating with Bulma once again. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. In an instant, Gran returned Bulma to her home. Greetings, Mississippi greetings, Gran. The servants in the estate set upon seeing Bulma return, accompanied by Gran, who once resided there. Bulma, could you have them prepare dinner for me? Lord Beerus will be arriving shortly, Gran remarked, glancing up at the sky, noting the impending arrival of the 2 beings. What? Lord Beerus is coming too? Bulma gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Gran confirmed, and Bulma panicked, hurriedly summoning all the servants to prepare a feast for the divine guests. You could have mentioned Lord Beerus was coming sooner, Bulma retorted, exasperated in the courtyard. I was preoccupied with our conversation, Gran replied, unhurriedly awaiting the arrival of Beerus and his companion. He glanced at the youthful beauty beside him and smiled. Every visit to Earth seems to trouble you. As Lord Beerus has stated, those who can provide delectable cuisine for us deities shall enjoy certain privileges. If you have any wishes, feel free to express them. Not merely in anime, Bulma had indeed become the caretaker for Beerus and Gran, thus entitled to some privileges. Chapter 142, Bulma's 2 Wishes Really? Bulma, who had initially felt a tinge of melancholy, now brimmed with excitement. Of course it's true, Gran nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, if your wish is for a White Knight, we might have to reconsider. How annoying, this candidate God of Destruction, always bringing up others' pasts. Bulma quickly shook her head. I'm an adult now. I've outgrown such childishness. Born in the year 733 of the age, Bulma was now 18 years old in the year 751. What is it that you desire? Gran inquired, intrigued by what wishes this young lady might wish to fulfill. Bulma extended 2 slender fingers, speaking cautiously. Candidate God of Destruction, may I be a bit greedy and wish for 2 things? Go ahead and share, Gran replied, not outrightly rejecting her request. My first wish is to remain youthful forever. Upon uttering this, Bulma felt a slight embarrassment. Indeed, such a wish elicited a chuckle from Gran. Nevertheless, the desire for eternal youth is a cherished aspiration for every girl, and he saw no reason to belittle it. Lord Candidate Destroyer, is this wish feasible? Bulma approached Gran from behind, attempting to pinch his shoulder in a display of affection. Yet, Gran's gravity suit made it impossible for her to reach his shoulder. Just as Gran was about to respond to Bulma's request, he lifted his gaze. They are coming. They? Bulma was taken aback, but quickly realized it was Beerus and the others. As expected, a radiant burst of multicolored light descended from the sky, revealing Beerus and Whis. Upon landing, the immense pressure emanating from Beerus caused Bulma to bend slightly at the waist. Casting a glance at his attendant, Beerus retracted his oppressive aura. Gran and Beerus exchanged glances, the atmosphere around them becoming subtly charged. Whis' eyelids flickered. Surely these 2 wouldn't engage in yet another bout. It was no wonder Whis thought this, given that Gran, with each new breakthrough, would foolishly attempt to challenge Beerus, only to be soundly defeated each time without exception. Just as Whis contemplated retrieving the time-sand clock, Gran waved, Lord Beerus, Whis, it's been a while. Beerus and Whis exchanged puzzled looks. This little rascal wasn't seeking a fight? Quite the surprise. It's been a while. Beerus approached, lightly tapping Gran on the chest with his fist. Not bad. achieving the power of destruction to the level of order in just 2 years. I am quite pleased. Whis chimed in with a gentle smile. I too am satisfied. Being praised by Beerus felt akin to receiving commendation from one's parents. And Gran could hardly conceal his pride, his lips curving upward in delight. Soon, he burst into hearty laughter, striking a rather foolish pose with his hands on his hips. Bulma stifled a giggle, finding the candidate destroyer quite endearing. How does this power measure up? Beerus draped his arm over Gran's shoulder, a look of satisfaction on his face. Gran did not shrug off his master's hand, his expression turning serious. Before I reached the level of order, I found the power of destruction terrifying. Yet upon mastering that force, I realized the two are incomparable. Indeed, the rules of destruction are on a cosmic scale. How could your previous power, which only had destructive effects, possibly compare? Gran, with a mischievous grin, placed his arm over Beerus' shoulder and remarked, if I took so long to attain the level of order, surely the other universe's candidates for destruction will be no match. Absolutely. When the time comes, you must give them a thorough thrashing, just as I did in my time. The two, with their arms slung over each other's shoulders, resembled two brothers as they conversed while making their way toward the dining hall, with Whis and little Broly trailing behind. Observing Gran's demeanor, it appeared he had forgotten something. Bulma, in a state of urgency, promptly interjected, Lord Candidate Destroyer. What about the promise you made to me? Upon hearing her words, everyone paused. Beerus, taken aback, wrapped his arm around Gran and inquired, what did you promise her? Gran, with a hint of annoyance, replied, I merely promised to grant her eternal youth. Beerus widened his eyes, surprised that his disciple would agree to such a request from Bulma. Whis regarded Gran with a peculiar expression. Hey, what kind of looks are you two giving each other? Gran pushed Beerus away, exclaiming, let me ask you both something. During my absence while training in the ways of destruction, how many times did you visit Earth? At Gran's words, Beerus and Whis exchanged furtive glances. Gran smirked. If I am not mistaken, you must have come to seek delectable food from Bulma, correct? Once again, Beerus fell silent, their expressions betraying a sense of embarrassment. Lord Beerus, haven't you always claimed that those who can create culinary delights deserve special privileges? Bulma has been providing you with exquisite meals, and you do not even offer a token of gratitude? Gran crossed his arms, jesting. Or do you two divine beings wish to continue taking advantage of her generosity? Clearing his throat, Beerus replied with utmost seriousness, to take advantage of someone is an affront to a culinary master. I do have Bulma provide me with compensation, you know. So, you intend to exploit Bulma perpetually? Gran retorted. What sort of accusation is that? Beerus exclaimed, visibly agitated. As a destroyer god, would I stoop to such behavior? With that, he called out to Whis. Whis, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tapped his staff. A beam of light enveloped Bulma, and she felt a warm sensation enveloping her. Bulma, you are now eternally youthful, Gran chuckled. What? Hearing Gran's words, Bulma erupted in exhilaration. Eternal youth. She produced a small mirror from seemingly nowhere and examined her reflection from various angles. Ha ha ha. I can maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old forever. Bulma exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Gran, slightly exasperated, covered his face and added, didn't you mention a second wish? Since Whis is present, you might as well voice it. Whis raised an eyebrow, noting Bulma's apparent greed, yet he decided to listen to her desires before making a decision. Bulma, regaining her composure, nervously fiddled with her dress and timidly asked, Lord Candidate Destroyer, could you grant me the ability to fly on my own? The way Gran carried her during flights always made her feel like a helpless chick, far from dignified. Is that all? Gran was taken aback. He had expected her to request something grander, like eternal life. Such a wish would surely be denied by Whis. What? Is that wish unacceptable? Bulma asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. No, that wish is feasible without Whis's help. I can fulfill it for you, Gran declared, tossing out a universal capsule, which instantly manifested a warehouse upon the ground. He opened the storage and selected a crimson fruit from within. Here you go. Gran tossed the fruit to Bulma, and after stowing away the storage, he remarked, this is a divine fruit known as the spirit fruit. Consuming it will grant you the ability to fly. In chapter 143, if you want to hit me, just say so. It was noted that such items as the spirit fruit were abundant in both the realm of the Supreme Kai and the realm of destruction. However, the effects of this fruit varied from person to person. For an ordinary earthling like Bulma, consuming it would likely enhance her combat power by around 10,000. With an increase of 10,000 in combat power, She could not only fly, but could also obliterate planets. Give it a try, Bulma, Gran encouraged with a knowing glance. All right. Bulma glanced at Beerus and the others, and seeing that these deities said nothing, she took it as permission. Crack. Bulma bit into the spirit fruit. In the next moment, an immense aura erupted from her, indicating an approximate combat power of 10,000. My body feels so swollen. As she spoke, her body expanded further, transforming her into what resembled a 200-pound warrior woman. Haha. Gran could hardly contain himself at the sight of the once attractive girl, now transformed so comically. Beerus, too, found amusement in Bulma's appearance, though as a high-ranking deity, he maintained his composure, suppressing his laughter. Stop laughing. What is happening to me? Bulma exclaimed anxiously. She felt an overwhelming pressure within her body, as if she might burst at any moment. That is the price of your desire to fly. Do not worry. In time, you will return to your normal state. Gran reassured her and, with Beerus and the others, proceeded towards the dining hall. Lord Gran, what am I to do now? Bulma lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she watched Gran's retreating figure. When he ignored her, frustration bubbled within her, prompting her to stamp her feet in anger. However, her newfound power surged uncontrollably, and with one step, she shattered the floor beneath her. As she slowly retracted her foot, gazing at the imprint left behind, she was momentarily stunned. Is this my power? Bulma, not lacking in intelligence, realized she might truly be able to fly. That Gran should have warned me about such side effects. She fumed, pondering how she could actually take flight. With trepidation, Bulma cautiously followed Gran into the dining hall. Upon entering, a nearby servant inquired, "Excuse me, Madam Warrior, may I ask?" Before the servant could finish, Bulma erupted in anger, pointing to her face. "You dare call me a warrior? Don't you recognize the second miss of your household?" With that, she gingerly made her way to the dining table. The servant, watching Bulma's retreating figure, was left in shock. Wait, how did the second miss suddenly become a warrior? Hearing this, Bulma stumbled slightly, inadvertently stepping through the dining hall's floor once more. Someone will have to fix that. She called back to the servant, her cheeks flushed as she reached the table. The dining table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes, while numerous attendants stood by, holding platters in anticipation. "Brother Gran, you smell delightful," exclaimed one. To which another retorted, "You're the one who smells delightful, you rascal. Vegeta, do taste this. It remains as delectable as ever." "Oh, delicious, truly delicious." The two scions devoured plate after plate as if they were starved. In contrast, Beerus and Whis, who frequently visited Earth over the past 2 years, exhibited far less extravagance in their demeanor compared to Gran and his companions. Bulma, perched on a chair with a fragrant chin resting on her hand, observed this assembly of deities indulging in their feast. An hour passed, and Gran's pace of consumption slightly slowed as he reached for a drink. "So, how can I fly now, Lord Candidate Destroyer?" Bulma finally could not contain her curiosity. "Once you acclimate to the power within you and concentrate it beneath your feet, flight will come naturally," Gran elucidated in straightforward terms. Bulma was currently overwhelmed with strength she could not control. It was merely a matter of time before her robust physique returned to its previous form, allowing her to adapt to her newfound abilities. Of course, since you have no training, you might end up using your energy rather clumsily, much like the debris outside the universe, Gran added, taking a sip of his drink. "Debris?" Bulma responded, slightly exasperated by the Candidate Destroyer's remarks. Pouting, she asked, "And what is this energy?" In simpler terms, it represents a person's power. "The surge you recently experienced can also be termed as energy," Gran replied, lowering his gaze as he stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. "You are not a martial artist, and thus, you need not delve too deeply into the intricacies. With time, you will naturally learn to fly," he reassured her. Gran's words held truth. Bulma was not as feeble as the anime character Videl. Today, she was a formidable warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000. The energy coursing through her veins was formidable, making flight a mere trifle, requiring only a bit of practice. However, Gran then looked up and chuckled, "You must be cautious. The power within you poses a threat to Earth. If you wish to avoid obliterating the planet, it would be wise to tread lightly for the time being." "Really?" Bulma gasped, her eyes widening as she examined her hands. Had her strength truly reached such heights? Beerus halted his culinary indulgence, grunting, "If you were to destroy my Earth, you would face dire consequences. All right then, let us do this right. Whis, please equip her with a gravity suit," Bulma declared, turning her gaze toward Whis. Whis nodded, conjuring his staff, and with a gentle tap directed at Bulma, a suit identical to Gran's materialized around her. The sudden weight of gravity caused her to crumble her chair, landing flat on the ground. Observing her predicament, Gran chuckled. With this gravity suit, mastering your strength will be a breeze. He had requested Whis to provide Bulma with this suit solely to facilitate her swift adaptation to her current power, with the ultimate goal of enabling her to fully harness her abilities and possibly train further in the future. Gran had never considered that this young lady was a top-tier scientist, yet she was not fit for cultivation. Please, Gran, could you lend me a hand? Bulma pleaded, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful manner. However, Gran continued to enjoy his dinner, ignoring her entirely. The same indifference was exhibited by Beerus and the others, who allowed her to remain on the floor. A bunch of wicked deities, she thought to herself, and had no choice but to slowly rise. The restaurant was enveloped in silence as 2 hours passed. Finally, Gran and little Broly had their fill. Beerus turned to Gran, step outside with me. I wish to assess the fruits of your training over these past 2 years. Gran felt somewhat speechless. If you wish to strike me, just say so. Nevertheless, he followed him outside. Chapter 144. The Ultimate State. Whis, understanding that this confrontation was inevitable, also stepped out. Observing everyone leave the dining area, little Broly scampered out clutching a chicken leg. A splendid spectacle awaited, as even Bulma, encumbered by her heavy gravity suit, made her way to the courtyard. In the courtyard stood a group of people, with Gran confronting Beerus while clad in an unwieldy outfit. Mr. Whis, do you think Gran can defeat Lord Beerus while wearing such a heavy suit? Bulma bit her lip, straining to support her body. Upon donning the gravity suit herself, she realized that Glan's cumbersome attire was meant for training. He certainly cannot win, Whis remarked with a faint smile. Then why doesn't Gran remove this gravity suit? Bulma tugged at her own cumbersome clothing. Surely, you don't believe Gran could triumph over Lord Beerus simply by shedding the suit? Although uncertain of the extent of Glan's power after 2 years of training, it was improbable that he could defeat an actual god of destruction in such a short time. Whis retrieved an hourglass. Hearing that Gran could not possibly best Beerus, Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment. Lord Gran is so handsome, yet he cannot win. Remove your gravity suit, Beerus commanded, his eyes glinting with intensity. Glan's recent endeavor involved not only mastering destruction techniques, but also training with the gravity suit, which raised Beerus's expectations considerably. Very well, Gran replied, glancing at Whis, who nodded in affirmation. Under Whis's enchantment, the gravity suit vanished in an instant. As the suit disappeared, a terrifying divine aura radiated outward. Beerus clenched his fists, turning to Whis, seemingly inquiring whether Glan's power had indeed reached new heights. Whis did not respond, merely squinting his eyes. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew peculiar. Come on, Gran said, feeling light after shedding the gravity suit, beckoning to Beerus. Feeling a bit cheeky, are we? Beerus chuckled in amusement, finding Glan's playful nature unchanged. Then let it be as you wish. The two ascended into the air. With an epic battle on the brink, the tension palpable. Go, substitute god of destruction. Bulma shouted enthusiastically. You can do it, brother Gran. Little Broly chimed in, cheering for Gran with all his might. Upon hearing his master cheer for Gran, Beerus felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why no one was rallying for him. At that moment, Whis gazed at the sky and teased, come on, Gran, it would be splendid if you could bring Lord Beerus to his knees. This provoked Beerus, who furiously noted the lack of support for himself. Very well, he exclaimed, suddenly turning his gaze towards Gran, causing the latter to flinch at the terrifying intensity within Beerus's eyes. This was dire. In an instant, Beerus sprang into action. Simultaneously, Whis, standing in the courtyard, observed as the sands of time began to flow through the hourglass in his hand. A streak of purple light sliced through the sky as Beerus charged at Gran with his fist raised. You little rascal, unleash all your power. Let's warm up first. Gran retreated a short distance before transforming into a beam of white light, intent on clashing with Beerus in his normal state. With a resounding clash, the two lights, one purple, one white, collided. The force generated from their confrontation shattered the previously tranquil sky, creating countless fractures, culminating in a thunderous explosion that fragmented the entire celestial dome. Remarkable. Bulma gasped in awe, her mouth agape. Though she had witnessed the cataclysmic encounters between these two deities before, each time left her in a state of shock. Gran's power. in his normal state, was perilously close to reaching the first tier of divine strength. Whis' expression turned grave, following Gran's display of power. He finally recognized the magnitude of Gran's abilities. Previously, Gran could only attain such divine strength after harnessing the Ultra Instinct in its most potent form. Yet now, he was approaching that level merely in his standard state. Boom! The sky resounded with the ferocity of their clash, accompanied by Beerus's exhilarated voice. "You little brat. After just 2 years in a gravity suit, you are nearly reaching the first tier of divine power in your normal state. Whis truly did not deceive me. He has set you up splendidly. Ha ha ha. Bring it on, Lord Beerus," Gran exclaimed, somewhat astonished at his own strength. Having devoted the last 2 years to mastering the rules of destruction, neglecting to notice the sheer purity of his power. "Then let us go?" The purple light intertwined once more with the white glow, stretching from the heavens to the earth, from the North Pole to the South Pole. Tectonic plates shattered, magma erupted, and seawater surged, painting a cataclysmic portrait of the apocalypse. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Gran felt a surge of excitement as he dodged one of Beerus's punches, countering with a swift fluid strike. The force of his blow unleashed a tempest of destruction, darkening the sky with relentless bolts of lightning. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus had already anticipated Gran's move and countered by blocking with his abdomen. Boom! Grasping Gran's fist, Beerus redirected his power into the void, causing the space around them to erupt once more. Truly worthy of being Lord Beerus, Gran managed to break free from Beerus's grasp, retreating several meters while catching his breath. "Are you warmed up yet? Unleash your full strength." Beerus circled in the void, flexing his wrist. Gran was pleasantly surprised to possess such power in a normal state. But he was even more curious about the extent of his ultimate strength. There was no need to rush. Having been away from battle for so long, his body felt almost rusty. He wished to warm up a little longer. With a swift motion, he suddenly vanished from sight. Too slow. Beerus shook his head, turning his body and swinging the tail behind him. Just then, Gran reappeared from behind. Crack! His tail struck Glan's right shoulder like an iron whip. And with a cry of pain, Gran plummeted into the molten rock below. Gran. On the other side, Bulma watched the projection of Whis, covering her mouth with a worried expression. "Do not fret. Even lava poses no threat to Gran, let alone a black hole in the universe." Whis observed the fragile earth, contemplating whether to reinforce it. Suddenly, he noticed that Gran seemed to be gathering all his strength from within the lava. Has this young man not warmed up? He glanced at the hourglass. Only half the time had passed, with 1.5 minutes left to fight. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. A silver beam of light erupted from the lava as Gran ascended to his ultimate form. Divine Dimension, Unfettered Perfection. Chapter 145, Second Stage of the Divine Realm. Gran slowly emerged from beneath the lava, his hair transformed into silver, with 2 strands framing his forehead. With a chiseled profile and a confident smile, the power of the destroyer mingled with an ethereal silver aura, rendering Gran akin to a celestial destroyer gracing the mortal realm. "Gran is so handsome," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the projection. Beside her, Whis murmured, "Has his power reached the second stage of the divine realm?" Meanwhile, in the shattered realm of the heavens, Bobo sighed. "Why do these two always fight on Earth? It seems I am doomed once again." Simultaneously, Gran, enveloped in a silver aura, unleashed a tremendous force. Divine Dimension. Unfettered Perfection. This combination propelled Glan's power to breach the second stage of the divine realm. Centered on Gran, the silver aura began to whirl like a vortex, driven by his formidable strength. The terrifying power reverberated through the void. As the surrounding lava roared in fury, the earth could no longer withstand the strain. And in the next instant, it erupted. Boom! The explosion illuminated Beerus's face, his voice brimming with excitement. "You, my friend, have reached such heights?" Once one attains the divine realm, surpassing previous levels is no longer a simple feat. Each stage presents an insurmountable chasm. Without extensive cultivation, it is utterly impossible to cross. True destroyers have spent millions of years honing their craft, achieving only around the 5th stage of the divine realm. This illustrates how arduous the ascent in power truly is. Of course, unlike Gran, those other destroyers possess such formidable strength as a matter of course. Is this truly the extent of my power now? Gran soared amidst the starry cosmos, never anticipating that his power would ascend to the second tier. The surging energy within him captivated his very being. Turning his gaze toward the formidable Beerus ahead, Gran exclaimed with excitement, "Let the true battle commence." With a resounding whoosh, like a silver arrow piercing the heavens, Gran darted through the starry expanse, leaving a trail of shattered and restored celestial realms in his wake, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Are you finally prepared to unleash your full strength?" "Excellent." Beerus vanished, only for another violet luminescence to illuminate the cosmos. As the two boundless forces collided, the universe dimmed. As if time itself had come to a standstill, a chilling silence enveloped the scene. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, akin to the birth of worlds. As countless celestial bodies were torn asunder into cosmic dust, the sound of their fists meeting echoed through the void, both warriors exerting equal strength, neither yielding an inch. The divine power of the second tier coursed through Glan's arms, a sensation both numbing and painful, yet overwhelmingly exhilarating. As the intensity of their clash escalated, reaching a critical juncture, they momentarily disengaged, only to intertwine once more. The universe bore witness to an unparalleled battle. Gran, embodying the second tier of divine power and the instinctual prowess of the third tier, unleashed his martial artistry. Though he had not engaged in combat for 2 years, Gran felt his form gradually rekindling amidst this momentous struggle. What a terrifying confrontation! The destructive force wielded by Lord Gran and his adversary is truly formidable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma observed in horror as her Earth lay in ruins, yet she found solace in Whis's protective presence over her and little Broly. The obliteration of Earth was of little concern to Bulma. After all, Gran and Beerus had once annihilated the North Galaxy, only for Whis to restore it effortlessly. As deities of destruction, their capacity for devastation was indeed staggering. Whis remained fixated on Gran, recognizing that with Glan's instinctual prowess reaching the third tier, combined with his state of selflessness, he transcended mere potential, embodying true mastery. The only disparity between Gran and Beerus lay in their instinctual capabilities. "Look, Whis, Lord Gran is injured." Bulma pointed anxiously at the projection. "Do not fret. Injuries are an inevitable part of battle," Whis replied, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, the two radiant forces clashed relentlessly, their battleground shifting rapidly from Earth's original locale to the heart of the North Galaxy. Under the onslaught of these divine second-tier powers, fissures swiftly marred the galaxy. Beerus grew increasingly alarmed. His disciple was indeed becoming more formidable. "Take this, Lord Beerus." Gran propelled himself to an altitude of 10,000 meters, channeling his immense power as he descended, delivering a crushing blow to Beerus's visage. To Glan's astonishment, the force unleashed did not send Beerus hurtling backward as he had envisioned. Beerus, enduring the force of Gran's punch, forcefully withdrew his face, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You shall taste my blow." With a resounding crash, he retaliated with a powerful punch to Gran's face. Unable to withstand the might, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Gran's mouth as he was sent flying. Nowhere to escape, Beerus pursued, his foot striking the ground as he moved with the swiftness of light, instantaneously appearing behind Gran. As the blow was about to land, Gran's body instinctively reacted. He dodged and retreated. In that fleeting moment, the purple aura enveloping Beerus vanished, transforming into a shimmering silver. Ultimate freedom. Gran's excitement surged, realizing that his lord, Beerus, had also embraced this state. "Then let us continue." With a thunderous roar, two silver auras intertwined like dragons emerging from the depths, their energies clashing fiercely. "Lord Beerus, aside from strength, how does my martial prowess measure up? Am I a disappointment?" "Not at all. You have made significant progress in every aspect. I am quite satisfied." "Ha ha ha. Then let us proceed." Their movements became extraordinarily fluid, resembling a cinematic sequence where time was foreseen. Each attack and defense executed in the blink of an eye. Time was swiftly elapsing. 60 seconds remaining. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. What exhilaration. This is true combat. It was a battle of raw power, Gran's body marred with wounds, yet he felt no pain. Forward I march, never yielding. Each strike was imbued with the indomitable spirit of his years of martial training. Crackling sounds erupted around them, as countless bolts of lightning converged in the starry sky, evoking a scene akin to cosmic annihilation. With a forceful impact, Gran was sent hurtling away, unleashing a wave of energy mid-flight, a luminous torrent sweeping from left to right. Upon colliding with Beerus, It erupted with the sound of a cosmic explosion. At this moment, only 10 seconds remained. Amidst the endless blaze, Beerus's voice resonated. To achieve such growth in such a short time fills me with joy. You truly possess the potential to transcend. However, you have showcased your martial skills. Yet it seems you have one technique yet to unveil. With a flourish, a purple aura surged into the sky amidst the explosive flames. A terrifying force capable of obliterating all matter. This is the essence of cosmic law. The destructive divinity resonated with the principles of annihilation, cleansing the flames surrounding Beerus. Show me your destructive law. Beerus raised his hand towards Gran, shouting, Destruction. Chapter 146. The desire to touch Gran's abs. Haha. This is splendid. In the past, Gran would have been terrified by such power, but now, instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. For he too had mastered this force. Gran raised his hand. A purple spark manifesting within it. Destruction. The purple spark rapidly blossomed, and Gran unleashed the first tier of cosmic destruction law. Where the light passed, all was obliterated. Two beams of destructive purple light streaked across the starry sky, ultimately colliding with a resounding boom. At the point of impact, the most splendid flowers of the earthly realm blossomed, as the laws of nature twisted and rolled, with waves of purple energy beginning to radiate outward. A humming resonance filled the air, and the entire northern galaxy felt the reverberations as countless planets transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. The two beams of destructive energy confronted each other, while Gran roared, desperately channeling the power within him. This battle was exhilarating, a sheer thrill. Indeed, this force of destruction represented the very essence of cosmic law. Although Beerus could have effortlessly dispatched Gran in an instant, he feigned struggle to demonstrate a lesson for his disciple, joining in the roars. Witnessing this scene, Whis could not suppress the twitching of his lips. How indulgent Beerus is towards young Gran. Bulma, unable to comprehend the battle, nodded vigorously. Gran is so handsome. It is only fitting to pamper him. Whis, suddenly. This is bad. Time is running short. Casting a glance at the hourglass floating nearby, with only 3 seconds remaining, he hurriedly adjusted his staff. With a flourish, Whis and Bulma vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Gran, initially holding his ground with one hand, engaged the other, pushing forth with both hands as the destructive light in his grasp grew in size. Beerus, straining his voice, sensed the change in Gran's power of law, and his own destructive force intensified in response. For the sake of his disciple, he too was giving his all in this performance. Boom! A dazzling purple light erupted at the center of their confrontation, embodying the pinnacle of brilliance, strength, and the impact of cosmic law. By this moment, the starry expanse of the northern galaxy had been stripped of all that could be destroyed, and the waves began to spread throughout the entire 7th universe. Time remained at 3 seconds, then 2 seconds, 1 second. Suddenly, enough, you must cease. A gentle voice resonated throughout the 7th universe as Whis appeared behind Gran, rendering him unconscious. Without Gran to withstand Beerus's destructive force, the thick beam of purple energy surged forth. Whis remained unfazed, stepping forward. He seemed to transcend time and space, instantly transporting himself and Gran to stand behind Beerus. With a swift motion, he delivered a precise strike. Beerus let out a muffled grunt before succumbing to unconsciousness. Whis, having tidied up the two, waved his staff, unleashing an infinite wellspring of angelic power that enveloped the entire 7th universe. Time reversed. With a rush, the scene rapidly rewound, and the shattered 7th universe swiftly restored itself. This all transpired in a heartbeat. The events following the incapacitation of Gran and Beerus unfolded within that final second. Once everything returned to its original state, Bulma finally grasped what had occurred, her heart racing with fervor. The two mightiest deities of the universe had been so effortlessly subdued. How terrifying Whis truly is. Bulma, what are you staring at? Whis tossed Gran casually aside, chuckling. Such formidable deities as Lord Beerus and Lord Gran are no match for you, Mr. Whis. Your strength is truly remarkable, Bulma exclaimed, supporting the unconscious Gran. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. That is certainly the case. I am their master, after all. Whis is their master. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the truth of the matter, which explained everything. Mr. Whis, may I pose a question to you? Bulma inquired cautiously. Ask away, Whis replied. When Lord Gran returned to Earth, he shared some divine secrets with me. Will he be able to secure first place in the upcoming Candidate Destroyer tournament? Bulma said, supporting Gran and pursing her lips. He actually told you that? Whis mused, lifting the unconscious Beerus without much thought. From what I observed in the recent battle, Gran has grown significantly over these 2 years. In terms of overall strength, he is undoubtedly unmatched in one-on-one combat. Whis used the term undoubtedly with sincerity. Unlike other universes where candidates were hastily selected, Gran had been nurtured by him since childhood. Gran had developed according to Whis's meticulous plan. First, mastering the rules of destruction. Second, attaining the power of the divine realm. And third, honing his physical instincts. This was the true strength that a candidate destroyer ought to possess, especially in terms of mental fortitude. He had surpassed all destroyers except for Beerus. With such martial prowess, Gran could easily defeat even ancient beings that had existed for millions of years in one-on-one combat. That's wonderful, Bulma exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Lord Gran is so handsome. He deserves to be the ultimate victor, Whis remarked. He has finally realized that Bulma is enamored by beauty. Whoever is handsome is deemed righteous. However, he continued, what I just mentioned pertains to one-on-one combat. Given Gran's current strength, he should not fear even a 1-on-7 scenario. But if he were to be besieged by 11 candidate destroyers, that would be a different story. After all, he is still unaware of the strength of other universes, particularly those with 4 individuals whose power levels exceed 7. What's wrong? Bulma noted Whis's expression and asked curiously. Whis surveyed the surrounding starry expanse and replied, it's nothing. Since everyone has recovered, let us return. With a flick of his staff, they transformed into a beam of light and flew back to Earth. By that time, it was evening on Earth. The sky cloaked in darkness, with colorful lights cascading from above. Whis led the group back to Bulma's courtyard. After 2 years of training and just having fought Lord Beerus, Gran must be quite exhausted, Whis remarked gently, turning to Bulma. Gran needs rest now. I would appreciate your assistance, Miss Bulma. All right. Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she even drooled slightly at the thought. Whis was taken aback by her reaction, wondering if she might do something inappropriate to Gran. Never mind. I shall take care of it, he decided. Whis swiftly reclaimed Gran, leading him into the chamber where the fellow had previously rested. How detestable Whis is, Bulma grumbled, her small fangs biting into her lip. It was a rare opportunity with Gran unconscious. She merely wished to touch the solid muscles of his abdomen. Humph, tomorrow. I shall make you consume 2 cans of herring. Failing to fulfill her desire, Bulma seethed, her petite fists clenched as she stomped her foot. With each stomp, the ground beneath her in the courtyard crumbled further, igniting her fury. I shall make you eat 2 cans of herring. Bulma stormed out of the courtyard, fuming. Little Broly, observing the scene, pondered, what about me? He glanced at Beerus sprawled on the grass and decided to endure one night alongside Lord Beerus. Little Broly lay down beside him, promptly drifting into slumber. Aside from the snores of Beerus and Little Broly, the courtyard fell silent. A shooting star streaked across the sky, and the echoes of the recent terrifying battle faded as if they had never occurred. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Bubbles glanced down at the slumbering duo. They are both asleep? It appears they have finished their fight, which means I have died once more. Bubbles sighed in exasperation and retreated back into the temple. Chapter 147. Canned herring. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, where Gran rubbed his eyes. Where am I? He gazed at the ceiling, abruptly sitting up to survey his surroundings. This was the very room he had resided in on Earth. How did I return here after battling Lord Beerus? Gran massaged the back of his neck, suddenly freezing in place. The soreness was unmistakable. It was Whis who had rendered him unconscious. He fell back onto the bed, recalling last night's battle, which had been the most exhilarating of his 2-year journey. Regrettably, 3 minutes was far too brief. Gran closed his eyes, reflecting on the skirmish and the progress he had made over the past 2 years. Half an hour later, Gran opened his eyes, realizing that last night's battle had indeed been immensely beneficial. Just then, a knock resounded from outside the door. Gran, it's time for breakfast. It was Bulma's melodious voice. I'll be right there. After freshening up, Gran stepped out of his room. The air in the courtyard was crisp, and the morning sun was pleasantly warm. Where Bulma stood waiting. Her skin was fair, her delicate face exquisite, and her lips naturally tinted a soft cherry pink. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, exuding sweetness and charm. How does this gravity suit feel now? Gran inquired, grinning. Although the girl was clad in a cumbersome gravity suit, it did not obscure her beauty. Rather, it accentuated an unusual allure. "It's much better than yesterday," Bulma admitted. Her small fists slightly clenched. Compared to the previous day, she had begun to adapt to the powerful energy within her. "That is splendid. In a few days, when you shed this gravity suit, you can attempt to fly." Gran stepped into the courtyard and spoke again. "Bulma, what do we have to eat today?" Just as he was about to inquire about the meal, his attention was suddenly drawn to two figures sprawled on the grass, little Broly and Beerus. How did they end up here? Gran was taken aback. It appeared these two had spent the night in the yard. At that moment, Whis emerged from another room. "Whis, did you not take Lord Beerus back to rest last night?" Gran turned to ask. "Huh," Whis replied, somewhat puzzled. Upon noticing Beerus lying on the ground, his eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, in my haste to ensure your return to rest, I completely forgot to bring Lord Beerus along." It was indeed a blunder to have left Lord Beerus to sleep here overnight, leaving Gran speechless. Just then, Beerus seemed to be stirring awake. Cold sweat trickled down Glan's brow. Bulma trembled in fear. If Beerus were to discover that no one had escorted him back to his chamber and that he had been left to slumber in the courtyard, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. "Whis, quickly knock Lord Beerus out," Gran shouted in a panic. "Understood." In a flash, Whis darted across the courtyard just before Beerus opened his eyes. There was a loud thud as Beerus fell unconscious once more. Bulma sighed in relief, though a hint of amusement danced in her voice. "Is this truly the right way to treat Lord Beerus?" Gran smirked. "What else can be done? You are well aware of the consequences when Lord Beerus is angered. Or do you wish for the earth to be obliterated? With all the delectable food on earth, Lord Beerus wouldn't destroy it." Gran conceded momentarily, at a loss for words, and retorted, "In that case, I shall awaken Lord Beerus, and you can soothe him afterward." "Never mind that." Bulma recoiled slightly. She was not foolish. "That settles it then." Gran instructed Whis to take Beerus back to rest, and he picked up his little brother, flying towards the dining hall. "Master Gran, take me with you," Bulma called out anxiously. Reluctantly, Gran returned to lift Bulma, one in each arm like little chicks. Once they reached the dining hall, Gran roused little Broly from his slumber. "Brother Gran, it's dawn," little Broly said, rubbing his eyes as he stood obediently in the dining hall. "Indeed, it is dawn," Gran replied with a smile, having also spent the night in the courtyard. His little brother was unharmed, proving to be far more agreeable than Beerus. After all, little Broly had once survived on planet Vampa, which was a far harsher environment than this open lawn. "Master Gran, who is he?" Bulma inquired, eyeing little Broly. Since yesterday, she had noticed this child trailing after Gran. "He can't possibly be your son, can he?" she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "What are you thinking?" Gran shot her a glare, then clarified. "He is of my kin, just like Kakarot. His name is Broly." "Oh, I see." Bulma realized that Kakarot referred to little Goku. Just then, Whis suddenly appeared in the dining hall. "Have you settled Lord Beerus?" Gran guided little Broly to sit at the dining table. "As Lord Beerus awakens, he surely will not realize that he has spent the night upon the open lawn," remarked Whis with a cheerful demeanor. Listening to their conversation, Bulma stifled her laughter nearby, thinking how cunning both Lord Gran and Mr. Whis truly are. Suddenly, Whis noticed two cans added to his dining area. Bulma's body trembled with suppressed mirth. She had nearly touched the abs of the candidate god of destruction last night, only to have her opportunity thwarted by Whis. "What are you laughing about?" Gran inquired, noticing Bulma's peculiar behavior and glancing towards Whis. "Herring cans. Are you trying to provoke Whis, girl?" Gran turned and playfully struck Bulma on the head. He hurriedly approached Whis and discarded the herring cans into the trash. Observing this, Whis regarded Bulma with a bemused expression. Under his gaze, Bulma felt a sheen of sweat form on her forehead. Whis had always been genteel, which momentarily made her forget his formidable strength. After all, he is the master of both Beerus and Gran. How could she have dared to provoke him? "All right, let us commence with breakfast," Whis gestured. Today's breakfast was rather simple, featuring a flavorful soup paired with rice balls, yet Whis savored it with delight. "Lord Gran, is Mr. Whis still angry?" Bulma inquired cautiously. "He was never angry to begin with," Gran replied as he returned to his seat, tasting the breakfast and finding it rather mediocre. Bulma's eyes widened, and she covered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "If Mr. Whis is not angry, then why did you strike my head?" "I merely warned you not to provoke Whis." Gran set his bowl down, finding the flavor of the soup rather peculiar and hard to adapt to. I have always said I would serve stinky tofu to Whis and Lord Beerus, but I only dared to speak of it, never to actually serve it to them. Gran added, after all, these two are the strongest in the seventh universe. If he were to truly do so, it would spell disaster. Especially Whis. Despite his seemingly eternal calm, he is the most fearsome of them all. Stinky tofu? Bulma was unfamiliar with this dish, but understood immediately that it must be quite unpalatable. Hearing Gran's remark, she quickly approached Whis and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Whis. After finishing his breakfast, Whis wiped his mouth with a napkin and uttered a soft hum. At this, Bulma finally exhaled in relief. Uffed. Gran chuckled at the scene, amused at Bulma's boldness in attempting to prank Whis. He shifted the conversation. Whis, what is the current ranking status of the seventh universe? Ranking status? Whis was taken aback, surprised by Gran's sudden interest in this matter. He furrowed his brow. Hasn't our seventh universe consistently been ranked second to last? What is so interesting about that? Bulma overheard yet another secret. She was astonished to learn that the universe she resided in was ranked second to last. It has been a decade since I last observed the rankings, and I find myself somewhat intrigued by the state of our universe. Gran rested his chin on the dining table, pushing the bowl of enhanced soup away from him. You rascal, he muttered. However, Whis did not persist in his refusal. He consulted the crystal orb atop his staff to assess the Human Development Index of our universe. In the next moment, he was rendered speechless. The Human Development Index of Universe 7 had astonishingly risen to 321. Whis's voice was laced with disbelief. A decade prior, Beerus had eliminated a substantial number of unworthy planets, resulting in a direct increase of the index from 318 to 320. The commotion it caused was significant, drawing even Champa and Vados from Universe 6 to this side. Yet, merely 10 years had passed. How could there have been such an increase? A mere increment of 0.01 over a decade. Gran felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no need to inquire further. It was safe to assume that Universe 7 still ranked second to last. Do you really believe an increase of 0.01 is insignificant? Whis remarked, rising to his feet. Countless gods of destruction and supreme Kai have toiled endlessly for such a minuscule elevation in the index, and yet this lad is dissatisfied. I acknowledge that it is considerable. Yet our universe remains in second to last place, Gran replied, standing as well, a helpless smile adorning his face. It feels somewhat humiliating to admit. Whis shot him a disapproving glance. What is pride worth? Just as he intended to investigate the reason behind Universe 7's remarkable change, Beerus arrived fashionably late. He entered the dining room, rubbing his neck, appearing as if he had slept awkwardly. Whis, why does my neck ache so terribly? Gran and Whis fell silent, while Bulma struggled to suppress her laughter. Young Broly, seated at the table, paid no mind to the adults, having devoured several rice balls but still unsated. He summoned a large barrel of rice balls. What is it? Why do you all wear such expressions? Beerus felt a pang of anxiety. Could something unfortunate have transpired? Nothing to worry about, Gran assured him, guiding Beerus to a dining chair as he summoned breakfast for the day. Last night, I engaged in an intense spar with Lord Beerus and lost track of time. Ultimately, it was Whis who rendered us unconscious. That explains it. No wonder my neck hurts so much. Beerus remarked, not genuinely angered, as he had indeed forgotten the time. If more than 3 minutes elapsed, Whis would be unable to restore the environment damaged during his and Gran's battle. However, after sipping the enhanced soup, Beerus rubbed the back of his neck again. It's not as if I haven't been knocked out by Whis before, but why does it hurt so much this time? Bulma couldn't contain herself any longer and burst into laughter. You were knocked out twice. Naturally, it would hurt, though she dared not voice this thought aloud. What are you laughing at? Beerus raised his head, surveying the room. I truly sense that you are all concealing something from me. Not at all. Gran exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. Whis's lips twitched. What more could he do but redirect the conversation? Lord Beerus, the status of humanity in our universe has undergone yet another transformation. Upon hearing this from Whis, Beerus suddenly exerted force with his hands, causing the dining table to topple over. Little Broly, who had been enjoying his rice balls nearby, found the entire contents of the rice jar landing atop his head due to this unexpected upheaval. Lord Beerus, why did you ambush me? Little Broly asked innocently, lifting his head. However, Beerus paid him no mind. Rising to his feet, he grasped Whis's shoulders tightly and inquired excitedly, by how much has it risen? Why the sudden excitement, Lord Beerus? Whis replied with a teasing expression. Were you not indifferent to the universe's rankings before? If Beerus truly cared about the universe's standing, he would not have remained in slumber, nor would there have been the incident of Majin Buu invading the Supreme Kai's realm. I do not care, Beerus released his grip, retorting irritably. As long as we are not ranked last, even if Lord Zeno were to erase us, it would only be the 9th universe that ranks at the bottom. Whis paused, then asked again, then why were you so agitated just now? Gran also appeared puzzled. Isn't it because of this fellow Gran? Beerus shot a glance at Gran. Me? Gran pointed at himself. Who else could it be? Beerus commanded Whis to restore the overturned dining table to its former state. While eating his breakfast, he continued. Is it not you who incessantly reminds me that as the strongest destroyer god, my universe is ranked second to last? Well, I suppose I did say that. Exactly. Beerus sighed. Upon reflection, being second to last does indeed befit my status poorly, which is why as Beerus explained his reasoning, the others listened attentively. Whis remained silent with a knowing smile, fully aware that the true reason diverged from this explanation. The genuine motivation was Gran's desire to elevate the universe's rank, which is why Beerus indulged him. Lord Beerus, you... Gran seemed to sense something, a warm current flowing through him. Enough, Beerus interjected, glancing up. Whis, by how much has our universe's index risen? 001001. Unlike Gran's earlier calm demeanor, Beerus's tone conveyed astonishment. A change of such magnitude in a mere decade is indeed remarkable. Whis, what is the reason for this? How has our universe achieved such an elevation in just 10 years? Let me take a look. Whis began reviewing the changes in Universe 7 over the past decade. As Whis examined the reasons, Gran pursed his lips, fully aware of the truth. Universe 7 is, in fact, the most profound universe within the entirety of Zeno's domain. This is no mere exaggeration. With 3 angels, 2 supreme Kais, the strongest destroyer god, and the most gifted candidate for a destroyer, this is the evident foundation. Furthermore, there exist extraordinary races like the Namekians, the Metamorans, and the Yardrats. Their combat prowess may not be formidable, yet strength is not the sole criterion for measuring depth. These profound races influence the entirety of the 7th universe. Let us not forget the technological advancements within the 7th universe, such as the advancements in android technology, space capsule technology, and time machine technology. Any one of these marvels is akin to a miracle. In the past 2 years, Gran has been traversing the cosmos, honing his skills, and he has witnessed the emergence of various terrifying civilizations. Seeing is believing. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the 7th universe. And with Gran's awareness of the transformations to come, he boldly asserts that the 7th universe is the most profound of all. After all, what else could explain why Beerus has remained idle for so long, yet still allows the 7th universe to rank second to last? Chapter 149. Our universe is quite impressive as time progressed. Whis' expression while examining the crystal ball grew increasingly grave. Upon witnessing this, Beerus swallowed hard, pondering what was amiss. Half an hour passed, and as little Broly had his fill, the light emanating from the crystal ball atop Whis' staff gradually dimmed. What is happening? Beerus inquired solemnly. Gran perked up his ears. Bulma also leaned in closer, wishing for a packet of sunflower seeds so she could munch and absorb the secrets of the universe. Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, somewhat astonished. It appears our universe is rather impressive. The term impressive was aptly chosen by Gran, who felt it perfectly encapsulated the current state of the 7th universe. Really? Beerus was taken aback. What did Whis mean by that? Soon, Whis began to recount the changes in the 7th universe over the past decade. The destruction of subpar planets by Beerus, the joint management of the universe by the Supreme Kais, the budding of various high-potential civilizations, the training of the remaining Scions by Merus, and the collaboration between the Galactic Patrol and the Scion clan. Upon hearing it all, Gran smiled gently, realizing it aligned closely with his observations over the past 2 years. Beerus squinted, beginning to recognize the undeniable strength of his universe. Bulma, though not fully comprehending, sensed that their universe was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, little Broly continued to savor his rice balls and flavor-enhanced soup. Lord Beerus, do you see the depth of our universe? Gran approached Beerus and gently patted his shoulder, adopting a tone reminiscent of a mentor imparting wisdom. You ought to be less lethargic. If you apply yourself, our 7th universe will inevitably ascend to the top. However, Beerus shrugged off Gran's hand and retorted irritably, I have no desire for that. It sounds exhausting. If you wish to toil, do it yourself. After all, You're bound to disrupt the rules anyway. Had Gran not yet learned the art of destruction, he might have indulged him and personally assisted with this endeavor. But times have changed. Gran had assumed that Beerus's laziness stemmed from ignorance of his universe's potential. But that was not the case. While he truly did not grasp the extent of his universe's prowess, his laziness was simply a matter of personal inclination. But is this not the essence of Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is rather unamusing. Gran pouted slightly. Encountering this deity of destruction, what options could he possibly have? Gran swiftly departed from the restaurant, leaving behind only Bulma, Whis, Beerus, and the still breakfasting young Broly. Whis, do you believe this lad can elevate our universe to the pinnacle? Beerus inquired with a smirk while leaning on the dining table. Lord Beerus, your thoughts seem rather peculiar. Have they not shifted remarkably? Just moments ago, you expressed indifference towards rankings, Whis teased, fully aware of the underlying reason. Had I not taken on Gran as my disciple, I would indeed have remained disinterested in cosmic standings, Beerus replied, propping his chin on the table with a chuckle. However, circumstances have changed. I find myself curious to experience the taste of being number one. Gran asserted that the second-to-last universe did not befit his identity as the mightiest destroyer, a sentiment Beerus now wholeheartedly endorsed. If you wish to savor the essence of being first, why not take matters into your own hands? Whis suggested as he resumed his seat. Was it not I who took action for the past decade? Beerus's smile broadened. With Gran mastering the rules of destruction, it is high time for me to take a breather. Whis, exasperated, replied, but you have been on break this entire time. Nevertheless, he comprehended Beerus's intent. To elevate the seventh universe's rank, diligent destruction of subpar planets was essential. Furthermore, destruction was a swift method to enhance his destructive power, thereby allowing Gran to refine the rules of destruction to a higher echelon. The restaurant fell silent once more, with young Broly continuing his meal. After absorbing the gossip, Bulma felt a pang of sympathy for Gran, encountering such a lethargic cat. In the following days, Gran did not reappear at Bulma's estate. He had vanished from sight. Beerus remained silent on the matter, sensing that Gran had not departed from Earth. As for Gran's forthcoming training regimen, there was no rush. Both he and Whis had witnessed Gran's growth during their recent battle, where he had achieved perfection in various aspects. What he lacked now was merely strength. Of course, it was not yet time for the elder Kaioshin to unlock Gran's potential, as he had yet to regain his optimal state. Whis estimated that it would take another 3 years before potential development could commence. This indicated that Gran had a 3-year hiatus, and Whis had yet to devise a training plan for him during this period. No need to hurry. While contemplating how to guide Gran through these 3 years, Whis realized it would be prudent to allow Gran a well-deserved rest. After 2 years of mastering the rules of destruction and a vigorous bout with Beerus, he was indeed fatigued. 7 days passed, and Gran finally returned. Gran, you have returned, Bulma exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she witnessed Gran descending from the sky. Indeed, Gran replied, meeting her gaze. Bulma had discarded her bulky gravity suit, seemingly having acclimated to her own strength. Where have you been these past few days? She inquired. Standing on the lawn. I went to see Kakarot, Gran revealed as he alighted on the grass. Goku? Bulma was taken aback, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. It has been quite a while since I last saw Goku. How is he faring now? He is currently preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament that will take place in 2 years, diligently training alone, came the reply. Understanding this, Bulma felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing news of Goku's safety. The Earth can indeed be perilous, and she certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her dear friend. Master Gran, I have acclimatized to my current strength. When will you teach me to fly? Bulma tentatively asked. Chapter 150. The Mysterious State of Divine Dimension and Ultimate Mastery Fly? Gran scrutinized Bulma once more. As he suspected, she had merely adapted to the powers within her. Much like the extraterrestrials outside, she was incapable of absolute control over her abilities. However, since Bulma was not a martial artist, this was of little consequence. Have you not consulted Whis? Gran moved to the sunshade in the courtyard, taking a seat. With a teapot resting on the adjacent table, Bulma scampered over, a hint of distress in her voice. He and Lord Beerus are off to indulge in gourmet delicacies, and said he has no time for me. Gran chuckled softly, finding this behavior quite in line with the personalities of those two. In fact, if you were to present Whis with a dish he has never tasted before, he would undoubtedly teach you. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Gran offered this advice to the young girl. Nevertheless, I still prefer your tutelage, Master Gran. Gran sipped his tea, exclaiming in exasperation, even with an angel by your side, you failed to take advantage. My dear, you truly are somewhat foolish. I am not foolish. Please, Master Gran, teach me. Bulma's voice was sweet and pleading. Stop, stop, stop. Gran was immediately covered in goosebumps and quickly responded, Of course, I will teach you. Having already promised to fulfill 2 of her wishes, it was of no concern. Thank you, Master Gran. Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Now tell me, have you sensed your own ki yet? Ki, that surging power within you. Gran placed his teacup back on the table and stepped out from under the sunshade. He raised his hand, and a white point of light appeared in his palm, which swiftly expanded. 1 meter, 2 meters. A blast of ki, 100 meters in diameter, materialized in the sky, the overwhelming force causing the very air to tremble. Bulma's mouth dropped open in awe. Did you see that? That is ki. With a flick of his hand, Gran made the ki blast vanish into thin air. Oh, I barely got a glimpse, and now it's gone. This is divine ki, which you cannot sense. I merely wanted you to experience what ki truly looks like. Gran approached Bulma, placing his hand on her shoulder. Now truly feel what ki is. As he spoke, a divine essence emanated from Gran's hand, enveloping Bulma in its warmth. This sensation, Bulma felt a comforting warmth enveloping her entire being. Ki can be described as power, as well as the very essence of life itself. The energy I just shared with you is what sustains your fundamental existence. Gran returned to the tea table. The breath that he just exuded bears a striking resemblance to the aura that Son Goku imparted to Frieza at the climax of the Namek saga. Without that essence, Frieza would undoubtedly have perished during the cataclysmic explosion of Namek, and thus, the subsequent emergence of Mecha Frieza would never have transpired. Naturally, the aura that Gran imparted to Bulma is of a divine nature, one that she would be unable to perceive. However, this essence would invigorate the energy within her, allowing her to genuinely experience her own aura. In terms of combat prowess, your energy intensity has already reached a staggering 1,000. This aura is immensely powerful. Take a moment to truly appreciate this sensation. Gran gently lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Bulma's situation differs from that of Bidily. Hence the approach to her instruction would naturally vary. Bulma cast a glance at Gran, then at her own form. At that moment, she was enveloped in a mysterious white aura, one that eluded her perception. Yet, she could distinctly sense a current of energy within her being stirred by a warm flow. As time passed, Gran reclined on a beach chair while Bulma focused on attuning to her internal energy. After a while, the sky gradually darkened. Beerus, Whis, and little Broly finally returned from their outing, their bellies visibly full, evidently having enjoyed a hearty meal. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered Bulma seated cross-legged upon the lawn. Beerus and Whis immediately discerned her intent. The young woman was in the midst of sensing her energy. Choosing not to disturb her, they made their way to Bulma's dining room. Having already satisfied their hunger, they were not there to eat, but rather to seek Gran. Inside the dining room, Gran sat alone, consuming his dinner. Have you been seeking that little brat? Beerus inquired as he settled beside him. Gran, with his mouth full, could only respond with a muffled acknowledgement. Beerus's expression soured. Could he not wait until he was finished to answer? How was he faring? He pressed, noticing Gran preparing to speak with a full mouth. Finish eating first, he retorted with exasperation. Gran swallowed his food and softly replied, Kakarot is still laying the groundwork. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis nodded in agreement. Only a solid foundation would yield significant achievements in the future. In our estimation, it will take you 5 years to cultivate the rules of destruction to a higher level, Beerus continued, steering the conversation back on track. After that, we can have that old Kaioshin unlock your potential. Gran's eyes widened in shock. Unlock my potential? In the anime, it was the elder Kaioshin who awakened Gohan's latent abilities, leading him into a mysterious state. This enigmatic state is remarkable. It is free from the negative emotional influences characteristic of Super Saiyan transformations and does not impose a substantial physical burden. One might even describe this state as an alternative norm. However, this very alternative norm allowed Gohan to wield the power attained after transforming into a Super Saiyan under the guise of this mysterious state. Truly, it was an exaggerated phenomenon. Whis, did you not assert that cultivation should not rely on external forces? Gran suddenly furrowed his brow. This is precisely the reason he has never allowed the old Kaioshin to unlock his potential. However, What I refer to as external force necessitates sustenance from an outside source. Whis shook his head. Akin to how Broly requires the power of the eternal dragon to maintain his sanity, that is the essence of external force. In contrast, the power bestowed upon you by the old Kaioshin, after unlocking your potential, is akin to the strength you Scions gain upon recovering from the brink of death. Both are inherently your own powers. Moreover, the potential unlocked by the old Kaioshin comes without any adverse effects. Upon hearing this, Gran leapt to his feet, his eyes brimming with excitement. If Whis has uttered such words, then that mysterious state must be assured. Thus, he must modify his state combination to divine dimension of unfettered ultimate mystery. For this mysterious state is an alternative norm, undoubtedly capable of augmenting the unfettered ultimate. Chapter 151. Life should not only be about training Whis. When shall we return to the Kaioshin realm? Gran inquired anxiously, unable to contain his eagerness. That is the divine dimension of unfettered ultimate mystery. Who knows how formidable this combination might become? There is no rush, Whis responded with a gentle smile. Why? Gran was momentarily taken aback. Whis, holding his staff, explained, because you have ascended to divinity. It will be challenging for the old Kaioshin to unlock your potential unless he adjusts your state. Gran's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he is now a deity. Can the old man truly unlock his potential? You need not worry. Whis seemed to anticipate Gran's thoughts, offering a reassuring smile. The old Kaioshin is quite formidable. He can unlock your potential at no cost other than the expenditure of his stamina. Gran recalled a scene from the anime where the old Kaioshin unlocked Gohan's potential, seemingly without any consequence. That's good, Gran sighed in relief, somewhat frustrated. So when can I return? In 3 years. Whis estimated that the old Kaioshin would require that time to adjust his physical state to its optimum. 3 years. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gran's eyes. At that moment, Beerus leaned in. There are 8 years remaining until the candidate God of Destruction tournament. Whis and I have discussed it. What you currently lack is merely strength. We intend for you to train for an additional 2 years, allowing the remaining year for you to adjust your state, so you can be in prime condition to receive potential unlocking. Beerus did not expect Gran to elevate his destructive power to the level of rules, thus advancing his timeline by 3 years. This lad remains as extraordinary as ever. Does that mean I now have an additional year? Gran murmured to himself. What do you mean you have another year? Whis's keen ears caught Gran's words. Lord Beerus, Whis, Gran turned to them earnestly. Allow me to plan these 3 remaining years on my own. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. What does this lad intend to do? I have my own plans. In 3 years, I shall undoubtedly achieve tremendous growth. Gran clenched his fists firmly. He has refined his destructive power to the level of rules, and chose to reunite with Beerus and the others on Earth. He does not deny that part of his motivation is to indulge in the culinary delights of the planet. However, he harbors another purpose. Gran lifted his head, his gaze directed toward the heavenly realm, where a spirit time room resides. The spirit time room is an extraordinary place. Within it, a year equates to merely a day outside. Such a remarkable tool would be foolish to ignore. The reason he had not entered previously was simply due to a lack of time. He had needed to undergo Whis's martial arts teachings, to enter the dimensional tower for training, and to cultivate the rules of destruction within the cosmos, none of which could be accomplished inside the spirit time room. However, now he finally had the time. Suddenly, Whis noticed Gran's gaze and looked up as well. Above them was the ceiling of the restaurant. No, that wasn't it. Whis quickly realized that Gran was not looking at the ceiling, but rather at the heavenly realm above. With a cheerful smile, Whis remarked, No wonder you claimed that you would achieve significant advancement in 3 years. It turns out you wish to utilize the time room above. When he and the others ascended to the heavenly realm years ago, he had thoroughly explored it and was well aware of its contents. If Gran were to make use of that room, he could convert 2 years' time into an effect equivalent to 730 years. What? Beerus frowned. You intend to make use of that time room? Is there a problem? Gran was taken aback. The tone of these two seemed somewhat peculiar. Did the spirit time room have an issue? Sensing Gran's thoughts, Whis shook his head. There is nothing wrong with that time room. It merely distorts time, allowing it to flow differently from the outside world. Upon hearing this, Gran inquired with curiosity, Whis, can you achieve such a feat? In Whis's previous accounts, Bobo was a rather peculiar angel, unable to directly exhibit the powers of an angel and could only reveal them through the creation of artifacts. The spirit time room was Bobo's method of manipulating time. Thus, Gran was intrigued as to whether Whis could reach Bobo's level of capability. Whis naturally understood Gran's implication. He was asking if Whis could also create a room with such a time flow. This room merely distorts time, compared to reversing time. The latter is far more challenging. Whis responded nonchalantly. For us angels, creating such a room is actually quite simple. What? Gran's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you not believe me? Whis expressed slight irritation. This little rascal dared to doubt his master. No. Gran hastily shook his head. I simply did not expect that creating such a wondrous room would not be considered a difficult task for you angels. At this point, Gran furrowed his brow and added, if such a room is so easily created, do other universes also take advantage of such rooms? Upon hearing this, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances and replied in unison, indeed. Gran's remarkable achievements in just 14 years can be attributed to his extraordinary talent. However, not everyone is Gran, and for others, 10 years is indeed an exceedingly brief period. If one were to adhere strictly to the path of cultivation, Beerus speculated that the fools from other universes might not even grasp the essence of destructive power within this span of time, let alone any further advancements. Thus, I must seize the opportunity. A subtle smile graced Gran's lips. If others were to exploit such external aids, would it not be foolish for him to abstain? Gran. Beerus suddenly called out his name. Gran snapped back to reality, inquiring, what is it? Do you know why, when Whis and I first heard you mention the time chamber, our expressions were somewhat peculiar? Gran responded, I do not know. He was equally perplexed. If Whis had deemed such a chamber acceptable, why had they displayed those expressions? Life should not solely revolve around cultivation. There are also culinary delights and the joys of slumber. Beerus remarked earnestly, our divine existence spans an unfathomable duration. Consequently, manipulating time for the sake of training holds little significance. Gran paused, comprehending Beerus's implication, and replied with equal seriousness, this upcoming tournament of candidate destroyers is rather unique. I do not wish for our seventh universe to suffer defeat. Therefore, I intend to utilize the time chamber. Chapter 152. Reinforcing Earth. Gran's voice resonated throughout the dining hall. Furthermore, I did not state that I would remain within for 3 years. He added, I plan to stay for merely a year, though I may not even endure that long. His affinity for cultivation stemmed from a desire for strength. He was not an insatiable fanatic, after all. How could one genuinely wish to cultivate every moment? For instance, during this session of training under the destruction rules, he had immersed himself for 2 years. Growing weary of obliterating planets, he envisioned a year of recuperation before entering the time chamber. As for why he wouldn't rest there, could that chamber truly provide a conducive environment for humans? The mere thought of spending a year within it made him feel nauseous. That is good, Beerus sighed with relief. Knowing Gran had grasped his meaning, the dining hall fell silent once more. Unbeknownst to them, the already sated little Broly had taken Gran's meal and placed it before himself. Indulging in a covert feast, Gran and the others said, you should take this time to rest well. With that, Whis and Beerus departed the dining hall, leaving Gran to his own devices. Only Gran and little Broly remained. The pendant lights on the ceiling radiated a soft glow, illuminating every corner of the dining area. You little rascal, you eat so much yet never seem to gain weight. Gran broke the silence, lifting little Broly into the air. Gran, the food on Earth is delicious. It is my favorite, exclaimed the suspended little Broly, clutching a small chicken leg, his expression adorably innocent. Gran's lips quirked slightly. Your words imply that my cooking is unpalatable. No. Little Broly puffed up his cheeks. Gran, your cooking is the best, but you have not made it for me lately. He wore a look of profound grievance, causing Gran to believe he had erred. Did he truly think I was his personal chef? Gran tossed him back onto the chair as he strode out into the yard. By now, the sky had completely darkened, with a waning moon hanging overhead. Bulma sat cross-legged on the lawn and observing her state. Gran surmised that she would be unable to take flight today. Just as he contemplated turning away, a voice suddenly called from behind. Gran, is that energy? Gran turned in surprise to see Bulma standing, her long legs appearing exceptionally fair in the dimness of the night. In her right hand, she had gathered a white energy sphere with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Impressive, Bulma, Gran exclaimed, astonished that in such a short span, she had managed to gather energy externally. Gran, is that energy? Bulma repeated, noticing his silence, her lips pouting slightly as she asked again. Yes, that is indeed energy. Gran replied with a smile. Truly commendable for a top-tier scientist. It seems that high intelligence is indeed beneficial, allowing you to gather energy externally in merely half a day. Unlike Bidalai, Bulma had never been exposed to martial arts, starting entirely from scratch. You flatter me, Gran. It's primarily due to the spirit fruit you provided and your guidance in harnessing my internal energy today, she said, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her demeanor. Gran remained noncommittal, gesturing towards her feet. Since you can gather energy externally now, why not attempt to concentrate it beneath your feet for release? The technique of flight fundamentally revolves around the application of energy. Concentrating it at your feet is the quickest and simplest method to lift off the ground. Once you can detach from the earth, the rest becomes straightforward. All right, I shall try, Bulma declared, clenching her small fists as she endeavored to concentrate her energy beneath her feet. Gran refrained from interrupting her, standing by patiently. Minutes passed, and finally, a change occurred. A faint energy began to emanate from around her feet, causing the surrounding grass to sway in waves. This girl has some potential, Gran thought, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to commend Bulma, his expression darkened. He quickly moved to her side. In the next moment, the faint energy at Bulma's feet surged dramatically. Boom! A power level of 10,000 was unleashed by Bulma, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion on Earth. In the restaurant, little Broly, who had been eating, was left covered in debris from the incident. Meanwhile, Beerus, who had been asleep in his room, found his bed obliterated by the explosion. Whis fared better, as his bed was safeguarded by an energy shield. Gran, someone's attacking me, little Broly exclaimed as he flew over. You, Bulma, how dare you disturb my slumber? Beerus also appeared, irate. Whis elegantly rose from his bed, soaring through the cosmos while chuckling softly. The group hovered in the starry expanse, exchanging glances filled with exasperation. Bulma truly was remarkable. Gran chuckled, surprised by Bulma's exaggerated reaction, which resulted in the destruction of Earth. Why was she silent? Turning to look at her, he noticed her face had turned a ghastly shade, as if she were on the brink of asphyxiation. Whis! Gran shouted urgently. Whis waved his staff, and in an instant, Earth was restored. Gasping for breath, Bulma exclaimed, "It's impossible to survive in the cosmos. I nearly suffocated. This planet is prone to explosions. I can no longer tolerate it." Beerus glanced at Whis and said with irritation, "Reinforce this planet immediately." Of course, Whis complied without hesitation. Having endured the planet's instability for far too long, he waved his staff once more. A silver beam penetrated the ground, causing Earth to emit strange sounds in the night. "Mr. Whis, reinforcing Earth won't disrupt the lives of its inhabitants, will it?" Bulma, concerned for her fellow Earthlings, inquired. "Not at all," Whis assured her, shaking his head. "Under my modifications, Earth will remain unchanged in its day-to-day existence. Only when faced with catastrophic threats will the enhancements manifest." Upon hearing this, Gran cautiously asked, "To what extent have you modified Earth? What kind of power would be required to obliterate it?" Everyone in the courtyard perked up at this question. Whis smirked mischievously. "After my modifications, it is quite simple to destroy Earth. One merely needs to possess strength that exceeds mine." Beerus and Gran exchanged incredulous glances. "Is that truly your idea of simplicity? In the entirety of the Omni King's universe, few could rival your power." Gran mused. Bulma, relieved that her planet had become so secure, smiled brightly. However, Gran mourned for those who might wish to destroy Earth in the future. This would no longer pose a threat to Goku and his companions. Seeing Bulma still smiling, Gran retorted, "What's so funny? Learning to fly could lead to blowing up your own planet. That's quite a feat." "Lord Gran." Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. This elicited laughter from everyone present. Chapter 153. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. After the commotion subsided, Beerus and Whis returned to their quarters to rest, while Bulma continued her flight practice in the courtyard. Having already exploded Earth once, she was considerably more cautious this time. As midnight approached, a clear, melodious voice rang out from above. "Lord Gran, look, I can fly." Bulma had ascended over 10 meters into the air. Gran yawned and looked up. "Is that so?" "That's wonderful." He acknowledged her talent, but felt utterly exhausted. "You irritating individual," Bulma huffed, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. "Since you can fly, practice diligently. I'm going to rest now." Gran waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave with little Broly, but paused to add, "And for heaven's sake, don't blow up West City this time." With that, he and Broly departed without a backward glance. "Cursed Lord Gran," Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Bulma hovered high above the ground, her delicate, pale hands waving as if she were ready to devour anyone in her sight. It was only when Gran entered the room that Bulma ceased her loud exclamations. It seems rather high, she thought, gazing down at the earth below, her heart racing wildly. Everyone else had returned to rest, and she felt it inappropriate to summon them back. What should she do now? Clutching her chest, Bulma endeavored to calm herself. The cool breeze at that altitude eventually helped her regain composure. Perhaps this is how one flies, she mused, adjusting her energy based on her previous sensations. With a whoosh, she soared higher still. Oh no, that's not right. I should reduce my energy. Bulma struggled to rein in her power, and her body finally began to descend. Upon landing, she leaped with excitement, exclaiming, I, Bulma, am truly brilliant. Elated and wide awake, she continued to practice her aerial techniques. The following day, Gran emerged from his quarters, only to be startled by a shadow flying past him. Blinking in disbelief, he realized it was Bulma. Gran, look at me. I can fly? Bulma glided smoothly through the air. Impressive, Gran remarked, astonished. In just one day, she had achieved remarkable fluidity in her flight. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she had been practicing all night long, surpassing even the skills of Dilly. Moreover, the energy radiating from her was more potent than that of many Psiots, making her extended flight time less surprising. Gran, what do you think? Am I amazing? Bulma flew up to him, proudly lifting her chin. Finally, she could soar without being treated like a helpless chick. Gran's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, quite impressive. Impressive enough to obliterate the earth. You, Bulma huffed, her chest rising and falling in indignation. Gran disregarded her outburst and, after having breakfast with little Broly, prepared to leave Earth. Gran, where are you and Broly heading? Bulma inquired, following closely behind. She had overheard their conversation in the restaurant the previous night and understood that Gran would not continue his training for the year. We're going to see how the Galactic Patrol headquarters is faring, Gran replied candidly. Having been a candidate for the God of Destruction for so long, he had yet to visit the Galactic Patrol headquarters. This organization assists the Supreme Kai in managing the universe. For instance, the notorious Moro, after being sealed by the Grand Supreme Kai, was imprisoned in the Galactic Prison. This illustrates the significant role the Galactic Patrol plays in the universe, which also houses an apprentice angel named Beerus. Gran's visit to the Galactic Patrol headquarters was also to assess how many Science Paragus had gathered and whether they had successfully recruited Beerus. After all, the Galactic Patrol aids the Supreme Kai, and this organization significantly influences the Human Development Index across the 7 universes. Only when the Scions grow stronger can they better manage the cosmos. Galactic Patrol? Bulma paused, recalling having heard that term somewhere before. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated her mind, and she exclaimed, I've remembered. Remembered what? Gran chuckled. In truth, he was already aware of what Bulma intended to convey. It was likely about her elder sister, Ties. Indeed, she continued, my sister left Earth years ago with a Galactic Patrol officer named Jack. With a sense of urgency, Bulma added, she mentioned collecting material for stories. Yet she has never returned. Could you possibly take me with you? Gran fell silent. Gran, is it not possible? Bulma bit her crimson lip, feeling disheartened. She truly missed her sister. To bring along someone as burdensome as you, I must admit I am quite reluctant, Gran stated candidly. You are the true burden, Bulma muttered, clutching the hem of her garment with her head bowed. Fine, first seek out Whis. If he grants you the ability to survive in the universe, then I shall accompany you, Gran sighed. Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Gran, Bulma exclaimed, swiftly darting towards the dining area. Moments later, she emerged, exclaiming, Gran, I can survive in the universe now. Quickly, take me to find my sister. Gran was taken aback. How did you manage that? Bulma grinned mischievously. Did you not say that if I found a dish Whis had never tasted, he would grant my request? Gran covered his face in exasperation. What a foolish move. I've truly shot myself in the foot. Let us go, he replied with a hint of irritation. Thank you, Gran. Bulma hurried to his side. Gran took hold of little Broly, instructing Bulma to rest her hand upon his shoulder. With a swift motion, the three of them vanished in an instant. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is situated at the heart of the 7th universe. Here, a vast space station bustled with ships arriving and departing. On this day, 3 figures materialized within. Quite impressive, Gran remarked as he surveyed the space station, which was immensely larger than Earth itself. Is this truly the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Bulma, a scientist, expressed her fascination at the sight of the grand space station. Enough chatter, let us enter, Gran urged, leading the two inside. As they walked, he observed the Galactic Patrol officers, noting their stark contrasts to Jack's peculiar appearance. Some had canine heads, others feline, with an array of hues from yellow to blue. A diverse assembly of Galactic Patrol officers. Yet, their strength appeared to be as feeble as Jack's. It seems the Galactic Patrol relies heavily on males, Gran mused internally. With the addition of scions, we might just transform the current state of the Galactic Patrol. He pressed forward to a spacious plaza within the space station, which was bustling with other extraterrestrial beings. However, these visitors bore no insignia of the Galactic Patrol, indicating they had come to visit the headquarters. The arrival of Gran and his companions caught the attention of these interstellar visitors. Who are they? I recently witnessed their arrival at the headquarters entrance. They did not arrive in a spacecraft. Their appearance was utterly unexpected. Can it be? Indeed, just observe their attire. They are not clad in spacesuits, which suggests they are a formidable race capable of surviving in the vacuum of space. Your observation has prompted me to realize that they bear a resemblance to the scions who joined the Galactic Patrol 2 years ago. Oh, look at that child, with a tail wrapped around his waist. Indeed, they are scions. But wait, since when can scions survive in the cosmos? Various sounds reached the ears of Gran and his companions. Gran smiled silently. Bulma hummed a tune with pride, while little Broly scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Suddenly, a robust man with a buzz cut approached the space station plaza, cursing vehemently. Damn Paragus. Planet Vegeta has exploded, and he still expects us to care? It is bewildering how that fellow has returned so immensely powerful, boasting a combat power of 1.5 million. Is this the strength a scion can possess? As he passed by Gran and his companions, Gran cast a glance at him. He had a tail wrapped around his waist, unmistakably a scion. Judging by the aura he emitted, his combat power was likely around 1,000. His energy was wild, suggesting he had not been trained by Beerus. Observing the emblem on his battle suit, a dot with a diagonal lightning bolt, Gran recognized it as the insignia of the Galactic Patrol, freshly imprinted. Coupled with the scion's earlier conversation, it became evident that he had recently been summoned back. Suddenly, the voice that interrupted was not Gran's, but that of little Broly. Gran turned to glance at him, noticing the boy had shed his usual innocence, now bearing the cold demeanor characteristic of a scion. The scion passing by, named Haroon, halted his steps. Haroon, visibly annoyed, retorted, "What do you want, brat?" Little Broly replied coolly, "You seem to be cursing my father just now." At this revelation, Gran paused momentarily. It was intriguing to discover it was in defense of his father. How dare he gaze at me with such defiance? Haroon felt a chill at the boy's intense stare, instinctively activating his power detector. With a loud bang, the device exploded beside his ear. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the various aliens in the plaza, as they assessed the strength of Gran and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Gran, being a deity, could not be detected, but when little Broly's combat power was measured, the detector simply could not withstand it. Gulp. Everyone present could not help but swallow hard. The space station plaza fell into an eerie silence. Who is your father? Haroon's face drained of color, turning deathly pale. After being summoned back by Paragus, his detector had been replaced. His new type of detector can reveal even those with a combat power of 2 million. Yet, it exploded. What force could possibly have caused this? Paragus is my father, Broly declared with a stoic expression. What? Harlan suddenly collapsed onto the ground, realizing he had spoken ill of someone in front of their child. This was disastrous. Just as Harlan believed his fate was sealed, Broly warned. If I hear you insult my father again, I will surely end you. Broly tugged at Gran's sleeve, softly uttering, Brother Gran, let us depart. Gran said nothing but nodded, continuing towards the plaza ahead. Observing the retreating figures of the trio, Harlan gasped for breath, astonished that he had survived the encounter. The other cosmic beings in the square were equally terrified, realizing that this child was indeed the son of Paragus. Meanwhile, Gran was making his way towards the technological edifice in the plaza. Broly, why didn't you kill him? Gran inquired. He hasn't wronged me. Why should I kill him? Broly reverted to his usual innocent demeanor. But he insulted your father. Gran pressed. Brother Gran, I am no longer that foolish child. I understand that my father has always intended to exploit me, Broly replied in a calm tone. Gran halted, scrutinizing the young boy. When they first visited planet Wampa, Broly had struggled to articulate his thoughts, possessing nearly no understanding at all. His temperament was sullen, rigid, and taciturn. After 2 years of companionship, he had transformed into a lively and cheerful individual, exhibiting a maturity that had previously eluded him. He was indeed no longer the dull, naive boy he once was. Gran tousled Broly's hair and continued onward. The trio finally arrived at the technological building and entered, revealing a grand hall bustling with numerous galactic patrol officers and cosmic beings seeking assistance. "Welcome, Lord Gran." The moment Gran stepped into the hall, a deafening chorus of greetings erupted, startling those who were consulting. Bulma, who followed closely behind, felt her heart skip a beat. What was happening? As the crowd turned to look, 3 figures stood at the forefront. A robust man with a red face clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai, a green octopus-like creature, and a scion. Behind the scion stood over a dozen subordinates. Chapter 155. The Transformation of Paragus Jebbit, the Galactic King, Paragus. Gran scanned the 3 figures. The first, the red-faced strongman, was none other than the long-missing Jebbit, who had been dispatched here by Asin. The second, the green octopus, was the current Galactic King, a mere nuisance, not worth a second glance. The third was none other than Broly's father, Paragus. Paragus emitted a peculiar aura. When gauged by combat power, he seemed to possess only around 10,000. Logically speaking, when Gran had bestowed upon him 3 spiritual fruits, and he had consumed one on the spot, his combat prowess should have surged beyond 1,000,000. However, the current intensity of his aura had dwindled to such a degree that the truth was unmistakable. Paragus had heeded the guidance of Beerus. Gran then cast his gaze behind Paragus, where a dozen scions stood, their auras equally subdued. It appeared they too had received Beerus' instruction, allowing them to partially conceal their energy. At that moment, the voices of Paragus and his entourage echoed throughout the hall, leaving the uninformed in a state of bewilderment. What eminent figure had descended upon them? Not only the extraterrestrials within the hall, but even Bulma, who stood beside Gran, was taken aback by the spectacle. She was indeed aware of Gran's identity, yet she had no inkling of the immense respect he commanded in the cosmos. "Paragus, you have done well," Gran remarked with a slight smirk, realizing he had indeed benefited from Beerus' teachings. "Thank you for your praise, Lord Gran." Paragus approached, bending at a 90-degree angle. Upon arriving at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he encountered the Galactic King and the attendant of the Supreme Kai. From their words, he finally grasped the status his people had attained. They were, it turned out, candidates for the role of a god of destruction, standing just below the Supreme Being and above all others. "Jebbit, it has been a while," Gran said, turning his attention to the burly red-faced man, curiosity lighting his expression. "What brings you here on Asin's behest?" "Greetings, Lord Gran." Jebbit stepped forward and bowed, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. "The Supreme Kai deemed my consumption excessive. Thus I was dispatched here to assist the Galactic King in managing the universe." Excessive consumption? Gran understood Jebbit's implication. He must have indulged too much in the delicacies Gran had brought from Earth, leading to this predicament. What a turn of events. Gran found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, the Galactic King approached, bowing respectfully. "I greet the esteemed candidate for the god of destruction." "Indeed," Gran nodded, observing the green octopus-like creature. "Though you may be rather inadequate, your ability to integrate the scions into the Galactic Patrol suffices." "I dare not." The Galactic King paled, his entire form visibly shaken. "This is your command, esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. I would not dream of defying it." In truth, when Paragus had brought a few scions to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the Galactic King had been taken aback. The reputation of the scions in the 7th universe was notoriously dreadful. He had initially feared that Paragus intended to assault the headquarters. However, Paragus had stated that he came on the orders of the candidate for the god of destruction to join the Galactic Patrol. This revelation instilled even greater fear. The Galactic Patrol served to assist the Supreme Kai, and the Galactic King was well aware of the secrets surrounding the divine beings within the universe. The god of destruction was the most powerful entity in existence, while the candidate for the god of destruction was the disciple of the god of destruction. The terrifying nature of such deities was unimaginable, and upon hearing the command of the candidate for the god of destruction, he dared not oppose it. Moreover, the news relayed by Melis further convinced him to acquiesce to this decision, leaving him with no grounds for dissent. "Well, this is not the place for discussion." Gran turned to the Galactic King. "Let us find a quiet room to converse." "Very well." The Galactic King surveyed the hall, where unsuspecting ordinary Galactic Patrol officers and extraterrestrial beings seeking consultation were gazing curiously, wearing expressions of anticipation. How audacious of them to witness the commotion surrounding the prospective god of destruction. The Galactic King was about to escort Gran to the top floor of headquarters when Bulma interjected. Gran, you go ahead with your business. I will remain here to search for my sister. Gran halted, letting out a sigh. I should not have brought you along as a burden. He then glanced at Broly. I have no time to attend to her. Keep an eye on her, and ensure that no reckless individuals bring her harm. Gran, is it sufficient that Bulma remains unharmed? Well, she is Lord Beerus and Whis' caretaker. If she perishes, I would find it difficult to account to them. Gran's conversation with Broly reached Bulma's ears, and her expression darkened. The prospective god of destruction was rather vexing. Let us proceed. Gran urged the Galactic King to lead the way. Upon receiving Gran's command, Broly ceased his following. Gran, please wait a moment. It was then that Paragus called for everyone to halt. Gran's lips twitched. He was well aware of Paragus's intentions, undoubtedly wishing for a reunion with Broly. I shall grant you 10 minutes. Thank you, Gran. Paragus expressed his gratitude, hastily approaching Broly. Broly, are you well? Paragus's voice trembled. I am fine, father, no need for concern. Broly's face bore no expression. He remained calm, devoid of the joy typically associated with a long-awaited reunion. Paragus was momentarily taken aback by his son's demeanor. It seemed Broly's understanding had shifted. Was he aware that Paragus had once sought to exploit him? That is good. Very good. Paragus's earlier excitement waned, leaving him at a loss for words. Stay close to Gran. He will resolve your issues with rage. It was the only thought that crossed Paragus's mind. All right. Broly nodded once more. Paragus opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed and returned to Gran's side. There is still time. Will you not speak further? Gran remarked nonchalantly. In the past, this individual had been blinded by hatred. Now, it seemed he had undergone some change. No. Paragus shook his head, his spirits low. Then let us depart. Gran gestured dismissively. The group arrived at an elevator, poised to leave the first-floor hall. Paragus abruptly turned back. Broly, I am sorry. Standing in the hall, Broly stood frozen in place. Chapter 156. Shall we not eliminate them? Once Paragus and the others exited the first-floor hall, a palpable excitement erupted within the space. Did you hear what the Galactic King just mentioned? That esteemed individual appears to be a candidate for the god of destruction. My goodness, what kind of formidable being is this? I have never heard of such a power. Could it be that he surpasses even Frisia of the Northern Galaxy? Various murmurs echoed throughout the hall. Bulma smirked. Although she was unfamiliar with who Frisia was, her own god of destruction was undoubtedly invincible. Broly, are you all right? Bulma glanced back at young Broly, who was staring vacantly at the elevator entrance. I'm fine, he replied with a slight shake of his head, his small fists loosening a bit. Noticing this, Bulma grew even more curious about what had transpired in his past. Hey, didn't you say you were going to? Young Broly snapped back to reality, just as he was about to speak. Bulma bent down and lightly tapped his head. What do you mean, hey? You should call me Sister Bulma. Young Broly's face flushed. What an absurd title. He pouted. I won't do that. I will ask you once more. Will you call me that? No. Then I shall not prepare any treats for you. Sister Bulma, please don't. Young Broly suddenly panicked. Upon hearing this, Bulma placed her hands on her hips and let out a triumphant laugh. You jest. Little one, you still have much to learn. Come along. Remember to protect me well. Bulma took young Broly's hand and led the way, surrounded by peculiar extraterrestrials that made her feel uneasy. Broly, I still don't quite grasp how strong you are. Can you really keep me safe? Fear not. These beings are no match for me. Brother Gran instructed me to protect you, and should they dare to harm you, I shall vanquish them. Let us not be so bloodthirsty just yet. They Haven Tea provoked us. The exchange between Bulma and Broly reached the ears of the aliens in the hall, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Not only were these two companions of the aforementioned candidate for God of Destruction, but young Broly's earlier display of power had also shattered the detector. A being of such strength was certainly not to be trifled with. In no time, the extraterrestrials in the first-floor hall vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence behind. Bulma, undeterred by the fleeing crowd, approached the front desk, where a rabbit-headed lady clad in the distinctive attire of the Galactic Patrol stood. Hello. I would like to inquire if there is a member of the Galactic Patrol named Gak, Bulma asked. However, after her query, The rabbit-headed lady remained silent. Bulma furrowed her brow and noticed that the lady was trembling uncontrollably. There's no need to be afraid. We don't eat people. Bulma pointed towards the elevator entrance and added, You saw that I am allied with your galactic king. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the rabbit-headed lady seemed to realize the truth of Bulma's words. Oh dear, you genuinely frightened me, she exclaimed, patting her ample chest. Bulma rolled her eyes and continued. Is there a galactic patrol member named Gak here? The rabbit-headed lady widened her eyes in surprise. Are you looking for Mr. Gak? Bulma inquired with a hint of confusion. Is that fellow truly renowned in your circles? Indeed, Mr. Gak is an exceptional and valiant galactic patrol officer, highly esteemed among our ranks, came the response. Miss Rabbit stifled a giggle, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. Where is he now? Bulma asked anxiously, her sister having left Earth with Gak, leaving her in the dark about her sister's well-being. Let me check, Miss Rabbit said, perusing the mission system. She looked up and stated, Mr. Gak is not currently on a mission. He is vacationing on a planet not far from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Quickly, provide me with his coordinates. Bulma urged. Very well, my lady. Shortly thereafter, Bulma instructed little Broly to accompany her into the vast expanse of the cosmos. They did not board a spacecraft, nor did they don space suits, prompting astonishment among the personnel at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It turned out they were indeed a formidable race capable of thriving in the vacuum of space. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, atop the technological edifice, Gran arrived via the elevator. This towering structure boasted thousands of floors. Within a serene conference room, a portion of the headquarters was visible through transparent windows. My Lord Gran, your companions have just departed the Galactic Patrol headquarters, remarked the Galactic King, standing nearby. It's of no consequence. Let them be, Gran waved dismissively. During this period in the Dragon Ball universe, there was no one in the 7th universe who could rival little Broly, unless they were those who had remained hidden. He cast a glance at Paragus beside him, surprised at how much he had changed after 2 years as a Galactic Patrol officer. However, that was of little concern to him, as long as Paragus adhered to his commands. Paragus, how many scions have you gathered in these 2 years? Gran inquired, hands clasped behind his back. To answer you, my lord, Paragus regained his focus. The scattered scions are not many, numbering merely a little over 150. In these 2 years, I have managed to bring back 53. 53, you say? Gran pondered. How did you ascertain the whereabouts of our kin? Paragus glanced at the Galactic King before responding. The Galactic King informed me of an all-knowing Zuno in the universe, so I sought him out to obtain the addresses of all the scattered scions. I see. Gran recalled Zuno from the anime, remembering how Bulma learned of Zuno's existence through the Galactic Patrol officer Gak, while investigating the secrets of the Super Dragon Balls. Surely, you have sought out more than just 53 scions in these 2 years. Gran teased. Paragus fell silent for a moment, then cautiously replied, In truth, I gathered 72. But 19 refused to submit, so I had to eliminate them. His voice grew increasingly quiet, fearful of Gran's reproach. It matters not, Gran replied nonchalantly. Those who cannot be of use to me are better off dead. At this, Paragus abruptly raised his head. What? You don't actually think I would blame you for this, do you? Yes, Paragus weakly nodded. With a chuckle, Gran remarked, Hasn't fratricide among our kin occurred frequently since the era of King Vegeta? Chapter 157. Meru's Paragus responded, Indeed. Such is the nature of scions. Those who refuse to submit can be eliminated without hesitation. However, Gran frowned. It would be wise not to lay hands on those scions who have chosen to obey. It is utterly unrealistic for a single universe to elevate the human index based solely on a mere 100 scions. What I desire is for the scions to collaborate with the Galactic Patrol and the Supreme Kai. That is the true path to enhancing the human index. Paragus bowed his head in deference. I have observed the situation of the Galactic Patrol. With the inclusion of scions, their strength will undoubtedly continue to grow. Gran then turned his gaze to Jebbit and the Galactic King, stating calmly, Lord Beerus no longer concerns himself with the affairs of the universe. The 7th universe is under my jurisdiction now. I expect your full cooperation with the Supreme Kai. Do you understand? Yes. Jebbit and the Galactic King nodded vigorously. Very well. I must take my leave to meet a guest. Gran inquired, Where's Meruz? Meruz? The Galactic King paused, taken aback. In his understanding, Meruz was remarkably powerful. An elite member of the Galactic Patrol. His endorsement of the scion's inclusion was significant. Why would this prospective god of destruction suddenly seek out Beerus? An alarming thought struck the galactic king. Lord Gran, has Beerus offended you? Paragus, too, realized the implication and quickly interjected, Lord Gran. If Beerus has displeased you in any way, I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him. The peculiar reactions of the two men were noteworthy, especially Paragus, who, despite being a scion blinded by hatred, was pleading for another's sake. Paragus, you are rather intriguing, Gran remarked, not casting a glance at the galactic king, his words laden with significance. What is this? Has Beerus enchanted you with his charm, prompting you to plead for him? Gran's tone carried an undercurrent of strangeness, causing Paragus's heart to race. Lord Gran, I trust you have witnessed the transformation of our scion's strength, Paragus admitted, his gaze lowered. Our advancement is largely due to Beerus's guidance. Upon hearing this, Gran scrutinized Paragus closely. The aura that Paragus exuded remained fierce, yet he was evidently concealing a portion of his power. Gran surmised that his strength likely hovered around 1.8 million battle power, which contrasted with the earlier scion's disparaging remarks about Paragus. Paragus, how many spirit fruits have you consumed? Gran pondered thoughtfully. I have consumed 2 in total, Paragus replied candidly. Initially, you provided me with 3 spirit fruits. After consuming the first, I experienced a significant enhancement. Eager for more, I hastily ingested the second. However, I discovered that the increase in my power was minimal after the second, hence I refrained from consuming the third. Only 2? Gran mused. Gran was somewhat taken aback. If he had only consumed 2 spiritual fruits, his power could not possibly have soared to 1,800,000 combat strength. Thus, it was evident that this individual's prowess was honed under the guidance of Myers. What has Myers taught you? He inquired. He instructed us on controlling energy and utilizing the gravity chamber for training. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Glan's lips. It was no wonder that Paragus had enhanced his abilities so significantly, as he had employed the gravity chamber. Paragus beseeched, Myers has greatly aided us scions. Could you? Lord Gran, he was abruptly cut off. Enough, Gran interjected, his teasing demeanor subsiding as he gently smiled. I harbor no ill will towards Myers, so you need not be concerned. The galactic king and Paragus suddenly raised their heads, realizing that Gran appeared to be quite serious. Now, tell me, where is Myers? Myers oversees 104 star domains, specifically on the side of the galactic prison. The galactic king did not doubt that the candidate destroyer god would deceive him. His suspicions dissipated, and he pointed towards a direction beyond the transparent glass window. Very well. Gran pressed his hand to his forehead, gazing at the others. Remember my orders. Cooperate well with the Supreme Kai in the future. Yes, the 3 responded, bowing slightly. After a moment, when they lifted their heads, they found that Gran had mysteriously vanished from the vicinity. Phew. The galactic king wiped the virtual sweat from his brow with a tentacle. The pressure from the candidate destroyer god is truly immense. Indeed, Paragus exhaled heavily. Only Jebbet remained silent, and while it could be termed silence, it was more a reflection of his lingering trepidation. When he first encountered Gran years ago, he had nearly lost his life due to his impoliteness. The galactic prison is not located at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, but resides on a distant planet in another star system. This planet is colossal, its surface a dark yellow, appearing rather desolate. Nonetheless, it is adorned with numerous cylindrical structures, patrolled by Galactic Patrol officers wielding a variety of weaponry along the corridors. Suddenly, a figure appeared before one of the Galactic Patrol officers, whose face paled instantaneously. He was about to shout in alarm regarding an invasion of the galactic prison. He is not an enemy. You may leave. Myers appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Yes. Upon witnessing Myers' arrival, the officer breathed a sigh of relief. After he departed, Myers locked eyes with the newcomer. My sister has long spoken of the immense talent of the candidate destroyer god from the 7th universe. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Myers remarked gravely, it is not merely impressive, it is frightfully formidable. You flatter me, Mr. Myers, Gran replied, observing Whis' brother. Myers was clad in a fitted Galactic Patrol uniform, adorned with 2 communication devices near his ears, appearing no different from the ordinary Galactic Patrol officers. I do not exaggerate, Myers shook his head. Among all the destroyer gods, only Lord Beerus possesses the ability to master Ultra Instinct. Now, you 2 have joined this rare echelon. Furthermore, your inherent physicality defies the laws of destruction. Myers articulated all that he had perceived. Upon hearing this, Gran felt a mix of pride and trepidation. This was merely their first encounter. Yet Myers had seen through him with a single glance. The angels possessed an unsettling power. Rest assured, given your current level, only an angel could discern your true nature. Seemingly attuned to Gran's thoughts, Myers shook his head and remarked, "If you do not voluntarily reveal it, even the destroyer gods would struggle to perceive your strength." Chapter 158. Seeking the super wish pearl for your resurrection, that is reassuring. Gran sighed lightly, for the sensation of being seen through was indeed daunting. The two fell into a sudden silence, the voices of the cosmic criminals echoing within the confines of the prison. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Myers inquired, leaning against the bars. Gran hesitated momentarily, intrigued by Myers, who bore no semblance of an angel, but rather appeared as an ordinary human. "You must have heard of the upcoming tumultuous clash for the position of the replacement destroyer, correct?" Gran leaned against the railing as well. This battle was initiated by Lord Zeno, mandating participation from every universe. With such grand implications, it was impossible not to hear of it, Myers responded. "So, your presence here is related to this conflict?" "To some extent," Gran acknowledged, casting a glance at the cells across the railing. "For the past 2 years, I have been honing the principles of destruction, and I have achieved a breakthrough. After a brief period of rest, I intend to enter a time-warp chamber to further cultivate my power." Listening to Gran's narrative, Myers discerned that he was preparing for the impending great battle. "Do you truly have such a fondness for training?" Myers shook his head. "Your current level has already reached that of a genuine candidate for the role of destroyer. It is unlikely that the mere aspirants from other universes could best you. Yet, I have yet to engage in combat with others. So it is perhaps best to refrain from such lofty proclamations," Gran replied, prompting Myers to fall silent. Did this fellow truly fail to grasp the magnitude of his current prowess? As Myers remained contemplative, Gran continued, "You are aware of Lord Beerus's popularity as his disciple. I would undoubtedly be beset by the combined efforts of 10 other universes, thus my strength feels insufficient." Myers's lips twitched. He ceased speaking, for Gran's prediction was all but inevitable. "You have yet to disclose your purpose for being here," Myers redirected the conversation. "I find myself with this brief respite. Thereafter, I shall be engaged in training continuously," Gran stated, feeling somewhat weary of standing still. He urged Myers to walk toward the corridor. "Before I commence my training, I wish to see how the Galactic Patrol has evolved. Are you hoping to elevate the ranking of Universe 7? Myers instantly grasped Gran's intentions. This was because the Galactic Patrol held the responsibility of assisting the Kaiashins. For instance, if a Kaiashin were to create a planet, and that planet's civilization, despite its potential, were to be hindered during its rapid development by malevolent forces, without intervention, a high-potential civilization would surely face extinction, much like the likes of Moro. He sustains himself on the life of planets, indifferent to the concepts of civilization or barbarism. All that matters to him is the augmentation of his power and the attainment of immortality. He would drain the essence of any celestial body in the universe, until the moment the god of destruction descends himself. However, should it come to that, it would be far too late. Thus, prior to that eventuality, the Galactic Patrol intervenes to prevent such malevolent marauders from wreaking havoc upon countless planetary civilizations. This is the strategy of the Supreme Kai, a manifestation of his overarching governance of the cosmos. "Truly, one must commend Mr. Myers for his perceptiveness," remarked Gran as he strolled alongside. "Gran, there's no need for such formality. As a disciple of my brother Whis, you may call me Myers." He waved his hand dismissively. "In that case, I shall not hold back," Gran replied, feeling at ease in Myers' company, casually draping his arm around Myers' shoulders, presenting a sight reminiscent of two brothers from behind. Gran's boisterous demeanor elicited a chuckle from Myers, though he was not the kind of celestial being to look down upon others. "Very well, I shall indulge this fellow. Indeed, I aspire to elevate the ranking of Universe 7, Gran paused, turning to Myers. "Whether it be myself, Lord Beerus, or Whis, even the Elder Supreme Kai, and yourself, Myers. Our Universe 7 possesses an astonishing depth from top to bottom. I refuse to be relegated to the penultimate position." Gran's assertion prompted Myers to realize that Universe 7 indeed harbored remarkable potential. "My visit here is not only to witness what Whis brother is like, but also to express my gratitude towards you." As Gran continued to embrace Myers, they moved forward, passing by a series of cells housing cosmic criminals. "Gratitude towards me?" Mers inquired, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly deducing, "You refer to the Scions who have joined the Galactic Patrol?" "Precisely. Under your guidance, they have grown formidable, thereby serving the Supreme Kai effectively. In truth, you need not express gratitude. Rather, it is I who ought to thank you," Mers replied. "And why is that?" Gran halted once more, his eyes gleaming with realization. In the manga, Mers is portrayed as an angel imbued with a strong sense of responsibility and a commitment to justice. No, he is more accurately described as a quintessential Galactic Patrol officer. He cannot remain a mere observer of the rise and fall of a universe. He believes in safeguarding life above maintaining neutrality. "Gran, allow me to pose a question. What do you consider to be justice?" Mers inquired. Upon hearing this, Gran pursed his lips, pondering the nature of justice. Was he truly just? After some reflection, he shook his head, asserting, as a candidate for the god of destruction, "My version of justice dictates that anything detrimental to the development of the universe must be obliterated." Mers lowered his gaze, realizing he should not have queried such a single-minded entity as the god of destruction. In truth, everyone possesses their own perspective. "There is no need to be concerned about others' opinions," Gran interjected. At this, Mers abruptly lifted his head, astonished that Gran seemed to grasp his intentions. "What one cherishes most is of utmost importance, is it not?" Gran countered, prompting a moment of introspection. Mels opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, it is paramount to pursue what one loves and to find joy within oneself. To his surprise, Gran seemed to grasp his innermost thoughts, which was rather intriguing. Alas, observing Mels in this state of elation, Gran felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What if Whis and the Grand Priest discovered that he was so openly encouraging Mels? Would they not shatter my bones? Nevertheless, Mels had long since formed his convictions. In the comics, he was acutely aware that angels who defy neutrality face obliteration by the rules, yet he still wielded angelic powers to assault the demon Moro, ultimately leading to his own eradication. "Very well, do not overthink it. This is my own choice." Mels seemed to surmise Gran's thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "I shall guide Paragus and the others well. This will also serve to benefit myself." His steadfast dedication was to safeguard justice, rather than adhere strictly to the rules of neutrality. To protect the cosmic order, a more formidable galactic patrol was required. The Scions Gran had summoned perfectly met this criterion. The Scions possessed immense innate abilities, and with a bit of training, they would become formidable warriors. "I cannot persuade you otherwise," Gran sighed, "given my camaraderie with your brother. Should you perish, I would seek the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you. How about then becoming a true galactic patrolman?" Chapter 159. Moro, really? Mel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It seems as though you are poised to break the neutrality rules at once, simply to have me assist in your resurrection." Gran was rendered speechless. "Ha. You must remember what you just said." Mels was genuinely cheerful today. In truth, his father could fulfill this wish, but he would never consent to such an endeavor. "Very well, I shall not forget." Gran smiled gently, though he was uncertain whether the Grand Priest and Whis would vent their frustrations on him later. However, in the comics, it was ultimately the Grand Priest who resurrected Mels, allowing him to become an ordinary galactic patrolman. The two continued their journey. They traversed a cylindrical prison, with cells lining the right side. Gran surveyed the cosmic criminals, all of whom were restrained and adorned with high-tech handcuffs designed to prevent their escape. "By the way, Gran, previously Paragus asked me to teach him some kind of Super Scion transformation. What is that?" Mels, buoyed by Gran's promise, felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. "Oh, that fellow requested you to teach him that." Gran was somewhat taken aback. "Yes, he claimed it was a legendary transformation of their Scion race." Mels replied, his expression darkening, "But I have no idea what that entails." "It is this very thing." As he spoke, Gran's hair suddenly turned golden, and an immense power erupted from him, sweeping through the entire galactic prison. The prison began to tremble. The sudden commotion sent ripples through the galactic prison. What is happening? Why is the prison shaking so unexpectedly? Unable to sense any energy, which formidable being has descended upon the galactic prison? An inexplicable sense of oppression looms in the air. I have come to realize. It is the presence of a divine being. A deity has descended upon this place. Countless criminals are imprisoned here, some of whom possess knowledge of the divine. Observing the commotion caused by Gran, Myers could only shake his head in exasperation. "All right, reign in your power." Ha ha ha, I apologize. I couldn't help myself, Gran chuckled lightly. He subdued his power within, yet his hair remained a vibrant gold, reminiscent of a super scion at full throttle. The raw force surged, emotions unstable, a heavy burden indeed, as Myers articulated his observations. In Myers' assessment, aside from being slightly stronger than his usual state, Gran was essentially lacking in all other aspects. Gran's lips twitched. He anticipated such remarks from Myers. However, Myers shook his head again, stating, "This state does not suit you, but it is ideal for Paragus and his ilk. The disparities in talent and levels dictate that their paths diverge. If we consider only base power, it is nearly impossible for a typical scion to surpass a battle power of 500 million. Yet, Gran's golden-haired transformation enables ordinary scions to achieve this feat. Myers. This form of mine is capable of further evolution," Gran asserted, though he refrained from demonstrating his state beyond Super Scion 1. Naturally, after years of honing his abilities, Gran suspected he could also transform into Super Scion 3. Yet, in comparison to the Ultra Instinct state, the latter was undeniably superior, which is why he had not assumed any Super Scion form aside from for show. "Oh." Myers paused momentarily before continuing, "If that is the case, your transformation indeed possesses great potential. If it is as you say, we could enable those scions who join the Galactic Patrol to attain this state, facilitating their rapid enhancement of power. Indeed, you must have deduced the conditions for my transformation: anger and a certain foundational strength. Truly remarkable. You are an angel for a reason. You see through it all with a mere glance." Gran was well aware of the formidable nature of angels. Thus, he found no surprise in Myers' discernment. As they traversed the corridor, Gran continued to observe the criminals confined within their cells. The cosmic offenders imprisoned here either possessed peculiar abilities or demonstrated considerable strength, albeit now their powers were confined. "Is your current duty to oversee the galactic prison daily?" Gran inquired. "Indeed, unless ordinary Galactic Patrol members encounter disorderly elements they cannot handle, I remain here guarding this motley crew." Myers cast a glance at the criminals within the cells. Their capabilities are commendable, yet they have chosen a misguided path. Should they be released back into the world, the seventh universe would undoubtedly be plunged into chaos. "You uphold justice, hence you perceive their path as erroneous," Gran chuckled lightly. "Yet, in the eyes of our destroyer gods, as long as their actions do not severely disrupt the cosmos, they are deemed correct." The individuals confined within these cells were indeed formidable. Just as he passed one cell, he noticed a crimson-skinned extraterrestrial being held captive. Despite the considerable suppression of his internal power, one can still deduce the magnitude of his original strength. A staggering 1 billion combat power. At this stage, if such power were to be unleashed upon the outside world, even Frisia would have no choice but to bow in submission. Melis fell silent, realizing that conversing with a one-track-minded deity of destruction could be infuriating. Furthermore, the tone of Gran suggested he intended to release the criminals from the galactic prison, yet Melis understood that Gran would never undertake such an act. The Galactic Patrol's apprehension of cosmic wrongdoers is not merely a macro-control exerted by the Supreme Kai over the universe, but also a form of self-regulation within the cosmos. As a deity of destruction, he had no justification for such actions. "Since you claim to be here to express gratitude, have you completed your thanks? Why do you linger? There's no rush. Let us observe the prisoners in this facility a while longer," Gran remarked with a smile, nudging Melis to proceed. He had yet to encounter that fellow, Moro, and felt compelled to scrutinize the galactic prison thoroughly. However, as they delved deeper into the depths of the galactic prison, Gran's expression grew increasingly grave. It could be said that the seventh universe was not devoid of formidable beings. Rather, they were all confined, sealed, hidden, and slumbering. During his passage, Gran even glimpsed a formidable entity, once possessing the power of the first stage of Divine Realm, imprisoned within. Upon reaching the end of this level's cell block, he beheld a hunchbacked figure resembling a goat seated within. Moro. Chapter 160. The Destructive Moro? Rewinding time to over 20 minutes prior. Within a cell at the deepest recesses of this level, a decrepit old man resembling a goat was imprisoned. This was none other than Moro, known as the Star Eater, who feasted upon the life force of planets. As long as there were sufficient planets, theoretically, he could attain immortality. Now, he had surpassed a millennium in age. Yet, damn that Grand Supreme Kai, just you wait. Moro sat in the corner of his cell, appearing exceedingly frail, each word uttered with immense difficulty. as though he were on the brink of death. His current state was indeed tied to the Grand Supreme Kai. A millennium ago, during his battle with the Grand and South Supreme Kai, the Grand Supreme Kai expended a significant portion of his divine energy to seal Moro's magical powers with the magic seal wave. All of Moro's abilities were intricately linked to his magical prowess. Deprived of such, he was akin to a tiger without its claws. Consequently, he was defeated and subsequently imprisoned within the galactic prison. Now, a millennium later, Moro had aged beyond recognition, seated in the corner, gazing outside his cell. He harbored a sense of resentment, having spent these 10 million years accumulating magical energy. He believed that in a few decades, he would escape this confinement. At that time, he would seek vengeance upon that rotund Grand Supreme Kai. Just wait, it won't be long, Moro murmured to himself. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure manifested within the galactic prison, accompanied by a mysterious force that caused the entire facility to tremble. What was happening? Moro furrowed his brow, struggling to rise from the corner while leaning on his knees. No, this was the oppressive force and might of a deity. Having fought against the Grand Supreme Kai and the South Supreme Kai, Moro was acutely aware that despite his theoretical immortality derived from consuming the life energy of planets, he remained but a mere mortal. He understood that mortals could not sense the aura of divinity. It was a natural dimensional chasm. Could it be that the Grand Supreme Kai, that corpulent figure, had arrived? Moro could only perceive an inexplicable pressure, unable to discern the strength of the newcomer, leaving him uncertain of their identity. Simultaneously, a sense of dread began to envelop his heart. Years ago, the Grand Supreme Kai had expended much of his divine power and failed to eliminate him. The subsequent galactic patrol had been even less capable of doing so. Now, with 10 million years having passed, if the Grand Supreme Kai had regained his powers and arrived here, in his current state, survival was utterly impossible. Damn it! Moro's inner turmoil intensified. As time elapsed, over 20 minutes passed. The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor outside the cell, and Moro's heart raced as if it might cease altogether. They were coming. The footsteps approached the vicinity of the cell, and soon 2 figures emerged. One was Mears, clad in the uniform of the Galactic Patrol, someone Moro recognized. The other donned attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt, a style unfamiliar to Moro, as was the individual before him. Who could this be? Is this the infamous Moro? Gran stood outside the cell, finally beholding the legendary figure, who indeed appeared as aged as depicted in the comics. Oh, do you know this fellow? Mears inquired. Quite well. Actually, the reason the Grand Supreme Kai was consumed by the demon Bu was due to the depletion of his divine power at the hands of this individual. Gran scrutinized the old goat within the cell. Which deity are you? Moro fixed his gaze upon Gran. His voice was aged and grating, akin to a persistent cough lodged within his throat, causing Gran discomfort. So, you recognize me as a deity. It seems the Grand Supreme Kai left quite an impression on you, Gran replied with a smirk. You know that rotund figure? Are you one of his? Moro stammered in fear. One of the Grand Supreme Kai's? Gran chuckled lightly. You could say that. Moro attempted to respond, but Gran suddenly raised his hand, a violet glow radiating from it. Buzz! An indomitable force of rules surged outside the cell, causing Moro's very soul to tremble. This power was even more terrifying than that of the Grand Supreme Kai. How could this be? When had such a deity emerged in the universe? Why had he never heard of it? Gran, are you going to destroy him? Mears did not intervene, for he was well aware of the history between Moro and the Grand Supreme Kai. Moro's abilities were indeed formidable. Should he inadvertently escape from the galactic prison, it would spell disaster for the 7th universe. Enough. Gran abruptly lowered his hand, and the destructive force vanished without a trace. Moro gasped for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. It is hardly surprising that Moro bears such an expression. After all, he is in a frail state, his magical powers sealed. Faced with cosmic-level rules, maintaining composure is beyond his capability. Even if one were to argue that a perfect state would be unfair, it remains true that even in his prime, he could not maintain his equanimity when confronted with destruction of this magnitude. This is an indomitable force of annihilation, possessing power that reaches the true level of rules. Even if Gran's destructive rule has only attained the 1st tier, Moro would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Let us not forget that Moro could not even endure the divine power of the Grand Kaioshin, let alone the even more formidable force of destructive rules. Why have you stopped? Myers inquired with curiosity. He may not have been aware of the battle between himself and the Grand Kaishin while Lord Beerus was in slumber. But once Beerus awakened, Whis would certainly have informed him. Gran shook his head, saying, even if the Grand Kaishin met a fate of being devoured because of this individual, I truly do not understand why Lord Beerus did not intervene. Gran and Myers' conversation reached Moro's ears, leaving him utterly stunned. Beerus and Whis. Who are these deities? Why have I never heard of them before? Since Lord Beerus has not taken action against me, I shall not concern myself further. Let us continue our exploration before I return. Gran departed from the front of the cell, heading towards a lower level of the prison. Observing Gran's retreating figure, Myers turned back to glance at Moro within the cell, who displayed an expression of having survived a disaster. That lazy god of destruction used to ignore you. But things are different now. The seventh universe is under the jurisdiction of his disciples, and I advise you to behave yourself moving forward, Myers stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, in the eyes of any god of destruction, Moro is but an insignificant existence. With that, Myers turned and followed in Gran's footsteps. Once Gran and Myers' footsteps faded into the distance, Moro seethed with frustration. How is it that even the Grand Kaishin of yesteryear did not impose such pressure upon me? What manner of deity is that individual? Clenching his teeth, his heart brimmed with boundless fury. The thought of revealing fear before a mere minor deity infuriated him even more. Just wait. When I escape from this galactic prison, all you cursed deities shall meet your demise. Chapter 161. Beyond Moro. There are several other intriguing characters. Half an hour passed. On the roof of a cylindrical building, Gran stood alongside Myers. Are you not going to continue observing those criminals? Myers asked. The entire planet is filled with cosmic offenders. How can I possibly keep track of them all? Gran surveyed his surroundings, where cylindrical structures loomed densely, creating an imposing sight. Just how many cosmic criminals are housed here? However, considering the vastness of the universe, it is merely one planet holding these offenders. Overall, the number of criminals is not particularly overwhelming. What are your thoughts after observing? Myers asked with a light chuckle. It is rather intriguing, aside from Moro. There are indeed several other fascinating individuals. A glimmer of insight flashed in Gran's eyes. Otherwise, how could one assert that the entirety of the seventh universe's elite combat prowess resides here? It cannot be anything but captivating. Melee stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. The two fell into a contemplative silence, and soon the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. After a while, Gran spoke. Well, it is time for me to take my leave. He patted Melees on the shoulder. I entrust those scions to you. Melees withdrew his gaze. Rest assured, this endeavor not only aids you, but also serves my own interests. That is reassuring. Gran replied with a smile. You can trust that I will honor my promise. With that, Gran prepared to employ instant transmission to depart. Suddenly, Melees remarked, Gran, you are quite the intriguing candidate for the god of destruction. It has been a pleasure to meet you. His expression was earnest. Gran paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. I am equally pleased to have met you. Farewell. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Melees stood for a long while, gazing at the spot where Gran had disappeared, before a slight smile crept upon his lips. To receive acknowledgement from a candidate for the god of destruction, and even a promise. How fascinating. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest remarked, This fellow Gran is quite the character. Asentihi? Perhaps you should seize the opportunity to give him a thrashing? No, this is Melees' choice. I shall not interfere with his decisions, came the reply. On a planet not far from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the environment was splendid. A picturesque seaside resort featured palm trees, beach chairs, sun umbrellas, and volleyball courts. Many beings from across the universe were vacationing in this well-equipped, beautiful coastal locale. Gak, have you recently gathered any promising material for your novels? Inquired a mature woman with flowing golden hair, reclining on a beach chair as she observed Gak playing beach volleyball. It is perplexing that while other science fiction themes sell so well, my novel, based on my experiences, has flopped. Gak, resembling a cartoonish character, glanced over, retorting, Ties. You must be doing this on purpose. The woman, Ties, was the eldest daughter of the chairman of the Universal Capsule Corporation and the sister of Bulma. Years ago, when she was harassed by delinquents, Gak had come to her rescue, leading to a lasting friendship. Ties, in pursuit of science fiction inspiration, had followed Gak away from Earth, ultimately becoming a popular author. Regrettably, her only novel inspired by the Galactic Patrol's Gak had failed to garner interest. Not at all. I have employed all my writing techniques. It is your character that is unappealing. What can I do about that? Tai sat up from her beach chair, reaching for a glass of orange juice from a nearby table and taking a sip. How is that possible? I am the most exceptional galactic patrol officer. I cannot possibly be unpopular. Tais, you are simply talking nonsense. Gak, frustrated, abandoned the volleyball game and rushed over to confront Tais. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the sky, and with its emergence, the planet trembled under the influence of a terrifying force. The extraterrestrial vacationers were engulfed in panic, bewildered by the unfolding events. Gak, what is happening? Taisi exclaimed, her complexion paling as she swiftly stood up. A powerful being is descending upon this planet. Gak, in a state of urgency, retrieved his detector, capable of measuring up to 2 million battle power. What is the status? How strong is the incoming entity? Don't rush me. I'm checking now. Gak activated the device, and readings began to pour in. Beep, 500,000 battle power. Beep, 800,000 battle power. Beep, 2,000,000 battle power. Overwhelmed, Gak exclaimed, how is this possible? In the next instant, an explosive sound erupted from the detector in his hand. Gulp. Tai Si swallowed hard, understanding the implications of the explosion. The strength of the newcomer undoubtedly exceeded 2 million battle power. Gak, didn't you say this area was near the Galactic Police, and that no one would dare cause trouble here? Tai Si asked in a panic. How was I to know? 2 million battle power is beyond my capacity to confront. What do we do now? We don't know if this individual is friend or foe. We must escape. I'll contact Paragus to send someone to handle this situation. Gak was well aware of Paragus's growth and strength since he joined the Galactic Police 2 years ago, while Paragus appeared to possess only 1.8 million battle power. If he were to transform into a great ape, his power could soar to 18 million. Gak firmly believed that Paragus could face this formidable newcomer. Let us go. Gak tossed out the universal capsule provided by Tai Si, pulling her towards the spaceship to flee. Suddenly, the light in the sky descended at a terrifying speed. Gak's spaceship engine had yet to fully start, and the mysterious powerhouse had already landed on the beach. It's over, Gak and Tai Si exclaimed in unison. However, a melodic female voice echoed across the beach. Sister, Tai Si couldn't hear the words, but upon locking eyes with the newcomer for a fleeting moment, her pupils dilated in shock. Bulma. In Chapter 162, Bulma, who had left Earth when she was still young, was instantly recognized by Tai Si. Despite the passage of over a decade, Gak, quickly open the hatch. Tai Si urged anxiously. We can't open it. We don't know if they are friend or foe. Gak started to reply. Stop wasting time. She is my sister. Tai Si insisted, frantically knocking on the hatch. Gak's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't your sister an Earthling? How could she possibly be this powerful? Confusion clouded his mind, yet as he observed closely, the striking beauty on the beach seemed eerily familiar, almost as if he had seen her before. Moreover, she bore a remarkable resemblance to Tai Si. Thus, he opened the spaceship hatch. Bulma. Tai Si leaped onto the beach, sprinting forth with urgency. Sister. Bulma greeted her with tear-stained eyes. The two sisters embraced one another warmly. After a moment, Bulma, her voice choked with emotion, asked, Sister, it has been over a decade. Why have you not returned home? Well, I wanted to gather more material for my science fiction stories, Tai Si replied, her gaze evasive and tinged with guilt. But enough about me. How did you end up in space? Bulma wiped her tears and replied, somewhat huffily, naturally, I came to find you. As the sisters reminisced, Gak realized that Bulma was indeed Tai Si's sister. He recalled that many years prior, while on Earth to eliminate a scion, Son Goku, his spaceship had malfunctioned. And it was this enchanting woman before him who had repaired it. Wait a moment. Gak remembered Bulma and jumped down from the spaceship, puzzled. Aren't you an Earthling? You just came from the vast cosmos, yet you aren't wearing a spacesuit? He then scrutinized the small child beside Bulma. The earlier display of power could not possibly have originated from Tai Si's sister. Thus, it must have been the child's strength. Gak felt as though his understanding of the world was crumbling. This child appeared indistinguishable from Earthlings, yet how could they possess such power? Suddenly, Gak noticed something wrapped around the child's waist, a tail. You are a scion? He exclaimed. Yes, like my brother Gran, I am also a scion. Little Broly nodded innocently, his lack of ferocity rendering him quite endearing. Gran, who is that? Gak and Tai Si exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion in their eyes. Bulma. You still haven't explained how you can survive in space. Tai Si pressed further. Well, in recent years, several deities have arrived on Earth. Bulma succinctly recounted the tale of Gran and the other divine beings. What? A candidate for the god of destruction, angels, eternal youth. And you even learned to fly? Tai Si gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had only been away from Earth for a little over a decade, and such dramatic changes had occurred. Gak was equally shocked. What manner of divine beings were these candidates for destruction, gods, and angels? Observing their expressions, Bulma proudly lifted her chin. This was the reward for her role as the caretaker of the three deities. With her connections to Beerus and the others, she could undoubtedly navigate the seventh universe with ease. Although she had never heard of such deities, their titles alone suggested they were extraordinary entities. Gak turned his gaze back to little Broly, realizing that it was no wonder a child in the company of deities could not be an ordinary person. With all this clarity, Gak finally exhaled in relief. Sister, it's not fun out here at all. Come home with me. Once I cheer up Whis and Lord Beerus, I'll ask them to grant you eternal youth as well. Bulma grasped Tai's arm tightly, for the cosmos beyond was fraught with peril, and she could not bear the thought of her sister encountering danger. Eternal youth? Tai's eyes sparkled momentarily, but she soon shook her head. I am indeed intrigued by those deities you mentioned, yet I am currently engrossed in writing another science fiction novel. Once I finish, I shall return. Bulma, in her anxiety, sought to persuade her sister further. Tai gently patted Bulma's hand, smiling reassuringly. Do not fret for me. I shall remain close to the Galactic Patrol, and all will be well. However, as she concluded her statement, an air of unease crept into her voice. Bulma's expression shifted, her concern piqued. What is it? Are there nefarious individuals seeking to trouble you? Nonsense. I have not wronged anyone, Tai replied, her gaze narrowing at Gak. It is this fellow who has recently offended a cosmic criminal, and I find myself entangled in the mess. Bulma turned her gaze sharply upon Gak, who averted his eyes. A look of guilt plastered across his face. Well, I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Isn't it quite normal to have conflicts with cosmic criminals? Gak muttered weakly. Humph. Despite your meager strength, you persist in putting on airs. It's no wonder that the science fiction novel inspired by you has garnered little acclaim, Tai scoffed. You should have known better than to bring me to the cosmos all those years ago. Always mocking me, Bulma retorted. Without me and my sister, would your spaceship have ever been repaired? Moreover, the universal capsules you currently utilize were all bestowed upon you by me. As the two engaged in their inexplicable quarrel, Bulma rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She had not anticipated that after all these years, their dynamic would remain unchanged. Now, who is this individual, and how formidable is he? Allow me to assist in eliminating him. Bulma raised her small fist, confident in her ability to soar through the skies and wield energy blasts. According to Lord Gran, her current strength could be deemed that of a significant power within the universe. No one would dare to bully her sister. Bulma was resolute in her intention to obliterate those scoundrels. You? Tai regarded Bulma with skepticism. From her earlier narration, it seemed Bulma had merely received the gift of eternal youth from the angelic being. Could these ordinary earthlings truly contend with such powerful cosmic entities? Sister, what is with that look? Do you doubt me? Bulma's irritation flared as she raised her hand and unleashed an energy wave toward the distant sea. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose far across the water, the thunderous sound reverberating in Tai's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Gak stood frozen as well, astonished at how the girl who once helped him repair his spaceship had evolved to such heights. Incredible. Tai's eyes gleamed with fervor. Heh, I am indeed formidable now. Bulma beamed, giving little Broly a playful pat on the shoulder. Even if I were inadequate, there is still Broly, is there not? Indeed. Tai's gaze grew ever more intense. This young scion's power had shattered Gak's detector. Surely he possessed the strength to confront that cosmic criminal. His name is Masku, with a power level of approximately 80,000. And he is currently on the planet Bell in the Eastern Galaxy. As Tai fell into silence, Gak revealed the intricate details of the cosmic criminal. With such a formidable presence among them, why not seize the opportunity? Where is the Eastern Galaxy? Bulma inquired, momentarily taken aback, as her understanding of the cosmos was still limited. We are at the center of the universe. It would take at least 2 months to reach the Eastern Galaxy. Tai responded. 2 months? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. She had merely stepped out to search for her sister while Gran was occupied. If Gran finished his tasks, she would have to return to Earth. She simply could not afford that much time to travel to the eastern galaxy. Noticing Bulma's expression, Taisi asked what was troubling her. Bulma explained that she had come out alongside the candidate for the destroyer. Taisi and Gak fell silent, surprised to learn that Bulma had accompanied such a divine figure. Then there is no chance for revenge, Taisi remarked. Since you're pressed for time, I shall simply avoid that fellow. As long as I remain near the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he cannot lay a finger on us. Taisi smiled, unfazed. Gak nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will inform the Galactic King of the situation. With the inclusion of the Scions, capturing that individual is merely a matter of time. Though her sister insisted there was no cause for concern, Bulma remained apprehensive. Would being targeted by such a powerful entity truly not lead to disaster? At that moment, a sudden figure appeared beside them with a whoosh. Gran, brother! Lord Gran! Both little Broly and Bulma exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was indeed Gran. Upon witnessing the mysterious figure's sudden arrival, coupled with little Broly and Bulma's address, Gak and Taisi immediately recognized him. This was the legendary deity. A wave of tension gripped their hearts as they promptly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to Lord Gran. Taisi and Gak understood the significance of a being capable of bestowing eternal youth. Such a presence was undeniably formidable. While bowing, Gak discreetly observed the deity. Gran wore golden armlets, adorned an earring, the destruction earring, and donned an ancient attire. A faint aura of authority enveloped him, reminiscent of an ancient god. Yet, this deity appeared rather youthful. Gran stood on the beach, turning his attention towards the sound. Taisi had yet to shorten her hair. She bore a resemblance to Bulma, though with a more mature and voluptuous appearance, akin to a ripe peach. The other Galactic Patrol officer, Gak, presented a rugged demeanor. As for strength, it was quite lacking. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, Bulma had indeed located her sister. Gran cast a fleeting glance at Taisi and then shifted his focus to Bulma, saying, "Let us go. It is time to return to Earth." Little Broly obediently approached Gran's side. Bulma hesitated, wanting to say something but struggling to find the words. "What is it?" Gran asked, puzzled, still unaware of the unfolding circumstances. "Lord Gran, could you possibly take me to East Galaxy?" Bulma expressed the troubles her sister encountered. Tai's eyes sparkled with hope. Recognizing that the individual before them was a deity, undoubtedly possessing the capability to swiftly transport them to their desired destination. However, it remained uncertain whether this divine being would be inclined to assist. "Could I take you to East Galaxy?" Gran squinted his eyes. Bulma gazed at him with anticipation. Gran replied nonchalantly, "I cannot. I have completed my tasks and must return to Earth to recalibrate." He was preparing for a year-long adjustment to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma's expression fell in disappointment. She had hoped Gran would agree to assist her, especially considering the time she had spent tending to him. "Since Lord Gran is occupied, perhaps you should abandon the idea, Bulma," Tai suggested, placing a reassuring hand on her sister's shoulder. "I will remain here. Once I finish this science fiction novel, I will return to Earth." In Bulma's recounting, this being before them governed destruction, and it was wise not to provoke such a deity. However, Bulma was growing impatient. "Are you going back or not? If not, I shall leave." Gran, holding little Broly's hand, pressed a finger to his forehead. "Lord Gran is so bothersome. I merely requested a brief journey. I did not ask for assistance in dealing with that criminal," Bulma muttered, reluctantly approaching Gran. Gran, unfazed, prepared to return to Earth with Bulma. Bulma continued, her irritation palpable. "If you refuse to take me, I shall have Whis escort me back." The moment those words escaped her lips, Gran's expression darkened. With Bulma's persuasive skills, Whis would undoubtedly oblige. "You truly are something." Gran shot her a glare, exclaiming, "Do not trouble Whis. I shall take you." "Really?" Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Tai also looked at Gran with hopeful eyes. "Shall we go, or I will return?" Gran said impatiently, "Let us go." Bulma insisted, urging Tai and Jack to place their hands on her shoulders, while she placed her hand on Gran's shoulder. With a swift motion, Gran led them into instant disappearance. In East Galaxy, on Planet Bell, 5 figures materialized suddenly on this celestial body. "This is Planet Bell. I grant you 1 hour," Gran announced, surveying the surroundings. The area resembled a bustling commercial street, teeming with a myriad of extraterrestrial beings. "Thank you, Lord Gran." Bulma quickly called to little Broly, "Stay close to me, and I will treat you to a grand feast upon our return." Though little Broly remained silent, his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Let us go," Bulma commanded, soaring into the sky with her sister. Jack, unable to fly, relied on little Broly's assistance. Their ascent captured the attention of pedestrians, with some extraterrestrials hastily communicating the unusual occurrence. Gran observed their actions but paid them no mind, with little Broly's strength. There was no conceivable threat at this moment. Gran began to leisurely wander around the planet. After wandering for a while, Gran discovered that this was a trade planet, primarily dealing in planetary sales. A cosmos real estate venture? Gran furrowed his brow. Only Frisia would engage in such practices. No, it was not just him. His father and elder brother, along with their entire race of frost demons, were involved in the business of selling planets. Whose territory could this planet be? Gran found it intriguing. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to encounter the Frost Demon clan. Before he knew it, Gran arrived at the tallest building on the planet. At that moment, a low hum resonated from above, the sound of a spaceship's engine igniting. Gran looked up to see a large vessel descending from the sky, landing in a nearby docking area. Shortly thereafter, a figure on a hovering chair emerged from the ship's hatch, followed by 3 silhouettes. These 3 were members of the Kuvira mech force. Gran squinted at the individual in the hovering chair, realizing that this planet belonged to Kuvira, or more precisely, to Cooler. Chapter 164, 4. 7 billion battle power in the docking area and not far off, Cooler descended from the ship in a hovering chair reminiscent of Frisia's. With the distinctive features of the Frost Demon race, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and a layer of white exoskeleton covering his head and chest, Cooler's first form differed slightly from Frisia's. His head lacked the 2 pointed black horns, appearing instead perfectly round. "Why have Savaiza and Masuku summoned us?" Cooler inquired, his voice deep and raspy, akin to the hiss of a venomous serpent, sending chills down one's spine. Following him were 3 figures: Savaiza, with a battle power of 170,000, Dre, wielding 185 million, and Nez, with 163 million. Savaiza caught up, his expression grave. Masuku mentioned that many of their members have been wanted by the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol? Cooler mused, one hand cradling his chin while the other tapped rhythmically on his hovering chair. A cold smirk spread across his face. Masuku possesses a battle power of 80,000. Would he truly fear that band of inept Galactic Patrol officers? My Lord Cooler, the Galactic Patrol has changed. Savaiza produced an electronic device, scrutinizing the information displayed. Reports indicate that 2 years ago, a scion gathered scattered scions and led them to join the Galactic Patrol. They were already numerous, and with the addition of scions, they have gained significant strength. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flickered in Cooler's eyes. The Frost Demon clan had long passed down a cautionary saying, "Always beware of the golden-haired super scion." Thus, he and his father, King Cold, had consistently urged Frisia to eradicate the scion race. In the year 737 of the age, Frisia indeed destroyed the scions along with planet Vegeta. Yet, that arrogant Frisia had never heeded the Frost Demon's warnings. He not only retained Vegeta's small squad, but also disregarded the exiled scions entirely. My foolish brother is truly arrogant. Should a super scion emerge among these scions, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Cooler sneered coldly. In truth, Cooler had always been aware that there were surviving scions in this world. He had been present when Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta and witnessed Goku being transported away by a spaceship. However, since the North Galaxy was under Frisia's dominion, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Even if a super scion were to arise among the scions, it would ultimately be Frisia's own downfall. Zarbon, those scion monkeys possess considerable strength, particularly when they transform into their great ape forms, which amplifies their combat power tenfold. Cooler maneuvered his floating vehicle forward with disdain, remarking, "Yet planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Even if some scions survived, they are merely trash and hardly constitute a formidable fighting force." He vividly recalled an infant scion with a power level of merely 2 passing by a spaceship back then. No, Lord Cooler. Those scions have become rather formidable." Zarbon followed closely, his expression increasingly grave. "We fared better in the East Galaxy. Currently, only a few of our subordinates with power levels in the tens of thousands have been captured. But in the North Galaxy, Frisia's Jinyu force has been completely obliterated." Oh, Cooler halted his advance, furrowing his brow. When did this occur? Although his Kriva mech battalion was stronger than the Jinyu force, their prowess was not to be underestimated. The demise of such skilled fighters was indeed hard to fathom. Lord Cooler, you advised us to steer clear of the North Galaxy. I'm uncertain when the Ginyu Force fell, but I suspect it is connected to those psiots. Zarbon voiced his speculation. Cooler's vehicle resumed its movement as he pondered. The presence of Galactic Patrol, psiots, and the death of the Ginyu Force filled him with an ominous premonition. The docking station was merely a kilometer away from the tallest building on Planet Bell. Cooler soon arrived at the location. Lord Cooler, the Galactic Patrol dares to apprehend members of our Legion. When shall we obliterate them? Zarbon had yet to finish his sentence when Cooler's vehicle abruptly stopped. A figure stood before the building, resembling a scion, yet lacking a tail. To obstruct my path. You seek death. Nez raised his hand, ready to unleash an energy blast at the intruder. Stand down. Cooler interjected, blocking Nez's action. He scrutinized the individual, gravely inquiring. Who are you? Cooler found the stranger's attire peculiar, as if he had heard it described before. I am the eldest son of King Cold, Frisia's brother, the cosmic emperor ruling the East Galaxy. The figure, Gran, flashed what he deemed an attractive smile. Cooler, will you not invite me up for a visit? With that, he gestured towards the building before him. Xavi Za and his companions. The formidable Gulra, in his prime, possesses a terrifying combat power of 4.7 billion. How dare he speak so boldly? Does he not comprehend the meaning of death? Gulra fell silent, unable to decipher the man before him. He felt a strange familiarity with the stranger's attire, as if he had once heard someone mention such an accessory. I am Gulra. May I inquire your name, sir? He leaped from the rocking vehicle and approached Gran, extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. It seems the Ice Demon clan is quite courteous, Gran remarked, reciprocating the handshake, his smile radiating warmth. As for my name, you may refer to me as the candidate for the God of Destruction. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted in the distance, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Soon, Xaviza's communication device crackled with a distress call. Captain Xaviza, the Galactic Patrol has sent a scion child to apprehend me. Please, come to my aid. Xaviza's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Gulra. Unbeknownst to him, Gulra's countenance was even graver. This man was a candidate for the God of Destruction. Gulra, we cannot abandon Masku, Xaviza began, but was abruptly silenced. Be quiet. Gulra kicked Xaviza away, who stumbled back in fear, bowing deeply to Gran. I am Gulra, honored to meet the candidate for the God of Destruction. Chapter 165. Gulra's talent within the Ice Demon clan. Aside from the caution against the golden-haired super scions, there are two additional admonishments. The second, do not provoke Majin Bu. The third and most critical, under no circumstances should one provoke the God of Destruction. Compared to the previous two, the third admonishment is indeed the most terrifying. It pertains to the supreme deity of the universe, the most powerful entity. Anyone who crosses the God of Destruction faces an inevitable demise. No, it may be that even death eludes them. According to the admonition, the God of Destruction wields an unparalleled destructive force. Those tainted by this power will vanish entirely from existence. Gulra had once harbored doubts about this warning. But after his brother Frisia was appointed as the God of Destruction's agent, Frisia reiterated the admonition. Clearly, the contents of the third admonition are true. The man before him is indeed a candidate for the God of Destruction. No wonder his attire is so peculiar. It is the garb of a God of Destruction. You Ice Demons are evidently well aware of the existence of the God of Destruction, Gran observed, recognizing that he had provoked Gulra intentionally. Knowing the Ice Demon's understanding of the admonitions. In response to the candidate for the God of Destruction, we Ice Demons are indeed knowledgeable about certain matters concerning the God of Destruction. Gulra's voice trembled slightly. Although the individual before him was not the true God of Destruction, he dared not underestimate him. To be a disciple of Lord Beerus is proof enough of his significance. Either the individual's talent is formidable, or their strength is truly alarming. Gran nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He gestured towards the top of the building. Will you not invite me to ascend and take a seat? It would be my rudeness. Please, esteemed Lord of the Replacement Destroyer. Gula, observing that this replacement destroyer bore no malice, instantly felt a wave of relief. He escorted Gran into the building, leaving only Dre and Nez behind. Who is he? Why does Lord Gula show him such respect? Nez, resembling a frog, trembled slightly as he approached, clutching his stomach. Lord Gula referred to him as a replacement destroyer. Surely he must be a deity. Just moments ago, Nez had nearly attacked Gran, and had he done so, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. A deity? Saviza swallowed hard. Realizing why the Lord had just kicked him away, it was to avoid offending this celestial being. At that moment, a cacophony of battle erupted in the distance. Savaiza, just now Masku called for our aid. Shall we not go to his rescue? Inquired Dre, whose green skin contrasted sharply with his anxious demeanor. Though Savaiza's combat prowess fell short of Dre's, he was the most astute among the trio, which had earned him the position of captain of the mech battalion. No. Savaiza frowned. This divine being has just arrived, and Masku was attacked by the Galactic Patrol. This raises significant concerns. Nez, growing increasingly anxious, protested, but what about Masku? Our planet relies on him for trade. Dre too wished to chime in, knowing that nearly all of Gula's business dealings were managed by Masku. Should Masku perish, it would undoubtedly deal a substantial blow to Gula's operations. Silence. Savaiza admonished sharply. This divine being's origins are shrouded in mystery, and their strength remains unknown. Moreover, their appearance is far too suspicious. I suspect a connection between the Galactic Patrol and this divine entity. And have you forgotten something? Savaiza's voice grew grave. This planet is also one of Gula's strongholds. If they had no backing, how would they dare to approach us? Dre and Nez's eyes widened, for Savaiza's reasoning was indeed compelling. If Masku were to perish, we could simply support a puppet in his stead. Savaiza raised his gaze towards the top of the building, suppressing his fear as he declared, "We must not provoke that divine being under any circumstances." Meanwhile, atop the tallest structure on Belstar, Gran was ushered into a serene conference room. He took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the space, which was clearly designed for business meetings. This is quite an impressive conference room. It appears Gula's enterprise is quite substantial, Gran remarked with a light chuckle as he reclined in his chair. Gula stood nearby, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Did this esteemed individual intend to hold him accountable for his dealings with planets? What troubles you? Gran rose and approached Gula, patting him on the shoulder. I have no interest in your trivial matters. As Gula sighed in relief, he also felt a pang of confusion. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed sir? Rest assured, I am not here to wreak havoc upon you. Why concern yourself with such matters? Gran's words sent another shiver down Gula's spine. At that moment, the explosive shockwaves emanating from the building nearby grew increasingly terrifying. Gran stood by the transparent glass, observing in silence. Gula, feeling a surge of anxiety, realized that all his planetary trading ventures were concentrated on this world. Should the destruction persist, his losses would be substantial. The candidate for the god of destruction, Gula, was about to suggest a venture outside when Gran, turning his back to Gula, spoke coolly. I advise against it. Why? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that those Galactic Patrol officers were summoned by this esteemed being? There's a formidable scion over there. If you go, your demise is inevitable. Gran turned to face him. In the realm of anime, while Frisia is often hailed as the most gifted among the frost demons, Gula's prowess should not be underestimated. Gula possessed a 4-stage transformation, surpassing Frisia by 1 stage, with an apex power level reaching 4.7 billion, an absolute force in the early arcs of Dragon Ball. Furthermore, while Frisia could attain his golden form, Gula could also do the same, as referenced in fan-made anime. What? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Gula. Was it possible that the Scion race had unlocked the Super Saiyan transformation? I have warned you. If you still wish to proceed, prepare yourself for death. Gran spoke without deceit. After 2 years of training, Broly's base combat power had already reached 20 million. Against 4.7 billion, Broly would naturally stand no chance, but if he were to lose control, it would spell disaster. No one from the Frost Demon lineage could withstand a rampaging Broly. Hearing the divine warning, Gula wrestled with doubt. To believe or not to believe. 3 seconds passed. Gritting his teeth, Gula declared, Candidate God of Destruction, I still wish to see what is happening. Chapter 166. Gula, tough as leather since you were determined to go. Then go, Gran responded with a shake of his head. 2 years prior, even Bojack had nearly been slain by Broly. How could Gula, at this stage, possibly contend with him? However, the Frost Demons were renowned for their resilience. It remained to be seen whether Gula could endure as long as Frisia. Please wait here. Candidate God of Destruction, I will return shortly. Gula bowed slightly and swiftly exited the conference room. Outside the building, Shaviza awaited, anticipating Gula's command. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from within the structure. King Gula, Shaviza and his companions shouted in unison. Follow me. I wish to ascertain the strength of that scion. Gula ascended into the sky. King Gula, I suspect the intruder may be connected to the candidate god of destruction. Shaviza voiced his theory, closely trailing Gula. As one of Gula's strategic advisors, his words momentarily stunned Gula. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with these gods of destruction. Gula, soaring through the skies, narrowed his eyes. They are the supreme deities of the universe. As long as we do not cross their boundaries, they will not concern themselves with the affairs of mortals. Even if, as Shaviza mentioned, those individuals might be related to the candidate god of destruction, as long as I defeat them openly and honorably. The candidate god of destruction will have no grounds to protest. Thus, Shaviza came to understand the peculiar nature of that divine being. He was struck by a new curiosity and inquired, King Gula, may I ask how powerful that candidate god of destruction truly is? He was particularly astonished, having never witnessed his own king reduced to such humility. How powerful? Gula replied solemnly. Let me put it this way. Although our frozen demon clan proudly claims to be the cosmic sovereigns, a god of destruction can annihilate our entire clan in a single breath. A wave of shock surged through Shaviza and his companions, realizing the existence of such formidable deities in the universe. Meanwhile, in the conference room atop the building, Gran stood by the window, observing them as they flew away. To him, the level of combat they were engaged in was merely child's play. His sole concern was that he, along with Beerus and their caretaker, might be crushed by the impending shockwaves of battle, an outcome he could not present to Lord Beerus. Thus, Gran remained vigilant about the situation unfolding beyond. At that moment, a fairy-like maid entered the conference room, trembling as she prepared tea for Gran. Gula is quite the considerate one, Gran mused, casting a glance at the maid. Unable to suppress a smile. Given her diligent nature, he wouldn't mind rescuing her life later. As Gran sipped his tea, more violent explosions erupted in the distance. Gula and the others had collided with Broly. From the intensity of the energy, it was evident that Broly was initially overwhelmed. Gran had anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise, for Broly's combat power, when not in a frenzied state, was merely 20 million, a stark contrast to the 4.7 billion combat power of his adversaries. Gran then redirected his attention to Bulma, relieved that she was clever enough to flee in advance. However, it seemed Shaviza and his companions were in pursuit of her. As their energy drew closer to Bulma, the teacup in Gran's hand shattered into particles of matter, startling the fairy-like maid. At that instant, Broly's energy surged into a frenzied state, elevating his combat power to 3 billion. Following that, the energies of Dre and Nez vanished entirely. Inside the conference room, it was as if the shattered cup had never existed. As Gran requested the maid to refill his tea, he was aware that Broly had slain Dre and Nez before succumbing to madness. Regrettably, Shaviza had survived. Yet, the fact that Broly had lost control was terrifying in itself. Two agonized cries echoed from afar, but Gran paid them no heed. He had already cautioned Gula, but he insisted on confronting them. Now, it was a matter of how long he could endure. In the ensuing moments, the presence of Shaviza vanished entirely, ultimately succumbing to the might of little Broly. Meanwhile, Gula remained in a state of wretchedness, enduring excruciating screams. It is undeniable that the Frost Demon clan possesses remarkable resilience, with a battle power of 4.7 billion facing against 3 billion. Gula astonishingly withstood the onslaught for half an hour without perishing. However, matters were about to worsen, as little Broly's energy continued to surge, and after 30 minutes, his battle power skyrocketed to an astounding 5 billion. With such formidable strength, unless Gula could transform into his golden form, his demise was imminent. This farce was nearing its conclusion. Gran set down his teacup, placing his hand against his forehead, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Above the city, Gula had long since entered his ultimate state, yet he appeared utterly devastated. The 4 white, pointed horns atop his head had been brutally shattered, and a significant portion of his tail had been severed. Scarcely a part of him remained unscathed. Nonetheless, Gula still showed no signs of succumbing to death. He was propelled skyward by a forceful kick, and little Broly's figure instantaneously materialized behind him. With fists clenched tightly, the frenzied little Broly channeled all his strength into his fists. A thunderous sound erupted, as a terrifying force reverberated through the void, unleashing an unrelenting storm that tore the dilapidated city below into fragments. No, not like this, Gula cried out in despair. If struck by this blow, his body would undoubtedly be cleaved in twain. Regret washed over him. He should have heeded the words of the candidate destroyer god. But it was too late for remorse. Who could come to his rescue? Boom. Little Broly made his move, and his battle axe hammer finally descended. A powerful force compressed the space around them, causing the air to emit a horrific, explosive sound. The aura of death enveloped Gula in an instant, leaving him utterly despondent. Just as Gula appeared destined for annihilation, a figure suddenly materialized beside him. Now, it's time for you to rest, Gran said, swiftly delivering a precise strike to the nape of little Broly's neck, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The sight of Gran effortlessly subduing little Broly ignited a glimmer of hope within Gula's eyes. Yet, before he could utter another word, he too succumbed to darkness. I advise you not to approach, yet you disregarded my warning. Were it not for your cleverness in procuring a maid to serve me, I would hardly acknowledge your existence, Gran remarked, grasping the falling forms of Gula and little Broly. Chapter 167. Gula. I shall commence my training suspended in midair. Gran surveyed the surroundings once more. The city that had once stood below was now obliterated. After enduring such relentless punishment, it was indeed a testament to the resilience of the Frost Demon clan. Gran brought Gula before him for a brief inspection, then descended to the shattered ground. As the fierce battle came to an end, tranquility soon enveloped the battlefield, with a gentle breeze stirring the air, carrying fine dust aloft. At that moment, Bulma returned with Ties and Gak, soaring back to the scene. Lord Gran, is Broly unharmed? Bulma felt a twinge of anxiety as she realized, at this moment, the true extent of Broly's formidable power. Ties and Gak's hearts were equally shaken. It was astonishing to discover that even someone as strong as Cooler was no match for that child under the auspices of the candidate destroyer god. Just how powerful must this candidate destroyer god be? He is fine. I merely knocked him unconscious, Gran stated, casually discarding Cooler aside. By the way, have you captured that Masuku yet? If so, I shall take you all back. Cooler rolled a bit on the ground after being tossed aside. Bulma retracted her gaze and shook her head, saying, that fellow was initially captured by Broly, but after Cooler showed up, Masuku perished in the aftermath of their battle. Gran fell silent for a moment before speaking. Since he is dead, your purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. Bulma, you should have no further business, correct? No, none at all. Bulma shrank her neck slightly. After troubling Gran once, she dared not impose on this esteemed figure again. Very well, let us return. Gran prepared to lead a few of them away from Planet Bell. Gran, my lord. Gak opened his mouth, intending to go forward and apprehend the unconscious Cooler as well. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Gran's voice was devoid of any emotion as he noticed Gak's intentions. Gak was puzzled. Was not this powerful being a deity? Why was he indifferent upon witnessing a cosmic-level criminal like Cooler? He should have been apprehended. Gak, do you wish to meet your demise? Bulma discerned Gak's intentions and coldly stated, it is already a tremendous favor from Lord Gran for bringing us here to capture Masuku. How dare you consider taking action against others? Do you understand what the responsibilities of a destroyer god entail? Mr. Whis has stated that only those evildoers who severely impact the universe's development require the intervention of a destroyer god. This Cooler is not even part of our mission. Only the destroyer god and the angels can determine whether he should be dealt with, and you dare to overstep. As Bulma spoke, she revealed her limited understanding of the duties of a destroyer god. Gran felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Did this girl spend her days immersed in gossip about the deities? She was partly correct, yet not entirely so. Whether a cosmic criminal meets the criteria for destruction largely depends on the whims of the destroyer god. Individuals like Cooler, a cosmic real estate mogul, did not reach the threshold for destruction. Moreover, given his compliance with Gran was even less inclined to take action against him. What he needed was talent like Cooler. My lord Gran, I apologize. Gak trembled in fear, hastily offering his apologies. Let us depart. Gran paid no heed to Gak as he led the group away from Planet Bell, leaving Cooler lying on the ground. Half an hour later, cough, cough, cough. Cooler slowly opened his eyes. He attempted to rise, but found himself immobilized by his severe injuries. What a joke. How could that scion monkey possess such strength? It is you, the candidate destroyer god, who saved me. Cough, cough, cough. Cooler spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his consciousness began to blur once more. Before long, Gula seemed to hear a voice. Great King Gula. Hurry, take Great King Gula back for treatment. 3 days elapsed. Meanwhile, on the Planet Bell, The chaos from the battle between Little Broly and Gula had not touched this side. In a room filled with various electronic devices, Gula floated within a healing pod. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The healing pod burst apart, nutrient fluid splattering everywhere. Great King Gula, how are you now? One of his subordinates asked anxiously. Gula stood amidst the wreckage of the healing pod, silent, with his eyes closed, replaying the entire battle with Little Broly from 3 days prior in his mind, along with the image of Gran knocking out Little Broly with a single blow. Is this the power of a candidate destroyer? Gula clutched his chest, the shocking scene causing his heart to race. Thankfully, he had shown respect to the candidate destroyer from the beginning. Otherwise, that esteemed individual would certainly not have saved him. Great King Gula, was that the legendary Super Saiyan you fought? A subordinate inquired. No. Gula clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. During their battle, the hair of that little Saiyan was not golden, indicating that he was not the Super Saiyan as described in the teachings of the Frozen Demon Clan. Yet, how could someone who is not a Super Saiyan possess such terrifying strength? Gula's thoughts drifted to Savaiza and his team, all of whom had perished at the hands of Little Broly. That damned Frieza had allowed the Saions to grow so powerful. Gula now harbored a fierce hatred for Frieza. Had Frieza not spared those Saions, his Gula army would not have suffered such grave losses. Great King Gula, Masuku is dead, Captain Savaiza and the others are also dead. What should we do now? A subordinate asked. Put the planet trade business aside for now. Prepare a gravity chamber for me. Gula emerged from the healing pod, his voice icy and resolute. I shall commence my training. Damn Saiyan monkeys, just wait. Both he and Frieza, as members of the Frozen Demon Clan, had been born with immense power, which is why they had never trained. But now, the situation had changed. A Saiyan had emerged who could overpower him. Gula realized that if he remained inactive, the entire Frozen Demon Clan would surely face extinction. However, he recalled Savaiza's speculation about that young Saiyan from 3 days ago, hinting at a connection to the candidate destroyer. Humph, as long as I survive in the end, I shall be the one related to the esteemed candidate destroyer. Gula thought of Gran's terrifying display of power in saving him, a sense of admiration swelling within him. If he could forge a connection to such a deity, it would be worth a lifetime. Chapter 168. Another year passes. Time flies swiftly. Another year has passed, bringing us to the year 752 of the age. In the fourth universe, the realm of the destroyers. Beneath the grand tree by the lakeside, 4 distinct figures gathered, each exuding a formidable aura. One was a red block-shaped being, another a gray-skinned mouse, the third a blue slime, and the last a metallic humanoid of a deep iron hue. Despite their presence in the realm of destruction, the essence they radiated was not that of deities. They remained at the lowest tier of mortal existence, not even reaching the divine level. Yet, they were undeniably terrifying powers, their mortal strength transcending the barriers of the ordinary, achieving the 3rd tier of divine existence. These 4 were the candidates for the role of God of Destruction that Katra had recruited over the past 3 years. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from within the palace of the God of Destruction in the 4th universe. Ah, it hurts. Quitra's pained voice rang out once more. What had he endured in the past? The gray mouse looked toward the distant palace. I am uncertain. I have been in the realm of destruction for 3 years, and I often hear Lord Quitra's cries of agony. The red block-shaped being replied, shaking his head. The other 2 candidates remained silent, their faces equally marked by curiosity. Before long, the cries of pain subsided, and an angel accompanied a yellow-green mouse emerged from within. The color of the mouse had turned pale, a clear indication of long-term suffering. How have you 4 progressed in your understanding? Katra approached the tree, enduring excruciating pain in both soul and body. This was the punishment from Lord Zeno, and even after 3 years, the intensity of his torment had not diminished in the slightest. Have you grasped what destruction truly is? He inquired, but upon seeing the 4 candidates bow their heads in silence, his irritation escalated to fury. A purple aura erupted from him. Boom. The surrounding space began to shatter inch by inch, threatening to engulf the 4 candidates in his wrath. Lord Katra, we will need them for the upcoming battle of the candidates for God of Destruction. The angel, Konik, interjected. With no other option, Katra reluctantly reigned in his power. For 3 years, I have not taught you anything else but the essence of destruction. 3 years. Understanding the power of destruction is merely the threshold. Only by comprehending it can one cultivate this power, and only then can one ascend to the level of rules. To think that after 3 years, You have not even reached the threshold. Were I in your position, I would have long since dashed myself against this tree. Quitra's frustration culminated in a forceful punch against the grand tree. Bang! The terrifying impact reduced the tree to ashes. The 4 candidates trembled in fear. Lord Quitra, please calm down, Connick said with a hint of exasperation. Not everyone possesses the innate talent that you do. Comprehending the power of destruction is inherently challenging. Even you took half a year to understand it. 3 years may indeed be a brief period for them. Upon hearing this, the 4 candidates looked at Connick with expressions of gratitude. Quitra exhaled heavily, shaking his head as he remarked, Connick, to be honest, my talent is hardly remarkable. I cannot compare to that scrawny cat. It took him 6 months to finally grasp the concept of destruction, while that fellow Beerus accomplished it in merely half a month. The disparity between them is self-evident. Connick, of course, understood whom Quitra was referring to. The 4 candidates for the god of destruction, who had been in the realm for 3 years, also recognized the name. It was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Quitra, you need not underestimate yourself, Connick chuckled lightly. Aside from Lord Beerus, there is no other god of destruction who can rival you. Is this meant to be comforting? Quitra felt somewhat speechless, yet he was not angered, for he had grown accustomed to Connick's teasing. You 4. Quitra shifted his gaze back to the 4 metallic beings. If 3 years is insufficient, I shall grant you an additional 1,000 years. The candidates from the 4th universe exchanged bewildered glances. Lord Quitra, did you not say that there are only 7 years remaining until the battle of the candidates for God of Destruction? Inquired the timid gray mouse. 7 years? Quitra pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to alleviate the ache in his soul, and continued. In normal circumstances, indeed, only 7 years remain. However, in the hands of the angels, that time can transform into over 2,000 years. Upon hearing this, the 4 candidates were instantly taken aback, astonished that the power of the angels could manipulate time to such an extent. Connick, it has been 3 years. You must have prepared that room by now, correct? Quitra asked, referring to a chamber akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Rest assured, Lord Quitra, I have everything ready inside. Connick gestured toward the distant palace of destruction. That is reassuring. Quitra then turned his attention to the 4 fools. Under normal circumstances, you would have over 2,000 years to train. Yet, you are still mortals. And your lifespans are not sufficiently long. Moreover, time is already short, and I do not have the luxury to allow you to enter the Dimension Tower to extend your lives. However, you are not an ordinary race. Even as mortals, your lifespans can still exceed 1,000 years. That should suffice. Quitra paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, I shall permit you to remain in the time chamber for an additional 1,000 years. During this millennium, Connick will accompany you and instruct you in various martial arts suitable for candidates of the God of Destruction. All you need to do is train diligently. And after 1,000 years, should any of you achieve a significant breakthrough, Quitra surveyed them with a calm demeanor and stated, I will select that individual to participate in the battle for the candidates of God of Destruction. At this pronouncement, the 4 square beings felt their breaths quicken. To battle against formidable opponents is a desire shared by every martial artist, and the upcoming conflict promises to gather the most elite warriors from the entire King-S universe, making its allure undeniable. One final point I must emphasize, though you 4 are currently regarded as candidates for God of Destruction in 7 years, only the chosen one will be the true candidate, Quitra remarked with a cold smile. As for the other defeated candidates, they are certainly unworthy to become the next masters of the universe. If you aspire to be the sole candidate for the God of Destruction of the 4th universe, if you yearn for divinity, if you seek eternal life, Quitra enticed the 4 of them, concluding, then give your utmost effort in your training. Indeed, the 4 candidates for the God of Destruction appeared invigorated, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. You may enter first. The time chamber is located at the very top of the God of Destruction's palace. As Quitra finished speaking, the 4 candidates swiftly soared towards the palace. After their departure, Connick inquired, Lord Quitra, is it truly wise to cheat with distorted time? What makes you think it is not? Quitra pinched his brow. Do you believe that other universes refrain from such tactics? Connick was momentarily at a loss for words, as he understood all too well that other universes would not play by the rules. After a brief contemplation, he asked, Lord Quitra, do you genuinely intend to select one of them as the next candidate for the God of Destruction? Humph, do these fools even deserve it? They have failed to grasp destruction in 3 years. How could such imbeciles aspire to be the next masters of the fourth universe? Ketla spat disdainfully, continuing, I merely selected them as preliminary candidates. Konnik nodded, agreeing that the talents of those individuals were indeed lacking. Our fourth universe must possess more formidable beings. Surely there are ancient entities hidden away. Ketla's gaze sharpened. Konnik, continue your search for those individuals. Yes. Chapter 169. Gran. I prepare to ascend to the celestial realm with 7 years remaining until the impending Great War. Not only the fourth universe was making moves. Other universes were also stirring. In the ninth universe, how can you be so foolish? 3 years have passed, and you still cannot comprehend destruction. Apologies, Lord Sadala. Truly pathetic. Mojito, have you completed the time chamber? Yes, my Lord Sadala, it is ready. This time I shall grant you an additional 2,000 years. If you fail to make any progress, prepare for the consequences. In the 10th universe, Chris, have you constructed the time chamber? Lord Ramses, is this method truly acceptable? What do you mean by cheating? This is a method everyone can use. Can it be deemed unfair? I suppose you have a point. So, have you finished building the time chamber? Yes, just take them inside. In the 11th universe. Ha ha ha, truly commendable, Jiren. While it took Broly a year and a half to grasp destruction, you managed to do so in just over half a year. Such talent rivals even that of Ketla. You flatter me, my lord. No, I speak the truth. Your raw power has surpassed mine. If you also master the divine techniques of the gods of destruction, you shall undoubtedly be a qualified candidate. However, it is a pity. What is the pity? The pity is that 10 years is far too short. Your lifespan is limited to a mere 500 years, and I have no time to guide you into the Dimension Tower. What is the Dimension Tower? In simple terms, the Dimensional Tower is a place that can extend your lifespan. However, it suffices to say that an additional 500 years of cultivation is indeed a remarkable boon. Makalita, are you prepared? The esteemed Lady Bimei has already made the necessary preparations. Let us all enter together. In the 6th universe, you Scions truly possess remarkable abilities, capable of transforming just like Gran. Champa, who is this Gran? Gran is the individual with whom you will eventually collaborate, though he will ultimately become your adversary. His strength is formidable. Even Hit would stand no chance against him. I cannot defeat him. Champa, what if I employ lethal techniques? You would still be unable to overcome him. Moreover, should you resort to lethal methods against him, be prepared for the possibility of your own demise. Let us not dwell on that for now. Hit, despite your immense strength, how have you failed to grasp the concept of destruction in 3 years? Champa, I possess a natural talent for assassination, but destruction is not within the realm of assassin skills. I find it particularly challenging to comprehend. You insufferable. If I grant you an additional 2,000 years, can you comprehend destruction? That should suffice. Very well. Batos, have you constructed the time chamber? It is complete. Excellent. All of you, step inside. Hit, your lifespan is ample. You may remain for over 2,000 years. As for you Scions, you may only stay for 50 years at most. Exceed that time, and you must promptly exit. Indeed, 10 years is a fleeting moment. Aside from the 11th universe, which already boasts a candidate for the god of destruction, nearly all other universes have failed to nurture their candidates in the art of destruction. This is quite understandable, as the meeting convened by the Omni King was exceedingly rushed, leaving the gods of destruction little time to seek out candidates with high comprehension. They selected only the mightiest warriors from within their respective universes, in order to afford the candidates for the god of destruction more time to cultivate their destructive abilities and martial arts suitable for their level. Every universe discreetly utilized tools akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Through such devices, the remaining 7 years could be transformed into over 2,000 years. However, not every candidate for the god of destruction can fully capitalize on this extended time. They remain mortals, and races like Hit, which possess such long lifespans, are exceedingly rare. Most others have lifespans of merely a few hundred years. The Scion race is even more short-lived, with living for 200 years being an extraordinary feat. As for allowing these candidates for the god of destruction to enter the dimensional tower for divine cultivation, the gods of destruction from each universe have not considered this option. The dimensional tower is immovable, existing solely in the external realm, which implies that only 10 years are available for those candidates to cultivate within it. Even if granted over 2,000 years for dimensional training, they would still struggle to ascend from mortality to divinity. After all, Even Beerus took a staggering 100,000 years to evolve from a mortal to the divine realm. In the 7th universe, on Earth, in West City, a year has passed since Gran returned from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and he has been meditating daily to adjust his state of mind. Now, he is prepared to ascend to the heavenly realm. In Bulma's family restaurant, Gran announced, "Lord Beerus, Whis, I am ready to go." He set down his chopsticks, stood, and gestured towards the ceiling. Chapter 170. Entering the room of spirit and time, everyone rose. Fully aware that Gran's indication was not merely towards the ceiling, but rather to the heavenly realm above it. There exists a time chamber there, which Gran intends to utilize for his training. Since we agreed to let you allocate these 3 years as you wish, we shall not inquire further. When you are ready, ascend, Beerus said, approaching Gran and patting him on the shoulder. Gran, you must train diligently, so that you can defeat the other universe's candidate destroyers. Bulma encouraged, shaking her tiny fist. Go for it, big brother Gran. Little Broly chimed in, offering his own words of encouragement. Gran nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Whis. Could you please provide me with another set of gravity training attire? Are you truly willing to push yourself this hard? Whis inquired, frowning slightly. Although the conditions in the time chamber are not as favorable as those in our destroyer realm, they remain quite severe. If you wear that before Whis could finish. Gran interjected, since you mentioned that the time chamber cannot compare to the Shumi world, it is even more imperative that I wear the gravity suit. Whis fell silent for a moment, glancing at Beerus as if seeking his approval. With a resigned sigh, Beerus nodded. Very well, but should you find it too overwhelming, remember to exit promptly. With a wave of his staff, Whis adorned Gran with a bulky gravity suit. I will, Gran replied, baring his teeth. If he couldn't endure, he wouldn't run away like a fool. I'm off, Gran declared, preparing to leave the restaurant and ascend to the heavenly realm. Gran, Beerus called out to him. Gran paused and looked back. As I have said before, life should not solely revolve around training. One must rest when necessary. Understood, Gran felt a warmth in his heart. Beerus continued, we have spent quite a bit of time on Earth. Whis and I shall return now. You can find us in the Kaioshin realm once you complete your training. They would await Gran's return to unlock his potential. By the time his potential was fully realized, the Candidate Destroyer tournament would likely be on the horizon. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Beerus asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand dismissively. No, you may ascend. I will ensure that little Broly is well taken care of with Whis. Thank you, Lord Beerus, and thank you, Master Whis. Gran embraced them both before departing. After Gran's embrace, Beerus remained frozen in place. Lord Beerus, are you all right? Whis asked, stifling a chuckle. How could Gran be so sentimental? Beerus rubbed his arms. Is that so? I thought it was quite touching. Whis responded with a mischievous laugh. After some playful antics, Beerus lifted little Broly as one would a chick and instructed Whis to take him back. Just as Whis was poised to wave his staff, Beerus glanced at Bulma in the restaurant, his caretaker, and remarked nonchalantly, manage your business well, you must not let it go bankrupt. If I return to find no delectable food, you shall face the consequences. Whis, let us depart. In an instant, the three of them transformed into a cascade of colorful light and vanished. Only Bulma remained, momentarily dazed, before she couldn't help but chuckle. Even if the Earth were to be destroyed, her family could never face bankruptcy. What a peculiar charm these deities possess. In the celestial realm, Gran soared in at an astonishing speed, re-entering the heavenly domain. As anticipated, the charcoal-headed Bopo awaited him. Mr. Bopo, long time no see, Gran greeted. Lord Gran, it has indeed been a while, Bopo responded with a bow. Oh, what brings such courtesy from you this time? Gran inquired, curiosity piqued. Bopo offered no reply. Lost in his own thoughts, Gran smirked. This fellow was perpetually enigmatic, a rather dull affair. Lord Gran, are you here to enter the room of spirit and time? Bopo asked. Indeed. Whis mentioned that my martial arts have reached the level of a true candidate for a destroyer god, and now the only aspect left to enhance is my strength. Gran took a stroll around the celestial realm. The air was somewhat thin, yet the environment was splendid, adorned with grand trees and blooming flowers, tranquil and spacious, with a stable temperature. Overall, it was an ideal locale for martial artists to cultivate their skills. Do you concur with Whis' assessment? Gran returned to Bopo's side, jesting, if not, perhaps you could offer me some guidance. Bopo's expression remained impassive as he replied, Mr. Whis is entirely correct. Lord Gran, your martial prowess has indeed reached perfection. As for guidance, you already have Mr. Whis, so my assistance is unnecessary. Bopo fell silent once more, appearing to engage only when Gran prompted him. Gran ceased his teasing and inquired, "Might Mr. Bopo allow me to use the room of spirit and time?" "Of course, please follow me, Lord Gran," Bopo replied, turning towards the temple. Gran hurried to keep pace with him. Upon entering the temple and descending the staircase, they arrived at a long corridor filled with numerous rooms. Gran refrained from lingering, having realized that Bopo, being an angel, was responsible for the creation of these wondrous chambers. "Lord Gran, there are certain precautions regarding the room of spirit and time that you ought to heed," Bopo stated as they walked, outlining the room's characteristics. Although Gran was already familiar with its features, he listened attentively. As expected, Bopo's explanations aligned closely with what Gran had previously learned. Ordinary individuals can only remain inside for 2 years. However, you are different, as you may stay until the end of your lifespan. Bopo elucidated as they approached a grand door. "With your strength, you need only shatter the dimensional barrier when you wish to exit." Bopo clearly articulated that Gran intended to utilize the unique characteristics of the room of spirit and time to trap Majin Buu. Unfortunately, at that juncture, Majin Buu's power was already sufficient to shatter that otherworldly space. "Very well, I have taken note of everything you mentioned," Gran affirmed with a nod. "Please, Gran, step inside. The room of spirit and time awaits." Bobo opened the door. The moment Bobo swung the door open, a wave of scorching air surged forth, accompanied by an enigmatic force. "What is this power?" "It bears a resemblance to the temporal energy that Whis frequently employs." However, Gran refrained from inquiring about Whis' teachings regarding time manipulation, for the absence of such instruction indicated that he had yet to reach the stage necessary to harness that power. "Mr. Bobo, I shall see you in a year," he declared as he entered the room of spirit and time, subsequently turning to close the door. "A year's time?" Upon witnessing the door shut, Bobo furrowed his brow. But it soon relaxed. Strength does not merely correlate with the duration of training. Should one encounter a bottleneck without seeking an opportunity for breakthrough, mindless exertion, regardless of time afforded, yields little enhancement. A balanced approach, with diligent work and necessary rest, embodies the true essence of martial cultivation. "This fellow possesses a commendable understanding of training," Bobo mused with a smile. Given Gran's dimensional prowess, he could remain within for an eternity, yet he chose to remain for a mere 300 years. "Then, let us reconvene in a year," Bobo concluded as he turned away from the door of the room of spirit and time. Chapter 171. Cultivation within the room of spirit and time. Inside the room of spirit and time, Gran, upon entry, perceived only a vast expanse of white. No other hues graced this oppressive world. Moreover, this space was inherently equipped with tenfold gravity, causing Gran, clad in a gravity suit, to feel somewhat hunched under the weight. The temperature must be around 50 degrees now. Gran sensed the warmth, aware that at night, the temperature within the room would plummet below freezing. Such fluctuations in temperature might terrify others, but for Gran, they were inconsequential. He had previously endured such extremes during his time in the destruction of the divine realm's Sumru world. Furthermore, as a deity, he was hardly perturbed by this minor thermal variation. Gran did not rush into training. Instead, he first ventured into the bedroom for a brief glance before making his way to the kitchen. He recalled that in the anime, during their preparation to face Cell, Goku and his son had consumed instant noodles and flour while training in the room. However, upon arriving in the kitchen, Gran discovered a plethora of food, meats, vegetables, and an assortment of ingredients. The abundance of provisions left him bemused. It was indeed a waste that they could not cook. Gran chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then retrieved a universal capsule from his belt and tossed it onto a nearby empty space. With a resounding pop, a small cabinet materialized in the kitchen, stocked with an array of seasonings. He was destined to reside within the temporal sanctuary for over 3 centuries, yearning for delectable sustenance, which necessitated the presence of his exclusive seasonings. After exploring the kitchen, Gran returned to the vast, white expanse of the outside world. It was said that this realm was as large as a planet, yet Gran chose not to venture further. It was time to commence his training. According to his regimen, he was to perform 100,000 push-ups, 100,000 squats, 1 million punches, and 1 million kicks. Despite being a deity, the methods of honing his strength remained remarkably unadorned. In the words of Whis, the simplest approaches yield the most profound enhancements. Thus, he began. Gran initiated his training with push-ups. At that moment, he donned a cumbersome gravity suit, augmented by the tenfold gravitational enhancement of the temporal sanctuary itself. Gran was uncertain of the precise magnitude of gravity he faced. He only knew that, even as a divine being, he could barely sustain his movements under such weight. A day passed. 99,998. 99,999. 100,000. Upon completing 100,000 push-ups, Gran collapsed onto the ground, his complexion pale, drenched in sweat, and the muscles in his arms twitching uncontrollably. This arduous training recalled to him the agony he endured when first donning the gravity suit, when he too had failed to fulfill his daily training objectives. However, Gran remained unperturbed. The burdens imposed by the gravity suit and the temporal sanctuary on his physique required acclimatization to the current gravitational intensity. Only after adapting could he engage in genuine training. It was only after achieving a seamless completion of his planned regimen without any signs of fatigue that he could progress to the next tier of gravitational training. Gran lay on the ground to rest for a while, and after regaining some strength, he refrained from further training and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tonight's feast featured roasted lamb. With 3 sheep devoured, satiated and nourished, it was time for rest, as per Beerus's counsel, which Gran dutifully heeded. A day passed, and Gran commenced the second day of his training. The gravity suit itself possessed healing properties, and after a night's rest, Gran regained his vigorous vitality. During this new day's training, he not only sensed the increasing intensity of gravity, but also perceived a subtle shift in his strength. Although the change in power was not markedly pronounced, it was evident in his training performance, as he managed to complete 100,000 push-ups and then proceeded to execute an additional 3,000 squats. Nevertheless, this additional effort still fell short of even 1/10 of his daily training goals. There remained much work to be done. Soon, the third day arrived, followed by the fourth, and a month elapsed. Gran was now unleashing punches within the temporal sanctuary, each strike generating a formidable gust of wind. The force of his punches wreaked havoc within the sanctuary. Had an ordinary person been caught in its wake, they would likely disintegrate in an instant. Gran remained oblivious, his fists moving with increasing velocity, imperceptible to the naked eye. 999,998. 999,999. 1,000,000. As Glenn delivered his 1,000,000th punch, the mental time chamber trembled suddenly. He closed his eyes and then opened them with renewed determination and sharp focus. Having completed his rigorous training regimen for the day without so much as a flush or a breathless gasp, Glenn embodied the very essence of resilience. At last, he was poised to embark on the next phase of gravity training. Glenn stretched his body, reveling in the accomplishment of fulfilling his daily training quota while maintaining his composure, signifying his complete adaptation to the current gravitational intensity. He sensed the burgeoning power within him. After a month of dedicated practice, his strength had significantly amplified, and he was but a mere opportunity away from attaining the first tier of divine realm. With a recalibration of his physical state, he commenced a new cycle of gravity adaptation training, striving to maintain his calm demeanor throughout each stage of this process. Time swiftly passed, and a year later, boom. The mental time chamber was rocked by an immense force, quaking violently. Glenn stood at the center of a vast, white expanse, enveloped in unparalleled power. The disturbances within the chamber were a direct consequence of the might radiating from him. Fortunately, it seemed Glenn was consciously restraining this power, preventing it from permeating the entire realm of the mental time chamber. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, a sound akin to shattering chains. Glenn had broken through. His ordinary strength was on the cusp of reaching the first tier of the divine realm, and after a year of arduous training, he had finally discovered the key to his breakthrough. In that pivotal moment, his ordinary power ascended to the first tier of the divine realm. And yet, 364 years remained. With this newfound advancement, Glenn remained unperturbed. His journey had only just begun, prompting him to initiate yet another round of training. Chapter 172. Emerging from the mental time, chamber time raced forward. Another year had passed in the outside world, marking the year 753 of the Iki era. Within the mental time chamber, however, over 3 centuries had elapsed. First universe, what of the destruction power? It should not pose a challenge for you, correct? My Lord Ivan. Mastering the power of destruction is indeed within our grasp. I have cultivated my own destruction abilities, yet to elevate them to the level of rules is quite another matter. Do not even entertain the thought of reaching the level of rules while in the time chamber. Even with another 10,000 years, it remains an impossibility. To refine the power of destruction to the level of rules requires relentless demolition. Yet there is naught to destroy within the time chamber, is there? Furthermore, even if countless stars were available for your obliteration, without a few hundred years, you would not attain the level of rules. Very well. Your current understanding of destruction power suffices for now. I shall impart to you a state exclusive to the god of destruction. What state is that? Self-extremity. 12th universe. Lord Jean, what shall we focus on in our training next? I shall now impart to you the essence of self-mastery, a discipline rooted in the strength of will. The more formidable your resolve, the more fearsome your prowess will become. I implore you, Master Jean, to guide us in achieving this state. What purpose would there be in my speaking of it if I were not to teach you? Let us dispense with trivialities and prepare for our training. This time, we must claim the first position for the 12th universe. Yes, as for the 5th universe, Lord Yarrick, I have little regard for the other universes aside from the 1st and 12th. Thus, you need not worry excessively. I am well aware of that, but I desire victory. I expect each of you to take this seriously. Yes, regarding the 8th universe, Lord Ligier, are you suggesting that I coordinate an assault on the 7th universe alongside the candidates for the destroyer gods from the other universes? Indeed, that scrawny cat is exceedingly bothersome. You must strike fiercely at the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Lord Ligier, may I inquire if this is truly necessary? The 7th universe ranks second to last among all the universes. What formidable beings could they possibly possess? What do you know? Do you truly believe the 7th universe is so simple? Why do you say that, Lord Ligier? Humph. Although the 7th universe may be positioned second to last, as long as that scrawny cat exists, we must not underestimate their universe. After all, he is Beerus. Over the past year, all destroyer gods have been preparing for battle, and the atmosphere of tension has permeated the entirety of the omniverse. Some lesser deities, unaware of the reasons, feel inexplicably anxious, enduring each day in a state of torment. However, on Earth within the 7th universe, the inhabitants appear unaffected. They have convened the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament this year. Granola has hardly intervened in earthly matters, so the narrative on Earth has seen little change. The champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is none other than Tien, with Goku as the runner-up. Simultaneously, the Demon King Piccolo made his appearance shortly after the conclusion of the tournament. To defeat the Demon King, Goku ascended the Korin Tower and consumed the Super Divine Water, ultimately delivering a devastating blow with the heaven and earth-piercing fist to vanquish Piccolo. At the moment of his demise, akin to the original narrative, he expelled Piccolo Jr. Though Goku was initially unaware of this, he later learned of it from the Kai after ascending to the Celestial Realm. Whether in preparation for Piccolo Jr. or for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years, Goku yearns to grow stronger. Thus, he undertakes a 3-year mentorship under Bobo in the Heavenly Realm. Your aura is too chaotic, your emotions too restless, your movements excessive. Your heart must be as tranquil as the sky, and your strikes as swift as lightning. In the Heavenly Realm, a small child relentlessly assaults a charcoal-haired figure. Yet, no matter how fiercely the child attacks, the charcoal-haired figure effortlessly counters every strike. Remarkable. The child in question is none other than young Goku, who kneels, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Bobo, standing opposite him, shows no sign of fatigue or flushed cheeks. Aside from what I just mentioned, you are overly reliant on your eyes. Follow me. I shall guide you to another place for your training. Bobo strode into the temple. Mr. Bobo, where are we headed? Little Wukong hurriedly kept pace. You will soon understand, Bobo replied as he led little Wukong deeper into the temple, descending the staircase into a corridor. This corridor, lined with numerous rooms, each bore a large closed door. If Gran were present, he would undoubtedly be well acquainted with this place. For one of these rooms was the hyperbolic time chamber. As Bobo passed by the chamber, he paused. Hadn't that little rascal Gran claimed he would only be inside for a year? Now that a year had elapsed, why had he not yet emerged? Was he intent on training until the time of the Tournament of Destroyers? Bobo pondered silently. Mr. Bobo, what's wrong? Little Wukong inquired curiously. Nothing, Bobo replied, turning to face another door. He opened it and said, in a moment, I will transport you to another location. Your task will be to retrieve the sacred crown. Inside the room was shrouded in darkness, though a machine could still be discerned within. Mr. Bobo, I understand, little Wukong affirmed, nodding his head. Even though he was unclear about the sacred crown, Just as Bobo prepared to usher little Wukong into the room, suddenly, there was a cracking noise, the sound of space fracturing. It emanated from behind them, and Bobo's calm demeanor was momentarily pierced by a glint of alertness as he swiftly turned around. Little Wukong, confused, mirrored Bobo's actions. Soon, a spatial rift appeared before the door of the adjacent room, from which emerged a figure clad in a cumbersome gravity suit. It was none other than Gran, who had entered the hyperbolic time chamber a year prior. Lord Gran, you have finally emerged, Bobo exclaimed, scrutinizing Gran. Gran's expression was remarkably composed. There was neither excitement from a breakthrough nor disappointment from stagnation. He exhibited no discernible emotion. Upon sensing his energy, it was well concealed, leaving Bobo entirely unaware of the extent of his training over the past 300 years. To Bobo, Gran could only be described as enigmatic. Mr. Bobo, it has been a long time, Gran said coolly, shifting his gaze to little Wukong. Feeling the weight of Gran's stare, little Wukong found it somewhat peculiar. Simultaneously, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person before. Kakarot, you have finally set foot in the other world. Gran's lips curled into a slight smile. It was now the year 753 of the Age of the Gods, and according to the unfolding narrative, he indeed should have arrived in the other world by now. Upon reaching this realm, Bobo would impart various martial arts teachings to son Wukong, ultimately sharing the foundational concepts of Ultra Instinct with him. Over the course of these 3 years, son Wukong's martial arts foundation would solidify into an unyielding force. Kakarot, little Wukong was taken aback, sensing yet another layer of familiarity in the name. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed through his mind, and little Wukong stared with his round, sparkling eyes. You are that big brother, Gran, who is always by Bulma's side. After he had defeated the Pilaf trio years ago, he encountered a big brother who called him Kakarot, and that person was the one before him. Yes, it is indeed I, Gran approached little Wukong. Compared to 4 years ago, little Wukong's appearance had not changed significantly. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that he had grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller. Kakarot, where are you headed now? Gran inquired as he walked over to little Wukong, affectionately ruffling his hair. Mr. Bobo told me to fetch a sacred crown, little Wukong replied, his face lighting up at the sight of a familiar figure. The sacred crown, you say? Gran looked up at Bobo, and then back down at Wukong. Then you must train diligently. This scene unfolds in the anime, where Bobo transports son Wukong to a mysterious realm. Within that world lies a mountain named Klo, which houses a crown resembling the golden circlet. Once donned, the crown cannot be removed, and lightning will strike the wearer. It is only when struck unconscious by the lightning that the crown will fall away. Bobo's intent in sending son Wukong for the sacred crown is to encourage him to rely not solely on his sight, but to learn to listen, enabling him to evade the lightning and retrieve the crown. Understood. Son Wukong nodded vigorously, his innocent demeanor endearing. You should go in now. I, too, must depart from Earth. Gran gently patted little Wukong's shoulder. Obediently, little Wukong walked into the dark room. Gran, Bobo, still standing at the doorway, suddenly called out. Gran turned back, puzzled. What is it? Gran, may I ask what level of strength you have attained now? Bobo's voice brimmed with curiosity. Gran paused, glancing at his hands before returning his gaze to Bobo, scrutinizing him as if to discern whether he could see through his true capabilities. Mr. Bobo, are you unable to perceive my true strength? Gran squinted and finally spoke. In the past, even when you concealed your power, I could still see some of it. Bobo replied, frowning. But now, you are rather enigmatic. I cannot penetrate your strength. At this, Gran's lips curled slightly, and his mood lifted. Your mastery of power is exceedingly refined. In this regard, I cannot perceive. However, I can still glean some insights into your martial arts from your demeanor. Bobo's tone became increasingly subtle. Can the angels still discern certain aspects? Gran's expression fell again, his moment of pride short-lived. It is inevitable that angels can see through some of your martial arts. The disparity in realms is too vast. The moment you make a move, we can perceive things beyond the sight of ordinary beings. Ah, I see, Gran nodded. From Bobo's words, he inferred that his physical instincts and mental state were likely transparent to the angels. Very well, I must send that little fellow off to another place for training. Bobo gazed at Gran, saying, My Lord Gran, though I am uncertain of the extent of your current prowess, I believe that even if all the candidate destroyers were to converge upon you, victory would remain elusive for them. Having uttered this, He turned and stepped into the shadowy chamber. Observing Bobo's retreating figure, Gran pressed his lips together, pondering his thoughts in silence. Through the doorway, within the dim room. After the little Goku had been transported away, Gran too vanished from sight. In the realm of the Kais, beneath the shade of a grand tree, Beerus and the diminutive Broly reclined on the grass, savoring chips, while Whis sat by a nearby tea table, enjoying his tea. The elder Kai meditated behind the tree, and Shin observed the cosmos. Whis, did Gran not say he would remain in that time chamber for only a year? Why have we yet to see him return? Beerus inquired, swallowing a chip and stifling a yawn. Whis glanced at the crystal ball atop his staff. It appears he has just emerged from the time chamber. At this revelation, Beerus sprang up from the grass. The elder Kai awoke from his meditation, and Shin tossed aside the crystal ball he had been holding. They regarded Whis with eager anticipation. Whis, poised to sip from his teacup, was compelled to set it down under their earnest gazes. What is it? He queried. What else could it be? Beerus hastily replied. What is the current state of Gran's strength? The elder Kai nodded emphatically. Indeed. Gran has trained for over 300 years. Has he achieved any new breakthroughs? Shin remained silent, yet his eyes revealed his intense curiosity. Calm yourselves, Whis urged. All right. We shall compose ourselves. The trio of Beerus, the elder Kai, and Shin steadied their emotions. Now can you share? Whis took hold of his staff. Scrutinizing the crystal ball, I cannot discern the extent of his power, perhaps due to the distance. Upon hearing this, Beerus seethed with anger. Whis, are you jesting with me? Ah, dear Lord Beerus, how could I possibly jest with you? You know my character well, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Precisely because I know your character. I suspect you are toying with me. Beerus retorted, exasperated. Enough of this banter. Does Gran have any new breakthroughs? Whis, abandoning his teasing, spoke with utmost seriousness. From his demeanor upon exiting, it is evident that he has made advancements in all aspects of martial arts, though I cannot ascertain his strength. The group exchanged glances, astonished that even Whis could not perceive Gran's current power. Could it truly be that the distance obscured Whis's vision? Chapter 174. I am not foolish. He now controls his power with remarkable precision. Unless he chooses to reveal it, I cannot clearly ascertain the magnitude of his strength. Whis remarked, shaking his head. A tremor coursed through the hearts of those present, particularly Beerus, who understood the implications of this revelation. To achieve what was described, only a true destroyer could. Naturally, should he engage in combat, even a mere hint of his energy would still be discernible to the angels. However, it is evident that Gran has achieved a level of mastery over his powers that rivals that of a god of destruction. That fellow Gran. Beerus suppressed his astonishment and took a deep breath. Since he has emerged, why has he not returned to the realm of the Kais? Since leaving the time chamber, he has seemingly vanished, as though he has gone to seek solace. Whis gently sipped his tea. Seek solace? The others were momentarily taken aback. But soon they comprehended the implication. Gran had relentlessly trained for over 300 years within the time chamber. He must be utterly exhausted. In martial arts training, they have always advocated for a balance between work and rest. It appears that Gran has indeed heeded their counsel. Whis set down his teacup. Lord Beerus. Gran mentioned his plans previously, stating that he would take a break in the 3rd year before returning to unlock his potential. So we might as well patiently await his return. What else could they do but acquiesce? Beerus reclined back on the grass. The old Kai resumed his meditation behind the great tree. Asin resumed his observation of the universe, while Broly continued to munch on his snacks. Though they appeared tranquil, each harbored a tumult of emotions within. Upon realizing that Gran's strength eluded even the angels' perception, they were filled with a flicker of hope. Perhaps in Universe 4, the realm of destruction, Katros stood by the lakeside, his complexion pale and his brow furrowed, seemingly enduring endless torment. Konik, have you located the ancient beings I tasked you with finding? I have found one. Excellent. Let us recruit him as a candidate for the god of destruction. Konik, standing nearby, frowned. Lord Katra, awakening such an ancient being poses significant risks for a universe, especially considering the prospect of making him a candidate for god of destruction. Are you certain about this course of action? Risky? Katra shook his head. If our universe ranks among the lowest, that would indeed be perilous. The chaotic battle for candidates for god of destruction includes a punitive mechanism. None can ascertain how Zeno would punish the bottom 3 universes. If the punishment involves erasure, then we would be doomed. Do not fret, Konik. Just as I have utilized the strengths of other powerful beings from various universes, I will merely use this ancient entity for our purpose. I do not intend to make him the true ruler of the universe, if necessary. I can destroy him after I am done with him. That should alleviate your concerns. Not every formidable individual can ascend to the role of god of destruction. To become one, they must first serve as candidates, during which they must undergo rigorous training and instruction. Only upon successful completion of their training and receiving the endorsement of both a god of destruction and an angel can they qualify to become the next ruler of a universe. Of course, the current candidates across the various universes are largely unqualified. They merely serve to fulfill Zeno's mandates. With this in mind, Konnik ceased to voice further objections, and he and Katra transformed into a brilliant streak of multicolored light soaring into the sky. In Universe 6, within the realm of destruction, in the time chamber, the atmosphere here is remarkably reminiscent of the spirit time house, a vast expanse of white, with temperature fluctuations and gravity nearly indistinguishable. While an entire year has passed outside, only 3 figures remain within the confines of this room. I truly believe there is something peculiar about Hit. Champa stands at a short distance, observing Hit, who is seated cross-legged on the ground, and mutters in disbelief. How can this individual possess such a terrifying ability to kill, yet demonstrate such a lack of insight when it comes to destruction? Bardos, with utmost seriousness, interjects. After comprehending the concept of destruction for over 300 years, he has finally grasped it. Well, that has something. Champa, exasperated, responds. Do you even hear what you're saying? Oh ho ho, Bardos stifles a laugh. Shifting the conversation, Lord Champa, having accepted so many candidates for the position of god of destruction, which one do you intend to select for the chaotic battle of candidates? Champa ponders for a moment. It should be Hit. What about those scions? Several of them have already grasped the essence of destruction, and their innate talent is indeed quite remarkable. There's no denying their exceptional talent. Champa, hands clasped behind his back, continues. In addition to mastering the power of destruction, one of them has even learned my self-mastery technique. Champa turns to Bardos. However, this chaotic battle for the position of god of destruction is not a contest for geniuses. It brings together the most formidable opponents across the entire multiverse. What I require are the strongest and the most resilient, for only then can we survive until the end. Bardos nods in agreement. Indeed, Lord Champa has a point. When it comes to survival skills, Hit undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle among the many candidates in the 6th universe. As for strength, his lethal prowess is nothing short of enigmatic. In comparison to Hit, those scions are significantly lacking. Of course, their deficiency lies merely in the duration of their training. Given the same amount of time, the outcome might be different. Unfortunately, those scions do not possess the longevity that Hit enjoys. In this realm of time, they have only trained for a mere 50 years. Lord Champa, since you seek the most powerful and the most formidable in terms of survival, should we not consider awakening those ancient beings? They would certainly meet your criteria. Bardos chuckles lightly. Champa's expression darkens instantaneously. Do I appear to be a fool to you? A fool. Quite similar. Bardos grins and nods. You. Champa, incensed, retorts. Bardos hastily reassures her god of destruction. Only then does Champa relent, scoffing. Although those ancient beings may seem ordinary in our eyes as gods of destruction, allowing them to become candidates is simply out of the question. Their unpredictability is far too significant, especially with the king watching. If they were to offend him, it would indeed be catastrophic. At this, Champa can't help but shudder. Bardos bursts into laughter, fully aware of the potential dangers, as she merely jested with Champa. Moreover, Champa glances sharply at Bardos. We are not alone in this endeavor. We have Gran, and there is no need to engage in such bizarre antics. Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the two. In a contest where only one universe may prevail, the 6th universe and the 7th universe have never truly been adversaries. With Gran's exceptional talents gracing the 7th universe this time, one can only surmise the extent of his potential, especially with the utilization of the time chamber. As for Lord Parda, do you think Gran might actually attain true mastery? Do not inquire of me. Perhaps he shall. Chapter 175. The summoning of the destroyer's time swiftly passes, and before one realizes, another year has elapsed. Now marking the year 754 of the age. Only 5 years remain until the battle for the candidate destroyers commences, and the various universes continue their preparations with palpable tension. Some universes impart various martial arts to their candidates, while others have covertly sought out ancient beings. Yet, the seventh universe remains devoid of any sense of urgency. Despite the concerns of Beerus and others, the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe has yet to return to the Kaioshin realm since departing from Earth. On this day, within the Kaioshin realm, a resonant hum echoed. A divine aura emanated from the elder Kaioshin, rich and abundant, unmistakably indicating that he had reached his zenith. The elder Kaioshin, meditating behind the great tree, slowly opened his eyes. "Ancestor, you have awakened." Asen had been waiting attentively nearby. Indeed, the elder Kaioshin gradually rose to his feet, his joints creaking like popping beans. Observing his appearance, one noted that his once emaciated form had become somewhat more robust. "Ancestor, have you managed to adjust your state?" Asen inquired cautiously. Ever since the Omni King announced the impending battle for candidate destroyers, the elder Kaioshin had dedicated himself to this adjustment for nearly 5 years. "I am prepared," he replied, moving his body with vigor, his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Has Gran not yet returned?" "Not yet. What on earth is that fellow scheming?" The elder Kaioshin strode towards the lake, where Beerus and Whis were engaged in fishing. "Lord Beerus," the elder Kaioshin began, but Beerus, fixated on the bobber, interjected coolly. "Be quiet. Here I am, returning from the time chamber, and you remain unconcerned while fishing with a child. Truly, one cannot help but worry. Lord Beerus, I have adjusted my state, and am prepared to unlock Gran's potential at any moment," the elder Kaioshin murmured from the sidelines. "Whis," Beerus glanced at the angel beside him. Whis nodded, inspecting his staff. "Lord Beerus, Gran is currently in the other world, fishing by a lake as well." The elder Kaioshin remarked. "Truly, he is a disciple of the same lineage, sharing even the same leisurely pursuits." Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling both speechless and somewhat gratified. "Indeed, he is truly my disciple. Lord Beerus, time is of the essence." Observing Gran, it seems he has no intention of returning. "Are you not anxious?" the elder Kaioshin queried with a furrowed brow. "Anxious?" Suddenly, Beerus tugged the fishing rod, and a large fish was pulled up. "If he is not anxious, why should I be?" After bringing the fish ashore, he instructed Whis to preserve it until Gran returned, so he could prepare it for him. "So you two are just going to linger here?" Old Kai sighed and added, "I estimate it will take several years for me to unlock Gran's potential. If we miss that upcoming battle for the candidate destroyer, it would be disastrous." Beerus paused for a moment, tossed the fishing rod to Whis, and stood up. "Gran knows his own situation best. If he is not in the right state, you cannot unlock his potential. There is no use in haste." Furthermore, as Beerus departed from the lakeside, he stated solemnly, "I even suspect that Gran may not require your assistance in unlocking his potential." Old Kai's eyes widened in shock. He understood Beerus's implication. This lean cat was suggesting that even without unlocking his potential, Gran's current strength could handle the candidate destroyer battle. "Is that true? Lord Beerus, do you truly understand Gran's strength?" Old Kai exclaimed with delight. "Not at all. This is merely my conjecture," Beerus replied, walking back towards the great tree. "What I mean is, there is no need to rush. That lad Gran would not embark on something he is not confident about. Since he has not returned, there must be a reason for his absence." Following closely behind Beerus, Old Kai found himself in agreement with his sentiment. "All right, I shall rest for a while. Please do not disturb me unless it is urgent." As Beerus lay back on the grass, preparing to close his eyes, suddenly, Lord Beerus, Whis, still fishing by the lake, called out. Beerus sprang up as if transcending time and space, instantly appearing beside Whis. "Whis, is Gran coming back?" His anxious voice echoed by the lakeside. Observing this, Old Kai felt utterly speechless. Who was the one anxious now, despite his earlier admonition? In the next moment, "Mr. Whis, is Gran returning?" Old Kai dashed back towards the lake. Beerus, Old Kai, Asen, and little Broly all gathered near Whis, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Is Gran, Brother Gran, coming back?" they all inquired in unison. Whis, after a moment of silence, shook his head. "No." "Then why did you call me?" Beerus muttered in frustration, turning to leave. Upon hearing that Gran was not returning, Old Kai and the others also departed from the lakeside, disappointment etched on their faces. Watching their retreating figures, Whis stated calmly, "Lord Beerus, it is my father's decree that all destroyers must proceed immediately to the void." The air suddenly fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, boom, a tempest surged within everyone's hearts. "The Grand Minister summoned us to the void?" Beerus quickly returned to Whis's side, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Whis, Did the Grand Minister specify the reason? Old Kai, returning to the lakeside, inquired with a hint of panic. This is all so sudden. Despite the fact that there are still 5 years until the impending battle of the substitute destroyers, one cannot help but be concerned about the sudden summons of the destroyers by the Grand Priest. Indeed, my father has called upon all destroyers to assemble in the Void Realm, as confirmed by Whis, who noted that the purpose of this gathering remains undisclosed. Chapter 176. Let Broly assume the role of the substitute destroyer. The Kaioshin realm was eerily silent, with only the young Broly present. While the elder Kaioshin speculated about the Grand Priest's intentions, even Whis found himself perplexed by his father's actions. Lord Beerus, we should make haste. Delays could lead to undesirable consequences. The elder Kaioshin broke the silence. Whis nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Lord Beerus. We must depart swiftly to uncover the truth of the situation in the Void Realm. What choice did they have? The Grand Priest had issued a command, and who would dare defy it? Thus, Beerus prepared to leave. However, before setting off, he seized young Broly. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Young Broly protested, kicking his little legs in vain, unable to free himself from Beerus's grasp. We are not in the Kaioshin realm, so this ticking time bomb cannot remain here. Beerus remarked nonchalantly as he held Broly before him. Young Broly, aware of his predicament, inquired, Then where am I to go? The elder Kaioshins turned their gaze toward Beerus. Curious, a spark of mischief ignited in Beerus's eyes as he pondered a playful idea. How about I take you to the Void Realm? He suggested. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. While the Grand Priest summoned all destroyers to the Void Realm, he had not mentioned the inclusion of others. Was Beerus not afraid of incurring the Grand Priest's wrath? Furthermore, with all the destroyers gathered in one place, if Beerus brought young Broly along, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the destroyers. Suddenly, the elder Kaioshin experienced a moment of clarity, realizing Beerus's intent. You wish for Broly to deceive the other universe's destroyers? He exclaimed. Whis stifled a laugh, having come to a similar conclusion. Deceive? No. Beerus bared his teeth in a grin. I intend to toy with those fools. His plan was to have young Broly masquerade as the substitute destroyer of Universe 7 and parade him before the other destroyers. Given young Broly's current strength, it was certain he would elicit a great deal of ridicule. Little did they know, the true substitute destroyer of Universe 7 was not young Broly. When the great melee of the future commenced, the authentic substitute would emerge in an invincible form before all. The initial subversion, followed by a dramatic reversal, would surely create a captivating spectacle. Though this plan may seem somewhat mischievous, one could not deny the amusement it promised. The elder Kaioshin, envisioning the astonished expressions of the other destroyers, found himself unable to suppress a chuckle. Ha ha ha, old chap, you too find this amusing, do you not? Beerus grinned as he set young Broly back on the ground. While the prospect was entertaining, could Broly truly deceive those individuals? Who said he couldn't? Beerus regarded the young Broly with utmost seriousness, stating, with Broly's innate talent and physique, he would undoubtedly be a candidate for the position of a destroyer god in any universe. Beerus spoke the truth. Broly is, in essence, the quintessential powerhouse. In the realm of animation, has any genius such as Goku, Vegeta, or Frieza ever escaped his wrath? Whether in one-on-one combat or in a tumultuous brawl, Broly has never known fear, save for the moment when Goku and Vegeta fused, which led to his considerable defeat. I could simply declare Broly as my newly appointed candidate for Destroyer God, and they would have no reason to doubt me. With a hearty laugh, Beerus placed his hands on his hips. The old Kaioshin, recognizing Broly's extraordinary attributes and talents, joined in the laughter. At that moment, they appeared as two jovial fools. After sharing a laugh, Beerus promptly called out to Whis. Whis, understanding his lord's desire for amusement, made no objections. As for the potential ire of other destroyer gods, Whis was unconcerned. After all, with Beerus's current popularity, who would dare harbor ill will towards him? Thus, Whis waved his staff. A hum resonated as a radiant light enveloped young Broly, and soon he was adorned in garb reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Oh, I am dressed just like Brother Gran, young Broly exclaimed with excitement upon seeing his attire. Whis, let us depart, Beerus exclaimed, lifting the exuberant Broly. With a swift motion, a cascade of vibrant light ascended into the sky, and the trio vanished in an instant, leaving only the old Kaioshin and Asin behind. My lord ancestor. Asin gently nudged the still chuckling old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin, suppressing his mirth, retorted, "What is it?" "I was enjoying myself." Asen pointed towards the sky. "Lord Beerus has already left, so you need not continue your laughter." The old Kaishin shot a glare at the younger Kaishin. "You, step aside." Asen scurried away, tucking his head in. Soon, the old Kaishin erupted into another fit of mischievous laughter. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, on the Grand Kaishin's planet, a vast expanse larger than Earth itself served as a home for many deceased martial artists. Due to their substantial contributions to the mortal realm during their lifetimes, they were permitted to retain their physical forms to train on the Grand Kaishin's planet. By a lakeside on this planet, one figure was fishing, drawing the attention of many deceased martial artists around him. Who is this audacious individual? Does he not realize that these fish are specially bred by the Grand Kaishin? His boldness is remarkable. If the Grand Kaishin discovers someone pilfering his fish, this individual would surely meet his demise. Death. In the afterlife, who hasn't he succumbed? If the Grand Kaishin were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be struck with terror. Ha! I am quite eager to witness what would happen if he were to die once more. The gathered martial artists murmured among themselves. Just then, 5 figures appeared in the distance, led by none other than the Grand Kaishin, followed closely by the 4 other Kaishins. As these 5 Kaishins approached, all the spirits in the vicinity displayed expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama. That audacious individual by the lake dared to steal from the Grand Kaishin's stock. This time, it would surely be his end. However, as the 5 kings of the universe approached the fishermen, they suddenly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed candidate for destruction." Their voices merged in a resounding chorus that echoed through the heavens. How could this be? He had clearly stolen the fish nurtured by the great king of the universe. Why was there no punishment? The great king and his companions were actually bowing to him. Was I hallucinating? Candidate for destruction? What could this mean? Could it signify a deity even more exalted than the great king of the universe? All the spirits present widened their eyes in astonishment. The murmurs reached the ears of the great king, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he hastily shouted, "Silence! Do not dare to speak of the candidate for destruction, lest you invite destruction upon yourselves." The bodies of the northern king and the others trembled slightly. Could it be that the candidate for destruction was about to become enraged? Gran reeled in his fishing rod and turned to face those who had just spoken ill of him. His gaze induced an immediate collapse of the 5 kings onto the ground, their bodies quaking in dread. A whirlwind of emotions surged within them: fear, confusion, and anxiety. The candidate for destruction was truly angry. Their fate seemed sealed. "Forgive us, esteemed candidate for destruction," they pleaded from their prostrate position. Gran appeared oblivious to their pleas, and a surge of violet energy enveloped him. The forces of order began to manifest within the underworld, causing the very foundations of the realm to tremble, as if the fabric of the underworld's order could shatter at any moment. "How foolishly talkative," Gran remarked, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as the violet light erupted fiercely around him. With a thunderous roar, the destructive energy soared to a height of 100 meters before plummeting downwards. In the crowd, those who had just spoken recklessly were instantaneously transformed into shimmering stardust, dissipating into the void. The events transpired so swiftly that by the time the onlookers regained their senses, they collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless by terror. Gran chose to disregard the spirits, approaching the 5 kings of the universe, and calmly stated, "Rise." "Yes," they responded hurriedly, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Especially the great king, who had feared his planet would meet the same fate as that of the northern king. Yet, it seemed the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated, merely a reckoning for a few indiscreet souls. "I shall take a few fish to feed Lord Beerus. You won't mind, will you, great king?" Gran inquired with a narrowed gaze. Feed Lord Beerus? The great king recalled that Lord Beerus was a cat, and certainly had a fondness for fish. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head as he quickly shook his head. "And no, the entire universe belongs to you and Lord Beerus. As long as it pleases you, candidate for destruction, you may fish to your heart's content." "Very well," Gran replied with a nod of satisfaction. Having trained for over 300 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had nearly driven himself to madness. His destroyer had been right. Life should not consist solely of training. After a year of relaxation, he finally felt less agitated. "Now, it is time for me to depart the underworld." As he spoke, he turned to the northern king. "Have you utilized the promise I made?" "Promise?" The Grand Kai was momentarily taken aback. as he was unaware of the events transpiring between the North Kai and the candidate destroyer. In contrast, the East, South, and West Kais were well informed, having received live commentary from the North Kai during the emergence of Bojack and his ilk. The candidate destroyer had learned the North Kai's techniques, such as the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, hence the promise he made with the North Kai. With his hands pressed against his sides, the North Kai appeared somewhat endearingly foolish, reminiscent of a primary school student facing a stern teacher. Glenn, suppressing a chuckle, declared, "Rest assured, my promise shall never expire." With that, Glenn vanished in an instant. After a brief period, the Gran Kai realized that Glenn had indeed departed from the afterlife. Approaching the North Kai, he grasped the latter's shoulders and inquired with curiosity, "Why would the candidate destroyer make a promise to you?" The North Kai proceeded to recount the events of yesteryear, elucidating that the promise must not be frivolously invoked unless absolutely necessary. As long as it remained intact, it would ensure a lasting connection with the candidate destroyer. Upon hearing the North Kai's explanation, the Gran Kai let out a heartfelt exclamation, "North Kai, you truly are fortunate." In the Kaishin realm, with a swift motion, Glenn reappeared behind Asin. Considering the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, it had been over 300 years since he last visited the Kaishin realm, and the surroundings retained their exquisite beauty. His return did not go unnoticed by Asin, who set down his crystal ball and turned around, only to be astonished to see Glenn. Asin exclaimed, "Ancestor, Glenn has returned." The elder Kaishin was not beneath the great tree, but rather by the lakeside, attempting to fish in the style of Beerus and Whis. Upon hearing Asin's words, a jolt of surprise coursed through him as he turned to confirm Glenn's presence. Well, after such a long absence, I thought you had given up on unlocking your potential." The elder Kaishin hurriedly approached, his face alight with delight. "Everything is well. I timed my return perfectly," Glenn replied with a smile, shaking his head. The elder Kaishin, not concerned with how much time Glenn had spent, inquired with curiosity, "After over 300 years of training in the time chamber, how powerful have you become?" Before entering the time chamber, Glenn had only been a candidate destroyer for 15 years, yet in that brief span, he had reached the first tier of divine power, with his martial arts prowess attaining astonishing heights. Now, after an additional 300 years of training, it was indeed a matter of intrigue regarding his current strength, particularly since Beerus had speculated that Glenn might not even need to unlock his potential to confront the impending battle. "How strong am I?" Glenn hesitated, surprised by the elder's query. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "The battle has yet to commence. I must keep this confidential." "Confidential?" The eager expressions of the elder Kaishin dimmed instantly. However, Glenn was correct. It was wise to conceal his strength to prevent espionage from other universes. "By the way, where are Lord Beerus and Whis?" Glenn scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of the two. Clearly, Beerus had promised to wait for him here, yet he has inexplicably vanished. "Are you not aware of what has transpired?" The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. "What is the matter? Is there trouble?" Gran's expression suddenly turned grave. The old Supreme Kai's words instilled in him an ominous foreboding. "Do not be anxious." The old Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively. "There is no crisis. It is the Grand Minister who has summoned all the gods of destruction to the Void Realm." The words echoed throughout the tranquil Kaishin realm, and Gran's frown deepened. "What is going on?" "Do not inquire of me. I am equally in the dark," the old Supreme Kai replied. The Kaishin realm soon returned to its quietude, while Gran's eyes darted about, pondering the Grand Minister's purpose for gathering the gods of destruction. Could it be that they are constructing a tournament arena akin to the Tournament of Power? But that seems premature. Enough, do not overthink it. It should not pose any danger. The old Supreme Kai pressed Gran down onto the grass, speaking earnestly. "Are you prepared? I am about to unlock your potential." He had awaited this day for so long. As Gran pondered, the old Supreme Kai commenced a peculiar ceremonial dance around him. 5 hours elapsed. The old Supreme Kai seated himself upon Gran's back, his hands raised aloft. The instant the secret technique to unlock potential was activated, the old Supreme Kai's pupils abruptly contracted. "Your power." Chapter 178. The Grand Minister's Tournament Arena. A cosmic traversal cube soared swiftly through the void, its destination being the Void Realm. Beerus stood inside the traversal cube, holding young Broly before him. "Broly, remember, if anyone inquires about your identity, you shall declare yourself as the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7. Huh, what about Brother Gran?" Suspended by the scruff of his neck, Young Broly swung back and forth in the air, creating a rather comical scene. Do not be mischievous. Beerus tapped the top of young Broly's head, causing him to cease his swaying. You need not concern yourself with Gran. Do not mention him before anyone. Your task now is to masquerade as the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7. Beerus inquired, do you understand? Yes. Young Broly nodded vigorously, his eyes shifting to adopt an expression of cold indifference and haughty arrogance. In that moment, he seemed transformed, resembling a candidate god of destruction who looked down upon all life. Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis, both unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. It was hard to believe that when Gran first brought this little fellow back, he was an ignorant simpleton. Yet, after just a few years, his demeanor had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Excellent. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, placing young Broly back onto the traversal cube, and with a sweep of his hand commanded, Whis, accelerate. Whoosh. The speed of the cosmic traversal cube surged once more. Before long, the traversal cube arrived in a realm of utter void, devoid of any substance, existing solely in pristine emptiness. In the past, the battle between Beerus and Champa, as well as Whis and Bardock, took place within this realm of nothingness. Upon returning, Beerus was astonished to witness a monumental transformation in the surroundings. A colossal arena had emerged within the void, vast enough to rival an entire planet. The terrain of this arena was extraordinarily intricate, featuring glaciers, deserts, forests, magma, and oceans. Realizing this, both Beerus and Whis immediately comprehended that this arena was intended for competition. The anticipation of a grand battle had been meticulously prepared years in advance, instilling a palpable sense of tension. Beerus swallowed hard and remarked, Whis, this arena must have been crafted by the Grand Priest himself. Whis pondered for a moment before nodding. In the past, my father would typically delegate such tasks to us angels. However, I arrived here to find this arena, which is clearly a creation of my father's own hands. As he spoke, Whis and Beerus locked eyes, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in one another's gaze. Goodness! Is this battle truly of such monumental significance? Yet, they were puzzled. With the arena already constructed, what purpose did the Grand Priest have in summoning them? After a brief silence, Whis pointed to a flat area below the arena, stating, Everyone has arrived. Let us descend. At that moment, the other 11 gods of destruction and angels stood below, with the Grand Priest positioned at the forefront. Looking down, Beerus realized he was the last to arrive. Let us go down, he said, carrying little Broly as they leapt from the cosmic travel cube, flying towards the Grand Priest. Whis, having stowed away the travel cube, closely followed Beerus. As they approached the assembly of deities, a voice rang out. Oh, is that not Beerus? It was Quitella, one of the gods of destruction, his complexion as pale as ever. Quitella taunted, arriving so late, making the Grand Priest and all of us wait for you. What a grand figure you are. The jester, Mermaid, couldn't resist joining in the mockery. Indeed, arriving so slowly, it's clear you must have been indulging in a leisurely slumber. Laughter erupted among the gods of destruction. Even Champa joined in. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Beerus remained unperturbed, a reaction that puzzled Whis. Why was the god of destruction so unusually subdued today? Just as Whis contemplated this, Beerus abruptly stepped before the Grand Priest, bowed respectfully, and then turned to face Quitella and the others, saying, Who dares call me a grand figure? Whether my arrival is deemed late or not is for the Grand Priest to declare. He is yet to utter a word, and yet you all rush to speak. If one were unaware, they might think you were the grand figures. With these words, Quitella broke into a cold sweat. Mermaid's face turned ashen, and Ewan trembled in fear. The realm of nothingness fell into an eerie silence. Grand Priest, we are not at fault. It is Beerus who is speaking nonsense. Quitella quivered on the ground, trembling. Indeed, we harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that Beerus has exhibited a profound lack of decorum, audaciously delaying even the summons of the Grand Minister. The delectable Whis has also succumbed to the floor in laughter. Observing this, a smirk of delight crept upon Beerus's lips. How delightful it is to be derided. Whis, with a hand over his mouth, chuckled discreetly. This is truly the essence of Beerus's character. Meanwhile, the angels, witnessing the embarrassment of their respective gods of destruction, found themselves at a loss for words. It is one thing to be outmatched in battle, but to falter even in verbal sparring is quite another. Rise, all of you, the Grand Minister commanded, casting a disapproving glance at the inept gods of destruction before shifting his gaze to Beerus and the diminutive figure beside him. And who might this be? The Grand Minister squinted, feigning ignorance. As forgiveness was granted, the assembly of gods rose to their feet, albeit with palpable frustration at the Grand Minister's decision not to reprimand Beerus for his tardiness. Why should he escape punishment for his lateness? Though they felt aggrieved, the gods dared not voice their discontent. Beerus lifted young Broly, grinning widely. His name is Broly, my candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7. The Grand Minister's lips twitched in surprise. Here we go again. Indeed, upon hearing Beerus's declaration, the eyes of all gods of destruction converged on young Broly. Even the angels, including the likes of Conic, were no exception. After all, Beerus's prowess is well acknowledged. They were curious to discern the capabilities of the apprentice of the mightiest god of destruction. However, upon close inspection, they were taken aback, not due to Broly's formidable strength, but rather his astonishing weakness. If one were to assess Broly's current power level, it would merely register at a paltry 40 million. Such a level of strength is not only inadequate among the candidates for God of Destruction, but is also woefully insufficient among mortals. Ha! The God of Destruction of Universe 4, Katra, laughed heartily. Beerus, has your Universe 7 truly dwindled to such depths that you would select such a wretch as a candidate for God of Destruction? The God of Destruction of Universe 11, Vermoud, was nearly in tears from laughter. You find merit in such a weakling? If your Universe 7 is truly devoid of candidates, I could lend you one of my own to compete in this grand melee. The God of Destruction of Universe 8, Ligil, gasped for breath between chuckles. If you allow this weakling to take the stage, I assure you, he would crumble beneath even the sneeze of one of my candidates. The cacophony of laughter reverberated throughout the void. Beerus's lips curled into a knowing smile. He anticipated this outcome, and it was precisely what he desired. He surveyed the scene, noting that aside from Champa, who remained stoic, the god of destruction of Universe 10, Rumshire, also held back his mirth. Beerus quickly recalled the time he battled Champa, during which Kess was also present. It seemed Rumshire might be privy to certain knowledge. Gentlemen, before you indulge in laughter, I implore you to take a closer look at this little one's potential. It was Kess who stepped forward. Chapter 179. The first objective. Altering the rules. All the angels, except for Kess, were intently observing little Broly. They discerned his unique physique, which seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, flashes of insight illuminated the minds of the angels, and they collectively recalled that it resembled the physique of Odysseus, known for its limitless potential to amplify strength. Consequently, all the angels, save for Whis, turned their gazes sharply towards the Grand Priest. Even Beerus's attendant, Bados, was no exception, for she had not encountered little Broly during her previous visit to Universe 7 alongside Champa. Bados remembered that Gran had previously suggested Scions as candidates for the role of Destroyer God. To their astonishment, they had indeed discovered such a physique within this very race. Noticing the expressions of the angels, Katra and the others were taken aback, hastily redirecting their attention back to little Broly. Unfazed, little Broly stood there like a true candidate for Destroyer God. Father, is this the physique you spoke of? Inquired the angel from Universe 11, Makalita. Indeed, replied the Grand Priest without reservation. Upon hearing this, the angel's expressions grew gravely serious. In contrast, Katra and his companions only perceived little Broly's fierce aura and could not discern any particularities about his physique. However, witnessing the angel's reactions made them aware that this child was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that Beerus had chosen this little rascal as a candidate. How infuriating! All the destroyer gods were internally raging, and even Champa was no exception. It was baffling that Beerus, already possessing a being like Gran, could also have found a prodigy like little Broly. Ha! Beerus laughed joyfully as he approached Katra, patting him on the shoulder. Old rat, you were just laughing the loudest. What happened to your mirth? Are you naturally inclined not to smile? He then strolled over to the destroyer god of Universe 8, Legio. If I recall correctly, you too are quite the jester. Care to share another laugh with me? Is it like this? Next, he approached the destroyer god of Universe 11, Wymite. A clown truly lives up to the title of a clown. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a jest. Beerus, relishing his moment, had taken the opportunity to mock every destroyer god who had previously ridiculed him, with the sole exception being Champa. How do you find my candidate? Do you consider him a genius in your eyes? He taunted. Why the silence? Weren't you just saying my candidate was worthless? Is he still worthless now? Come, let's continue this laughter, shall we? Ha ha. The tables had turned swiftly. The destroyer gods who had once mocked him now found themselves on the receiving end of Beerus's jests. At that moment, Beerus felt a singular emotion, sheer delight. What are you so pleased about, Beerus? The destroyer god of Universe 5, Yakra, could no longer contain himself, scoffing. I concede that your candidate's talent is formidable, but he has yet to fully develop. Indeed, Akira could not comprehend the nature of little Broly. Yet he spoke the truth. Within the realm of the Omni King, there exist numerous prodigies, but only those who can evolve will truly matter. If one fails to develop, they are akin to refuse. Exactly. The god of destruction from Universe 1, Iwan, sneered, now that the Grand Minister has constructed the arena. How long do you suppose until the candidate god of destruction battle commences? The god of destruction from Universe 12, Jin, followed suit with mockery. Surely, you do not believe he can keep pace with this impending conflict? The assembly of gods of destruction erupted in derision once more. Only Champa and Rumshire remained silent. Whether this little anomaly could match the intensity of the battle 5 years hence was uncertain, yet Gran would undoubtedly be able to keep up. Whether my candidate can keep pace is none of your concern, Beerus stated, having fulfilled his purpose of bringing little Broly here. As he nudged the boy back to Whis' side before turning away, you would do better to worry about yourselves. Should you find yourselves among the bottom 3, you shall incur the wrath of Lord Omni King. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the assembly of gods of destruction finally grasped that the 7th universe harbored more than one candidate god of destruction. After all, their universe had also recruited numerous candidates. It was only reasonable that others had done the same. Furthermore, judging by Beerus's tone, he appeared unconcerned about the forthcoming battle. Did he perhaps possess an even stronger, more gifted candidate? The gods of destruction exchanged glances, each discerning a tinge of anxiety reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, although the 7th universe ranked second to last, as long as Beerus remained, they could not be underestimated. At this juncture, the previously silent Grand Minister finally spoke. I have summoned you here for 2 purposes. As he uttered these words, he cast a glance at Beerus, who had grown rather arrogant. Soon, we shall see how long he can maintain such bravado. With the Grand Minister's declaration, all gods of destruction and angels returned to attention, their ears perked. The first purpose is that Lord Omni King believes the number of punishment slots is insufficient. If 3 universes are eliminated first, the remaining battles will lack a sense of urgency and thus become unremarkable. The Grand Minister paused momentarily before continuing. Therefore, the rules must be amended, increasing the punishment slots to 10. In other words, only 2 universes will be exempt from punishment. At this revelation, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the assembly. What? Only 2 universes will be spared punishment. The gods of destruction were instantly struck with astonishment. It was no wonder they reacted thus. Previously, 9 universes could avoid punishment. For some of the weaker universes, if fortune favored them, securing one of those 9 slots was not a daunting task, especially considering Beerus was a figure of widespread ire. His candidate would likely be among the first to be eliminated, implying even less competition. However, the circumstances had drastically shifted. Now, with only 2 slots available to evade punishment, the level of competition was palpably fierce. What? Do you have any objections? The Grand Priest squinted as he surveyed the surroundings. No. A host of destroyers bowed their heads, fearful of expressing dissent. While there remained a glimmer of hope for avoiding punishment in the upcoming chaotic battle of candidate destroyers, defying the Grand Priest would surely lead to their obliteration. At this moment, aside from Beerus, the other destroyers were engulfed in anxiety. They found themselves at a loss, uncertain how to evade punishment in the impending tumult. Could they rely on their candidate destroyers to triumph? The myriad uncertainties within the 12 universes were daunting. Even the 11th universe, along with those 4 human-level candidates boasting indices exceeding 7, dared not claim they could secure a spot among the final 2. Suddenly, Champa appeared beside Beerus, nudging him gently. What is the matter? Beerus inquired, a slight smirk curling his lips. Champa, gritting his teeth, replied, You know. If you don't say it, how can I know? Beerus bared his teeth in a grin. Champa, upon hearing this, trembled with frustration. This scrawny wretch was taking advantage of his plight. Brother, Champa silently mouthed to Beerus, pleading, Save me. Fortunately, with 2 slots exempt from punishment, One belonged to Gran, leaving the other available for his candidate, Hit, as long as Gran was willing to lend a hand. Only Gran could assist him in such a predicament. Haha. Beerus chuckled heartily, relishing the moment. Even you, Fatso, find yourself in need of my help today? In front of so many, Beerus refrained from saying much more, continuing to smile. Champa received no verbal affirmation, yet he understood his brother's intent. This was an implicit agreement. With Gran in the mix, how could they not secure a favorable outcome? He couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. The peculiar antics of these two brothers left the other destroyers bewildered. What on earth were they up to? Unlike the others, however, Rumshire had learned some details about the seventh universe from KRS before, and at this moment, he genuinely envied Champa. Why wasn't he the one allied with Beerus? Then he could collaborate with Beerus' candidate. Damn it. KRS, naturally noticing the dark expression on her destroyer's face, understood that as long as Gran was present, the focal point of this battle would undoubtedly be Gran alone. Given the relationship between Beerus and Champa, her destroyer was destined to lose. Nevertheless, she paid little heed to it. After all, this was a matter between destroyers. Father, what is the second purpose for gathering the esteemed destroyers here? KRS inquired. All the destroyers and angels present perked up their ears. As for the second purpose, the Grand Priest suddenly ascended into the air. Observing this, the crowd promptly followed suit. Soaring upwards, the Grand Priest hovered above the arena, thousands of meters high, and calmly stated, "This is the arena I constructed. I am uncertain of its durability." So he cast a sweeping gaze around before finally locking eyes with Beerus. "I hope you can assist me in testing it." A tremendous wave of shock surged through the hearts of the destroyers as they realized the Grand Priest had summoned them to witness the battle among the 12 destroyers. Simultaneously, a sense of exhilaration welled within them. The Omni King has long decreed a prohibition against private battles among the gods of destruction. Such confrontations would result in cataclysmic devastation, easily obliterating an entire universe. However, the current circumstances differ. The Grand Priest, representing the Omni King, has granted permission for them to engage in combat, allowing for a truly exhilarating battle, particularly with Beerus present. In a previous confrontation, despite being besieged by 11 foes, he emerged unscathed, a humiliation that has lingered for ages. With the passage of time, they have all experienced significant growth, and now the opportunity for retribution has finally arrived. Alas, Beerus has sensed the malevolent intentions behind the smiles of his adversaries, prompting a wave of déjà vu as he recalls a similar scenario from the past. Must history repeat itself? Grand Priest, must we truly fight? Beerus beseeches, his audacity surprising even himself. The Grand Priest, maintaining a serene smile, seems to relish the moment, silently chastising Beerus for his earlier bravado and for leading Whis astray. Before Beerus could voice further protestations, Champa swiftly intervened, covering his mouth and admonishing him. "Do you seek your own demise?" Instantly, sweat beaded upon Beerus's brow as he realized the folly of his defiance against the Grand Priest. "Since there are no objections, let the battle commence," the Grand Priest declared with a sweeping gesture, returning all the gods of destruction to the arena, leaving only the angels and little Broly hovering in the void. "Father, does this little one truly share the same essence as Otis?" With the absence of the gods of destruction, Beerus's demeanor became more relaxed as he leaned toward Whis, lifting little Broly to examine him closely. The angels redirected their attention to little Broly, intrigued. "Indeed," the Grand Priest affirmed, his elegant smile unwavering. Cornet cast a glance at Whis and remarked gently, "Otis's tale is indeed legendary. It is remarkable that Whis has discovered such a prodigy." Makarita, staff in hand, added, "Yet it remains uncertain whether Whis's brother can overcome the drawbacks of this essence. Should he succeed, the seventh universe may witness the rise of another formidable warrior." "Oh ho ho," Whis chuckled softly. "Dear siblings, do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Rather, focus on whether your gods of destruction can triumph over Lord Beerus." Upon hearing this, the angels collectively gazed down at the vast arena, where the gods of destruction stood amidst a desert. They understood that with Beerus's popularity, this battle was destined to culminate in another overwhelming victory. In the past, Beerus had faced a similar predicament, yet he emerged as the victor, a feat that defied expectations. Whis, in earlier times, Lord Beerus and Lord Quitella were both at the initial stage of the 7th tier of divine power, remarked Avamo from Universe 1. observing Beerus and his opponent below. From your tone, does it imply that Lord Beerus has experienced a breakthrough? Cornic and the others narrowed their eyes, reflecting on the fact that the previous battle had occurred millions of years ago. Given Beerus's innate talent, it would not be surprising if he had indeed made significant advancements. Given the indolent nature of Beerus, it is difficult to ascertain the outcome if he were to remain in slumber. As for any breakthroughs, you shall observe for yourselves. Whis drew the young Broly closer, chuckling softly. So mysterious? The assembly of angels furrowed their brows, casting glances toward the Grand Minister, seemingly eager to glean insights from him. The Grand Minister, with a faint smile, replied, "You all are looking at me. Do you have matters to discuss?" Makarayada tentatively inquired, "Father, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle?" "I merely summoned them to assist in testing the arena's durability. I am indifferent to who ultimately prevails." The Grand Minister shook his head, implying that if you wish to know, it is best to witness it firsthand. Chapter 181. The strength of the destruction gods. The arena sprawled across an expanse equivalent to that of a planet, with all the destruction gods gathered in a desert. The moment Beerus touched down, he sensed the presence of other destruction gods surrounding him, their eyes gleaming with excitement and ill intent. Standing upon the desert, Beerus scoffed, "What? Do you intend to besiege me again?" He had merely inquired of the Grand Minister whether he could abstain from fighting due to his weariness. Since avoiding this battle was no longer feasible, he would not cower. Was this not evident? Ketla stretched his limbs, and his previously pallid complexion flushed with excitement. "You half-dead rat, do you still wish to engage me?" Beerus's gaze turned icily sharp as he uttered these words, recalling all too well the grudge against Ketla for sending others to ambush Gran. "Did you hear that, half-dead?" Ketla seemed to be struck at a sensitive spot, veins surging on his forehead. "Why are you engaging in such trivial banter?" Wymide pressed his hand firmly on Ketla's shoulder. In the past, he might have resorted to ambushing other destruction gods due to the chaos of battle. However, his singular aim now was to join forces against Beerus. Wymide surveyed the other destruction gods: Furball Ewan, Dwarf Sidra, Queen Helles, Robot Mosca, Mummy Akira, Fox Rigel, Elephant Rumshire, Sea Monster Jean. Almost all of their gazes betrayed a shared intent to take down Beerus. Very well. Finally, Wymide turned his attention to Champa, stating nonchalantly, "So, Champa, what say you? Do you wish to turn against Beerus this time?" In days gone by, he would never have posed such a query, for Champa's disdain for Beerus surpassed even that of the other destruction gods. Yet, a recent scene suggested that Champa seemed to be pleading with Beerus. One must remain cautious of Champa. As these words escaped Wymide's lips, the destruction gods encircling Beerus glimmered with cold resolve, as if urging him to join in the assault against Beerus. "Me?" Champa's eyes flickered with a strange light, and a smirk crept across his lips. "When have I ever hesitated in confronting Beerus?" "Fat pig." Beerus erupted in fury. Having only just agreed to let Gran assist the Sixth Universe's candidate, yet here was Champa, ready to turn against him. It was utterly infuriating. Let us proceed. Beerus's demeanor was exceedingly frigid, and those acquainted with him were well aware that he was incensed. 11 gods of destruction circled around Beerus. Both sides locked in a tense standoff. A thunderous rumble echoed as each of them emanated an aura of terrifying pressure, the mere collision of their energies causing the void to tremble. After all these years, how much stronger had he become? None of the gods of destruction dared to make the first move. In the past, Beerus had only just entered the 7th tier of the divine realm. A formidable strength indeed. However, alongside Beerus, Katra had also attained the initial stage of the 7th tier. Nevertheless, despite their combined efforts, the 11 gods of destruction had been unable to subdue Beerus. They understood the reasons well. Firstly, Beerus possessed the unique mastery of the Ultra Instinct, a skill that other gods of destruction lacked. Secondly, he had perfected his mastery of the Ultra Instinct to an unparalleled degree. Thirdly, Beerus's physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, with his destructive capabilities at the 8th tier, and his mindset achieving a state of self-forgetfulness, data from millions of years ago. In summary, he surpassed them in every conceivable aspect. Hence, it was understandable that they had failed to overpower Beerus in the past. As the gods of destruction scrutinized Beerus, he too was observing this motley crew. Katra, his old rival, was indeed formidable, having once attained the initial stage of the 7th tier in pure strength. With his physical prowess at the pinnacle of the 4th tier and his destructive abilities at the 7th tier, millions of years had passed. and Beerus was uncertain whether Katra had made any breakthroughs in his martial arts. However, one thing was certain: Quitra's strength had not seen any substantial advancement. Furthermore, in recent years, he had been punished by the Omni King, causing his power to plummet from the initial stage of the 7th tier to the 6th tier. This meant Katra was effectively diminished. Beerus diverted his gaze. Aside from Katra, only Ramsey and his brother Champa remained noteworthy. These two had reached the 6th tier of the divine realm, with their destructive abilities closely matched at the 6th tier as well. The sole difference lay in Champa's physical prowess, which had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, rendering Ramsey, whose physical prowess was at the initial stage of the 4th tier, incapable of contending with Champa. Turning his attention to the jester, Wade Mead, Beerus recalled that he had once been nothing more than a cowardly ambusher, feigning death in battle. In truth, he was not strong. His power had only reached the 4th tier of the divine realm. As for his physical prowess and destructive capabilities, they were comparable to those of other gods of destruction, at the initial stage of the 4th tier and the 5th tier, respectively. Did they not intend to besiege him? Beerus glanced once more at the other gods of destruction, such as the sorceress Helis and the fox-like Ligil. They surpassed Wade Mead in strength, with their physical prowess at the 4th tier, power at the 5th tier, and destructive abilities at the 6th tier. As for Ewan and Sidra, their power resided at the 4th tier, their physical prowess at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, and their destructive capabilities at the 5th tier. These two were even less impressive than the jester, Wade Mead. The sight was truly disheartening. How could a god of destruction be reduced to such a pitiful state? Were they paralyzed by fear of me? Beerus waved his hand dismissively, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Enough of this wasted time. Let us engage together. Chapter 182. The 9th level of destruction rules. Arrogance. The assembled gods of destruction were infuriated. Boom. They ceased concealing their power. A terrifying energy erupted wildly within them. The 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the divine realm manifested. Their divine power was both sacred and vast. In the external world, such might could obliterate 12 universes. Fortunately, they were in the void realm. However, as these magnificent powers surged forth, a purple tempest arose, seemingly accompanied by the resonance of divine melodies. Amidst the divine harmonies, endless lightning entwined, and from above, 11 gods of destruction encircled Beerus. Within that swirling purple storm, Beerus appeared as a lamb struggling for breath. Yet he remained unfazed. Witnessing the power exhibited by this group, Beerus almost felt inclined to laugh. They were truly a pathetic lot, having progressed so little over tens of millions of years. Beerus assessed the group. Surprisingly, his brothers Champa and Rumshire had made the most significant advancements, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine realm. The other gods of destruction had merely ascended from their initial level to the intermediate stage. Let us attack together. Someone spoke, and in that instant, the 11 gods united to launch an assault on Beerus. Watch as I obliterate you all. Just as Beerus was prepared to showcase his overwhelming prowess, chaos erupted among his adversaries. Destruction. Champa seized the moment, suddenly turning on his comrades, unleashing the power of destruction that reverberated through the void. Caught off guard, 3 gods of destruction were ensnared: the diminutive Sidra, the fluffy Ewan, and the mummy Iraq. What are you doing, Champa? Aren't we on the same side? They exclaimed in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Were we not supposed to confront Beerus together? Damn it, release me. I swear I'll end you. The trio struggled against the encroaching force of destruction. Who said we were allies? Champa retorted, swiftly positioning himself behind Beerus, sneering, Beerus is my true brother. I would have to be insane to join forces against him. He had sought Beerus's aid in the impending Gran conflict for the 6th universe. Turning his back now would be unthinkable. Besides, after their skirmish a few years prior, he was acutely aware of how formidable Beerus had become. Opposing Beerus was tantamount to courting death. You wretched fool, were you not the one who despised Beerus the most? They shouted in disbelief. And now you claim he is your brother? Not only were Iraq and his companions enraged, but even the others glared at him incredulously. Champa's gaze flickered, fully aware that no matter how hard he tried, he could never rival Beerus. Thus, he resorted to using deadly force. Enough of the idle chatter. This time, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with my brother. In the impending battle against the candidates for the god of destruction, our 6th universe shall advance together with the 7th. With their backs against one another, Champa blocked his own retreat. This was a declaration of loyalty for his brother. You fat pig, how dare you? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. The remaining 10 gods of destruction roared. Ketra was the first to step forward, unleashing a wave of destructive power. A resounding hum. A purple radiance spread across the sky. This was the 8th tier of rule power, and at its emergence, all things withered and vanished. This is the 8th tier of rule power. To think Ketra has cultivated his rule power from the 7th tier to the 8th. What a fearsome individual. The other gods of destruction gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the angels above the arena also displayed a change in expression. The angel of Universe 1, Awamo, solemnly remarked, Lord Ketra's talent is indeed formidable. He has rapidly cultivated his rule power to the same level as Lord Beerus. The angel of Universe 11, Margarita, nodded in agreement. From the 6th tier onward, each elevation in power is of a dimensional difficulty. For Lord Ketra to reach such a level in merely tens of millions of years is truly impressive. The angels praised Ketra endlessly. However, Whis, Beerus, Vados, and the Grand Minister remained unresponsive. Their indifference caught the attention of the other angels. Could it be? In the next moment, you fat pig, I am quite pleased with your choice this time. As for you, Ketra, I see your power has not increased. I thought you had made no progress over the years, but it appears you have indeed improved in the realm of rules. Nonetheless, it is merely that. Watch closely. With the sound reverberating, a tremendous boom erupted. Another purple light blossomed in the realm of nothingness, deeper and more terrifying than before. In an instant, the void trembled, time distorted as if in a chaotic explosion. The light emitted could devour all matter. What? This is the 9th tier of destructive rule. Beerus, how did you achieve this? Impossible. No god of destruction could cultivate rule power to such an extent. Even if there were, it could not be you. You are always seeking to be lazy. And a being like you could never reach the 9th tier. I refuse to believe it. How on earth did you accomplish this? The expressions of the other gods of destruction were filled with disbelief. Under the impact of Beerus's 9th tier of destructive rule, Ketra's power faltered. The diminutive Sidra, the fluffy Yuan, and the mummy-like Arak took advantage of the chaos to break free from Champa's entangling rule power. What are you waiting for? Come at me together. Ketra's already pale face turned devoid of color, resembling that of a dead rat. Over the years, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, believing that his prowess in the art of destruction could rival that of Beerus. However, to his dismay, his efforts were nothing more than a jest in the eyes of others. As Ketra faltered, the other gods of destruction joined the fray. The purple tempest on the arena surged once more, the power of the rules cascading into every corner, as the platform began to crumble, collapse, and ultimately vanish. Meanwhile, in the realm of the void, the celestial beings fell into silence upon witnessing the apocalyptic battle. After a moment, the angel of Universe 2, Sava, incredulously remarked, It appears that Lord Beerus has elevated his mastery of the rules. No wonder you all remained silent earlier. The angel of Universe 3, Campelli, sighed, Indeed. Wasn't there a confrontation between Lord Beerus and Champa a few years ago? I heard that the eldest sister was present. It seems you were all aware of their prowess. The angel of Universe 4, Conic, offered a wry smile. I had thought that Lord Ketra might catch up to Lord Beerus, but it seems he still surpasses him. The angel of Universe 10, Kes, shook her head. To refine the rules to the 9th tier is beyond mere strength. Lord Beerus is destined to ascend to the level of an angel. As Kes spoke, all the angels turned to gaze at the Grand Priest, seemingly eager to hear his thoughts on Beerus. Why do you look at me? Your eldest sister did not err in her assessment, the Grand Priest replied, a smile ever present upon his lips. This Universe 7 is indeed peculiar. The angels, gods of destruction, candidate gods of destruction, and supreme Kais, each of them possesses remarkable strength. Yet, despite such formidable power, it ranks second to last. Contemplating this, the Grand Priest's gaze towards Beerus grew increasingly indifferent. Upon hearing their father's evaluation of Beerus, the usually composed angels felt an overwhelming tide of emotions surging within them. Whis glanced at his siblings and then at the dark void below, illuminated by the radiant power of the gods of destruction. In the past tens of millions of years, not only has Lord Beerus made breakthroughs in the art of destruction, but his strength has also escalated. Chapter 183. The pinnacle of the 7th stage of divine realm below on the arena. The 12 gods of destruction heeded the Grand Priest's command, testing the durability of the platform without holding back. under the terrifying force of the rules. The once mighty arena had been utterly obliterated. The gods of destruction returned to the void, where Beerus and Champa stood united, facing off against 10 opposing gods of destruction. Two streams of purple light clashed, the destructive power resonating throughout the void, as the air crackled with annihilating thunder. With a resounding crackle, the waves of destruction surged to immeasurable heights. I had no intention of engaging you, yet you wish to gang up on me once more. Do not blame me for what follows. Beerus boldly advanced against the tide of rule-based power, facing 10 adversaries single-handedly, his expression betraying no sign of strain. Upon witnessing this, Champa's corpulent form trembled with excitement. His brother's prowess was truly remarkable. This was the exhilarating sensation of being uplifted. How dare you wretched beings attempt to assault my brother? Behold as I effortlessly vanquish you with a single hand. Emulating Beerus, Champa thrusts his hand forward. In truth, Beerus would remain unaffected whether Champa was present or not. Curse it, how has this fellow become so fearsome? The 9th tier of rules is overwhelmingly powerful, unstoppable. Retreat quickly. The 2 violet beams from the adversaries surged forth with devastating force. The deities of destruction, Katra the rat, the jester Mady, the elephant Ramsai, the sorceress Helles, the fox Leger, the sea monster Jean, the robotic Mosca, the mummy Yarok, the dwarf Sidra, and the fluffball Ewan, found their destructive rule powers melting away like snowflakes upon a red-hot iron. They could not withstand it. They hastily dispersed. With the opposing rule powers diminished, the forces of Beerus and Champa surged forward. Sidra was the slowest to flee, nearly caught by this overwhelming force of rules. This was Beerus' full-powered strike. Had Sidra not escaped, he would have been obliterated on the spot. In the past, your siege upon me indeed placed immense pressure upon my shoulders, but the present is different. I have achieved a new breakthrough. Your decrepit forces are rendered impotent. How will you stop me now? Champa, pursue Sidra and those other weaklings. The rest is mine to handle. Beerus spiraled within the void, his gaze fixed intently upon Katra. An assailant targeting me? Let us see if I do not eliminate you this time. Beerus' eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent as the purple aura surrounding him surged dramatically. Perfected Ultra Instinct. At the moment Beerus invoked this perfected state, an immense power radiated throughout the entire void. This is the pinnacle of the 7th tier of divine realm power. Damn it, this lean figure has not only enhanced his rule power, but also his innate strength. Katra and the others' expressions changed drastically. Once, Beerus' raw power was merely at the initial stage of the 7th tier. Now, he had transcended to the pinnacle level. How has he achieved this? Meanwhile, above the void, as Beerus unleashed his pure power, the angels were once again left astounded. The angel of Universe 12, Matinu, inhaled deeply. It seems that Lord Beerus has reached the limits of dimensional, rule, and pure power befitting a god of destruction. Should he surpass this, he will be on the cusp of angelic strength. The angel of Universe 11, Merus, nodded. No wonder my sister just remarked that Lord Beerus is destined to ascend to the angelic tier. It appears her words ring true. The angel of Universe 9, Mojito, stated gravely. What remains uncertain is whether Lord Beerus can take that final step. Should he succeed, he would be the first god of destruction to attain the level of a half-step angel. The assembly of angels expressed their admiration. Listening to the accolades from his siblings, Whis felt a swell of joy. After all, he was the one who had nurtured their growth. Beside him, Bardos bit his back teeth, and aside from Beerus, he indeed had that even more terrifying little fellow, Gran. How enviable. All right, could you all perhaps maintain a modicum of silence? The Grand Priest, unfazed by Beerus's talent, remarked coolly, It truly vexes me that the arena I painstakingly constructed has been dismantled. Upon hearing this, all the angels swiftly glanced downward, only to discover that the arena had indeed vanished without a trace, not even a speck of debris remaining. It had been utterly obliterated. Consequently, every angel's body trembled violently, including that of Kes. Within the void, a purple flash darted through the emptiness, swiftly catching up to Ketla. You wretched rat. How dare you ambush my candidate during the God of Destruction meeting? The atmosphere crackled with intensity as Chapter 184 unfolded, seemingly intent on slaying Ketla. Boom. The power of the 7th tier of the divine realm coalesced within Beerus's fist, a terrifying force surging throughout the void before spilling into the external world. Crack. Countless dimensions shattered under this power. Even time itself warped, becoming stagnant. The supreme divine might surged upward, aimed at Ketla's back. This strike was Beerus's intent to commit deicide. Have you lost your mind, Beerus? Ketla's heart quaked as he realized that Beerus was exerting his full strength. Faced with such overwhelming force, even in his prime, he would be unable to withstand it, let alone in his current state, reduced to half his former self due to the king of all's punishment. Yet, he had no choice but to defend. Ketla hastily retaliated, his fists colliding with Beerus's. Boom. The clash of the peak 6th tier and the peak 7th tier of the divine realm erupted like a chaotic explosion. The radiance that emanated was both resplendent and blinding. However, the more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it became. Cursed be these two. Their power is terrifying. We must defend ourselves. The three gods of destruction, Mauchio Iwan, Dwarf Sidra, and Mummy Yarrick, who were engaged in battle with Champa, turned pale at the sight. The ultimate light, shimmering with the promise of annihilation, surged toward them, prompting a hasty retreat while a wave of destructive energy enveloped them. Besides Mummy Yarrick, the other gods of destruction employed the power of the rules to counter the overwhelming force generated by the collision between Beerus and Ketla. Bang! Bang! An endless barrage of power struck the protective shield of the gods of destruction, causing the void to resonate with sounds reminiscent of planetary explosions. Meanwhile, Ketla's fist met Beerus's, the 7th tier's power seeping through. With a crack, Ketla's bones shattered instantly. Ah, it hurts. Beerus, have you gone mad? Do you intend to kill me? Unable to withstand the onslaught, Ketla rapidly entered a state of self-extreme, dragging his injured right arm as he retreated swiftly. Beerus, offering no response to Ketla's pleas, wore an increasingly grim expression. He had vowed to avenge Gran. Destruction. Beerus extended his palm, and a brilliant purple light erupted forth, signifying the manifestation of the 9th tier rule power. A streak of violet brilliance traversed the void as he pursued Katra. Cursed be this force. Upon witnessing this terrifying power of destruction once more, Katra gritted his teeth, choosing to advance rather than retreat. He realized escape was futile. Perhaps resisting would offer a slender chance of survival. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over him. Given Beerus's vindictive nature, he should never have provoked such a being. Why had he not yielded? Why are you all dawdling? If I fall, you shall be next, Katra shouted, dodging the destructive force unleashed by Beerus as he charged toward him, roaring with fervor. The gods of destruction hovering nearby were jolted from their stupor. Katra spoke the truth. Should he be defeated, none would remain standing. Boom, boom. One by one, the gods of destruction entered their ultimate states of being. In this heightened state, the strength of their will was directly proportional to the terrifying might they wielded. Thus, the 7 gods of destruction surged forth toward Beerus, their power skyrocketing to unprecedented heights. Boom, boom. The melee commenced, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing through the air. Concurrently, the realm of nothingness was divided into 2 battlefields, 17 on Beerus's side, and 13 on Champa's. Regardless of the battlefield, the agility, reflexes, combat techniques, and awareness of these gods of destruction were nothing short of formidable. They engaged in combat with the finesse of a meticulously choreographed martial arts film, elevating the art to its zenith. With a shout, 12 violet beams intertwined and clashed within the void, attacking from above and below, from left to right. Each strike bore the indomitable will of the gods of destruction, and within the collision of their martial intent, the realm of nothingness seemed to boil with energy. Visible ripples resonated through the void, a testament that only beings of their caliber could endure such an environment. Yet, merely half a minute had elapsed when the 7 gods besieging Beerus began to sustain injuries, primarily due to the overwhelming dominance of his power. Whether in pure strength, rule power, or martial prowess, none could compare to Beerus. Let us not forget that he could seamlessly shift between states of ultimate mastery, and thus, under his oppression, the metal shell of the robot Mosca was punctured. The right leg of Queen Heli's was shattered, the red nose of the clown Whis was crushed, one ear of the elephant Ramsey was obliterated. The teeth of the mouse Katra were shattered, and 3 of the 9 tails of the fox Ligil were severed, while one eye of the sea monster Jean was left blinded. Ah! Ah! The anguished cries of Katra and his companions reverberated throughout the realm of nothingness. On the other battlefield, Champa had just rendered the dwarf Sidra unconscious when he heard the screams emanating from Beerus' side, prompting him to swiftly turn his gaze. It may not matter if one does not look, but upon viewing, one is taken aback. He has vanquished 3 destroyers in one fell swoop, yet has only incapacitated a single opponent, while Beerus is on the verge of overwhelming 7 destroyers. Meanwhile, the angels hovering above the void fall into silence once more. The angel of Universe 11, Margarita, sighs, stating, had Lord Catron not sustained injuries, their side might have held out a little longer. However, with Lord Catra injured and 3 of the destroyers taken away by Lord Champa, they stand no chance against Lord Beerus. The angel of Universe 4, Conic, shakes his head, declaring, even if they could withstand it, it would only be temporary. Compared to the other destroyers, Lord Beerus has entered an entirely new realm. At this moment, he could truly be deemed the mightiest of all destroyers. The angel of Universe 1, Awamo, solemnly agrees, indeed. Lord Beerus possesses the ability to seamlessly switch between Ultra Instinct and Perfected Ultra Instinct. By this merit alone, the other destroyers are powerless against him. The angel of Universe 10, Kes, glances at Beerus and smiles lightly. You have all witnessed the prowess of Lord Beerus. In truth, Lord Champa is formidable as well. Upon hearing this, the gathered angels are momentarily taken aback, redirecting their gaze to observe Lord Champa. The angel of Universe 2, Sava, remarks gravely, indeed. Lord Champa not only faced 3 adversaries without faltering, but he also defeated 1 destroyer. Truly impressive. The angel of Universe 12, Matinu, expresses envy. Lord Champa truly lives up to being the twin brother of Lord Beerus. His talents are equally remarkable. The angel of Universe 8, Corin, ponders. I recall that not only the destroyers are twins, it seems the 6th and 7th universes are also twin universes. These 2 universes are indeed extraordinary. Listening to the discussions of her fellow angels, Beerus' attendant, Vados, smiles subtly. Champa is a destroyer she has meticulously trained. If he were lacking in skill, she would be quite displeased. Meanwhile, ever since Beerus revealed his strength, Whis has been in high spirits, relishing the envy of his peers. Whis understands that this is merely an appetizer. When Gran arrives before them, he shall garner yet another wave of admiration. Just then, a troubling realization dawns. Things seem to have escalated. Kes notices the commotion below. It appears Beerus is intent on eliminating Catra. She hastily turns to the Grand Priest. Father, it is about time to intervene. Chapter 185. I have not forgiven you, however. The Grand Priest remains unresponsive. Observing this, the angels are momentarily taken aback. Even Whis appears puzzled. Could it be that their father wishes for Quitra's demise? Just as the angels contemplate this, the Grand Priest suddenly vanishes without a trace, departing silently. Even Kes fails to react in time. Below in the void, a piercing cry echoes. Awe. A flash of purple light surges forth, sending Catra and his companions staggering back countless light years, the power of the 7th stage of divine realm causing them to vomit blood. This is untenable. Beerus has become far too powerful. Catra, having been punished by the Omni King, is left with but half his life. Without Catra, we cannot withstand this. Ah, that technique. Suddenly, the Fox Legier conceived a strategy and exclaimed, Ramsay, unleash that technique of yours. That technique? The assembly of destroyers was momentarily taken aback. In their moment of distraction, Legier taunted, You worthless beings, you could not defeat me in the past, and now you dare to fantasize about overcoming me? Beerus surged forth like a fierce dragon, roaring as he advanced with astonishing speed. A resounding boom echoed, and a radiant purple light surged forth, emanating an overwhelming force that sent shivers down one's spine. Ramsay, hurry! Legier implored urgently, his voice rising once more. All right. Ignoring the pain from his damaged ear, Ramsay stood resolutely before the group, his mouth opening wide. That technique? Yes. At this moment, the other destroyers recalled what was about to unfold. It was Ramsay's sonic roar. This technique, even capable of stunning a powerful destroyer, would leave them disoriented for a time. Roar. Ramsay's throat erupted with a terrifying sonic wave that expanded in a circular motion, enveloping the surroundings. Those prepared, such as Catra, managed to withstand the disorientation, yet they still felt the impact of the wave. On the opposing side, Beerus abruptly halted his advance. Excellent. This technique truly works. We must seize the chance to incapacitate him. With the confrontation reaching such a peak, their rage was palpable. In truth, it was impossible to remain calm, having been besieged. Beerus was determined to annihilate the group of destroyers before him, particularly since Katra had vowed vengeance for Gran, and Katra, alongside his comrades, sought to avenge their past failure against Beerus, driven by a desire to redeem themselves. However, reality struck them hard. Not only had they failed to defeat Beerus, but they were also battered and bruised. Under such circumstances, how could both sides refrain from fury? Katra was the first to strike, dragging his severed arm. He executed a horizontal push with his remaining hand, unleashing the 8th tier destruction energy as a purple dragon surged forth. Queen Helios aimed a sharp arrow at Beerus, imbued with her supreme divine power. Having lost 3 of his tails, Ligier spread the remaining 6 and swiftly unleashed the power of destruction. The Jester Matey also hurled playing cards charged with destructive energy. All 7 destroyers were employing their signature techniques to assault Beerus. On Beerus's end, Ramses' technique indeed momentarily disoriented him. However, it was but a fleeting lapse, as he quickly regained his composure. Damn it! How did he recover so swiftly? We must restrain him, or our efforts will be in vain. The destroyers widened their eyes. Given Beerus's current strength, they could do nothing if he awoke. For under the power of the 9th tier destruction, all would wither and vanish. I shall take action. Lend me your strength. The robotic Mosco's eye-like lens flickered as he swiftly moved to the forefront. He commanded Ramsey to push against his back with the elephant's trunk, and harnessing the immense power of the dual destruction deity, the robot Mosca surged forward. In an instant, he transcended the onslaught of numerous destruction gods, positioning himself behind Beerus, who was then ensnared by Mosca's iron arms. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was I truly the same as before? Does he not realize that Mosca's strength is insufficient to restrain me? Beerus, regaining his composure, observed the incoming attack without flinching. He braced himself against Mosca's iron fists, unleashing the pinnacle of his divine 7th level power. In the outside world, such force could lay waste to existence itself. Within the void, the phenomenon was equally terrifying. Boom! The overwhelming power reverberated throughout the void, causing it to tremble violently. This realm, once filled solely with pure nothingness, now stirred a tempest of devastation. Accompanied by apocalyptic thunder, crackling and snapping, that vast strength collided with Mosca's iron arms, rendering them utterly useless. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus swiftly ascended into the air. Meanwhile, Ketla and the others unleashed their attacks, and without Beerus shielding them, Mosca was instantly reduced to a mere wreckage. When the brilliance faded, a small creature with 2 horns emerged from the heap of scrap. Yet, the creature bore the brunt of the destruction god's power. Leaving it battered and on the brink of death, Mosca lay there, barely clinging to life, as if he might perish at any moment. However, Beerus paid no heed to his fate, his gaze fixed intently on Ketla. Beerus charged forth, embodying an invincible warrior, striking down the other destruction gods with a single blow. He even unleashed a 9th level destructive force, ensuring these foes would not survive. Have you lost your mind, Beerus? Do you comprehend what you're doing? If you kill us destruction gods, Lord Zeno will never spare you. Ketla exclaimed, bloodied and retreating in agony. Spare you? Have you forgotten the time you sent others to my 7th universe? Beerus appeared before Ketla, his expression icily resolute. But I was punished by Lord Zeno. Ketla, filled with regret, nearly knelt in desperation. Lord Zeno punishing you is his affair, but I have not forgiven you. Chapter 186, The Arena? As he gazed into Beerus's murderous eyes, Ketla trembled with fear. At the same time, he pondered why only Beerus had experienced such a tremendous surge in power. Why? This is infuriating. Ketla silently raged within, realizing if he had known Beerus would rise to such heights, he would never have provoked him. The weight of regret bore heavily upon him. Your expression suggests remorse, Beerus remarked suddenly, seizing Ketla by the throat. But to me, this is not regret. You merely understand that your end is nigh. Ketla was suspended in midair, struggling incessantly. We are the gods of destruction in the multiverse. Should you take our lives, Lord Zeno will not let you off. Who said I intended to kill you? Beerus, with one hand gripping Ketla's throat while the other formed a tight fist, surged forward. Boom. The power at the pinnacle of the 7th level of divine realm erupted within Ketla's abdomen. Ketla coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his ribs had shattered into countless fragments. I am well aware that Lord Zeno would cast blame, hence I shall not slay you. Beerus cast a glance back at the other gods of destruction, who were left in disarray from his overwhelming force. He turned his attention back to Ketla, tightening his grip around his throat, and with a cold smirk, declared, "I merely wish to torment you. What do you truly intend to do?" Ketla, enduring excruciating pain in both body and soul, continued to struggle, attempting to break free from Beerus' grip. Ignoring Ketla's plight, Beerus delivered a powerful punch to Ketla's side, instantly shattering his spine with unfathomable force. As Ketla lost his basic ability to move, a surge of purple light enveloped Beerus's hand, coalescing into a blade-like form. This radiant energy was infused with the destructive power of the 9th level. Attempting to ambush my candidate? Enjoy my torment. Beerus hurled Ketla into the sky, swiftly swinging his other hand, cloaked in destructive energy, preparing to deliver 1,000 cuts. Enough. A diminutive figure suddenly appeared beside Beerus, adorned with a divine halo, his expression eerily calm and devoid of emotion. Simultaneously, the angels descended from the void above. Upon seeing the newcomer, a cold sweat broke out on Beerus. Has the Grand Priest finally reached his limit? He hastily ceased his actions. Standing beside the Grand Priest, Beerus bowed his head, bending slightly, his teeth gently biting his lip, feigning an expression of pitiful innocence, akin to a schoolboy awaiting reprimand from a teacher. Grand Priest, you are on the verge of killing someone, and yet you play the victim? The angels exchanged glances at Whis, as if to say, your god of destruction is utterly shameless. Whis, however, exhibited no shame, instead stifling a chuckle behind his hand. You possess quite the audacity, Beerus, the Grand Priest remarked lightly. Beerus, with his head bowed, replied innocently, I have done nothing. I have merely followed your orders, Grand Priest, diligently testing the arena's sturdiness. Before he could finish, the Grand Priest interrupted, look around you. Realizing the Grand Priest was not rebuking him for incapacitating other gods, Beerus felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Look around. Cautiously. He raised his head, and the sight startled him. What happened to your arena, Grand Priest? Beerus exclaimed in shock. His expression suggested that the arena's disappearance had no connection to him, yet in truth, Beerus was genuinely unaware of what had transpired. He observed that Katra had completely forgotten the High Priest's command, consumed solely by the desire to inflict torment upon Katra, utterly oblivious to the situation in the arena. High Priest, it seems the arena you constructed is rather fragile, Beerus instinctively uttered, but upon finishing, he chastised himself with 2 sharp slaps. Whis sighed, questioning if their god of destruction truly feared for his life. The other angels were equally speechless, realizing the audacity of Beerus was indeed remarkable. Surely, the High Priest will not hold me accountable? Beerus's body trembled slightly as he bent low. Beerus, you have been rather mischievous of late, the High Priest remarked, placing a delicate hand upon Beerus's shoulder. Beerus froze, feeling as if a mountain's weight rested upon him. No. It felt as though the entire weight of the Omni King's universe bore down on his shoulders. Crack, crack, crack. With all his might, Beerus struggled to maintain his posture, his bones creaking under the strain. In mere moments, his complexion turned an alarming shade of pale. Though he had recently displayed an invincible demeanor by vanquishing 7 gods of destruction, he now felt as insignificant as an ant before the High Priest. The other angels watched Beerus's predicament in silence. Whis remained quiet, refraining from pleading on Beerus's behalf, acknowledging that his god of destruction had indeed been rather unruly lately. High Priest, I was in the wrong. Beerus groaned, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat poured down his forehead. Upon hearing this, the High Priest withdrew his hand, demonstrating considerable tolerance towards a talent like Beerus. Freed from the oppressive weight, Beerus finally gasped for air, truly astonished by the High Priest's formidable power. At that moment, Beerus, I have defeated those 3 from Alarak. Are you well? Champa rushed over, panting heavily, his body marked with various wounds. Clearly, defeating 3 gods of destruction in one go had taken a tremendous toll on him. Upon arriving, he noticed the High Priest had also descended, and he offered a respectful bow. The High Priest nodded, turning his gaze to the battlefield where Whis and the others followed suit. The mummy Alarak, the fluffy Yuan, and the dwarf Zidala lay defeated by Champa. Both of you brothers possess considerable talent, the High Priest remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, I had thought Lord Beerus would indulge in his usual laziness, yet he has secretly enhanced his prowess significantly, Makalita teased. Whis is fortunate to have such a gifted god of destruction. If only the god of destruction from my ninth universe could possess even half of Lord Beerus' strength. Mojito lamented. Champa is also quite remarkable. In such a brief span of tens of millions of years, he has elevated his power to the pinnacle of the 6th level. Kusu expressed with envy. Ahem, Bados coughed lightly. Sister, it is actually unrelated to Lord Champa. It is merely a testament to my excellent training. Champa found himself at a loss for words regarding his own cunning angel. However, upon hearing the multitude of praises from other angels, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Locking eyes with Beerus, he discerned a glimmer of delight reflected in his counterpart's gaze. It is indeed difficult to remain unhappy when receiving compliments, especially for the Grand Minister, a being of unparalleled stature, whose affirmation from such formidable entities was more exhilarating than savoring a vintage cola from 1982. The two brothers, Beerus and Champa, were in high spirits, standing tall with an air of pride adorning their faces. Vados and Bardos exchanged knowing glances, sharing a soft smile. These two brothers certainly had reasons to feel proud. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister cast a sidelong glance at the injured destroyers surrounding him and remarked coolly, "Shouldn't you be attending to those fellows? They are on the brink of death." The assembly of angels understood that the Grand Minister referred to the various destroyers. These 10 destroyers were among the mightiest in their universe. Yet today, they found themselves vanquished by the hands of Beerus and his brother. Such a turn of events was indeed astonishing. The angels swiftly ascended towards the locations of the wounded destroyers. Among them, Katra bore the gravest injuries. Having already been punished by the king of all, he was left on the verge of death after enduring a fierce assault from Beerus. His body was in a dire state, as if life itself was hanging by a thread. Following Katra, the second most grievously injured was the robot Mosco. Initially, he had only suffered the loss of his 2 iron arms at the hands of Beerus, but in his attempt to seize Beerus, he had been struck by the remaining 6 destroyers. His wounds were as severe as Quitras. In contrast, the fox-like Ligil and his comrades fared somewhat better, having only been severely wounded by Beerus's fists and subsequently tormented by the 9th tier of destruction rules. Relative to others, their injuries were not overly critical. As for the fluffy creature Iwan, who battled Champa, they ranked among the weakest of the 12 destroyers. Yet, their situation was not dire. They merely succumbed to unconsciousness after battling Champa, and prior to their defeat, they managed to inflict significant damage upon him, which was no small feat after all. Amidst the fray, 7 had assailed Beerus, yet he emerged unscathed. In the realm of nothingness, the angels circled their respective destroyers, employing healing magic. Waves of silver light flickered through the inky void, and soon, every destroyer, including Champa, regained their vitality, with the sole exception of Katra, whose injuries from the king's punishment could not be mended by Conic. Once their wounds were healed, they glided towards the Grand Minister. The realm of nothingness fell into a tranquil silence, as though the monumental battle that had just transpired had never occurred. Observing Katra and his companions revived, Beerus smirked, fully aware that the battle had definitively concluded. Yet, he felt an itch for further torment that remained unsatisfied. At this moment, the scene within the realm of nothingness appeared rather peculiar, with Beerus and Champa holding their heads high, like roosters ready for battle. Meanwhile, the 10 gods of destruction, Ketla, Ramses, the clown-like mime, the sea monster Jean, the malfunctioning robot Mosca, the goddess Hyles, the mummy Yarrick, the fox Ligil, the fluffball Iwan, and the dwarf Sidra, kept their heads bowed, too intimidated to face the brothers Beerus and Champa, let alone the Grand Priest. After all, they had suffered defeat at the hands of Beerus millions of years ago, and had yet to overcome him. They truly felt unworthy to show their faces. "Look up at me," the Grand Priest intoned coolly. Upon hearing this, the dejected gods trembled internally, fearing yet another punishment for their failure against Beerus. Cautiously, they raised their heads. "I recall merely asking you to test my arena, did I not?" The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes. The notion of testing the arena reassured the gods, for it meant they were not to be punished after all. They remembered the purpose of their summons. The Grand Priest aimed to advise them on rule modifications and to assess the sturdiness of the arena. By the way, where is the arena? Ramses and the others surveyed their surroundings, only to realize that the arena constructed by the Grand Priest had vanished. Unlike the other gods, Beerus had already discerned this fact, having been alerted by the Grand Priest. He also recognized that the disappearance of the arena was intricately linked to his 9th tier rule. In other words, The architect of the arena's disappearance was none other than Beerus himself. Feeling a pang of guilt, he averted his gaze, unable to meet the Grand Priest's eyes. Whis was acutely aware of the connection between the arena's disappearance and Beerus, and he found it increasingly difficult to contain his amusement at Beerus' flustered demeanor. The other angels shared in the mirth, realizing how entertaining this feline deity could be. You have truly outdone yourselves. I merely asked you to test the arena, yet you have utterly destroyed what I built. The Grand Priest's voice remained flat, devoid of emotional inflection, yet it was this very calmness that rendered him most formidable. The gods of destruction lowered their heads once more. Beerus, already feeling sheepish, instinctively followed suit. Suddenly, Beerus, the Grand Priest, called out. Panic surged within Beerus, and he dared not raise his head. What is it? Do you have a matter to discuss? What is it? The Grand Priest's lips curled into a subtle smile. Are you unaware of the mischief you have wrought? At this remark, the heads of the bowed gods shot up in realization. It was indeed Beerus who was the culprit. The disappearance of my arena is entirely your doing. Beerus was rendered speechless. You are the prime instigator in ruining this arena, the Grand Priest continued, his smile widening. Thus, it falls upon you to reconstruct it. No. Wasn't it you who tasked us with testing the arena as sturdiness? Why must I be the one to rebuild it after its destruction? Though Beerus felt a deep frustration, he found no words to express it. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? The Grand Priest suppressed a smile at the corners of his lips. Willing, I am willing. Beerus grimaced, nodding fervently, observing Beerus in such a state. The corners of the mouths of the defeated, including Elephant Ramses, began to rise uncontrollably, their earlier frustrations from defeat vanishing entirely. Beerus, you are formidable. But can you surpass the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest suddenly shifted his gaze to the gleeful vanquished. It's over. A sense of dread gripped the hearts of Fox Ligier and the others. The focus of the gun was inevitably returning to them. After tens of millions of years. This is the extent of your progress. To be honest, I am quite disappointed in you. The Grand Priest said little more. Having accomplished his dual objectives of gathering the gods of destruction, the imminent battle of the candidate gods of destruction was approaching, and he added, You best take care of yourselves. With that, the Grand Priest vanished in an instant. Chapter 188. Zeno, I anticipate the candidate gods of destruction battle even more, combined. As the Grand Priest disappeared, tranquility returned to the Void Realm. The environment was serene, yet the hearts of Katra and the others remained tumultuous. After tens of millions of years, this is the extent of your progress. Frankly, I am quite disappointed in you. Echoed the Grand Priest's voice in their minds, a sentiment akin to a boss expressing disappointment toward employees. At this moment, the faces of the gods of destruction displayed a mix of shame and indignation. They lifted their gazes to the two brothers, Beerus and his kin. Damn it. How on earth have they improved? What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I'll continue to pound you, Beerus warned, shaking his fist. Indeed. Keep gazing at us, and you shall find yourselves at the mercy of Beerus, Champa added, standing behind Beerus, feigning authority. He could contend with three gods of destruction simultaneously, but lacked the capability to confront all of them at once like Beerus, thus requiring the latter's imposing presence for support. The assembly of gods of destruction and angels exchanged glances, acknowledging the audacity of the portly Champa. Champa, however, was unfazed by their expressions, reveling in the comfort of having a powerful ally. Had I known earlier, I would not have opposed Beerus. Do not be so arrogant, Fox Ligier began to speak. Why shouldn't I be? I can hold you down and strike. Why should I not be bold? Beerus scoffed. With such bravado, one might assume it is we who are the tormented. Ligier seethed with humiliation, Beerus's words recalling the torment he had recently endured from the Ninth Order of Destruction. The memory was indelibly etched in his mind. The mere thought of it filled him with an involuntary dread toward Beerus. Katra approached, his complexion as pale as ever. This battle concluded when the Grand Priest departed. Ligier, what are you afraid of? Can Beerus truly continue to strike at us? In truth, following the end of this battle, Katra harbored a visceral fear of Beerus, which transcended the mere predator-prey dynamic, amplified by Beerus's immense power. The pure power of the 7th-level pinnacle of the realm of gods, the destructive rules of the 9th level, and the ability to switch between states at will. This is truly the essence of Beerus's current strength. Faced with such might, Katra felt as though he was gazing upon an insurmountable mountain. Despite the fear that gripped his heart, He could not truly believe that Beerus would dare to kill him. For the king of all had decreed that no battles were to occur among the gods of destruction. The recent skirmish had only transpired because the Grand Minister had permitted it. Otherwise, they would have been unable to engage in combat. In other words, after the Grand Minister departed, Beerus would no longer be able to act against them. Upon hearing this, the fox-like Ligil's eyes sparkled. He had almost forgotten this crucial detail. Humph, your significant improvement surely stems from years of diligent training. Gritting his teeth, Ligil declared, I acknowledge that you are formidable now. But do not presume that you can always triumph over me. His voice resonated in the ears of every angel present, prompting them to roll their eyes. This was a classic case of someone unable to accept defeat, particularly Vados, who understood Beerus's situation better than anyone else. While others might believe that Beerus had exerted great effort to achieve such growth, Vados yearned to reveal the truth. They were utterly ignorant of Beerus's innate talent. For after Beerus became a qualified god of destruction, he had hardly engaged in any serious training. His time was spent mostly in eating and sleeping. As for exercising or training, that was out of the question. At most, he would destroy a batch of planets every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. TCH, a bunch of sore losers. Beerus suddenly found the situation rather tedious. These individuals, despite their defeats, were still so brazen. Had it not been for the Grand Minister's prohibition against lethal force, he would have already dispatched this group of fools. We cannot accept defeat. The clown-like one stepped forward with a cold smile. I concede that we have lost to you. But do not forget that our 12 universes will engage in another battle in 5 years. If your candidate should falter then, you had best be prepared to accept that as well. Upon hearing this, the other gods of destruction recalled the Grand Minister's words prior to his departure. The time until the candidate god of destruction melee was drawing near, and they hoped their preparations would suffice. Indeed, they had lost to Beerus, and twice at that. It was both humiliating and unavoidable. Since they could not best Beerus, they could certainly have their candidates defeat Beerus's candidate. This, in a sense, would constitute a victory over Beerus. The thought invigorated the assembly of gods of destruction. The sea monster Jean coldly declared, Beerus, you shall wait and see. My candidate will surely defeat yours. The sorceress Queen Hellas, unwilling to back down, retorted, let us hope your chosen candidate is not too weak. Otherwise, if they are the first to be eliminated, it would be quite the spectacle. The other gods of destruction echoed similar sentiments, each making bold declarations. A bunch of fools. Beerus increasingly found the entire affair tiresome. These individuals were merely skilled in idle chatter. Just as he prepared to dismiss them and begin reconstructing the arena, suddenly, Wymd moved forward to stand before Beerus, calling out his name. With impatience, Beerus remarked, if you have something to say, just say it. I will candidly inform you that the pure power of that individual from my universe surpasses even mine. The voice of Whis deepened. What you have just done to me. I shall ensure that my candidate repays your candidate 1,000-fold in the future. It would be prudent for you to train your candidate to be stronger, otherwise, he shall meet his demise. The notion of having pure power exceeding that of a god of destruction startled the assembly of deities. Revealing that the earlier messages were indeed true, there exists a being in Universe 11 whose strength surpasses that of a god of destruction. Beerus fell silent, taken aback by the existence of such formidable forces in Universe 11. Are you afraid? Whis laughed heartily upon noticing Beerus's silence. Your pure power barely reaches the initial stage of the 4th realm of divine power, which implies that your candidate's strength likely exceeds the mid-stage of the 4th realm. Beerus narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, a candidate for god of destruction possessing such power is indeed quite formidable. Whis' smile brightened at Beerus's words. However, Beerus smirked slightly. Before my candidate, he is destined for a pitiful fate. Whis' forehead creased, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. What a fate of utter humiliation. I hope you remain as defiant when the time comes. Then you may await the inevitable. Beerus scoffed, confident in his unparalleled strength. Enough. With a surge of the 9th level of destructive power, he coldly declared, you all should leave. I shall reconstruct a new arena. If you continue to bother me, I will not hesitate to obliterate you. The other gods of destruction were taken aback by Beerus's demeanor, recalling the torment they had just endured. They understood that under the king's orders, Beerus would not dare to strike them lethally. However, a mere thrashing might be permissible, especially in the Void Realm, where the king might turn a blind eye. Thus, they hastily fled the Void Realm. Katra. Beerus suddenly shouted, "Speak your mind." Katra turned back. This time it was his turn to deliver such remarks. "Previously, you had someone ambush my candidate. While the king's edict restrains me. My candidate is not a god of destruction. Prepare for his vengeance." With that, Beerus ceased engaging in futile banter with the group of inept beings. He unleashed a surge of pure power at the pinnacle of the 7th level, alongside the destructive power of the 9th level. The emergence of these two formidable powers caused Quitra's expression to shift dramatically, prompting him and the other gods of destruction to hastily escape the Void Realm. Outside the Void Realm lay a silver dimension, gradually restoring itself after the chaotic battle among the gods of destruction. They, along with their angels, hovered silently in the sky, each pondering Beerus's recent statements. Even the angels were absorbed in contemplation. The fox-like angel, Ligil, gazed in the direction where Beerus had departed, frowning. Could it be that Beerus's candidate is indeed that terrifying? The clown glanced at Katra with an inquisitive expression, inquiring about the outcome of the earlier ambush on the candidate for Beerus. All the gods of destruction turned their gaze toward Katra. He remained silent, his pallid complexion darkening noticeably. "Now that we find ourselves on the same side, would you care to share?" The sorceress, Queen Heli, spoke coldly. "They perished." Katra clenched his fists tightly. "The individual I dispatched possessed 3rd-tier divine power, yet he was vanquished by Beerus's candidate. Not only did he fail to eliminate the candidate, but he also incurred the king's wrath, which is the most infuriating part." "What?" The assembly of gods of destruction gasped in astonishment, while the angels narrowed their eyes in intrigue. Crix, aware of Gran's existence, recalled that he had been merely 9 years old during the skirmish between Whis and Beerus. It was astonishing to witness such remarkable growth in just a decade. Truly, he possessed extraordinary potential. Instead of speculating on the strength of others' candidates, "We should return and train our own," Katra declared, turning to fly out of the dimensional space, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Beerus, brace yourself. Once that ancient being in my universe regains its power, your candidate will not survive." Upon witnessing Quitra's departure, the angel Conic followed suit. Initially, he had been content in his own universe, only to be summoned here and endure a beating. It was indeed a vexing day. The entity known as Ewan and his companions spat in disdain before departing as well. With their exit, the remaining gods of destruction followed suit. Soon, only Crix and Ramsey from the 11th universe remained. Despite the earlier fervent declarations from the gods, Ramsey chose to remain silent, as he had previously gleaned insights about the candidate from the 7th universe through Crix. "Lord Ramsey, everyone has left. Why do you linger?" Crix inquired softly. With a sigh, Ramsey replied, "I ponder the source of the formidable prowess exhibited by Beerus and his brother." Crix responded, "It is a matter of talent. What else could it be? Earlier, you mentioned a remarkable young individual from the 7th universe, correct?" "Indeed," Crix affirmed without reservation, nodding. "Over a decade ago, when Beerus and Whis clashed in the Void Realm, I too was drawn there. Upon my arrival, I encountered the old Kaioshin of the 7th universe and the young child by his side. The child's talent was extraordinary. At merely 9 years of age, he had already comprehended Ultra Instinct." As Crix's words resonated, Ramsey abruptly closed his eyes. To grasp Ultra Instinct at 9 years old. This marks yet another candidate for destruction who possesses such mastery after Beerus. No wonder Quitra's envoy, despite his 3rd-tier divine strength, met with failure. Defeated by such a genius is hardly surprising. "Lord Ramsey, are you well?" Crix inquired with concern. As Ramses opened his eyes with a sigh, he pondered aloud. "I wonder if I could collaborate with Beerus. I truly wish to avoid the punishment from Lord Zeno." Kasai stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "But there are only 2 spots exempt from punishment. Lord Beerus and Lord Champa are brothers. Surely he will assist the 6th universe." "I know that, which is precisely why I am troubled," Ramses lamented. "However, you need not worry too much, for there are 10 gods of destruction needing punishment. Lord Zeno would not erase you." "Kasai, do you truly believe that a punishment that does not lead to erasure is inconsequential?" "What, then, should we do, Lord Ramses?" "Let it be," he replied nonchalantly. In the palace of Zeno, the Grand Priest returned from outside, striding directly towards the entrance. Traversing the starlit corridor, he re-entered the palace. There, an eraser sat on the throne, engrossed in a match-3 game, flanked by 2 tall, slender figures. "Grand Priest, you have returned," exclaimed Zeno, as he set down his gaming device and looked up. "How goes the construction of the arena?" The arena has been completed, but... The Grand Priest approached with a subtle smile. But it has been dismantled once again. What? Lord Zeno, look. The Grand Priest proceeded to display the events occurring within the void. Wow. Beerus and Champa are quite impressive. Zeno clapped his small hands together, embodying an innocent exuberance. They indeed possess remarkable prowess, the Grand Priest remarked gently. Yet, the chaos of the gods of destruction's battle is rather unappealing. Zeno's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I am far more eager for the battle of the candidate gods of destruction. The Grand Priest nodded. Soon. Only 5 years remain until that grand conflict. Chapter 189. Returning together to the 7th universe. Time flies swiftly. A month has passed since the tumultuous battle of the gods of destruction in the void. During that chaotic encounter, the gods of destruction from various universes witnessed Beerus' true strength, particularly noted by the angels. Beerus had reached the pinnacle of the god of destruction level. Any further advancement would elevate him to the threshold of angelic power. The term half-step angel is associated with formidable entities. Faced with a Beerus of such caliber, the gods of destruction from every universe felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, they are all gods of destruction, each a top-tier genius within their universe, having endured countless hardships to attain their status. The notion of surrender would never cross their minds. Thus, over the course of the month, upon returning to their respective universes, each god of destruction not only resumed their training, but also intensified the training of their candidates. After all, in the short span of 5 years, the only opportunity to triumph over Beerus would be through the forthcoming battle of the candidate gods of destruction. Meanwhile, within the void, following the recent tumultuous battle a month prior, nearly all the gods of destruction had departed. Yet, unbeknownst to many, 5 figures lingered still in that realm. They are indeed Beerus, Champa, Whis, Little Broly, and Vados. Damn Beerus, it was you who wrecked the arena, so why must I assist you in rebuilding it? Champa, panting, forced the last piece of casing steel into the ground and collapsed onto the floor. Can you honestly claim that the arena's destruction had nothing to do with you? Beerus lifted Champa, and the two soared into the air. At that moment, Whis and Vados exchanged glances above them and swiftly waved their staffs. 2 beams of silver light blossomed within the void, and in an instant, the arena transformed to reveal forests, snow-capped peaks, deserts, lava, and oceans. I had a part in this. Champa wriggled free from Beerus' grasp, fuming. I only damaged a tiny bit. Compared to you, mine is nothing. You had a hand in it, indeed. Why so much chatter? Champa, infuriated, felt the urge to strike. What's this? You look like you've been wronged. Do you still wish for the quota? Beerus smirked mischievously. Yes. Champa was well aware that the quota referred to the opportunity to be exempt from punishment in the candidate destroyer god battle. Only Beerus had the authority to promise that no one would face repercussions in that battle. My good brother, I'm relying on you this time. Champa displayed a sycophantic expression and flew behind Beerus, kneading his shoulders. Vados found it utterly ridiculous. Her destroyer god was acting like a sycophant. By the way, Lord Beerus, what is Gran's current strength? Vados squinted, curious. After the destroyer god conference, she and Champa had visited Universe 7. At that time, Gran's dimensional training had reached a level as fearsome as Beerus's, placing him at the pinnacle of divine dimensions. In terms of power, during their sparring, Gran managed to reach the first stage of the divine realm with all his might, and his physical instincts had broken through to the 3rd stage during that encounter. Given Gran's talent, he should have made even greater strides over the past 5 years. Hearing Vados' inquiry, Champa paused his shoulder massage and perked up his ears. You fat pig, don't stop your hands. Huh, everything's fine. The plump Champa dared not confront Beerus now. Beerus wore a satisfied smile. It was the first time in many years that he could make Champa so obedient. Truly delightful. As for Gran's current strength, I am not entirely certain. Beerus rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. When I was summoned by the Grand Minister, Gran had only just exited the time chamber. Beerus recounted Gran's situation. After hearing it all, Champa halted his shoulder massage once again, astonished. Are you saying Gran left the time chamber early? Utilizing the time chamber was an unwritten practice among all destroyer gods. Even Champa followed this tradition. But with so much time still remaining until the candidate destroyer god battle, why did Gran suddenly emerge from the time chamber? Could it be that Gran's lifespan is insufficient? Upon hearing this, Champa quickly shook his head, asserting, no. Gran has long since ascended to divinity. His dimensional level is on par with yours, Beerus. How could he possibly lack in lifespan? Enough of your incessant chatter, Beerus interjected, pinching the bridge of his nose. You are well aware of Gran's circumstances. He has been training in the time chamber for over 300 years, which is truly formidable. Following this statement, both Champa and Beerus fell silent, for Beerus spoke the truth. Gran had only trained for a mere decade, and yet possessed such terrifying power. Now, with an additional 300 years of training, even if someone claimed Gran had reached Beerus's current level, Champa and Beerus would accept it without hesitation. The arena has been constructed. Would you care to accompany me back to Universe 7 to see Gran? Beerus proposed. I believe that young man has returned to the realm of the Kais as well. Champa and Beerus exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. For Champa, Gran was pivotal in determining whether he could avoid punishment. For Beerus, Gran was the most formidable and talented being she had ever encountered. Otherwise, she would not have contemplated stealing him. She was eager to witness the extent of Gran's current prowess. Then let us proceed, Beerus said, casting a glance at Whis. Whis promptly produced a cosmic travel cube, and after everyone had entered, he activated it. As the cube moved toward Universe 7, the conversation between Beerus and Champa ensued. By the way, you gluttonous pig, what is the strength of your candidate destroyer in the 6th universe? Why do you ask? What else? I merely wish to understand the strength of your candidate, lest you choose someone feeble and hinder Gran's progress. Rest assured, while he may not fare well in a straightforward battle, I can confidently say that in terms of survival skills, he is undoubtedly the most formidable among all candidate destroyers. Such confidence. What abilities does he possess? It's no trouble to share. Let me elaborate on his capabilities. He can manipulate time. What? Chapter 190. Gran beyond comprehension in Universe 7, within the realm of the Kais, beneath a great tree. The old Kai held a magazine in one hand while the other was raised, chuckling in a peculiar manner. Sitting before him, Gran displayed no expression, having entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Asin, seated nearby, was taken aback by the old Kai's antics. His face darkened with dismay. A dignified Kai from 15 generations past, spending his days perusing such trivial literature. How embarrassing. Asin mused to himself, glancing at Gran, uncertain of the extent of Gran's current strength. He recalled a month ago when his ancestor had expressed astonishment upon unlocking Gran's potential. Yet, when he inquired about Gran's prowess, the elder merely smiled foolishly, leaving Asin in a state of anxious curiosity. Asin sighed, withdrawing his gaze as he utilized the crystal ball to observe the 7th universe. Over the past 2 years, peculiar changes had transpired within this realm. To his astonishment, the formidable Gula of the Eastern Galaxy had vanished, leading to a proliferation of various malevolent entities in the absence of the Gula Legion. Fortunately, the Scions had long since allied with the Galactic Patrol, and under their coordination, the situation in the Eastern Galaxy remained manageable. Simultaneously, throughout the 7th universe, numerous high-potential civilizations had been burgeoning wildly. It was believed that in approximately a decade, the Human Development Index of the 7th universe would experience an explosive surge. Let me calculate, Asin thought, having gained invaluable insights from the old Kai. He began estimating the potential advancements of the 7th universe in 10 years. If everything continued along its original trajectory, then it would be 40. Asin's heart raced with exhilaration. Doubting his calculations, he recalibrated, only to arrive at a similar conclusion of around 40. Could it be true? Asin swallowed hard. Currently, the Human Development Index of the 7th universe stood at 320, yet it would soar to 40 in a mere decade. Thrilled, he contemplated estimating the state of the 7th universe 20 years hence. However, at that moment, a cascade of vibrant colors descended from the sky. To his surprise, the candidate chosen by the corpulent pig could manipulate time, indicating that survival would pose no issue. From the cosmic transit cube emerged 5 figures, returning from the void realm, Beerus and his companions. Indeed, Champa chuckled, when selecting candidates, my foremost criterion was that they could not hinder Gran. Hence I had but one requirement. They must survive. Beerus twitched at the corners of his mouth. I never imagined you were fixated on Gran 5 years ago. 5 years. I had my sights on Gran long before that, Champa retorted, retracting his neck in exasperation. I nearly absconded with Gran back then. Who knew you would return so swiftly? Enough of that. Your mere mention of it irritates me. Beerus threatened, poised to grasp Champa by the throat. Lord Beerus, under the great tree. Asin rose from the grass and hurried over, only to realize that Champa and Beerus had also arrived. "Greetings, Lord Champa, Miss Vados." Asen bowed respectfully, observing the sprightly newcomer. Beerus relented in his pursuit of Champa. Indeed, the Kai of the seventh universe is maturing splendidly. Champa cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, as if silently imploring him to exhibit a modicum of maturity as well. Humph. Beerus turned his head away, only then noticing Gran seated beneath the tree. The posture of the old Kai suggested he had begun to unlock Gran's potential. "Lord Beerus, Gran has finally returned." Asen began, but Beerus interjected, "I see him." Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their attention towards Gran. At that moment, Gran was no longer clad in cumbersome gravity attire. He appeared as radiant and handsome as ever. Eyes closed in meditation before the old Kai. After a brief interval, Asen declared, "I cannot fathom." Bardos wore a grave expression. Only a true deity of destruction could achieve such a level. Upon uttering these words, a tremendous wave surged within Champa. Has he truly reached the level of a deity of destruction? Is this little one so extraordinarily formidable? Whis, now that we can observe Gran up close, what is your perspective? Beerus, suppressing his excitement, inquired. Perspective? Whis shook his head, taking a deep breath and feigning calmness. I have no opinion, like Sister Bardos. I remain unable to see through Gran. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard. If both angels said so, then Gran's strength undoubtedly reached the genuine level of a deity of destruction. My goodness. Beerus and Champa exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Emaciated. Yet it seems that the delightful little jester claimed his candidate possessed power surpassing that of a deity of destruction. The corners of Champa's mouth began to rise wildly. Possessing power beyond a deity of destruction? Beerus bared his teeth. Before my Gran, he is nothing. Years ago, Whis had assessed Gran's strength at the second tier of divine realm, allowing him to be invincible among the candidates for deity of destruction. Now, no one knows how much Gran has improved. However, given Gran's extraordinary talent, his enhancement must be considerable. Beerus believed that Gran's current strength might render even some deities of destruction unable to contend with him. Ha! Hearing Beerus's words, Champa laughed heartily. With the fusion of our two universes, who could rival us? Bardos twitched her brow. This glutton was becoming increasingly shameless. Gran's might belong to the seventh universe and had nothing to do with him. Whis could not help but chuckle. Beerus was equally endearing in his own way. Keep your voice down. Beerus delivered a punch to Champa's belly, causing him to curl up like a cooked shrimp. Why are you hitting me? Champa grumbled, clutching his rotund belly. That old fellow is unlocking Gran's potential. You mustn't disturb them, Beerus retorted grumpily. Unlocking potential? Champa and Bardos exchanged glances. Unlocking potential involves guiding the latent power within an individual, a practice that isn't inherently misguided, as the power drawn forth still belongs to the individual. However, typical methods of unlocking potential often come with significant drawbacks. Why would Beerus consent to that old man performing such acts on Gran? Lord Champa, the Elder Kai's method of unlocking potential has no side effects, so you need not worry. Whis discerned Champa's concerns and provided clarification. What? No side effects? Champa's eyes widened. Given Gran's current condition, he could scarcely comprehend him. What would happen if he were to unlock his potential without any side effects? How powerful would Gran be in 5 years? Chapter 191. How can one cultivate the ultimate freedom to the extent of Whis? What Champa contemplated, Bardos naturally mirrored. How formidable would this young man become in 5 years? She licked her lips, her fervent gaze seemingly intent on devouring Gran. Truly tantalizing. Sister, what do you wish to do? Whis stood defiantly in front of Bardos, his tone laced with irritation. Bardos twitched at the corner of her mouth. Could you refrain from always blocking my way? Why would I need to guard against you? Aren't you aware of your own intentions? Bardos glared at her insufferable younger brother. The group began to make their way toward the old Kaishin, moving quietly so as not to disturb him. Beneath the great tree, the old Kaishin naturally noticed the return of Beerus and the others, casually putting away a magazine. As Beerus and the others approached, the old Kaishin spoke. Greetings, Lord Beerus. That's enough. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Just focus on unlocking the potential of this fellow, Gran. Lord Beerus, I am untroubled as long as no one invades the Kaishin realm. Minor matters do not affect me, replied the old Kaishin. Oh. Beerus had not anticipated that the old Kaishin's potential development techniques could achieve such results. Lord Beerus, what is the purpose of the Grand Minister summoning all the gods of destruction? At last, the old Kaioshin voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. During Beerus's summons, he had been genuinely concerned, especially since Beerus and Whis had vanished for an entire month. He feared something grave had occurred. It's nothing significant. The Grand Minister merely had us gods of destruction engage in a bit of a skirmish. The old Kaioshin was taken aback, quickly asking, "Did you emerge victorious, Lord Beerus? And what of Quitella? Years ago, he dispatched someone to ambush our candidate for God of Destruction. Did you eliminate him?" The old Kaioshin, appearing frail and harmless, spoke words that were astonishingly bold. His frequent references to vanquishing a God of Destruction displayed an unexpected ferocity. Champa and Beerus exchanged glances, as if to say, "There is truly no one normal in Universe 7. Humph, with my strength, I am, of course, the ultimate victor." Beerus lifted his chin proudly, recounting the purpose of the Grand Minister's gathering of the gods of destruction with a touch of arrogance. In particular, while describing the battle among the gods of destruction, he resorted to hyperbolic expressions, leaving the old Kaioshin and Asen momentarily stunned. Although he ultimately failed to eliminate Quitella, this was within expectations. "You performed exceptionally well, Lord Beerus." Upon hearing all this, the old Kaioshin displayed a profoundly satisfied expression. Asen could not help but clench her small fist, feeling a sense of security with such a god of destruction as their ally. All right, enough with the idle chatter. Beerus shifted his gaze to Gran, who had donned the attire of a god of destruction once more, his streamlined muscles radiating power. "This fellow has concealed his strength since emerging from the time chamber. As you develop his potential, you ought to be aware of the extent of his abilities." Before Beerus could finish, the old Kaioshin interrupted, "Lord Beerus, it would be best if you did not inquire further. Gran insists on maintaining an air of mystery until the battle commences." As the old Kaioshin spoke, his smile could not be concealed, revealing his immense satisfaction with Gran's current strength. "Even I must keep secrets?" Beerus pointed at himself, incredulous. Indeed, Beerus was truly both exasperated and amused. Upon witnessing the smile of the old Kai, he understood that Gran's power was undoubtedly formidable. Since Gran had made such a statement, Beerus refrained from further inquiries on that matter. Instead, he posed a question: "How long will it take for you to unlock Gran's potential?" The old Kai, seated in contemplation, pondered for a moment before responding, "It should take about 5 years." Upon hearing this, Beerus, Whis, Champa, and Beerus exchanged glances, astonished that the potential unlocking would require such an extended period. However, given Gran's current dimension and strength, it was not surprising that 5 years were necessary for the development of his potential. Moreover, this duration coincided perfectly with the upcoming tournament for the candidates of the God of Destruction. Timing could not be more fortuitous. "Very well, focus on unlocking his potential," Beerus instructed, choosing not to disturb the elderly figure as he nudged Champa toward the lake. Upon reaching the water's edge, Beerus inquired, "You heard that Gran will require 5 years before he emerges. What do you propose? Should we return to Universe 6, or shall we remain here?" Champa fell silent for a moment, reflecting that he and Beerus had come primarily to ascertain the extent of Gran's power. After all, in the impending battle, they would be relying heavily on Gran. "What do you think, Beerus?" Champa glanced toward Beerus, seemingly seeking her opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus replied, "In the hyperbolic time chamber, we have imparted all the martial arts training necessary to hit. Even if we return, there would be little to occupy our time. It may be more prudent to stay." Champa grasped Beerus's meaning. He had taken on a total of 20 candidates for the role of God of Destruction, with 2/3 being scions, yet only Hit was prepared to fight. As Beerus had articulated, they had taught him all they could. As long as he continued to train diligently in the time chamber, their return to Universe 6 would be devoid of purpose. Staying in Universe 7 would allow them to indulge in more culinary delights. Champa licked his lips, exclaiming with excitement, "Excellent. We shall remain here and return to Universe 6 with Hit to partake in that grand battle in 5 years. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Champa," Beerus commended. Beerus observed Gran's position, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "No more gazing," Whis interjected, blocking her view. He felt a twinge of concern for his sister. Their presence here might lead to mischief. "You may stay, but I advise against causing any trouble, otherwise you shall face my wrath." Beerus shot a warning glance at Champa. Champa recoiled slightly, aware that his future avoidance of punishment hinged entirely on Gran. He dared not act recklessly. "Why must you be so nagging? I assure you, I will not engage in any mischief." Sighing, Champa rubbed his belly. It has been quite some time since I savored Earth's delicacies. Beerus, take me to indulge in some food. Very well. Having spent a month away from Universe 7, Beerus found himself growing peckish. Thus, he instructed Whis to escort them all, including Broly and Asen, to Earth. Meanwhile, only Gran and the old Kai remained in the Kaioshin realm. These rascals, off to enjoy a feast without even consulting the old man. The old Kai observed Gran before him, letting out a resigned sigh. His potential unlocking ceremony had commenced, rendering him unable to leave. It seemed he would have to remain in the Kaioshin realm obediently. The old Kai, seemingly from thin air, produced a magazine filled with photographs. While he delightedly perused the glossy pages, Gran found himself grappling with a dilemma. Within a boundless realm of meditation, shimmering silver light enveloped him, and a shadowy figure advanced through this ethereal expanse. How could he possibly cultivate his mastery to the level of Whis? This spectral figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Gran himself, immersed in his own meditative world. As the old Kai unlocked his potential, Gran was acutely aware that it would take 5 years for the old Kai to fully realize his latent abilities. This meant he would be left in a state of idle waiting for 5 long years, engaging in training, seeking solace, or undertaking any endeavors that might elevate the 7th Universe's ranking were all off the table. Of course, if he were to train in strength, it would be impossible for him to make significant progress in such a short span. Having spent over 300 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, the experience had become utterly nauseating. Yet, sitting idly was not a viable solution. Thus, Gran contemplated whether he could utilize these 5 years to achieve a breakthrough in some aspect of his martial arts, given that he had reached his limits in various disciplines. After a month of introspection, he finally discerned a direction, the path of ultra instinct. According to Whis, attaining a state of selflessness in the mind and honing the body's instinctual abilities to a certain level would allow one to master ultra instinct. Gran was uncertain if his physical instincts had reached the stage necessary for the completion of ultra instinct. Nevertheless, he understood that even if he achieved mastery, it would not equate to the angelic level. For instance, during the Tournament of Power, Son Goku managed to reach this level, yet he could not maintain that state consistently. How could he accomplish such a feat? As Gran traversed the infinite meditation world, lost in thought, he was unaware that Whis had already visited the Kaioshin realm. Even if he had known, he would not have inquired with Whis this time. He felt an unhealthy dependence on Whis, which he deemed undesirable. However, should 5 years pass without any insights, he would certainly seek Whis' guidance. Time flew by, and a year slipped away, bringing them to the year 755 of the age, with 4 years remaining until the impending tournament for the next god of destruction. During that past year, Beerus and Champa had returned to the Kaioshin realm only once. Noticing that Gran's potential had yet to be fully unlocked, they returned to Earth to indulge in culinary delights. In the year 755, both Broly and Goku had finally come of age. One enjoyed feasting with Beerus and Champa on Earth, while the other trained under Bubbles in the other world. Remarkably, the two had yet to cross paths. Gran, in the Kaioshin realm, remained oblivious to this, still delving into his meditative exploration of the angelic state. Was it truly a matter of advancing his body's instinctual capabilities to reach a level akin to Whis? Gran's consciousness was incessantly pondering this question. If the mastery of bodily instincts could be cultivated to a profound degree, thereby attaining the angelic level of ultimate freedom, to what extent must one refine these instincts? Yet, upon further reflection, Gran sensed a dissonance. He remained uncertain of Beerus's level of bodily instincts, but it undoubtedly surpassed the 4th tier. Beerus had previously stated that, aside from himself, nearly all gods of destruction possessed bodily instincts confined to the 4th tier. According to the notion of ultimate freedom as a state of selflessness in bodily instincts, it appeared contradictory, for Beerus similarly possessed a second layer of selflessness. Yet his bodily instincts transcended the 4th tier. In Whis' assessment, Beerus still had not achieved the perfection of ultimate freedom. This implied that the cultivation of bodily instincts could not sustain the state of ultimate freedom in a constant manner. What, then, could enable one to embody the state of ultimate freedom as effortlessly as an angel? Gran's mind grew increasingly perplexed. As time continued its relentless march, another year slipped by, bringing the calendar to 756 of the Age of the Gods. During this year, Beerus and his entourage seemed to have forgotten that there existed a pivotal figure in the Kaioshin realm, one who was exempt from punishment across two universes. They were reveling in their time on Earth. Particularly during this period, Earth hosted the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, which Bulma attended alongside Beerus and his divine companions. Initially, Champa scoffed at what he perceived as a mere child's play of a tournament. He did not even cast a glance when Son Goku made his entrance. However, as Bardock narrated the events, Champa's perspective began to shift. Son Goku was inherently a martial arts prodigy, having been trained by Boppo for 3 years, resulting in an astonishingly robust foundation in martial arts. Bardock noted that with such a solid foundation, Son Goku was poised for an imminent breakthrough. This remark prompted Champa to recall Whis' earlier conjecture. When Whis first set foot in the celestial realm of Earth, he proclaimed that as long as that mysterious angel was present, Earth would be a sanctum of martial arts. The martial arts on Earth were continuously accumulating strength, and one day, an extraordinary warrior would emerge. Contemplating this, both Champa and Bardock realized that, without a doubt, Son Goku was the remarkable warrior Whis had predicted. Upon uncovering this truth, Champa and Bardock felt a mixture of envy and longing towards Universe 7. Despite its rank being second to last, it seemed to consistently harbor numerous prodigies. Unbeknownst to them, in the year 756 of the Age of the Gods, the Human Proficiency Index of Universe 7 quietly surpassed 329 and was on the verge of breaching 33. Regrettably, this group of deities was ensconced in a world of revelry, oblivious to this significant development. Moreover, there was a minor interlude during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Goku finally encountered Chi-Chi, and they solidified their engagement. Gran had not interfered with the narrative unfolding on Earth. Everything progressed according to the original storyline. Son Goku emerged as the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, with Piccolo claiming the runner-up position. Since the Son family's maid has made her appearance, will the subsequent plot continue to unfold as originally intended? Gran had not contemplated this, as he was preoccupied with meditation in the realm of the Kais. Meanwhile, the old Kai persistently unlocked Glen's latent potential. In Chapter 192, the first exploration of angel-level martial arts takes place. At the end of the previous chapter, an additional 2,000 words were added, prompting readers to refresh the page, as another chapter would follow shortly. A year has passed, bringing us to the year 757 of the Age of the Gods, with 2 years remaining until the anticipated battle of the candidate destroyers. During this year, the eldest son of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, was finally born. Regrettably, Beerus and his divine companions returned to the realm of the Kais and were unable to witness the emergence of Son Gohan, who was renowned as the most formidable individual. Otherwise, Champa would have been compelled to engage in another fierce contest with Beerus, under the great tree of the realm of the Kais. Glen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in front of the old Kai, while Beerus and his entourage stood nearby, one figure particularly striking. He towered over 2 meters, robust as an ox, with a scar etched across his face and a tail wrapped around his waist. This was the adult Broly. He donned a destroyer-esque attire, a costume that Beerus had previously made Broly wear to masquerade as a candidate destroyer. In Beerus's words, once it's on, no need to take it off again. Of course, there can only ever be one candidate destroyer in the 7th universe, and that is Glen. As for Broly, he merely wore the attire of a destroyer. He did not possess the powers of a candidate destroyer. Whis, do you have any idea what this fellow is up to? Beerus inquired, his brow furrowed. I am uncertain, Whis replied, holding his staff while scrutinizing Glen. I have an inkling that he seems poised to undertake something significant. Something significant? The others exchanged glances, incredulous that Glen, immobilized as he was under the old Kai's guidance for potential development, could be up to anything of great importance. You all are quite something, the old Kai remarked, sitting before Glen, exhausted, switching hands to lift the other. After 3 years on Earth, you were all too busy indulging in delicacies, were you not? What about me? Glen represented the hope of 2 universes, undergoing potential development, yet this group failed to bring back even a morsel of delectable food for him. Not only did they neglect to bring back food, but they could have at least returned with some magazines or trivial books. They truly lacked understanding of this old man's plight. As the old Kai simmered in frustration, Axion suddenly emerged from a different dimensional space, producing a bundle of books. My esteemed ancestor, do not be upset. This is a humble tribute from your descendants. Axion quickly placed the bundle of books before the old Kai. The old Kai glanced at the cover of the topmost book, which depicted a slender, fair-skinned young woman. Ah, Xian, what are you doing, presenting me with such frivolous literature? Do you think I am that kind of person? Although the old Kai grumbled, his hands moved swiftly as he clutched the bundle to his chest, hiding it as though it were a treasure. Amidst the gathering, voices echoed, "What a remarkable individual! If only you could conceal your true nature a tad longer, perhaps we would all be convinced." The conversation shifted as Beerus ceased his banter with the elderly sage, casting a contemplative glance at Gran. Despite 3 years of potential development, Gran exhibited no discernible change. Thus, he reclined beside Champa under the shade of the great tree. With merely 2 years remaining until the impending tournament of prospective destroyers, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Their thoughts were consumed with the anticipation of Gran's awakening. The old Kai glanced sideways at Beerus and Champa before returning his gaze to Gran, pondering the extent of his future strength. As he diligently nurtured Gran's potential, he was acutely aware that the power residing within Gran was exceedingly formidable. Concerning the upcoming tournament, he harbored no apprehensions. Even without further development, Gran possessed the prowess to effortlessly vanquish the other candidates from various universes. His curiosity piqued at the prospect of Gran's eventual capabilities. He wondered if Gran might surpass him. A shiver ran through the old Kai at the thought. He dared not dwell on it too long and resolved to continue nurturing Gran's potential earnestly. 2 years remained. Time was fleeting, shifting his grip. The old Kai was grateful for the years spent adjusting his stamina. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure this prolonged endeavor. In the ensuing moments, he discreetly perused a book of dubious nature while Beerus and Champa indulged in slumber, and Whis and Beerus enjoyed tea at the table. Meanwhile, Arshan observed the happenings within Universe 7, while Broly remained vigilantly by Gran's side. Simultaneously, within Gran's meditative realm, his consciousness traversed an ethereal path, his faceless visage brimming with uncertainty. In the state of utmost tranquility, where one transcends the self, it became evident that physical instinct alone could not sustain such a state. This could only suggest one possibility, a matter of the mind. A brilliant insight flashed within Gran's meditative world, dispelling his confusion. As his consciousness shifted, the illumination of his meditative realm intensified significantly. He had long been entangled in the web of physical instinct, only to realize that the essence of the mind was paramount. Resolutely seated upon the ground, Gran experienced unprecedented determination. When Whis had first brought him to the realm of the destroyers, the initial lesson imparted was centered on the mind. Whis elucidated that there are 2 layers to the mind, the first being the state of self-forgetfulness. Mastery of this state grants one the privilege to comprehend the destructive force, and thus, the self-actualization of a destroyer. The second layer is the state of no self. Only through mastering this state can one activate their physical instincts, enabling the attainment of a state of utmost tranquility. Yet, through 3 years of contemplation, Gran discerned that even with mastery of the second layer, sustaining the state of utmost tranquility remained elusive. Thus, it was evident that the intricacies of the mind extend far beyond just 2 layers. Initially, Whis stated that the realm of the mind consists of merely 2 layers. Gran speculated that these 2 layers must belong to the domain of the destroyer god. Above these, there should exist a realm of angelic proportions. Only by mastering the angelic level of consciousness can one achieve a state of effortless ease akin to that of an angel. Was this a measure to prevent my lofty aspirations? Gran's thoughts meandered. Given his then current martial cultivation, he could barely reach the threshold of being a candidate for the destroyer god, let alone attain the angelic mindset. To prevent him from aspiring too high, this must be the reason Whis insisted that the mind consists of only 2 layers. With a sigh of realization, Gran exhaled heavily. What then could the third layer of consciousness, the angelic mindset, truly entail? Thus, Gran embarked on his inaugural exploration of martial arts at the angelic tier. Chapter 193. Only 1 month remains. The day of the candidate destroyer god battle drew ever closer. 2 years dwindled. 1 year remained. Just a month to go. An atmosphere of tension pervaded the 11th universe. Before the palace of the destroyer god stood 3 figures: a jester, a twin-tailed girl wielding a staff, and a burly man clad in a red bodysuit with a white beard. By the lakeside, another man in a red bodysuit appeared. His head was round and smooth, with dark eyes and fair skin. His muscular form exuded immense strength. Master Maeda, there is but 1 month left until the candidate destroyer god battle. Why hasn't Jiren awakened yet? Topo inquired, gazing at Jiren, who was meditating by the lake, a hint of worry in his tone. Waymata squinted. Jiren has awakened. As soon as he spoke, Jiren, who had been meditating by the lakeside, suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a wave of energy. The impact of this force shattered the entirety of the Destroyer realm into fragments. How formidable! Topo gulped, astonished. What kind of power is this? This is the strength of the initial stage of the 5th tier of the Divine Realm. Angel Makarita waved her staff, restoring the Destroyer realm. Nodding in satisfaction. Jiren has trained for an entire millennium within the time chamber, advancing from the pinnacle of the 4th tier to the 5th. His talent is indeed remarkable. Waymata grinned. The candidate Destroyer God of my 11th universe surpasses even the Destroyer gods in terms of power. I refuse to believe he is inferior to Beerus. As the conversation unfolded, Jiren gradually approached from the lakeside. Greetings, Master Waymata, and Miss Makarita, he spoke in a calm voice, nodding at Topo. What a pity. Waymata sighed. If only Jiren could fully utilize all the time within the time chamber, perhaps he would experience even greater enhancements. Jiren was no ordinary human. His lifespan exceeded 4,000 years. Yet, he had already lived through half of that time. If he spent over 2,000 years in the time chamber, he would age and perish. Deliciously exquisite. Even if Jiren could utilize an additional millennium, a breakthrough remains beyond his grasp, Margarita remarked, shaking her head. The 1st tier power is akin to a formidable mountain. As one ascends to higher echelons, the cultivation of strength becomes increasingly arduous. Take, for instance, the gods of destruction across various universes. Most of them have existed for over 1 billion years, yet their prowess often stagnates at the 5th tier of the divine realm. This is not to suggest that the gods of destruction lack talent. Rather, they possess an abundance of lifespan, leading to a diminished thirst for power as they tend to savor the pleasures of life. However, times have changed. After suffering yet another defeat at the hands of Beerus, the sentiment among these gods of destruction is one of frustration. Enough is enough. They have resolved to recommence their training, aspiring to one day vanquish Beerus. Margarita's words resonated with Jiren, who calmly replied, even with further training, a breakthrough remains unattainable for me. Nodding, Deliciously Exquisite did not linger on this matter and continued. By the way, I trust you are aware of the enmity between me and the 7th universe? Indeed, and so? Jiren responded. In the upcoming battle for the position of candidate for the god of destruction, it is a matter of life and death. I expect you to eliminate Beerus's candidate. Deliciously Exquisite declared through clenched teeth. The memories of Beerus's torment were too painful to bear. He yearned to make Beerus experience the agony of punishment from the Omni King. Upon hearing this, Margarita cast a glance at Deliciously Exquisite, surprised by the depth of hatred her god of destruction harbored for Beerus. However, considering Beerus's methods of torment in the Void Realm, it was not entirely unexpected. Meanwhile, Topo was taken aback by Deliciously Exquisite's words. In Topo's mind, assassinating an innocent person contradicted the very essence of their proud team's justice. It was unlikely that Jiren would acquiesce. Indeed, Lord Deliciously Exquisite, what you propose conflicts with my sense of justice, and I must refuse. Jiren shook his head, affirming only his commitment to participate in the battle and secure victory. Deliciously Exquisite seethed with anger, yet he recognized Jiren's unwavering dedication to justice, making it improbable to intimidate him. Furthermore, relying solely on Jiren made it even less feasible to threaten him. Since you hold justice in high regard, I shall not press you. Deliciously Exquisite's eyes sparkled with cunning. Instead, I require you to thoroughly torment the candidate for the god of destruction from the 7th universe. This does not entail killing him, so you must agree. Jiren opened his mouth to respond, but Deliciously Exquisite coldly interjected, Do you still wish to uncover the identity of your master's murderer? Jiren fell silent, ultimately letting out a sigh. Very well, I consent. In the 4th universe, desperation loomed. Damn it, time is running out. Quitella stood by the lakeside, his expression grave. Conic, where is that ancient being? Lord Quitella, Conic replied, squinting. Are you referring to Light? Indeed. He is currently harvesting the fears of mortals within our universe. With a neutral expression, Conic waved his staff, conjuring an image in the sky. The scene depicted a wolf-like creature, shrouded in black smoke, engaged in a brutal slaughter on a distant planet. In his dealings with humanity, his methods were exceedingly brutal, flaying, dismembering, gouging out eyes, and extracting hearts. It seemed that only through such horrific acts could this ancient being, light, find gratification. It appeared that only in this manner could he harvest the terror of humanity. How dare he wreak havoc upon my fourth universe? Once the upcoming candidate god of destruction battle concludes, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Ketla's expression was terrifyingly grim, and a surge of violet energy erupted from him. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the power of the 8th-tier destruction rules passed, all things were reduced to mere stardust, and even the realm of the god of destruction beneath his feet vanished in the wake of this onslaught. With a mere flick of his staff, Conic summoned a flash of silver light, restoring the fourth universe's realm of destruction to its former state. Light's strength and vitality stemmed from humanity's fear. If left unchecked, the inhabitants of our fourth universe would undoubtedly be mercilessly slaughtered by him. Conic sighed. Lord Ketla, light has indeed reached the threshold for destruction. For an angel, such declarations were rare, as existence is often deemed justified. Much like in the manga's Moro saga, even when faced with Moro, Whis never proclaimed that Moro had attained the standard for destruction. Yet now, Conic had uttered such words. During the 4 years since Light's awakening, he had devastated over 10,000 star systems. In every star system he had ravaged, humanity was brutally extinguished, even causing a slight decline in the population of the fourth universe. To speak candidly, one might even imagine Zamasu wanting to forge a bond with Light upon his arrival here. I know he has reached the standard for destruction, but Ketla clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, yet I need to utilize him for the candidate god of destruction battle in a month. Lord Ketla, please, do not speak further. Once he has participated in the candidate god of destruction battle, I shall surely destroy him, sighed Conic, his voice echoing throughout the fourth universe. Chapter 194. The True Power of Gran. It is now the year 759 of the Age of Gods. As the date of the candidate god of destruction battle approaches, an atmosphere of intense tension envelopes the entire king of all universe. Some universes have begun to summon all candidate gods of destruction, intending to hold preliminary battles within their realms before the main event. The victor of these preliminary skirmishes would represent their universe in the upcoming candidate god of destruction battle. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin of the 7th universe, the sky was painted with blue and white, and the grass was lush and green, creating a particularly exquisite environment. However, the clouds no longer drifted, and the grass ceased to sway with the gentle breeze. The atmosphere of the Kaioshin realm was oppressively grim. Beneath a great tree, an elder and a strikingly handsome scion sat across from one another. Old man, it has been nearly 5 years. How much longer must we wait? Beerus stood nearby, lowering his voice, fearing that his words might disturb the elder Kaioshin. Champa paced restlessly nearby, his expression fraught with anxiety. The candidate god of destruction battle was imminent, yet Gran had yet to unlock his full potential. In fact, throughout these 5 years, Gran had not once awakened. The urgency was palpable. Do not speak. He will awaken soon. The old Kaioshin cast aside the small yellow book before him, raising his hands in front of Gran. The act of discarding the book itself was a clear indication that he was about to engage seriously, prompting the onlookers to exchange glances in silence. As the secret technique for unlocking potential reached its final stage, the old Kaioshin closed his eyes. Over the past 5 years, his divine energy had already penetrated deep into Gran's being, and now he sought to advance further. The potential pathways within Gran's body flowed like a stream, converging into rivers, then into seas. The old Kaioshin's divine energy surged through these channels, plunging into the vast ocean of Gran's potential. However, what was this? At the moment his divine energy entered Gran's potential ocean, the old Kaioshin felt a sudden tremor in his consciousness. The potential ocean of an average person typically spans 100 zhong, while that of a genius may reach 1,000 zhong. And an unparalleled genius could possess one that extends to 10,000 zhong. Yet, Gran's potential ocean appeared boundless, with no discernible end. Upon entering this realm, the old Kaioshin felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast sea, a firefly amidst the stars. To put it bluntly, even the entire King's universe seemed but a speck of dust in the presence of Gran's potential ocean. This was the essence of transcendent potential. The old Kaioshin's consciousness quivered wildly, a mix of surprise, excitement, and exhilaration. This was what Whis had once conveyed to him, his father's assessment of Gran. Transcendent potential? Ha ha ha, so this is what it truly means. For the first time, The old Kaioshin grasped the terrifying implications of that phrase. Such potential surely transcended all limits. He shuddered. Gran had not yet reached that stage, and he must not dwell on it. Although the old Kaioshin was thrilled, he faced a significant challenge. He could not fully harness Gran's extraordinary potential. What to do? After a brief moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. He sighed, fully aware that with his frail body, he could not completely unlock Gran's potential. He would have to settle for a compromise. Thus, the old Kaioshin's consciousness swiftly retreated from Gran's potential ocean, back to the river of potential. No, still too vast. He withdrew further to the river, cursing under his breath, for it remained overwhelmingly immense. Ultimately, he found himself at the edge of a small stream, and faced with its potential, his lips quivered slightly. Let us commence. The old Kaioshin began to draw forth a fraction of Gran's potential. Simultaneously, the outside world shifted dramatically, winds howling fiercely. Is it finally happening? Beerus felt a rush of excitement and moved away from Gran. This is splendid. With Gran around, even facing Lord Zeno's punishment would be a challenge. Champa also retreated, his expression flushed with exhilaration. Whis and Beerus exchanged silent glances, both recognizing the anticipation in each other's eyes. Just how far could this fellow go? Crackling and popping echoed in the air. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Gran was enveloped by arcs of silvery lightning. As the power he had long concealed finally surged forth. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating within the souls of all present. This power caused Beerus to clench his fists tightly, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. It turned out that his base strength had ascended to the 5th tier of divine realms. Champa, clutching his heart, exclaimed in excitement, "My goodness, must this lad be so extraordinarily gifted? This is true destruction god-level power. How has he accomplished this?" Whis, gripping his staff with intensity, struggled to maintain his composure. "Lord Beerus, he has merely trained for over 300 years in the hyperbolic time chamber." Upon hearing this, Vados suppressed her astonishment, feigning calmness as she remarked, "Back then, his base strength hadn't even reached the divine realm, which means that during his time in the chamber, he managed to break through 5 power bottlenecks. Sister, this is merely Gran's base power. He can also enhance us with the state of ultra instinct." Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Whis's lips curled into a fervent smile. When he enters his ultimate form, could his power transcend to the 6th tier of divine realms? We can only speculate. Whis, have you overlooked something? Beerus gritted his teeth. Gran has yet to fully unlock his potential, once that Ancient One's secret technique concludes. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Beerus could say no more. Yet all the deities understood his implication. Once Gran fully realizes his potential, could his base power directly ascend to the 6th tier of divine realms? And if he were to combine that with the divine dimension's mysterious state of ultra instinct, would he then reach the 7th tier of divine realms? The deities exchanged glances, their breaths growing more rapid. Even Whis and the other angels struggled to maintain their composure in the face of such speculation. This was power on par with Beerus. And how long had Gran been honing this strength? Merely over 300 years. As time passed, Gran's power grew increasingly formidable. It was imminent. Chapter 195, the initial stage of the 7th tier of divine realms. Meanwhile, within Gran's meditative realm, the entire world trembled. Gran's consciousness took form, rising from the ground. His brow furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. What on earth is happening? Gran had been immersed in comprehending the angelic state of mind, even forgetting that he was actually unlocking his potential under the guidance of the old Kai. After a moment, it seemed that 5 years were drawing to a close, which meant that his potential was nearing its completion. Gran finally came to a realization. According to the old Kai's secret technique for unlocking potential, he could draw forth a portion of a person's latent power while simultaneously leading them into a mysterious state. In the anime, Gohan had utilized this mysterious state to obliterate Majin Buu. Alas, Gohan's overconfidence led to his downfall, as Majin Buu ultimately consumed Gotenks and Piccolo, resulting in his own tragic fate. However, Gran was well aware that the state of mystery was merely an alternative form of the norm. Yet, within this unconventional state, he could wield power akin to that of a Super Saiyan. This meant that he could eventually integrate this Super Saiyan-level strength into his normal state and further augment it with the concept of Ultra Instinct. Thus, he would embody a combination of divine dimensions, mystical state, and Ultra Instinct. To what extent would I need to grow? Would I ascend to the 7th tier of the divine realm? The specter of Gran's consciousness revealed an expression of eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, he withdrew his awareness from the realm of meditation. As for comprehending the angelic mindset, there was neither time nor necessity. A frown creased his brow. The instant Gran's consciousness returned to his body, he immediately sensed a formidable power deep within him being unleashed. This power was extraordinarily potent, certainly surpassing the initial stage of the 5th tier of the divine realm. Boom! The mid-tier of the 5th stage of the divine realm erupted within him. Whis! In the distance, Beerus shouted urgently. Whis swiftly waved his staff, and a silver energy shield enveloped the Elder Supreme Kai's form in an instant. The next moment, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai, along with this space, suddenly collapsed. Had Whis not set up a protective barrier for the Elder Supreme Kai, he would have perished amidst this wave of destruction before Gran could fully unlock his potential. It was terrifying, ha ha ha. Not even as a candidate for a god of destruction, should Gran participate in an actual battle, it was likely that very few gods of destruction could rival him. Champa soared through the shattered cosmos, exhilarated and darting about. Beerus restrained Champa, laughing maniacally. You gluttonous pig, calm yourself, this isn't over yet. No sooner had he spoken than Gran's power surged to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Boom! The terrifying force unleashed a cosmic tempest. The storms might tearing at every inch of space. The already crumbling and fragmented realm was instantly drawn into the whirlpool of the storm, centered around Gran. As his power continued to escalate, the tempest once again ensnared fragments of space. Crash! Crash! Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers amidst the radiant brilliance. The shards of space refracted mesmerizing hues of fiery light, dazzling and resplendent, yet perilously dangerous. Crack! The disaster zone expanded relentlessly, and soon, the entirety of the universe shattered like a mirror. Gran, whether you can break through, depends solely on you. The Elder Supreme Kai, seated across from Gran, suddenly opened his eyes wide, the secret art of unlocking potential reaching its conclusion at that moment. Thank you, Venerable Elder Supreme Kai. Gran also opened his eyes, marking the first time in 5 years he had done so. He understood that after this awakening, he would partake in the anticipated candidate battle of the gods of destruction. The candidate battle of the gods of destruction? I have awaited this moment for far too long. Gran rose amidst the fragmented cosmos, his joints cracking audibly. It was also at this moment that the latent power within him, once guided forth, surged with one final wave. Boom! Unparalleled power surged from within, incessantly assaulting Gran's limits. Gran clenched his fists, feeling an odd sensation enveloping him. This must be the mysterious state developed by the old Kai. Thus, he resolved to embrace this enigmatic state, allowing this force to shatter his constraints. Huh! Gran bellowed, a white aura erupting around him. Under the influence of this newfound energy, the contours of his muscles became more defined, drawing the attention of young women. In the next moment, his black hair stood on end, leaving only a fringe hanging over his forehead. Chiseled and strikingly handsome, Gran was now so attractive that the 7th universe seemed on the brink of implosion. Boom! As Gran entered his most potent state, his power shattered the 6th tier of divine realm. In that instant, his latent potential elevated his base strength to the 6th tier. Yet, the enhancement of his strongest state was far from over. He ascended to the mid-level of the 6th tier. He reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Ultimately, he achieved the initial stage of the 7th tier. Boom! A terrifying force swept across the entire 7th universe. Within the impact of this energy, the universe could barely endure for half a second before erupting. Marvelous! The 7th universe burst apart, endless flames igniting before their eyes. Beerus felt no sorrow. Rather, he was exhilarated. Bados, did you see that? We are destined to win, ha ha. Champa trembled with excitement. Bados and Whis remained silent, both wielding their staffs. They enveloped Gran's power within the 7th universe, concealing it from the awareness of other universes. If Gran's strength were to be detected prematurely, the upcoming battle of candidate destroyers would lose its thrill. Whis, it seems that the lad's power has ceased to rise, Bados sighed heavily. Indeed, it appears that the initial stage of the 7th tier is his limit. A smile adorned Whis's face. After all, this was the little one he had nurtured. Following Beerus, yet another disciple had attained the level of the 7th tier. Truly, it was difficult not to feel pride. You rascal! Bados, fully aware of Whis's thoughts, bit her lip. Envy etched upon her features. Oh ho ho, sister, you cannot possibly feel envy. Whis intended to continue teasing Beerus, but upon witnessing her expression, he cleared his throat and said, we are both in the same boat now. Gran's prowess reflects your prowess as well. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot him a disapproving glance. Is it the same? Hurry and restore the seventh universe. Very well. The two angels waved their staffs once more. Time rewound. The seventh universe swiftly returned to its original state. The deities stood once again in the Kaioshin realm, intently watching as Gran and the old Kai approached them. Chapter 196. Grand Minister. Should we replace the destroyer? Gran and another approached the assembly of deities, all eyes fixed upon Gran. In a mere few centuries, he had surpassed the majority of the destroyers, wielding power and dimensionality that could even rival that of Beerus. Truly, this individual is a phenomenon. A gentle breeze wafted through, leaves rustling softly against one another, enveloping the Kaioshin realm in a profound silence. What are you all doing? Why do your expressions appear so peculiar? Chuckled the old Kaioshin, fully aware that the revelation of Glan's true strength would elicit such astonishment, for he had experienced the same incredulity. His laughter shattered the tranquility of the Kaioshin realm. You've kept this from me for so long. You truly are something else. Beerus clenched his fists. Who could have anticipated that Gran would ascend to such heights in just a few hundred years? Is this the hallmark of transcendent potential? What do you intend to do, Lord Beerus? The old Kaioshin flinched at the sight of Beerus's colossal fist. This is Glan's secret to keep. If you must blame someone, let it be him. Humph. Just because he asked you to keep it a secret, you complied? I am not like the others. Beerus stepped forward, fist at the ready. Gran, save me. Beerus is about to take a life. The old Kaioshin scurried behind Gran for protection. Enough. Gran interjected, positioning himself defiantly before Beerus, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. It was I who requested the old Kaioshin to keep my strength under wraps. Please spare him. Initially, he had planned to reveal his abilities during the tournament of replacement destroyers, but the development of his potential had inadvertently exposed his power. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Other universes remained oblivious, and that was sufficient. Lord Beerus, look at Gran, and then look at yourself. Gran is clearly the superior. The old Kaioshin peered from behind Gran, sticking out his tongue playfully, embodying a youthful spirit. Gran, the old man seems to be getting a bit carried away, he remarked, stepping aside. What are you doing? I am your benefactor. Is this how you treat me? The old Kaioshin's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to flee, but Beerus had already blocked his path. With a resounding thud, a blow struck the old Kaioshin, causing him to crumple to the ground, wailing in pain. This comical scene instantly enlivened the atmosphere of the Kaioshin realm. Gran, you are truly remarkable. Asen disregarded his ancestor, tightening his small fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His cheeks flushed. If I ever find myself in trouble, you must remember to assist me. This statement, though somewhat naive, was made in connection with the mightiest destroyer. Who would dare provoke him now? Amused, Gran replied, you are the Kaioshin of the seventh universe. Of course, I will assist you. Upon hearing this, Asen could not help but lift his chin, reveling in his newfound support from a being of divine stature. Gran, my brother, it has been far too long. Broly approached, a bright, radiant smile illuminating his face. At this moment, Gran, standing at a height of 1.85 meters, appeared diminutive in comparison to Broly, who towered over 2 meters tall. Your attire? Gran was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that Broly had reached adulthood, yet the garments adorning Broly's frame had transformed into those of a destroyer. Brother Gran. It's like this. Broly divulged the tale of his masquerade as a candidate for the role of destroyer. Upon hearing the entirety of the tale, Gran couldn't help but chuckle. It was undeniable that Broly possessed the qualifications to be a candidate for destroyer. You've certainly grown. It's evident that your diet over the past 5 years has been quite commendable, Gran remarked, playfully tapping Broly on the chest with his fist. Haha. That's because I've been indulging in sumptuous feasts with Lord Beerus on Earth these past few years, Broly replied, his speech now fluid and devoid of any hint of timidity, radiating the essence of a cheerful young man. Yet, this young man was indeed colossal, boasting a height exceeding 2 meters and a physique as robust as that of an ox. Gran nodded in satisfaction. Had he not brought Broly back all those years ago and allowed him to remain on planet Vampa, This fellow would undoubtedly have retained the same dull demeanor as depicted in the anime. At this moment, Beerus ceased his reparations on the old Kai and approached Gran. Was that state you just exhibited the new form developed by this old fool? The onlookers perked up, particularly Whis and Bardos, who instantly recognized the uniqueness of Gran's transformation. Scions inherently possess the ability to transform, yet their transformations are often accompanied by numerous drawbacks: physical strain, significant energy consumption, and visible negative emotions. However, Gran's new form was an exception. It not only lacked these disadvantages, but also allowed him to channel the power of a super scion within this new state. Let us not forget that in this new form, Gran could also harness Ultra Instinct, underscoring the distinctiveness of his transformation. After all, only a heart as tranquil as the sky can facilitate the mastery of Ultra Instinct. Indeed, Gran affirmed, reverting to his normal state post-breakthrough, fully aware that Beerus was referring to his enigmatic condition. That should be your current most formidable state, correct? Yes, Gran admitted candidly. His normal state possessed the initial level of the 6th tier of Divine Realm, while his most powerful state reached the initial level of the 7th tier of Divine Realm. Beerus inhaled deeply, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "You truly are impressive. In the span of mere centuries, you are nearly catching up to me." Setting aside other martial arts, Gran's dimensions and power were noteworthy. In terms of dimensionality, he had attained the pinnacle of divine dimension, and in pure strength, he had reached the initial level of the 7th tier of Divine Realm. In these two aspects, he was indeed not far behind Beerus. The others then cast their gaze towards the old Kai, who was squatting on the ground. They recognized that Gran's breakthrough to the 7th tier of divine strength was entirely due to this old man's potential development. This elder was truly remarkable. Seemingly sensing the attention of the crowd, the old Kai rose to his feet, puffing out his chest with an air of pride. Champa and Bardos exchanged glances, realizing that everyone from top to bottom in the 7th universe was exceptionally formidable. How did they achieve this? With you around, victory is undoubtedly within our grasp this time. Champa's emotions were decidedly intricate as he gazed at Gran. Yet your strength surpasses mine. Should I feel joy or sorrow? Bardos also cast a melancholic glance at Gran. It is evident that I once attempted to ensnare you in a sack, yet I ultimately failed to claim you as my own. With that, Bardos shot a disapproving look at Whis. Unfazed, Whis instinctively reached out to ruffle Gran's hair. You've truly matured. Now you possess the capability to stand on your own. Listening to their banter, Gran felt a sense of elation wash over him. He cleared his throat and addressed Beerus. My lord Beerus, in comparison to you, how far do I still have to go? How far? You'll find out through a battle. Beerus exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In truth, 5 years ago, during that battle in the void, he had not been fully satisfied. The fact that Quatella had been punished by the Omni King, left with barely half his life, meant that Beerus had not unleashed even half of his true power. As for the other gods of destruction, they were no match for him. Now, with a candidate possessing the 7th tier of divine power, he anticipated a worthy fight. A battle? Count me in, Champa exclaimed, eager to witness Gran's current prowess. Gran felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suspecting that these two brothers might be plotting to ambush him. Let's keep it to sparring, he said, taking a step forward, admiring the beauty of the Supreme Kai's realm. Observing Gran's retreating figure, Beerus furrowed his brow. Every time you achieve a breakthrough, you challenge me. Are you perhaps intimidated this time? That shouldn't be the case. This young man possessed an indomitable spirit. How could he be daunted? What are you all thinking? Gran turned back to them. How long until the candidate gods of destruction tournament? Upon hearing this, everyone paused momentarily before quickly realizing the urgency. Only 1 month remains. I thought you were beginning to feel apprehensive with your newfound power at the 7th tier of divinity. Beerus sighed in relief. Indeed, this is not the ideal time for sparring. We shall wait until after the tournament concludes. Absolutely. Champa nodded vigorously. Time is of the essence. Our foremost priority must be to participate in that battle. We cannot afford to squander any more time. He then turned to Bardos, stating, we should return to fetch Hit. Hit. Gran squinted, concluding that this individual would indeed represent Universe 6 in the tournament. With only a month remaining, Gran looked to Beerus and suggested, shall we proceed to Universe 6 together, retrieve him, and then head straight to the void? To visit Universe 6 first? Beerus glanced at Champa. It would be prudent to assess the current state of Universe 6 while we are at it. Champa shrugged, but did not object to Beerus's visit to Universe 6. Very well, Let us set forth. Gran instructed Whis to produce the cosmic travel cube. Once everyone in the Supreme Kai's realm was inside the cube, Whis promptly initiated their journey. Within the palace of the Omni King, a scene was projected into the air. Wow, Gran has become remarkably powerful. An eraser sat upon the throne, clapping its tiny hands with an innocent demeanor. The purpose of the candidate Destroyer God tournament was merely to further his training. The Grand Priest gazed at Gran on the screen, expressing his resignation. Who could have anticipated that he would exploit the hyperbolic time chamber? Under normal circumstances, with only a decade of training, Gran's strength would have reached merely the second tier of the divine realm. Yet now, a decade later, Gran would face the candidate Destroyer Gods of various universes with the prowess of the second tier of the divine realm. This chaotic battle among candidate Destroyer Gods would undoubtedly serve as a significant trial for Gran. Unfortunately, Gran had taken advantage of the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing him to train for over 300 years. His power had now surged to the 7th tier, rendering the tournament meaningless. No one could possibly contend with him, even if all the candidate Destroyer Gods from the remaining universes united. Just as with Beerus, there was no Destroyer God capable of defeating him. Beerus is formidable, and so is Gran. These two characters evoke both admiration and frustration. Your Majesty, allowing the candidate Destroyer Gods to participate has become pointless. Should we not consider sending other Destroyer Gods to confront Gran? The Grand Priest bowed toward the throne. Only in this manner could Gran's other martial skills be honed. No need. The youthful voice of the Omni King suddenly vanished, replaced by a deep and commanding tone, as if the very laws were chanting, causing the entire palace to tremble. Let things unfold as they will. Allow him to have his fun. Understood. A flicker of confusion crossed the Grand Priest's eyes, yet he refrained from inquiring further. In the direction from the 7th universe to the 6th universe, a cube moved swiftly. Lord Beerus, how much further do I need to go to catch up to you? Gran stood inside the traveling cube, asking once more. You enjoy comparing yourself to me, don't you? Beerus's lips twitched as he felt compelled to explain. Your dimensional capabilities are now comparable to mine. However, in terms of power, there is a significant difference between the initial stage of the 7th tier and its peak. Do not be deceived by the seemingly small gap between the initial and peak stages. Only through comparison will one truly comprehend the disparity. Just as Beerus in his youth, at the initial stage of the 7th tier, could withstand the combined might of 11 Destroyer Gods, even standing alongside Quitella until the end. Now, having reached the peak of the 7th tier, one could exaggeratedly say that he could incapacitate the 11 other Destroyer Gods with just one hand. Is the gap still considerable? Gran's demeanor remained unchanged. He did not expect to surpass Beerus after merely 300 years of training, for he recognized the formidable nature of Beerus's strength. Gran, take a few steps forward, Whis commanded, holding his staff as he abruptly turned. Gran hesitated for a moment, but proceeded to step forward. Sister, what do you think? Whis turned back, continuing to guide the traveling cube toward the 6th universe. His physical prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, while his state of mind has encountered a bottleneck at the 2nd tier, signifying that your mastery of the ultimate state of freedom has attained completion. With narrowed eyes, Beerus spoke, requesting him to demonstrate his destructive rules. Completion of the ultimate state of freedom? Glenn suddenly realized that his mastery had indeed reached a level of completion. Along with this realization came a wave of astonishment. These angels were undeniably formidable. Merely by observing his few steps, they could discern the majority of his martial arts, which was unsettling. Taking a deep breath, Glenn extended his hand, and a glimmer of purple radiance manifested within it. His 1st tier destructive rule. Beerus bit her lip and gazed at Glenn, expressing her certainty that he too had acquired the ability to disrupt rules. When Glenn had sparred with Champa in the past, he had yet to possess such skills. Yet now, he seemed to have mastered everything. Truly, he was a remarkable anomaly. Chapter 197. A comparison between Glenn and the brothers Beerus. It was evident that most of your time within the time chamber was dedicated to honing your strength. Beerus mused as she averted her gaze. In that utterly barren space, devoid of objects to destroy, it was no wonder that your destructive rule remained at the 1st tier. Mastery of destructive rules necessitates constant destruction. Otherwise, one remains stagnant, much like Glenn, whose destructive rule has remained unbroken for over 3 centuries. The cosmic traversal cube continued its swift passage. Standing nearby, Exine furrowed his brow, asking Bados if Glen's first-tier destructive rule rendered him the weakest among the candidate destroyers. The crowd replied, admonishing him not to speak without understanding. Beerus shot a glance at the bean sprout and explained that to cultivate destructive rules, one must first elevate their state of mind to the first tier, thereby qualifying for the comprehension of destructive power. Furthermore, without exceptional insight, grasping the essence of destructive power is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Bados and Champa nodded vigorously. When it comes to destructive power, the hit from Universe 6 is indeed an anomaly. His talent in the martial arts of assassination is astonishing, yet it took him hundreds of years to comprehend destructive power. Xian remarked that even upon grasping destructive power, it does not equate to understanding the rules. The rules represent the most terrifying force within a universe. To cultivate destructive rules, one must, like Glen did in his earlier days, incessantly obliterate planets. This implies that among the candidate destroyers, very few can elevate destructive power to the level of rules. Beerus, brimming with confidence, proclaimed that at this stage, aside from Glen, no other candidate destroyer could possibly reach the level of rules. All had entered the time chamber, yet none had any objects to destroy. Thus, it follows that even after hundreds or thousands of years, the candidate destroyers remain stagnant in their understanding of destructive rules. After absorbing all this information, Xian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Lord Kaishin, I was just discussing the disparity between Glen and Lord Beerus. Bardos cast a glance at Asin and gently remarked, you should refrain from comparing those mediocre candidates for the god of destruction with Gran. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded Asin with expressions of incredulity. Asin, now engulfed in embarrassment, wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The pinnacle of divine power, the initial stage of the 7th tier, the peak physical prowess of the 3rd tier, and the 1st tier of destruction rules. Bardos reiterated Gran's martial prowess. This should encapsulate your current martial realm, correct? Indeed. Gran managed to suppress his astonishment. Your mastery of power appears formidable, yet in other aspects, you have yet to attain the genuine level of a god of destruction. Bardos continued, especially concerning your physical instincts and destruction rules. Should you engage in battle with Lord Beerus, you would still be thoroughly overpowered. Her voice echoed within the spatial realm, prompting Beerus to lift his chin defiantly. Humph, your talents are undeniably impressive, but you are far from surpassing me comprehensively. Gran, sensing Beerus's thoughts, smiled knowingly, realizing how childlike his superior could be. Miss Bardos, how do I measure up against Lord Champa? Gran inquired, not surprised that he would still fall short compared to Beerus. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Champa grew irate. What are you up to? Just a moment ago, you refused to spar with me, and now you wish to compare? As he spoke, the flesh on his face jiggled, appearing as if one could easily pinch it. Please, Lord Champa, do not take offense. Could it be that time does not permit us to engage in a friendly bout? Gran approached and draped an arm around Champa's shoulders, smiling. I merely seek to ascertain how much I lag behind you gods of destruction, so that I may be adequately prepared for the upcoming tournament of candidates. Champa's round, glistening eyes twinkled. Indeed, it was a valid concern. This young man had devoted centuries within the time chamber, never having sparred with anyone, and thus might be unaware of the true extent of his own terrifying strength. If he were to unleash excessive force during the tournament of candidates, inadvertently eliminating the other contenders, it would surely lead to trouble. Though he understood that Beerus and Gran would not concern themselves with others' opinions, it was best to avoid inciting widespread ire. Bardos, you instruct him, Champa suggested. Casting a glance at Bardos, she nodded gently. In comparison to Lord Champa, how should I put this? She paused momentarily, then smiled. If we are to compare you to Lord Champa, Gran, your current standing would likely be a 70-30 split. Oh, Gran's eyes sparkled with excitement. So I am already capable of defeating Lord Champa? What are you thinking? Beerus interjected, approaching and giving Gran a firm tap on the head. Ouch! Gran released Champa's shoulders, clutching his head and feigning agony. Lord Beerus, what was that for? Beerus retorted, the probability Bardos mentioned means you hold a mere 30% chance, while the rotund pig has 70. How could that be? Gran's eyes widened in disbelief. With all his might, he possessed the power of the 7th tier, yet could not defeat Champa? Do you truly believe me to be feeble? Champa's lips curled into a slight smirk. Glen, I ask you, apart from your strength, what else do you possess? Upon hearing this, Glen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Aside from having attained the 7th tier of divine strength, his other martial arts remained at the level of a mere candidate for destruction. May I inquire if you are aware of the extent of my power? Champa taunted. And no, I am not. Gran hastily glanced at Beerus, seemingly eager to discern Champa's current capabilities from him. Beerus exchanged a glance with Champa, who nodded slightly. With Champa's consent, Beerus sighed and remarked, "That fat pig's pure strength lies at the pinnacle of the 6th tier." Glan's pupils constricted once more. It was no wonder. His situation mirrored that of Jiren during the Tournament of Power, where it was said that Jiren's strength exceeded that of a god of destruction. Yet could Jiren truly defeat the likes of Vermaud? Unthinkable. For Vermaud's other martial arts were realms beyond Jiren's grasp, particularly concerning the rules of destruction. Should Vermaud wish to obliterate Jiren, there would be no escape. Lord Champa, to what tier have you ascended in the rules of destruction? Gran took a deep breath. The 6th tier, soon to breach the 7th, Champa replied nonchalantly. Boom. At that moment, even the old Kaioshin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishing that this rotund figure had reached such heights, truly deserving of being Beerus's brother. Whis calculated with his fingers. Glan's rules of destruction lingered at the 1st tier, while Champa had attained the pinnacle of the 6th. No wonder Beerus had stated that Gran possessed only a 30% chance of victory. So that is the case, Gran sighed, a hint of disappointment crossing his visage. When Beerus had mentioned that he would be comprehensively overwhelmed, it had not deeply affected him, for he regarded Beerus as the highest peak among gods of destruction, even believing he might soon reach the level of angels. However, to realize he was even inferior to Champa was indeed disheartening. Gran, Whis, piloting the shuttle cube, suddenly turned his head. What is it? There is no need for your dismay. What my sister mentioned pertains only to the present, Whis chided. Casting a glance at Beerus before continuing, you have not engaged in combat for centuries. Your body has become rusty, which explains why my sister assessed your chance of victory as merely 30%. However, he glanced at Champa. Once your body readjusts and you reacquaint yourself with battle, your odds will rise to 70%. Chapter 198. The Human Proficiency Index rises again. Whis's voice resonated within the shuttle cube. Gran stood in stunned silence. The old Kaioshin, Asen, and Broly were equally bewildered. How had the probability of victory surged to such an extent? Whis, what are you saying? Is my 6th tier of destruction merely ornamental? Champa protested. Lord Champa, I ask you, do you possess the Ultra Instinct? Whis queried with a teasing expression. Champa opened his mouth, then suddenly lowered his head. I do not. The essence of ultimate freedom is a skill possessed by angels, emphasizing the harmonious union of mindset and bodily instinct. Gran has reached the pinnacle of his 3rd tier of bodily instinct, while his mental state has ascended to the 2nd tier's apex. In contrast, his counterpart has attained the 4th tier's zenith in bodily instinct, yet only the 1st tier's summit in mindset. This comparison seems rather equal. As for Lord Champa, does he possess any strength? Whis appeared to perceive Champa's thoughts, narrowing his eyes. Strength is both significant and insignificant. It holds immense importance yet can be deemed trivial. Pure strength forms the foundation of all martial arts. Only when pure strength reaches a certain threshold can it support various facets of one's martial prowess. Gran has ascended to the 7th tier, surpassing the 6th tier's pinnacle by a level. He possesses the ability to shatter myriad techniques with sheer force. Coupled with his mastery of ultimate freedom, do you still believe your chances of victory stand at 70%? Upon finishing his statement, Whis turned away, and in that fleeting moment, a profound glimmer flickered in his eyes. Lord Champa, Gran has meditated for 5 years. His martial arts extend far beyond this. Bardos. Is this accurate? The portly Champa, oblivious to Whis's contemplations, gazed pitifully at Bardos. Bardos was momentarily rendered speechless. She had just analyzed Gran's current probability of victory, while Whis had assessed Gran's potential future circumstances. Neither had erred in their evaluations. Once Gran readjusts to combat, even Champa may find it challenging to prevail against him, for she perceives the embryonic form of angelic martial arts within Gran. Noticing Bardos's silence, Champa's eyes widened. Does this imply he will soon no longer be Gran's rival? Within the cosmic traversing cube, an unexpected stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The old Kai and Shin did not dare to speak, yet their hearts brimmed with secret delight. Broly exhibited his excitement more openly, unable to suppress a grin. His brother Gran was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Beerus frowned, his speculations aligning closely with Bardos's. Yet Whis suggested Gran's odds were even higher. Is that true? Observing the silence among the onlookers, Gran refrained from posing further questions. The discussions between Whis and Bardos had merely been theoretical, without actual combat experience. Conclusions remained inconclusive. The cosmic traversing cube sped forth and soon passed through a translucent membrane. They had arrived in the sixth universe. Upon entering, the group's enthusiasm surged. The inky expanse of the starry sky resembled a scattering of shattered diamonds, each star radiating resplendent brilliance. Is this the sixth universe? Gran pondered and then inquired, Lord Beerus, what is the human competency index in the sixth universe? Surveying his surroundings, Beerus replied nonchalantly, the human competency index in the sixth universe is 38. 38, you say? Gran murmured thoughtfully. According to the previous rankings, the seventh universe's human competency index stood at merely 318, placing it second to last, while the sixth universe was ranked just above it. So the sixth universe has achieved a score of 38. That is rather impressive. What? Do you still aspire to surpass my sixth universe? The gaze of Champa was filled with deep resentment. This little rascal was on the verge of surpassing him in overall strength. And now he dared to aspire for the seventh universe to outshine the sixth. Truly a mischievous character. Hee, Lord Champa, you do have a point, Gran said, wrapping his arm around Champa's shoulder. To be honest, this plump fellow felt pleasantly soft to the touch. He cleared his throat lightly and chuckled. I aim to surpass not just your sixth universe, but all universes. I intend to place the seventh universe at the pinnacle. Gran's voice echoed within the shuttle cube. Beerus and the old Kaioshin remained stoic, for they were well aware of Gran's ambitions. However, upon hearing Gran's declaration, both Champa and Beerus widened their eyes in astonishment. You wish for the seventh universe to claim the top spot? Champa's voice rose significantly. Is there a problem? Do you have any idea what the power index of the first universe is? With your seventh universe's meager score of 320, you dare to compete? Champa's words trailed off. Wait a moment, Lord Champa. Beerus interjected while examining the crystal ball, astonished. The power index of the seventh universe has changed. What? Within the shuttle cube, all eyes, including Gran's, were wide with disbelief. What is it now? Gran asked anxiously. 350. This revelation came from Whis, who was also scrutinizing the crystal ball. Having discovered that the seventh universe's human power level had reached 329 in the year 756 of the age. Now, in the year 759, it had astonishingly risen to 350. Ha ha ha, my seventh universe has actually reached 350. The old Kaioshin exclaimed joyously, embracing Asin. Little did he know, Asin displayed no excitement whatsoever, as he had already assessed the situation of the seventh universe when the old Kaioshin was helping Gran unlock his potential. By the year 765 of the age, the seventh universe was predicted to surpass 400. Chapter 199. The Scion Raz Beerus glanced at Whis and the others, letting out a resigned sigh. When she first visited Gran, she had already sensed the formidable foundation of the seventh universe. It was indeed as she suspected. Beerus, Gran, you truly are despicable. In stark contrast to Beerus's calm demeanor, Champa was fuming with rage. He felt these two were his nemesis, especially Gran. Ever since he had met him, he had not encountered a single stroke of good fortune. It was either being surpassed or on the path to being surpassed. Faced with Champa's furious outburst, Gran and Beerus exchanged glances without uttering a word. They too had not anticipated the seventh universe's index to rise so swiftly. Gran, it seems your aspirations may indeed come to fruition, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration. True to his nature, he had never concerned himself with the rankings of the seventh universe, as long as they were not last. However, Gran held the shame of being second to last in disdain. What could he do? He was, after all, his chosen candidate. Once our universe claims the top position, you shall rightfully be known as the supreme god of destruction, Gran said with a grin. The supreme god of destruction, you say? As Beerus pondered, a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, this title was rather delightful. The two individuals engaged in conversation paid no heed to Champa, who was on the brink of erupting with frustration. Yet, he could not confront either of them. All he could do was sulk in silence. The transport cube soared through the cosmos, making its way to the god of destruction's realm in Universe 6, where Gran and his companions observed the state of this universe. In comparison to Universe 7, Universe 6 exhibited a more balanced development. The numbers of primitive, intermediate, and advanced civilizations displayed a tiered variation. As for substandard planets, they were scarcely seen in Universe 6. Gran understood that this was the result of Beerus' tutelage over Champa. As time passed, the transport cube finally arrived at the God of Destruction's domain in Universe 6. This realm mirrored that of Universe 7 almost perfectly, both featuring a pyramid-like structure crowned with a colossal tree. Buildings adorned the tree, and even the layout was identical to that of Universe 7. Upon arriving, Gran felt an inexplicable sense of homecoming. Meanwhile, the elder Kaioshin and his companions, who had been reveling in the rising metrics of Universe 7, were jolted back to reality upon entering Universe 6. Is this truly the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6? Asen exclaimed, scanning the surroundings in astonishment. It appears to be no different from ours. Gran exited the transport cube with a smile, remarking, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes, naturally sharing many similarities. Not only is the God of Destruction's realm alike, but even Earth, the Scions, Frisia, and Namekians have their counterparts in Universe 6. The group made their way toward the God of Destruction's palace. Suddenly, Gran noticed over 20 figures standing by a lake adjacent to the Destruction Temple. 19 candidates for the role of God of Destruction? Gran squinted, observing 19 individuals clad in destruction attire gathered by the lake. Among them, 13 bore the appearance of Earthlings, and it was safe to assume these were all Scions. Hey, you lot, come over here. Champa bellowed at the group near the lake. His thunderous voice resonated throughout the God of Destruction's realm, startling the 19 candidates. One of the Scions, named Laz, was not particularly robust and looked rather slender. The destruction attire appeared quite loose on him. So, Lord Champa has returned, Laz sighed in relief, initially wondering who had arrived. He then noticed 6 figures standing beside Champa. 3 of them were donned in destruction garments. Could it be that Lord Champa had brought back more candidates for the role of God of Destruction? It was no wonder Laz thought this. When he was designated as a candidate for Universe 6, he believed he would be the sole candidate. However, upon arriving at the God of Destruction's realm, he discovered that Champa had already gathered a dozen or so candidates. But wait, as Laz began to approach Champa, something felt amiss. He could sense the aura emanating from Broly, yet he was unable to detect any presence from Gran and Beerus. Divine beings. Raz's pupils constricted sharply. Only divine entities could exist without an aura. He also noted the striking resemblance between the slender purple cat and Champa. Could this be a relative of Lord Champa? While Raz was lost in thought, he finally joined the others before Champa. These 5 stood as the God of Destruction, Angel, Supreme Kai, and candidate God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Vados introduced Gran and the others to Raz and his companions. Upon learning their identities, Raz and his comrades gasped in astonishment. They were indeed the gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai from another universe. But wait, Raz's gaze fixed intently on Gran. According to Vados' introduction, this individual was the candidate God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Yet he could not sense any aura from him, which indicated that his dimensional existence had already transcended to that of a deity. Boom. All the candidate gods of destruction from the 6th universe reached this realization simultaneously, a thunderclap echoing in their minds. They understood that their status as candidate gods of destruction was a preparation for the impending battle a month hence. At that time, all candidate gods of destruction would participate, engaging in combat until only one remained standing on the stage. This meant that the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe was also their adversary. However, now he had ascended to divinity. How could this be possible? What are you all standing around for? Bow to me at once. Champa's gaze was icy, clearly unimpressed by the foolishness of his gathered cohort. Noticing Champa's expression, Raz and the others were startled, hastily bowing to Beerus and the others. Greetings, esteemed lords. Their bows were directed towards Beerus, Whis, the old Supreme Kai, and Shin. But notably, they did not bow to Gran and Broly. And what else? Champa's voice was frigid. What else? Raz and the others exchanged glances. The only thing left was that they had not bowed to Gran and Broly. Yet both were clad in the attire of gods of destruction, indicating that they too were candidates of the 7th universe. Since they were all of the same rank, why should they bow to fellow candidate gods of destruction? They exchanged looks, each reflecting confusion. Dare I ask, Lord Champa, why must we bow to fellow candidates of the same rank? Raz stepped forward, suppressing his fear. His elevation to candidate god of destruction was testament enough to his genius. A genius inherently possesses pride. Why should they be compelled to bow to fellow candidates of equal standing? Upon hearing Raz's words, Gran couldn't help but scrutinize him. With Gran's current martial prowess, he immediately discerned Raz's capabilities. This individual seemed intriguing. He appeared to have grasped the essence of destruction and possessed self-awareness of his own limits. So he is a genius after all. Gran chuckled inwardly. No wonder he questioned the rationale behind it. What rationale indeed? Upon hearing Raz's words, Champa merely curled his lips in disdain. This is a world that venerates strength. Bowing to the powerful is not a sign of weakness, especially since even he finds it difficult to defeat Gran now. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and simply remarked, "It is precisely because he is stronger than all of you." Furthermore, in this upcoming tournament of the candidate destroyers, our 6th universe must collaborate with the 7th universe. If we wish to prevail, we must rely on the individual standing before you. Champa said impatiently, "Enough. If you do not show proper respect, I shall obliterate you." At this declaration, Raz and his companions were taken aback, hastily bowing to Gran. As for whether Gran was indeed stronger than them, Raz was acutely aware that he had attained the level of a deity. This indicated that his power had transcended that of mere mortals, transforming into divine strength. Thus, it was only natural that a candidate destroyer endowed with such power would surpass them. Greetings to this esteemed individual. Raz and the others collectively bowed, their voices resonating in unison, echoing through the heavens. Gran graciously accepted this homage, saying, "You may rise." With a gentle wave of his hand, an aura enveloped everyone present. This was the essence of divinity. Though Raz and his companions could not perceive it, the sheer magnitude of this presence was palpable to them. It was utterly insurmountable. Under the influence of Gran's aura, all 19 candidate destroyers, including Raz, stood upright. How is this even possible? They gasped in disbelief. Despite being fellow candidate destroyers, he managed to compel us all to stand tall simultaneously. What manner of power is this? Even if he is indeed stronger than us, possessing divine strength, it should not be to such an overwhelming degree. The group of candidate destroyers from the 6th universe murmured among themselves. "Lord Champa, are all of these individuals the candidates you have gathered over the years?" Gran scanned the assembly and finally focused on Raz. "Their talents are commendable. If only there were more time, they could enter the dimensional tower for training." Upon commanding this group of candidate destroyers to stand tall, Gran discerned their resistance, revealing that most scions possessed power at the first stage of divine realm. He had previously mentioned to Champa that scions could transform, and it was likely that this group could also achieve the super scion transformation. Should they enter their most potent transformation state, they would likely reach the pinnacle of the first stage. As for Raz, he was particularly formidable, boasting a normal state power at the peak of the 2nd stage of divine realm. Upon transforming, he should ascend to the 3rd stage, possessing destructive power, the ability for self-mastery, and the potential to wield 3rd stage strength. He could be deemed a qualified candidate destroyer, albeit still somewhat lacking in dimensional prowess. Remaining at the mortal level, this group was indeed impressive, especially the scion. Beerus regarded Raz thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. However, as Gran mentioned, time is too short. Otherwise, he could enter the dimensional tower for further training. This would afford him greater longevity and allow them to train longer within the room of spirit and time. Raz was the strongest presence here, and Beerus believed that this was the candidate ultimately chosen by Champa for the tournament. "Lord Beerus, this individual is not hit." Bardas seemed to perceive the thoughts brewing in Beerus's mind and remarked with a smile, "Hit is a killer who manipulates time. He is far more formidable than Broly." Champa raised his chin with pride, stating, "I have always asserted that the candidate I selected from the 6th universe would never be a burden to Gran." Bardas covered her face, questioning the need for such pride over merely choosing a candidate who wouldn't hinder Gran. "He is not hit." Beerus's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. The power and potential of this scion were commendable, yet if he were to participate in the candidate battle for the god of destruction, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. It was a relief that he was not that hit. "If he is not hit, why not summon your candidate?" Beerus said curtly. "Bardas, please fetch hit for me." Champa nodded in agreement, prompting Bardas to head into the palace. While they waited, Beerus made himself at home, reclining on a beach chair by the lakeside. As Beerus's attendant, Whis also settled into another beach chair. Gran, however, maintained a more formal demeanor, standing at the entrance of the god of destruction's palace. Champa chose not to comment on Beerus's relaxed behavior. Gran, I have decided to consider these scions as candidates for the god of destruction based on your advice, Champa remarked. Indeed, it is evident that you have heeded my counsel, Gran replied, casting a glance at the group of scions behind him. Regrettably, despite Bardos and Gran's exhaustive search of Planet Salad, they were unable to find a prodigy akin to Broly or the Earthling known as Son Goku. At this point, Champa deflated like a punctured balloon, realizing that a talent like Gran's would be impossible to find. However, he would be content with discovering someone of Broly or Son Goku's caliber, yet that too seemed elusive. Upon hearing about Planet Salad, Gran recognized it as the true homeland of the Scions. The seventh universe once possessed this planet, but internal strife ultimately led to its destruction. The inability to locate it now did not preclude future discoveries. Gran squinted his eyes, pondering. Caulifla and Kale both displayed significant talent, particularly Caulifla, whose fiery demeanor would be perfectly suited for the role of a candidate for the god of destruction. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, she had yet to be born. Let us hope. Champa's expression turned serious. Although they had not yet found a genius akin to Broly or Son Goku, he understood the immense potential of the Scion race. He would remain vigilant until he discovered a talent of that caliber. After a while, two figures emerged from the god of destruction's palace, one following the other. The one in front was Bardos, and trailing behind was Hit. Chapter 200, The Assassin Hit. Dear readers, an additional 2,000 words have been appended to the previous chapter. Please refresh to see it, and stay tuned for the second chapter of the day. His skin exhibited a purplish hue, and rather than donning the garb of a god of destruction, he was clad in a long coat, with his hands tucked into his pockets. This seemed to be his habitual stance. Observing his countenance, one could see a serious demeanor, a quintessential poker face, imbued with an air of mystery. This was the mightiest warrior of the sixth universe, the assassin Hit. In the anime, Hit wields the technique of time skip, which he adeptly employed to effortlessly vanquish Vegeta during the martial arts tournament between the sixth and seventh universes. Subsequently, he even overpowered Son Goku until Goku deciphered the time skip, leading to Hit's eventual counter. However, the tournament's stipulations forbade killing, thus Hit's lethal abilities could not be fully realized. Otherwise, Goku's survival on the arena would have been uncertain. During the Tournament of Power, Hit further developed the techniques of time skip space and time prison, managing to suppress Jiren to some extent in their ensuing battle. Regrettably, Jiren's formidable strength ultimately led to Hit's defeat. Nevertheless, despite his loss to Jiren, Hit's prowess is beyond question. He remains the ace fighter of the sixth universe, particularly renowned for his mastery of time skip. In the chaos of a battle royale, his survival instincts are undeniably formidable. Hit is indeed intriguing. As Hit emerged, Gran silently crossed his arms. Meanwhile, Beerus, reclining on a beach chair, cast a glance toward the entrance of the god of destruction's palace. Whis, this fellow must be the ace of the sixth universe. What do you think? Gran inquired. Let me see, Whis replied, turning his gaze before settling back into his chair. His footsteps are light, and he demonstrates commendable control over his power. This is indicative of an assassin's skill set. Despite his adeptness, he does not achieve the flawless level of Gran. His raw strength appears to be at the initial stage of the fourth tier of divine realms. His physical instinct seems to hover around the initial stage of the third tier, while his destructive power is merely at the nascent level of comprehension. At this point, Whis shook his head. By the looks of it, he has just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, suggesting he has trained there for over 2,000 years. Whis did not elaborate further, yet Beerus grasped his implication. To have trained for over 2,000 years only to attain such martial prowess indicates his talent may even be inferior to that of Rose. Of course, this is merely what I perceive from his exterior. True combat capabilities can only be ascertained through his battles with others. Whis then produced two beverages from seemingly nowhere, handing one to Beerus. Lord Champa mentioned he might also manipulate time. Perhaps this is his greatest skill. Beerus, reclining, took a sip of the drink Whis offered. With pure strength only at the initial stage of the fourth tier, even if he can manipulate time, what does it matter? Ultimately, it is a lesser path. Beerus's assertion held truth, for even with Hit's development of time skip space and time prison during the Tournament of Power, he could not breach Jiren's defenses in the face of absolute strength. It matters not, as long as Gran is present. Even if the candidate destroyer from Universe 6 is of inferior caliber, Gran will ensure his survival until the very end. Beerus chuckled helplessly. There was nothing he could do. After all, Champa was his own brother, leaving him no option but to rely on Gran. Before the Destroyer Palace, Hit stepped out through the grand entrance after having met Lord Champa, bowing respectfully. Champa nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at Gran. Hit, allow me to introduce you to your future ally, the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. This is Gran. Gran? Hit inquired, looking at the young man beside Champa. Dressed in the attire befitting a destroyer, Gran's physique was not particularly imposing, and his appearance bore a resemblance to that of the Psiots. As for the intensity of his aura, Hit instinctively attempted to gauge it, only to be struck by a sudden realization. He sensed nothing. Such a phenomenon he had only encountered with Champa and Beerus. Could it be that this individual had already ascended to divinity? Are you a deity? Hit boldly voiced his curiosity. Might you temper your tone? Champa frowned, feeling the weight of dependence on others. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his thought. Not to worry, Gran replied with a smile. I am indeed a deity. Indeed. Hit felt a wave of astonishment wash over him once more. As a fellow candidate destroyer, to discover that Gran had achieved divine status was a revelation. He appeared to be a formidable adversary. Hey, Hit, what kind of expression is that? Champa observed Hit's demeanor, sensing a challenge brewing. His voice turned cold. Hit, heed my warning. This is Gran, the individual I previously mentioned. You must not harbor any murderous intent towards him. Champa's caution was not born from fear of Gran's demise at Hit's hands, but rather from the concern that Gran might eliminate Hit, the candidate he had chosen. Is he truly the Gran you spoke of, Lord Champa? Hit suddenly recalled their previous conversation. Champa had indeed warned him about Gran, insisting that he must not display any hostility towards him, lest it lead to dire consequences. Do you wish to challenge me? Gran asked, surprised. In the anime, Hit was a stoic assassin, one who shunned the limelight. His participation in the tournament was entirely due to Champa's coercion. Gran had assumed that the upcoming candidate-destroyer battle was merely a ploy of Champa's to intimidate him, yet here was Hit, seemingly eager to confront him. Yes, Hit replied coolly, nodding slightly. How intriguing, Gran chuckled in response, taken aback by Hit's unexpected transformation. What Gran remained unaware of was that Hit had initially been compelled by Champa to engage in this contest. Champa had pressured him to participate in the candidate-destroyer battle, promising him a chance to train in a higher dimension and granting him a request if he emerged victorious. Refusal would lead to his destruction. With no other choice, Hit had acquiesced. However, through years of rigorous training, his skills in assassination had become increasingly formidable, and now he found himself looking forward to the candidate-destroyer battle. After all, while he had taken many lives, he had yet to confront a candidate-destroyer. Gran, do you consent? Certainly. Gran squinted his eyes and remarked. I have heard that you can manipulate time. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. At that moment, Rod stepped forward, inquiring, Lord Gran, might I also challenge you? Upon hearing this, the assembled candidates for the god of destruction turned their expectant gazes towards him, clearly desiring to test Glan's prowess. Just moments ago, Champa had instructed them to pay their respects to Gran, declaring him superior to them all. However, as they were all of the same rank as gods of destruction, who could lack their own sense of pride? Thus, these aspirants were eager to ascertain just how formidable Gran truly was. Silence. Champa glared at the group, exclaiming, there is no time for your sparring. I must retrieve Hit and prepare for the upcoming battle of the candidate gods of destruction. When Gran had previously unlocked his potential, he had contemplated testing his strength against Beerus, but due to time constraints, that confrontation had never materialized. The current situation mirrored that, as he could not afford to let this group waste time. Lord Champa, there's no need for concern, Gran chuckled. They are hardly on the same level as you and Lord Beerus. I could defeat them with ease. Just give me 2 minutes. If he wished, he could obliterate the group in an instant, yet he desired to play for 2 minutes. As Glan's words hung in the air, Rod's and the other candidates wore expressions of indignation. Even Hit frowned, pondering whether this individual was truly as fearsome as he appeared. Chapter 201. Gleaning insights into angel-level martial arts. The situation transformed rapidly, as a battle among the candidate gods of destruction unexpectedly ignited. Champa felt exasperated. These individuals were clearly unaware of their own mortality. He had just informed them that Gran surpassed them all, yet they still dared to issue challenges. Nevertheless, the courage to confront the strong was indeed the hallmark of a true candidate for the god of destruction. Now hurry up, Champa urged, casting another glance at Gran, seemingly imploring him to show mercy. Gran made a gesture that Champa could not decipher, but he understood it to be in agreement. Consequently, Champa and the Elder Kai relinquished their positions and moved to the lakeside, joining Beerus. Those candidates of yours are quite audacious, daring to challenge Gran, Beerus mocked. Reclining in a beach chair, Champa merely shot him a glare, refraining from retorting. Returning to Gran, he stood upon the grass, beckoning the group before him with a flick of his hand. Do not waste time. Come at me together. Together? Rods and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment, as they had anticipated a one-on-one challenge. They had not expected that in Glan's eyes. It was an invitation to face him all at once. Such arrogance. Very well. I shall test your strength first. Anger flared on Rod's face as he initiated the attack. As he lunged towards Gran, a purple radiance enveloped him. This was the manifestation of his self-extreme state. Entering this state, Rod's willpower would dictate the magnitude of his strength. In this state, Rod's power surged abruptly to the initial stage of the third realm of divinity. Self-ultimate intention? The strength of the third realm of divinity is rather intriguing. A slight smirk graced Glen's lips. He had anticipated that his opponent would transform into a super scion. However, the minuscule power displayed before him was hardly sufficient. Glen gazed ahead as a violet light raced towards him with astonishing speed, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble faintly. In the face of Rod's assault, Glen made no attempt to transform. Instead, he raised a single index finger and gently pointed forward. This gesture directly intercepted Rod's fist. Boom! The cataclysmic collision unleashed a tempest of energy, sweeping outward with the force to annihilate everything in its path. What kind of power is this? Rod had intended to land a punch squarely on Glen's face, only to find his blow halted by a mere fingertip, unable to advance even a fraction further. In the distance, Hit, who had been standing with his hands in his pockets, withdrew them at this moment, his expression turning gravely serious. How could a single finger withstand the might of the third realm of divinity? This was unfathomable. The expressions of the other candidates for the god of destruction mirrored their astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, resembling a group of fools. They had anticipated Glen's strength to be formidable, especially given the high regard in which their lord Champa held him. Yet, they had never envisioned his power reaching such terrifying heights. It is worth noting that Rod was the most powerful and talented among their ranks. With 1 minute and 59 seconds remaining, Glen released his fingertip and stepped back 2 paces, addressing Rod and the group behind him, including Hit, as if to say, "Let us not waste any more time. Come at me all at once. Then let us join forces." Hit signaled the remaining candidates for the god of destruction from Universe 6. Upon witnessing this, the group trembled once more. Hit was a solitary assassin, his strength surpassing even Rod's, yet he was now urging them to act together. Very well, let us strike together. The remaining candidates for the god of destruction surged towards Glen, particularly the Scions, who transformed into Super Scions mid-attack, ascending to Super Scion 3. This was the culmination of their training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Boom. The initial stages of the first realm, beginning, intermediate, and peak, comprised the strength of the 18 remaining candidates for the god of destruction. None had broken through to the second realm, yet as their powers erupted, the battlefield was instantly ravaged. The winds howled, mountains crumbled, and the once mighty palaces of destruction collapsed, leaving the very ground of the god of destruction realm riddled with fissures. Excellent. Glen flexed his wrists, his expression betraying not a hint of panic in the face of 20 candidates for the god of destruction. Soon enough, Glen made his move. He stepped lightly forward, and in the wake of his advancement, 3 fists and 5 legs struck where he had once stood. Boom. The clash of first and third realm powers erupted in the void, the space itself cracking with a resounding snap. Glen shifted his body slightly, and once again, countless attacks landed where he had just been positioned. At this moment, Glen resembled an ethereal sprite, effortlessly evading the onslaught from Raz and his companions with seemingly casual movements. By the lakeside, Beerus and Champa were not taken aback by this display. The disparity in martial prowess between Raz's group and Glen was insurmountable. Even if faced with 10,000 adversaries like them, Glen would remain unfazed. Bardos and Whis exchanged glances. Although Glen did not emit a silver light, he radiated an aura of profound ease. Indeed, Glen had truly grasped the martial arts at the angelic level. Chapter 202. Hit's timeskip technique. How is this possible? After all their attacks had missed, Raz and the other candidates for the god of destruction were left dumbfounded. The nonchalance and effortless grace they observed in Gran were astonishing. What sort of martial arts was this? There remained 1 minute and 30 seconds. Gran turned back and spoke calmly. Damn it. Roz clenched his fists tightly. I refuse to believe this. Let us go again. The group charged at Gran once more. This time, Gran did not evade. He began to engage with these opponents. Boom, boom. The sound of fists and feet colliding, energy waves clashing. In the ensuing moments, this band of candidates unleashed all the martial arts they had honed within the time chamber. The battleground expanded, and the destruction in the God of Destruction realm intensified, with a significant portion laid to waste by Gran and his associates. Take this. After sidestepping 3 punches, Gran smirked mischievously and thrust his fist forward. Before him stood Roz. Roz did not flinch. The purple light enveloping him grew ever more radiant, signaling an unprecedented surge in his resolve. Destruction. Roz spread his fingers, unleashing a force capable of obliterating all. Little did he know, this meager destructive power was inconsequential against Gran. Boom. Before Glan's fist, Roz's destructive force was instantly shattered, dissipating into countless points of purple starlight. How is this possible? Roz's pupils constricted sharply. This was the power of a god of destruction. Yet he couldn't even graze his opponent. However, at the moment Roz was lost in disbelief, Glan's fist crashed heavily into his face. Uft. Blood spurted from Roz's mouth, the force sending him sprawling. There's 1 minute left. Now it's your turn. Gran turned his gaze to the remaining candidates for the god of destruction. Startled by Glan's stare, the candidates were shaken. At that moment, they finally understood their Lord God of Destruction had spoken the truth. The foe truly surpassed them all, and terrifyingly so. Roz had been defeated. Damn it. We are the candidates for the 6th universe's God of Destruction. Even if we know we'll ultimately lose, we shall not retreat. Indeed, Gran, do unleash your full strength. Even if it means death, I shall not bring shame upon the 6th universe. Charge. A fervent symphony of battle cries reverberated throughout the realm of destruction, captivating Gran's attention towards this assembly of candidate destroyers. Although their power was somewhat lacking, their indomitable spirit was commendable. Are you truly exerting yourselves to the fullest? I fear for your safety, Gran mused with a wry smile as he observed the approaching adversaries. He had promised Champa to show leniency towards these contenders. To eliminate them would surely invite Champa's ire. With no enmity between them, there was no need for such drastic measures. Thus, Gran transformed into a radiant beam of white light, darting swiftly across the shattered ground, akin to a fleeting specter within a tainted realm. As the light dissipated, the candidates for destruction lay sprawled upon the ground, rendered unconscious. To be a fellow candidate and yet possess such overwhelming strength was astounding. Roz, lying at a distance, pounded the earth in frustration. 20 individuals assaulting another. And yet, where is Hit? He shouted in anger. They had agreed to collectively confront the candidate destroyer of Universe 7, yet Hit had vanished without a trace. As Roz's words echoed, time itself seemed to freeze momentarily on the battlefield. In this stilled tableau, save for the executioner, all others stood paralyzed. A violet figure flickered through the frozen scene. Hit had arrived behind Gran, disappointment etched upon his visage. While it was impressive that this individual could best 19 other candidates, Hit believed he was equally capable of such feats. He aimed for Gran's heart and temple, poised to strike, when he suddenly recalled Champa's admonition, above all, do not harbor murderous intent towards Gran. In a curious twist of fate, Hit redirected his assault, aiming instead for the nape of Gran's neck, intending to incapacitate him. To have shown restraint against me is commendable. In that case, during the impending battle of candidate destroyers, I shall ensure your safety. Gran's voice reverberated through the frozen moment. Suddenly, with a crack, the entire scene shattered. No, this cannot be. Hit remained unscathed, still positioned behind Gran, his hands suspended in midair. Yet, his temporal manipulation had been disrupted. The deities by the lakeside exchanged bewildered glances. Asen's eyes widened. Ancestor, how did Hit manage to position himself behind Gran? The Elder Kai frowned. I am uncertain myself. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Champa. Is this what you referred to as manipulating time? Champa replied with pride. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Initially, Champa struggled to comprehend Hit's technique, but with Beerus' elucidation, he gradually grasped the essence of time manipulation. Impressive? Perhaps. Yet it was ultimately unraveled by Gran. Beerus, aware that this was a battle devoid of suspense, had not paid close attention and remained oblivious to the intricacies of Hit's actions. Lord Beerus, this individual is indeed formidable, Whis remarked gravely. He possesses the ability to manipulate time akin to an angel. In the realms of manga and anime, it has been stated that Whis can manipulate time like an angel. Beerus, the old Kai, and Asin were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Whis squinted his eyes, indicating that this was no mere act of halting time. He was capable of leaping through it, and moreover, he could store these temporal jumps, creating a space within which only he could move. This was explicitly mentioned by Bardos in the anime. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Asin found himself utterly perplexed, and even the old Kai appeared somewhat bewildered. Beerus, however, seemed to grasp the concept, casting a look of astonishment towards Hit in the distance. So, you mean he can create a space akin to a parallel world? He mused. Upon reflection, it was indeed quite impressive. Beerus crossed his arms. His previous disdain completely vanished. Although this individual may possess somewhat lesser strength, his survival skills were undeniably formidable. Chapter 203. Preparing to venture into the void, things unfolded at a rapid pace. The assassin Hit had executed a single strike, yet he found himself inexplicably halted, poised with his hand blade against Gran's back. For an assassin, a single lethal strike is the tenet of their craft. If the initial strike fails, it signifies Hit's true defeat. Impossible. Roz observed that Hit had come to a standstill at Gran's back, indicating that Hit's time skip technique had been thwarted. Hit, you are the strongest among us. How could your time skip be interrupted? Roz shouted, filled with disbelief. Hearing this, Hit merely glanced at Roz before lowering his hand blade and taking 2 steps back. How did you accomplish that? He inquired. The realization that someone could counter his time skip initially startled him, but as a professional assassin, he quickly regained his composure. That technique of yours seems to be the time skip, does it not? Gran remarked with a knowing look. To others, your time skip appears as if time has stopped, but I understand that it is far more complex. You are leaping through time. During your leap, only you can move, while your opponent is momentarily thrust into the future, unable to perceive or react to your actions. Am I correct? Gran placed his hands behind his back, embodying the poise of a master. Hit's mind was once again engulfed in tumult, yet his expression remained unchanged, a testament to the demeanor of a seasoned assassin. You can halt time, can leap 3 seconds into the future. This is the culmination of your training over the past 2 millennia? Gran queried once more. Just moments ago, Hit had indeed leaped 3 seconds forward. Though 3 seconds may seem trivial, in the anime, Hit initially managed only a 0.1 second leap, which nearly cost Vegeta and Goku their lives. Subsequently, Hit advanced to a leap of 0.5 seconds. The difficulty of extending time is inherently exponential. Each increment in time presents a formidable challenge. Now Hit had astonishingly achieved a 3-second time leap. It must be acknowledged that Hit is truly a remarkable talent. While others devote time to cultivating their strength, he singularly hones his ability to leap through time. How desperately one seeks to utilize the flash time technique for assassination. Truly, as Lord Champa proclaimed, the strength is remarkable. Hit exhaled softly and remarked, indeed, this is the fruit of my training within the time house. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to unravel my flash time technique? In fact, there are 3 methods to counter your flash time technique. 3 methods? Hit furrowed his brow. The flash time technique was his pride, and the notion that there existed even one means to counter it astonished him. To discover there are 3 methods was beyond his expectation. Might you disclose these 3 methods? Hit's expression remained inscrutable, yet he clenched his fists tightly. Would you teach me? Gran chuckled. Certainly. I still have 30 seconds to play. Continue your assault with your flash time technique. Hit was at a loss for words. How eager was this individual to play? However, having his technique deciphered, he was eager to understand the flaws in his approach. Thus, Hit activated his flash time technique once more, closing the distance of merely 2 meters between them. For an ordinary person, such proximity would spell doom. Yet Gran merely sidestepped lightly, evading Hit's punch. The first method involves analyzing your attack patterns and predicting your subsequent strikes. Your current flash time has reached 3 seconds. Truthfully, this method holds little efficacy against you now. Gran demonstrated a technique reminiscent of Goku's in the anime. He stepped back a few paces, smiling nonchalantly. There are still 27 seconds remaining. Hit's tightly furrowed brow slightly relaxed. He wasted no time and launched another attack against Gran. Having seen his prized technique dismantled, Hit was acutely aware that he could never match the prowess of the man before him. This time, Hit targeted Glan's heart. Glan bore no anger. The fact that Hit had chosen to hold back during his first strike indicated that he did not view him as an enemy. The second method employs speed. In martial arts, swiftness renders one invulnerable. Glan twisted his body, moving faster than Hit could leap, instantly appearing behind him. This method of utilizing speed was reminiscent of the rabbit Tiz from the 11th universe in the anime. A voice echoed from behind, and Hit's fist froze midair, so speed was indeed one of the countermeasures. There are still 10 seconds left. Come at me again, Glan teased, patting Hit on the shoulder. Just when he anticipated that Hit would persist with his flash time attacks, Hit suddenly spoke. I concede. Might I trouble you to reveal the third method? This man possessed speed that surpassed his 3-second leap, underscoring the formidable nature of his abilities. Coupled with the recent battle between Laz and this individual, who had effortlessly withstood the third tier of divine power with but a single finger, the term fearsome hardly sufficed to encapsulate him. Perhaps he had already reached the level of a destroyer god. Oh, Glan expressed mild surprise upon hearing Hit's admission of defeat. I implore you, Master Glan, please disclose to me the third method. Suddenly, Hit bowed deeply, a gesture that caused the distant rods to widen his eyes in astonishment. How could Hit voluntarily concede and address a fellow contender for the title of God of Destruction as my lord? It was utterly bewildering. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Beerus and the old Kai roared with laughter, fully aware that Hit had been utterly captivated by Gran. Unlike Beerus, however, Champa's expression turned dark. He believed Hit, the sycophant, lacked the backbone that Rods and his companions possessed. Little did they know, Hit was merely displaying sagacity in recognizing the wise course of action. The third method is, in fact, rather simple, Gran remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the deities gathered by the lake before returning his gaze. You should have been able to deduce it yourself. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hit shook his head and said, I implore you, Lord Gran, enlighten me. Gran, showing no signs of impatience, explained. Absolute power. If one possesses absolute power, it can render your time skip effect irrelevant. In the anime, Hit faced Jiren, only to find himself suppressed by absolute power. Jiren was so overwhelmingly strong that Hit's time skip technique was rendered ineffective. With that, Gran walked towards the lakeside, leaving Hit alone in a state of bewilderment. Absolute power. So, it turns out that Lord Gran possesses not only incredible speed, but also absolute power. Hit gazed intently at Gran's retreating figure, murmuring to himself. At that moment, Gran arrived at the lakeside, where Whis and Beerus were on guard, ensuring that their battle had not disturbed this tranquil place. Gran, you are incredible, Asen exclaimed excitedly. To have conceived 3 methods to counter this, you truly are something. The old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, brother Gran, your strength remains unparalleled. Broly chimed in with a grin. Even as Beerus disparaged Gran, his smile never faltered. Humph, you've managed to show off again. Are you pleased now? Champa huffed angrily. Ha ha, it's all right, Gran replied with a chuckle, surveying the now dilapidated realm of destruction. It has barely been 3 minutes. Miss Beerus, please restore this place. Nodding, Beerus waved her staff, swiftly mending the damaged realm of destruction. Gran then turned to Hit, saying, since you have also joined us, let us prepare to journey to the void.